The female villain asked me to help her bring down my good brother, and I agreed without hesitation. When she asked how I planned to deal with him, I directly said we might as well capture his mother to have some fun first. However, at that moment, I heard the system's voice in my mind, "Host, I asked you to assist the child of destiny in becoming stronger, not to deal with him." All of this was because of the minor character, the male lead by Wuchen, who competed with Miss G from the G family for spiritual medicine in the secret realm. After taking it, he pretended to be impressive in front of her, revealing my Chu family's name, which infuriated Ji Mingxin, who directly led people to attack the Chu family. She threatened the entire family's lives to force the original host to reveal Bai Wuchen's location, but the original host refused, resulting in the complete destruction of the family. Later, Bai Wuchen and Ji Mingxin met again in the Tianyan sacred land. The two not only set aside their past grievances and successfully held hands but also showed no concern for the original host's life or death. What made me even angrier was that I not only soul transmigrated into the body of this adorable original host but also awakened a system to assist the protagonist. So, I directly found Zhongli Qingmeng, who was identified by the system as the villainous big boss, and told her that I had a way to help her deal with Bai Wuchen. In the Taiqing Palace of the Heavenly Fate Holy Land, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at me with a suspicious gaze and said, "Chu Xinghe, Bai Wuchen's life and death brother, didn't betray him even when his family was destroyed. Do you think I can trust you?" I wasn't surprised that she could investigate my background. I said, "Since you have investigated clearly, you should know how much I have sacrificed for Bai Wuchen. Even the destruction of my Chu family in the end was caused by the conflict between him and Ji Mingxin. And now, not only is he involved with Ji Mingxin, but he hasn't even sent anyone to inquire about my whereabouts. I know exactly what he is thinking. If I die, he can be at ease with Ji Mingxin." Zhongli Qingmeng did not speak. She had already investigated all of this. She asked me in return, "So how do you plan to deal with him?" Hearing her words, I felt relieved and tentatively asked, "How about we first capture his mother for some fun?" Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes showed curiosity. "Do you have thoughts about his mother?" She didn't expect someone with such an ethereal temperament to have such a hobby. I continued, "You just need to capture his mother, and I'll come up with the rest of the plan." Zhongli Qingmeng looked at my excited expression with a strange gaze, as if she wanted to see what I would do next. Just then, the cute system prompt sounded, "Master, what are you doing? I asked you to assist the child of destiny, and you ran to the side of the villainess. Why are you still helping her deal with the child of destiny?" Listening to the prompt, I began to communicate with the system. "You don't understand. I'm helping the child of destiny grow. The child of destiny needs to be without weaknesses to soar high. I'm infiltrating the enemy's ranks to assist him. You know this woman in front of me is the villainess. I'm putting myself in danger, waiting for her to fall in love with me, then sending her to the child of destiny, and finally getting rid of her. Isn't that completing the task as well?" The system responded, "It seems so. Why didn't the system think of that? Master is really smart." Then, the system prompted, "Newbie gift pack being sent." Upon opening the newbie gift pack, I received the Immortal Demon Body, Immortal Demon Eyes, Immortal Demon Scriptures, the attack method Immortal Demon descending from the heavens, the growth tool Immortal Demon Sheen, and 3 lottery chances. As my physique fused, my body trembled slightly. The damaged meridians and dantian were instantly repaired, and in the blink of an eye, my strength had already broken through to the peak of the Divine General. Then I silently thought of the lottery again. Congratulations to me for winning an Immortal Demon Pill and a set of photos. I instinctively looked at Zhongli Qingmeng's legs, and seeing me suddenly staring at her legs, Zhongli Qingmeng's attitude suddenly turned cold. She uncrossed her legs and looked at me with a half-smile. "Do you like it?" I didn't go against my heart. I like it. Her round, fair, and straight long legs perfectly match my black stockings. She asked again, "Do you want to touch them?" Zhongli Qingmeng sneered. I raised my head and asked, "Is it okay?" In the next moment, Zhongli Qingmeng released an invisible killing intent and ordered, "Someone, cut off his legs and throw him out to feed the wolves." I came to my senses and hurriedly said, "Wait, just cutting off my legs is meaningless. Why not take out my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and even gouge out my eyes, or put them in something and place them in this palace, so I can accompany you day and night?" As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 guards who were about to step forward froze in place. Even Zhongli Qingmeng thought to herself that she was already a madwoman, but this guy in front of her seemed even crazier, especially the fervor in my eyes that looked anything but fake. Thinking of this, Zhongli Qingmeng waved her hand, letting the 2 guards go, and said, "Interesting, I believe you now. Tonight, Bai Wuchen's mother will be sent to your room. If you cannot complete the task, I will help you realize what you just said." After saying this, Zhongli Qingmeng turned and left. Watching her departing figure, I rubbed my forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. After the original body died, there was still an obsession that had not dissipated. Otherwise, I wouldn't be taking such risks. Just as I was lost in thought, a figure appeared silently beside me. Young Master Chu, Bai Wuchen's mother has been sent to your room. Upon hearing this, my eyes lit up, and my headache disappeared. I turned and walked towards the room prepared for me. In the palace, a beautiful young woman who looked to be only 30 had a look of panic and unease in her eyes. She was about to rest at home when a man in black suddenly broke in, knocked her out, and when she woke up again, she found herself in this palace. I said outside the door, "Aunt, I'm coming in, please don't shout." Suddenly, the system popped up, "Master, you seem like a pervert." Hearing my voice, Sun Yuchio instinctively shivered, but when she saw it was me who walked in, her heart, which had been in her throat, gradually relaxed. "Oh, it's just Xiao Chu." I sat in front of Sun Yuchio, unabashedly looking her up and down. This made her heart, which had just relaxed, tense up again. "Xiao Chu, why did you call Aunt over so late? If there's nothing important, I should go back." After saying this, Sun Yuchio was about to stand up and leave. My gaze made her feel a bit uncomfortable, and she instinctively tightened her clothes. I said, "Aunt, I called you over for a reason, so please don't move around. Otherwise, with just a man and a woman alone, it wouldn't look good for me if this got out." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuchio was taken aback. I continued, "Aunt, you wouldn't want your son to be pointed at and talked about, would you? Letting people say that his brother has become his father." With no choice, Sun Yuchio had to sit down. Her son was her pride and her everything. I said again, "Because of your son, my Chu family was destroyed, but now your son is colluding with the culprit. What do you think I should do?" Sun Yuchio sighed in relief upon hearing this. "Xiao Chu, this matter is our fault. I will have Xiao Chun apologize." The corners of my mouth lifted. "Is that all?" Sun Yuchio's eyes flickered a bit. "Xiao Chu, I know you have been wronged. I will go find Xiao Chun right now and have him apologize to you in person. I will make sure he separates from that culprit." I waved my hand, interrupting Sun Yuchio's words, and then stepped forward. Seeing this, Sun Yuchio was so frightened that she leaned back. "Xiao Chu, what do you want to do? I am your brother's mother," I said. "Don't shout. Even if you scream your throat out, your son won't hear you." As I got closer, Sun Yuchio's face turned pale. "Xiao Chu, you can't do this. How will you face Xiao Chun like this?" With a rip, the harsh sound of fabric tearing echoed. Sun Yuchio shouted, "Xiao Chu, don't do this. How can you do this to Xiao Chen?" Hearing this, I slapped her backhanded. Sun Yuchio covered her face, her eyes filled with confusion. I scolded, "Shut up. If you shout again, do you believe I will do something to you in front of your son?" Sun Yuchio instinctively closed her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. I waved my hand, and the female guard beside me walked over, looking at me in confusion. She was quite excited and asked, "Aren't you going to continue?" Hearing the maid's question, I showed a bewildered expression. "Why are you so excited? This maid is not right." Then I turned my head and knocked Sun Yuchio unconscious with a punch. The maid immediately became excited, thinking I liked this kind of tune. However, my next sentence completely disappointed her. "Find a secluded place to tie her up, and make sure to keep a close watch on her." The female guard was taken aback and wondered if this young Master Chu was not capable. It's such a pity to be so young. Subsequently, she left with Sun Yuchio, feeling disappointed. Looking at the clothes in his hands, Chu Xingha's gaze flickered. Another maid came forward and Chu Xingha looked at her. "Take advantage of the night to give this dress to Bai Wuchen, and write a letter wanting her mother's whereabouts in exchange for that purple jade gourd." "Master, you're crazy. That's a treasure that can help the son of Qi to grow fast. What do you want to come over here for? You don't understand. Zhongli Qing Meng has all sorts of holy pills in her hands, and that gourd can make pills. Now that I'm going to gain her trust, I'll be able to obtain a large amount of holy pills and divine medicines, and at that time, refining pills for the son of Qi will not be able to help him grow more quickly." Oh, it's me who misunderstood Master. Master has put his heart and soul into helping the son of Qi, Bai Wu Chen, and gained 3,000 help values. The help value can be used to draw 10,000 for the initial draw, 50,000 for the intermediate level, and 100,000 for the advanced level. True Sun Palace. Bai Wuchen woke up from his meditation, his brows furrowed and his mind a bit restless. It always feels like something is happening today. A dark shadow flashed past the window. White dustless ran out. The pupils contracted at the sight of the bright yellow fabric on the ground. A deep uneasiness welled up. This dress was still personally selected by him and given to Sun Yuchio. "See the letter on the ground. Pick it up and open it." A line of small print came into view. "I have your mother. Your mother is beautiful. Your mother cries so beautifully. If you want your mother's whereabouts, take the purple gold gourd in exchange. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise I can't guarantee you more than one father." Bai Wuchen's veins rippled, and his hand was trembling as he held the epistle. Intense killing intent brewed under his eyes. "Whoever you are, dare to bully my mother. I will kill you in heaven and on earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't let me know who you are. White Dustless always knew where that uneasiness came from. Could it be that demoness Joan Li Ching Meng? Two people with the deepest enmity. Today, he also snatched a chance from Joan Li Ching Meng. White Dustless returned to his room. Moody. There are only a few people who know exactly who did the purple and gold gourd. A face flashed through his mind, and in the end he rejected it. It finally settled on a face. That's Chu Singho's, and I don't know what kind of people were sent. That's how you protect my mother. It's so unhelpful. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed. Could it be Chu Xinghe's revenge? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, because he had hooked up with Ji Qingmeng. He hadn't let anyone explore Chu Xinghe's whereabouts recently. Obviously it was his brother, but he had an expectation inside him before. If Chu Xinghe died, he wouldn't have to explain. You can be at ease with Ji Qingmeng. There weren't many people who knew he had a purple and gold gourd. He kind of regretted showing off before. When Chu Xinghe knew that the letter had been delivered, taking out the immortal demon pill, he swallowed it in one gulp and began to cultivate an elixir made from the essence blood of immortals and demons. It should allow him to break through the Seal King realm. White Dustless, let's play nice next. There's another great gift for you tomorrow. I hope you'll enjoy it. Chapter 3, Capturing the Mother of the Child of the Chakra's childhood friend. In another palace, Zhong Li Qing Meng lay on her side, listening to the maid's report. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually didn't make a move on Bai Wuduan's mom? Could it be that Bai Wuduan's mom isn't pretty? Chu Xinghe is so crazy, just for a purple and gold gourd. Could it be that he can't? It's kind of funny. I don't know what the special effects are, so I'll ask later. Go down. The maid hid in the darkness to protect Zhong Li Qing Meng's safety. Zhong Li Qing Meng's brows were furrowed and a flash of pain flashed across her face. Damn, it's getting really hard to suppress. His eyes gradually turned scarlet, and a violent killing intent raged in the great hall. By the time Chu Xinghe woke up, the sky had already lightened. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, Early King Seal. Physique, Immortal Demon Body. Immortal Demon Pupil. Technique, Immortal Demon Taoist Scripture. Martial Art, Immortal and Demon in the Nine Heavens. Weapon, Immortal Magic Harp. Help value, 3,000. Backpack, Fairy Magic Instrument. A black silk. A set of photo shoots. An immortal demon pill had indeed allowed him to break through the Seal King realm. By the time Chu Xinghe found Zhong Li Qingmeng, subconsciously looking hard towards her large white legs, Zhong Li Qingmeng frowned. Think of something, and let go of your worries. Chu Xinghe, are you no good? Chu Xinghe froze. Are you no good? Are you too tired? You're going too fast? That's the biggest insult to a man. Mess with me. You're kicking cotton. This one here is a killer. A black glow appeared under his eyes. This was the immortal demon pupil, which could see through other people's information, identity, and strength. Name, Zhong Li Qingmeng. Age, 20. Identity, Heaven's Destiny Villain. Divine daughter of the Zhongli family. Strength, Ascension to Perfection. Physique, Heaven-swallowing demon body. Technique, Devouring Heavenly Devil Taoist Scripture. Heavenly Diffusion Taoist Scripture. Luck value, 1 million. Seeing Zhong Li Qingmeng's strength, he was inwardly staggered. Worthy of being a crazy batch female devil. Why is this 1 million fortune value red? Master, her chi value is abnormal. A help and a restriction. Chu Xinghe indicated that he understood. Feeling Chu Xinghe's gaze, Zhong Li Qingmeng's eyes flashed with unnaturalness. A feeling of being seen through. Killing intent brewed in Fang's eyes. Is there any interest in having White Dustless beg to come before you? Zhong Li Qingmeng's killing intent dissipated. Tell me about it? First, arrest the people of the Ji family. Kill them, leave Ji Mingxin her mother, and then threaten Ji Mingxin to kill Bai Wuchen. Zhong Li Qingmeng had a strange look in her eyes. You're addicted to catching other women. She also knew that this was Chu Xinghe using her to get back at Ji Meng Xin. But it's fun to be a pawn sometimes. As for a small Ji family, she didn't put it on her mind. As long as you believe me, your physique will be suppressed for the time being. Chu Xinghe's voice fell. A wild and raging killing intent rose. Chu Xinghe's scalp was numb, as if he was being stared at by a great demon that devoured heaven and earth. After a while, the killing intent subsided as if it were a tidal wave. When are you meeting with White Dustless? When things are over with the Ji family, that's when the meeting will take place. And I have a big gift waiting for him. Have your men take me away? I don't want anyone to know where I am. And give me some strong men I'll need to use. Zhong Li Qingmeng nodded. Shadow 6. Follow him, don't let him die. Zhong Li Qingmeng being so dry was a bit of a surprise to Chu Xinghe. You trust me that much? Zhong Li Qingmeng took a serious look at Chu Xinghe. You're mean enough to be shameless. Chu Xinghe. Without stopping, Chu Xinghe left with Shadow 6. By the time night had fallen, he had arrived at the Ji family in Xianzhou. Elder, please. Shadow 6 nodded, stretching out his hand. Taoist rhythms intertwined in his hand. a large black hand rose up from the ground and the entire Ji family disappeared. Along with them disappeared Chu Xinghe, Shadow 6. When the people of the Ji family reacted and looked at the person in front of them, their pupils contracted. Chu Xinghe, how could it be you? Aren't you already dead? Appalledness appeared on Ji Wuyo's face. It seems you have not forgotten me. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he took out a knife. Ji Wuyo, borrow your head for a while, or else Ji Mingxin won't believe it. Before Ji Wuyo could speak, his head had already been chopped off by Chu Xinghe. Husband, Ji Mingxin's mother, Bai Ruoshui, let out a cry of alarm and turned her head, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at Chu Xinghe, killing intent brewing under her eyes. Rip. Bai Ruoshui's pupils dilated as her killing intent receded and she hurriedly protected her body. Ma'am, don't scream or look at me like that. You wouldn't want me to do something to you in front of all these seasons, would you? Bai Ruoshui shed 2 lines of tears. It should have been dead or alive in the first place, nor would that result. Shadow 6 looked on in disbelief. This young man, he rips people's clothes off at the drop of a hat, and specializing in ripping other people's mothers' clothes off. This kid's fetish is a little kinky. Immediately after that, Chu Xinghe carried his sword and killed the Ji family members one by one. Shadow 6 nodded. This kid was tough enough. Good. In the cultivation world, one can only survive if one's methods are ruthless enough. There are so many of you, I can't see them all, so I'll have to commission you to go ahead and cast off. Finally, Bai Ruoshui was left. With his entire body bound and his strength sealed, he couldn't do anything if he wanted to. She had to watch her husband and son being killed. Tears of remorse flowed. Sadness welled up. Master, are you lying to me? You killed Ji's family, causing the son of Luck's luck value to drop by 1,000. Didn't you want to help him? System, you don't understand. Look at the son of Qi surrounded by beautiful women. Where is the mind to cultivate? Dang, a son of Qi, the strength is not as high as the villain. I'm helping him and exercising his mind. Really? I'm telling you, I'm smart. Don't lie to me. You're so smart. Surely you can't be lied to. It's the extreme compression that will rebound and he'll realize the importance of cultivation. By the time he's ruthless enough to cultivate, his strength will skyrocket. And look at how I've become evil for helping him. Also, oh, Master is so hard to help the son of Qi grow. Gained help value of 10,000. Chu Xinghe was pained on the surface, but inwardly he was already smiling. Elder, destroy the corpse here and let's change to another place. There was surprise in Shadow 6's gaze. This place is so secluded. It's not like it's going to change places. Chu Xinghe did not explain, directly knocked Bai Ruoshui out. Shadow 6 couldn't figure out Chu Xinghe. You say he's not interested in women, specializing in other people's mother ****** heirs. Say you're interested. That's a black hand. Should we bring Sun Yuqiu here as well, and take him into custody together? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The sons of Qi have many means, and when they are put together, the goal is easily made bigger instead. Put them in 2 separate places, so that if something happens in one place, the other place will be ready for defense. You can't put your eggs in one basket. What's next? Shadow 6 asked curiously. His childhood friend Lu Ruqing is also by his side. Let's go and catch Lu Ruqing's mother as well. Shadow 6. Half an hour later, the entire Lu family had been turned into a sea of fire. Chu Xinghe carried a better-faced lady in his hands. Another piece of the dress is mutilated. Chu Xinghe thought of something, and his gaze pondered for a moment. Let's go. Put the 3 of them together and record a few more locations with a staying stone. Oh, Master, the Qi of the son of Qi has dropped another 500. Are you lying to me? How could I? You're so cute. How could I lie to you? It's about to get into the swing of things. Okay, I believe in Master. Master helps the son of Qi to grow. Gain help value of 5,000. Chapter 4, If you don't listen, sell your woman's mother. After following Chu Xinghe's nonsense for a day, even Shadow 6 was a bit overwhelmed. The day spanned multiple territories and was documented with a leave-behind stone. He didn't know why Chu Xinghe did that. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose as he looked at the 10 shadow-retaining stones in his hands. That guy can definitely find out where the address is based on the picture of the shadow-retaining stone. Elder, let the 3 of them be imprisoned separately. And remember that the imprisoned person can only contact you, and they should not know about each other. Shadow 6 nodded. Just as Chu Xinghe finished doing that, Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, Tru Yang Palace, Ji Mingxin, Lu Ruqing, Chu Lianyi, and Bai Wuchen sat together, dustless. Who do you suspect did this? Ji Mangxian's eyes were a little red and swollen. The moment she saw her father's head, she felt like the sky had collapsed. The father's head was still wrapped in his mother's clothes, and with a letter stained with blood. I have your mother. Your mother is beautiful. Your mother cries so beautifully. To save your mother, kill White Wudong. Dark circles had appeared under Ji Mangxian's eyes, surfacing with exhaustion. Even Lu Ruqing, who was next to him, hadn't slept all night. White Dustless took a deep breath. At the moment even he was nodding his head. Tricky, don't even know who your opponent is. Dustless, could it be Zhongli Qingmeng? Only she is so crazy and has the strength to do such a thing? White Dustless pondered for a moment. A bit unsure. Zhongli Qingmeng is the most suspicious. Actually, there's another person I suspect? Bai Wuchen looked around and his gaze landed on Chu Liani. Chu Xinghe. Hearing this, several people's faces changed, especially Ji Mang Xin. The Chu family was destroyed by her. Chu Liani's complexion also changed. Think of that, brother. Dustless, you don't have to think about me. As long as you are well, everything will be fine with me. And if it's really him, I will help you kill him. Bai Wuchen grabbed Chu Liani's hand. I'm relieved to have you say that. White Dustless gets to his feet. I'm going to find Zhongli Qingmeng. If she didn't do it, I'd really need her help this time. You can't let the master step in until it's absolutely necessary. And if it becomes a big deal, things will get messy. Bai Wuchen's master was a law enforcement elder with a high position of authority, so investigating would definitely scare the snakes. Maybe there are eyes on them right now. Tai Ching Palace. Zhongli Qingmeng felt that the past 2 days were a bit strange. I don't realize how much easier it feels, especially the Ji family, after the destruction of the Lu family. Zhongli Qingmeng's soft and boneless hand, leaning on her small face, was a bit lazy. It would be easier to kill anyone connected to White Dustless so that she could. Should we kill the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land Law Enforcement Elder? Or destroy the Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion? The thought of being part of the trouble had to be put off for the time being. Miss, outside, Bai Wuduan seeks an audience. Zhongli Qingmeng flashed strangely, before she was all about killing to stop killing. Didn't expect to bring back a good brain. Let him in. After Bai Wuchen came in and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng's face, his heart was inevitably moved inside. But this woman had no interest in him. Even though he had become a true successor of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land for a short period of time, and could compete for the position of Saint Sun next, how many women in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land wanted to share a bed with him? She was the only one who looked at him in disgust. Zhongli Qingmeng, did you do what happened? How dare you? Slap your mouth. Before Bai Wuchen could react, a hand reached out from the void. Snap! White Dustless crashed into the wall in a 1080-degree high-speed spin. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Bai Wu Dian, the chance to snatch it away goes to you. And you've specially come to show off in front of this young lady. Could it be that you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you if the law enforcement elder protects you? White Dustless climbed to his feet, with many bones broken in his body. It's so dark. Did you have the Ji family, the Lu family, overthrown? Zhongli Qingmeng carried impatience between her brows. Something like a mole cricket is also worthy of this lady's hand. Bai Wuduan's doubts were dispelled when he thought of Zhongli Qingmeng's identity and the impatience between his brows. Zhongli Qingmeng carries a playfulness in his heart. It wasn't me who did it in the first place. Zhongli Qingmeng, make a deal. Help me find the Ji family, the Lu family alive, and my mother. Zhongli Qingmeng wanted to laugh a little when she heard this. That Chu Xinghe is also talented, specializing in catching other people's mothers. Oh, no help. White Dustless opened his mouth. Zhongli Qingmeng originally wanted to intervene, but thought better of it. It's so hard to come across something fun. White Dustless left in a state of disorientation. Turns out he can't do anything. So what if it had the realm of a god general? So what if it's a cross-class fight? Looking at Bai Wuchen's forlorn back, Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth was tinged with playfulness. Miss, Duke Chu sent a letter asking if Miss dares to have someone kill the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land Law Enforcement Elder. Zhongli Qingmeng sat up with a thoughtful look in her eyes. What else did he say? He also said that if he dared to do it, he would send a strong person of more than 3 great realms to sit in on it, inform the clan and awaken a great sage powerhouse who has never been born, and have him go find Chu Xinghe. Yes, ma'am. In the middle of Tianshui City, Chu Xinghe's pupils contracted as he looked at the sudden extra people on the opposite side. The supreme power. This is solid. Zhongli Yuan also sized up Chu Xinghe and didn't ask much. The 3 men dressed up, found a gambler, and told him to find 100 beggars, each of whom would take a letter and deliver it to the Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion. If you continue to use the previous method you are exposed. A single beggar is also easy to investigate. The 100 beggars also came from different places. Shadow 6 looked at Chu Xinghe a bit puzzled. This fellow was also too careful. How would he do it? Chu Xinghe knew that Shadow 6 was asking about Bai Wuduan. One can only tell his master, the law enforcement elder of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Since he doesn't listen, he needs to be taught a lesson as well. Chu Xinghe had a playful look in his eyes. Sell Ji Mang Xian's mother, Bai Ruoshui, to a greenhouse. My Chu family's blood feud is not so easy to pay back. This moment, he should have sent someone to the first place. In a dark alley in Cloudwater City, White Dustless looked at the letter left in the room. Fingers were trembling. He was shaking with fear, chills running down his back. Dusty, Calm down. White Dustless took a deep breath. His throat rolling, trembling, he opened the epistle. Pupils constricted. It was written boldly. You don't seem to understand human language, telling you not to tell others, because of your wrong choice. Ji Meng Xian's mother, by Ruoxue has entered a greenhouse. Guess which greenhouse? Go back and frankly tell Ji Meng Xian that I'll keep an eye on you, or else will it be your mother next? Or Lu Ruqing's? How about you utilize the bloodline search for relatives? Want to try that? By the way, don't forget to split Ji Wuyo's head open. There's a surprise inside. A pair of eyes is painted underneath, and a human smile. Bai Ruochen's body shook and he couldn't hold back any longer as a mouthful of blood spurted out. Both eyes closed and passed out. The law enforcement elder came from the void and frowned as he looked at the contents of the letter. What's the difference between that and killing people to death? The next step in the planning process is already in place. Who the hell is it that has such a good mind? Chapter 5, Killing and Killing, saying your business in front of everyone in the Holy Land. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose as he heard a sharp popping sound from the system. Ah, it's over. The son of Qi, Bai Wu Dian, has suffered damage to his heart and soul, and has lost another 1,000 Qi value. Oh, master, what should we do? If we continue to fall, something will happen. Calm down. You are so smart as a system. Don't you know that if you don't break through, now is the most critical moment. As long as he breaks through, he can definitely have smooth sailing in the future. Knowing the shame, I will definitely cultivate desperately behind me, never wanting what happened today to happen again. Yes? You still don't believe me? Don't forget that our mission is to assist the growth of the son of Qi, and we are now honing his heart. Yes, I almost forgot. Master helped the son of Qi to sharpen his heart, rewarding 10,000 health values. Chu Xinghe secretly said, this system is not too smart. Looking back, he realized that Shadow 6 and also Zhongli Yuan were staring at him. Let's go. Unlock the next location. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Shadow 6 froze. You set all this up and you're not going to see it? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Curiosity killed the cat, and a little carelessness can expose it. Looking at the departing Chu Xinghe, the two looked at each other and followed. This guy's really old 6. Obviously he set it up and got out of it completely. In the middle of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, when Ji Meng Xian learned that her mother had been sold to a greenhouse, in the heat of the moment, he spurted blood and passed out. Bai Wuduan's fingers were clenched tightly, and his eye sockets were deep with deep exhaustion. Lu Ruqing had been in 6s and 7s long ago. Scared to hear that nightmare news, the law enforcement elder looked at Bai Wuchen's listless appearance. Step by step, this man obviously knows you very well. Don't you have anyone you suspect? There is one. I'm not sure if he's dead or alive. His name is Chu Xinghe, my former brother. The law enforcement elder frowned after hearing this. If they are your former brothers, why are they doing this to you? White Dustless didn't chime in. The law enforcement elder watched as the disciple had a hard time speaking, so he naturally didn't ask. Go to that brother's family of yours and look around. You might find a clue. Bai Wuduan's face stiffened. The Chu family has been destroyed. The enforcement elder's face didn't look too good either. What realm was the strongest person of the Chu family in the past? Chu Liani looked at the law enforcement elder. Seal Emperor realm. The law enforcement elder's eyes narrowed as he knew that this disciple had a big secret. The strongest person in the Ji family is already over the Seal Emperor realm. If Chu Xinghe did this, either he bought and killed someone. There are always some prisoners that are willing to take that risk. There's also the result that he worships a certain power, but he can know all about your whereabouts, which is a bit puzzling. Could it be that he used a special method to change his face and hide among the disciples? Or maybe you have his eyes around you. When Bai Wuchen heard this, he fiercely looked at Chu Liani with thoughtfulness in his eyes. The law enforcement elder had clarity in his eyes. Chu Liani noticed Bai Wuchen's skepticism and hurriedly defended herself. I didn't do it. I was indeed a Chu family member before, but I had already fallen for you a long time ago. I defied the eyes of the world and you actually doubted me. Bai Wuchen, do you still have a conscience? You really doubt me. Just kill me. Chu Liani turned away, tears falling indisputably. The law enforcement elder took a sip of tea and didn't ask any more questions. Seasonless head, do you want? The law enforcement elder reminded a word. There was nothing better he could do. Even if he notified the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, it could only make a fuss. And in the end, it was still Bai Wuchen who lost face, as well as him, the law enforcement elder. Wait until Dreamheart wakes up. That's his father's head. White Dustless also felt tricky. The enforcement elder couldn't help but speak up as he looked at Bai Wudian's helpless appearance. Actually, there is another way. Bai Wuchen looked toward the law enforcement elder. Ask Zhongli Qingmeng. The Zhongli family has a long heritage. Her identity is unusual. If you ask for her help, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. You're only a true disciple now, not a holy son. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land won't accompany you in your nonsense. Me stepping in to help you is already the maximum that the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land can do. White Dustless shook his head. I begged her a long time ago and she refused. The law enforcement elder pondered for a moment. I'll make a trip to her and hopefully, for the love of my old face, help you out for once. The law enforcement elder disappeared into thin air. In the Tai Ching Palace, Zhongli Qingmeng already knew the whole story. He was impressed with Chu Xinghe. Is Master Qingmeng nephew available? After Zhongli Qingmeng heard this, there was disgust in her eyes. This old thing hadn't bothered her much before. Not just a few more flies to kill that are in the way. Not in. The law enforcement elder outside. His old face reddened. You might as well not have chimed in. Zhongli Qingmeng was not a normal person. He could not be forced. One can only shake one's head and leave. This is a disgrace. Back to the True Sun Palace. Facing Bai Wuchen's expectant gaze, he could only shake his head. Bai Wuduan's heart sank. Ji Mingxin woke up leisurely, feeling like her soul had been emptied. White Dustless was helpless and took a deep breath, holding Ji Mengxian's hand. Dream heart, I want to split my uncle's head open. There are clues inside. When Bai Wuchen said these words, he lowered his head and his voice gradually became weaker. Split it, then. Ji Mengxian's voice was icy cold. Bai Wuchen let go of Ji Mingxin and split Ji Wuyo's head open. It's not really easy to spot without looking hard. Upon opening it, the words on it came into view. See the word. Miss me no. Hypocrites will be punished. Are you ready? Tell the story of the Chu family and the Ji family in front of all the disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, especially what role you played in it. Do it before you get the next clue. And if you don't say yes, you'll have a lot more dads out there. By the way, it's also important to highlight Chu Lian Eo. I'll keep an eye on you. There is a pair of eyes drawn at the bottom, and a smiley face. Bai Wuchen's face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly trickled down. Feeling top-heavy, reach out and brace yourself on the tabletop. Chu Lian also had a bad feeling in her heart. Looking closer, he blanched, eyes lost in thought. This would be something she was sure she'd never be able to face if she told anyone. It was even nailed to a pillar of shame. Ji Mengxian snatched the note up. Seeing the words on it, the eyes became vacant. This is retribution. I really deserve this. This is retribution. Ji Mengxian laughed and cried out. Lu Ruqing's face stiffened and she lost her usual radiance. If this matter were to be publicized, where would the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land still be able to tolerate them? White Dustless looked up to the sky, clear blue skies, but a thick cloud covered his heart. Walking up to the law enforcement elder, he plopped down and knelt down. Disciple is unfilial. Let the benefactor disgrace. Today self-exile division. If there is an afterlife, in the repayment of the grace of Master education, I ask Master to help disciple for the last time, to gather the disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The law enforcement elder subconsciously clenched his fingers. I'll go and consult with the Holy Lord, so wait for my news. The law enforcement elder disappeared into thin air. Half an hour later, the holy bell rang 3 times, resounding throughout the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Chapter 6, Abolition of Strength and Expulsion from the Holy Land. The disciples, deacons, and elders of the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land who had heard the commotion all gathered above the square. Especially those disciples who had just come out of seclusion were dumbfounded. The sacred bell hasn't rung for 100 years. What happened this time? Who knows? Murphy, something big is going on. Could it be that there is a chance to be born, and we are asked to go out to explore the chance? The 4 elders are here. Let's see what's said first. Bai Wuchen stood on top of the high platform and looked at the law enforcement elder. The law enforcement elder shook his head with a helpless look in his eyes. The voice of the Holy Lord still echoed in his ears. Some small matters, take care of them on your own. The law enforcement elders can go out for a walk and take a break. How could he not understand the Holy Lord's meaning? Go out for a walk, take a break, and let him see if there are any other talented disciples. Tell him to give up White Wudan. If you don't give up, then accompany Bai Wudian away. The meaning was self-evident, not lacking him as an elder. The reputation of the Holy Land couldn't be ruined on a single disciple. Even if White Dustless left, he would still have to wipe his ass. Bai Wuduan's heart sank to the bottom, to numbness and indifference. He's been dropped. Lifting his head again, there was a maniacal look in his eyes. It's been so humiliating. What's unacceptable? From afar, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the law enforcement elder whose face was gray and mournful. There was also the colorless-eyed White Dustless. The corners of his mouth turned up. Chu Xinghe, you're really something. Shadow 1. Bai Wuchen has been given up, and after he leaves the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, whoever helps him, exterminate the clan. Shadow 1 nodded and didn't ask any more questions. As a deadbeat, you just have to fulfill your master's orders. Bai Wuduan looked at the hundreds of thousands of disciples below. The heart still can't hide the remorse, the fear. I'm really sorry for occupying everyone's cultivation time today. My name is Bai Wuchen. Many disciples know me. This is Lu Ruching. This is Chu Liani. And this is Ji Mingxin. The main story today is about what I did. The disciples below blinked. You looked at me and I looked at you. I'm confused. I'm sick of listening to your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Many disciples sighed, pulled out their benches, took out a handful of melon seeds, and made pots of tea. There were also a number of disciples who followed suit. Several of us are from Xianzhou. In the past, I had a brother named Xu Xinghe, and after I met him, he helped me with my work with the help of the Chu family's young master status. Every time I caused trouble, he was able to help me solve it, and later on, in the middle of a secret realm, I got to know Ji Mingxin and robbed her of an elixir. Afterwards, I even showed off in front of her. I inquired that her identity was not something I could mess with, and left a fake name in the secret realm, Chu Xinghe. Then the Dream family overthrew the Chu family, and Chu Xinghe didn't give up my name. Afterwards, Chu Xinghe disappeared without a trace, which I haven't explored, and came together with Ji Mingxin. Even I was expecting him to be dead so I wouldn't have to explain to him why he came together with Ji Mengxin. Many disciples stopped drinking tea and getting high on melons after hearing this. Interesting, really interesting, ungrateful to this extent. There's no one else. Just this kind of person is also worthy of being a true master. When the master's eyes are smeared with dog, anyone who is bold enough to pull a bowl for this by Jinchuan on the spot, I wouldn't dare. It's so shameless. If it's addictive it won't follow you every day and ask for it. Bah, didn't think it was such an ungrateful person. Really misjudged him, at the expense of me still liking her. This kind of trash. I clip the quilt and don't even give it to him. Garbage. Assholes. It's really not worth it for that one called Chu Xinghe. The invective was unrelenting. White Dustless felt his mind boggle, and only continue to speak. This one is Chu Liani, the righteous daughter adopted by the Chu family head, and also Chu Xinghe's sister. As you can see, she is also my woman. After Bai Wuchen finished speaking, Chu Liani's face turned pale. It felt like her brain cavity was roaring, and the sounds of abuse around her were like seawater, drowning her out. Another wolf-hearted thing, not thinking of revenge and being someone else's woman. What's so great about this Bai Wuchen? Hasn't seen a man or what? It could be that his stomach is too small. It's a nest of snakes and rats and wolves. The law enforcement elder sat on top of the high platform, his head lowered. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. The three elders next to him did not speak. Their meaning was self-evident. Silence, all of you. The transmission elder stood up and his voice carried out. The whole square was silent. According to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land sect rules, Bai Wuchen, Ji Mingxin, Lu Ruching, and Chu Liani will be abolished from their cultivation and expelled from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The four men raised their heads, and panic was already on their faces when they heard about the abolition of their cultivation. No, you cannot abolish our cultivation. Elder Transmission ignored the four. With a casual wave of his hand, the four spewed out a mouthful of golden blood and went limp on the ground. A bunch of dogs and men. Deservedly, as it should be, ashamed to be in the company of such people. Throw off the Tianyan Holy Land, and the deeds of the four will spread to Qingzhou. The transmission elder knew that this matter could not be hidden from the other holy lands, and instead of covering it up, it would be better to admit it in a big way. As for the law enforcement elder, he also made a fool of himself by accepting a disciple and really treating him as a treasure. The law enforcement elder's face was bashful, seeing the other disciples looking at him with scorn. I can't wait to get under the covers and not come out. As they carried out of the Tianyan Holy Land, many disciples, ruthlessly pinched at Bai Wuchen. Walking to the door, a few people looked at each other. A vicious kick sends a few people flying. Leave without looking back. The four men landed on the ground, blood spurting out, and many of their bones were broken by the kick. Bai Wuchen took out the pills and gave each of the three of them one. Let's leave and then we'll figure it out. White Dustless bared his teeth and stood up, resentment flashing in his eyes. Tianyan Holy Land. Wait, sooner or later, one day, I will return. This letter is for you. Before the person appeared, a letter had already floated in the void. Bai Wu Dian, how do you feel? You robbed me of my chance. I'll send you a bigger chance. I hope you're happy. The game goes on, and your mother still needs you to save her. 100 Flowers House. Don't go late. White Dustless raged across the room. A little bit of hard gas, between being angry and being a wimp, choosing to have a nest egg. No wonder it was abandoned. Zhongli Qing Meng, you wait. Sooner or later, I'll chop your head off. 100 Flower House. Let's hurry over there. Bai Wuchen could only endure the pain. In the end, you don't even know who your enemy is. Always suspected Chu Xinghe. It turned out to be Zhongli Qingmeng from beginning to end. Why is this crazy batch starting to play with their brains? On the other side, Shadow 6, who had received the news, was dumbfounded. Mr. Chu, the four of them have turned into trash. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. for the staggering voice of the system had sounded. Chapter 7, Miserable Sons of Qi. The system cries. Chu Xinghe had the intention to comfort this budding system. Master, what to do? How come the more assistance, the more miserable the son of Qi is? Don't worry, he still has that purple gold gourd. He will definitely be able to recover his cultivation. Right now his Qi luck value is exactly when it's low. The next thing to do is to help him recover quickly and soar to the heavens. Yes, he still has the purple gold gourd. Master, you quickly go help him. Master is kind-hearted and allows the son of Qi to see the cruel truth. Rewarding 30,000 health values. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth didn't want to turn upwards, but it's harder to press than an AK. Shadow 6. Zhongli Yuan looked at Chu Xinghe, whose mouth was twitching, and was speechless for a while. There are no outsiders, so you can laugh if you want to. Those jades, were they placed where I said they would be? When Chu Xinghe mentioned this matter, Shadow 6 had a strange look in his eyes. The thought of placing it in a location is a bit of a bad mood. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land has made a fool of itself this time. The Elder of Law Enforcement will definitely have to clean up the mess, and whoever is behind the scheme, he'll definitely want to get back at it. Chu Xinghe similarly had thoughts. The son of Qi being given up so quickly was something he hadn't expected. He hadn't had enough fun yet. Are we going to the 100 Flowers? Both of them knew that there were also arrangements made by Chu Xinghe in the 100 Flowers building. We'll go over there later. Zhongli Yuan looked at Chu Xinghe. Are you waiting to hear from the lady? Chu Xinghe stared at Zhongli Yuan in surprise. Not bad. I asked you to come here to try to kill the law enforcement elder. The attitude of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land has changed, and the plan may be adjusted. Now these people around him were all Zhongli Qingmang's, not his people. Guns are not adjusted in time, and it is easy to get yourself into trouble. Also among the 100 Flowers building, White Dustless followed the clues to find a room. People go to greenhouses to have fun. He went to the greenhouse to find his mother. The resentment towards Zhongli Qingmang deepened in his heart. Pushing the room open, there was only a letter inside. The temples jutted at the sight of the familiar letter. Zhongli Qingmang, sooner or later I will sacrifice your head to heaven. Excited hearts, trembling hands, open the letter. Put down the purple gold gourd and remove the aura that the law enforcement elder has purposely left behind to unrecognize the owner. Don't pull any tricks or I don't promise to do anything about it. See if there is anything in the middle of the room that is familiar to you. At the bottom of the letter is drawn a pair of eyes and a smiley face. Bai Wuduan raised his head, as if struck by lightning. That dress is all too familiar. It's none other than Sun Yuchio's. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out. A butt on a stool, dizziness and ringing in the ears. With a movement of the sea of consciousness, a palm-sized purple gold gourd appeared in his hand. Remove the breath left behind by the law enforcement elder. With the unrecognized state, the purple and gold gourd's light dimmed. Put it down and leave without looking back. Stumble and run out. Where's the madman from? Get out of the way. White Dustless bumped into quite a few people. Many people cursed angrily. White Dustless raised his head. Look at the prying eyes. It felt like each pair had the same eyes as the ones drawn on the letter. It's you. It's you. It's still you. Give me back my mother. Many people's eyes were tinged with strangeness. What's wrong with this guy? Getting too high and playing stupid? What a scorpion pulling poop. The only one. Looking for his mother in a greenhouse. Probably looking for mama. A little delirious. Which one of them is so fierce that it can play a lad out of his mind? Hiss. Isn't this the true successor of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Bai Wuchen. Hearing that someone recognized them, many people's faces changed and took a step back. He's that wolf-hearted Bai Wuduan. So what are we waiting for? This kind of beast. I'm not in a good mood if I don't beat it up. Bang, 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 snap. White Dustless curled up, footprints all over the body. The handsome face has become a pig's head. Many spat and dashed away. White Dustless stood up with a muddled, foggy mind. It felt like there was something in his arms and he didn't take it out. Shaking and disappearing into the distance. In the middle of the 100 Flowers building, that purple and gold gourd had disappeared. Shadow 6. Zhongli Yuan all looked at this purple gold gourd. There was curiosity in the look. Mr. Chu, why are you so curious about this violet gold gourd? Chu Xinghe sighed with a complexity in his eyes. It was a gift to my father. Before he died, he's still holding this violet gold gourd. This is a great insult to my Chu family. Chu Xinghe was filled with righteous indignation, his eyes flashing with anger. Shadow 6. Zhongli Yuan shook his head. Wow. Chu Xinghe laughed inwardly and sighed when he heard the system cry out with a wow. The son of luck has lost the purple gold gourd. His luck value has decreased by 10,000. He's going to be completely screwed. Now his luck is completely low and his life is in danger. Master, I feel like you've been lying to me. Chu Xinghe sighed with a despondent tone. You have yet to understand my good intentions. Do you think I can gain Zhongli Qingmeng's trust this time? Should be able to blah. If Bai Wuchen is so miserable, Zhongli Qingmeng must be very happy and will reward me with divine pills, so when the time comes, I'll refine pills to help him recover his cultivation. This is the lowest point in his life, and if he can break through, he will explode with unrivaled potential. Oh, so that's what Master intended. I was wrong about Master. Master helped the son of Qi to exercise his heart and gained a health value of 100,000. Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with me? I was just being kind and helping Bai Wuchen, casually throwing the purple gold gourd into the system backpack. On the other side, in a small farmhouse, the law enforcement elder's face was gloomy. Look at the jade floating out from inside the dry toilet. Grass, don't let me catch you, or I will surely break you into pieces. When had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's law enforcement elder? Immediately afterward, he let out a shocked gasp as he felt the aura of the purple gold gourd disappear. This is still the last request from White Dustless. Who the hell is it? Every step is in the enemy's calculations. One step behind. Beginning to dislike White Dustless. In the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, in the Taiching Palace, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the woman who appeared in front of him. There was a deep wariness under his eyes. There was only one that made her so afraid in this heaven-diffracting Holy Land. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. One Ruoshui. What does the Holy Lord want with me? When Ruoshui sat quietly as if she were a trickle of water. There's a kind of moisturized state. The law enforcement elder can't die. Just give a lesson. Chu Xinghe the teenager is not bad. When things are over, bring him back for me to see. Zhongli Qingmeng's pupils moved slightly. I don't understand what the Holy Lord means. When Ruoshui didn't continue to speak, and her body had already disappeared, Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed, and the scorn in the bottom of his eyes deepened. Miss, would you like to? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. Give Zhongli Yuan a word and give a proper lesson. Could it be that this woman knows something? Most of Zhongli Qingmeng, although crazy batch, does not mean that there is no brain. Chapter 8, the son of Qi goes crazy and kills his woman with his own hands. On the other side, White Dustless who ran out madly, taking a letter out of his arms. When I opened it, my head was in a daze. Your mother has converged with your 3 women. Still painted below are a pair of eyes and a smiley face. White Dustless hurried back. Come to the courtyard where they were temporarily living. Push the door open. Mother, the voice just rang out. His face was white, and 3 heads lay on the tabletop. It was Bai Ruoshui, Sun Yuqiu, and Zhao Ya's head. No, a sad voice resounded through the small courtyard. Because of excessive heartbreak passed out Ji Meng Xin, Lu Ruqing similarly woke up. Dustless, what's wrong? Chu Lianyi came back from shopping. Now they are ordinary people who need ordinary food. A turn of the head reveals 3 heads. His face went white and he dropped something in his hand. Bai Wuduan stumbled and staggered over to Sun Yuqiu, carefully cupped and cradled in his arms. Mother, Zhongli Qingmeng, if I don't kill you, I, Bai Wuchen, swear not to be a human being. Pust. The heartbreak was so great that a mouthful of blood spurted out a meter away. Deep eye sockets and progressive dementia. As the smell of blood spreads, Bai Wuduan's eyes became bloodshot. A pair of eyes and a smiling face came to mind. Dustless, are you alright? Chu Lianyi's eyes were filled with worry. Bai Wuchen unconsciously raised his head and saw Chu Lianyi's eyes. It's you. It must be you. Put down Sun Yuqiu's head. Both hands pinched Chu Lianyi's neck. Say, is it you? Those eyes are you. Definitely you. Chu Lianyi was being choked. Her face was red. She couldn't catch her breath, and she couldn't even say a word. Ji Mengxin. Lu Ruqing returned to her senses, hurriedly stepped forward to block it. Roll. At the moment, Bai Wuduan looked like a madman, eyes bloodshot. Ji Mengxin, Lu Ruqing and the 2 of them couldn't stop it, but they were also skeptical. Was it really Chu Lianyi? Chu Ripple gave up struggling. Quietly, he looked at White Dustless. Suddenly, she smiled, the corners of her mouth rising. Ji Mengxin, Lu Ruqing felt her back tingle. This smile seems like the one on the letter. There was infinite resentment in Chu Lianyi's heart. She abandons her family and her conscience to fall in love with Bai Wuchen. The last person to kill her was the same person she loved. Chu Lianyi's eyes turned white and slowly closed them. Poof! Chu Lianyi's body landed on the ground, already without breath. That smiling face before death was coalescing in Bai Wuchen's mind in death. Kill! 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 White Dustless was completely insane, cloaked in hair. She turned her head to look at Ji Meng Xin, Lu Ruqing. The 2 men were startled. Dustless, come back to your senses. Ji Mengxin. Lu Ruqing kept retreating and shouted at the top of her lungs. Oh, you're all going to die, all of you. Zhongli Qingmeng, go to hell. Bai Wuduan lunged at Ji Mengxin. Ji Meng Xin fell to the ground in shock. Bai Wuchen pinched Ji Mengxin with both hands. Zhongli Qingmeng, I'm going to strangle you. Strangle you. Kill my mother, and no one can save you from heaven or earth. Lu Ruching fell to her knees next to her, her legs going weak. White Dustless was in such a state that she didn't dare to breathe in fear. Brother Dustless, don't, that's not Zhong Li Qing Meng, that's Sister Meng Xin. Ji Meng Xin fell to the ground, feeling the passage of life. 2 lines of tears flowed down. Retribution. She should have let the Ji family kill Bai Wuduan in the first place. Poor thing, she never saw it coming. Endless regret surrounded her. Eyes slowly closed, completely lifeless. Ha ha, Zhong Li Qing Meng, you're dead. Finally, mother, I have avenged you. Next to him, Lu Ruching's throat rolled and he couldn't even say a word. At this moment, Bai Wuduan became too terrifying. Brother Dustless, wake up. White Dustless turned his head violently. Zhong Li Qing Meng, you're not dead yet. Why aren't you dead yet? Die for me. The voice fell and rushed to grab at Lu Ruching. Lu Ruching kept retreating. Don't come over. I am Ruching, not Zhong Li Qing Meng. Brother Dustless, hurry up and wake up. Lu Ruching shouted. White Dustless smiled evilly. Zhong Li Qing Meng, you will be afraid too. I won't let you go. From the time I entered the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, so many women have liked me, and you actually look down on me. Now you have your day to beg for mercy. Dare to kill my mother. Give me death. After saying that, he grabbed Lu Ruching's head and desperately slammed it against the wall behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after, Lu Ruching's vitality completely disappeared. Ha ha ha, I've finally gotten my revenge. White Dustless gradually woke up from his madness. The eyes regained their clarity. See the blood on your hands. Looking at the 3 bodies on the ground, the heart felt like it was being held tightly. No. How did this happen? Dream heart. Ripple. Ruching. How did this happen? Something suddenly came to mind. Take the letter out. Then look at the 3 heads. He had figured out that a special drug, along with the blood, had sent him into a seizure. Plopped down on his knees. Rumble. Scattered drizzle drifted across the sky. Then a raging storm. Bai Wuchen tilted his head, the raindrops smashing his eyes open. With a poof, the body fell to the side. Wait for the dark clouds to clear and the sky to lighten. A heavy overnight rain washed away the dust. The sky is gradually brightening. A walking corpse stumbles down the street. His hair was in knots and he smelled bad. Clothes are covered in mud, especially at the knees, where the clump of yellow mud was stained bright red. The lifted nails were still stained with black mud. Eyes dull, bearded, lips dry and cracked, eye sockets deep set, cheeks thin, staggering in the street as if he were about to fall the next moment. Many people jumped out of the way in a hurry after seeing this scene. The inside of his mouth cursed. Where did the stinking beggar come from? It stinks. The insane figure acted as if he hadn't heard. The body staggered toward the front, unconcerned about the curses around him. Poof. After someone gets run over. A kick in the pants. Your mother is dead. Or your daughter-in-law is dead. The clothes I just bought are dirty by you. Stinking beggar. Die aside. White Dustless was kicked over and didn't fight back. Let the man punch and kick. Well, it's already this bad. So let him go. Stinking beggar. Give others face this time. Next time, I'll chop you to death. Damn bad luck. Looks like it's not a good day to go out. The Hanyu who had hit Bai Wuduan cursed angrily a few more times and left in anger. White Dustless lay on the ground, his numb eyes without the slightest fluctuation. The whole thing has become sluggish. After feeling like no one hit him, climbing to his feet, he staggered to his feet and continued walking into the distance. He didn't know where he wanted to go either. Just drifting aimlessly. Boss, give me 3 servings of fire roast. White Dustless heard the voice. Empty eyes glowed a little, turning his head to see the figure. Dry eyes filled with watery mist again. Chapter 9, accidentally playing the son of Qi to death. Chu Xinghe turned around, holding the fire, and turned his head once to look at the dumbfounded Bai Wuchen. The fire fell to the ground, and the pale face was flushed with excitement. Brother Bai, is that you? Chu Xinghe asked in a small voice, his voice trembling. White Dustless could no longer hold back the tears that came to his eyes. Xinghe, I'm sorry. Hearing Bai Wuchen out loud, Chu Xinghe could no longer speak of his excitement. Not disliking White Dustless in the slightest, he went up and hugged tightly. Brother Bai, how did you become like this? Who did it? You tell me. I'll kill him. Many people looked at the 2 men with a look of sizing up, weirdness, and curiosity in their eyes. Chu Xinghe hurriedly pulled Bai Wuchen away. It was a relief to find a secluded spot. Bai Wuchen froze and looked at Chu Xinghe. Xinghe, your strength? Chu Xinghe's face stiffened, then shook his head. Strength was wasted. With the help of a teleportation jade talisman, this is how he survived. I inquired about you in Xianzhou, and it took me a few months, which is why I ran over here. It's all in the past. Chu Xinghe put away his sadness. Big brother Bai, you were spirited before. Why have you become like this? And your strength? I even went to look for Auntie's whereabouts earlier, and even she disappeared into thin air, right down to the Ryu family. What the hell happened? White Dustless sighed and spoke slowly. This damn Zhongli Qingmeng, how dare you? Xu Xingha had killing intent in his eyes. Big brother Bai, you must pull yourself together and never give up. Auntie and their vengeance awaits you. As for the Ji family, it's over. Xu Xingha lowered his head. Bai Wuchen's heart was also hard, feeling blocked by something. Don't you hate me? Xu Xingha shook his head, then nodded. Lift your head and look at the sky. There was a complexity in his eyes and his voice was low. Time and fate. Perhaps this is the destiny of both of our brothers. White Dustless leaned against the wall and similarly raised his head to look at the sky. Xu Xingha stood up and extended his hand to Bai Wuduan. There are things waiting for both of us brothers to do. Looking at Xu Xingha's hand, White Dustless froze. It was hard to feel your heart being held tightly. Slowly reaching out his hand, he laced it with Xu Xingha's. Xu Xingha pulled Bai Wuchen up with force. Master helped the son of Qi to regain his confidence and gain 10,000 health value. As night fell, Bai Wuchen's entire body had been refreshed. Brother Bai, rest well tonight. Xu Xingha left behind a few pills. Turning away, he headed for the side room. White Dustless felt out of breath. Guilt welled up. How could he, Bai Wudian, have such a brother? He doesn't know how to appreciate it yet. Thinking of this, Bai Wudu directly slapped himself. Immediately afterward, he put the elixir away and lay down on the bed. Within moments he fell into a deep sleep. He hadn't closed his eyes for days. In the middle of the night, a dark shadow walked in. The corners of his mouth turned up as he looked at the sleeping figure on the bed. When he woke up the next day, Bai Wuduan was in a daze. The warblers around them were laughing. A fiery sensation came. At the moment in the distance, Xu Xingha's systematic cries resounded in his head. Ooh, master, what are you up to? I'm so scared. The son of Qi has turned into a eunuch. You also threw him into a greenhouse and gave him strange pills. Master, it will kill you. Calm down. You don't understand. This time something happened because there are too many women around and it affects his mind. His relatives, the women have died, and you know that he is the son of Qi, and when he soars to the heavens, he will surely attract a lot of women to like him. What if someone else threatens him with her woman then? Oh, master, didn't you do that? Now didn't I help him regain his confidence, which he did yesterday? Your mission is to help the son of Qi to kill that villainous. Just complete the mission no less. Also, I almost forgot. I just feel a little miserable for him. Shadow 6. Zhongli Yuan and the two of them glanced at each other and looked at Xu Xingha, who had a calm face. The two men's scalps went numb. Bai Wuduan is really pathetic. But thinking of the Chu family, that trace of pity vanished. White Dustless in the middle of the room. There was panic in his eyes, because his brother disappeared into thin air. A fiery heat accumulated in his dantian, and that feeling was getting stronger. It's hard to vent. Several windswept women in the room, as beautiful as it can be, with a light, slow swaying veil. In no time at all, a slice of the landscape fell into view. White Dustless looked at the 3 pieces of paper hanging next to him. A smiley face, a pair of eyes. There is also one with 2 words written on it, asterisk 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 asterisk. White Dustless' pupils dilated. How could it be you? How could it be you? Ha ha, I thought I was smart, but I didn't think that I was the biggest dumbass under the sky. The huge shock, coupled with the elixir, caused him to completely lose his mind. With a man's body. Nay. Not long afterward came a cry of alarm. It's actually a eunuch? What? Eunuch! A voice of shock rang out. Sisters, something's not right. Pull back. One of the women sensed that something was wrong with Bai Wudian's situation. Rush outside. Bang! An explosion sounded. Bai Wuduan had already turned into blood foam. Tall buildings in the distance. Wow! The son of fortune, Bai Wuchen, is dead. It's over. I won't be able to finish the mission. What about the master? I can't finish the task. Xu Xingha felt his soul soothed, and that trace of residual thoughts completely disappeared. Xu Xingha covered his face and suddenly cried in pain. Shadow 6. Zhongli Yuan? This is what's going on. Tears of joy? That's right. The Chu family's revenge is avenged. The two men looked at each other and patted Xu Xingha's shoulder, walked out and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Oh, why are you crying too? Master, big brother Bai, you died a horrible death. Aren't you a child of Qi? You die, my system cutie. And you can't even complete your mission. Pity me for serving a tiger with my body. And in the end, you go first. I'm useless. I'm better off dead too. Master, I won't cry. Don't die. There are other sons of Qi. Master, be good. Don't be sad. This matter is blamed on that son of Qi. Bai Wuchen. Master tested his mind. Who knew he was so unhelpful? If you can't even pass the barrier of a woman, it's better not to assist such a son of Qi. Master, I will find you another strong son of Qi. Really? You won't lie to me? Really? I wouldn't lie to my master. The system was also touched by the fact that it didn't fulfill its mission and its owner was sad for it. The master is too good too. Master is good. Don't cry. The master has taken great pains to help the son of Qi. And the son of Qi is unsuitable for use, wasting the master's energy and making the master's energy go down the drain, rewarding the master with 10,000 health values. The villainess isn't dead yet. I can't be sad. I have to continue to lurk by her side and assist the next child of Qi. Master should cheer up. Xu Xinghe took a deep breath and rubbed his face. There was a smile on his face. System, the master's heart must be very bitter blah. Obviously very sad, but also forced to smile. Xu Xinghe just walked out. Shadow 6 walks in. Sir Chu, Miss has asked you to return to the Heavenly Diffraction Holy Land. Chapter 10, Mysterious Warmth Like Water. Calling you husband. Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, Tai Ching Palace. Xu Xinghe was also in a bit of a trance as he looked at the Zhongli Qing Meng, who was too pretty to be a real person, dressed in a long lavender-fitted dress with a sash around her waist. Look further down. Xu Xinghe was a bit angry. The legs have been covered up. I worked hard to assist the return of the son of Qi. Who are you defending? Zhongli Qing Meng's pair of phoenix eyes landed on Xu Xinghe's face. With ogling, curiosity. I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. I thought it would take a while. What do you want? Xu Xinghe thought for a moment. I want you. Unbridled. A killing intent erupted in the Great Hall. The Great Hall, which was still brightly lit, quickly turned into blackness. Xu Xinghe had a feeling of suffocation. I want you to give me a divine medicine. Xu Xinghe hurriedly spoke. The killing intent receded, and the Great Hall was once again restored. Zhongli Qing Meng narrowed her eyes and looked at Xu Xinghe. Next time you talk in a big breath, you'll never breathe in your life. Xu Xinghe's scalp went numb. Zhongli Qing Meng's finger moved and 3 holy pills floated out from the ring. Here's your reward. Xu Xinghe took it. Conscience is a bit uneasy. Look at this. Gripping the villain after gripping the son of fortune. But so happy. The conscience thing or not. Nor can you eat or drink it. System cutie. See, I've gradually gained her trust, and slowly we can see hope. The owner is great. Go for it. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord is looking for you, so go over there in a moment. Zhongli Qing Meng glanced at Xu Xinghe and said casually. Xu Xinghe frowned. That woman, even I am scornful of her. She's smart and has extraordinary intelligence, so beware. Wow, the villainous archdemon is actually worried about you. Master is too good. Looking at Zhongli Qing Meng, he waved his hand for him to leave. Xu Xinghe was a bit angry. Use it up and throw it away. One could only turn away in anger. I can't fight, and I don't dare to curse. Messing with me is kind of like kicking cotton. Wait until Xu Xinghe disappears. Zhongli Qing Meng's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth rose. Miss, to kill or not to kill? Zhongli Qing Meng shook his head. Quite an interesting person. Through what White Dustless has done, he has finished building momentum. Now the whole of Qingzhou knows that he can stick his neck out for his brothers. Of course there will be people who will scold him for not knowing people well, but who wouldn't want a brother like that, with his reputation? In the future, if he wants to create a force, he should attract quite a few heavenly prides to join him. Of course that's not the most important reason. Arresting Bai Wuduan's mother would make it possible to recognize Bai Wuduan, but he plotted step by step. Careful, multiple layouts to prevent surprises. The man has a heart of gold and is very steady in his work. Previously, Bai Wuduan made me lose many times, and he made a move to be able to force Bai Wuduan to die, so he's a talent. The old ancestor said before that the dragon is trapped in the wild, divided and eaten. The fate of heaven in this life is not in my Zhongli clan. One Bai Wuduan has lost many times, and if there were a few more like him, the family would be displeased with me. I'm not the only outstanding one in the clan either. I'll be pulled down from the position of goddess when the time comes, and at that time, I'll lose a lot of help, so it's better to keep him, and use him as a lure to deal with people like Bai Wudian. He seems to know how to deal with those people and keep them nibbling away, so why should I bother with the effort and the effort? The guard was inwardly surprised when he heard it. This lady even changed her personality. Before that violent temper, kill when you don't see eye to eye. Xu Xinghe left the Taiching Palace, 1 foot out the door. The next foot is pulled into the space vortex. Appearing again, he had already come to a gazebo. In front of her sat a woman dressed in plain clothes and without powder, bright eyes and white teeth, skin like snow, sitting there, blending in with the surrounding heaven and earth. A move that is all over the place. It gave Xu Xinghe an unreal feeling. Sit. The voice was like water, flowing into the heart and calming people down. My name is Wenruoshui, the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Xu Xinghe watched her pouring tea. Every move seemed to contain the rhythm of the Tao. Uncontrollable silence. After waking up with a start, his heart scorned. Without realizing it, you are drawn into it. People like that are scary. The Holy Lord has come to ask for forgiveness? With a movement of his fingers, the tea fell in front of Chu Xinghe. I don't know what Mr. Chu's offense is? Chu Xinghe perked up, damaging the reputation of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land in counting true disciples. When Ruoshui raised her head, her eyes like water. How does the outside world evaluate the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land now? Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth, because all of them admired the candor of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. I also want to thank you for weeding out an ungrateful person for the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. If he has the chance to sit on the seat of the Holy Sun and expose this matter, the reputation of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land will only be ruined. Chu Xinghe was a bit confused about this woman's routine, and did not speak in time. Mr. Chu is all alone now. Why don't you join the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Chu Xinghe looked at Wen Ruoshui with a strange gaze. I feel pretty free on my own. When Ruoshui raised her head and took a serious look at Chu Xinghe. You've created momentum with the help of Bai Wudian, and now that your reputation is out there, joining the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land is the best choice for you. Many disciples in the sect admire you, so you can become your help, and it will be easier to compete for the position of Saint Sun in the future. The game is set, so why jump out? Chu Xinghe did not show it on the surface, but inwardly, he set off shock waves. He didn't even dare to raise his head to look at Wen Ruoshui's eyes. This woman, from the beginning to the end, was as gentle as water. Not in a hurry, but nothing could be hidden from her. Chu Xinghe was a bit scornful of such a person. You don't have to worry, I won't intervene in the fights between disciples. The time is right. It is your fortune and your destiny to sit as a holy sun. Failure in death can only mean that you have bad luck. Taishu Heavenly Realm, cultivators such as the Secretary of the River. How many heavenly prides become famous at a young age? And in the end, the yellow earth is a handful of them. They are just lucky to be almost there. Chu Xinghe lifted his teacup. The water misted up, obscuring his eyes. I'm joining the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. When Ruoshui wasn't surprised after hearing that. You don't like bondage, and I like quiet. Just worship me. Chu Xinghe froze in place. It was a jump in thinking so fast that he was a bit unable to keep up. Are you sure you want me to worship you? I can tell you in advance that I'm a bit of a treasonous person, so I might be the one to do the rushing of the master against his will. After he finished speaking, his eyes were still constantly glancing at Wen Ruoshui. When Ruoshui's complexion did not change, the red lips opened lightly, and her voice was like a trickle of water. If you're really capable of doing that, I wouldn't mind calling you husband. When Chu Xinghe heard this voice, he felt his bones soften for a moment. What a leprechaun! A little discouraged at the same time. It's not even angry. Just as Chu Xinghe froze, when Ruoshui's voice carried out, today, this sacred lord accepts the disciple Chu Xinghe, and it is common knowledge in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Chapter 11, System Upgrade. You're a good judge of character. Upon hearing the sovereign's voice, the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land instantly exploded. Because the Holy Lord has never taken on a disciple, the Sacred Lord actually accepted Chu Xinghe as his disciple. I didn't hear it wrong. It's not just a muddle-headed person who doesn't know people well, but it can actually be looked upon by the sovereign. Sovereign's true heritage. Ah, this status position is higher than other true heritage. Hiss, do you think the Holy Lord will make him the Holy Son? Quite a few true disciples walked out, unmoving on the surface, but already on high alert inwardly. A lot of people were even a little jealous. They had been trying to find a way to become the disciple of the Heavenly Diffractor Saint Lord. The Holy Lord couldn't look at them, and they rarely even got to see the sovereign's face. Chu Xinghe was speechless for a while as he left. System, why can't my immortal demon pupils see her information? Master, maybe the system level is too low. Chu Xinghe could only accept it helplessly. Open the system interface immediately afterward. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, Early King Seal. Physique, Immortal Demon Body. Immortal Demon Pupil. Technique, Immortal Demon Taoist Scripture. Martial Art, Immortal and Demon in the Nine Heavens. Weapon, Immortal Magic Harp. Help value, 178,000. Backpack, Immortal Magic Harp. 1 black silk. 1 set of portraits. Purple gold gourd. 3 holy pills. Chu Xinghe saw the help value, like a gambler, and could draw. Seeing the black silk, Chu Xinghe narrowed. If the master wears it, TSK, 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 not daring to think about it much, Chu Xinghe felt a bit perverted. Warm as water is too calm. Wanted to see what it was like for her to break defense. Let's have a $100, 000 raffle. Congratulations to the master for acquiring the special skill. Instantaneous transportation. Chu Xinghe's depressed mood instantly improved. Teleportation. What a cool skill. The distance is a bit short, only 10 kilometers, but as long as he had aura in his body, he could use it at will. Cool. another 50,000. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a minor realm enhancement card. Help value consumption has accumulated to 150,000. The system is upgraded. System upgrade successful. Primary draw 100, 000. Intermediate draw 500, 000. Advanced draw 1 million. Successful upgrade. Rewarding the owner with an egg. Chu Xingyi? A white egg appeared in his hand with a pattern on it. Chu Xinghe weighed it. Hand slipped. It fell to the floor with a plop. Bounced twice. And didn't break. What kind of egg is this? Divine beast eggs. Need to be hatched by the master himself. Chu Xinghe's face darkened. He didn't know how to hatch eggs. Drop in a drop of blood. Create a bond if you will. Taking out the 3 holy pills that Zhongli Qingmeng had given him, the egg shook inside Chu Xinghe's hand. Bounce a few times. Surprise flashed in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Want? The egg bounced twice more. No. Egg? System. Chu Xinghe's eyes were bright and uncertain. People were riding all sorts of mounts. He went out to ride an egg. It hurts my teeth to think about it. Take out the purple gold gourd and drop blood to recognize the owner. After understanding, Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. It was actually possible to make pills on its own. It seemed to be a bit crippled, and now it could only refine Seal Emperor level pills at most. Chu Xinghe suddenly kind of missed his good brother, the son of Qi. Use the realm enhancement card to increase your strength to mid-Seal King. In a good mood, go see a pretty girl. In the Tai Ching Palace, there was surprise in Zhongli Qingmeng's gaze. Being able to be accepted as a disciple by Wen Ruoshui. How's that? Warm as water pretty? Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate. Beautiful. You're being honest. Do me a favor. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I've gotten my revenge and now have no desire to run around. Zhongli Qingmeng raised his eyebrows. 3 sacred medicines, plus 1 secret of warmth like water. Chu Xinghe stood up violently, drifting half a life. Not met a bright master. If the public does not abandon a certain almost blurting out his inner thoughts, he hastily closed his mouth. You're a good judge of character. Zhongli Qingmeng snorted. Knowing you have no one available, Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 are on loan to you. Chu Xinghe secretly decided to first hug Zhongli Qingmeng's thigh tightly. There's money in faces and people. Do what? Chu Xinghe was curious. Xinghai City, Xianzhou. The men were confined for doing something wrong. Chu Xinghe frowned. This isn't much of a problem for Zhongli Qingmeng, is it? I can't step in. There's a rival of mine there, or a beautiful woman. Just don't even think about tying up her mother. Chu Xinghe almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When did I ever love tying up other people's mothers? Don't slander me. Xianzhou, Green Sea City. Chu Xinghe was dressed in silver moon white. His hair was tied up, and with his indifferent narrow phoenix eyes, he was like an immortal ruler in the world. Many people stopped and looked around curiously. Such a handsome and dusty gentleman. Many women want to carry it home and put it on their beds. A hard education. Master, don't show off. The son of Qi is found. Master, be careful this time. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Chu Xinghe walked upstairs to the Heartwatchers building and casually found a seat to sit down. The 2 people near the window looked at Chu Xinghe at the same time. There was curiosity in his eyes. Surveying. Chu Xinghe frowned. Gentlemen, is there something on my face? Hearing Chu Xinghe open his mouth, embarrassment showed on both faces. When I see the Duke so out of the world, my heart is envious and I can't help but look at him more. Chu Xinghe raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth rose. Good eye brother. I too wake up every day handsome by myself. I wake up every day and look in the mirror. How in the world can someone be so handsome? The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched. I really regret taking the floor. This is not a retard. I'm afraid. Chu Xinghe stood up and sat next to Su Yan, his arm resting on his shoulder. What's your name, brother? Su Yan inadvertently moved Chu Xinghe's arm away. This man comes up and snuggles. There wouldn't be any special fetishes. My name is Su Yan. I don't know your senior's name? My name is Chu Xinghe. Zhang Evening sized up Chu Xinghe, her eyes narrowing for a moment before returning to blandness immediately afterward. Good name? Good at what? Suyin, you guys are really presumptuous. Meeting is destiny. I'm a person who likes others to praise me the most. I'm happy to send others to the holy. Chu Xinghe wanted to take out the holy pill. First, they promise a small profit. Then they covet his principle. Where are my 3 sacred medicines? See the egg wobbling around like it's drunk. I'll turn you into a ruffled egg in a minute. A portrait appears in his hand. Tolerant stuffed Su Yan. Su Yan was puzzled and opened it. The face flushed and closed instantly. Brother Chu. This. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. This is something I carefully collected and won't easily give away. And I'm the only one who sees Brother Su as agreeable. So this copy of the sage cultivation portrait is not bad, right? If Brother Su doesn't want it, he can return it to me. Su Yan coughed. More than nice. It's a heartbreaker. There's no reason to ask for something back that was given away. Brother Chu is truly generous, rich in money and good character. Knowing Brother Chu is my Su Yan's third life's fortune, I, Su Yan, will toast Brother Chu with tea instead of wine. Chapter 12 stirs up trouble and molests the heroine. Jiang Evening was speechless for a while as she watched the two sneaking around, looking as if they were comparable to brothers. Su Yan, that copy of the Sage Cultivation book, can you let me take a look at it? As soon as Jiang Evening spoke, Chu Xinghe and also Su Yan stopped talking. Ahem, this girl, this is my gift to Brother Su. It's a bit inappropriate for you to ask to see it so openly, right? Su Yan gratefully glanced at Chu Xinghe. Brother Chu is a good man. Jiang Evening Yin's gaze turned to Su Yan. If you gave it to Su Yan, it's Su Yan's thing, so there's no harm for me to look at it. Chu Xinghe gave Su Yan a look of love. Su Yan took a sip of tea and his head spun. Evening Yin now this thing is mine no less. There are still a lot of contents inside that I don't understand. After I ask Brother Chu to teach me and study it thoroughly, how about I show it to you then? Jiang Evening Yin nodded. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. A turn of the head revealed that Chu Xinghe was giving him a thumbs up. I wonder where Brother Chu is from. Chu Xinghe's smile gradually faded as he looked at the people coming and going on the streets. Jiang Evening Yin's gaze stared at Chu Xinghe from time to time. I'll see if you dare to say it. If Brother Chu has something difficult to say, there's no need to say more. It's because I'm being abrupt. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Family destroyed. Alone. Exile in the Qingzhou. After revenge. Blessed by the Tianyan Holy Lord valued. Accepted as a disciple. This time, I returned to Xinzhou to pay homage to my family and console their spirits in heaven. It was my poor judgment that led to the destruction of the family. Chu Xinghe was inevitably a bit despondent. There was also a faint sadness in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, the corners of his mouth turned up. All of this is in the past. My family is gone, and they don't want to see me live in remorse, so they thought they'd take a tour of Xinzhou, and maybe they wouldn't come back in the future. Jiang Evening also looked at Chu Xinghe with a bit of surprise. This man is open-minded. She could sense the sadness in Chu Xinghe's hidden depths. Su Yan patted Chu Xinghe's shoulder. Does Brother Chu have a place to land? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Just came to Green Sea City today. If Brother Chu doesn't mind, you can stay at the Su family for a few days, and I can take you on a tour of the scenery of this Green Sea City. Chu Xinghe nodded in thought. Then I'll trouble Brother Su. The two talked for hours like they hate each other. As night fell, the three men walked down the road. Jiang Evening lagged a step behind and walked with Chu Xinghe. Don't think I don't know that you deliberately approached Su Yan. Zhongli Qingmeng is also in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Relying on your own abilities, there is no way to take revenge so quickly. I don't care what mission Zhongli Qingmeng asked you to come with. If you mess with the Su family and spoil my good deed, I guarantee that I will make your life worse than death. Chu Xinghe sized up Jiang Evening Yin and understood. Zhongli Qingmeng's subordinate should be this Jiang Evening Yin's mess. It looked like Jiang Evening Yin didn't know what Zhongli Qingmeng was doing. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't tell him either. However, he knew Zhongli Qingmeng's physique, and roughly guessed a bit. Seeing Su Yan looking over, Chu Xinghe jumped away violently. Miss Jiang, I really don't like you. Jiang Evening Yin? What are you barking at? Jiang Evening Yin had a murderous intent in her eyes. This doggy coin. Miss Jiang, we really aren't suitable. I have no plans to find a partner right now. Jiang Evening Yin's fists were clenched tightly. Chu Xinghe walked over to Su Yan as if he didn't see it. Brother Su, let's go. Hurry back to your house. I have another gift for you. Su Yan didn't know why he was having such a hard time. Seeing Jiang Evening Yin like someone else inexplicably raised a wave of annoyance. Looking at Chu Xinghe's appearance, coupled with his identity, fists unclenched helplessly. It's not unusual for Evening Jin to like people like that. No matter, it's normal for Evening Yin to like Brother Chu. Jiang Evening Yin's face darkened when she heard this. Looking at Chu Xinghe's back, his eyes turned cold. Chu Xinghe must die. Chu Xinghe looked at the absent-minded Su Yan. The light in his eyes flickered for a moment. Brother Su, there is something I don't know if I should say or not? Su Yan retracted his mind and looked at Chu Xinghe, with a puzzled look in his eyes. That's kind of a weird strength you have. Ha? Su Yan froze, then immediately revealed his anticipation. Brother Chu can tell? Su Yan was kind of looking forward to it. Chu Xinghe was the disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Lord. The insight is extraordinary. If Brother Su believes me, he can come to my room at night. Su Yan had a strange look in his eyes and said stiffly, Brother Chu, I like females. Chu Xinghe was like a fried hedgehog. What are you thinking? I don't like you. I have a normal orientation. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It's okay. As the night progressed, Chu Xinghe lay in bed with his eyes closed. A man in a nightshirt had slipped in beside the bed. Looking at Chu Xinghe, his gaze was icy cold. The Xian iron dagger in his hand stabbed at Chu Xinghe. Jab. The man in black had a look of confusion in his eyes. The dagger was lodged in the bed, and the man lying there had disappeared. Suddenly it felt like a pair of gentle hands were holding her back. Jiang Evening blew up. Miss Jiang, coming to me so late. You're so impatient to make a quick peace with me. The voice in her ear caused Jiang Evening to resist blushing. This damn denizen, how dare he molest her? Chu Xinghe, let go of me. You dare to come over. Zhongli Qingmeng should have told you about my background. You're not afraid of death. Chu Xinghe didn't let go, but instead hugged tighter. Jiang Evening felt like she was about to lose her breath. Her strength at the early stage of the Seal King stage was actually firmly confined in this dog's arms. Chu Xinghe's lips were pressed against Jiang Evening's ear, almost on the verge of kissing. Miss Jiang, how do you think I should punish you? Jiang Evening's body stiffened, and even her ears had turned red. It felt like both legs had become a little unsteady. Let me go or I will kill you in heaven and on earth. Jiang Evening wanted to put in a harsh word, but the large pair of hot hands imprisoned her. It caused her voice to sound a bit odd, like she was being a bit sappy. Master, what are you doing? This is the woman of the son of Qi. Shut up, I have my own plans. Oh, Master is mean to people. Don't give it to Master well. Chu Xinghe looked at the rosy-cheeked Jiang Evening. Miss Jiang, the night is already late. Let's lie down on the bed and rest. I'll be careful. Jiang Evening was furious. The pectoralis major is also getting bigger. Denizen, let go of me or I'll leave you in pieces. Chu Xinghe snorted. Then why are you hiding in my arms and won't leave? You also know that I'm Zhongli Qingmeng's person. Will the Jiang family make a move? Jiang Evening froze. Besides, it's something you volunteered for. Just as Chu Xinghe's voice fell, a voice came from outside. Has Brother Chu rested yet? I've come to find you. Hearing these words, Jiang Evening's pupils dilated. Instant reaction. Panic rose in his heart, pressing his voice. Let go of me. Chu Xinghe didn't let go, but instead hugged him tighter. What do you think Su Yan will do when he sees this scene? Jiang Evening was completely flustered. What do you want? I promise you. Let me go. Chapter 13, Late Night Lingerie Washing for the Heroine. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Those subordinates of Zhongli Qingmeng are in your hands. Let them go. Jiang Evening pursed her lips. There were also shouts from Su Yan outside. I promise. Chu Xinghe nodded, picked her up and laid her on the bed. Jiang Evening was completely flustered. This guy doesn't go back on his word, trying to do something to her, right? Chu Xinghe smoothly covered her with the quilt. Jiang Evening breathed a sigh of relief. The heart is inevitably a little lost again. Am I not attractive? Brother Su, I'm coming. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Using the means of his previous life, dealing with such a little girl was simply not too easy. It's okay to assist the sons of Qi or to help the villain. None of it was what he, Chu Xinghe, wanted. He wanted this Taishu heavenly realm. He wants to stand tall and look down on the world. That would require a lot of help. Only he wasn't strong enough. Now you can only develop obscenely. Chu Xinghe brought Su Yan in, covered by the quilt. Jiang Evening's heart was pounding. The next moment it was going to jump out of his throat. Su Yan sat on the stool. With a frown, he smelled a familiar odor. Chu Xinghe casually sat down, hands propped up behind his back in a slouching manner. In reality, his hand was already under the covers. Then pinch hard. Then pinch it without thinking. TSK, 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 pinch the moon. Jiang Evening kept her mouth tightly shut. Don't dare make a sound. Brother Chu, you said today that my strength is a bit strange. I wonder if there is a way to fix it. Chu Xinghe nodded. Su Yan suppressed the elation. Brother Su was also a genius before, and with his recent cultivation, the aura can't enter his body, and his strength is even regressing, right? Hearing that Chu Xinghe could really say it, Su Yan stood up violently. There was excitement in his eyes. Walking around the room, Chu Xinghe wasn't idle either. After feeling bitten by something, that's when you take your hand out. Jiang Evening in the quilt blushed red. The eyes were even a little disoriented. When had she, Jiang Evening, ever encountered this kind of molestation? This damn Chu Xinghe. Brother Chu, I wonder if there's a solution. Su Yan suppressed his inner excitement. All that was going on inside his head right now was how to regain his strength. Chu Xinghe nodded. Standing up from the edge of the bed, he walked over to Su Yan. Push your sleeves up a bit. A tooth mark appeared. Su Yan's pupils dilated. Looked to Chu Xinghe's bed. The hand under the shirt had pinched inside the flesh, just about to come forward. Chu Xinghe suddenly grabbed his hand and shook his head at him. Su Yan froze. A sadness rose within. Jiang Evening inside the comforter heard no movement outside. Prick up your ears. What the hell is this dog doing? Su Yan suppressed the anger within him. Brother Chu, isn't it very troublesome to solve? Chu Xinghe responded out loud. It's a little hard to work out. As he said it, his eyes looked out. Su Yan reacted. Since it's a bit difficult, let's start preparing for it tomorrow. The night is already dark. Brother Chu just came to Qinghai City. Have a good rest. Chu Xinghe sent Su Yan to the door. Brother Su, believe me? Su Yan nodded. There's a soul in you who's absorbing your strength. Only he's in a deep sleep right now. Don't ever disturb him, or your Su family's chickens and dogs won't be happy. Su Yan's pupils dilated. His throat rolled a bit, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Brother Su, in fact, I came to Xianzhou with another mission. The person who recruited the genius disciples from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land disappeared in Shanghai City, and only one message was sent back to the Su family in Shanghai City. Su Yan pursed his lips and didn't open his mouth. The bottom of his eyes revealed killing intent. Zhang Eveningin is in my room, and she's trying to kill me. Stopped by me for now. I can't move her. She's got a bit of a strong background. Su Yan raised his head. She's a Zhang family member and warned me not to badger her. Su Yan's face kept changing. You, Su, have what she needs. Su Yan's face became increasingly ugly. His fingers clenched. It was a particularly messy moment for him. He doesn't know who to trust at this point. I'm not going to hide anything from you. I'm a true successor in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. I want to compete for the position of the Holy Sun, and what happened in Green Sea City is one of my tasks. I've just been accepted as a disciple by the Holy Lord, and many people are dissatisfied, so I can't not take this mission. Su Yan looked at the anger contained in Chu Xinghe's eyes, helpless, and already somewhat convinced inwardly. Come out with me tomorrow and I will help you destroy that spirit. Now that we also know who did it, the next step is to negotiate. I'm going to notify the clan and ask them to send strong men over tomorrow. Relying on me hasn't solved your problems. Su Yan nodded with a grave expression on his face. If that spirit awakens, is it going to take me? Su Yan asked with a grave expression on his face. Chu Xinghe nodded. Tomorrow you'd better pretend that nothing has happened, and go on as usual, even if it's hard on your heart. If I'm discovered, your Su family will be destroyed, and if I fail to complete my mission, I'll also be abandoned by the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Su Yan nodded. Brother Chu, there's no need to send you off. Tomorrow I'll take you to a fun place. Su Yan's voice rose loudly and he turned to leave. The face was grim, and there was a grimness in the pupils. Tell Zhongli Qingmeng to call in a few strong men, preferably taking the blockade grand formation. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the room. Zhang Eveningin lifted the quilt. His face was flushed from suppressing his breathing, and the hair on his forehead was a little damp. What are you and he muttering about? Chu Xinghe snorted. No comment. Miss Zhang can leave now. Looking at the dislike in Chu Xinghe's eyes, Zhang Eveningin froze. With a movement of his body, he was about to rush at Chu Xinghe with the dagger and stab him. Chu Xinghe snatched the dagger over with an instantaneous movement, directly throwing Zhang Eveningin on the bed. Bend down and press down. Zhang Eveningyan's eyes widened. You can even hear each other's heartbeats. Isn't it a little dangerous for a little girl's family to play with knives? After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, his thin lips gently traced over Zhang Eveningyan's red lips. Zhang Eveningyan's body stiffened, and incidentally, even her ears flushed red. That tingling sensation came again. Reaching out a hand, he pushed against Chu Xinghe's chest. The other hand pushed against Chu Xinghe's mermaid line. You, let go of me. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose as he gently approached, his lips close to Zhang Eveningyan's ear. Miss Jiang, it's so late and you're so pretty. Do you think I should do something to you? The warm tone hit his ears, causing Zhang Eveningyan to involuntarily shrink her neck. Chu Xinghe propped himself up with one hand, his other hand sliding over Zhang Eveningyan's delicate white collarbone. Miss Jiang, you've taken the initiative to come to me. Do you think I want or don't want you? After saying that, he gently bit on Zhang Eveningyan's earlobe. Aha! Zhang Eveningyan's hand that was supporting Chu Xinghe went soft, and her entire body became mesmerized. Exhaling hot air, the corner of Chu Xinghe's mouth traced an arc. Then he stood up and his attitude turned cold. Miss Jiang, go back. Zhang Eveningyan returned to her senses. You're kicking me out? Why? Miss Jiang is really wanting to sleep with me. Zhang Eveningyan thought of something and spat. Denizen, you wait. What happened today? This girl remembers. Sooner or later, she will get it back. Zhang Eveningyan stood up, her legs softening a bit. A wave of shame crept over her and she hurriedly ran away. Looking at the departing Zhang Eveningyan, Chu Xinghe shook his head and lay down on the bed. Love someone who can't be remembered. Make her hate you to make her remember. A loose one is the way to go. The son of luck and Zhang Eveningyan are estranged in their hearts, and the value of their luck has dropped by 500. Won't the master give me an explanation? Look, it's women again. Why can't the sons of Qi cultivate in peace? And this woman has another agenda. Don't believe me? We'll see. Well then, reward the master with 5,000 health values. The other side went back to Zhang Eveningyan, washing her underwear. All that came to mind was Chu Xinghe hugging her from behind. What a pain in the ass. This damn denizen. Sooner or later I'm going to kill him. Su Yan was so simple, she would definitely be fooled by him. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall, again, the scene where Chu Xinghe pinched her. You're so bad. Why are you doing this to her? Slowly, the thought of Chu Xinghe biting her earlobe came back, the sight of a finger sliding over a collarbone. Her face had become flushed, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise in an arc. Why is this man so bad? Suddenly it came back to her that in the end Chu Xinghe let go of her, his eyes coldly letting her. The mind panics. Could it be that she's not attractive? First time a little girl has been molested like that. Angry and annoyed. And every now and then I even take a look in the mirror. Have sleepless nights. When he got up the next day, Chu Xinghe was in a good mood. Follow Su Yan and slip up. Many of the Su family's girls' eyes had already looked dumbfounded. Is this the immortal king coming to save them? Jiang Evening, who had walked over from afar, looked at the Su family woman's infatuated appearance. Inexplicably a wave of irritation rose in his heart. The man is beckoning again. She didn't know why she was in such a mood. Chapter 14, the heroine's heart is in disarray. What are you up to, master? Watching Jiang Evening leave in a huff, Chu Xinghe glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth rose and lowered inadvertently. Simple little girls are just so gullible. Brother Su, I already informed the clan yesterday. Su Yan's eyes lit up. Then again, he was a little hesitant. Yesterday he thought about it for a moment and felt something was wrong. Again, I can't say exactly. Chu Xinghe's identity is not a fake. Everything is frank and honest. The more he did, the more he was a little skeptical. It's like everything was planned. Chu Xinghe looked at Su Yan's hesitation. Since you don't believe me, I won't force myself. Brother Su will take me on a tour of Green Sea City. Su Yan nodded. Walking down the street, Chu Xinghe inadvertently noticed the figure following behind and didn't care. Just at this time, Chu Xinghe's ears twitched. Brother Su, wait for me for a while. The clan seniors have already come over. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared into the corner. Jiang Evening, who had been following behind, similarly disappeared. Walk into a secluded alleyway. Frowns tangled together. That denizen ran off somewhere. Is Miss Jian looking for me? Jiang Evening jumped in shock at the sound and turned to look at Chu Xinghe's smiling face. Her heart jumped abruptly. I'm not following you. When she met Chu Xinghe's eyes, she was a bit weak. Even the voice of the speaker weakened. Thinking back to yesterday's scene, his face flushed again. Chu Xinghe fiercely lowered his head and came closer to Jiang Evening. The tips of the two noses almost pressed together. Redness quickly climbed onto Jiang Evening's face. Take a hasty step back. You're so bad. I'm this afraid of you bullying Su Yan? Chu Xinghe straightened up. The despondency in his eyes flickered away and turned into indifference. Oh, I thought Miss Jiang was worried about me. Jiang Evening looked at the flash of despondency. The heart is inexplicably a little hard. I don't know you well, so why should I worry about you? Also, Chu Xinghe nodded bashfully. You quickly release Xiong Li Qing Meng's subordinates, and we'll keep our wells clean. Jiang Evening felt that the atmosphere around her had become oppressive. The mind drums. Did I say something that hurt him? His family had just been wiped out and he was alone. Miss Jiang doesn't have to worry about what I'll do to him. You should have looked into it, and I'm not the narrow-minded type. Chu Xinghe turned around and said with a wave of his hand. Jiang Evening's eyes had a mist of water in them. Looking at Chu Xinghe's back was a bit hazy. It's like a mirror that's about to disappear. The bad guys, bullying people like that yesterday. Let's pretend nothing happened today. What a beast. Chu Xinghe came back to find Su Yan. Brother Su, let me treat you to a meal. As a way of repaying the favor of lending you a place to stay yesterday. Su Yan raised the tip of his eyebrows. I haven't had a chance to thank Brother Chu for the gift he gave me yesterday. Chu Xinghe waved his hand. Those are some worthless trinkets. Yesterday I said I would also give you a gift, but Brother Su refused, so I can't afford to give it again. Su Yan didn't say anything. He knew that Chu Xinghe was talking about helping him remove that soul. Heartwatch House. After ordering the food, Chu Xinghe poured Su Yan a glass of wine. A short while later, a paper crane flew in. It fell into Chu Xinghe's hands. The deacon has returned and is returning quickly. The paper crane burned quickly after it finished. Brother Su, I won't be borrowing the Su clan today. Tomorrow I will depart back to Qingzhou. Su Yan froze, which caught him a bit off guard. Brother Chu won't stay a few more days? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Behind the scenes it has been negotiated. There is no longer anything for me to do. The deacon who recruited the disciples goes back, and my task has been completed. Chu Xinghe finished picking up his wine glass. Thank you for taking care of Brother Su these past 2 days. I'll toast Brother Su. For some reason, hearing Chu Xinghe leave, Su Yan actually panicked a little. Brother Chu, the soul in my body. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Brother Su already has the results, so why ask more questions? Su Yan lowered his head, with a complicated, difficult face, a look of constipation, making no effort. Master, what the hell are you doing? Just watch. This time I'm sure I'll make him sore. These past few days I've been summarizing why things went wrong with Bai Wuduan, and it boils down to the wrong method. Master is smart. He must be able to come up with a good solution. The system trusts Master. I don't know when Brother Chu will leave tomorrow. I'll see Brother Chu off then. Brother Su doesn't need to bother. Chu Xinghe didn't say when he would leave. By the time Su Yan returned, the sun had already set. Zhang Evening always paid attention to the front door without thinking, why isn't that bad guy back yet? After seeing Su Yan, his eyes were filled with joy, thinking that it was a bit wrong, and turned into indifference. However, seeing that Su Yan was the only one who came in, his heart was inexplicably hard. Su Yan, Chu Xinghe didn't come back with you? Su Yan shook his head. Now he was a bit wary of Zhang Evening. Is this to kill Brother Chu? Where did he go? Su Yan looked drunk. He told me today that the mission has been completed and that he wants to return to the clan. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Zhang Evening. Zhang Evening's face changed. The expression on his face kept changing. That bad guy left like that after molesting someone. That way to people. You don't give an account. Su Yan watched her face change and could not hide a surge of anger in his heart. Zhang Evening, you really want to destroy the Su family? The thought bubbled up as if it were a breeding ground for demons. It kept eating away at him. Zhang Evening left in a state of disorientation. Didn't care about Su Yan's change. Su Yan stood still. His nails pinched in his palms, turned and headed for his room. The two men went in opposite directions and both disappeared into the night. Zhang Evening returned to her room and closed the door. How did he leave so soon? So what was molesting her before? This asshole molested me, and I'm going to get it back. Zhang Evening disappeared into the night with the help of the night color. Su Yan, who had returned to his room, sighed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to cultivate. The surrounding auras converged and disappeared without a trace. Immediately after that, the spiritual energy in the Dantian was rapidly disappearing. Mid-divine soul, early divine soul, spirit sea realm. It didn't take long to regress to the passage vein realm before stopping. Su Yan's back was already wet with cold sweat. His whole body trembled, and an unconcealable fear enveloped him. Just for a moment, the whole thing looked like it had been pulled out of the water. In the middle of the Heart Watchers building, Master, the Son of Luck resents Zhang Evening, and the luck value has disappeared by another 1,000. I have a bad feeling about this. Don't worry, I've already expected these. Zhang Evening will come to me. It means she still doesn't like Su Yan and is just using him. Otherwise how could she change so easily? The Son of Qi must have discovered it and that's why he resented it, showing that the Son of Qi has progressed and sees clearly the person who utilized him. It's still true. The Master gained 10,000 health values. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Su Yan's Qi value was 80,000. This is only a loss of 15,000. There is a long way to go. A familiar smell flooded the tip of his nose. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. The fish were hooked so quickly. Chapter 15, The Heroine Takes the Initiative. Chu Xinghe stood by the window with a wineglass in his hand. An atmosphere of despondency, silence, desolation, and self-hatred enveloped him. Chu Xinghe raised his head to look at the moon in the sky. There were already a few drops of crystals on her face. Zhang Evening hid in the distance and saw the scene through the window. The heart felt like it was being twisted hard. It made her feel like she was suffocating. Was this still the same Chu Xinghe who had molested her and was all out of tune? The fingers kept kneading the dress. In no time the corners of the coat had become crumpled. She didn't know why this was happening. Seeing Chu Xinghe sad, she would actually worry and be torn. Wanted to go out and comfort him, and I don't know what identity to go with. Hesitating, he inadvertently stepped on a branch. Click! A subtle sound passed out. Who? Chu Xinghe hurriedly turned his back. By the time he turned around again, his eyes had become sharp, terrifying. It's me. Zhang Evening hurriedly jumped out and stood on the branch of a distant tree. The night had risen in a haze. Chu Xinghe stood by the window. The two men looked at each other in all directions. It's like there's a veil in between. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose, revealing a cynical look. At this late hour, Miss Chu is still not resting, and is still hiding in the shadows to spy on men. Could it be that Miss Chu can't let go of me and wants to have a fling with me? Zhang Evening hummed her nose and looked at Chu Xinghe's cynical appearance. Can't this damn stinky man have such a poisonous mouth? With a movement of his body, like a spirit butterfly, he came to Chu Xinghe's side. If I hadn't come, how would I have seen a denizen cry? Chu Xinghe turned around and went back to his room to sit down, pouring himself a glass of wine and drinking it all in one go. Miss Jiang has already seen the jokes, and the night is late, so it's better to go back, so as not to make Brother Su misunderstand. Hearing Chu Xinghe mention Su Yan, Zhang Evening was inexplicably a bit disgusted. Again, he walked over to the table and sat down. His eyes met Chu Xinghe's gaze. Those eyes full of sharpness carried a sadness that was hard to melt away. Exhaustion. She had people carefully investigate Chu Xinghe before realizing it. what this man is going through. The destruction of the family by a life and death brother. Brothers turn to be with their enemies. His adopted sister also betrayed him and did not help him. Even when Chu Xinghe's life and death were unknown, those people subconsciously forgot about him. Those people died. It was a real cheap shot. They should have been made to die a lot worse. Can you sleep well? Jiang Evening Yin's red lips slightly opened, and her voice turned soft. Chu Xinghe's body trembled a little, his pupils contracting as he avoided Jiang Evening Yin's gaze. The great revenge has been avenged. What's there to sleep on? If it's because of yesterday's monstrous choice of sarcasm on my part, then you've succeeded, and Miss Jiang can leave. After saying that, the whole person became cold. It's as if this puts a protective shell over yourself and protects you. Jiang Evening Yin shook her head and stood next to Chu Xinghe. Reaching out, she cradled his head in her hands and leaned into her. Chu Xinghe's body stiffened. Push away Jiang Evening Yin. Miss Jiang, men and women are not related. I don't need your pity. Jiang Evening Yin looked at Chu Xinghe, who stood up and turned his back to him. You also know that men and women don't kiss each other. Growing up, you are the first man, except my father, to hug me, and you molested me, pinched my, kiss my. I want to kill you, but you linger in my mind. It's like I'm poisoned. I can't believe I'm having a panic attack when I hear you're leaving. I'm kind of sad to see you go. Chu Xinghe's voice also turned soft. You like Su Yan. I'm just a passerby, and I did that last night because you were going to kill me, and I wanted to get out of this bad breath. I know that you have a strong background and haven't experienced danger, and that others treat you with respect. The first time you meet someone who dares to molest you, you're just curious. It's not love. Even if it's love, you and I are not equal in status. It can only lead to feudal tragedy. Jiang Evening Yin's hand tightly grasped Chu Xinghe's clothes, unwilling to let go. I'm in the Su family on a family mission. I don't like him, and if you don't like it, I can leave. I don't care about status, and I'm not pitying you. I can fully support you in whatever you want. Master has done a good job. This woman really does have bad intentions to trap the son of Qi. But why did the Qi of the son of Qi drop 3,000 all of a sudden? Forget it. Master helps the son of Qi and rewards 30,000 health values. Chu Xinghe, not bad. The system will even rate itself. It's getting cold. I'll take you back. Don't ever say you came to see me. Suyin will misunderstand. When Jiang Evening Yin heard Chu Xinghe's rejection, her heart was seized viciously. You big dummy. Why do you lock yourself up and trust no one? Chu Xinghe sighed. He was an orphan in his previous life, and this life plus the original body was also miserable. He subconsciously doesn't want to trust anyone but himself. He would sacrifice everything as long as he could fulfill the plan. Taking the cloak off his body, he wrapped his hands around it, hitched it up for Jiang Evening Yin, and tied it with his head down. Miss Jiang, go back. I have to rest. Looking at Chu Xinghe, who turned around, Jiang Evening Yin left in a state of disorientation. Returning to Su's house, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan, who was hiding in the dark. Su Yan's eyes carried a morose coldness, as if he were a viper. Early the next morning, the entire Su family instantly came alive. Jiang Evening Yin, you come out for me? Jiang Yuanin had just fallen asleep and was a bit impatient when she heard Su Yan shouting. Opening the door and looking at Su Yan, whose eyes were bloodshot, he was also startled. At this moment, the Su family's people also came over. Su Yan looked at his son and had a bad feeling in his heart. Yener, your strength? Su Yan's fingers clenched. Jiang Evening Yin, do you want to explain? Su Yang froze, not understanding what Su Yan meant. Su Yan, what's gotten into you so early in the morning? Jiang Evening Yin's temper instantly came up when she was rejected, coupled with the fact that she hadn't slept well for 2 consecutive days. Speech, have a word. Su Yang pulled Su Yan. Father, you still don't understand her. She's a young lady of the Jiang family, coming to our Su family. This is a deliberate attempt to get close to us. We have something that her Jiang family needs. Jiang Evening Yin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Who told Suyin? Chu Xinghe? Zhongli Qingmeng? Or someone else? Su Yang's mind was flowing. Evening Jin, is it true what Yener said? Jiang Evening Yin's anger disappeared, her eyes a little uncomfortable. Su Yang took a deep breath. Evening Yin, on the basis of so many years of affection, you leave. Our Su family can't climb up to your Jiang family's high house. Jiang Evening Yin opened her mouth, wanting to explain. The killing intent under Su Yan's eyes was like a thick fog that could not be melted. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you snake-hearted person. Get out of my Su family. Just someone with an evil mind like you is worthy of being liked by Brother Chu. Jiang Evening Yin's anger rose, and the bottom of her eyes turned into cold ice. I'll leave. Jiang Evening Yin did not explain what the Jiang family wanted. Sooner or later, they would get their hands on it. For the sake of our previous friendship, I thought of helping your Su family to improve your strength in exchange for something like that. There's no point in being polite since you've torn your face off. Still dare to scold her. Really think that this cultivation world is a house. If it wasn't for the Jiang family fending off quite a few people in the dark, your Su family would have perished long ago. Watching Jiang Evening leave, Su Yang looked at Su Yan. Yener, your strength? The surrounding Su family elders also had their faces change. It's still not thanks to that. In order to hit our Su family's idea, put a soul on me and want to take over me. Chapter 16, she's trying to destroy the Su family and provoke success. The Chu Xinghe that I brought back yesterday. He's a true descendant of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, and he came over to look for the disappeared Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land deacon. Those deacons were the ones responsible for recruiting talented disciples, and as a result, they were detained by Jiang Evening. Otherwise, I would have worshipped the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Now that the soul is still in me and my strength is regressing every day, I definitely can't join the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. When Su Yang heard this, killing intent appeared on his face. The Su family elder also had anger on his face. Su Yan was the pride of their Su family. This Jiang Evening really did not have good intentions and actually wanted to destroy their Su family. Is there a solution? Su Yan suddenly remembered Chu Xinghe. Yes, go to the Heartwatchers building to look for Brother Chu. Su Yan clamped his arm around Su Yan and his body disappeared with a jump. Heartwatch House. Oh, Master, the chi of the Son of Chi has suddenly dropped by 10,000. What's the situation? Master, I'm a little panicked. It must be because the Son of Luck saw Jiang Evening Yin's true colors and the possibility of great danger that the luck dropped so much, showing that we're on the right path. It's better to grow up and plan a heal now than to grow up and plan a heal later. Also, reward the Master with 100,000 health values. Chu Xinghe was in a great mood after cheating the system. The acting will continue. Downstairs about to leave, a figure suddenly jumped in front of him. Brother Chu. Chu Xinghe looked at Su Yan who was caught in his armpit, eyes blinking a bit. That's quite an unusual way to make an appearance. What is this, Brother Su? Su Yang hurriedly put Su Yan down. I hope you'll pardon me for making Chu Xinjuan look ridiculous. It was an urgent matter. Chu Xinghe waved his hand. Can Brother Chu leave a little later? Chu Xinghe nodded as he considered. Once again, I came to the Su's house. Brother Chu seems to be a bit uncurious about my strength. Chu Xinghe sighed. Brother Su, don't beat around the bush. You might as well say what you have to say. Su Yan took a deep breath. That, and dared to harm me into this. I am now the strength of every minute is declining. Last night there was still through the vein realm. Now it has already become the flesh body realm. Brother Su wants me to help you with that soul? Chu Xinghe stopped talking nonsense and directly asked out the key question. Su Yan nodded. What a regret. He was suspicious for just one more day. And it's amazing that it could have gone so wrong. It must have been Jiang Evening who couldn't wait. Fear of things going awry. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Brother Su, there's nothing I can do to help. Even though I'm a sacred lord's true legacy, there are some things that aren't up to me to decide. Su Yan's eyes dimmed. Su Yang looked like he thought of something. Is it because of the Jiang family? Chu Xinghe did not nod or shake his head. Su Yang had killing intent under his eyes. Good guts. This is to push my Su family to death. Chu Xinghe's eyes were a bit hesitant, but he finally sighed. Uncle Su, there's something I don't quite understand. Your strength is only at the God General realm. What could the Jiang family see in you? Su Yang sighed. I don't know the specifics. My father said when he was alive that he had some friendship with the Jiang family. Su Yang thought of something. Chu Xian nephew, wait for me. Su Yang walked out and walked in not long after, holding a box in his hand. Chu Xian nephew, take a look at what this thing is. It's an heirloom of my Su family that has lasted for many generations. To say what others miss might be this. Chu Xinghe picked it up and frowned. Uncle Su, forgive my poor eyesight. I can't tell what this is. The light in Su Yang's eyes also dimmed. Uncle Su, instead of worrying here, why don't you let the Su family move before it's too late? When Su Yang heard this, he thought of Jiang Evening and veins rose on his forehead. There's anger in his eyes. Thanks for the reminder, nephew. Su Yan's fists were clenched, and an unwillingness welled up within him. There is a way around that. There was a struggle in Chu Xinghe's eyes, and a bit of hesitation. Su Yan looked at Chu Xinghe at the same time. Brother Chu, but there's no harm in saying so. I know someone who isn't afraid of the Jiang family, except that the price she pays for asking for her help is a bit high. In the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, she kills other true disciples, and the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land can't even do anything about her. Su Yan looked at each other together with horror in their eyes. Who the hell is this guy? If this is really a good thing, she may be able to help your Su family, but this may have to be given to her, and it may not even be enough. Su Yang sighed. Maybe the next second, the Su family will perish. What's the point of keeping this? As long as I can cure Yener, my Su family will have hope. Trouble Chu Xian nephew to help us make a connection. Chu Xinghe sighed. Actually, it's my fault. If I hadn't talked too much, things wouldn't have gone this way, and I'm to blame. Su Yan's eyes were touched after hearing this. Brother Chu, we also have to thank you for letting me see Jiang Evening Yin's true colors ahead of time. If it weren't for you, our Su family might not even have a shred of hope. Yes, Chu Xian nephew, this time our Su family really wants to thank you. Chu Xinghe accepted it with peace of mind. The show must go on. Crush a jade pendant. Not a moment too soon. Buzz off. The room trembled, with Dao rhythms spilling out. A faint vortex appeared, and a shadowy figure stood in the void. A powerful aura spread. Su Yang. Su Yan almost kneeled down. Little Star River, what is it that you want to see me about? A cold voice rang out. Wanted to ask you a favor. Oh, that's interesting. You, a sacred lord's own heirloom. Don't go to that old of a sacred lord. What are you doing looking for this young lady? Su Yang. Su Yan didn't dare to raise his head to look at it more than once. Boy, call the Holy Land Holy Lord old. It's a private matter. That's fine. Owe me a favor. Chu Xinghe nodded. Say, this brother has a soul in him that absorbs his strength and wants to take him over. Can you help him remove it? The void shadow sized up Su Yan. Su Yan had a suffocating feeling, so strong, and at the same time, his heart was apprehensive. The Jiang family's methods are still so unseemly. Su Yang, horror rose in Su Yan's heart. That serpentine woman is really vicious enough. Ha! The silhouette moved its finger and that jade pendant levitated. This is a good thing. It helps me a bit. Tell you what, you don't have to owe me a favor. You come back and bring this to me, and give me 3 more sacred medicines, and I'll have someone help clear his soul. As for sheltering his family, your master couldn't pay that price. Chu Xinghe didn't open his mouth, but looked at Su Yan. Su Yang. Su Yang returned to his senses, not thinking that it would be really a good thing. That's all it takes to give 3 more holy pills, and it doesn't look particularly good. All your people need to do is help your canine son remove that spirit. Good. I will send 2 saints. The shadow disappeared into thin air. Su Yang. Su Yan heard the saints. The 2 men were dumbfounded, and a million waves rose in their hearts. To be able to send out 2 saints with his hands. What kind of existence was this person? Chapter 17. I harmed you and you're thanking me. Chu Xian nephew. Thank you very much. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Su Yang thought of something, and there was a look of expectation in his eyes. Chu Xian nephew. I don't know that one noble person. Chu Xinghe's gaze was tinged with surprise. It was really interesting, daring to hit Zhong Li Qingming's idea. Uncle Su, there are some people who can't speak out, or else they will involve the entire Green Sea City. Su Yang smiled sarcastically. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Take out a jade pendant. Master, I'll go back tomorrow, so why don't you prepare 3 holy pills for me? Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief when he was done. Xian nephew, our Su family won't let you suffer. Chu Xinghe shook his head. 3 sacred medicines, master can take them out. I wonder what task will be assigned to me. Chu Xinghe rubbed his brows and was also a bit fretful. Su Yang handed the jade tablet to Chu Xinghe. Sage nephew, take this thing for now. Chu Xinghe didn't refuse. When the time comes, I'll find a way to see if I can redeem it for you. It's your heirloom after all. Whoa, what's the situation? The chi of the son of Qi is rapidly dropping by 15,000. Master, restrain yourself, don't play another one to death. Master, hold me. I'm a little scared that this son of Qi will buckle. System, this jade pendant should be of great use. Do you think the Su family can hold on to it? In their hands there is still a danger to their lives. I have now initially gained the trust of the great demon. It's better for me to keep it. When the time comes to give it back to the son of luck, won't his luck come back? Also, it's still the master who was considerate enough to help the son of Qi tide over the danger to his life, rewarding him with 150,000 health values. Wait until it's close to noon. Fluctuations flooded the space. 2 people walked out. Xu Zhenjuan, begin. Chu Xinghe pointed at Su Yan. Trouble the 2 seniors. The 2 men sized up Su Yan. Just bear with me. It hurts a little. Su Yan took a deep breath, and that feeling of hesitation surged back into his heart. To think that it was because of yesterday's hesitation that this happened. If you continue to hesitate, there may be an accident. A compass appeared in the hands of the 2 men. Buzz off. A golden spell appeared. Stand in the center. Su Yan no longer hesitated. Suddenly a voice was heard ringing in his head. No, don't trust them. When Su Yan heard the words, malice flashed in his eyes. You've got something to be afraid of. 2. The formation hovered and turned. A miserable voice rang out. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yan was paralyzed on the ground. The body was dripping with sweat. The 2 powerhouses put away their compasses. True Master Chu, the matter has been resolved, so we'll leave first. Whoa ya, the sky is falling, and the lucky sun's luck value has dropped by another 10,000. Master, I'm panicking. System cutie, calm down. You're a system. If that soul had taken him over, there's a chance that he would have died. Now it's just a drop in the chi value. We've earned a lot, right? Oh, Master said. This soul to take over the son of chi. Really hateful. Harmed the son of chi drop so much. Master helps the sons of chi to pull out the tumor. Rewarded with 100,000 health values. Chu Xinghe sighed. Luckily I don't have a conscience, or else my heart would hurt. Step forward and help your fortune teller to his feet. Brother Su, there's nothing wrong. Chu Xinghe took out an elixir and fed it to Su Yan. Su Yan felt warm inside. Try to absorb the aura. Converging within the dantian, it will never disappear again. The eyes were already misting with water. If I had believed in Chu Xinghe earlier, it wouldn't have happened so much. Now that there was only the physical realm, it could only be recultivated. Thanks to Brother Chu, the aura won't disappear. Only the strength has stayed in the physical realm. Su Yan's face was filled with frustration, but he believed that he would soon be able to cultivate back. Chu Xinghe patted Su Yan's shoulder. A jade pendant was brought out inside his hand. Brother Chu, I'm also leaving. Contact me when the subsequent realms are raised. I'll introduce you to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Your talent is good. After what happened today, Master will be a bit displeased with me and won't believe what I say. So wait until your realm is elevated before you seek me out. Su Yan had a touching look in his eyes. Many thanks, Brother Chu, for the great favor. Uncle Su, things are settled and I'm leaving. Wait a moment, virtuous nephew. Su Yan walked out again and walked back in a short while. Chu Xian nephew, this is 80% of my Su family's resources. It's a bit less. I hope that Xian nephew doesn't mind. Chu Xinghe did not hesitate and took the ring. Uncle Su, I'll take that as a compliment. Su Yang also froze, not thinking that Chu Xinghe really wanted and he was polite about it. Chu Xinghe turned around and took Su Yan's hand, placing the ring inside his hand. There were also several bottles of pills. Brother Chu, I've known you since we met. Consider it my investment in you. The Su family has things to do, so I'll leave first. Chu Xinghe patted Su Yan's shoulder and turned to leave. Su Yang also froze, looking at Chu Xinghe's back. Just now, he had wondered if it was a calculated move by Chu Xinghe. It turned out to be his small-mindedness. Su Yan looked at the ring in his hand as well as the pills, touched inside. After Chu Xinghe left the Su family, he hurriedly left. He was afraid that he would lose his conscience and snatch that bit as well. System, see, this is the pattern of your master. That's how you can help the sons of Qi. Chu Xinghe hadn't long left with his front foot. The entire sky over the Su family quickly turned black. A huge vortex appeared. Su Yan hurriedly walked out. The Su family followed. Looking at the black vortex in the sky, the heart had a bad feeling. Rumble. The six-headed heavenly horses appeared with a huge palace. It was surrounded by densely packed soldiers. Many people in the Su family had been paralyzed with fear. They had never seen such a battle before. Destroy the Su family. A cold voice came from inside the palace. Hearing that familiar voice, the entire Su family froze. It was Zhang Evening Yin's voice. Zhang Evening Yin, don't you have the face to meet people? Why don't you dare to come out? My Su family has treated you well, taking care of you for so many years, and you are gracious enough to return the favor. The palace gates opened. A woman in a scarlet fairy dress appeared, her hands folded in front of the small of her back. Black silk naturally hangs down in front of the chest, as if a noble princess had descended. Su Yan froze. He had never seen Zhang Evening Yin so beautiful before. Zhang Evening Yin, you think that if you dress up like this, Brother Chu will take a liking to you? Delusional. You'll never be able to get what you want in this lifetime. Zhang Evening Yin's eyes were cold. Griffins should stay in the dust, and just you deserve to mention his name. This is the cultivation world, and fists are the rule. Since your Su family tore your face off, there's no need for your Su family to exist. Do it, Zhang Evening Yin ordered. A man floated down from the sky. A meter-sized glow appeared in his hand. With the fall, rumble, a skyward red light appeared, illuminating the entire Qinghai city. The entire Su family was instantly reduced to rubble. Run away. There was a strange look in the eyes of the man who struck. Miss, that Su Yan kid was teleported out. Zhang Evening Yin's eyes were cold. Find, kill without mercy. Did you find that thing yet? The person who made the move moved his hands and various things emerged. Miss, there isn't that thing we need. Zhang Evening Yin frowned. Miss, will it be in the hands of that Chu Xinghe? Should we? Him? Zhang Evening Yin turned back to him with indifference in her eyes. The man hastily lowered his head. He's Zhong Liqing Meng's man. Do you dare to kill him? Chapter 18 Reacting Sons of the Air. When he heard Zhong Liqing Meng, awe flashed in the eyes of the person who spoke. You guys go on back. I'm going to meet someone. After Zhang Evening Yin finished speaking, her body disappeared like a spirit butterfly. Heartwatch House. Finished. Completely finished. The Chi Luck value of the son of Chi Luck has dropped another 500. Master, what should I do? It's only been 2 days, and the son of Chi is going to buckle. Ooh, too hard on the system. System, didn't you realize that he didn't die when the Su family was destroyed, and he still has so many resources with him that he no longer has any worries. The son of Chi with a family, where others could hold him back with their family, now has no ties. Next, he won't trust women either, and can only cultivate in peace. Although there is also my sin in this, it is also indirectly counted as a fulfillment of the sons of Chi. System boy, we're in for a treat. Yes, now that the son of Chi has no ties, the master has done a good job and rewarded 55,000 health values. Chu Xinghe shook his head. The system was too simple for his liking. The door opened and a woman in a scarlet fairy dress appeared. If it's not Jiang Eveningin, who else? Jiang Eveningin lowered her head. He won't be angry if she destroys the Su family. Why has Miss Jiang become squirmy today? Jiang Eveningin's heart tightened and her fingers stirred together. She remembered again what Su Yan had said. Chu Xinghe wouldn't fall for someone with a snake heart like her. I wiped out the Su family. Chu Xinghe sighed on the surface, but inwardly he was excited. In looking at the little girl in front of him, TSK, and wool gathering, and beautiful women throwing themselves at you. It's a feeling that's just too good to be true. I wiped out the Su family, so you can trust me now. I really don't like him. Looking at the deer-like moist eyes, Chu Xinghe's eyes were stunned. Destroying the Su family just convinced him. Even Chu Xinghe could not hide a wave of complexity in his heart. Walking forward, he wiped away Jiang Eveningin's tears. Don't cry. Jiang Eveningin threw herself into Chu Xinghe's arms and hugged him tightly. Chu Xinghe gently patted Jiang Eveningin's back. Silly girl. Jiang Eveningin broke into tears. You're not angry? Chu Xinghe shook his head. You've gone this far for me, so who am I to be angry? But there are some things to clean up. Chu Xinghe held Jiang Eveningin's hand. Jiang Eveningin froze when she felt something inside her hand. That way you'll have an explanation when you get back, and you'll be able to gag some people, and I'll take care of the rest. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he disappeared in an instantaneous movement. Jiang Eveningin looked at the jade tablet in her hand with a touching look in her eyes. Bad boy. Still says he doesn't like me. Miss, the head of the family wants you to go back. Jiang Eveningin nodded and looked at Chu Xinghe's disappearing back. The Heavenly Difficulty Sanctuary? I'll be with you soon. She needed to go back and destroy all that was left of the Su family. On the other side, Su Yan came back from the dead in rags. The fear in his eyes wouldn't dissipate for a long time. The mind wondered a little more how he had gotten out. Kid, I let you run out? Who? Su Yan looked around in horror. There's no need to look for it. It's a transmission I left behind. And when the words are finished they'll be gone. And I'll be dead. Su Yan froze violently, suddenly thinking of something. You're that spirit in my head. Alas, the time is right. The spirit sighed. Don't trust that Chu Xinghe. He put on a show with that woman. Su Yan didn't understand. In fact, you misunderstood Jiang Eveningin. You pushed her away. She's the one who can help you. It didn't occur to me that Chu Xinghe would act like that, and I possessed you out of necessity. I was attacked by someone earlier. My origin was lost. I escaped with my life, and seeing that you have good talent, I possessed you and fell into a coma. I'll pass on a technique to you to help you rise to power, which will also be considered old man's compensation. The one Jiang Eveningin is holding isn't any Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land deacon either. That's that person's subordinate for the purpose of stealing your origin. But you've been picked on by a trifle, and you can't find out what's going on, and the time is right. It's not a bad thing to go through this. Su Yan was silent. He began to recall the scene he encountered with Chu Xinghe. It ended with even more fists clenched. Damn Chu Xinghe, I must kill you. Su Yan gritted his teeth. At the loss of him, he still believed that Chu Xinghe was bent on doing him good and pushing his heart. At the end of the day, he is a dupe. Su Yan returned to his senses and suppressed the anger within him. The one who utilized the origin to cultivate is also in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. I can't say her name. A woman. A very beautiful woman. If you can join the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, you'll be able to find that woman. After the voice disappeared, the light in Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. After feeling the gong method in his mind, he took a deep breath. On the other side, Chu Xinghe, who was tracing Su Yan's trail, heard the excited voice of the system in his head. It's up, it's great, ha ha, master, Su Yan's chi value has risen by 5,000. Reward the master with 50,000 health values. Hearing Su Yan's chi luck value rise, Chu Xinghe's expression remained unchanged. Take out a jade talisman. Do you want to come over here yourself? Someone should know about your cultivation with origin. After Chu Xinghe passed it out, he retrieved the jade pendant. Zhongli Qingmeng, who was cultivating in the Tai Ching Palace, after feeling the sound transmission jade light up, looking at the words written by Chu Xinghe on it. Are you sure that soul has been overwritten? Miss, we're sure. A dull voice came from the shadows. What about those losers? Did they talk? They said they'd die the moment they went out and come back fine, so there shouldn't be any problems. Zhongli Qingmeng had indifference in her phoenix eyes. Get rid of it all. Yes. Zhongli Qingmeng had a tired look in her eyes. Slowly walk out and take out the jade pendant. You solve it, and you'll be given 2 more sacred medicines. Zhongli Qingmeng raised her head and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside. Together with this life, their Zhongli family had already been targeted 3 times. The first time she wondered how the old ancestor had solved it. For the second time they, the Zhongli family, are raising a good pawn, a heaven-swallowing demon body, and also her mother. In that life, her mother and father had joined forces explicitly and implicitly, and numerous demonic origins were devoured. The heaven-swallowing demon body went all the way to the top, suppressing all the heavenly pride. The crisis was eliminated and the Taishu heavenly realm was once again calm. The heaven-swallowing demon body also disappeared, but she was born and the old man came out. There was a complexity in his eyes, and a touch of determination. Say the word. The dragon is trapped in the wild, divided and eaten. She was a heaven-swallowing demon body, but she still had that Song Tian hegemony body inheritance in her body, which couldn't be fused and often caused problems. Not even the old ancestor's hand, her mother's hand, could solve it. One of the old ancestors sacrificed himself to deduce a clue. Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, Heavenly Diffusion Secret Realm. She's in pain. Sometimes she wants to die. But the family pampered, coddled, and schemed to the best of their ability, all trying to find a way to keep her alive. That's what kept her going. Xu Xingho, you will be my chosen one, the one who protects me? Chapter 19, the son of Qi was crippled by neglect. Xu Xinghe, who was still outside, didn't know Zhongli Qingmeng's thoughts. After hearing about the 2 sacred medicines, he was energized. As long as he destroyed Su Yan, he would be able to obtain the 5 sacred pills. There's also a clue to one Ru Shui. He wanted to see the master break his defense. Brother Chu. This time Su Yan's weak voice came. Xu Xinghe took a deep breath and turned around. Sizing up Su Yan, there was concern in his eyes. Brother Su, what are you doing? Su Yan shook his head. The Su family has already been overthrown by that madman Zhang Evening, and it was not easy for me to escape. Xu Xinghe was quite impressed that Su Yan was still acting for him at this time. You can't collect yourself yet. You still have some growing up to do. Then what are Brother Su's next plans? Su Yan took a deep breath. Brother Chu, I want to join the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Ground, even if it means becoming an odd job disciple. Xu Xinghe had come to his senses. This is to get information and prepare to threaten Zhongli Qingmeng. You're cutting me off. 2 holy pills. Not to mention the fact that the 2 are now in a no-win situation. Could be. Hearing Xu Xinghe agree so quickly, Su Yan's eyes also flashed with surprise. Xu Xinghe was about to think of ways to stall for time. He's waiting. Wait for Zhang Evening to exterminate the Su family's underpinnings. As long as it can be extinguished, this son of Luck's luck value would drop by a large margin. That time will be the death of this dog. Now that the Zhang family is looking for clues about you, I'll take you away first. Xu Xinghe walked in front, already communicating with the system. System cutie. Master, your little darling is in. What do you think will happen if the son of Qi tries to kill me in the future? I don't think so. How could the master kill him if he's so good? What if, as you know, I'm hooking up with the villainous demon now, and they think I'm one of Zhongli Qingmeng's people? As you know, the sons of Qi are lonely and proud. They only believe in what they see with their eyes and don't believe in what others say. Master, you're right, but I don't know what to do. If you are targeted by the sons of Qi, then you are also a villain. So won't I become a villain system? Don't. Villains are too scary. People are so cute. Don't be a villain system. Or maybe the master should change his routine and not go undercover with the villain system. If I don't get into the game, how can I break the game? The heaven-swallowing demon body swallows nothing and grows too fast. It's only after gaining her trust that I can give her trouble and slow down her growth. Also, I can't figure it out. Master, think for yourself, blah blah blah. Xu Xinghe saw that he didn't fool the system. I roll. System cutie. Do you think there's a possibility that I'm also a son of Qi? And your purpose is to assist me in my growth. It's just that you're still too weak to tell the difference. And that's what led to letting me assist the other sons of Qi. Master, you're so smart. Not to mention, it really makes sense. Right. Impossible. Master, don't think about it. Xu Xinghe almost broke his defense. This system learns to be bad. It actually talks with a big gasp. For whom? Finding lodging. Night had fallen. Xu Xinghe was lying on the bed. Master, don't sleep. The sky is falling again. Bai Wu Dian's Qi value suddenly dropped by 20,000. Xu Xinghe opened his eyes. It looked like the Su family's underpinnings had been completely destroyed. Su Yan still had 25,000 Qi left. Why was it still so high? System, it must be his own death. It has nothing to do with me. I'm sleeping. You see the value of this help? Master, It has nothing to do with you, and the help value won't be given to you. Master, you're sleepy. Chu Xinghe sighed. If you don't give it, forget it. I don't assist him either. I'm tired of assisting him. Not even a little reward? Give the master 200,000 help value line blah. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. System, I love you the most. I also love my master. So my master will quickly rest and assist the son of Qi in the future. Chu Xinghe slept peacefully. Unbeknownst to me, the system had fallen into a deep meditation. It always felt like something was weird and I couldn't put my finger on it. The master had done his best to help the son of Qi. So why did the son of Qi's Qi continue to fall? How can these sons of Qi be dumber than me? When will the mission be accomplished? Su Yan, who was practicing next to him, was cultivating. But a mouthful of blood was spat out. The face was white, eyes open with panic. What's going on? Why are the meridians throughout the body closed? Problems with the kung fu? It shouldn't be. That soul has saved him. How could he still lie to him? Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came. The whole body's meridians twisted up. Interjection of surprise. The intense pain was so intense that he couldn't help but make a sound. Bang! The gate opens. Chu Xinghe walked in and looked at the blood on the ground. He then glanced at Su Yan, who was lying on the ground in pain. Take out an elixir. Su Yan had just opened his mouth when the elixir had already entered his stomach. The pain slowly faded. Su Yan closed his eyes. He was afraid to show his emotions. He was no match for Chu Xinghe. Could the situation inside his body be Chu Xinghe's doing? Isn't it time to destroy that soul? Going dark on him. Brother Su, what is it that you cultivate? Why are the meridians of the whole body closed? Su Yan suppressed the killing intent within his heart and opened his eyes to look at Chu Xinghe. I don't know. Just as I practiced before. Chu Xinghe stretched out his hand and probed his fingers on his meridians. His face was so grim it could have dripped. Asshole, you still don't dare to tell the truth. Can you stand up to Uncle Su like this? Su Yan couldn't hold back any longer when he heard his father. Green veins rose and his voice hissed. Chu Xinghe, don't be acting. Everything was planned by you. Someone can devour other people's origin to cultivate. Those people Jiang Evening seized were not heavily diffusion Holy Land deacons at all. I already know. Why do you need to keep up the charade with me? Just kill me. Bang! Chu Xinghe punched Suyin in the face. What a bastard. At the expense of me? Chu Xinghe, I still think that you're a person of candor. What's the difference between you and that Bai Wuchen? I really want to hurt you. What am I going around in circles for? Chu Xinghe's strength in the middle stage of King Seal burst out. See, you, I want to harm you, and I still used to count you. Feeling Chu Xinghe's strength in sealing the king, Su Yan opened his mouth, his gaze a bit dumbfounded. Who told you that? Su Yan's gaze was a bit evasive. Chu Xinghe's gaze kept pondering. Wasn't it the spirit? Su Yan pursed her lips. Chu Xinghe kicked Su Yan on the bed, back and forth across the house. I kind of know why you had to go to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Heck, I was almost all killed by you. Do you know how costly it would be to wrongfully accuse that person? The entire Xinzhou could be left without chickens or dogs. Su Yan sniffed and his throat rolled a little. I find you to be a brainless fool. Other people can casually send out 2 saints. And if they really want to use the origin to cultivate, Green Sea City would have already disappeared. You think the means will be left behind. And that soul, 2 saints were able to finish him off. If he's really capable, why is he so miserable? Not waking up before and waiting until your family was overthrown to leave you a message. You're a retard to believe such a thing. If she really used origin to cultivate, she would use the origin of a bunch of trash? Su Yan's pupils dilated violently, and the layer of fog in his mind instantly dispersed. Chapter 20 Death of the Son of Qi. Master's Secret. Looking at the angry Chu Xinghe, he didn't dare to open his mouth for a while. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath, poured a cup of tea and slammed it down. Take a deep breath, Brother Chu. That soul was placed by the Jiang family. Su Yan reminded a word. Chu Xinghe's pupils contracted, jerked to his feet. I might have been targeted as well. I said, how could she possibly fall in love with me? With her status, she has many suitors. How many great clan saints and godsons want to pursue? Su Yan knew that Chu Xinghe was talking about Jiang Evening. The heart and mind were on edge. You write down that kung fu. Chu Xinghe looked at Su Yan and said. Su Yan was a bit hesitant, but it was also true that the meridians were closed. Moreover, Chu Xinghe really didn't have to act with him. How could someone who could send out 2 saints have their eyes on him? Poor him is really and almost killed Chu Xinghe. Su Yan wrote down the feats. Chu Xinghe glanced at it, his face growing gloomy. Inwardly, he exclaimed, if he hadn't come early, this son of Qi would have succeeded in his cultivation. The meridians close and open again, and the strength will skyrocket. You are so tired of living. Chu Xinghe lowered his voice. Su Yan could feel his suppressed anger. Do you know how many people will be killed if you practice this technique? I really want to kill you now. Su Yan's throat rolled a little. It's not that bad, is it? Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. This matter rots in your stomach, or the entire Xianzhou will disappear. This kung fu is not complete. On the eve of cultivation, the meridians are closed, and it takes the cultivator's origin to open the meridians. This is supposed to be the easy version, and you'll just be reduced to an absorbed pawn when the time comes. Su Yan's eyes widened. Chu Xinghe's finger moved. With flames appearing, the paper instantly went up in smoke. Sit down. Chu Xinghe sat behind Su Yan. Fingers rested on Su Yan's back. Run according to your previous feats, or you will die. By rights I should kill you now, but my heart won't allow it. Damn it, I shouldn't have come to Green Sea City to take this quest. Su Yan didn't dare to speak, like a small child who had done something wrong. What the are you still thinking about? Why don't you run your gong method and open up your meridians? Su Yan hurriedly withdrew his mind. Wait for the dawn. Chu Xinghe's face was pale. Standing up, his frame was a little wobbly. Su Yan resumed the passing vein realm again. The heart rejoices. Looking at Chu Xinghe, his heart felt guilty. I'm going to find someone to destroy that memory of yours. I hope you understand. Su Yan nodded. This time he trusted Chu Xinghe very much. Chu Xinghe took out a jade pendant. Master, I need your help. There is a great danger that concerns the entire Xianzhou 10,000 spirits. The jade pendant lit up with light. Ask the master to clear a portion of his memory. The jade pendant enveloped Su Yan's head. Not long after, Su Yan felt that a part of his mind was missing. It's that part of the kung fu. What's going on? I just wandered off for a moment, and the son of Luck's luck value dropped another 15,000. He practiced his gong methods indiscriminately, causing his meridians to close, and I just opened them for him. Exhausted. What? Why is this son of fortune so stupid? Recovered the passing vein realm. Master did a good job. Master helped the son of Qi to open his meridians, gaining 150,000 health values. The jade pendant hovered by Chu Xinghe's ear for a moment. Chu Xinghe nodded. Brother Chu, has something happened? Chu Xinghe nodded. Come back to the heaven-diffracting Holy Land with me. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he took out a jade talisman. After crushing it, a teleportation array appeared. In the middle of the room, the two men disappeared. By the time he appeared, he had already arrived at the Tai Ching Palace. My God, what are you doing, Master? You're sending the son of Qi to the big villain. Aren't you looking for death? System, do you think such a dumbass is capable of killing villains? Can't seem to. I was almost killed by him. Such a son of Qi is not what we need. If it's always such a child of Qi, the two of us won't be able to complete the mission even if we die of exhaustion. We must find a demonic-minded, superbly gifted son of Qi so that we can have an easy time. Look at this person, believing in this today and that tomorrow, without a bit of the wisdom of being a son of Qi. At that time, the two of us will also be dragged down by him. Even if we want to help the son of Qi grow, shouldn't we also save our lives first? Master has a point. I can't wrap my head around it a bit, so let me think about it first. What else is there to think about? He's full of loopholes and wants to go up to the heaven-diffracting Holy Land to threaten Zhong Li Qingmeng. Will Zhong Li Qingmeng kill me then? I finally realized that this son of Qi is a master. Do you mean that the true sons of Qi we're looking for haven't appeared yet, and that these are just people of great Qi? What you said is possible. So when we find people with great Qi, we'll have to try them out one by one to see if they're the one we're looking for. Also we have to test them often to see if he has the intelligence he should have, or I'll be tied up and you won't get the job done. I get it. These people really can't do it. I'll accompany my master as he continues his search. Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, finally fooled successfully. I feel weird somewhere, but my master is doing it for my own good. I trust him. Su Yan looked at Zhong Li Qingmeng's face, and his heart beat a beat slower. Zhong Li Qingmeng was sneaky with disgust in her eyes. With a movement of his fingers, Su Yan died completely. System, see, after all this experience, when you see this demoness, your eyes are not right. They are like eyes. See, this really isn't the person we're looking for. Tough master. Let the system see clearly that this kind of person of great fortune is not the protagonist. Reward 50,000 health value. Just as Zhong Li Qingmeng killed Su Yan, he felt quite comfortable with his body. It was a hard to conceal excitement, and it made her very abrupt. His eyes fell on Chu Xinghe. Do you know something? Chu Xinghe sat on the chair. Hearing Zhong Li Qingmeng's words shook his head. Hurry up and give me my payment. Both for nothing. Zhong Li Qingmeng stood up and walked over to Chu Xinghe. The body slowly crouched down. The tip of his nose was all about to quickly stick to the tip of Chu Xinghe's nose. Chu Xinghe's heart was pounding. This leprechaun, do you know how tempting you are? It was able to make Zhang Evening fall in love with you. And that news you told me. Do you realize what you're doing? Zhong Li Qingmeng's fingers reached out and caressed Chu Xinghe's face, slowly moving to his heart. Chu Xinghe had a heart to lift. Just kidding for you. Zhong Li Qingmeng sat back down again, her eyes arrogant. Like an empress. These are 5 sacred medicines. Chu Xinghe didn't look at the 5 sacred medicines, eyes looking expectantly at Zhong Liqingmeng. He wanted to juggle when Ruoshui's secret. Zhong Liqingmeng actually felt very amused as she looked at Chu Xinghe in front of her. The red lips slowly opened and spoke a secret. Chu Xinghe's eyes widened. Mouth open. Chapter 21, Master's secret is actually this. The corner of Zhong Liqingmeng's mouth rose as she looked at the shocked Chu Xinghe. No way. How did you know? Chu Xinghe was a bit skeptical. Because I tried, and that was the only time I embarrassed her? Chu Xinghe's eyes snapped wide open. You tried? You're a woman too. She's a woman too. Zhong Liqing looked at Zhong Liqingmeng. Want to know why? Chu Xinghe hurriedly shook his head. Maybe it's time to agree to some conditions again. If you don't believe me, you can go to your master. Chu Xinghe half-heartedly went out. It always felt a little less reliable. Zhong Liqingmeng looked at his back as he left. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. Miss, it's been a long time since I've seen you so happy. As soon as Shadow opened her mouth, she had watched Miss grow up. Zhong Liqingmeng stretched her waist, her exquisite curves showing. There are indeed things worth making happy. Shadow One had a look of disbelief in his eyes. What did you find out, miss? The corners of Zhong Liqing dreamed of that result he had guessed, and the corners of his mouth rose. I'm just a little bit skeptical right now. I can't be specific yet. The experiment needs to be continued once more. And if that's the case, maybe there's a way I can fix this one. Shadow One froze after hearing that. Could it be related to Chu Xinghe? But it felt a little off again. Miss, news has been received that Zhang Eveningin is also coming to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Zhong Liqingmeng nodded. Come as you are. No need to concern yourself with her. She doesn't have enough weight in the Zhang family, and she can't make her own decisions on many things yet. That group of pedants from the Zhang family will sooner or later suffer a backlash. Shadow One followed suit with a shake of his head as he too thought of something. The Zhang family is indeed pedantic, but it's a good thing. We only have a chance if the Zhang family is pedantic. Zhang Eveningin likes Chu Xinghe. The Zhang family will definitely not agree. What do you think will happen if we help Zhang Eveningin and help her take down the Zhang family? Shadow One looked like he had heard a heavenly story. I don't care who you are. Get off my lady. Shadow One's face was ugly, even with killing intent. Zhong Liqingmeng also froze. I'm still me. Except I think it would have been more of a problem if I had followed my previous characterization. There's no end to people. So why not kill a bunch and pull them together? Zhang Eveningin is one of the people worth pulling our strings. Perhaps with unexpected results. Zhong Liqingmeng's eyes flickered. Just one more determination would prove that her suspicions were not wrong. That's when she really makes her move. Chu Xinghe, who had left the Taiqing Palace, arrived at the Soft Water Palace. Seeing the quiet back in the gazebo in the center of the lake, Chu Xinghe's heart couldn't help but quiet down. Come here. The voice that sounded like a trickle of water. Chu Xinghe reacted and had already appeared in the gazebo. Master, why don't I see you practicing? Chu Xinghe was not polite and settled down. When Ruoshui's eyes lifted up and were ancient. This is practice for me too. Everyone has their own way of practicing. I just abide by my heart. Being in this gazebo soothes me. And here I am, abiding within. And that's how I practice. Chu Xinghe raised his head violently and looked at Wen Ruoshui incredulously. This would be the practice of knowing and doing. That's awesome. It's worthy of an existence that the system can't detect. Chu Xinghe didn't even think that even the soft and cuddly system could burst out in shock. Master, what is your cultivation level? When Ruoshui quietly looked at Chu Xinghe. I have no cultivation. Chu Xinghe froze. What kind of answer was that? How could one sit in the Holy Lord position without cultivation? How he was allowed to travel through space? Is Master poking fun at the apprentice? When Ruoshui shook his head. I cultivate the heart. The Tao. Chu Xinghe felt like grabbing something and couldn't. When Ruoshui gazed away. The view at this gazebo would only be better if it rained. The voice fell. A light rain suddenly fell around the gazebo. It gives the surrounding area a hazy feeling. Chu Xinghe's scalp was a bit numb at the moment. Chu Xinghe always felt that something was a bit wrong somewhere. The monasticism of the multitudes is to understand the word and to make themselves more attuned to it. When Ruoshui's, on the other hand, believes that she and the Tao are on an equal footing and that she is the Tao. The heart she cultivates, the Tao she cultivates, is another way to cultivate herself. When Ruoshui withdrew her gaze and made hot tea. My way is not for you. Chu Xinghe didn't retort. This he also knew. I'll take you on as an apprentice. I won't instruct you. Chu Xinghe nodded. He understood what Wen Ruoshui meant. It would be inconsistent with her path for her to intervene in point. In her eyes, the word is also versatile. Everyone has their own Tao and needs to explore it on their own. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Xinghe thought of Zhong Liqingmeng's words. Eyes are a little fluttering. Wen Ruoshui was always calm. Are you asking if my sensitive parts are in my ass? Chu Xinghe's pupils dilated. This master, is this something that can be said directly? What Zhongli Qingmeng said is true. Do you want to try? Looking at Wen Ruoshui, who had a bashful face, Chu Xinghe sat down. He felt defeated. It was a defeat, and there was no way to fight back. But Chu Xinghe suddenly thought of something. A black object appeared in his hand. Master, do you know what this is? Wen Ruoshui's gaze fell on it. Shake your head. Master, this is black silk. Wear it to make your legs beautiful. Master wants to try. Master, you're such a beast. You lured Master into wearing black silk. But I want to see it too. My legs are already pretty. Not for me. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Master, it took a lot of effort to get this, specially to honor you. When Ruoshui sipped his tea and slowly put it down. You lie. The corner of Chu Xinghe's mouth tugged. Master is too hard to fool. One could only helplessly take the black silk back. Turning his head to look at the view from the gazebo, he couldn't help but be quiet for a moment. The haziness of lying on the table and looking around at the... Within a few moments he closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. When Ruoshui glanced outside, the rain around them became fine and silent, and a cool breeze appeared in the gazebo. The teenager slumped over the table, a tired look on his brow. The body also involuntarily curled up. When Ruoshui stood up, the delicate and boneless hand gently stroked Chu Xinghe's head. Bending down, he held Chu Xinghe in his arms. Toward the outside of the gazebo, the jade foot stepped in the void without rippling up the slightest fluctuation. Hey, 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 Master is so gentle. I love it. Wait until Chu Xinghe woke up and stretched. Surveying the surroundings, what came into view was unfamiliar. I think it's the Master's palace. Master is so gentle. Chu Xinghe shook his head. This system had been mesmerized by Wen Ruoshui to the point where he couldn't find his way out. Standing up and walking outside, he looked out at the bright sky, feeling a wave of relief. His chi surged up and exploded out. The realm had already broken through the late Seal King stage. Chapter 22, Another Mission. 10 Sacred Medicines. Chu Xinghe also didn't know which palace he lived in. Been out and about these days. After returning from Wen Ruoshui's, he chose to go find Zhongli Qingmeng. It's not true that this woman is a villain. It's also true that she's generous and has holy pills to really give. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Chu Xinghe. There was also gossip in his eyes. How did Wen Ruoshui treat you? Chu Xinghe's expression froze. Then he shook his head. I can tell by the look on your face that it didn't make the slightest difference to her? Chu Xinghe looked at Zhongli Qingmeng strangely. How do you know so much about it? Are you familiar with the master? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. Don't know her very well either, but when I was first added, I needed to inquire about one thing and inevitably gave her access. She's really boring as a person, always looking like an old-fashioned person. If it's another power, I'll send someone to grab what I need, but this person is Wen Ruoshui. I was indeed quite shocked when she accepted you as her apprentice. How many great clan inheritors, who also wanted to worship her as their master, have been unsuccessful, so you'll have quite a bit of trouble next as well. Zhongli Qingmeng had a gloating tone in her voice. How about doing something for me? Chu Xinghe shook his head. 3 sacred medicines, plus one more thing about Jiang Evening. Chu Xinghe froze when he heard Jiang Evening. Think of the little girl he cheated on. What do you want to say? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. I can't tell you yet. I'll only tell you when you've completed your mission. You're quite charming to make Jiang Evening act like that. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. All I can tell you is that she's not doing so well. Oh, and if you help me with my mission, I can have someone deliver a message. Chu Xinghe pondered for a while and finally nodded helplessly. Tell me, is it your unhelpful henchman who has committed another mistake? Zhongli Qingmeng was not annoyed after hearing this. Wuzhou, Jade City, is the root of the trouble I planted before? After saying that, he handed Chu Xinghe a jade pendant. Chu Xinghe raised his head and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. 3 holy pills are not enough. I want 5. The trouble you've caused yourself is certainly not small, and I'm at a bit of a disadvantage with the 3 sacred medicines. Here's 10 plants. Chu Xinghe, silly me, I should have raised the price before. We can't go on like this. After we finish this mission, hug the master's thighs and go. If we keep playing like this, we might just hitch ourselves up at some point. In the middle of a space vortex, Chu Xinghe glanced at the system. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 18. Strength, late king seal. Physique, immortal demon body. Immortal demon pupil. Technique, immortal demon Taoist scripture. Martial arts, immortal and demon in the 9 heavens. Instantaneous movement. Weapon, immortal magic harp. Purple gold gourd. Help value, 898,000. Backpack, immortal and demon zither. 1 black silk. Purple gold gourd. Divine beast egg. And 5 sacred medicines. Chu Xinghe looked at the help value and endured. Coming to a premium draw at that time. It's just 100,000 or so away, and it'll come together quickly. System, hit the lottery come once, consuming 500,000 help values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a minor realm enhancement card. Chu Xinghe sighed. Something was better than nothing. After using it, the strength is increased to Seal King perfection. The next step was to break through the Seal Emperor realm. To think that Zhong Liqing Meng had already broken through the Void God realm. The flash of excitement washed away quite a bit. With close to 400,000 helpers left, you can't draw anymore. Wuzhou, Jade City. Chu Xinghe walked down the street wearing a mask. Like Lord Reader, it's too dangerous to leave this kind of face out in the open. Because of the fusion of the immortal demon body, that ethereal and dusty aura, it still attracts a lot of people. He had to determine who that son of Qi was first. This time the voices of argument talk about it. There's really quite a lot of people pouring into Jade City this time. It's hilarious. It should be for the Linglong Pavilion auction, right? That's only one part of the reason. Dude, come on. Ahem. You see, it's almost noon and there are things to do at home. Brother, if it's not too busy, I'll invite brother to take a trip to the Heartwatcher's house. Well said. Well said. That's flattering. When Chu Xinghe heard Linglong Pavilion, Huang Xinlu's gaze flickered for a moment. The Heartwatcher's house is a place to stay and eat, and you stayed there in Xianzhou. I didn't think it was available here in Jade City. As for Linglong Pavilion, who hasn't heard of it? Selling all kinds of pills, weapons, and auctions. Chu Xinghe also followed into the Heartwatcher's building, not far from the person who just spoke. The Linglong Pavilion auction is just one aspect. The other is the Taishian Sacred Land, where Immortal Myriad Voice is coming over. Brother, elaborate? I heard it from the cousin of my next-door old king's third daughter-in-law's niece's boyfriend, who is an inner disciple of the Taishian Holy Land. When you say this I remember. It seems that the Myriad Fairy is still one of our Jade cities who walked out, and was previously related to Jade Linma. A few people's demeanor changed at the mention of Yurinmo. 3 years ago, that young city lord's origin was tapped, and his life was considered ruined. Chu Xinghe frowned after hearing it from afar. A young city lord, that's a bit of a problem. Joining forces with the auction, Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. It's kind of funny. When he walked out of the restaurant, he asked Zhong Liqing Meng for money. Rich woman, give some money. Why? Taking my money and buying resources for yourself. You have a way of making money. Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 have it on them. The Shadow 6 in the darkness came out and handed Chu Xinghe a ring. The lady asked me to give it to you. Chu Xinghe opened it. What a big dog. In the Taishu heavenly realm, the common currencies were spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit sources, and divine stones. Each of them is divided into lower, middle, upper and extreme grades. One medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones. But cutie, only then will you redeem it. Shadow 6 gave him 100 extreme divine stones, 1,000 top-grade divine stones, and various medicinal herbs. Most importantly, the 3 rule jade talismans. This thing could only be condensed by a saint, and could allow the cultivator to comprehend the rules. It was of great help to even God Emperor realm powerhouses, and it was even more priceless. Chu Xinghe took out the amethyst gourd. Throw in all the herbs. In no time, hundreds of pills appeared in his hands. Extreme soul spirit pills for the Seal Emperor realm. Find the Linglong Pavilion and walk in. Not in gold and splendor, but made of ancient wood of 1,000 years. Atmospheric and elegant, with inscriptions engraved on it. I don't know what the gentleman wants to purchase. Chu Xinghe made the maid's eyes light up even though he was wearing a mask. Auction stuff. The maid's eyes lit up. Although she couldn't see Xinghe's appearance clearly, she could sense it from her aura. Sir, please follow me. The maid led Chu Xinghe into a room. Deacon, this male wants to auction something. The deacon looked at Chu Xinghe and nodded. Chu Xinghe also didn't talk nonsense. Take the potion out. Deacon jolted to his feet. Extreme soul spirit pill. Good stuff. The maid next to him was also startled. Extremely high quality pills. How long has it been since we've seen one? Chapter 23. Investigate me and teach his father a lesson. Please sit down. Sir, Xiao Mei makes tea. Using my private stash of tea leaves. The deacon's breathing was a bit misplaced as he looked at the 30 pills. A Seal Emperor realm elixir couldn't excite him, but this was an extreme elixir. The research value alone is high. Is the prince selling privately? That's all. Been a little short on cash lately. Auctioning off a little trinket. Anyway, when you go out, you give yourself an identity. Deacon's eyes lit up even more. My lord, 25 of them are up for auction, and for the remaining 5, I'll buy them at the highest price of the auction. Is that okay? Chu Xinghe nodded. My lord, this is a silver member of our Linglong Pavilion and my highest authority. With this membership, you can buy anything from our Linglong Pavilion at a 20% discount on all of them. Chu Xinghe accepted the token. Your Excellency, 2 days later, our Linglong Pavilion will have an auction, so Your Excellency can come and take a look. Chu Xinghe nodded, stood up and turned to leave. The tea in the cup was never looked at from the beginning. Deacon breathed a sigh of relief. Deacon, you seem nervous? There are quite a few that can take out Emperor Sealing pills in this Jade City, but this extreme product, looking at the entire martial state, I haven't seen many of them. I still need to report it. This kind of person is not to be offended. If I didn't have such low privileges, I'd want to give him a gold membership. Xiao Mei heard a flash. Gold members? Just because the cultivation level is at least the Seal King realm, it stops a lot of people. After Chu Xinghai came out, he lamented the power of the purple gold gourd. Just now, he refined so many pills, and the purple gold gourd repaired a little bit. This made Chu Xinghai light up. It can make pills and repair itself. This gourd is a born alchemist. Chu Xinghai walked down the street and was loitering. Master, don't look at the legs. Look at the son of Qi. Let's see if it's something that will help us accomplish our mission. Chu Xinghai gazed over. Name, Yulinmo. Age, 21. Identity, Prince of the Jade City Lord's Mansion. Son of Qi Luck. Physique, Astral King Body, abolished. Essence lost. Strength, Divine General, abolished. Technique, Jade Heavenly Kung Fu. Martial Arts, Soul Pinning Hands, Fufeng Blade Technique. Luck value, 100. 000. Chu Xinghai frowned. It was only the king body that was already wasted. There are also high and low levels of fitness. Spiritual body, treasure body, king's body, saint's body. You can see the importance of physical fitness. Yu Linmo was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by an attendant, oblivious to the curious. Alas, gloating expressions around him. He had heard too much sarcasm over the years. Even the enemies that he had stepped on before could likewise come up and step on them twice. A pair of eyes could not help but flash through his mind. Veiled, with untamed, expensive eyes. It was more like a pity party for him when they gutted him of his essence. Thinking about it made him vomit blood in depression. Digging into my origin and looking down on me. Looking back, his torso couldn't help but sit up quite a bit straighter. Walking towards him was a masked figure dressed in a silver moon white suit, with white hair that fell naturally. The aura was out of place, like it didn't fit in with the surroundings. When did such a character appear in Jade City? People passed him by without a moment's pause. Yulinmo had a feeling that even when he wasn't abolished, he would be ashamed of himself when he encountered this person. But he was more curious. You have someone investigate and find out what this person is really about, Yulinmo said to the maid in the back. The maid nodded. Chu Xinghai had come to the Heartwatchers building to open a room. Mr. Chu, someone is investigating you. The corners of Chu Xinghai's mouth rose. Go and teach the Jade City Lord a lesson and warn him. Shadow 6 nodded. Mr. Chu, the person investigating you, her real mother is dead and her stepmother is still alive. Should I kidnap her for you, Chu Xinghai? No, when did I say I was going to kidnap his mother? Shadow 6 scratched his head. Tell me about the city lord's house. Shadow 6 nodded. Jade City Lord Yumingli, Void God Realm. His first wife, Qian Lele, has passed away, and the child of the two is called Yulinma. The latter married his wife, Chang Xin, and had a son, Yulin Kai, with an earth attribute body and strength in the divine soul realm. Many people suspect that what happened to Yulinmo was Chang Xin's doing, only there's no proof. Why didn't your lady kill him? It wouldn't have been a clean sweep. Shadow 6 shook his head. When Jade Linmo was protected by a treasure, it startled many more people. Back then, there were also quite a few people from Holy Lands who wanted to recruit Yulin Mo, and among them was the Taishan Holy Land. Chu Xinghai nodded. Not stupid enough to choose someone with a gap between brothers and family discord to go after. You guys better look into that Chandler. Hearing Chu Xinghai's words, Shadow 6 nodded. Go on. Shadow 6 disappeared. In the city lord's mansion, a huge pressure descended. The entire city lord's mansion shook. Yu Mingli, Yu Linmo, Yu Lingkai, and Changshan walk out. Looking at the black-clothed figure in the sky that was wrapped in a full body, his face changed. I don't know what your excellency is doing here in the city lord's mansion, but Jade City is under the patronage of the Taishan Holy Land. Yu Mingli's heart was also uneasy. A vast pressure descended, and Yu Mingli spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking a few steps back in succession, he fell to one knee. Changshan walks out. How dare you? We will report today's matter to the Taishan Holy Land. The figure in black glanced at Standing Heart. I know that your Chang family has an old ancestor who was an elder in the Taishan Holy Land. What else? Waves rippled through Chang Xin's heart. Who the hell are you? The man in black didn't bother with Standing Heart. Who did it? Dare to investigate my son's affairs. When these words came out, Yulinmo's pupils contracted. He thought about what he had asked people to investigate today. I'm sorry for the offense. Yulinmo sat in his wheelchair, arching his hands and clasping his fists. Plant yourself to thank you. The voice of the man in black was clear and cold. Yu Mingli's face was ugly. His eldest son was his pride before, and after the abolition, he put all his hopes in his youngest son. It's amazing how much trouble he's gotten into this month with the lack of discipline he's been given. I don't want to die yet. Yurinmo shook his head. The man in black didn't bother with nonsense. He remembered what Duke Chu said. Never bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yulinmo crushed a jade pendant. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. A finger poked out of the void. Shadow 6's eyes narrowed when he saw it. Interesting, to get someone from Linglong Pavilion to make a move. Shadow 6's aura erupted as a divine emperor realm pressure emanated. In his hand, he took out a knife and slashed at the sky. Rumble. Fingers shattered in the sky above. Shadow 6's body took a few steps back one after another. With a stifled grunt, he forced down a mouthful of blood, to be able to make the Linglong Pavilion elder make a move. Boy, you're quite resourceful. I hope you don't regret it next. Shadow 6 was about to leave after saying that. Oh, I'd like to see how to make my Linglong Pavilion regret it. A huge vortex appeared in the void. Gold paves the way and illuminates the entire Jade City. An auger dragon appeared pulling a luxurious palace. The 3 words Linglong Pavilion were inscribed above the palace, exuding ancient ounces of Taoist intent. After the palace appeared, the blockade grand formation appeared. Shadow 6's expression kept changing. Linglong Yunyu walked out from the palace. The figure floated down, landing beside Yulinmo. Brother Jade, I'm not too late, am I? Chapter 24, Linglong Yunyu. You sanction it. Yurinmo grinned. Not too late. Next to him, Chang Xin, Yu Lin Kai looked at each other with an ugly expression. What exactly is this one's status in Linglong Pavilion? It takes so many people out of the gate. Yu Mingli looked incredulously at his eldest son who had turned into a waste. I hadn't thought that I would be able to recognize such a character. Now who can bully Jade City? Linglong Yunyu turned to look at Shadow 6, a rat who doesn't dare to show his face, and dares to make brother you cut himself. How about you cut yourself, and I won't implicate the forces behind you? Shadow 6's expression changed, and at the same time more admired. When he came, Chu Xinghe told him that he definitely couldn't be killed, and that there would definitely be accidents. Are you sure you want me to cut myself? Even if you're from the Linglong Pavilion, you'll have to pay the price. Or maybe I'll pull my mask down so you can see what I look like? Shadow 6 wasn't afraid. His tone was still so flat. Linglong Yunyu frowned. Who the hell is this guy? Miss, something's not right. Make him leave. Linglong Yunyu's protector transmitted his voice. Linglong Yunyu's face was difficult. Yulinmo shook his head at Linglong Yunyu. I was the one who took offense. So leave. Shadow 6 glanced at Yurinmo, then glanced at Linglong Yunyu. The figure moved and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Can you tell what he is? Linglong Yunyu had a bad feeling in his heart. The protector shook his head. Brother Jade, what kind of people are you investigating? Yurinmo sighed and spelled out the situation. Linglong Yunyu's expression changed. Do you know who he is? Yulinmo watched Linglong Yunyu's change in demeanor and hurriedly asked. I don't know either, but this time I came over has something to do with the person you mentioned. He took out 30 extreme pills, and this time I came over with the intention of befriending him. Yulinmo's face was unsightly. He hadn't thought that randomly investigating a person would cause such a big trouble. Are you going to be difficult? Linglong Yunyu spread a smile. Brother, you doesn't have to worry. It's just an extremely high-quality elixir for the Seal Emperor realm. Even if we can't work together, it doesn't matter in any way. Brother, you're a diamond member of my Linglong Pavilion. You could have had a God Emperor realm powerhouse protect you. This is considered protecting you for once. It's not out of the ordinary. Just wait until 2 days later and apologize to the man. I, Linglong Pavilion, still have this bit of face. Yurinmo stopped worrying. Shadow 6 went back to find Chu Xinghe and couldn't hold back any longer as a mouthful of blood spurted out. Pale as paper, Chu Xinghe shook his head and took out a handful of pills. Eat it, more or less. Looking at the extremely high-grade pills Chu Xinghe took out, Shadow 6 froze. It didn't refuse, and after eating it, the injuries in his body stabilized a bit. Shadow 5 stepped out of the shadows. With a movement of his fingers, 3 pills appeared. Shadow 6 was not polite, and within a moment, a flush appeared on his pale face. Chu Xinghe sat by the window and quietly looked outside. Shadow 6 stood up and took a deep breath. How did the gentleman guess that there would be an accident? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Isn't this one of the various means of the Sons of Qi? Contact your lady. Shadow 6 nodded. His hands formed a seal and crushed a jade talisman. What is it? Zhongli Qingmeng's cool voice came out. Miss, there's been an accident here. Shadow 6 recounted what had just happened. Linglong Pavilion, that's a bit interesting? The Zhongli Qingmeng void looked at Chu Xinghe. Little Star River, what are you going to do? Chu Xinghe shook his head. There's no way around it. People's backgrounds are stronger than mine, so I can only admit it. Zhongli Qingmeng laughed out. You're my man. Who dares to say that the background is stronger than yours? Linglong Pavilion can't do it either. Let it go. If Linglong Pavilion doesn't know what to do, I'll let old ancestor go to Linglong Pavilion to sit down. If that doesn't work, then just sink Wuju. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but smack his lips. Being powerful and having a background is different. That's the bottom line. Okay, I know what to do. Chu Xinghe's eyes rolled. Don't you warn Linglong Court yet, I have a plan. If I can, I might be able to do you a big favor. After Zhang Liqingmeng heard this, she was obviously interested as well. I will send 2 saints over to assist you. Chu Xinghe nodded. After the matter was over, Chu Xinghe began to snub the system. System cutie, did you see that I'm being bullied by the son of Qi right now? Master, don't fool me. Chu Xinghe froze. The system had learned to be smart. I'm surprised I didn't snub it. However, Chu Xinghe was not discouraged. Sooner or later, the system can be fooled into changing. After one night, the events of yesterday had left many of the people of Jade City in a state of shock. That knife in the night, the finger, and the gold paving the road and the dragon pulling the cart, could not be dispersed in their minds for a long time. Even quite a few playboys were hiding inside their homes, not daring to go out at will. It's just that going out has become a lot more low-key and careful, lest they provoke any big shots. In the middle of the Linglong Pavilion, Linglong Yunyu looked at the elixir in front of him and fell into deep thought. She sent people to investigate. Just no people living in the heart of the observation building. What to call? How old? Background? Strength? Do not know at all. The deacon carefully stood by to serve. How do we do it tomorrow, miss? Linglong Yunyu rubbed her brow. It was the lack of any movement that worried her. A dog that bites doesn't bark. It's all calm until the storm hits. If he comes over tomorrow, let him into the Sky One booth and I'll talk to him then. Deacon nodded. Lingering cloudy sighed. The mind foresees that something bad will happen. Early the next morning, the entire Jade City was buzzing with activity. Because today is Linglong Pavilion's auction. Even if you can't get in, you can't stop the enthusiasm for the theater. Chu Xinghe appeared wearing a mask. The Linglong Pavilion had already received the news. He also sent someone to specifically receive Chu Xinghe. Nay, Chu Xinghe had already disappeared just as he went out the door. By the time it reappeared, the figure had already appeared at the entrance of Linglong Pavilion. With his hands behind his back, his temperament was out of the ordinary. When the deacon heard the news, he immediately ran over. This way, my lord. Chu Xinghe nodded and followed the deacon inside. Many people had surprise in their eyes. Who is that? Actually, the deacon himself came to greet him. I don't know. Seeing that temperament of his, it's not something an ordinary person can possess. The identity is definitely something we can't know. Even a lot of fairies are starting to hit the ground running. As long as she could attract this gentleman's attention, even as a concubine, it would be a flying start. Chu Xinghe followed the deacon into the Tianyi private room. Have a clear view of the scene below. Your Excellency, wait for a while. The auction will start soon. The deacon finished and quietly retired. What happens next has nothing to do with him. Wheel. The sound of a wheelchair turning rang out. Chu Xinghe did not get up. Linglong Yunyu pushed Yulinmo in. Chapter 25. That's for your funeral expenses. Linglong Yunyu's complexion kept changing when she looked at Chu Xinghe. This guy was sitting there like he was in a world of his own, oblivious to everything around him. It's like being a passerby, living in your own world. Yurinmo tensed up as well, regretting why he had ghosted this male in the first place, getting into so much trouble. Luckily, I was able to talk about it today, just to spell this male's hostility. Yulinmo looked at Chu Xinghe. The matter of 2 days ago was my abruptness. The first time I saw a gentleman with such a dusty temperament, it was inevitable that I felt admiration and wanted to make friends, so I hope to apologize for offending the gentleman. Chu Xinghe then looked at the auction below, completely ignoring both. The fingers under Yulinmo's robe clenched and finally slowly loosened. Your Excellency might as well name a condition, and if I can do it, I will try to oblige Your Excellency. Hearing this, Chu Xinghe snorted. You made a mistake, caused trouble, and now it looks like I'm forcing you. Yulinmo's face went white, his lips pursed. Just as he was about to retort, Chu Xinghe's voice rang out. What can you do with a loser who can't even take care of himself? Yulinmo's chest rose and fell, and his breathing involuntarily thickened. Fingers gripped the wheelchair so tightly that the bones began to turn white. Go back. Chu Xinghe's clear, cold, and flat voice rang out. Yulinmo's heart was complicated. When he hadn't turned into a waste, who in Yulin City didn't know his name? Yulin Mo. At a young age, 18 years old, he broke through the God General realm. Whoever sees it doesn't sell a face. But the person in front of him treated him like an ant. Linglong Yunyu heard Chu Xinghe's sarcastic voice. Seeing the expression on Yulinmo's face, the mood was inexplicably difficult. If you have something to say, you might as well say it outright. Why do you need to be sarcastic about brother Yu? Chu Xinghe just shook his head and said no more. Linglong Yunyu also felt a bit overwhelmed. Who didn't give face when they heard about Linglong Pavilion before? This guy can't keep his head above water. Damn it guys, if you have something to say, you can't say it straight. It's almost harder to guess than their girls' minds. Linglong Yunyu took a deep breath. Your Excellency can speak directly if you have conditions, or if you need something, you can raise it, and I will definitely do what Linglong Pavilion can do. Chu Xinghe turned his head. Is Miss Linglong using Linglong Pavilion to pressure me? Linglong Yunyu rolled her eyes. This person was so angry. There's nothing I can do about it if the male thinks so. My attitude has already been stated a long time ago. Chu Xinghe said blandly. Yu Linmo's complexion became ugly. What Chu Xinghe said was definitely for him to cut himself in thanks. No way. There's no way Brother Jade would cut himself. Your Excellency's identity is not simple, so I'm sure you already know who I am. Brother, you saved my life. It's impossible to cut myself, and Linglong Pavilion won't agree. You change your terms. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Linglong Yunyu looked at Chu Xinghe and took a deep breath. In that case, our Linglong Pavilion doesn't welcome Gongzi, whether it's war or peace. Draw down the road. Our Linglong Pavilion isn't a timid and fearful person. Chu Xinghe nodded. A silver membership token appeared in his hand and was placed on the table. Got up and was about to leave. Wait, take your potion back too. Chu Xinghe did not stay. Consider it your funeral expenses. Chu Xinghe had just finished speaking when the sound of a cold snort came from the air. I'm actually going to see who you are, so not putting our Linglong Pavilion in your eyes. Linglong Yunyu's protector reached out his hand towards the mask on Chu Xinghe's face and grabbed it. Linglong Yunyu and Yu Linma also hurriedly looked over. They also wanted to know who this person was. The finger stopped when it was still a centimeter away from Chu Xinghe. The arm was contained by a hand. The protector's face paled and his breathing slowed down a few beats. St. Saint. Grabbing the protector's hand, he flicked his fingers. In an instant, the protector of the Tao flew away in ashes. Chu Xinghe turned to leave. Linglong Yunyu's face was ugly. Just now she felt an aura of death. Yu Linmo's expression was ugly. His fingers clenched together. Linglong Yunyu grabbed Yu Linmo's hand. Brother, you don't need to worry. He doesn't dare to mess around. It's just a bluff. If he really has such ability, today you and I would have already become dead people. He's obviously being scrupulous as well, and I've seen too many big clan dukes like this one who are best at saving face. If the person behind him goes to Linglong Pavilion, at most he will compensate some resources. Yurinmo then breathed a sigh of relief. Yunyu, I'm the one who got you into trouble. Linglong Yunyu shook his head. Tomorrow that Li Miaoyin will also come over. She and brother you are childhood friends. This time she came over. She is also bringing you to the Taishan Holy Land, right? The corners of Yu Linmo's mouth also rose slightly when he thought of Li Miaoyin. I also wonder what strength that myriad voice girl has. Yu Linmo had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt a throbbing coming from his broken dantian. Next up for auction is a mysterious stone tablet, the exact function of which is unknown. Linglong Yunyu noticed Yu Linmo's expression and raised her eyebrows. Brother Jade wants that thing? Yurinmo nodded. Just now, I felt a little movement in my broken dantian. I don't know if it's this stone tablet, or maybe it's just my illusion. Linglong Yunyu looked at the rocks outside. This stone has been placed for a long time. Every time it's a stray auction. I guess no one wants it. I'll just take it to brother you in a while. Yurinmo nodded. At this moment a voice suddenly sounded from below. 10 spirit stones. Yu Linmo frowned. Linglong Yunyu's complexion also changed. It should be someone who wants to pick up the pieces. Yurinmo nodded. Start bidding. Not long after, 10,000 inferior divine stones were shouted out from below. Yu Linmo's face darkened. Linglong Yunyu's face was equally not very good. Brother Jade, feel free to yell. I'll figure it out when the time comes. The bidding then continued. 10 rule jade talismans were suddenly shouted from below. When these words came out, the entire hall was instantly silent. Boy, what a rock! Linglong Yunyu signaled Yu Linma to continue shouting. Yurinmo also had sweaty palms. 11 rule jade talismans. The auctioneer stood on top of the ring, his mind reeling. He knew who was inside the Sky One booth. Wait, I'm asking for a capital check. The person sitting below the auction at this time suddenly opened his mouth. When these words came out, Linglong Yunyu's face changed. A drop of cold sweat broke out unceremoniously on his forehead. With a movement of Shadow 5's fingers, 10 rule jade talismans were already in front of him. I asked for a capital check, and I was just about to buy something back for fun that no one wanted before, and it was bidding with me all the way. Deacon stood on it with his scalp tingling. The Linglong Pavilion in Jade City didn't have 10,000 medium-grade spirit sources for all of its resources combined, not to mention the rule jade talisman. Inside the Tiani private room, Linglong Yunyu's face was pale. Her protector had died, and she was only in the Seal King realm and didn't bring that much with her. Just remember to shop the price and forget that. Why? What's the hesitation? Afraid to check? Could it be that you, Linglong Pavilion, are maliciously raising the price? The moment Shadow 5 said this, the entire auction caused an uproar. Capital check. capital check, capital check. The people attending the auction all shouted up. Anyway, it's not a big deal to watch what's going on. Shadow 5 continued to speak again. Come on, what are you waiting for? At this time, beside Shadow 5, someone whispered. The voice that bid just now sounded a bit like Yulinmo. Shadow 5 jolted to his feet. What do you mean? The bidder is Yulinmo. Chapter 26. You guys are actually looking for trusts to inflate prices? In the middle of the private room, sweat continued to pour from Yulinmo's forehead. Those who participated in the auction felt that the situation was a bit off. Selling Jade City wouldn't be able to come up with a single extreme divine stone, let alone a rule jade talisman. Down below, Shadow 5 stood up with an ugly face. Fine, fine. I'll demand a face-to-face capital inspection. I know the requirement of checking the capital in person. 1/10 of the bid. Isn't it just a rule jade talisman? I can take it out. I'd like to see if he really has the capital. Or what? Shadow 5 remembered choosing his words that he must be quick and easy. Never procrastinate. The body had already arrived on top of the high platform. Slap a rule jade talisman on it. Hurry up. Deacon was sweating profusely. Linglong Yunyu in the middle of the private room had cold hands and feet. She wasn't bad, but this was too much of a surprise. The protector of the way is also dead, and even if funds are transferred from elsewhere, it will take time. Helplessly, he took out a jade talisman and tried to ask for help. Immediately afterward, his face changed drastically. It's amazing that the message doesn't get through. Shadow 5 on the high platform called out. Fine, fine. And stalling for time. How interesting. I think you Linglong Pavilion is a fraud. I now seriously suspect that you are looking for a trustee to maliciously inflate the price. When these words came out, there were voices of shock everywhere below. Go to the capital inspection. The deacon sent one of his men forward to make inquiries. After a while, the man who had inquired came running, sweating, then muttered before the deacon. Deacon's face was ugly. Many people noticed the change in the deacon's face. Shoo, how nasty. I didn't think of using such despicable means. Linglong Pavilion, give us an explanation. Is it a big store? Never buy anything from Linglong Pavilion again. What the hell? Malicious bidding. Deacon had gone numb. Everyone be quiet. A voice suddenly sounded at this time. A wonderful woman had already appeared on the high platform. Hello everyone. My name is Linglong Yunyu, the person of the main pavilion of Linglong Pavilion. I realized that this mysterious stone tablet is useful to me, which is why I bid for it. I'm the one who was abrupt about today's matter. All purchases from Linglong Pavilion today will receive a 10% discount. Many people's faces revealed ecstasy after hearing this. So it's someone from the main cabinet. That's no problem. Surname Linglong. It looks like you don't have a low status in Linglong Pavilion. Shadow 5 sank inwardly. This Linglong Yunyu was bold. Snicker. Liar. You want it. Just take it away. Why do you still put it up for auction? Please speak with your head. They say boobs have no brains. You have neither. Buy at a discount. We are still afraid that we don't have the life to take it. Maliciously raising the price can be done. Who knows if we will kill people in the back. Linglong Yunyu was so angry that he was about to explode. She's not small. Why are you still making personal attacks? Many of the people who participated in the auction began to hesitate. There is nothing wrong with what was said. Who knows if there will be fraud inside. They can't play Linglong Pavilion. Let's go. Let's go. What the hell? That's right. Obviously weak-minded. With such a high status, he can't even take out 10 rule jade talismans. Teasing us? But it's not just teasing us. Being a little cutie. Yet, many of the participants in the auction stood up and left. Everyone wait, this item is what I want. That's why I let MS. Linglong bid on it. Yulinmo took the initiative to come forward. He couldn't let Linglong Yunyu fall into injustice because of him. The crowd had a strange look on their faces. Shadow 5 looked at Yulinmo and scoffed wantonly. What do you, a punk, need this thing for? I see that you guys are being revealed to be weak-minded, and you want to hug Linglong Pavilion's thighs. That's why you're standing out. As soon as Shadow 5 opened his mouth, the people below reacted. If I were me, I'd be willing to do it too. It was originally a waste with a bad reputation. It's simply profitable to hold on to the thigh of Linglong Pavilion. Ouch. So that's how it is. This kid wants to eat soft food. Linglong Yunyu gritted her teeth and looked at Shadow 5. In looking at the teasing, mocking look in Shadow 5's eyes, think of Chu Xinghe, that damn thing. How dare you set up a trap for Linglong Pavilion? Wait for this lady. She doesn't have that kind of money. Does this mysterious stone tablet belong to me? And at what price? The deacon's face was pale. Even his future is over. Eyes resentfully glanced at Linglong Yunyu. You want it. You can't ask for it in advance. If you can't, wait until someone else's auction is over. It's no better than now if you send out a little bit of people. In a small way, this matter will soon spread throughout Wuzhou. Next it will spread to other states, even the entire Taishu heavenly realm. The deacon's hands and feet were cold, and he already had a bad feeling. Definitely puts it all on him. No, I want to live. This matter is my Linglong Pavilion doing the wrong thing. This stone tablet will be given to you. And this is your rule jade talisman. The deacon handed the stone tablet and also the jade talisman to Shadow 5. Shadow 5 laughed. You're a good deacon, and I know it's hard for you to come to me when you can't get along. The deacon's eyes lit up, but he hurriedly lowered his head. My life is Linglong Courts. Shadow 5 smiled and left. Linglong Yunyu's eyes revealed killing intent. Damn thing. Her message couldn't get through. The void around her had been blocked. Even if she explained it would be hard to change. It's useless to talk about it if you can't come up with that kind of money. The deacon sighed and walked over to Linglong Yunyu. Miss, I'll go calm the guests and explain it to them. Linglong Yunyu nodded. Deacon ran out and found Shadow 5. I want to follow the guests. Even if I have to do odd jobs, I want to live. Shadow 5 nodded. Yes, but you need to put on a show. Deacon thought for a moment and finally nodded. Stretching your head is also a cut, and shrinking your head is also a cut. The top management of Linglong Pavilion wouldn't care about the life of a deacon like him. Chu Xinghai hid in the shadows, and the corners of his mouth rose as he heard the surrounding chatter. Linglong Yunyu, you opened your mouth and closed it. Linglong Pavilion. Wait until Linglong Pavilion abandons you. Let's see if you still have the nerve. Shadow 6 appeared behind Chu Xingha. Mr. Chu, the matter has been completed. Chu Xingha nodded. Work hard Shadow 5. And that one deacon. Shadow 6 nodded. Spread the news out. The faster the better. It's best to make the entire Taishu heavenly realm aware of it. Miss has been told, and Miss has informed the family. In 3 hours at the latest, the entire Taishu heavenly realm will know that Miss Linglong Pavilion maliciously raised the price and cheated consumers. Have they sent anyone? Chu Xingha continued to inquire. Linglong Yunyu has already sent the message out, and it won't take long for the Linglong main pavilion to come. Chu Xingha nodded, his eyes all calculating. As soon as possible, before their people come over, get things done and nail things down completely. A quarter of an hour later, Shadow 5 held a large sword in his hand, directly splitting the entire Linglong Pavilion. The huge commotion attracted quite a few people. In an instant, so many people were densely packed together. ********************************** You Linglong Court, can't afford to play? Send people to chase the old man, the thing that gave birth to a son without an asshole. Come out and give me an explanation. **************************************** ing black-hearted thing. Come out if you dare. Rumble. The clouds swung open and an old man with white hair and a crane face walked out. Unbridled. A powerful pressure descended. Shadow 5 spat out a mouthful of blood. Cursed mother, you're the Linglong Pavilion's people. Aren't you the one who sent people to kill me? Don't ing press me with your strength? I'm not afraid of you. Call out that busty lady in your house. I'll her to death. Actually sent someone after me. Dog. The elder's face darkened. And I'm a member of the Zhongli clan. You damn dare to force me to try one. Hearing the Zhongli family, the elder's face changed drastically. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. How can you even mess with the Zhongli family? The matter was no longer in his hands. This honored guest, it was my fault just now. Don't get close. I still like your proud and unassuming look. Shadow 5 spat. Reach out and pull someone out. Everyone recognizes this one, leading people to intercept me secretly. If not for my means of preserving my life, I would have already become a soul under the sword. Chu Xingha, who was watching the show from afar, looked at Shadow 6. Has Shadow 5 always been this kind of character? Shadow 6 shook his head. I don't know. He was a bore before. Shadow 6 was also curious as to who he learned all this from. Chapter 27, Sneaking up on the Sons of Qi while it's dark. The faces of the onlookers at this moment became brilliant. Isn't this the head of Linglong Pavilion? Wang Gobi? Of course they recognized this one. It was this person who presided over the auction just now. Still the head of Linglong Pavilion in Jade City. Interesting. Amazing melon. Shadow 5 slapped a knife on Wang Gobi. Say, who made you do it? Wang Gobi spat out a mouthful of blood. Mississippi Linglong Court. Linglong Yunyu. The words were met with a sigh of relief. Shadow 5 looked at Elder. Well. Your Linglong Pavilion really has guts and courage. Playing with your brains to our Zhengli family. You wait for me. Let's see if we, the Zhengli clan, go to your Linglong Pavilion or not and be done with it. The elder panicked with the naked eye. Noble guest, for the sake of the old man, would it be alright to go in for a chat? Shadow 5 shook his head. I'm afraid you'll kill me. Naturally, someone will come to you. When has my Zhongli clan ever been bullied like this? Just wait. Shadow 5 finished crushing a jade pendant. Taking Wang Gobi with him, he disappeared into thin air. At this moment the people around them also hastily dispersed. They didn't know who the Zhengli family was though. but an existence that could make even Linglong Pavilion jealous was definitely not trivial. The elder's face sank, his heart hard. He shouldn't have come over. Linglong Yunyu is delivering Yulin ink. Yunyu, will you be in trouble? Linglong Yunyu shook his head. A little something, just roll out a few pieces out. When the time comes, I'll have that man come to you with that tablet and apologize in person. Yurinmo nodded. What he could do had been done. The main pavilion elders have already come over. I have to go back to deal with this time. You have to be more careful in these few days. Yurinmo nodded. Linglong Yunyu turned around, his face already gloomy. Returning to Linglong Pavilion, he looked at the ninth elder and his expression changed. I can't believe it's the presiding elder. It's not like it's a big deal. Why would this one come over? Miss Yunyu, are you explaining why you are bidding maliciously and sending people after you? Do you know how much honor my Linglong Pavilion has lost this time? Linglong Yunyu was confused. Ninth elder, don't forget that you are an elder of Linglong Pavilion, not an outsider. Are you questioning me? The ninth elder stood up with a slap on the table. Linglong Yunyu, your head has been kicked by a donkey. Do you know what kind of person is being chased? Linglong Yunyu's head lifted. Ninth elder, please remember who you are. The ninth elder's finger stretched out. Good, 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 good. Linglong Yunyu, you're good, you're capable. I'm in no position to control you, so don't regret it when the time comes. Linglong Yunyu ignored it. Before then this troublesome things also appeared. Linglong Pavilion is not also good. The transmission jade talisman lit up. Lingering cloudy yo take it out. Daddy, get your ass back here. Disobey orders and don't come back in this life. Looking at the dimmed voice transmission jade talisman, Linglong Yunyu's expression changed. Daddy never spoke to her in such a heavy tone. The eyes looked towards the ninth elder. Miss, go back. I'm too old and senile to handle it properly. I'll go back to the main pavilion and ask for my resignation. After the ninth elder finished speaking, he broke the void and disappeared. Linglong Yunyu's heart sank to the bottom. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. She suddenly thought of Chu Xinghe. Could it be because of him? Come on, man. After I leave you, tell Brother Jade that I'm going back to take care of some things and tell him to be safe. I'll come back in a couple days to see him. After Linglong Yunyu finished speaking, she crushed a jade pendant and a teleportation array appeared. Chu Xinghe in the distant Heartwatchers building quietly watched the scene. The obstruction has finally left. Finally clean this time. Master, you are pure, but the chi value of the Son of Chi drops by 10,000. Master, don't explain. You're helping the Son of Chi to grow on his own. I know. Reward 100,000 health values. Chu Xinghe rubbed his nose. There's a bit of a heartbreak. Think of your lack of conscience and instantly justify it. System, what do you know? You see, the Son of Chi is a waste. As long as he is stimulated, he can keep growing. Tonight I will help him recover and repair. Master, I didn't say anything either. The help value has been given to you. Chu Xinghe was stunned for a moment. A flat A. Trick me into a big move. Turn back to your senses and take out the mystic tablet. Look at the star source contained within. What a bummer. Give him a 10th. Chu Xinghe just took 9/10 of it with a clear conscience. How about what you were told to do? Shadow 6 nodded. Wait until nightfall. Chu Xinghe sneaked to the city lord's mansion with his men. Who? Yulinmo just made a sound. Snap. A slap on the head. Fall back to sleep. Shadow 6 carried Yurinmo. Come to a secluded spot. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Take out the immortal magic harp. Powerful Tao rhythms emanated out. Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 throats rolled a little. Chu Xinghe took out the star origin, and the various origins and fused them together. A brain was stuffed into Yulinmo's dantian. Only a wave of resistance appeared. Chu Xinghe frowned. The immortal magic harp stirred a bit. Buzz off. The surrounding shadows evolved two bodies, one immortal and one demon. The inside of his mouth looked like he was chanting something. Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 throats rolled a little. Immortal demon body. Duke Chu is actually an immortal demon body. Buzz off. A golden Tao rhythm appeared on Yulinmo's body. Dang. The bell rings 3 times. To agitate the immortal demon sound out. It's okay. Chu Xinghe's voice fell. Shadow 5 crushed a jade pendant. Buzz off. A vortex appears. A pale hand appeared in the vortex. Grab the Admiralty. The Admiralty is grabbed and goes into the vortex. Calm was restored to the surroundings, and even the Tao rhythms had been removed. Not a single breath appeared. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. When would he reach this realm? I just don't know if that golden bell will be returned to him. Come on, send him back. Chu Xinghe asked the sage to erase a memory of Yulinmo being knocked out. Wait. Chu Xinghe suddenly raised his hand. If you check his memories, there must be something about your lady. The saint's arm moved. Start probing. Seeing that part of his sea of memories instantly erased. Mr. Chu, thank you. No need to be polite. Just ask your Zhongli family to give me that golden bell. Sage, Shadow 5 and Shadow 6, not bad for a Chu Gongzi. Implant that one Gongfu for him. The sage nodded. At the same time, it changed the route of Yulinmo's Gongfu operation. Send him back and wait for things to fester next. Chu Xinghe shook his head. It was so hard. System, see, his strength will be restored tomorrow. Master has done a good job. The chi value of the son of chi has dropped another 20,000. It's hard for the master. Rewarding 200,000 health value. Chu Xinghe sighed. The master doesn't need to explain. He's young now. It's the time when he needs to fight. I understand it all. It's hard to be the master when you're going through all kinds of betrayal before you try to grow up. Chu Xinghe shook his head. He didn't even need to use this excuse. The system had already thought of it for him. It was just that the tone was eerie. System, you seem to have changed? Master, it's not that I changed. It's that you're lying to me. Letting you assist the sons of Chi. The first two of which were assisted to Hades. This one is expected soon, too. It's good that the master is happy. Maybe it's possible that the owner is the protagonist. I'm not trying to get away. I'm looking away. Chapter 28, continuing the lull and strong withdrawal. Hearing that soft and adorable voice, Chu Xinghe felt a sense of guilt. But none of these sons of Chi can. System girl, did you really misunderstand me? Then it's a misunderstanding. System cutie, listen to my cunning. Bah, explain. Look at the front after the death of the two sons of Chi. This Yulin Mo is 100,000 Chi, and has Linglong Pavilion assistants at his side. And you didn't find anything? What did you find? After the deaths of these useless sons of Chi, more powerful sons of Chi will be born, and these subsequent born sons of Chi will be surrounded by stronger and stronger helpers with higher and higher talents. Hiss, it's still true. I can't believe I didn't notice. That's why we have to keep going so that we can find the son of Chi that belongs to the one we're looking for. That person. His power can break wrists with the Zhongli clan, and his talent is above Zhongli Qingmeng. At that time, even if I sacrifice myself, I will help you accomplish your mission. Whoops, the system misunderstood the master. I'm sorry, master. The system is too stupid to think of this. And Yin and Yang, master, compensate the owner for one chance to draw. Chu Xinghe secretly said that he was really a genius. This can all be rounded up. Start the raffle. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a minor realm enhancement card. Chu Xinghe frowned. Another realm enhancement card. Can't draw out a little good stuff. It's so hard to break through the Emperor Seal realm. The power in his body climbed quickly. An imperial pressure appeared. Chu Xinghe revealed a satisfied expression. When it was over, several people returned to the Heartwatcher's house. Mr. Chu, there won't be any accidents, will there? Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 were still a bit worried. No need to worry. Chu Xinghe's voice fell. A shadow evolved in the void. Zhongli Qingmeng's heavenly fairy-like face was revealed. Little Star River. Well done. Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up when he saw Zhongli Qingmeng. Isn't the compensation in hand, and how much to give me? Zhongli Qingmeng laughed out at Chu Xinghe's wealthy look. I'll give it to you when you resolve the matter of Jade City and return to the heaven-diffracting Holy Land. Chu Xinghe wanted to continue asking, but Zhongli Qingmeng's virtual shadow had already disappeared. Wait until the next day. Shadow 5. Shadow 6 looked at the petals floating down from the sky. A huge divine eagle hovered above the Jade City Lord's mansion. On it stood a wonderful woman with bright eyes and skin like snow. Next to him stood a man in a white stand-up brocade robe. His eyes fell on the woman with a look of infatuation in his eyes. When Shadow 6 discovered Chu Xinghe, the corners of his mouth were tinged with playfulness. Mr. Chu, could it be that you know what's going to happen here? Chu Xinghe was too familiar with this charade, a scene that is encountered in every novel. The corners of Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 mouths twitched. They don't understand what licking a dog means. That shocking and gouging feeling is there, vaguely and somewhat more lucidly. Guess the guy on top of the Godhawk is the lickspittle. The Jade City Lord's mansion was buzzing with activity. Yurinmo also dresses up on rare occasions. Even in a wheelchair, he looks imposing. Seeing Li Miaoyin come down with a strange man piece by piece, there was a bad premonition in his heart. Miriam, you're here. Yu Mingli took the initiative to welcome him. You've been gone these days, and Rimmer misses you. Li Miaoyin also said hello. Hello, Uncle Jade. Yu Mingli felt the detachment in Li Miaoyin's tone and had a bad feeling in his heart. Miriam, hurry up and fix having to go back. The man next to Li Miaoyin opened his mouth to remind. I wonder who this gentleman is. Changxin walked out and looked at the man who did not put her Sangha in his place. Take the initiative and step forward to ask a question. You're Elder Chang's descendant, aren't you? Elder Chang asked me to bring his regards. The man said casually. Chang Xin's smile spread. The old ancestor hadn't forgotten him yet. Lin Kai, come over here and meet this gentleman. Maybe in the future you'll still be senior brothers. Zhou Yuan frowned and didn't say much. Greetings, senior brother. Senior sister. Yulin Kai glanced triumphantly at Yulin Mo. Li Miaoyin stepped forward. Uncle, auntie, big brother Yu. I came over this time because I want to break off the engagement. When these words came out, the Great Hall instantly fell silent. Chang Xin, Yu Lin Kai glanced at each other, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Jade Lin Mo had already expected this, and when she heard these words, her heart was still inexplicably angry. Fingers gripping hard on the wheelchair, he thought Li Miaoyin would be different from the others. Okay, I agree. Li Miaoyin, I was wrong about you. You are now a heavenly pride. Yu Linmo, a waste of space, can't afford to climb up. Yu Linmo gritted his teeth. Take out the marriage certificate and just tear it up. Confetti drifted down into the sky. Li Miaoyin pursed her lips and didn't speak. Get lost. Today's shame. I will definitely get it back. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Li Miaoyin was about to leave when Zhou Yuan didn't move. Yu Linmo, the genius of Jade City. I thought you were a person with an open heart, but it turns out that you are also a despicable person. What kind of person am I? Yu Lin Mo. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. Yu Linma's voice was grim. Young man, do you know what kind of consequences those words will bring you? One word from me and the entire Jade City will disappear. Putting up any harsh words when you don't have the strength will only make you look like a clown. You turn into a waste. And when people say that Miaoyin is your fiancé, they are envious of you, and you are proud inside. In the Taishan Holy Land, when others mention Myriad Voice, the first thing they say is that his fiancé is a loser. Don't you understand the truth that people's words can be feared? In your inner pride and complacency, have you ever thought about Myriad's situation? This kind of shame, she insisted for 3 years. Isn't it enough? Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, the bottom of his eyes carrying a morose chill. Yu Linmo looked at Zhou Yuan. Who knows if what you're saying is true or not? She's a celestial pride and others dare to troll her like this. Zhou Yuan laughed out. Those who come out of small towns really have guts. One sentence denying someone else's years of hard work. That's all you've got. Zhou Yuan was going to continue speaking. Li Miaoyin had spoken. Senior brother Zhou, the matter has been settled. Let's go. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly. Your father can still be the city lord. Do you know how much Li Miaoyin has given up? Or do you think an old, dying elder can hold out? Chang Xian's mouth was open, and there was incredulity in his pupils. Yu Mingli's pupils shook. Yu Linmo clenched his fingers and pursed his lips. Yu Linmo, I'm looking forward to you recovering and then going to the Taishan Holy Land to see with my own eyes how hurtful the words you said today were. Garbage. It should stay in the dust for the rest of its life. Yu Rinmo was breathing heavily. I'll be there. What's your name? And then I'll see how high up you are. Holy son of the Taishan Holy Land. Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan took Li Miaoyin and left. Chapter 29, Get out of here. There's big trouble. Looking at the divine eagle that rose into the air, the city lord's mansion fell into silence. Yu Linmo's nails pinched his palm in death, and blood dripped down onto the corner of his coat. Yu Mingli sighed, said nothing, and turned to leave. Ever mindful, Yu Lin Kai didn't say much, but looking at Yu Linmo with disgust, dislike in his eyes. Halfway to Zhou Yuan, who was in the process of leaving, Li Miaoyin's pupils contracted as she felt the void that was blocked around her. A few figures appeared in front of them. Who are you that you don't know where this holy son has offended? Zhou Yuan intentionally set out Saint's son, which was telling the opposite party. This wasn't the attitude you had when you mocked my son just now. Is the Taishan Holy Land strong? Mocking my son? You are not worthy of death. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan, Li Miaoyin's expression changed, especially Li Miaoyin. Die. Zhou Yuan wants to strike. The two men did not hesitate to strike. Pust. Zhou Yuan hurriedly awakened the means that the old ancestor had prepared for himself. Buzz off. The Tao rhyme appeared, and Zhou Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The glint in his pupils disappeared. Li Miaoyin's eyes turned gray. 2 corpses turned into flying ash. In the middle of the city lord's mansion, Yu Linmo felt the heat coming from his dantian, and there was incredulity in his eyes. A portion of the kung fu suddenly appeared in his mind. After running it, the dantian was actually repairing rapidly. Suppressing his inner shock, he became pleasantly surprised. Zhou Yuan, Li Miaoyin, you wait, I will get back today's shame. As he was falling into cultivation, he didn't feel that a person had appeared beside him. A ball of something appeared in his hand and entered Yu Linmo's dantian. When it was done, the trail cleared and he turned and disappeared. Yu Linmo was still immersed in the slow repair of his dantian. Even the meridians in his legs were being rapidly repaired. At this time, a powerful force of origin suddenly erupted from within his body, and his body quickly fused. The realm is also rapidly improving. Flesh, nurturing chi, channeling veins, condensing dan, spirit C, divine soul, divine viscera, divine general. Immediately afterward a Seal King aura erupted out. Yu Linmo's pupils dilated. Feeling his own strength, a touch of fear rose in his heart. It was immediately replaced by a huge surprise. Seal the King ah! Zhou Yuan, Li Niaolin, you guys wait. I'll come to you soon. You can't show it yet, or you'll definitely be watched and have to pretend to be a waste. A loser who suddenly became a king sealer powerhouse would surely be targeted by someone with a heart of gold. It can only be revealed slowly. Watch the heart upstairs. Chu Xinghe brought Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 to disguise themselves as ordinary people, slowly blending into the crowd. Crackle, rumble, above the sky, 3 thunderbolts suddenly rang out. A huge swirling storm appeared. All the people of Jade City raised their heads to look at the sky. What's going on with them, Jade City? A millstone-thick thunderbolt fell from the sky. Many people were so frightened that they hurriedly hid aside. Thunder stays in the sky. 3 figures stood in the void. The black clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a bright sky. Yu Mingli hurriedly flew over. Greetings to the 3 lords. Poof! The person in charge snorted coldly, and Yu Mingli's body flew out backwards, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Bones shattered all over his body and he lay on the ground, more in than out. Unbridled, Chang Xian's teeth were bared, not daring to strike easily. Come to Yu Mingli's side. Mingli, how are you? Why? Changeling hissed at the 3 men in the sky. Who is Yurinmo? The man at the head of the group had a fierce light in his eyes. Yulinmo's eyes carried killing intent. That Zhou Yuan, so quickly couldn't help himself. You're the people Zhou Yuan sent here, right? So it's also a villain who does one thing to his face and another behind his back. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land snorted coldly. Killing my Taishan Holy Land's holy son, a true disciple. How dare you? Yulinmo's pupils contracted. When did he kill? Even Chang Xian froze. Yulin Kai opened his mouth. A punk, killing the saint's son? He knew every word, and when combined, he was a bit confused. Looking for death, the Grand Elder didn't hesitate and directly struck out. I'll see who dares to make a move. Buzz off. A figure appeared, and it was none other than Linglong Yunyu. A figure followed behind him. The Taishan Holy Land is so powerful. Linglong Yunyu looked at the Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land. Seeing the Linglong Pavilion's people appear, the Grand Elder had scorn in his eyes. So what if Linglong Pavilion, killing my Taishan Holy Land's holy son, must die? Linglong Yunyu snorted. You Taishan Sacred Ground also find a better excuse for looking for trouble. Today, I, Linglong Yunyu, am here, so I'll see who dares to touch brother you for a moment. The Grand Elder's face was ugly. Linglong Pavilion was indeed not something their Taishan Holy Land could offend. Looking for death. At this time a person in the crowd suddenly struck out at Yulinmo. He is the protector of the Holy Sun, and when the Holy Sun dies, he and his family will be buried with him. If he could kill Yulinmo, the Taishan Holy Land should be able to spare his family. Yulinmo was terrified in his heart. I can't believe there's a sneak attack by Old Six. The Linglong Pavilion powerhouse that was about to rescue Yulinmo withdrew his hand. There was incredulity on his face. Jade Linmo stood in the void, the strength of the Seal King realm erupting from his body. Linglong Yunyu also froze. Brother Jade actually has Seal King realm strength. Even Yu Mingli, who was already on the verge of breaking, was staring with wide eyes. Chang Xian, Yulin Kai's jaw was about to drop to the ground. Seal King realm powerhouse. You're a Seal King powerhouse posing as a waste. You're designated as having some serious illness. Zhou Yuan's protector was also confused. A waste in a wheelchair suddenly turned into the Seal King realm, but after sensing something, his face changed drastically. Damn thing, it's really you. You have the Saint's Son's origin aura on you. When these words came out, heaven and earth were silent. The Great Elder of the Taishan Holy Land's pupils contracted. Damn thing, you actually absorbed the Saint's Son's origin. Linglong Yunyu also froze in place. How could this be? The Linglong Pavilion's powerhouse's eyes changed. Miss, let's go. There's trouble. Rumble. A terrifying Dao rhythm appeared in the sky. One after another strong person appeared. Look at Jade Limo. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. Good. Digging up my family's heavenly pride's origin. How dare you? So it's you. No wonder he turned into a waste. So he's been acting to get rid of his suspicion. Yu Linmo was already confused at the moment, and his body was emanating all sorts of origin auras. There was panic in his eyes. No, I'm not. In an instant the entire Jade City knew. Yulinmo pretended to be a waste and secretly dug up other people's origin to cultivate. Shadow 5 and Shadow 6, watching from a distance, rolled their throats a bit. Take a look at Chu Xinghe, who had a bland face, feeling numb in the scalp. Master, you succeeded in helping the Son of Qi to be disliked by Jade City. The Son of Qi's Qi value dropped by 20,000, rewarding the Master with 200,000 health values. Master, this Son of Qi isn't too good either. It looks like it really isn't what we're looking for. Chapter 30, assisting another Son of Qi to ascend to heaven. Linglong Yunyu felt her scalp tingle and her breath catch a little. How come? Linglong Court is aware of a bit of secret information. In the ancient times, There was a person who used other people's origin to cultivate, becoming a public enemy of the Taishu heavenly realm. Only that person had disappeared. Here comes another one who cultivates with someone else's origin. It was also her savior and the man she had fallen in love with. Yulinmo's head was in chaos. How could this be? Someone must have set him up. No, that's not it. I didn't do it. I suddenly had the Seal King Realm powerhouse yesterday. It must be the Taishian Holy Land. It must be Zhou Yuan as well as Li Miaoyin. They're trying to slander me. It must be like this. You guys believe me? I was a waste for 3 years before. How could I possibly use someone else's origin to cultivate? The Grand Elder of the Taishian Holy Land took out a shattered jade talisman. This is my Taishian Sacred Grounds Holy Sun's destiny card. After the Grand Elder finished speaking, a voice came from inside the jade tablet. Old ancestor, avenge me. It was Yulinmo who killed me. The voice was mournful, euphonious, and sad. How dare you? Don't think I don't know that you guys are acting. Yesterday I contradicted Zhou Yuan. He must be thinking of this way to get back at me. Yulinmo took a deep breath. Stubborn and looking for death. The Grand Elder struck directly. Linglong Yunyu looked at the Guardian beside him and subconsciously opened his mouth. Hurry up and save Brother Jade. The Guardian didn't move. Yurinmo strikes. A bolt of energy erupted from his hand. Several instinctive breaths were intermingled together. Linglong Yunyu's face changed drastically after feeling it. Auntie, you must step in and save Brother Yu. He must have been wrongly accused. The Guardian shook his head. Miss, you should deal with the next trouble first. Just now you sided with Yulinmo so much. Next, our Linglong Pavilion will become a target, and we might be attacked by a group. The best way to prove it is for you to step in and kill him, too, preferably. Linglong Yunyu froze in place. She wasn't stupid and figured everything out in a flash. The mind is annoyed with how this is happening. Miss, is it possible that he saved you by plotting on purpose? He was able to turn into a waste and hold back for 3 years. This person's mind is terrifying. Linglong Yunyu was a bit at a loss for words. Will that be it? The eyes of the Grand Elder of the Taishian Holy Land were ice cold. Oh, still not admitting it. Yulinmo had blood on the corner of his mouth. He knew there was no use in explaining how. You have to survive first. You have to survive to prove yourself. Yunyu, believe me, I was really framed. Yulinmo could only pin his hopes on Linglong Yunyu. Linglong Yunyu had already cried her face off. Looking for death. How dare you call our lady names at this hour? It looks like you saved our young lady's life in the first place, and it was also a deliberate calculation on your part. Or else why did you know my young lady's identity just in time to save it? Pity my lady's simplicity to be deceived by a demon like you. The guardian of Linglong Yunyu quickly spoke. Let's all unite to kill him. We can't let such an outlaw live, or else the events of the ancient era will play out again. Many people's faces changed after hearing this. A compass appeared in the hands of the Grand Elder of the Taishian Holy Land. The surrounding heaven and earth were blocked. Yulinmo's face changed drastically. Yunyu, believe me, I'm really wronged. Linglong Yunyu's brain went blank. She didn't know what to do? Miss, come to your senses. She's going to pull our Linglong Excellency into the water. At that time, our Linglong Pavilion will be dragged down and besieged by all the forces in the Taishu Heavenly Realm. By that time, the Pavilion Master, Madam, and the young Master will die along with them. Linglong Yunyu's eyes became horrified as she thought of that image. No, it can't be. Linglong Yunyu turned her head to look at Yulinmo. The love in his eyes had tightened. At first you designed to save me, and now you want to pull Linglong into the water. This is trying to get me killed. Yulinmo, why didn't I realize before that you have such a vicious heart? Auntie, kill him. Yulinmo was frozen in place, staring at Linglong Yunyu incredulously. The corners of his mouth were tinged with misery. Ha 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 ha. Yulinmo laughed miserably. Good, so what if I did it? Kill me. As long as I don't die, I will dig out your origins one by one to wash away my shame today. Yurinmo went from maniacal to calm. The strength of the Seal King realm all exploded out. Finally admitted it. These people could no longer maintain their killing intent when they heard Jade Linma admit it. The corner of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose as he watched from afar. Master helped Linglong Yunyu and the son of Chi Yunyu to split. The son of Chi Yunyu's Chi Yunyu value dropped by 20,000, and Master gained 200,000 health values. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose when he heard the system beep. A wave of fat. It's time for the farce to end. Numerous powerhouses struck out at Yulinmo together. A black hand appeared in the void and grabbed Yulinmo and disappeared. The person who made the shot looked confused. No good. No wonder that guy is so calm. Damn thing. I can't believe I let him get away. The Grand Elder of the Taishian Holy Land's face was gloomy. To actually be able to easily break my blockade formation is at least at the Great Saint Realm. Damn it, it can't actually be traced. The guardian of Linglong Yunyu also had an ugly face. It is a curse, not a blessing, to let such a man go. I'll see about spreading the word about today's events. Linglong Yunyo's face was pale. Many other people's gazes had been sizing up Linglong Yunyu. Grand Elder Tai Xian snorted coldly. Linglong Pavilion will be the key suspect. Looking at the three Yu Mingli below, he casually waved his hand. The three men had disappeared without even uttering a scream. Chu Xingha had already left with Shadow 5 and Shadow 6. There's nothing for them here anymore. By the time the evening came, the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm, the majority of people already knew the name Yulinmo. Master helping Yulinmo is loathed by the living spirits of the Taishu realm. The value of Qi drops by 30,000. Rewarding Master with 300,000 health values. Taking advantage of the night, Chu Xingha brought Shadow 5 and Shadow 6 to a place. There were two men guarding Yurinmo. Looking at the unconscious Yulinmo, most of the chakra value was lost and no longer valuable. Kill it and make it clean, Chu Xingha ordered. One of them, a handful of fire appeared in his hand and landed on Yulinmo. Jade Limo's body burned up and didn't wake up. In no time at all, it turned into a cloud of ashes. Chu Xingha waved his hand. Come on, let's leave. Space broke and Chu Xingha disappeared. An hour later, a figure wearing a black robe appeared. Eyes fell on the ashes. Hands clenched. You're Qian Lele, aren't you? A teasing voice rang out. Qian Lele's face changed drastically. Who? Baiyu, you're dead. Only one voice came from the darkness. Before Qian Lele could react, his body had already been crushed. The trail here was completely cleared. Chapter 31, The Awakening of Zhongli Qingmeng. When the matter was resolved, Chu Xingha returned to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land overnight. Chu Xingha sat in front of Zhongli Qingmeng. At this moment, Zhongli Qingmeng was sitting on a chair in a light yellow bright long dress. A pair of phoenix eyes looked Chu Xingha up and down, a satisfied color hanging in his eyes. Nice work. Zhongli Qingmeng had a hard time imagining that a person the same age as himself had such a meticulous mind and did things without a drop of water. Chu Xingha similarly looked Zhongli Qingmeng up and down. Getting this woman to wear black silk would be beautiful, especially those straight, longer than his life legs. What? Just like my legs that much? Zhongli Qingmeng realized that Chu Xingha seemed to be obsessed with her legs. Legs folded together, skin as smooth and round as snow. Chu Xingha sighed. Your background and your strength saved you, or I'd show you what it means to be an animal. It was the first time Zhongli Qingmeng had heard such a statement and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Xingha withdrew his mind. In the eyes of outsiders, Yulinmo is still alive and has powerful people behind him. Even the Linglong Pavilion's suspicion is hard to remove, and unless they find Yulinmo, they won't be able to get rid of it for the rest of their lives. It was hard for me to bring about such a situation, and if something happened, it would be easy to be raked over the coals. Zhongli Qingmeng suddenly stood up, slowly approaching Chu Xingha. Chu Xingha leaned back, but Zhongli Qingmeng's pectoral muscles were already pressing on his chest. The two were on the verge of touching lips. What? Is Little Star River worried about me? Chu Xingha's ears turned red, actually being molested by this woman. In his heart, he was about to hug Zhongli Qingmeng. Zhongli Qingmeng made a turn to avoid Chu Xingha's embrace. Little Xingha, you don't think you like me, do you? Chu Xingha nodded. There's no mistaking it, just like you. Zhongli Qingmeng froze. This guy actually wasn't subtle at all. Even the person secretly protecting Zhongli Qingmeng froze. What happened to the person who said he liked Zhongli Qingmeng before? It seems as if the ashes are being raised. Pitifully, he looked at Chu Xingha. Have a good trip, sister. Chu Xingha looked at Zhongli Qingmeng seriously. What's wrong with liking you and not doing anything to you? It's not like I'm going to pursue you. It doesn't mean I'm in love with you. And didn't make you do anything? Zhongli Qingmeng completely froze. It can still be like that. Even the people protecting Zhongli Qingmeng were dumbfounded. That's an outrageous statement. First time I've heard it. Zhongli Qingmeng returned to her senses and covered her mouth and laughed out. Quite a novel statement. You've done a good job this time. I'll give you the 10 sacred pills I promised you before, and another 20 more. Here's that little clock for you too. Chu Xingha took it. This is a gift from our Zhongli clan's old ancestor to you. Chu Xingha looked at the ring handed over by Zhongli Qingmeng. Open it up and take a breath. Hundreds of rule jade talismans. Hundreds of sacred medicines. There were also a few plants that were clearly over 100,000 years old. There are 100,000 of the very best divine stones. Inside was another garment, engraved with an inscription. That dress, it can withstand 3 attacks from a supreme powerhouse. Chu Xingha took a deep breath, a wave of fat. He knew that Linglong Pavilion must have compensated more than this, but that's when people have that. He has some soup and he's already so fat. Looking at Chu Xingha's happy appearance, Zhongli Qingmeng's eyebrows rose. That's something to be happy about already. Rich girl, hungry. Zhongli Qingmeng frowned. What did you say? Chu Xingha hastily closed his mouth. Sister's atmosphere. Little brother admires. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. After the Zhang family heard about Zhang Evening, they have imprisoned her. The decision has been made to recruit a son-in-law. Chu Xingha's smile tightened and a cold light penetrated his eyes. Think of the little girl who fell in love with him when he molested her. Your status is too low right now. You're not even a holy son of the heaven-diffracting Holy Land. Even if you were, the Zhang family wouldn't look twice. Zhang Evening said that she is not married to you, and quite a few of the people who wanted to join the marriage before have already set out to come to the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Quite a few of them are the pride of great clans. Their strength should not be underestimated, so be prepared. Chu Xingha nodded. If your master had intervened, there might have been a chance for change. Chu Xingha frowned. Didn't you say that the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land couldn't do it either? Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Chu Xingha. You remember, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land is the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, and Wen Ruoshui is Wen Ruoshui. Wen Ruoshui can represent the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, but the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land can't represent Wen Ruoshui. Zhongli Qingmeng continued to remind. Now that the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land knows that Wen Ruoshui has a disciple who has only been heard of but not seen, many people want to challenge you. I know you don't care about the identity of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, but there are some things that a strong identity is worth 1,000 words. Chu Xingha did not reply. He'd lived in his own world before, believing he could do anything well. Time and time again reality had long ago shown him that changes had to be made. With a helping hand, without great strength and background, everything is a joke. Even the plotting of the Son of Qi was done with the power behind Zhongli Qingmeng. Since the change was made, let's first become the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Thanks a lot. Chu Xingha rushed at Zhongli Qingmeng and thanked him. To others she is the sinister archvillain, absorbing other people's origin to cultivate. To Chu Xingha, she was the one who helped him take revenge. Even though he helped Zhongli Qingmeng out of trouble twice, and plotting so much, Chu Xingha didn't complain either. People also get paid for what they take. To Chu Xingha, Zhongli Qingmeng was a valuable person. Looking at Chu Xingha's back as he left, Shadow One came from the shadows. Mr. Chu is different from others. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. He's a man who knows what he wants and doesn't expose his ambitions until he's strong enough. Let the family know. And where I missed before, reinvestigate. There must be someone with special abilities who inadvertently has big names converging around them, or someone whose parents are a bit mysterious and who also tends to get the hearts of the women of the big clans. After you find it, don't lay your hands on that person directly. Lay your hands on him from his side. First make them turn against each other, then make him spit out the chances he gained, and finally grab their loved ones and threaten them, making him waste his own cultivation, and then finally make a move on them. Shadow One had a look of disbelief in his gaze. There was no rebuttal. By the way, don't be careless, tell the family to send at least saints, and don't have any accidents. If there are still great power heirs around those people, have Yulin Mo appear. The corners of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth rose. This time, letting Chu Xingha go to Jade City was also to ascertain the conjecture. Through these 3 strikes by Chu Xingha, it seemed like she had already figured out how to deal with those people. Start with the people around you at first, and then work your way back to him so you can kill them easily. Shadow One nodded that he understood. Zhongli Qingmeng was still a bit confused. Why could Chu Xingha easily find someone like that? The ability intrigued her a bit. Chapter 32, Your eggs are as immodest as you are. After Chu Xingha left, he came to the soft water palace to find Wen Ruoshui. As before, Wen Ruoshui sat in the gazebo with an ancient zither in front of her, fingers gently rattling. Chu Xingha's restless heart couldn't help but calm down. The lotus leaf lotuses on the lake swung involuntarily. Even the fish surrounded the gazebo, listening in silence. There were quite a few animals around, quietly watching the figure in the gazebo. After the song, Wen Ruoshui glanced at Chu Xingha. Chu Xingha appeared in the gazebo with an instantaneous movement. Master plays beautifully. Chu Xingha flattered a sentence. Wen Ruoshui put away his guqin and took a sip from his teacup. Half a month later, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land opens the competition for the Holy Sun ceremony. The entire sound resounded through the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Even many of the Supreme Elders were startled. The old ancestors in the forbidden area of the back mountain all opened their eyes. The true disciple in seclusion opened his eyes. There were surprises and disbelief. Chu Xingha sat in front of Wen Ruoshui and sat obediently. It felt like there were no secrets to be kept in front of Wen Ruoshui. He just came over and Wen Ruoshui knew what he wanted? Chu Xingha suddenly thought of something. Take out a white egg. Wen Ruoshui's expression did not change. Your eggs? Chu Xingha coughed. Can master tell what kind of egg this is? Wen Ruoshui glanced at her and nodded, her vermilion lips lightly opening. I know. I'm not going to tell you that everything has its own destiny. Chu Xingha looked defeated. But to think that this is the Tao of warmth and water. Chu Xingha took out the holy medicine and placed it on the egg. The holy medicine quickly disappeared into thin air. Faint lines began to appear on top of the white eggs. Xu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Another took out the mysterious stone tablet to obtain the star origin, and similarly stuffed it into the white egg. The white egg wiggled a bit, ignoring the star essence and looking a bit disgusted. Xu Xinghe's face darkened. The damn thing. And picky eaters. Take it over and weigh it. It feels like a lot of weight. It's better to use it to smash people. Xu Xinghe put away the egg. Master, how much do you know about Zhong Li Qing Meng? When Ruoshui didn't hide it. Heaven-swallowing demon body. Xu Xinghe frowned. If Master knew, why would he still keep her here? Master should also know that she used the origin to cultivate, right? When Ruoshui nodded. Then why does Master still keep this scourge here? You also know that she is a scourge, and you still continue to help her. When Ruoshui asked rhetorically. Xu Xinghe did not reply. That's her path, her way of practicing. Why should I ask about it? Xu Xinghe was inwardly surprised. There are a few in this heaven and earth who can do what Wen Ruoshui did. There's no fear that if she's exposed, the entire heavenly diffusion Holy Land will be destroyed with her at that time. Maybe even you, Master. When Ruoshui shook his head. You're trying to say that I might die, and at that time that will be the Tao of the heavenly diffusion sacred ground, and it will be the Tao that I get. Xu Xinghe changed the question. Master, why did you take me as your disciple? You can take it if you want to. There's no such thing as why. Xu Xinghe. Okay, you win. I resigned myself to it. He an existence that could count the sons of Qi on the outside. To the masters this flop. Master, do you like me? Xu Xinghe leaned on his hand and quietly looked at Wen Ruoshui. Like. Hearing Wen Ruoshui admit it, the corners of Xu Xinghe's mouth rose. In my eyes, you're just like these fish, lotus leaves, and gazebos. Wen Ruoshui said calmly. Xu Xinghe took a deep breath. Master rest. The disciple bids farewell. Xu Xinghe disappeared into the soft water palace. It's not the defense that's broken. Open the system screen. Master, Xu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early emperor. Physique, immortal demon body. Immortal demon pupil. Technique, immortal demon Taoist scripture. Martial arts, immortal and demon in the 9 heavens. Instantaneous movement. Weapon, immortal magic harp. Purple gold gourd. Help value, 1398000. Backpack, immortal magic harp. Black silk. Purple gold gourd. Divine beast egg. East Emperor bell. Seeing the help of more than $1 million, the corners of Xu Xinghe's mouth rose. Wash your hands and anoint them with fragrance. System cutie. Have a premium draw. Consuming 1 million help value. Obtaining special martial arts skill. Heart demon guide. Casting can induce other practitioners' heart demon. Can be used with the help of immortal demon pupil. Can also be used with the help of immortal demon sheen. Xu Xinghe's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Together with the immortal magic harp, that's a group skill. The sound of the zither rang out, and everyone's heart demons appeared. Not bad for a premium draw. Take out the holy medicine and stuff it inside the purple gold gourd. It can also be alchemized and repaired. Super favorite. Okay. Xu Xinghe glanced at the system space and his face darkened. An egg in black silk, running around in there. Xu Xinghe took out the black silk and stuffed the egg inside. Hands flung out vigorously. Baya flew out with a bang. It clattered against the wall. Xu Xinghe no longer cared. Eating so many holy pills was not useful at all. Get some good closure and practice for the next half a month. With all the benefits gained this time around, it must be digested. The day before the sunship scramble, in the holy land of heavenly diffusion. Quick, catch that egg. Heck, stealing old man's spirit medicine. How can a legless egg run so fast? What the hell is strapped to this egg's head? It looks so sexy. Whose belt wasn't tight enough to let this out anyway? Zhong Li Qing Meng walked out and looked at the egg that was teasing the elders of the Tianyin Holy Land. There was surprise in his eyes. The white egg jumped a bit and jumped into Zhong Li Qing Meng's arms. Many people stiffened their feet after seeing Zhong Li Qing Meng. Ahem. I'm still cooking at my house, so I'll leave you to it. Ha ha, I haven't watered my peapod yet. I'll go back first too. I have to get back to tanning my brother, so I'll go back first. Zhong Li Qing Meng surveyed the egg. Whose egg are you? The egg tilted and pointed in one direction. Xu Xinghe? Eggs bouncing twice. Zhong Li Qing Meng had surprise in her eyes. Taking the black silk off her egg head, there was a strange look in her eyes. Then stuffed the egg in. A dump. The egg disappeared into thin air. In the middle of Xu Xinghe's palace, eggs are thrown straight back. Xu Xinghe opened his eyes. Of the two eyes, one glowed with purple and the other with gold. Exhaling, his body slowly stood up. The bones made a popping sound. A powerful aura erupted. This half of the month, the realm reached Seal Emperor perfection. Only the resources gained are consumed. To his surprise, the violet gold gourd was already capable of refining void god realm pills. In this half month, the immortal demon proceeding to the 9 heavens and the heart demon guide had also improved tremendously. Turning his head, he watched as the god beast egg bumped this way and that. After picking it up and surveying it, Shock flashed in his eyes. Nice guy. So many extra runes on his body. Burn the black silk and weigh the egg in your hand. I'll use you as a weapon tomorrow. It's quite easy to use. Your eggs are as immodest as you are. Zhongli Qingmeng's voice rang out. Chapter 33, Holy Sun Contest? You're all together. When Chu Xinghe heard this, his face darkened. I'll sue you for libel. Ha! Zhongli Qingmeng sized up Chu Xinghe with surprise in her eyes. To have reached Seal Emperor perfection so quickly, it's worthy of being an immortal demon body. I didn't think that going through what happened to Bai Wuchen could cause you to awaken this type of physique. Chu Xinghe looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. The good guy has already perfected the Void God. What are you doing here? Zhongli Qingmeng was obviously in a good mood. Come over and thank you. Chu Xinghe was confused. Master, you don't know. This villainous devil let someone go out and in just half a month, wiped out 5 sons of Qi. Ooh, that's cruel. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but smack his lips in his heart. It was instantly clear. One had to wonder at Zhongli Qingmeng's cleverness. Find a way to deal with the son of Qi from the way he strikes. No wonder he said he was coming to thank him. You're welcome. The corners of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth rose. How did you come up with such a way to deal with those people? Chu Xinghe raised his head and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. Do you want to know? Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. I was sent here to save you from a great beauty like you. Fragrant. Zhongli Qingmeng froze. Rather a good answer. No, I just made it up. You believe this? This time it was Chu Xinghe's turn to be confused. Why don't you believe it? Because of you. I've improved quite a bit, and I've made up for what I lost before. So why aren't you the one? Zhongli Qingmeng said seriously. Chu Xinghe, 6. I'll go back first. Tomorrow we'll be competing for the position of Saint Sun. I hope you'll do well. If you can't beat them, tell me in advance. I can have the old ancestor go to their house and sit down, so that he'll give up this competition. And those forces that want to marry Jiang Evening, I can have them warned if you need it. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Zhongli Qingmeng turned to leave. The corners of his mouth turned up. Auntie is father's chosen one, helping the Zhengli family through the crisis. Are you or are you not my chosen one? Come to save me. In particular, she treated those people the way Chu Xinghe did, and sure enough, she killed 5 of them. After killing these 5 people, she was inexplicably in a much more comfortable mood. That depressing mood all but disappeared quite a bit. Even the origin within his body showed a hint of fusion. All of this speaks to the fact that things are getting better. The next day at the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the sacred bell rang 9 times. The Holy Sun ceremony of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land opened. It's so exciting. The great ceremony of the birth of the Holy Sun. My brother is so excited he's spitting. No, dude, that was some real spitballing you said at the end. I'm curious now what that Chu Xinghe looks like. I haven't seen him in so long. I don't know what kind of strength. I heard that the true senior brother of Endless Peak, who is 30 years old this year, has already broken through the Seal Emperor realm. Eldest senior brother of Skywatch Peak, only 28 years old, has similarly broken through the Seal Emperor realm. It's really something to look forward to this time. The other true disciples, they haven't even reached the ceiling of the king. I want to know if that genius elder sister of Alchemy Peak will compete for it. She is also only 20 years old this year, and I heard that she could refine Emperor Seal realm pills a few days ago. Hiss, really? That can still be false. But I asked a true disciple on the Alchemy Peak to go and gain strength for 3 days before telling me. Dude, I want to go get strong too. Asterisk. Off. The 8 elders are here. The many disciples looked at the 8 elders with excitement in their eyes. Below the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land were 8 elders, in charge of the 8 peaks. The 8 elders came over with their gazes sizing up the situation. It was also hard to avoid excitement in their hearts. Maybe this time the Holy Sun would be their disciple. Zhongli Qingmeng sat on the disciple platform, and no one dared to approach within 100 meters around him. The eyes surveyed it for a moment. How come I didn't see Little Star River? Knock! With the bell ringing again, the Holy Lord has arrived. A voice rang out. Even the 8 elders all stood up and saluted the one at the top. Greetings, Holy Lord. There is no need for you all to be polite. Many people raised their heads to look at the high platform, where vaguely only a blurry figure could be seen, unable to see the exact face. The gazes of the crowd couldn't help but fall on the figure next to the Holy Lord. A white moon white-sleeved robe, face like a crown of jade, nose straight, a pair of phoenix eyes as deep as the abyss, white silk naturally hanging down, swinging with the wind, the temperament of the dusty, like an immortal monarch. Even the 8 elders were startled when they looked at Chu Xinghe's appearance. And look at that air. It's more pretentious than any of them. Their immortal style was akin to clowns in front of Chu Xinghe. Many disciples below returned to their senses. This is too handsome. No wonder it doesn't come out easily. Those double-loving devils would definitely imprison it if they saw it, even from a distance. I smelled him so good. I wanted to lock him up and put him in bed. It's not like the man can't do it. People are handsome androgynous, I'm ugly inhuman and animal. The heavens are unfair. The corners of Zhong Liqing Meng's mouth rose. This guy sells really well. Looking at those female disciples drooling as they looked at Chu Xinghe, a flicker of inexplicability flashed under his eyes. The great ceremony of the Holy Sun opens. After Chu Xinghe heard this, he took the initiative to walk up. Since he wanted to become a Holy Sun, he had to use crushing strength to stomp down all these true disciples. Save someone from taking offense. Stomping on the void, he walked to the center of the ring. You're all in this together. The calm words were like a bomb thrown into the water, causing an uproar. Brother Xinghe is so handsome. I want to lick it. Baird. Too dominant. Brother kill me. Oh, want to be thrown on the bed by my brother and taught a hard lesson. Brother don't hit them. Hit me. I won't resist. Pretending to be a bully. Let's see how you fall down in a while. You should know that many disciples are in the Seal Emperor realm. It would be fun to play it off. You fart. Brother Xinghe's face value is justified. It's just right to take it off. Oh, look like a chimera. Don't be fancy. You fart. We wouldn't even look at you more than once if you were like that and we were pinning the quilt. The 8 elders glanced at each other. This was too crazy. Together they looked to the Holy Lord. Since he wants to challenge all the disciples, let's follow his request. The 8 elders nodded. The Holy Lord had already spoken, so they still had nothing to say. If Chu Xinghe fails in pretending to be big, they won't be difficult either. All disciples participating in the Saint Sun contest, all of them come up to the stage. The true disciples below froze. Shi Jingfeng went up to the stage with a calm face. He has his sights set on the sunship this time. Chu Xinghe had grown so big, and he was flattered. The same is true for Jing Taiyang. He had only one opponent, and that was Shi Jingfeng. In the Alchemy Peak, a woman wearing a light green dress with a bow tied around her waist walked out. With a movement of his body, like a spirit butterfly, he came to the high platform. Curiously, he surveyed Chu Xinghe in the center of the ring. Chu Xinghe looked at these disciples. The aura burst out violently. Chapter 34, Here comes the fault-finding, equalizing Tronfai everyone. Powerful waves of air scattered in all directions. Knock knock. Quite a few disciples directly flew out backwards and fell to the bottom of the ring. There were only 3 disciples standing in the ring. Shi Jingfeng held a knife in his hand and knelt on one knee. A deep gash had appeared in the ring. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Lifting his head, his face was full of disbelief. Jing Taiyang in the other corner pinched his hands together in a seal, breathing heavily, face pale. Just by resisting Chu Xinghe's aura, he had already used all his strength. A huge alchemy furnace appeared in front of Chiu Siro, who was the last to go on stage. It resisted all of Chu Xinghe's aura out, and in turn was not affected. Chu Xinghe's aura collected. Go down. The voice was still as calm as it had been before he took the stage. Those disciples watching on the observation gallery finally returned to their senses. I thought I was going to see a dragon fight, and here it is. Here it is. I still want to learn a trick or two from these true disciple matches. Just learn a couple of words. So go on together. You guys, go down. Wow. Brother Xinghe smoked me. It's so cool. Smoke me. I'll top smoke and won't yell out. Even the 8 elders on the high platform looked at each other. Don't know what to say. Then an offhand glance at the Holy Lord. Can you say something ahead of time to give us a heads up? In particular, the law enforcement elder looked at Chu Xinghe with strangeness in his gaze. These days he has come around. Bai Wuduan's matter definitely had something to do with Chu Xinghe. He wasn't going to take revenge, though. That Bai Wuduan did go overboard. The corners of Wen Ruoshui's mouth rose slightly. Quickly put it down again. Shi Dingfeng stood up on his knife. With unwillingness in his eyes, he desperately cultivated. The purpose is to fight for the sun. So what if the Seal Emperor is perfect? After saying that, he carried his sword, accompanied by the flashes of thunder on his body. A knife fell from the sky. It slashed at Chu Xinghe's head. Chu Xinghe didn't even lift his eyes. A faint glow emerged from his body floating around him. Bang! Shi Jingfeng's knife landed on Chu Xinghe's radiance, and it was no longer able to inch forward. Break it for me! Shi Jingfeng hissed as his veins rose. Jing Taiyang saw this and similarly struck out. A black glow had emanated from his hands, grasping at Chu Xinghe. A pointless struggle. Chu Xinghe waved his hand and the light around him radiated out. Bang bang! The power of thunder dispersed and the black power smoldered. 2 figures fell to the bottom. Chu Xinghe twisted his head to look at Xiao. Aren't you going down? Autumn Ciro's eyes lit up. I'm no match for you. If you need to make a potion, he doesn't need to. On the viewing platform, Zhong Liqing Meng's faint voice floated in. Autumn Ciro choked. Turning around, he glanced at Zhong Liqing Meng with scorn in his eyes. Zhong Liqing Meng, I'm not talking to you. What are you doing chiming in? Zhong Liqing Meng snorted. You're too ugly for him to look at you. Autumn Ciro's chest rose and fell. Where is she ugly? Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. Instead, he lifted his head and looked at the sky. The 8 elders likewise stood up. Only one Ruoshui was still so calm. I don't know which one of our honored guests is at the door. The elder of transmission spoke out. Buzz off. Above the sky. A moment later, the sky was filled with red haze. A moment later, it turned black. Not a moment later, it turned gold. A moment later, it turned blue. 8 huge figures that covered the sky appeared in the sky. 3 huge foreign beasts that emanated the aura of a saint. There were also 3 huge chariots with rows of soldiers standing on them radiating icy killing intent. The other 2 luxurious and exquisite pavilions exuded ancient Taoist intentions. The entire heavenly diffusion Holy Land instantly fell silent. The corners of Zhong Liqing Meng's mouth rose as she looked at these forces. That's really interesting. You are Chu Xinghe. Seal Emperor Perfection. Your temperament is good. Your strength is almost as good. Among the chariots, out came a young man dressed in fiery red armor, hands behind his back, eyes stern and domineering. 2 figures likewise came out of the other 2 chariots. Chu Xinghe knew that these should be the ones who were going to marry Zhang Evening. Couldn't get into the Zhang family store and came here to show off. Pust. Laughter came from an exquisite pavilion. Chu Xinghe looked at these people in the sky. Linglong Pavilion's people did not come out. The other came from a laughing voice unknown which power. It looks like only 6 people came to challenge themselves. Lu Lingfeng's face darkened. In the Great Yu dynasty, he was the son of a king with a different surname. Who would dare to mock him like this? We can't get into the Zhang family, can you? The youth on top of the white crane spoke. Whether I get in or not is another story. It's a little better than your kind of uptight no one wants. You. Su Sanwei's eyes were on fire because this guy was right. The truth is a fast knife. Knives make people break their defenses. Sharp-tongued and uncreated. Yang Hai, the son of the sacred martial heaven dynasty's Duke of State, spoke. You can make it, and you come to the door as a son-in-law, and when you can't get a hard on yourself, you say others can't. You, wanton, really looking for death. Yang Hai's face was gloomy. Zhong Liqing Meng watched the show, the corners of his mouth rising. This kid can really choke on his words. Why don't you follow me and I'll grant you all the riches? Zhou Yuan Tian, the imperial prince of the great Zhou dynasty, looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe tilted his head, wearing a 4-clawed dragon robe. He should be a prince. Surely it can't be the prince. Speaking quite politely. No need. I'll earn my riches. Zhou Yuan Tian frowned. Duke Chu is not looking at this emperor? Chu Xinghe shook his head. You want to enter the Jiang family? It's just a bargaining chip for that position. People are too lazy to get involved. Can't you see through it and follow you to your death? Zhou Yuantian's face flashed with ice. The 8 elders high above opened their mouths. This little mouth of Chu Xinghe's. It's really sweet. Look at Sweet's one smiley face. The disciples of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land foolishly looked at Chu Xinghe. That's a strong fight. Silence and broken defense. I guess when the body perishes, just the mouth is still hard. I can love a mouth like that so much, but it's so hard. It always feels like there's something wrong with what you're saying. Chu Xinghe waved his hand. Don't bull asterisk 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 here. Fight if you want to. Grind it out. Humph. Let me try your depths. Lu Lingfeng's eyes carried killing intent. My depths are not something that people like you can test out. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Immediately after that, he turned his head to look at Wen Ruoshui. Master, it's too much trouble to cause. Can you resist? Chu Xinghe's calm words sent a chill through the hearts of those present. When Ruoshui hadn't opened his mouth yet, a voice had rung out from the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. The holy sun let go of his hands. It's just a fight of the younger generation. If there are those who bully the young with the big, the old man can still make the dark sky of this night a little brighter. Zhong Liqingmeng looked towards the heavenly diffusion Holy Land Forbidden Land. This kid can actually get the approval of those old guys. Hearing this, many people's hearts tightened. As one of the 3 hegemonic forces in the Green State, the heavenly diffusion Holy Land was certainly not simple. In that case, I'll play with you. Chapter 35, The Powerfulness of the Heart's Demon Guide. Sister-in-law, I'm really my brother. Chu Xinghe took a step towards the high altitude. At the same time, 2 shadows had appeared behind them, a fairy and a devil. 2 figures protected Chu Xinghe in front of him. After seeing this scene, the eyes of many disciples of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land widened. Immortal demon body. It's actually an immortal demon body. Hiss. No wonder the sacred lord would accept Chu Xinghe as a disciple. The pupils of the 8 elders shook. There was excitement in his eyes. Spiritual body, treasure body, king's body, saint's body. The immortal demon body was the existence of a holy body. Every saintly body that grows up can at least achieve sainthood, not to mention the powerful immortal demon body in the holy body. Chu Xinghe moved his fingers and took out an ancient zither. Come on, which one of you goes first? Or together? The 6 men who stood out had ugly faces. This guy is actually a sacred body. No wonder Jiang Evening was not married to Chu Xinghe. It's an individual who knows how to choose. I'd like to see how many % of this immortal demon body you can utilize. Lu Lingfeng's body moved and turned into streams of light, fists clenched, smashing at Chu Xinghe. At the same time, the strength of a sealed emperor perfection erupted. Many people had an expectant look in their eyes. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. With a hook of his finger, the immortal demon Qin rattled. Sound waves emanated out. Chu Xinghe kept playing. Lu Lingfeng looked like he was frozen in place. Sister-in-law, I'm really my brother. The moment Lu Lingfeng said this, the entire world was silent. What's the situation? Hiss, I don't know. What's going on? This is too exciting. Chu Xinghe continued to play. Ha ha, big brother, the throne of the world's son can only be inherited by me. Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet. Father, you old fool, where am I inferior to big brother? Why do you never give me a good face? It's all your son. Why should he inherit the divine martial king? Big brother, even if you're complacent, so what? You still don't know that your son was born to me and my sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. Father, you also don't know that you're concubine and I also have an affair. Right, wait. Sooner or later I will inherit the position of divine martial king. Sister-in-law, you don't want big brother to know either. All the disciples of the entire heavenly diffusion Holy Land raised their heads to look at Lu Lingfeng. Even the other 5 who had stepped forward quietly retreated back. What a tactic. This sonic attack tactic was so terrifying. In case the inner thoughts are voiced out, one shudders to think what will greet them. Chu Xinghe didn't stop. Lu Lingfeng's protector's scalp went numb. Grandma's leg, this time it's going to be the end. The 8 elders of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land glanced at each other and sucked in a breath of cool air. I'm a good boy, can't play it anymore. Otherwise, it would be an enmity with the Daiyu heavenly kingdom. Zhongli Qingmeng, who was watching from below, looked at Chu Xinghe with a strange look in his eyes. Something's wrong with you, kid. Big brother, you don't know, do you? How many times while you were drunk, my sister-in-law and I were right next to you. Chu Xinghe stopped playing. Lu Lingfeng's sanity gradually recovered. What did you do to me? Lu Lingfeng grimaced. He couldn't help but say the words he was holding in his heart, but he couldn't help it. The problem was that he remembered. Seeking death. Actually using such dirty tactics to wrong me. Do you think everyone else believes in tactics like yours? My admiration for my big brother is like a torrential river, and you have an evil heart. Actually provoking the relationship between me and my big brother. My aunt is like my own mother, and you have used such vile means to make me say such treacherous things. Today, you will die. Chu Xinghe blandly put away the immortal demon Qin. He didn't have the luxury of fighting these guys. Chu Xinghe stared at Lu Lingfeng strangely. I didn't even ask. What are you explaining? Oh, an explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Pust. Lu Lingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking for death. Chu Xinghe made an instantaneous movement and reappeared, already choking Lu Lingfeng's neck. The pupils of those present contracted. So fast. It's too fast. It's so fast that you don't feel a thing. Just you want to challenge me. Are you worthy? Chu Xinghe directly threw him out, turning his head to look at a couple of other people. Are you guys going to challenge me too? Several people shook their heads hastily. Who doesn't have a little secret yet? If you say this, you'll lose your skin if you don't die. This kid is so devious in his tactics. Lu Lingfeng's face was gloomy. Chu Xinghe, die for me. Fists clenched. He smashed at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe easily followed. Crooked head. Can I kill him? When Ruoxue nodded, Chu Xinghe shook his head. I'm a good person. How can I kill someone so easily? His father and his big brother are still waiting for him to return. All those present winced. This guy is pure evil. Lu Lingfeng gritted his teeth, followed by trepidation. It would be better to be killed by Chu Xinghe. Endless regrets surrounded him. Chu Xinghe's fingers quickly clicked a few times on Lu Lingfeng's body. Throw him casually into the chariot. Protect your male back. Buzz off. The voice had just fallen. The sky above the Tianyin Holy Land quickly darkened. A huge vortex appeared, with purple thunder flickering inside. A powerful heavenly might descended and pressed down on Chu Xinghe. A hand suddenly rested on Chu Xinghe's shoulder. The Holy Sun has nothing to fear. Chu Xinghe looked at the kindly old man. Nice guy, a heavenly saint powerhouse. The divine martial king has come to welcome us with great honor. A faint shadow appeared in the vortex. The heavenly diffusion Holy Land is so bold. This is not putting me, the divine martial king, in their eyes. The old man's hunched body became erect. A vast aura was like a tidal wave topping it. So what if I don't put you divine martial king in my eyes? Send troops to fight if you have the guts? Other people can't see your son and come here to be a bully. The inside of the house is messier than the old man's hair, and he's still here barking. Chu Xinghe looked at the domineering old man in front of him. A warm current crossed his heart. You seek death. After saying that, the thunder in the sky turned into a thunder dragon and fell. It exudes the power of destruction. If this thunder dares to fall today, this goddess will rise up in battle and attack the great Yu celestial dynasty. Zhongli Qingmeng, who was sitting in the audience, spoke. Buzz. A golden light appeared. The thunder dispersed. Divine Martial King, come back. A domineering and exclusive voice rang out. Turned to softness. If little friend Xinghe is free, he can come to the great Yu heavenly kingdom as a guest. Xu Xinghe did not open his mouth. Nodding at Zhongli Qingmeng, the corners of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth rose. There was a smugness in his eyes. When Ruoshui stood up, the competition for the sacred sun is over. Xu Xinghe is the sacred son of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Many disciples returned to their senses, chanting, Holy Sun, Holy Sun, Holy Sun. The corners of Xu Xinghe's mouth rose. As for the contest, feel free to write about it. I know that my lord readers don't like it. It's boring. Thank you, Senpai. Xu Xinghe bowed toward this heavenly saint powerhouse. The old man sized up Xu Xinghe. Saint's son need not be polite. Old man, I rare you such a character. I know you consider numerous. Otherwise that mongrel boy will surely die. My heavenly diffusion Holy Land has waited tens of thousands of years for a saint body. You are the hope of my heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Can I still watch you being bullied? Today people are watching. There is no way to make a move. In the future when you walk outside, when you meet this kind of person, kill them directly. Don't be merciful. After the old man finished speaking, 10 jade talismans appeared in his hands. As long as you crush it, you can utilize a great sage level attack. Keep it for your evening. It's a kind of meeting gift from the old man to you. And don't blame your master for not stepping in. If she does, things will get big. Chapter 36, you point a dirty finger at him and I'll kill you. Xu Xinghe shook his head. That's the character of master. She won't easily meddle in other people's Dao. I don't blame her. The old man patted Xu Xinghe's shoulder. We old men are satisfied with you being the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land. Xu Xinghe wanted to ask more, but the old man had already disappeared. Xu Xinghe looked at the one pavilion still left behind and did not open his mouth. All those people left just now. Why did this one not leave? The gate opens. A woman in a sky blue narcissus gown appeared with bright eyes and white teeth. A crystal pin in the shape of an ice phoenix was stuck on her head. Good day, Sage Chu. My name is Shui Nianji. Hello. What does Miss Water want with me? Shui Nianji graciously looked at Xu Xinghe and spoke. It just feels like Mr. Xu is different from what Evening Yin said. Xu Xinghe did not reply. Looking at Xu Xinghe's lukewarm attitude, Shui Nianji frowned. Mr. Xu, even though you are an immortal demon body, the gap between you and the Zheng family is too great. If you have the sense to do so, you should announce that you are severing your relationship with Evening Yin. You don't deserve Evening Yin. Xu Xinghe shook his head. It was this kind of drama again. Listening to you talk. You and Evening Jin should be friends, and the power behind you isn't small. There's no need to show superiority here. Shui Nianji froze, pointing her finger at Xu Xinghe. You're reckless? The corner of Xu Xinghe's mouth was raised. What? Afraid that your friends are having a better time than you? Shui Nianji's chest rose and fell, and her breath caught. The temperament isn't as good as Evening Jin. The body isn't as good as Evening Jin. The strength isn't as strong as Evening Jin. And you're still deliberately approaching Evening Jin, just to try to stir up trouble, right? Before, when Ladine was in the Su family in Shanghai City, I didn't see you caring about her either. But now that you care so much about her, isn't it because you're afraid that she's living a better life than you are? After all, I'm a holy body. Two people love each other. You don't have anyone to like. You envy Evening Ghost. You're jealous of Evening Ghost. Shui Nianji's body trembled with anger. I'm not. Xu Xinghe waved his hand. Miss Water, go back. Shui Nianji felt a fist hit cotton. A murderous intent welled up under his eyes. Xu Xinghe, do you know the consequences of offending me? Shui Nianji roared as he looked at Xu Xinghe, who had turned around. Pop! The sound of slapping resounded through the air. Shui Nianji covered her face and turned her head to look at Zhongli Qingmeng. What are the consequences of offending you? Come on, tell me. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't even look at Shui Nianji squarely. Pa! A slap slapped her to the ground. Asked you. Mute. Shui Nianji looked at Zhongli Qingmeng with deep scorn in her eyes. The bellwether goddess. Ah! The veins on Shui Nianji's forehead rose and his pupils contracted. One of her hands had been cut off. Zhongli Qingmeng squatted down and approached Shui Nianji's ear. Ugly. I'll kill you if you dare point your filthy finger at him again. Shui Nianji's pupils contracted and she stopped shouting, pursing her lips tightly. Get lost. Suwen herself left in a sorry state. Zhongli Qingmeng came to Xu Xinghe's side and looked up and down. You dislike such a good-looking woman and don't pick her up? Xu Xinghe looked at Zhongli Qingmeng strangely and said, I have a fairy by my side, rich and colorful, with a strong background who is not chasing. Go to please that what for? Zhongli Qingmeng covered her mouth and laughed out. She realized that she was indeed much happier when she was with Xu Xinghe. If she blows a little earworm with Jiang Evening-in, maybe Jiang Evening-in will hate you. I wish that silly girl had done that, Chu Xinghe said thoughtfully. Stupid or not is another story. You have a knack for making people fall head over heels in love with you in a matter of days. Are you jealous? Chu Xinghe asked a rhetorical question. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Chu Xinghe. The more powerful the man is, the more attractive he is. It's like poison that mesmerizes a woman. The same is true for a woman. Only that kind of incompetent woman would be jealous and fight every day. Instead of being insanely jealous, we need to empower ourselves. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Zhongli Qingmeng was indeed unusual. In a previous life, this would have been a superwoman. You've offended quite a few people this time. The Shui family doesn't dare to find trouble with me. It will definitely be counted on you. The great Yu Divine Martial King will be the same. And as for the great Yu Emperor, he's also an old Inbi. The surface said good, but the disgrace is after all. He valued, sealed as the person of the king of a different name, will also be counted on your head. Chu Xinghe rubbed his brows. There was no way around it. Mainly your immortal demon body. This time when it's exposed. I don't know if the Jiang family will change their mind. Actually, you do, don't you? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The sacred body is powerful, and that level of the Jiang clan won't particularly care. Exposing it will hopefully make them think about it a bit more. That's all. At least it won't make people say that stupid girl doesn't have the eye for people. He has no strength and no background now, and only one better physique. Chu Xinghe also knew deep down that a heavenly pride that had not grown up was just a heavenly pride. It was too much of a difference from the kind of power that had stood in the Taishu heavenly realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Millions of years. Zhongli Qingmeng stared at Chu Xinghe in surprise. This statement was quite self-aware. In this cultivation world, not all young people were self-aware. Actually, it's not like there's no chance. Chu Xinghe rubbed his brows and said slowly. Zhongli Qingmeng quietly looked at Chu Xinghe. It had only been a few days, and the person in front of him looked like he had grown a great deal. From here, challenge all the heavenly prides along the way. All the way to the Jiang family. Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. It's too difficult. There are powerful heavenly prides hidden by many forces. Those left over from the Middle Ages, the Ancient Ages, and even the Ancient Ages. Chu Xinghe also knew that this method was difficult. Our Zhengli clan can help you, Zhongli Qingmeng said with a serious expression. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Pulling one hair will affect the whole body, and with the Zhengli clan interfering, quite a few forces should unite to resist. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't open her mouth. The Zhongli family also had enemies. I'll think about it. Chu Xinghe looked at Zhongli Qingmeng's back and also sighed. That's the helplessness of being in the game. Before Chu Xinghe could go back, his body was pulled into a spatial vortex. Master, if you want to see me, just call out to me. I'll think you're plotting against me if you do. Chu Xinghe looked at the quiet master in front of him and opened his mouth. 3 days later, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's secret realm will open. Chu Xinghe looked at Wen Rushui with an expectant gaze and said, Can Master tell me what's inside the secret realm? It needs to be explored by you. Chu Xinghe's eyes were elusive. Master, don't move. Wen Rushui calmly looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe stood up and said, Master, there's something at the corner of your mouth. After saying that, Chu Xinghe's fingers touched Wen Rushui's cheeks. It's so nice to be blown up and soft. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but tug a little. Wen Rushui's eyes remained unchanged. Soft? Chu Xinghe nodded without hesitation. Wanna kiss? Chu Xinghe froze. Does Master agree? You can try. Chu Xinghe's throat rolled a bit and his head gradually approached. Bang! Chu Xinghe slumped to the ground. Master, you don't count your words. Chapter 37, Teaching Villainesses the Symbols of the Sons of Qi. Chu Xinghe limped away, and there was a faint black circle over his left eye. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. The important thing was to finally see an unusual side of Wen Rushui. Thought it was really a Deadpool. Laughing in anger is still laughing, isn't it? It also counts as accomplishing a goal. Once you get the stuff in the secret world, you can get down to the business of the challenge. Waiting to rush to Tai Cheng Palace, Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes were strange when she saw Chu Xinghe's miserable state. Your master said that I had a hard time competing for the sacred sun and had to give me a massage to relieve my fatigue. Zhongli Qingmeng, this one has a real hard mouth. Chu Xinghe looked at Zhongli Qingmeng's strange gaze and hastily changed the topic. The heaven-diffracting sacred land's secret realm is going to open in 3 days. Zhongli Qingmeng put away her smile and became gradually grave. Combined with what you did before, and what I found, there will definitely be a change in the secret realm this time, and that thing might not have anything to do with me. Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. See, that's what makes a competent villain. Xinghe, I need your help. Chu Xinghe spread his hands. Isn't that what I came to tell you? Zhongli Qingmeng stood up and walked over to Chu Xinghe's side. One hand reached out and gently slid on Chu Xinghe's arm. The two were getting closer and closer. The moment her lips were about to touch, Zhongli Qingmeng sidestepped away and mouthed in Chu Xinghe's ear. You've helped me so much. How can I repay you? Zhongli Qingmeng realized that Chu Xinghe hadn't changed at all. Not by a long shot. What? I'm not attractive anymore? Or did Wen Ruoshui give him a special reward? Zhongli Qingmeng was filled with question marks. Wow. 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 So cool. The Demoness is actually molesting you. Master, your undercover plan is about to succeed. It's really great. Master, keep up the good work. The system is optimistic about you. Chu Xinghe inwardly rolled his eyes and rewarded on his mouth. Don't come with something practical. Zhongli Qingmeng. The other guy didn't give a about my seduction. And a blank stare in return. Zhongli Qingmeng was a bit furious. Little Star River, can't you? Chu Xinghe returned to his senses and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng strangely. I can't. I'll scare you to death by taking it out. Knock a bag over your head. Zhongli Qingmeng put away the snark. In 3 days, I'll join you for a peace. Chu Xinghe took out a list. Here's a copy of the herbs I need. Just help me get it together. Zhongli Qingmeng rolled her eyes, knowing that this guy was unprofitable. After seeing the herbs on it, the smile disappeared from the corner of his mouth. It's amazing that she's not as attractive as these cheap herbs. I'll give it to you in 3 days. That would be troublesome. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Chu Xinghe turned around and left without hesitation. The gentleness of Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes receded and only a cold light remained. Turning back to calm, Shadow One looked confused in the shadows. What's wrong with the lady? 3 days later, Chu Xinghe and also Zhongli Qingmeng stood in the sky. Chu Xinghe's gaze fell among those disciples, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Miss Qingmeng, among these disciples, there is a special person. Can you spot him? Zhongli Qingmeng frowned slightly and quickly regained her composure. Miss Qingmeng, in the future, don't easily show any emotions on your face, or show false impressions, so that you can fool others. Zhongli Qingmeng glanced at Chu Xinghe thoughtfully. Is it possible that this guy's past behavior was all a lie? After surveying all the disciples without a second thought, turning to look at Chu Xinghe, rather, there are a few suspects that can't be specifically identified. Waiting for Zhongli Qingmeng to name a few objects of suspicion, Chu Xinghe sighed. Miss Qingmeng, sometimes what you see isn't real. Zhongli Qingmeng thought for a moment, used divine sense to sweep around. The corners of his mouth rose and quickly dropped again. In the southeast corner, among the miscellaneous disciples, 6th from left to right, Chu Xinghe couldn't help but nod his head when he heard Zhongli Qingmeng say it. These types of people, with their sense of spirit, of spiritual energy, are much more powerful than others, and even you, with your strength, may be inferior to them. They also like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, and only appear to save the day when life and death are at stake. Of course, there's also the trait that such people are the easiest to mock. Often when everyone else thinks he's out of his depth, he's able to punch people in the face in return. It's even easier to fight over steps, even over great realms. Chu Xinghe kept saying that these people characteristics. Zhongli Qingmeng listened carefully and attentively. There is also internal comparison and validation. The storm kicked up in his head. Look at the man beside you. Zhongli Qingmeng was like a dream. The man in front of me is clearly in front of me. It's like there's a veil in between. It made her look away. Chu Xinghe was still continuing to speak. My lord, what are you doing? The sky won't fall if you speak to the villainess about these characteristics of the sons of Qi. Master, if you keep this up, we'll never be able to complete the mission. System, you don't understand my good intentions. What I said are the characteristics of a son of Qi. Zhongli Qingmeng will only trust me more after she verifies it. And a few days ago you said that she molested me, which means that she already has thoughts about me. The more this happens, the less you can relax and the more careful you have to be to get her to trust me and fall in love with me. Letting her take action will also accelerate the rapid birth of those powerful sons of Qi as soon as possible. At that point, how else are we going to lose? System cutie, don't you want to hurry up and finish the mission? I want to so much. I'm doing it for you now. For the sons of Qi, I'll sacrifice my happiness and take all sorts of blame. It doesn't matter what I do as long as you complete your mission. If it weren't for you, I'd already be a dead man. Don't worry, I'll help you accomplish your mission even if I die. When I get higher in rank, I'll definitely turn into a black silk royalty and let my master have a good time. Chu Xinghe, the system knows too much, and it hurts my conscience to lie to her like this. Chu Xinghe wanted to laugh inwardly, but could only hold it in on the surface. Ugh, it's so hard for me too. Zhongli Qingmeng was listening with great interest when she realized that Chu Xinghe had shut up. This feeling of not being up and down is so hard to bear. Chu Xinghe sighed as he returned to his senses. That's all. Any more is no longer available. This is too little. Can't there be more? Zhongli Qingmeng was not yet finished. That's all I've been able to summarize, and to get more, you need more time to build up. Well then, you must accumulate more next time. Don't worry, I will. After two people talk about it, the entrance to the secret realm had opened up into a black portal 100 feet in size. All disciples may enter. With a command from the guardian elder, numerous disciples entered the secret realm like a tidal wave. Chu Xinghe whispered in Zhong Liqingmeng's ear, "We just have to follow him." Chapter 38, The Two with Weird Minds, The Villainous Eating Melon. Zhong Liqingmeng was puzzled inwardly and did not choose to ask more questions. To be able to kill these people, she still found the method in Chu Xinghe. Now that Chu Xinghe said it, she naturally believed it. "You hide in the shadows. Today I'll show you how to deal with these people." Chu Xinghe followed Li Changsheng. There was a twinkle in his eye. Name, age, 19. Identity, outer disciple of the heavenly diffraction Holy Land. Son of Qi fortune. Strength, perfect Dan condensation. Physique, indestructible king's body, just awakened. Technique, diffractive sacred technique. True Yang Gong. Luck value, 120,000. Chu Xinghe looked at Li Changsheng. Only awakened and already a king body. It can definitely evolve into a saint body later on. Now that he already had condensed Dan strength, I'm afraid that after the secret realm, he would be able to quickly reach the spirit sea, divine soul, and even divine viscera realms. I wonder what this guy's gold finger is. Li Changsheng was walking ahead when he felt the burning gaze behind him. Can't help but walk with my butt clenched. The whole thing is kind of starting to look unnatural. Finally, I couldn't resist and turned back. Who in broad daylight? Holy sun, how come it's you? There was a strange look in Li Changsheng's gaze. He thought it was someone with a special fetish, staring at people's asses all the time. Chu Xinghe walked up and rubbed his chin. Li Changsheng's throat rolled a little. That look? That move? That look? Not good. To be flushed. How is your mother? Li Changsheng? System? Zhong Liqingmeng? Li Changsheng was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when his heart jerked up. A jigsaw puzzle had formed in his eyes. 3 parts wariness. 3 parts disbelief. 2 parts curiosity. 2 parts contemplation. Li Changsheng wants to run now. This holy son can't really have a special fetish. Now inquire about his mother's whereabouts. What's this about? Saint's son, you are of noble status and I am of low status. The two of us don't deserve each other. And my mother won't approve of the two of us. Chu Xinghe? System, the son of Qi is unusual. Zhong Liqingmeng, interesting, on the lookout for it. Asshole, what kind of stuff are you talking about? Chu Xinghe was furious. What kind of person does that make him? Li Changsheng looked at Chu Xinghe's exasperated appearance. A heart sinks to the bottom. Didn't you say that the holy sun likes Jiang Evening In? It's all a lie. What more do you think? I like females. I don't have a special fetish. Li Changsheng had suspicion in his eyes. He began to explain. He was in a hurry. The holy sun doesn't need to explain this matter. Snap, snap. Li Changsheng slumped to the ground in pain. Chu Xinghe rode on top of him, left and right. Damn, what's that look in your eye? Chu Xinghe stood up and kicked Li Changsheng out again. This son of Qi is not normal in the head, full of yellow waste. Li Changsheng covered his ass and stood up. What else does the holy sun command? Chu Xinghe coughed. How is your mother? Changshanli, why are you obsessed with my mother? Hiss, should not want to be my father? Ahem, holy son, mother and also father have been in love for many years, raising their eyebrows and respecting each other. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath and nodded. I just wanted to inquire if your parents were still alive. What's with all the effort? That's good. That's good. Obtaining the desired news. Chu Xinghe's mood cheered up. Wrapping his arm around Li Changsheng's shoulders, Li Changsheng's face paled. Cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead, and said he had no thoughts about me. It would have been too much to resist going down on me already. Is my innocence going to be compromised today? Father, mother, the child is sorry. Chu Xinghe looked at Li Changsheng, who wanted to cry, and knew that this fellow was thinking too much again. Damn, why does this son of Qi always think in that direction? Murphy has this particular fetish. Chu Xinghe inadvertently let go of Li Changsheng. The surrounding aura condensed into water. Wash it all over Chu Xinghe. Then he stared at Li Changsheng with a guarded face. Li Changsheng? What do you mean? Dislike me? So I'm leaving? The corner of Zhong Liqingmeng's mouth rose as she hid in the shadows. It's a lot more fun than killing people. It hadn't occurred to me that I would still be able to see Chu Xinghe suffer a defeat. Ahem. There are quite a few chances inside, so I'll pair up with you. Li Changsheng's eyes flickered. This is to see that he doesn't agree and plans to change the routine. Trying to catch a break? A refusal to welcome? What a lot of heart. The two walked on, neither one speaking. It was also the first time Chu Xinghe had encountered such a person. Should we drug the demonic beasts inside the secret realm? Then let the guy experience it. Satisfy a little of Li Changsheng's fetish. Wouldn't it be a good idea to look for opportunities? Li Changsheng's fingers kept clenching and slowly loosening. He must be up to something. Could it be that he's waiting for dark? Or wait until a hidden place? Li Changsheng took a deep breath, decided to take the initiative. Can't just sit back and wait. Otherwise you're screwed if you get eaten dry. Oh sacred sun, You are shouldering the heavy responsibility of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. I'm just an outer disciple, so you don't need to waste your time on me. Chu Xingha's pupils moved slightly. Could it be that there's a chance nearby and this kid wants to sidetrack me? Worthy of being a son of Qi, he has a weird mind. I like self-reliant disciples like you. When I saw you, I thought about the time I was lost before, so I made a secret decision to do whatever I could to help the people I could. I've seen my reflection in you. It is not a shame to be born poor, but to be able to bend and stretch is to be a husband. Chu Xingha carried his hands behind his back, and a sense of spontaneity appeared on his body. Li Changqing's heart had sunk to the abyss. That's when you start revealing your intentions, isn't it? It is a husband who can bend and stretch. Doesn't that already show his heart? It's about bullying him, and to be his husband. Sure enough, this holy son is not a good man. It's all fooled by him. That's a scumbag. Why are you on to me? Li Changqing wanted to cry. Chu Xingha saw Li Changqing's expression. There really is a chance here. Don't try to sidetrack me. Seeing Li Changqing leave without looking back, Chu Xingha had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Interesting. The open road. The dark road. It's waiting to sidetrack me, and then kill back right. This son of Qi was somewhat intelligent. It's a pity that you ran into me. Chu Xingha. Miss Qingmeng, send someone to arrest his parents. Chu Xingha sent a voice message to Zhong Li Qingmeng, who was hiding in the shadows. Zhong Li Qingmeng indicated that he knew. Previously, they had all heard from their subordinates how Chu Xingha dealt with these people. There's a different kind of thrill to seeing it in person now, only she felt a little weird. The two don't seem to be on the same channel. Not sure. Watch and see. Chu Xingha hurriedly followed Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was sweating furiously. Is my innocence going to be blamed on this place? Li Changsheng's mind kept changing. No way. When the secret realm goes out, we must leave the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. It's too dangerous. Chapter 39, quickly dig out his origin. Chu Xingha obviously didn't know what Li Changsheng was thinking yet. After walking for a while, Chu Xingha suddenly stopped. There was killing intent coming from it. Li Changsheng, who was walking in front, similarly stopped. The corner of Chu Xingha's mouth rose as he noticed Li Changsheng's movements. Careful. Chu Xingha suddenly spoke. As the voice fell, a kick directly kicked Li Changsheng out. A demonic snake as big as a man's waist suddenly sprang out from the distant mountain peaks. Just opened my mouth. A black shadow flew directly inside the mouth. Vomit. The snake demon's eyes looked at Chu Xingha with scorn. The enemy has no fear. Also negative. Trying to block its throat with a concealed weapon. The snake demon felt breathless. There was anxiety in his eyes. Chu Xingha left in an instantaneous movement. Rumble. A man with a knife suddenly sprang out from where he had just been standing. The knife slashed at the ground. Surprise flashed in his eyes. That's a dodge. Trying to pull the knife out, Chu Xingha stepped on the back of the blade. The assassin stumbled. By the time he reacted, Chu Xingha was already choking him. Ahem. Chu Xingha indifferently looked at the killer in front of him. Who sent you? Chu Xingha, just die. You won't know. The killer closed his eyes. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. You should know that I'm on good terms with Zhong Li Qingmeng, so when the time comes, I'll ask her to help and we'll find out information about you. I promise. Your family will die a horrible death. Killer's pupils contracted. Chu Xingha, you're actually so despicable. In vain you're still the Holy Land's saint son. Chu Xingha smiled. You're already trying to assassinate me, and I can't use my means against you. What? This Taishu heavenly realm is your family's. Looking at the coldness under Chu Xingha's eyes, Killer was silent. I'm from the Temple of Slayers. Stronghold. Chu Xingha exerted force in his hand. Killer's face flushed. You better think about your family. You should have investigated me and should know that I can mobilize quite a few people now. Killer's face was tinged with gray mourning. 100 Flowers House. I don't know who's trying to kill you. Spiritual energy appeared in Chu Xingha's hands. Killer dropped to the ground. Chu Xingha searched and saw a token. After putting it away, destroy the killer's body. Turning his head to look at the snake demon. At the moment, the snake demon lowered its head. Ahem. Trying to cough up the thing that was choking him. Chu Xingha sighed. The aura manifested out as ether. A wave emanated out. Bang bang. The snake demon directly turned into two halves. Separate the snake demon's body. Chu Xingha squatted down and looked at Li Changsheng, whose body was emitting a foul odor, with disgust in his eyes. Brother everlasting, I'm saving your life. Li Changsheng lay on the ground with a pale face. Sure enough, my mind is not dead to me. What does the Holy Sun want to do? A contract appeared in Chu Xingha's hand. That snake demon just now was in the Seal King realm. If I didn't save you, you would have died. There were assassins trying to assassinate you just now, so I'm kind of saving your 2 lives. Li Changsheng froze. I saved people once for 100,000 extreme divine stones, and just now I made 2 strikes. That's 200,000. We're so close. I'll give you a discount. You just owe me 300,000 extreme divine stones. Li Chang sat up straight away in anger. Why don't you go grab it? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Your strength isn't bad. There's no way you're just an outer disciple. You'll definitely soar later on, and you can definitely afford to pay back this money. If you die, there's nothing left. Now you're still poisoned, and if you don't get treatment in time, you'll die soon. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he flexed his fingers. The distant peaks directly exploded. 1,000-year-old agave reveals itself. TSK, 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 this thing seems to be saving your life. Chu Xinghe smacked his lips. Li Changsheng had been dumbfounded. How did Chu Xinghe know? A Seal King realm demonic beast being here would have been abnormal. There must be a treasure. Li Changsheng endured the pain, and his skin had begun to fester. Looking at the tequila in Chu Xinghe's hand, he wanted to snatch it, but he was no match for Chu Xinghe. Immediately the poison enters the internal organs. At that time, there is no way back. Chu Xinghe was about to leave after saying that. Okay, I agree. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I don't agree now. I don't think you deserve this. With your life. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth. I can give it to you once, but only once. Chu Xinghe? System? Zhong Li Qing Meng? Chu Xinghe finally reacted. You don't think I have thoughts about you, do you? Li Changsheng endured the pain. Isn't it? Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed as a murderous intent erupted. The aura in his hand transformed into a giant hammer. Bang! 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 Zhong Li Qing Meng was in the dark, watching dozens of miles in a radius turn into ruins. Looking at Li Changsheng, who was about to swallow his breath, he almost laughed out loud. You insult me. I just admire you and see in you what I once was, and that's why I want to help you. Li Changsheng lay dying on the ground. Turns out it was really him who was overthinking it. Also breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, 300,000 extreme divine stones. Li Changsheng felt his head was muddled. The snake venom was on the verge of soaking into his heart. That burning sensation was too much for him to bear. You just insulted me. Compensate me for the mental damage. 500,000 extreme divine stones. Li Changsheng's pupils widened. Bite the bullet. Okay, I agree. I'll pay you back slowly. Right now I don't have that kind of money. Chu Xinghe took out a piece of paper, stamped with blood. Li Changsheng wiped some blood on his body and covered it. Take a heavenly oath. Li Changsheng opened his mouth. A wave of grief and anger surged upward. Grandma's leg. In the end, there was nothing for it but to issue an oath. Chu Xinghe approached Li Changsheng and smashed him with a punch. In the shadows, Zhong Li Qing Meng walked up. To kill him? Chu Xinghe shook his head. It can't be killed. Watch carefully. Chu Xinghe did not feed tequila to Li Changsheng. Before long, Li Changsheng's entire body had turned green, powerless and dead. Zhong Li Qing Meng shook his head. Really? Chu Xinghe's voice was flat. Half an hour later, a little bit of golden light appeared. The green color of his entire body is about to fade. Scoop out his essence. Quick! Zhong Li Qing Meng did not hesitate when she heard Chu Xinghe open his mouth. One hand turned black. Directly dig out Li Changsheng's origin. You leave first, and give me another agave plant. Zhong Li Qing Meng did not hesitate with disbelief in her eyes. Instead, he took out a 10,000-year-old agave plant. It's the worst thing I have on me. Chu Xinghe, didn't you just acquire a 1,000-year-old agave plant? Zhong Li Qing Meng looked at Chu Xinghe and inquired. You don't understand. As long as these people look at things that have a special role, things that look ordinary to outsiders may have unexpected surprises. Don't you come out or follow me for the rest of the day. If possible, you can go out now and remove the scent you left behind. Zhong Li Qing Meng did not refuse and turned away, clearing her breath. Chapter 40, Old Sixth Spirit. Inappropriate people, secret world chaos. Chu Xinghe took out the 10,000-year-old agave and placed it in Li Changsheng's mouth. A wave of energy entered Li Changsheng's body. Buzz off. The crippling green toxin faded fast. Take out the East Emperor's bell. Shake it at Li Changsheng's head. Knock, knock, knock. There was a special fluctuation of the soul along with the vibration of the Eastern Emperor's bell. Chu Xinghe began to check this guy's memories. The corners of his mouth began to rise. Li Changsheng was indeed still awake just now and knew that Zhong Li Qing Meng was digging into his origin. Clean up this part of the memory. Implant the image of Chu Xinghe hitching a ride on quite a few things to save him. Done. Looking at Li Changsheng, who was lying on the ground and turning into waste, the corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Master, is this son of Qi not what we need to look for either? Being tapped into his origin and losing his agave, his Qi value plummeted by 30,000. I feel like you've been deceiving me. This son of Luck's luck value is already 120,000. It's growing up to be terrifying. You even let that villainous dig into his origin. I was wrong about you. You're just lying to me. Chu Xinghe shook his head. You don't understand. I've investigated this secret realm, and there was an old ancestor of the undying saint body buried before. He's only a king body. That senior made a move that can make him break through and be able to make him metamorphose into a saint body. Now that I'm helping Zhong Liqing Meng obtain the origin, this is a deeper level of gaining his trust. It takes a long time for the king body to metamorphose, so this time, give him a break and evolve directly into a saint body, which will qualify him to compete with Zhong Liqing Meng. Really? You still don't believe me? I told you I'd help you with your mission. There were quite a few accidents before, but the sons of Qi-born are getting stronger and stronger. Now that Zhong Liqing Meng trusts me even more, you actually still doubt me. Why don't you unbind it and find the next person who's meant to be? I misunderstood the master. I apologize. Master has worked hard to plan for the son of Qi, rewarded with 300,000 health values. The system misunderstands the owner and rewards 100,000 health values. Chu Xinghe sighed. Taking out the tequila, he took a bite inside his mouth. A powerful force spread. The vast energy transformed into a golden dragon running around inside his body. Chu Xinghe's heart shook. Sure enough, he knew it would be. The immortal and demon power within his body rotated, deadlocking the energy. Buzz off. The three bridges connecting heaven and earth. An aura of the early ascension realm erupted. Not long after, Chu Xinghe opened his eyes. Exhale. The corners of his mouth turned up. What a great use of a chiropractor. Li Changsheng woke up in a daze. Pain all over the body. Unbearable. Immediately afterward, panic appeared on his face. His strength was actually abolished. Turning his head to look at Chu Xinghe, his eyes were chilling. Holy sun, what's happening to me? Chu Xinghe opened his eyes. You've woken up. The poison has entered your internal organs as well as your origin. I can only abolish your strength in order to save your life. You've wasted a lot of my herbs on this life, using 10,000-year-old agave. Li Changsheng pursed his lips. He had a feeling something was going on. It just doesn't come to mind. You still have a chance. There's a chance in here. As long as you can obtain it, not only will the origin be repaired, but your physique will also be able to go further. The king's body, it's still almost there. Hearing Chu Xinghe's murmur, Li Changsheng did not open his mouth. He's wasted now. Chu Xinghe shouldn't continue to stare at him. He wasn't particularly worried about his physique being nullified. That one special ability he awakened. That is, the sense of treasures is beyond normal. Even his king body was awakened by chance in a secret realm. But Chu Xinghe kept following him, and he didn't dare show it. You can't be too defensive. Not to mention why Chu Xinghe, a saint's son, was staring at him, an outer disciple. The previous him had not crossed paths with Chu Xinghe. As for seeing a shadow of his previous self in him, ghosts don't believe it. Chu Xinghe's mind turned. Just now I felt a breakthrough in my realm, so I won't be able to accompany you for this next period of time. Chu Xinghe's aura was inadvertently released, showing that he was about to make a breakthrough. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he took out quite a few pills. Take these for your evening. I know you don't trust me. I don't mean you any harm. Believe it or not, you'll know later. Chu Xinghe disappeared after saying that. Li Changsheng looked at the pills in front of him and hesitated a bit. Not for me. You keep asking me where my mom is? What's the situation? Could it be that the old monster who looked at my mother before is remodeling? Or maybe my mom has a special status? The complexity in Chu Xinghe's eyes just now did not seem fake. He saw it for what it was. After Chu Xinghe left, found quite a few demonic beasts, stuffing pills inside their mouths. This should speed up the chances of the sons of Qi obtaining their chances. Just kill these female demonic beasts. I was so kind. After Chu Xinghe was done, he disappeared. Half an hour later, throughout the secret realm, demonic beasts ran wild, drooling and bloodshot eyes. Run! These demonic beasts are crazy. How come? Look at their brothers. Many disciples ran wildly all the way, looking back at the demonic beast's brother. Cam, what's the situation? Why are all the demonic beasts like this? I really want to know what these demonic beasts eat that they can gorge themselves like this. I have a friend. Asterisk 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 it. Don't be friends. Run. Help me. Many disciples were pounced on by demonic beasts. The face was white. Brother, 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 I don't have that. Spare me. Damn thing. Get out of the way. Many disciples did not dare to go forward. There were a few demonic beasts of the sealed emperor realm. Those true disciples aren't here either. It's over. Looking for death. A zither sounded. All of the demonic beasts present exploded into bloody mist. The many disciples hurriedly looked up. In the sky stood a young man dressed in unblemished white. White silk flew and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. A slender, bony hand rested on the immortal demon sheen. Greetings, Holy Sun. Thank you for the Holy Sun's saving grace. The disciples present bowed and saluted, especially those who were almost violated by demonic beasts. Just about got down on my knees. They are all fellow disciples. No need to be polite. Someone's blending in, so watch yourselves. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he turned into a white light and disappeared from the sight of the many disciples. Not bad for a holy sun. the Holy Son is so handsome, I really want to hug him home and love him. From now on, the Saint's son is the person I worship. Whoever dares to disrespect the Saint's son, don't blame me for being impolite. The corner of Chu Xingha's mouth rose when he heard the voice behind him. These disciples might be inconspicuous in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, but the forces coalescing behind them could not be underestimated. As for who did it, the Hall of Slayers, it's none of my business. Chu Xingha, after leaving, he looked at the trees that kept collapsing in the distance and the crumbling peaks. Chu Xingha disappeared in place. By the time he reappeared, he was carrying a man in his hands. Chapter 41, Gathering the People and Finally Finding the Opportunity. Shi Jingfeng's clothes were disheveled and he was breathing heavily. The knife in his hand had curled its edge. There was even a claw mark on his back that was deep enough to see through to the bone. Chu Xingha took out several pills and handed them to Shi Jingfeng. This has the strength of the Ascension Realm. You are not yet an opponent. Shi Jingfeng lowered his head and didn't say anything. Ever since the last time he lost to Chu Xingha, he had worked his ass off to cultivate. Obviously, he was on the verge of breaking through the Ascension Realm. Just that much closer. This time, he came in the secret realm because he wanted to break through the Ascension Realm between life and death. It did not occur to him that the person who was now saving his life was Chu Xingha. I can kill this without you saving me. Chu Xingha nodded and did not refute. Shi Jingshan, this punch in the cotton is a real bummer. Shi Jingfeng hadn't reacted yet. Chu Xingha grabbed him and threw him directly in front of the Ascension Realm demonic beast. Shi Jingfeng's face changed drastically. Before he could finish his words, he felt the demonic beast's powerful attack and hurriedly avoided it. Chu Xingha set up his guqin. A mellifluous voice rang out, like a trickle of water. It soothes the heart. Shi Jingfeng's tired heart felt a wave of coziness. The knife also became more ethereal and casual in his hands. The sound of the zither was accompanied by the sound of a sword tinkling. A blade intense suddenly erupted. Rumble. The demonic beast that was just about to touch Shi Jingfeng instantly turned into two halves. There was horror in his eyes. The large mountain in the distance was even turned into two halves. Shi Jingfeng's eyes were tightly closed. A dense aura appeared on the body, accompanied by the sword intent added. A powerful aura rose to the sky. An Ascension Realm pressure emanated out. Shi Jingfeng opened his eyes and looked back. The place was empty. I'm not as good as you, Shi Jingfeng murmured. Today you saved my life and helped me realize the meaning of the sword. If you are in danger in the future, others will step over my body first. Shi Jingfeng picked up the demonic pills and disappeared into streams of light. Chu Xingha did not hear Shi Jingfeng's words after he left, because he did see a glimpse of his previous life in Shi Jingfeng. Stubbornness, self-improvement. This was also the reason why Chu Xingha was willing to help him out a bit. Maybe it will be useful later. On the other side, Li Changshan fell to the ground. Clothes were broken and in a state of disarray. Roar. Many demonic beasts surrounded him with low roars. Eyes bloodshot. Li Changxing braced himself and stepped back. There was fear in his eyes. These demonic beasts don't eat people. Lunged at him. Always smack him with it, bro. If it wasn't for the elixir left behind by Chu Xingha, it would have been spoiled to death by these demonic beasts long ago. But the elixir was already finished. There was no more power in the body. Just then, a zither sound rang out. Looking at that familiar figure, Li Changsheng almost cried out. Roar! The demonic beast pounced towards Li Changsheng. Ah! Bang! 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 The sound of the piano. Demon beasts explode. There were also several demonic beasts that clawed towards Chu Xingha. Jab! Chu Xingha was scratched out a wound on his arm. Are you okay? Li Changsheng endured the pain. A demonic beast rushed too hard just now. Straight up with. Knocked him out. Luckily, Chu Xingha stepped in. Get out! Chu Xingha suppressed his voice. Li Changsheng shut his mouth. Looking at that demonic beast of the Ascension Realm, he knew staying would only be a liability. Turn away in a hurry. An Ascension Realm demonic beast continued to lunge at him. It scared him so much that his soul almost flew out. An ancient zither stood in his way. There was a crunch. Chu Xingha hugged his zither, his feet cutting a deep furrow in the ground. Pust. Chu Xingha spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Changsheng froze in place. Why? Asterisk 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 off. Chu Xingha threw out a few pills and fought furiously against the three Ascension Realm demonic beasts. Li Changsheng pursed his lips and clenched his fingers. Take the elixir and disappear. Chu Xingha's eyes flickered. Acting is exhausting. Wait until the mountains here are broken down. There were potholes everywhere at the time. It was only then that Chu Xingha killed these demonic beasts. Since we are going to make a game, naturally we have to enter the game with our bodies. Chu Xingha found out a few pills. Searching for a direction, the figure disappeared. Other side, Shi Dingfeng, Jing Taiyang, and Xiao Xiao gathered together. The two men looked at Shi Jingfeng with surprise in their eyes. You've broken through the Ascension Realm? Shi Dingfeng nodded, was about to speak. A figure flew over, dropped to the ground. coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chu Xinghe frowned. You guys go and inform all the disciples to converge together. There are killers from the god-slaying temple converging among them. Chu Xinghe took out a few pills and threw them to Qiu Siro. Would you look at what kind of potion this is? Qiu Siro received the elixir, and after taking a look at it, there was shock in his eyes. Demonic beasts are happy and still extremely good. Shi Dingfeng looked at Chu Xinghe. Are you okay, Jing Taiyang? Qiu Siro opened her mouth wide. Was this still the Shi Dingfeng they knew? Chu Xinghe shook his head. You guys are strong. Let's split up and go save the other disciples. Chu Xinghe stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Immediately after thinking of something, he took out quite a few pills. When you come across injured disciples, use these elixirs to hang on to their lives. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. Shi Jingfeng picked up the elixir and turned around to disappear. Qiu Siro, Jing Taiyang looked at each other. Senior brother Shi has changed. Qiu Siliu spoke. I found it too. Let's go. The Holy Sun's orders cannot be disobeyed. Jing Taiyang felt that after the matter was over, he must interrogate Shi Dingfeng. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose after he left. It's exhausting to get all the disciples together this time, right? Fortunately, he had asked Zhong Liqing Meng to collect quite a few medicinal herbs in advance. It was just the right time to use the God-slaying hall to test the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's attitude towards himself as a Holy Son. Chu Xinghe didn't feel that the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land wouldn't abandon him after becoming a Holy Son. To be able to exist in the green state for so many years, how could there not be a few heavenly prides hidden? It's also possible that he's just being used as a pawn in plain sight. So this secret world is also a test. Don't get thrown out then and think that the Holy Land is something you can rely on. Go check out the chirography kid. Chu Xinghe instantly disappeared. Other side. At this moment, Li Changsheng looked around in confusion. Four huge green jade white pillars rose up into the sky. Above it basalt iron chains hang. A huge bronze coffin hangs in the center of the four pillars. Li Changsheng raised his head and looked at the shocking scene. Has the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land fallen from grace? Letting a loser into the secret realm. A lilting, hollow voice rang out. Li Changsheng's back was in a cold sweat. A choking sensation came. Light blossomed above the bronze coffin. A faint pale shadow emerged. Looking up and down at Li Changsheng. Little doll, how is the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Li Changsheng hadn't answered yet. A voice rang out behind him. Why don't I answer that question for seniors? Chapter 42. The people you trust snubbed your chances away. Chu Xinghe walked over and stared at the silhouette with a calm expression. And who are you, little doll? Contemporary Heavenly Diffusion Saint Sun Chu Xinghe has met with old ancestor. Chu Xinghe bowed and saluted in an unassuming manner. Immortal demon body. Early ascension realm strength. Not bad. Li Changsheng couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard the strength of the ascension realm. It was worthy of being Chu Xinghe, an existence that could be accepted as a disciple by the Holy Lord. Is the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land still the hegemon of the Green State now? Old Man Undying inquired. Chu Xinghe shook his head. There are still two other Holy Lands that can rival the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, and that anyone would dare to come and step on the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land right now. The Holy Lord took me as a disciple, and even more so, he didn't give a single chance. The indestructible old man froze. Who is the contemporary Holy Lord? Warm as water. Hearing one Ruoshui, the Undying Elder regained his composure. So it's that girl. Being able to accept you as a disciple is already beyond my expectations. The Undying Old Man muttered. It looks like the girl has changed a bit over the years. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. If he remembered correctly, the Undying Elder was a powerful person from the ancient times, and actually knew one Ruoshui. That one Ruoshui was also from the ancient times. Just how strong is it? Unfortunately, this thigh is as bland as water. Living in her own world, Chu Xinghe naturally wouldn't put any hope in her. Just tease a little bit usually. Elder, will you be able to come out of the world? The indestructible old man shook his head. Now I only have remnants of my soul remaining, and it won't be many days before I dissipate between this heaven and earth. Over the years, there have been quite a few disciples who have come in, and I've observed them, and it's disappointing. You're not bad. The Undying Elder looked at Chu Xinghe, his eyes revealing satisfaction. You already have an immortal demon body. My kung fu is not suitable for you. When Li Changsheng heard this, there was excitement in his eyes. Chu Xinghe is inappropriate. He's the only one present now. Wouldn't that mean that? Chu Xinghe sighed. Old ancestor, I have a few words to say. The Undying Elder looked at the complexity in Chu Xinghe's eyes and his expression froze. Little doll, go out for a while. The Undying Old Man finished. With a wave of his arm, Li Changsheng had disappeared. Senior, do you know about the heaven-swallowing demon body? Hearing this, a powerful killing intent erupted from the Undying Elder's body. Chu Xinghe's body retreated back one after another, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What horrible strength! In life, He was worthy of being a supreme powerhouse. The undying old man's killing intent dissipated. Do you know that the reason I ended up in such a situation is because of the heaven-swallowing demon body? Xu Xinghe raised his head with shock in his eyes. Alas, it's already a thing of the past. The undying elder sighed. Has the heaven-swallowing demon body appeared again in this life? Elder Undying asked. Xu Xinghe nodded. The female disciple who came in with me today is the heaven-swallowing demon body, and I fed those demonic beasts with special pills today, causing them to go berserk, and I stepped in to save those disciples, reaping their trust. The indestructible old man didn't say anything. What are you trying to say? Xu Xinghe took a deep breath and clenched his hands. I want the old ancestor's origin. There was indifference in the bottom of the undying old man's eyes. You're quite frank. Xu Xinghe lowered his head and did not speak. He believed that nothing that happened inside the secret realm could be hidden from this person in front of him. The more honest you are, the more you can convince this old guy. With the heaven-swallowing demon body right beside me, I'm no match. Not to mention that this woman has a deep background and stands at the top of this Taishu heavenly realm. Though I am a holy son, I am just a pawn pushed out. Anyone in the current heavenly diffusion holy land dares to come up and step on it. The day he became a saint's son, numerous forces came to his door, and there wasn't even a single disciple who could step forward. I'm the only one who stands out as a holy son, and the one who comes from others is not yet the family heir. The woman with whom I am in mutual love is confined to her home because the heavenly diffusion holy land is not worthy of joining with them in marriage, and neither am I in this capacity. Xu Xinghe clenched his fingers. Blood dripped from his hand onto the corner of his coat. By drugging the demonic beasts and then saving them, I am bringing their hearts together. If the Tianyan Holy Land seniors don't act, they'll have me, their juniors, to take the top. It is not in vain to come to this world. The indestructible old man was silent, looking at Xu Xinghe, who still had a childish look in front of him. There was more relief in his eyes. It's a bad road. Xu Xinghe raised his head and looked straight at the undying old man. Roads, they are made by men. It's no skill to walk the path that others have walked. I'm going to step out on my own. Xingzhou is still too small. The undying elder was surprised for a moment, and then laughed out loud immediately afterward. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen a doll with such vigor. What do you want me to do? Xu Xinghe took a deep breath. I said I want the old ancestor's origin. The indestructible old man pondered for a moment. It's more appropriate to give it to the teenager. Xu Xinghe shook his head. He's the one with the heaven-swallowing demon body, hiding amongst the outer sects, scouting for talented disciples and digging for the origin. Old ancestor, you're the indestructible saint body and he's the indestructible king body. Don't you understand? The heaven-swallowing demon body should be looking for one thing when it joins the heaven-diffusing Holy Land. The undying old man's eyes narrowed. Can I also suspect that you are from the heaven-swallowing demon body? The corners of Xu Xinghe's mouth rose. That way when Ruoxue shouldn't accept me as her disciple, and even if she doesn't act, it's impossible for her to watch the heavenly diffusion Holy Land be destroyed in the hands of the heaven-swallowing demon body. The undying old man's gaze changed once again. As you can see, the heaven-swallowing demon body still trusts me. The indestructible old man didn't say anything. I can give you my essence. What will you use it for? Xu Xinghe took out the divine beast eggs on his body. This egg should be a divine beast egg, accompanying me for a long time and never taking shape. The undying elder made a move, and the divine beast egg flew into his hands. Weighing it up, a glint flashed under his eyes. Kid, you don't have to lie to me either. That doll isn't from the heaven-swallowing demon body, and there is nastiness between you and the heaven-swallowing demon body. If only that doll comes over, I'll give him the inheritance and let him kill the heaven-swallowing demon body. But your words have changed me. Even though I was injured by the heaven-swallowing demon body, it was also because I was not as skilled as I should have been. And that was something that happened in our time, and it cannot be forced onto you. The time is now and the destiny is now, and the destiny has no end. It's that doll's luck that he got this far. It's your luck that you've impressed me enough to change, and your luck is stronger than his. What's more, you dolls can use the heart, and he's too young to play you. In the future, it will be your time, and before I die, I can see a young man like you, still the holy son of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, so I can fulfill my last wish. After the undying old man finished speaking, his figure dissipated. The bronze coffin opens, the divine beast egg fell into it. The essence was all absorbed. Light blossomed out of the divine beast's egg. Chapter 43 Cohesion. Not paying attention to me turning away. Look at the eggs that just have increased ripples and are not born. Xu Xinghe's face darkened. The bones inside the coffin had been reduced to powder. There was a black bead hidden inside. Xu Xinghe knew that this was what Zhongli Qingmeng was looking for. Put away the beads as well as the divine beast eggs. Burial of ashes. Xu Xinghe stared at the white jade pillar again and the coffin. Click, click. The pillars crumbled, and dense cracks appeared on the top of the coffin. Xu Xinghe sighed. there's nothing to be gained. Master, you've raked in quite a bit, robbing the son of Chi's chance halfway through, causing his chi to drop by 40,000 directly. The son of Luck's physique has not been restored, nor has the technique been acquired, nor has the demon god pearl fallen into his hands. Master, your heart is a bit dark. System cutie, why are you being shady here again? Now that the many disciples have left, only that Li Changsheng and I are left. If I didn't obtain the chance, it must be only Li Changsheng. What do you think Zhong Li Qingmeng will do to him? Will kill him and die a horrible death. Not to mention that the Zhongli clan is still the top of this Taishu heavenly realm. He can't even run away if he wants to. You also said that when I was in seclusion, Zhong Li Qingmeng had also killed 5 sons of Qi. Li Changsheng is right under her nose. Do you think he can escape? Can't escape. So, he's not the son of Qi we're looking for. He has no background. Only Qi that's high enough and a golden finger for finding treasures. Monkeys can help us accomplish our mission. If I help him now, what I've done earlier will be undone and I'll be in danger myself. When I'm dead, will you still be able to finish the mission? Can't. You yourself know that you can't complete the mission. Li Changsheng will die even if he obtains the opportunity, and I will be exposed. So it's better to continue to hold back. When the divine beast hatches, I'll count on having a big helper. Wouldn't it make us both look foolish to help him when we know he's a dead end? I'm already smart. System, you're smarter than me, don't you think? Yes, this son of Qi is not the one we are looking for. Master submerged undercover, waiting for the right moment, rewarded with 400,000 health value. Chu Xinghe sighed. It's nice not to have a conscience. What a joy. No wonder they say that it's only those without a conscience that get rich. You can't get rich with a conscience. By the time Chu Xinghe walked out, Li Changsheng looked at Chu Xinghe. Go. Li Changsheng looked behind him. That's senior? Chu Xinghe glanced at him. You really want to be taken over? Li Changsheng's mouth was wide open, his eyes all unbelievable. Old age is a thief. If I didn't have the means to save my life, I might have been taken over. Also, what do you think I came in here for? Really, for the chance? Over the years, there have been fewer and fewer talented disciples in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Haven't you ever suspected that? Chu Xinghe patted his head after he finished speaking. You're just an outer disciple. What's the point of giving you this? Li Changsheng had not yet spoken. Just now he felt something important leaving him, but now the brain is a mess. Everything just now seemed like an illusion. Take these pills and cultivate well. Chu Xinghe turned to leave. Li Changsheng watched Chu Xinghe walk away. Take a look at the back hole. Gritting his teeth, he walked back in. Look at the white jade pillar and the coffin that is caved in. A wave of absurdity rose in his mind. Really take over the house. He had naturally heard that when many old monsters were nearing the end of their lifespan, they would take over the pride of the younger generation. Rumble. At this time, the hole suddenly collapsed. Li Changsheng's face was pale. A large rock was about to come crashing down on him. Li Changsheng only had one feeling. My life is over. Bang, bang, bang. Stone broken. Chu Xinghe carried him out. Cough out a few mouthfuls of blood. The face became pale. You really want to die? I'll make it happen. Li Changsheng opened his mouth and closed it again. Damn it. Go back and don't be this holy son. And take care of the disciples. You might get yourself killed at some point. Li Changsheng's face was ashamed. Holy son, are you alright? Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. Carrying him disappeared into the secret realm. Wait out the time. Chu Xinghe was a bit dumbfounded. Densely packed disciples stood. There was fervor, excitement in his gaze as he looked at Chu Xinghe. Great, the Holy Son has come out. Ha ha, I knew the Holy Son's great fortune would be without problems. The Saint's son didn't come out for so long, but actually did it to save a loser. I want to be carried by the Holy Son, too. I can't believe what it would be like to be the brother of a saintly son. At this moment, the several great elders were also relieved when they watched Chu Xinghe come out. Chu Xinghe put Li Changsheng down. Go to the Heavenly Diffusion Palace. I have something to say. Chu Xinghe looked at the 8 elders and said, a horse disappeared first. In the Heavenly Diffusion Palace, the 8 elders looked at me and I looked at you. What are you going to do when the people from the God-slaying temple blend in? Chu Xinghe stopped saying anything after he finished speaking. The 8 elders looked at me and I looked at you. They naturally knew about the God-killing temple. It's knowing them that makes them hesitant. Chu Xinghe sighed. You guys go discuss this with the old ancestor, and let me know the results afterward. Chu Xinghe's voice fell. An old voice rang out. The old man from before appeared. No need to discuss. Them. 7 ancestors. They looked at the old man in front of them and bowed. Come on. I know a couple of his strongholds. The 8 of you are really wimps. The saint's son is being bullied and you're still hesitating here. There's no bloodlust at all. If this continues, none of us old guys will feel surprised if the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land is overthrown. After the 7th ancestor finished speaking, he took Chu Xinghe and disappeared. In the space channel, Chu Xinghe looked at the old man in front of him strangely. Aren't you afraid that the heavenly diffusion Holy Land will really be overthrown? The seventh ancestor sighed. We are old and have been waiting for someone who can carry forward the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, and after waiting for so many years, it's not easy to wait for a hope. If we don't do it for you today, you'll turn around and leave the heavenly diffusion Holy Land and won't stay, right? Chu Xinghe nodded. That's a good thought. Keep it up in the future. Chu Xinghe was a bit surprised. The heavenly diffusion Holy Land doesn't help you, and if you can't stand up for you when you're aggrieved, you're still staying here as AF** King Holy Son. If you have anger and don't let it out, your heart will not be smooth and your path will not be smooth. A holy son is the facade of a holy land. If a holy son is allowed to commiserate in exchange for survival, sooner or later, he will fade into silence. Many holy places are impervious to it and have fallen into the river of history. Even if there is much to see through, it sinks into the long river of time and fate. There's still a glimmer of life left in us old guys, depending on how far you can go. As long as we live, you are the holy son, and no one can change that. Unless we die and can't shelter you, what happens to you then is out of our hands. Chapter 44, The son of the spirit of fortune plays with his heart, and the villainous responds. Chu Xinghe no longer continued to pursue the question, already having an answer in his heart. There are 300 flower buildings in the whole of Qingzhou. The 7 ancestors descended with Chu Xinghe. The entire 100 flowers building constantly trembled. Assassinate the holy son of my heavenly diffusion holy land. Exterminate. After saying that, a wave of terrifying Dao rhythms intertwined in his hands. A palm fell and the entire 100 flowers building was reduced to rubble. Those who tried to resist had the balls to do so. Without saying a word, he died on the spot for Chu Xinghe and the 7 ancestors to see. Go, next place. The 7 ancestors didn't linger too long. Turning around, he led Chu Xinghe to the next place. The destruction of the 300 flower mansions shocked the entire Qingzhou. A lot of people with dignitaries knew whose power the 100 Flowers house was. This heaven-diffracting holy land was directly destroyed without saying a word. I just don't know how the Temple of Slayers will handle it. Over the Tianyan Holy Land, Dao golden lotus bloomed. The light rose up to the sky. A magnificent and vast shadow was like a pillar holding up the sky. If the god-slaying temple continues to establish forces in Qingzhou, establish one and destroy the other. In daring to assassinate our clan's holy son, we will be extremely sublimated, burn our lives, and carry Dao soldiers to war with the god-slaying temple. The sound spread throughout Qingzhou. The entire Qingzhou instantly boiled. Even the other states next door to Qingzhou heard the news. All of them thought that the heavenly diffusion holy land had gone crazy. After Chu Xinghe returned, he found Zhongli Qingmeng. The fire is almost ready. You can take care of that son of Qi. The corners of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth rose. You cut off quite a few of his chances. Chu Xinghe naturally understood Zhongli Qingmeng's meaning. Immediately after that, without hesitation, he took out the demon god bead and threw it to Zhongli Qingmeng. That's what you're looking for. Zhongli Qingmeng's gaze held surprise, shock, and disbelief. Do you know what this thing represents? Chu Xinghe nodded. All those old guys can do this for me, stiffening up the god-slaying temple. I'm not the kind of person who is ungrateful either. If you can't get this, I'm afraid that the entire heavenly diffusion holy land will be reduced to nothing. Zhongli Qingmeng's red lips rose. Not bad. It is indeed the old ancestors' intention. If I can't get this demon god bead, even if I overthrow the entire green state, we, the Zhongli clan, will still get it. I guess if it wasn't for your appearance, I wouldn't be able to get this bead even if I destroyed the entire Qingzhou. Chu Xinghe raised his eyebrows. Is this villainous so cognizant? I, Zhongli Qingmeng, owe you a favor. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Want to see how I deal with that Li Changshen? Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Chu Xinghe and inquired. Rather, Chu Xinghe was also a bit curious. Sighing in his heart, the contract that he had previously allowed the son of Qi to sign was useless. Originally, he had planned to use the 500,000 extreme divine stones to force him if he couldn't intercept the opportunity in the secret realm. Go! Zhongli Qingmeng threw Chu Xinghe a ring after he finished speaking. Chu Xinghe's eyebrows rose when he saw what was inside the ring. 500,000 extreme divine stones arrived. A vortex appeared around Zhongli Qingmeng and the two disappeared. By the time he appeared, he had already arrived outside the heavenly diffusion holy land. I'll have someone investigate. The previously Changsheng was indeed a waste. I had people investigate later, and he would always mysteriously disappear for a period of time, followed by an increase in strength. If I haven't guessed wrong, he should be able to see chances that others can't. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. Judging by the people you dealt with before, and the few I've dealt with, these types of people have special abilities. This ability will help them improve quickly, and the final target's pointing to us, the Zhongli clan. Just like Elder Indestructible, he also has a connection with my Zhongli clan. If Li Changsheng obtains his inheritance, he He will have a grudge against my Zhongli clan. The dragon is trapped in the wild, divided and eaten. Before I didn't know who was going to do the dividing, but now I have some understanding. Chu Xinghe took a deep look at Zhongli Qingmeng. Such a villainess is a qualified partner. Chu Xinghe, you're actually using me to accomplish some ulterior motive. Zhongli Qingmeng inquired with a change of topic. How do I see it? Chu Xinghe waved his hand in a way that I didn't. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't continue to pursue the matter. As long as Chu Xinghe could bring her help, sometimes she was quite happy to be the pawn. Or maybe Chu Xinghe was her heavenly destiny. At least these days, Chu Xinghe had taught her how to deal with those special people. And those special people should keep appearing until their Zhongli family is overthrown. Special abilities beyond her wildest dreams may appear in the background. It would be best to use Chu Xinghe to deal with those people. Li Changsheng is here. Zhongli Qingmeng looked into the distance, her eyes narrowing. Interesting, just dug out his origin. It hasn't even been a few days yet, and the origin is actually starting to pool again. Chu Xinghe looked on blandly. He wouldn't even be curious about coming back from the dead, not to mention just restoring the origin. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the bland Chu Xinghe. This time when the origin is restored, his physique should be able to metamorphose into a sacred body. Right, you know all that and you're asking me. Zhongli Qingmeng did not appear in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng looked at the two familiar figures in the distance, his eyes filled with watery mist. Father, mother, Li Yu. Wang Mei looked at Li Changsheng. Silly boy, what are you doing over here? They are using us to threaten you. Li Changsheng looked at the black-clothed man who was controlling his parents, and there was a chill in his eyes, but he couldn't do anything. One person came to mind. Maybe the Holy Sun can help him here, but the people who threatened him told him, don't tell anyone or your parents will die. Especially don't tell Chu Xinghe. Kid, we know you have one special ability. You should have a way to abolish it on your own. You have 3 breaths of time, or your parents will die. After the man in black finished speaking, he closed Wang Mei's mouth. The knife was already on his neck. Li Changsheng was frozen in place. He's never talked to anyone about this ability. Even if his parents didn't know, why would the man in black know? Come on, don't dawdle. You have 2 breaths left. Li Changsheng's fingers clenched as he watched his father and mother's faces redden and the whites of their eyes increase. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth, and his fingers stretched out, sticking hard into his eyes. A moment of immense pain hit him, and he fell to the ground, his body twisting. The man in black let go of Li Changsheng's parents. Go up and check it out. Go to hell. Li Changsheng suddenly stood up. Eyes are fine too. The jade talisman in his hand crushed. A terrifying attack descended. A hand reached out in the void and directly crushed this attack. Li Changsheng's parents had several holes inserted directly into their bodies. Blood spurted out like a stream. Boy, I knew you'd play mind games. Chu Xinghe, who was hidden in the void, looked at Zhongli Qingmeng in surprise. How about this? There are quite a few chances for these types of people. I was afraid that there would be accidents, so I let the old ancestor come over. And there is also a blockade array here. Chu Xinghe let out a laugh. Good job. Li Changsheng's face was pale, looking at his parents' pale faces with regret in his eyes, was about to speak. Li Yu's 2 arms were suddenly cut off and he let out a miserable scream. That's the price you pay for playing mind games. Don't kill my father. Mother, I'm wrong. I don't dare. Li Changsheng didn't hesitate this time and directly inserted his hands into his eyes. There was no trickery this time. Master, the sun of Luck's luck value has dropped by 50,000. It looks like it's going to be cool again. Chapter 45, playing another one to death. The villainous leaves. Master, do you think the next son of Qi born will be stronger? I'm sure it will, and my plan has worked. What's the plan? And how come I don't know about it? System cutie, have you already sensed it and are testing me here? I've been helping Zhongli Qingmeng since Bai Wuduan, and with the help of Bai Wuduan, I finished building myself up to successfully become the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Subsequently, I helped Zhongli Qingmeng complete quite a few tasks, allowing her to fill in her previous mistakes, and she was already grateful to me. This time in the secret realm, I made use of this son of Qi again to gather the hearts of the disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Ground in a smooth manner. Now even those Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land ancestors look up to me and are willing to stand up for me. This time when I get the Demon God Pearl, I'll give Zhongli Qingmeng, the villainous devil, what she wants already, and she'll leave the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and go back to the Zhongli clan. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land will not be destroyed. I have already gathered the heart of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. I count myself as having someone behind me, so I can better help the sons of Qi in the future. In the future, the 2 of us won't be considered singles. Simply relying on the 2 of us definitely won't help the sons of Qi better. I need more people to join us as a team. Now I won't even hesitate to give her the Demon God Bead and help her deal with those sons of Qi. At the same time I taught her so many means to deal with the sons of Qi. Will she think that I love her? Women love self-rating the most. Give her the demon god bead to help her deal with the son of Chi, and when I quietly help the son of Chi later on, she definitely won't suspect me. Sacrifice some of the less powerful sons of Chi in exchange for a better path behind us. You must have sensed it already, and you're here to test me on purpose. Ha 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 ha, Master is so smart. Not bad, I saw through Master's plan from the beginning, that's why I didn't block it. It didn't occur to me that it was actually discovered by the Master, who is still quite smart. Master plans for the future son of Chi, rewarded with 500,000 health values. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose. I knew you knew, or you wouldn't have let me fool around and help the villainous against the son of Chi. System cutie, you're too kind. Without your support, I definitely wouldn't have been able to finish the layout. You're too smart for the system. 2. You must take me flying. Don't worry, Master, I'll definitely take you flying. System, whoops, I really didn't realize that was the case. It turned out that the Master had already completed the layout a long time ago, and I was still foolishly doubting the Master. Luckily, my Master thought I was smart enough to see through his plan as well. What can we do about this later? Could be a worrying system. Below, Li Chanshang was despondent after destroying his own eyes. He felt like something important had left him. He wouldn't dare play mind games. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Saint attack would actually be crushed? That was his greatest opportunity. Zhongli Qingmeng appeared beside Li Chanshang. A demonic fire appeared on his fingers. In an instant Li Chanshang burned out, dissipate between this heaven and earth. After seeing this scene, the black-clothed men quickly settled Li Chanshang's parents. The corners of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth rose. That's really interesting. When Chu Xingha gave her the demon god bead, she had a feeling there would be a slight problem with the fusion. But after killing Li Chanshang, she felt the hint of a problem dissipate. That's funny. The previous one always felt like she would have problems targeting these people. The idea is to have a strong background and to be able to make things right in time if something goes wrong. It was only later that she realized the errors were getting worse. One day, these mistakes will overwhelm her. Not anymore. Chu Xingha walked out of the shadows. How? Zhongli Qingmeng's red lips rose. It feels pretty good. Are you going back? Zhongli Qingmeng heard Chu Xingha's inquiry. Taking long strides, he approached Chu Xingha. The two men looked at each other in all directions. What? Can't spare me? Chu Xingha pursed his lips and didn't speak. Zhongli Qingmeng went forward and hugged Chu Xingha, hissing, a little good knock is what's going on? It's over. I'm not malfunctioning, am I? Forget it, kowtow for a while. Should we find a beautiful female child of Qi for the Master? Looking at the beauty in his arms, Chu Xingha also froze. Having a bargain is. Just as he was about to extend his hand, Zhongli Qingmeng had already left. Cover your mouth and laugh out loud. Little Star River, you're a little misbehaved. Chu Xingha rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. What's the difference between a eunuch and a eunuch if there's no reaction? If I hadn't dodged quickly, could I have been picked up by your imperial soldier? Chu Xingha opened his mouth. Do you want to hear what you say again? You're a villainous, not a villainous rogue. I'm leaving. After a while, Zhongli Qingmeng spoke. She carries the weight of the family on her back. She can't fall in love. If in the future she can remove the crisis from the Zhengli family, don't mind being with Chu Xingha. These days, this guy has unknowingly made his way into her heart. Be careful. Chu Xingha didn't say much. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded and disappeared with her people. Chu Xingha shook his head. The villainous is still fun to watch. It will be more difficult to woolgather in the future. That's a big senior rich girl. Chu Xingha had just returned to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Just get pulled into a vortex. Chu Xingha looked at Wenruoshui. It's still so bland and light. When he sat down he just leaned on his face and quietly admired his master's face. In the middle of the gazebo, a warm breeze was sent. There was stillness and silence all around. The child is quiet and must be working a demon. When Ruoshui lifted her eyes, one could see Chu Xingha's eyes lose focus. There's still a stream in the corner of his mouth. Oh, like the smile of a bully molesting a good little lady. What are you thinking? I was thinking that master is in bed. Chu Xingha hastily closed his mouth. I roll. I was thinking that the master's bed also has a meditative feel to it. When Ruoshui didn't pursue the question, there should have been a calamity in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, but that calamity disappeared. Chu Xingha slammed a mouthful of tea. With a great beauty like master, even the greatest calamity can be survived. When Ruoshui didn't answer, no sadness, no joy, like a puddle of stagnant water. If there's nothing else, master, I'll go back first. When Ruoshui nodded, only this time when Chu Xingha left, warm watery eyes glanced at his back. After Chu Xingha returned, he laid down on the bed and stretched out. It's ing cozy. Coming to this Taishu heavenly realm, the initial planning was finally completed. The next thing was to settle the matter of that stupid girl Jiang Evening. Open the system screen. Master, Chu Xingha. Age, 20. Strength, early ascension. Physique, immortal demon body. Immortal demon pupil. Technique, Immortal Demon Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Immortal and Demon in the Nine Heavens. Instantaneous Transmission, Heart Demon Guide. Weapons, Immortal Magic Harp, Purple Gold Gourd. East Emperor Bell. Help value, 189-8000. Backpack, Immortal Magic Harp, Divine Beast Egg, Purple Gold Gourd. East Emperor Bell. Looking at the help value of close to 1,900,000, Chu Xinghe rubbed his hands together. System, have a premium draw. Consuming 1 million help values. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining. Chapter 46, Mysterious Elixir. Threatening Arrival. Consuming 1 million help values. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a mysterious elixir. Hearing this, Chu Xinghe frowned. A golden elixir had appeared in his hand with 10 layers of patterns on it. What does this potion do? The system also does not know that the mystery elixir lies in the word mystery. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but roll his eyes. A million helpings worth of stuff must be good. One bite, not even a burp. That's it. System, you're not swindling my health value, are you? Heaven and earth are kind. How could I have swindled the master? A lottery is the ability to extract anything from the world of heaven and earth. Even I don't know what will be drawn. The owner may also extract a cat-eared lady, a fox wench. It's impossible to say. One more intermediate draw. Consume 500,000 health values to obtain a minor realm enhancement card. Chu Xinghe sighed. Every mid-level draw is this. After using it up, his strength had increased to the middle stage of the Ascension realm. Not bad. The rich woman has gone home. Should we go and catch a few chakras and give them to her? Use it for a bonus wave. Chu Xinghe suddenly thought of something. A tap on the thigh. What happened to the master? It's a big loss. The demon god bead gave it to her and I forgot to order more holy pills. System. This owner seems to be a bit of a money grubber. Chu Xinghe returned to the sacred palace. The pupils contracted a little. There was a letter on the desktop. Chu Xinghe, is the way of writing a letter familiar? This is how Bai Wuchen died. This smile, these eyes, do you remember? Chu Xinghe looked at what was drawn below. Zhang Eveningin should belong to Su Yan. You're quite capable of making her haunted by you. What good will it do you to help Zhongli Qingmeng so much? In the end it's still a waste. Everyone has their own destiny. You presume to go against the grain. Can you do it? And I'm not afraid for you to know. The Zhang family already knew that you were using Zhang Wanyin. Zhang Wanyin didn't believe it, tried to escape from the Zhang family, and was caught back again. The Zhang family had ordered that unless she died, she couldn't leave the Zhang family for half a step. That silly girl was so infatuated that she dug out her own origin with her own hands, drew out her bloodline, amputated her heart vein, and had 1 month left in her life. When I left the Zhang family, I wanted to see you from afar and didn't want to make things difficult for you. When Chu Xinghe saw this, he felt like his heart was being held hard by something, making it difficult for him to breathe. He pursed his lips, and his knuckles were white from the force of his grip on the letter. Zhang Eveningin shouldn't belong to you. She should have had her own destiny. All of this is caused by you. It depends on whether you have the ability to see her one last time. Don't alert anyone, and don't look for help. This letter was written with Zhang Eveningin's blood. There is a map behind the letter. I will wait for you in Yangzhou. Take off the protective armor that the Zhangli family gave you and don't bring it out. I will keep an eye on you. Chu Xinghe's pupils contracted when he saw the contents of the letter. Suppressed the ripples inside. After putting the letter away, he raised his head to look at the sky. It didn't say much. In disguise, he hid his white hair. His aura collected, and disappeared into the great hall. Chu Xinghe walked through the crowd like an ordinary person. Watching people come and go on the streets had a mirrored feel to it. Everything is like a dream. What could he possibly do to deserve such treatment from a girl? In their previous lives, couples also flew apart in great distress. She's a lady of a big clan. Why is she so stupid? Shouldn't people do whatever it takes to move up the ladder? What with love? Many no longer care. Master, what's wrong with you? Chu Xinghe sighed. System, earlier I asked you what I should do if a son of Qi was dealing with me. Do you have an answer now? The master can turn evil into good with his own wisdom. Chu Xinghe lowered his head, his eyes flickering for a moment. Lifting his head again, the corners of his mouth turned up. Taking a teleportation array to reach Yangzhou overnight. Take out that letter. On the back is painted the likeness of a large mountain. Spirit Mist Mountain Range. Chu Xinghe casually asked around and already knew the exact address. Wait until noon. Have waited until the Spirit Mist Mountain Range. It's covered in fog for years. It's littered with all sorts of venomous dangers. Still have to go in and find that mountain. Avoid all kinds of dangers along the way. See the same place as the mountainous landscape above the letter. Chu Xinghe's eyes had a faint golden light flickering in them as he found an entrance. Walk in carefully. Pupils constricted. In the center was a stone platform on which a tunic was placed. Next to it was a letter and a jade. Open the letter. I know you have 10 jade talismans of great sage attacks. put them here and go to High City to destroy the Feng family. You should recognize this tunic. Or you gave it to Jiang Evening. She cherished it. Xu Xinghe put away the letter and crushed the jade. A dimly lit space appeared. There's only one candlestick. On it lay a man with a pale face and a small heaving chest. It was none other than Jiang Evening. It's not the same playful, quirky thing as before. At the moment it looks like a rose that's going to wither at any moment. Xu Xinghe subconsciously clenched his hand. Master, you're okay. Xu Xinghe shook his head. Master, there is no breath left on this jade, and I can't detect it. Xu Xinghe's pupils contracted for a moment. Wasn't this letter-writing tactic the same tactic he used to deal with the Sons of Qi? The time is also the destiny. With a sigh of relief, head to Sea City. In the evening moments, the evening sun is high in the sky, as if it were within reach. Walking into Sea City, Xu Xinghe finally inquired about what happened in Haichang. A few days ago, the son of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Wuji, received a mysterious foreign treasure. The Feng family, the lord of the city, wanted to keep it for themselves, but the Gongsun family would not comply. Was exterminated overnight. Xu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. Could it be that his guess was wrong? And this time it was Gongsun Wuji who did it. No, it can't be. Murphy is not the one behind this thing. Who's behind all this? Water family, Daiyu, Linglong Pavilion, Great Zhou, or Tianlu Academy. It was like weaving a big net to confine him firmly inside. The person who plotted was even choosing the time when Zhong Liqing Meng left. Could it be that the people of the Zhengli clan had also appeared as Sons of Qi? Xu Xinghe thought a lot. There's only one message to get right now. The Gongsun family, a foreign treasure. Nightfall. Whoosh. Xu Xinghe appeared in the city lord's mansion. Half an hour later, the entire Feng household is ablaze. Xu Xinghe left with an ugly face. A letter was cupped in his hand. A man lurking in the Feng family gave it to him. After giving it to him, God's soul was destroyed. Couldn't even trace the memory if I wanted to. Open the letter. As still a bloody letter. Don't think about probing me. I'll change places at any time. You were so detailed and cautious when you dealt with Bai Wuchen before. I'm sure I won't make any mistakes or leave any traces. Good job on the Feng family. Unclasp your purple gold gourd to recognize your master and throw it in the sea of fire. Don't play it safe or I will tell the truth about the heaven-swallowing demon body having stayed in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Those old guys from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land have treated you well, and you don't want to see them surrounded and die. The next place, the far city of Taizhou, has an embroidered knife in the secret vault of the Hong family. Get it and throw it into a dry well 30 kilometers to the east. It takes 2 days to even go to Hangzhou to do the teleportation array, so you have to cheer up. Chapter 47. Maybe death is where I belong. Xu Xinghe put the letter away. His face complex, palms clasped together and slowly loosened. A bitter laugh. Turns out he still can't be that desperate. It didn't occur to me that after testing out the attitude of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Instead, you get yourself into a tangle. Leave after taking revenge and don't promise one ruoxue. Wouldn't that have been the case? Disarm the purple and gold gourd and spray a mouthful of blood. Xu Xinghe threw in the flames. Without looking back, he turned away. After Xu Xinghe disappeared, a faint shadow appeared in the sea of fire. Disappeared after getting the purple gold gourd. 2 days later, Xu Xinghe arrived at the far city of Taizhou, the Hong family of the city lord's residence. Xu Xinghe was dressed in black, and the letter said not to alarm anyone. After the embroidered knife is in your hands. Xu Xinghe sized it up. Didn't really see anything special about it, but the Hong family didn't have anything special going on. It wasn't like something that could give birth to a son of Qi either. It didn't match up with the forces he had guessed earlier either. 30 miles away, the dry well, a broken jade tablet was placed there. Xu Xinghe picked it up and it was the same Su family jade tablet he had given to Jiang Evening. There was a letter next to it. You should be familiar with this jade token. Poor Su Yan died a particularly miserable death. Should have risen all the way to the top. Was fooled by you. How does it feel to die in the end not knowing that the one who was going to kill him is the one he trusted the most? With all this speculation, do you know who's out to get you? You don't have much time left. The next place, the Wang family in the hidden city of the original state. Unrecognize your divine beast egg and throw it in their back flower pool. Don't alarm anyone. Oh, I almost forgot. Your immortal magic harp is quite powerful. Throw it inside the dry well. Don't make it hard for me. Oh, unless it means you're really desperate and unattached. Xu Xinghe lowered his head. No emotions could be seen on his face. Master, don't. The immortal demon sheen is equivalent to your companion Dao weapon. If you unbind it, it will hurt you a lot. Xu Xinghe tilted his head. Is there any other way I can do this? Do you know who is behind this? Even you can't detect it. It might be an unprecedentedly powerful son of Qi. After Xu Xinghe disarmed the immortal demon sheen, a mouthful of golden blood spurted out and his body shook a little. The eyes were quite gray. Xu Xinghe threw the embroidered knife as well as the immortal demon sheen into the dry well. turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Within the territory of Yuanzhou, the hidden city, Chu Xinghe came out of the Wang family with a pale, tired face, dry and cracked lips, and bloodshot eyes. Looking out at the dim sky, he held a letter in his hand. Chu Xinghe, you're still quite bold. You're so smart. Can you guess who I am now? It seems that you are not heartless and get caught up in worldly love. If it wasn't for your appearance, I'm afraid that Zhong Li Qing Meng's heaven-swallowing demon body would have been exposed. What do you get out of doing this? The bells aren't helping you right now either. Just to give you a protective armor. Not even a word for you about Zhang Evening. All she had to do was say something and the Zhang family should change their minds. Zhang Evening, a woman who should have belonged to Su Yan, because you molested her a little, played the pathetic once, and made her dead to you. He even abandoned his own origin, lifespan, and background to see you before he died. The next place, the Chu family in Xianzhou. You're familiar with the place, and when you do the space teleportation array, don't forget to unbind that little clock of yours and casually throw it away. Otherwise all you'll see is Zhang Evening Yin's corpse. Chu Xinghe put the letter away. Looking at the hazy moonlight was like lingering in relief. System, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you with your mission. Master, don't scare me. How could I not accomplish my mission? Previously, you also said that we were close to succeeding, that the villainess had trusted you, and that you had also become the holy son of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, and that it was no longer a solo fight. Chu Xinghe just shook his head and did not reply. He made a teleportation array in the night and traveled to Xianzhou, dropping the Eastern Emperor clock casually after unbinding it halfway. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were full of fatigue. He's a cutie if he can't tell. There was nothing special about where he was running around these days. That man's purpose was to make it difficult for others to detect him. A few hours later, Chu Xinghe walked out from within the teleportation array. The figure disappeared like a ghost. When he got back to Chu's house, his feet stopped. The previous Chu family had already been reduced to ruins, with debris everywhere, devastated and lifeless. Chu Xinghe looked at the deep pit in the ruins with a tombstone erected next to it. This is where he will be buried. Is this telling him that where he starts, he ends? Pick up the letter on the tombstone. Chu Xinghe smiled ruefully. Immortal demon pupil, heart demon lead is your means. You can now gouge out your eyes. Oh, the dagger is ready for you. If you don't accept, I'll gouge out Jiang Evening Yin's eyes. I'll give you one last look at Jiang Evening Yin. There's a jade next to her. Take a look after you crush it. She's not doing too well right now. Oh. Chu Xinghe looked at a black and gold dagger placed next to the jade and let out a bitter smile. Perhaps this was the helplessness of those sons of Qi when he dealt with the sons of Qi. At this moment, he already had a guess in his heart as to who this person was. Crushing the jade pendant, he calmly looked inside at Jiang Evening Yin's near-death appearance. Eventually, he sighed. Master, don't. There must be another way? Don't you understand? This opponent is not something you or I can deal with. It was tasked with pulling everything back on track, and my presence spoiled it all. After so many days, even you can detect no trace of him. He must know you. Don't you get it? He knows everything about us and we know nothing about him. Impossible. How could this happen? How could this happen? I don't believe it. It can't be that way. Chu Xinghe looked at the Chu family, which had long since turned into ruins, and where he stood, the freshly dug mausoleum muttered inside his mouth. He a dead man. I a man who died in a previous life. Perhaps death is my final destination. At this time in a hidden cave, Jiang Evening Yin looked at the picture and struggled to raise her head. Do you think he would do that for you? Jiang Evening Yin turned her head to stare at this person whose face could not be seen. There was a cold, murderous look in his eyes. I guess he won't. He's a selfish person. This person is very selfish. Whether he uses you or Zhong Li Qing Meng, it's all for the purpose of accomplishing his own plans. I'm afraid you don't know what his plan is. He wants to stand at the top of this world with the help of you, but it's not his. He's breaking the rules. And don't you look at me like that. He won't do what I've arranged. Guess he thought this was your test for her. Experimenting on him. Throwing the Dao weapon in front or not. It's all to make you believe. If you don't believe me, you'll see. He won't do it. Chu Xinghe, who was outside, picked up his dagger. See, he hesitated. I don't want him to do anything for me. As long as he can live, it doesn't matter if I die. Jiang Evening Yin murmured a soft sentence. Irredeemably stupid. The mysterious black shadow snorted. Chu Xinghe stood in front of the tombstone, thoughts rolling around in his mind. Chapter 48. A pool of blood. 2 corpses. Growing up as an orphan, he was bullied growing up. Everywhere he appeared, he was reviled and despised by the crowd. Looked inside the trash can for food. Also snatched food from wild dogs. After being adopted by an orphanage, thought it would improve, but turned out to be entering a bigger demonic hole. Often vandalized by scumbag deans. In severe cases, they lie in bed and can't get out of it for 3 or 4 days. Not to mention food. Not even saliva. How many times I almost died. Just stay up for a couple years. Know a few equally miserable people at the orphanage. They worshipped as siblings. At that moment, a light of hope rose in his heart. Even those siblings who made mistakes, he would be at the front of the line. Then the scumbag dean was outed and they had a much better time. Growing up, he endures what normal people can't. You can do any job as long as you have enough to eat. He was lonely and cold inside, often with a smile on his face. He believes that people who love to laugh don't have bad luck. The thought of those brothers and sisters fills the heart with hope. The latter slowly grew up and created a company of his own. He smiled from the bottom of his heart that day. Find those siblings in the back. Pull them into the company. Who would have thought that it would be his siblings who betrayed him and wanted him dead as well? After crossing over, first, he met Zhongli Qingmeng and used her to kill Bai Wuchen, letting the original Chu Xinghe's distractions disappear. It was more of a way to use her background to obtain the holy medicine. Later, he met Jiang Evening and provoked her relationship with Su Yan. Who would have thought? That silly girl is so stupid. Just flirting with her can kill her. Things are in order. Become a saintly son, rally the people, and no longer struggle alone. He believed that everything would get better, but all this has become a mirror in the end. Now it's going to disappear without a trace. Perhaps, I was never favored. Not a lucky man. The world has not been kind to me. A sad, lonesome atmosphere wrapped around Chu Xinghe. At least this life is a little better than the last. He was loved too, if only briefly. There's still a grave when you die. No more broken bones. That's enough. Pust. The two eyes were directly gouged out by Chu Xinghe. Blood continued to trickle down and cover the face. In a mysterious cave, the mysterious dark figure froze in place. How is it possible that Jiang Evening was bound? Look at the scene in the picture. The pupils dilated, the body stiffened, and struggled immediately afterward. The head kept shaking. Tears had long ago bled her face. Chu Xinghe's face turned pale. The body shook. Blood dripped down the dagger onto the ground. The intense pain kept hitting him. Not a word. What are these? A voice came out from the mysterious black shadow. Don't keep the immortal demon body either. Chu Xinghe stood in place. Give her a chance. The mysterious black shadow was silent. She's not going to die. Chu Xinghe smiled. Reach out. A few quick dots on the body. Pust. A mouthful of purple and gold blood was spat out a meter away. The middle stage of the ascension realm fell off quickly. With a plop, he fell to one knee. You sure are smart. It looks like you've guessed who I am. Because of your presence, the plot is wrong, and it's my job to bring it back on track. I'll keep my word that she won't die. The bindings on Jiang Evening disappeared in the distance. The moment the restraints disappeared, Jiang Evening ran toward Chu Xinghe. Xinghe. Chu Xinghe staggered to his feet. Can't see her and still hear her. Jiang Evening's bare feet stepped on those sharp stones as if she didn't feel them. Tears blurred his eyes. The only person in her eyes was the one who came standing, his eyes becoming empty. Why are you so stupid? Weren't you using me when you dealt with Su Yan? Why did you do this for me? Why so stupid? Don't you ever suspect that this is me testing you? Chu Xinghe couldn't see it and stretched out his hand. I can't bet your life on it. Evening Jin, thank you for showing me what it's like to be loved. Jiang Evening's body shook and shed silent tears, looking at Chu Xinghe's outstretched hand. Jiang Evening hurriedly ran, not paying attention to her feet because she was running too fast, plopped to the ground. Silly girl, are you okay? Jiang Evening didn't say a word, forcing herself to endure the pain. Limping close to Chu Xinghe who held out his hands, the inside of his mouth was still scolding. There's nothing wrong with me. Why are you so stupid? Why are you listening to her? You're such a little cutie, the biggest little cutie in the sky. You can see it all. Why would you jump into a pit when you know it's a pit? Chu Xinghe struggled to pull out a smile. Because cuties, there are people who like it too. Jiang Evening froze, unable to stop the tears from flowing down her face. You sure are a sizable cutie. After saying that, he approached Chu Xinghe, wanted to take his hand and put it on his face. Whoosh! 3 voices pierced through the air. Pust, pust, pust. 3 voices rang out in quick succession. Jiang Evening grabbed an empty hand and looked at Chu Xinghe who fell backwards. Pupils were wide and dull-eyed. No, no, no. 3 soul loss arrows nailed Chu Xinghe. 1 is inserted at the center of the brow. 2 were inserted at the chest. Chu Xinghe's body stiffened and fell back. The very same pit that was dug to bury Chu Xinghe. No, no, no. Why? Jiang Evening's hands stiffened in the air, murmuring in disorientation, looking at Chu Xinghe, who had collapsed in the pit. His all-white clothes had been dyed red. Those cynical eyes that hid loneliness turned hollow. Chu Xinghe, you little cutie. What if you die and leave me behind? Jiang Evening turned to look into the distance. I don't know who you are. If there is an afterlife, even if I have to slaughter the heavens and kill immortals, I will still kill you. After saying that his body fell straight down. Pust. The arrow that was stuck in Chu Xinghe's body directly pierced through Zhang Evening Yin's body, collapsed in Chu Xinghe's arms. Blood was flowing from the corner of Zhang Evening Yin's mouth. If I can't share my head with you in this life, being buried in the same mausoleum counts as sharing this life. Pale, bloodless hands stretched out, caressing Chu Xinghe's cheek. Xinghe, if there is an afterlife, will you marry me? After saying this, his eyes slowly closed and his life was cut short. No, 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 master, master, why is this happening? How did this happen? A looming figure came out from the shore. There was a complexity in his eyes as he looked at the two men who had collapsed in the pit. That's pretty deep. Chu Xinghe is dead. The plot is back on track again, and my mission is over. Nope, there's one more thing left to do. Finished with fingers outstretched. A white light flew out of Chu Xinghe's head. This system of yours is somewhat interesting. Being fooled by Chu Xinghe. System, take it away. Rumble. A white light shot up into the sky. The figure on the shore disappeared. Crackle. Rumble. A thunderous flash. Gale appears. Heavy rain poured down. A pool of blood. Two bodies. An unmarked tombstone. Chapter 49 Miss. Something happened to Mr. Chu. Tianzhou. Zhongli family. Zhongli Qingmeng came out of her seclusion and took a deep breath, the corners of her mouth rising. After fusing the demon god bead, her heaven-swallowing demon body had already completely devoured and fused the one belonging to the Tsong Tian hegemony body into one. No more worries, a face flashed in his mind. Miss, something has happened to Zhang Evening Yin. Hearing this, Zhongli Qingmeng froze for a moment. Didn't I have someone say hello? The shadowed side showed complexity. Shui Nianji went to the Zhang family to add some fuel to the fire, saying that Chu Xinghe was using the Zhang family for ulterior motives and didn't love Zhang Evening Yin at all. The Zhang family had a good relationship with the Shui family, so they naturally believed Shui Nianji's words, and after thinking about it, they chose to marry the Shui family and to completely ground Zhang Evening Yin. Zhang Evening Yin naturally did not believe it, and when she escaped, she was informed by Shui Nianji about the Zhang family and was taken back, and told Zhang Evening Yin that she could not get out unless she died. Zhang Evening Yin directly pulled out his own origin by hand, scrapping his own strength and amputating his heart vein. She was afraid that Chu Xinghe would be embarrassed because of what happened to her and planned to secretly see Chu Xinghe before she died. As a result, after leaving the Zhang family, he disappeared in Yuanzhou. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't say anything, and there was indifference under her eyes. This Shui Nianji is a bit of a brush with presents. Don't worry about her for now. Make a trip to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and tell Chu Xinghe about this matter. Shadow One was a bit hesitant. What else is going on? Miss, Duke Chu disappeared into thin air. People have been sent to investigate, and none of them are investigating now. Zhongli Qingmeng froze and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Let's go and meet Wen Ruoshui. There's no difference between her being a master and a shrunken head turtle. The spatial channel opened up and Zhongli Qingmeng disappeared with her people. Find Wen Ruoshui directly. Looking at that elegant and dusty back in the gazebo. She's sitting pretty. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't have the courtesy to come and sit directly across from Wen Ruoshui. You're sitting on your ass. Wen Ruohua glanced at Zhongli Qingmeng in a bland manner. What are you doing here when you've got what you need? Zhongli Qingmeng was not polite and poured herself a cup of tea. Isn't there anything you want to say about Zhang Evening Yin's accident? Wen Ruoshui shook his head. That's his path. I won't interfere. Zhongli Qingmeng snorted. Wen Ruoshui, what are you pretending to be so noble here? You don't meddle in his Tao. Why do you need to accept him as a disciple? Without meddling in his Tao, why did you let him sit in this position of the Holy Son of the Heaven diffracting Holy Land? Wen Ruoshui's eyes did not change in the slightest. If you had stepped in, the Zhang clan wouldn't have dared to push Zhang Evening in so hard, and that disciple of yours wouldn't have been so condescending. Obviously you've meddled in other people's paths and still don't know it. What's the point of posing for me here? You're a master. You've really failed as a master. If I had known that you were accepting Chu Xinghe as a disciple by meeting him, I should have blocked it and dragged him into our Zhongli clan. Wen Ruoshui put down his teacup. When you're done, finish and leave. Zhongli Qingmeng stretched out her finger and pointed at Wen Ruoshui. This pussy, she's the only one who can piss her off. The problem is that there's still nothing to be done with her. Right about this time, a panicked footstep sounded. Shadow One's face was ugly. Miss, something's wrong. Zhongli Qingmeng froze for a moment and left the gazebo. After exiting the soft water palace, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Shadow One. Miss, we've already detected Duke Chu's trail. Looking at the stammering Shadow One, Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. Take me there. Shadow One nodded. When he appeared at the ruins of the Chu family in Xianzhou, Zhongli Qingmeng came out of the void passage. The blinding red pool was visible from a distance. His pupils contracted and his body was almost unsteady. A powerful killing intent erupted out as if it were a shocking wave. Gale force winds rose and sand flew. The surrounding area was quickly plunged into darkness. Zhongli Qingmeng took a step towards the blood pool. Shadow One looked at Zhongli Qingmeng with worry in his eyes. Seal off this heaven and earth, and whoever dares to approach, dies, Shadow One ordered. In the pool of blood, two figures. It was none other than Chu Xinghe and Jiang Eveningyin. Zhongli Qingmeng's mind was constantly being pounded. The floating body, with its hollow eyes, had an arrow pinned to its skull. Jiang Eveningyin's body was also pierced through. Buzz off. This time the blood pool suddenly tumbled. Dao rhythms tumbled over Jiang Eveningyin's body. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. Reincarnation God body. The voice fell. The Dao rhythm completely wrapped Jiang Eveningyin and floated in the sky. The flesh slowly disappeared, leaving behind an orb of light. It broke space and disappeared. Shadow One was about to strike. Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. Even if the old ancestor is here, he won't be able to stop it. You don't need to interfere. Zhongli Qingmeng bent down and picked up Chu Xinghe from the pool of blood. Looking at Chu Xinghe, who was lying in his arms and had lost his vitality, his eyes were empty. Zhongli Qingmeng's killing intent was getting thicker and thicker. Snapping, a bloodstained jade rolled down from Chu Xinghe's arms. Zhongli Qingmeng wrapped the jade with her spiritual power. A faint image appeared. Zhongli Qingmeng, I don't know if you can see this jade. I may not be able to help you anymore. The time is also fate. The way to deal with those people. You also know quite a lot. The road ahead is precious. Tell Master for me that my path is finished. The shadow disappeared into thin air. Zhongli Qingmeng's face was gloomy. Find out for me. Turn this Genju upside down. I want to know who did it. I've been in seclusion for these days. Whatever Chu Xinghe does, I need to know. Who all meddled behind this thing, and whose handiwork it was who died. Shadow One's eyes snapped open, but it wasn't rejected. Zhongli Qingmeng glanced down at Chu Xinghe. With a frown, he saw a corner of Chu Xinghe's arms. There's a couple of letters there. Zhongli Qingmeng's fingers moved and the letter was already floating in front of her eyes. Look at the words on it. The killing intent was completely out of control. The phoenix eyes became bloodshot. Fine, fine. It's you people again. Knowing that she was a heaven-swallowing demon body, if it wasn't for Chu Xinghe she would have already been exposed. The hand holding Chu Xinghe subconsciously became tighter. The words Chu Xinghe had said suddenly came to mind. I'm here to save you from seeing a great beauty like you go down in flames. Recalling Chu Xinghe's use of Yulinma to become a heaven-swallowing demon body, diverting the attention of the crowd. Without realizing it, he had done so much for her. Lowering his head, his gaze never shifted on Chu Xinghe. Lift your head and look at the sky. Zhongli Qingmeng collected her emotions and hugged Chu Xinghe to leave. Shadow One's throat rolled a little. Why does it feel like mess has gotten scarier? It seems even crazier than before. Shadow One hurried to follow. Miss, where are we going? Zhongli Qingmeng had killing intent in her eyes. Go to the holy land of heavenly diffusion. I'd like to see if she can sit still. If she is indifferent, I will kill her with my own hands when I have accomplished my cultivation. Shadow One's pupils changed. Space break. Zhongli Qingmeng hugged Chu Xinghe and disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived in the pavilion of the Soft Water Palace. Chapter 50. My chosen one is dead and I want to kill someone. When Ruoshui's hand that was holding up the teacup shifted a bit, there was dismay, disbelief, confusion in his eyes. When Ruoshui, do you have anything to say now? When Ruoshui sipped his tea and calmly put down his teacup, the time is also the destiny. Zhongli Qingmeng's hand holding Chu Xinghe's corpse subconsciously clenched. Warm as water. So true. Just as Zhongli Qingmeng was about to leave, the surrounding void opened up. Several pale figures walked out, looking at Chu Xinghe in Zhongli Qingmeng's arms. The bottom of his eyes carried an endless morose chill. Who did it? The old man at the head had a cold voice. Zhongli Qingmeng snorted and looked at these powerhouses with disdain. For you, the heavenly diffusion holy land, to be able to maintain one of the three great overlords of the Green State, it's truly an eye-opener from the old heavens. The contemporary saint's son was killed without even knowing it, and I still need to personally investigate to find it. I can't believe that you guys don't know about the Jiang family's affairs, talking a good game and hiding behind like rats. The faces of several old men were ugly, especially the seventh ancestor, whose eyes were bright and flickering. Zhongli Qingmeng was not looking at these old men. When Ruoshui, Chu Xinghe left a jade stone before he died and asked me to let you know that he's finished with his path. When Ruoshui's body shook, she understood what that meant. The two people have nothing to do with each other in the future, and the master-disciple relationship is over. When Ruoshui, you meddled in his Tao and used him to save the day for the heavenly diffusion holy land, but you did nothing but give him a nominal identity. The contemporary saint's son of the heavenly diffusion holy land doesn't even have a protector. Ha, how ironic. The seven old ancestors of the heavenly diffusion holy land did not speak, turning his head to look at Wen Ruoshui who had his back to them. Who are you pretending to? One Ruoshue, do you dare to guarantee that you don't know that there will be a calamity in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land? The water around the gazebo rippled. He was the one who blocked the disaster, and now that he's dead, the heavenly diffusion Holy Land is safe. Being someone's master, not sheltering them, not teaching them, and not giving them resources. One Ruoshue, before I was quite admiring your heart. Now, oh, when Ruoshue stood up and came in front of Zhongli Qingmeng, glancing down at Chu Xinghe, leave him in the Tianyan Holy Land. Zhongli Qingmeng took a step back. You don't match. When Ruoshue was about to strike, Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed with a cold light. The face suddenly changed. Chu Xinghe's body began to slowly dissipate, from head to torso into legs. Bit by bit, it turns into starlight. Zhongli Qingmeng felt her heart panic. Old ancestor, buzz off. A large hand suddenly appeared in the void, trying to bring the starlight together. How is that possible? A shocked voice came from the void. When Ruoshue spread her fingers wide, trying to block off the surrounding heaven and earth, nay, those starlight penetrated out without any obstruction. Rumble. Thunder flashed in the sky. Heavy rain poured down, like heaven and earth are crying. Buzz off. Two faint shadows hovered out in the void, a fairy and a devil. The silhouette slowly cracked and completely dissipated into thin air. Ugh! A sigh came from the void. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes were lost in thought. How come? How come? The immortal demon body completely dissipated, and Chu Xinghe completely died. How? He's so smart. How could this happen? When Ruoshue's left hand stretched out and hesitated to retract it, feel the raindrops smashing down from the sky. The heart becomes colder and colder. Zhongli Qingmeng raised his head. I don't know if it's tears or rain running down my face. I was sent from heaven to save you. Save yourself the trouble of seeing a great beauty like you fragrant. Chu Xinghe's words echoed in his mind for a long time. Flashes of Chu Xinghe staring at her legs. You saved me, but why did you leave? Zhongli Qingmeng muttered. Slowly close your eyes and take a deep breath. Opening his eyes again, he became cold and unfeeling, toward the outside. When Ruoshue returned to her senses and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng's back, muttered the inside of his mouth. Am I really wrong? The seven elder ancestors sighed and turned to leave the soft water palace. Zhongli Qingmeng walked through the rain curtain. Old ancestor, my heavenly fate is dead. My heart hurts. I want to kill some people. Nui, who are you trying to kill? I want to destroy the Shui family. If it wasn't for that Shui Nianji, there would still be room for everything to be salvaged. Let it go. The bells will always stand behind you. Water state, water family. Thunder rang out over the entire water family. A huge black canopy descended, wrapped the entire water family. In the middle of the water family's forbidden land, terrifying Tao rhythms began to revive. Who dares to come to my water family to act recklessly? A domineering voice echoed through the water state. The terrifying Tao rhythms startled even the powerhouses of the other states quite a bit. There was a flurry of looks towards the water state. Wanted to see what was going on in the water state. The water family's old ancestors stood in the void, eyes dead set on the sky. Buzz off. Terrifying Tao rhythms spilled down from the sky. A figure appeared, dressed in a black water fairy dress. There was indifference in her phoenix eyes. Who are you? The water family's old ancestor obviously didn't recognize Zhongli Qingmeng. After the Swanenji below saw this scene, the mind suddenly panicked. A wave of bad feeling appeared. Noticing Zhongli Qingmeng's gaze falling on her, fly hard into the sky. The eyes didn't dare to look directly at Zhongli Qingmeng. Zhongli Qingmeng, what are you doing over here? Upon hearing the two words Zhongli, the pupils of the water family ancestor contracted. I think I warned you. The water family's old ancestor's face changed. Little doll, my water family and the Zhengli family have always been well watered. Nag, die. Zhongli Qingmeng glanced at the water family ancestor. The words fell. A hand appeared in the void and rushed towards the water family ancestor and gently shook his hand. Bang! A great sage powerhouse directly disappeared. Don't you think you're high and mighty? Today I will overthrow the Shui family. Zhongli Qingmeng's voice fell. Suwenin herself jerked her head up. This woman is out of her mind. Unbridled. Do you really think that the Taishu heavenly realm is not owned by your Zhongli clan? In the middle of the forbidden land, a clear and cold voice rang out. So what if my Zhongli clan is just being reckless? A crane-haired old man appeared behind Zhongli Qingmeng, a supreme powerhouse on the verge of decaying. How dare you speak so boldly about my Zhongli clan? As the words fell, one hand had already grabbed it. The clouds swung away. A large hand spanning billions of miles of territory fell from the sky. The entire forbidden land of the water family was completely revived. One supreme artifact began to revive. The three pale ones were followed by hundreds of strong men. One could only see quite a few people burning their origin, with madness in their eyes. A mole is always a mole. The old ancestor of the Zhengli clan snorted. The giant hand fell. No. The water family's old ancestor's face changed drastically. As the same supreme powerhouse, why are you so strong? Chapter 51 Shui Nianji Regrets. One piece of the water family's supreme artifacts began to crumble. The large hand in the sky was not affected in the slightest. Rumble. The giant hand fell. The entire water family territory was instantly reduced to ruins. Pust. 3 men emerged from the ruins. With a face of horror, he stared at the Zhongli clan ancestor. Shui Nianji's pupils were wide and her hands and feet were cold, stiffened back. The entire Shui family had been reduced to rubble. The clan even died under that blow. She knew that the Zhongli family was strong, but he hadn't expected Zhongli Qingmeng to be so crazy. Just bringing one person could actually destroy their water family. Even the people who were secretly following the situation of the water family withdrew their gazes. They couldn't figure out why the water family had offended the Zhongli family. The 3 old ancestors of the water family stood in the void. The body was stooped and the eyes were cloudy. Watching the Shui family they had worked so hard for so many years turn into ruins, killing intent surged. Turning his head to look at the Zhongli clan ancestor, his killing intent dispersed. There was only deep scorn in his eyes. It's horrible. The same supreme powerhouse. Why the gap is so wide? Zhongli Qingmeng came in front of Shui Nianji. The strength of the true god realm was like a tidal wave pressing down on her. Poof! Suinen's own knees shattered directly. Kneeling hard in the void, Zhongli Qingmeng stared at her condescendingly. The 3 water family ancestors took a deep breath. Can you leave a line for my Shui family? Zhongli Qingmeng raised his head. Do you know why your water family was destroyed? The 3 water family ancestors froze. They really don't know yet. That strike by the Zhongli clan's ancestor just now had destroyed the vitality in their bodies. It won't be long before they dissipate. It's because she's nosy, thinking that you can do whatever you want with the Shui family's background. A little mouth is powerful. You yourself aren't even a saint body. Looking down on the immortal demon body, you talk nonsense for your own selfish desires. All women. I know people like you. Zhang Evening has friends like you. It's really her sorrow. I won't kill you. Someone else will. Suinen herself looked up. As the goddess of the Zhongli clan, you actually stood up for that person who doesn't know his honor. Is it worth it? The killing intent under Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes turned into indifference. Lowly, now that the Shui family, which you regarded as your pride, has dissipated, I'll see how much more honorable you are. You rely on the water family to have this kind of strength, so don't stay. When his family was destroyed, he had no strength at all, and in less than a month, he cultivated to the heavenly ascension realm. Maybe you'll be able to awaken a special physique as well, and you'll have to thank me then. A kick lands directly on Shui Nianji's dantian. Shui Nianji's eyes had long since turned into panic, resentment. It's worse than killing her. I advise you not to kill yourself. If you do, I'll strip you clean and hang you up. Shui Nianji's chest rose and fell as she stared dead at Zhongli Qingmeng. An endless wave of regret enveloped him completely. She regretted why she had mouthed off. Zhongli Qingmeng ignored her resentment and stood up like an empress looking down on all beings. People of the Taishu heavenly realm. In the future, whoever dares to help Shui Nianji will be an enemy of my Zhongli clan. Zhongli Qingmeng turned around and left after she finished speaking. The Zhongli family ancestor glanced at the 3 water family ancestors. Old age goes into the ground. After saying that the 3 figures dissipated between heaven and earth, Shui Nianji directly fainted. After many forces in the Taishu heavenly realm got the news. Inner vibrations. The first Zhongli Qingmeng was already a true god realm powerhouse. The second Zhonglei family is scary. The third is to never help Suinen himself. But there were also a number of forces that moved. Zhongli Qingmeng was the goddess of the Zhongli clan. Why would she be so angry? Just one old monster came out and directly wiped out the water family. The Shui family had 3 supreme powerhouses. These days, supreme powerhouses rarely even appeared. What is this Zhongli family trying to do? Nui, where to next? Zhongli Qing dreamed of the assassination in the secret realm, to the temple of the slayer. Good. Old ancestor Zhongli didn't ask much. When he appeared at the god slaying hall with Zhongli Qingmeng, the entire slaying god palace ancestors all climbed out. They had seen the battle just now. This old monster of the Zhongli clan killed supreme powerhouses as if they were dogs. I didn't know that Zhongli goddess. Senior grand prize is here. There is a loss of welcome. Please bear with me. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't talk nonsense. I want to know who hired your god-slaying temple to kill Chuxingha. A quarter of an hour. I want to know all the information. Otherwise there's no need for the god-slaying temple to exist. I'll do as I say. After Zhongli Qingmeng finished speaking, she no longer paid any attention to the powerhouse of the god-slaying temple. Little Star River. Anyone who is hostile to you, I'll kill them all. I don't care who they are. The slaying god hall ancestor hurriedly arranged for it to go down. The hall master of the god-slaying hall was sweating coldly. He a saintly powerhouse. This moment feels so small. Cut yourself off. I don't want to see you. Zhongli Qingmeng suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the god slayer temple master. The killing god palace advocate opened his mouth, wanting to explain. The old ancestor of the god-slaying temple quickly struck out, directly pinched the lord of the killing god temple to death. They knew that Zhong Li Qingmeng had a grudge in her heart. Could that Chu Xinghe be Zhong Li Qingmeng's man? A short while later, a man came running outside. Old ancestor. It's been investigated and it was done by the great Yu Divine Dynasty. Zhong Li Qingmeng opened his eyes. Old ancestor. Let's go. Zhong Li Qingmeng stood up. Killing temple? You have a good attitude. Hearing what Zhong Li Qingmeng said away from the moment, the old ancestor of the killing god palace exhaled a breath. Damn. That's too scary for old people. The temple of the Slayer was almost gone. Their god-slaying temple wasn't as strong as the Water family. If we go up against the Zhengli family, in an instant, it was ashes. Over the great Yu Divine Dynasty, Zhong Li Qingmeng appeared with the old ancestor. Great Yu Emperor, roll out. Zhong Li Qingmeng was not the least bit polite. Emperor Dayu heard this familiar voice. The face became ugly, but there's no way around it. If no one is strong, you have to bow down. The great Yu Divine Dynasty welcomes the descent of goddess Zhongli. Whoever bought the murder hand it over, or I don't mind if the whole of Dayu turns into a sea of blood. Emperor Dayu's face changed. Many Dayu ministers lowered their heads, not daring to take a breath. Zhong Li Qingmeng looked down on the great Yu Emperor. This was the reason why she took the lead in destroying the Water family. You want to arm wrestle? Let's see if you're as strong as the Shui family. If you don't have it, you'll shrink honestly. Men, the Divine Martial King's mansion will not leave any chickens or dogs behind. After the great Yu Emperor ordered it, in the Imperial Palace, a dark shadow appeared and transformed into a ghost and disappeared. Half an hour later, the entire Divine Martial King's mansion was on fire. Where is the heir to the Divine Martial King's transfer? Zhong Li Qingmeng did things naturally. Ever since being taught by Chu Xinghe, she was afraid of accidents. Emperor Dayu shook his head. The Divine Martial King has no heirs left. All of them have been killed. Zhong Li Qingmeng stopped talking nonsense. Let's get a new emperor for the great Yu Imperial Dynasty. After saying that, old ancestor Zhongli was about to strike. Stop. A stooped old man with a cane appeared. Old ancestor Zhongli's eyes changed as he looked at this person. Old thing from the Heavenly Deer Academy. What are you doing over here? What? Could it be that you want to go to war with my Zhongli clan? The old man shook his head. The great Yu Emperor was previously a student of my Heavenly Deer Academy and was my disciple. Old ancestor Zhongli's eyes narrowed. So what? Are you sure you want to intervene? The old man sighed. Hand it over. There was a complexity in Emperor Dayu's eyes. The Divine Martial King was promoted by him, and he sat in this position with the Divine Martial King contributing vigorously. It didn't occur to me that, in the end, he couldn't even protect his heir. A consort appears in the Imperial Palace with a child in her arms. Old ancestor Zhongli didn't say anything. Zhong Li Qingmeng didn't have any emotions. Another thought of Chu Xinghe's face. Old ancestor, let's go to war. Using your own son as a replacement. You're quite bold. Emperor Dayu suppressed the shocking waves that were turning up in his heart. Even the old man on crutches was shaken in his heart. Killing intent rolled underneath old ancestor Zhongli's eyes. Even he didn't see it. How the Inamorata looks out. Chapter 52. The female demon forced the death of Emperor Dayu. This is the heir of the Divine Martial King. Just at this time, another old man appeared, holding a small doll in his arms. Zhong Li Qingmeng looked at this little doll. A flash of disgust in her eyes. The corners of her mouth turned up. That's what it feels like. Another one of those special people. Old Yu carried the child out. The heart was vicious, using the Dao Rhyme to directly kill the child in his arms. Zhong Li Qingmeng's feeling of boredom disappeared, until the boy is completely dead. These days Zhong Li Qingmeng had also felt quite a lot of doors. The feeling of loathing, of making yourself uncomfortable, was still there. It means those special people are still alive. When that feeling goes away, it means those special people are dead. The great Yu old ancestor glanced at the great Yu Emperor. Today, the Emperor of Dayu has died and the country is in mourning. Emperor Dayu's eyes widened violently as his pupils contracted. Before he could react, his divine soul had already been annihilated by the old ancestor. Zhong Li Qingmeng looked at the old man from Tian Deer Academy who was on crutches. I'll go to Tianlu Academy in a couple days. The old man's face changed drastically. The corners of old man Zhong Li's mouth rose. Nice work. Get in there and kill the old man. Senior, you'd better not have anything to do with Chu Xinghe's death. You shouldn't know who Chu Xinghe is, but I can tell you one thing. He occupies a great deal of credit for Yulinmo's heaven-swallowing demon body being able to be exposed. He is an immortal demon body and has a special sense for the heaven-swallowing demon body. I don't know how many people have dealt with Chu Xinghe, but in the future, when the heaven-swallowing demon body makes the Taishu heavenly realm's life miserable, whoever makes a move will be the biggest culprit. Elder, go back and rest. You'd better pray that your one life's worth of fame won't be tied up. Zhong Li Qingmeng left with the old ancestor. The face of Diyu's old ancestor instantly turned ugly. I didn't realize that a slip-up would involve so many things. wanted to curse. The old man from the Sky Deer Academy clenched his hand on his cane for a moment. No way. If that's true, his whole life is really ruined. Old ancestor followed Zhongli Qingmeng. There was surprise in his eyes. Nui, you're a bit of a stranger to me. Old ancestor. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't say anything. Sometimes strength doesn't solve all problems. Brains do. The thought of that man in his mind was lost in his heart. If she hadn't gone back into seclusion, he wouldn't have died. He gets the demon god pearl for her and solves her problems. By the time she finished her retreat, the two were separated by heaven. What about the Jiang family? Zhongli Qingmeng had a coldness under her eyes. Let Jiang Evening take care of the Jiang family's matters. She's a reincarnation god body. By the time the wheel returns, she'll probably be crazier than I am. Chu Xinghe died for her and she's still alive. But Chu Xinghe is dead. Zhongli Qingmeng raised her head and looked at the sky. Even if I have to go to heaven and earth, slaughter immortals and destroy Buddhas, I will find a way to resurrect you. Old ancestor didn't say anything. Nui stopped playing with her strength and started playing with her brain. Caught him a little off guard. It's even a bit of a reaction. Ancestor, how do you resurrect someone? Old ancestor Zhongli shook his head after hearing this. If the 3 souls and 7 spirits were still there, our Zhongli clan would still have a way to help him. But his 3 souls and 7 spirits have already dissipated. When the holy body perishes, heaven and earth grieve. Even great emperors can't do it. Zhongli Qingmeng clenched her fingers and pursed her lips. Then above achieving greatness, there will always be a way. I will definitely resurrect him. Old ancestor Zhongli pondered for a moment. Even if it's an enemy of the Taishu heavenly realm? Although your heaven-swallowing demon body is special, if you want to grow quickly, you need to absorb quite a few origin, divine pills. You may need to sacrifice 99% of the living beings in the Taishu heavenly realm if you want to surpass above the great emperor. In this life, our Zhengli family is being targeted again, and we will be exposed if we are not careful. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. Old ancestor, it's not a solution to keep hiding. If it wasn't for Xinghe, perhaps my demonic body would have been exposed. Those special people have great fortune, and they are here to eat away at our Zhengli family. Instead of perishing in silence, we should explode in silence. Zhongli Qingmeng raised his head to look at the sky, not to mention that it wasn't me who made the sacrifice, but rather, the Taishu heavenly realm civilization suffered a great catastrophe and was about to be destroyed, and I awakened the memories of 10,000 lifetimes in order to preserve that 1% of the payload. Old ancestor Zhongli froze in place. It can still be said that way. What did that little Chu Xinghe guy teach you? Old ancestor, I need some top-tier demons to control them and make them appear in the Taishu heavenly realm. I'll let everyone know to remember his name, so that those who are hostile to him will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the Taishu heavenly realm. Old ancestor Zhongli was stunned. He still thanked Chu Xinghe inwardly. Nui seems to have changed. Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, at the pavilion of the Soft Water Palace. When Ruoshui's fingers kept pinching the seal, the face gradually became pale. Finally, he had no choice but to put down his handprints. Why is that? I count no lives at stake. When Ruoshui murmured a sentence, what Zhongli Qingmeng said came to mind. By accepting him as a disciple, you are meddling in his path. Let him become the holy son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, and he should also meddle in his Tao. Originally, there would have been a disaster in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, but now his death cancels that out. There were also the words that Chu Xinghe told Zhongli Qingmeng to bring. He's done with his lane. A mist of water rose from the gazebo. The lake swirled. The koi inside fled. The lotus flowers blooming in the lake have withered. When Ruoshui looked across the room, the one that always loved to stare at her, the people who wanted to see her lose her mind were no longer there. A place of mystery. A weak voice rang out. Whoa, master, I'm back. I finally found you again. An aura appeared if nothing else. It's like being in this realm, and it's like not being in this realm. Chu Xinghe's soul floated in the void. System cutie, are you okay? Master, in the future, we will not assist the other sons of Qi. You just need to grow up well and at ease. The system was upgraded to become the Divine Order Auxiliary System. Master, no one will love you in the future. The system will love you. Chu Xinghe secretly said that he had finally succeeded. From the time he defected to the villainous and killed the son of Qi, Chu Xinghe knew that there would be that day. One day, under this heavenly tangle, someone will be born who can kill him. Plus the system had always told him to assist the sons of Qi. He's even less likely to do it, and he has his own selfishness. Chu Xinghe was also betting. There are sons of Qi who will kill him, so he'd asked the system twice before. What if a child of luck would kill him? The system didn't answer, but now it had been answered, and he had won the bet. In the future, he would be a brand new Chu Xinghe. Originally, he had planned to use other methods to save Jiang Evening. Who would have thought that silly girl would go to that extent for him? Fortunately, He knew that Zhang Evening was a reincarnation god body and didn't worry too much. Going with the flow also completes the layout. He could also see that when Ruoshui wouldn't help him, there would be no need to stay in that heavenly diffractive Holy Land. He worked behind Zhong Li Qing Meng and many people already knew him. He's extra in need of an identify too. Let's just say that with the emergence of the Zhang Evening thing, everything will be pushed forward. I should say, he gambled successfully. If we fail, everything will go up in smoke. The master evokes a new life and rewards it with a mysterious gift bag. Mystery gift bag opened. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining. Chapter 53 Resurrection. Living for yourself. Mystery gift pack opened. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the Destiny Void Body. Void diffracting Taoist scripture. No, how could this be? Why did the master require this physique? Chu Xinghe also froze in place when he heard the Destiny Void Body. The master's soul hasn't disappeared. It's not considered completely dead. I remember. That mysterious elixir. To the Taishu heavenly realm, the immortal demon body has completely dissipated, and the mystic elixir gives you a remodeled soul, time and fate. Congratulations to the master. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. System, this world has not treated me well. Will you follow me to create a world that treats me well where I belong? Master, I will always be there. Fate Void Body, kills without touching cause and effect, cannot be deduced, unspeakable, slowly grows up, can see through a person's destiny. Nothingness turns into chaos, and chaos turns into the innate before there are all the spirits, and nothingness is again the end of everything. The host begins to fuse the physiques. Chu Xinghe closed his eyes. Buzz off. At this time a special power suddenly erupted from the soul. Chu Xinghe hurriedly looked at it. It was precisely the mysterious elixir that he had eaten earlier. The Tao Rhyme outlines a body of flesh. 10,000 rays of light poured down on it. A fleshly body with a face like a crown of jade, eyebrows like ink paintings, handsome sword eyebrows, eyes like a phoenix, and sideburns like a sword cut appeared in the void. A head of black hair like ink splashing naturally hung down and fluttered with the wind. Handsome and stunning, like a heavenly immortal. Chu Xinghe's soul entered it. Like heaven and earth fit together, the physiques began to merge. Unspeakable Tao rhythms surrounded his body. Chu Xinghe sat cross-legged in the void. Divine awareness is internalized. The body was a void. Chu Xinghe continuously participated in his own mysteries. Strength is also increasing rapidly. Flesh, nourish qi, pass through the veins, and condense the dan. Spiritual sea, divine soul, divine viscera, divine general, seal the king, seal the emperor, ascend to heaven. All the way to ascension perfection this stopped. Chu Xinghe opened his eyes as deep as the sea. Stand up slowly. Rumble. A powerful pressure erupted. The barrier of the ascension realm perfection directly broke open. The strength of the early stage of the void god realm was revealed. System interface reloading in progress. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early void god. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, heart demon leader. Instantaneous shift. Weapons, none. Destiny value, 398,000. Backpack, none. Chu Xinghe looked at the few nothing, the corners of his mouth twitching. The immortal demon body's means of attack were no longer available. The previous health value becomes the divine destiny value. Master, this is the change after the system upgrade. Everyone has their own destiny, and as long as the master intervenes to change it, snatch women, snatch chances, and kill them, it all counts as helping them change their destiny, and all of them can gain the value of heaven's destiny. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. So it was like this. It's so easy to get the divine destiny value that way. Any way you look at this tactic, it looks like villainy, but he likes it, turning passive into active. The system had said that everyone had a destiny, and if he intervened to change it, he could gain access to the divine destiny value. If this were to slaughter a city and start a wave of fights, wouldn't the heavenly fate value fly in? That's too easy. Just changing someone's growth trajectory even a little bit is considered counterintuitive. After upgrading, the system will assist the master to grow quickly. As for the damn sons of Qi, all go to hell. We kindly wanted to assist them. We didn't think that there were actually real sons of Qi who wanted to kill the master. And that damned woman, wait until we track her down. We'll go over there and find trouble with her. This revenge will not go unrewarded. We swear not to be a system. By the way, the heavenly fate value can increase strength and can also buy things in the mall. The mall is refreshed once a day. Only one item will appear, and things are randomized. Please ask the owner to see for himself. In order to celebrate the master to get a new life, the system secretly tampered with the mall items. The price, add one more, only the master more handsome growth, traveling with a sense of compulsion. The first item, the 9-dragon chariot, 9 pure-blooded scaly dragons of the sage realm, 200,000 heavenly destiny values. The second item, A growable attack means intercepting the heavenly finger. 100,000 heavenly destiny values. Master, do you like it? Chu Xinghe nodded. He could so love a system that knew what it was doing. Luckily, there were 300,000 heavenly fate values. This is also regarded as the compensation for the system's ignorance before, causing the master to almost die, or else you cannot afford it. Master, without the slightest hesitation, Chu Xinghe directly bought it. Intercepting heavenly fingers, a growable level martial art. With the stronger the person practicing it, the stronger the attack. Cultivating to the fullest can break the sky and split the earth. After lamenting for a while, he released the 9-dragon chariot. 9 barbaric pressures burst out. Each auger dragon was only 100 meters in size, with a torch-like gaze and scales like steel. Greetings, Master. The 9 auger dragons spoke in unison. Master, this pure-blooded auger can cultivate on its own, has an autonomous consciousness, and will never betray its master. Master, just ask you if it's cool. It's even cooler than when the system turns into a black silk royal sister standing in front of you, right? Chu Xinghe coughed. What nonsense is this in broad daylight? Master, what are you going to do next? Finding what I lost. Of course, what's mine is not for anyone to get their hands on. Chu Xinghe had just sat on the 9-dragon chariot. A savage aura suddenly erupted in the distance. One could only see that the visitors were riding all sorts of exotic beasts, their scales and armor emitting a cold light. After the dragon took a look, these demonic beasts' legs went weak, plopped down on his knees, looking at the pure-blooded scaly dragon that was emitting a terrifying pressure. The throat of the man at the head of the group rolled a little. Mother ******* her. I just felt a movement happening here. Thought it was chance. Didn't realize it was Yama's edge. Mom won't have to worry about my safety anymore. I don't know that your honor is resting here, and I hope that you will bear with me if I bump into you. The man riding the foreign beast at the head of the group lowered his head, clasped his fists and saluted. 9 dragons pulling a cart. Such a stroke is definitely out of a big family. No need to be polite. Those present froze at the sound of the young voice inside. This is the son of a god or a saint of a family, isn't it? Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth rose. This 9-dragon chariot is quite capable of bluffing. One look at the identity is not simple. What interested Chu Xinghe even more was that he sensed a familiar aura. That disgusting woman. The water reads itself. Only the situation seems a bit bleak. Isn't she the lady of the water family? Now it was actually intercepted by a group of mountain bandits. We will retire. Wait. Hearing this, the faces of these mountain bandits changed drastically. The 9 scaly dragons stared at them in death. If it wasn't for the constant work of killing people and getting away with it, must have peed his pants. Try being stared at by 9 Saint Realm augurs. It's not enough to beat someone with a mouthful of spit. I wonder what your honor's orders are. The leader of the bandits was drumming in his mind. That woman is quite pretty. I'm bored. Why don't you guys? Chapter 54. You're the devil, aren't you? Is this something a human being could do? That woman is quite pretty. I'm bored. Why don't you guys move around a bit live so I can take a look? Bandit? System? Swinenji? You're the ing devil, aren't you? Listen to what people say or not. The bandit leader was thoughtful. Today, we bumped into your honor, so this woman will be offered to your honor. This is our Black Wind Walled City's reparation. After the bandit finished speaking, he instructed his men behind him to put down Swinenji, then take out a ring and put it on the ground, dragging his mount away without looking back. I wish my parents had 2 more legs. Chu Xinghe's face darkened. What is this group misunderstanding? Can't you be honest? Suinin herself sat on the ground in a sorry state. After his strength was abolished, he looked like a lonely ghost. The Shui family has been destroyed. She was no longer the high and mighty Miss Shui. Even now she's going to say that she's the Miss Shui family. The people are avoided like snakes and scorpions. Chu Xinghe was sitting in the 9-dragon carriage, and there was a golden light in the bottom of his eyes. The golden pupil of heavenly fate, which can view a person's destiny. Name, Shui Nianji. Age, 21. Identity, a former miss of the Shui family. A chirography heroine. Physique, Xian Shui Wang body, abolished. Technique, Water Sky Sutra. Destiny value, 80,000. Chu Xinghe's eyebrows twitched. The former Miss Shui family. It looks like something's happened. Have they been kicked out? Or has the water family been destroyed? None of these Chu Xinghe was interested in as the heavenly fate golden pupil looked at Shui Nianji. You can vaguely see a chance to get a share in a cottage. Black Wind Cottage. That's interesting. I was thinking of making that group of people disgusted with this Swinenji. They run. Chu Xinghe wanted to chase. Chu Xinghe walked out of the 9-dragon chariot. For chance, divine destiny is worth it. Let's start with this disgusting woman in a false sense. A Qi heroine. Surely she'll meet a son of Qi. Shui Nianji raised her head to look at Chu Xinghe, who was as if an immortal monarch had come to earth, and was completely frozen in place. That's a good-looking guy. Chu Xinghe dared to appear because the appearance had changed. Is the girl alright? Shui Nianji heard this spring-like voice. The eyes had become moist. How long has it been since I've heard the sounds that make people shut down? Thank you, sir, for saving me. No need to be polite. I just ran out from my family. I was bored along the way. Meeting a girl can still relieve my boredom. Girl, come up. Su Weinin herself froze. Is this an invitation for her to come up? Zhongli Qingmeng had said that whoever helped her was an enemy of the Zhongli clan. This man, unlike a mortal, went out accompanied by 9 pure-blooded scaly dragons. Shouldn't be afraid of Zhongli Qingmeng. Might even be able to rely on him. Shui Nianji took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Gongzi, I'm seriously injured. Can you help me? The 9 scaly dragons' eyes glanced at each other. Yo, have thoughts about my master. Open your mouth and you're going to kill this pussy with a mouthful of phlegm. Chu Xinghe lands a light kick to the feet. You get her killed. What about my chance? An energy burst out from an auger dragon. Shui Nianji let out a cry of surprise and was already standing on the 9-dragon chariot. Inside the 9-dragon chariot, it was practically indistinguishable from a palace, and there were other worlds inside. I wonder what your name is. Sir, you don't have to know. Swinenji. When did she no longer even qualify to know people's names? She's so miserable that anyone who sees her would be disgusted. It's been a long time since my daughter has bathed. I wonder if you could make it easier for me. Chu Xinghe glanced at the palace next to him. When Shui Nianji came out again, she was like a lotus flower with rosy cheeks. Thank you, sir. Shui Nianji saluted, and Chu Xinghe took one look and averted his gaze. Wouldn't have been able to look at this pussy, high and mighty before. Who are you playing for by whispering now? I'm blind to you. I'll clean you up when I pry your chances over. Looking at Chu Xinghe, who was not interested in her, Shui Nianji froze. And you're not impressed? Are you still a man? Tell me, who are you? Don't think about acting in front of my eyes. You have a kind of pride in your bones. You want to use me for ulterior motives. Chu Xinghe's eyes were fixed on Shui Nianji. Shui Nianji felt an irresistible pressure. Both legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. What a strong man. My name is Swinenji. After Shui Nianji said those words, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Xinghe. And then what? Chu Xinghe had a calm face. I was originally a young lady of the Shui family in the water state. My family was destroyed by a thief. That person abolished my strength, and also declared that in the Taishu heavenly realm, whoever helps me is an enemy of her. Overthrowing my Shui family, actually just for a dead man, and saying that I'm high and mighty. Wasn't she also high and mighty when she overthrew my Shui family? That face is really disgusting. It's a loss that she's still a family goddess, a generation of heavenly pride, and she's degrading herself. Chu Xinghe didn't show any emotions. When you say it like that, it kind of rings a bell. I think it's a guy named Chu Xinghe who's here, isn't it? Swinenji nodded. There was surprise in his eyes. This mysterious guy sure knows a little something. What kind of physique did Miss Water have before? Su Weinin herself froze, muttered his mouth. Water King body. And what strength were you when you weren't abolished? Seal King realm. Chu Xinghe let out an O. I seem to have heard that Chu Xinghe is an immortal demon body, right? He's already at the sudden Seal Emperor realm. If he had been born in the water family, would you still be talking about him like that? Shui Nianji didn't open his mouth. I've heard about him too, including him and Jiang Eveningin. Well, Jiang Eveningin is dead. I remember that so many things happened as if it was because you added fuel to the fire to look down on Chu Xinghe, which caused things to happen. You said that when the Shui family was destroyed, that goddess was high and mighty with an ugly mouth. But what about when you looked down on Chu Xinghe? Isn't it the same thing? A girl should have grown through the waves. Why would she still be so naive? But I've heard that you're adding fuel to the fire because you're envious. Shui Nianji was about to open his mouth to explain. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I'm not curious about your affairs, and saving you today was a thoughtless act. Shui Nianji, when she heard this, the heart suddenly had a bad feeling. The 9-dragon chariot had stopped over the black wind wall. Out. The dragon's mouth spits out human words. There were quite a few strong people flying out of the entire black wind wall. The third leader of the black wind-walled city, who left Shui Nianji before, looked at the 9-dragon chariot. It feels like the sky is falling. The big dog was also in a cold sweat. You guys forgot your trash at my place. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he kicked Shui Nianji down. Shui Nianji let out a miserable scream, plopped to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Chu Xinghe walked out. I've been idle and bored lately, so I want to disturb you for 2 days at your black wind-walled city. Is that possible? How dare the big dog refuse? Maybe they, black wind-walled city, could hitch a ride with this mysterious male. This way, my lord. The big dog led Chu Xinghe inside. No one looked at Shui Nianji. Chu Xinghe was in a good mood as he walked along the road. Without realizing it, I saw a fat sheep. Chapter 55 You're getting coaxed into a placenta. After glancing at it, Chu Xingha's gaze shifted. The three leaders of the Black Wind Walled City had already guided Chu Xingha to sit on a high seat. Chu Xingha looked at the third leader who had already taken the lead in speaking. Third leader, you are finding me a problem. Hearing these words, the third leader froze, not understanding what Chu Xingha meant. The big dog's eyes carried the same disbelief. Could it be because of that woman? Do you know what the woman's name is? The first and second dons look at the third dons. The pussy you went to grab. You should know what's coming, right? Could it be that there is some other powerful background? But the fact that Chu Xingha directly threw her down made them a bit skeptical again. The third leader was also anxious. And please show me. Chu Xingha sighed. That woman's name is Swinenji. What? Swinenji. She's Suinen herself. The three pawns stood up, especially the third leader. His legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. He was halfway across the country when he saw this half-dead woman with a bit of class and brought her back. Who would have thought that it would be so unlucky to catch a random woman who was Sui Nianji? Now who doesn't know that Shui Nianji is a hot potato? The big dog reacted. A kick sends the third leader to the ground. Damn. Sooner or later you'll die on a woman's belly. Third in command, a big burly man. Cover your face and cry in pain. The second lord looked at Chu Xingha, a flash of hope rising in his eyes. Just now, Chu Xingha said that he would find a trouble for him. Together with the fact that Chu Men still had 9 scaly dragons, they definitely weren't afraid of Zhong Li Qing Meng. But they didn't have anything for this gentleman to look at in Black Wind Walled City either. And please guide us, Your Excellency. We are willing to saddle up. Upon hearing the second leader's words, the eldest and third leaders reacted and similarly bowed. Chu Xingha looked at the third leader. Your big brother wasn't wrong just now. You will indeed die on a woman's belly. The third leader hated to kill the chicken on the spot to prove the truth, but he didn't want to. The big dog looked at the third dog and was just so angry that he went up and slapped him. Hey Goo, what are you doing? Well, do as I say. I don't want to offend that woman either. The three men quieted down. I was going to let you do her, and then you ran away. Hearing Chu Xingha's words, the third leader opened his mouth. Turns out it was really for him to run her. The first and second heads looked at each other in dismay. Good. Follow my plan next and make sure nothing happens to you. This is the first time I've snuck out of the house, and I don't want to get caught back by the family because of this. The three men looked at each other. Yo, still a male with a rebel bone. Third leader, there are traitors among your men who aim to kill the three of you. Even I can guarantee that even those women you snatched up earlier, there are quite a few of them working with that subordinate of yours to try and kill you. Upon hearing this, the third leader did not open his mouth. No one would believe it without proof like that, even the big dogs and the second dogs. However, as they looked at Chu Xingha with such conviction, they could only beat a dead horse. If you go to Shui Nianji tonight, he'll naturally jump out at you. When you try to kill him, one of your concubines will jump out at you. If you don't believe me, I'm still a pretty good judge of character. The third leader was a bit hesitant. The second lord went up for a kick. The eunuch is giving you advice. What do you still suspect? Do you have to wake up on the day your head is cut off? Thank you, Your Excellency. Chu Xingha nodded. As night falls, the place where Swinenji is being held, the third in command walks in. A flash of panic hung in Shui Nianji's eyes. Don't you come over here. The third leader's eyes narrowed, drooling and rubbing his hands together. Shout as much as you want. No one will come to your rescue if you scream your head off. Young lady, the night is late. We should rest. After saying that, he had already pounced towards Shui Nianji. Poof! Swinenji was tackled to the ground. His pupils were dilated and his eyes were filled with horror. No, don't. You can't? The third leader had a horny look on his face. I can't what? After saying that, he was going to tug on Shui Nianji's clothes. It's not good for the third master. The water's gone outside. The third leader stood up, toward the outside. A kick sends the man who reported it flying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just don't interrupt me if the sky is falling. With that, he closed the door with a bang. Gongsun Wuji rubbed his nose down, a little embarrassed. Chu Xingha, who had been in the shadows from afar, did not speak. Name, Gongsun Wuji. Age, 20. Identity, son of Qi Luck. Young master of the Gongsun family, overthrown. Physique, pure Yang King body. Technique, the ancestral scripture. Strength, perfection of King Seal. Destiny value, 150. 000. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose. I don't know if that purple gold gourd ran into the hands of this son of Qi. Right now, his void-diffracting Tao scripture was still not cultivated enough. A lot of things are impenetrable. Not even the chances of the sons of Qi could be seen through. But Chu Xingha was in no hurry. The big boss and also the second boss stood behind Chu Xingha. Just now they had noticed the fire that this guy had deliberately set. You guys look over there? Chu Xingha pointed to the distance and said. 2 people look away. It was found to have gone off at the third concubine's place. The two didn't speak. The third in command is in the room. Third boss, Mrs. Jun's room is on fire. When the third leader heard this, he turned around and left without saying a word. Shui Nianji's fear dissipated quite a bit. Looking at the dark figure outside, his lips pursed. Thank you. Without speaking, the dark figure turned away. Regret was like a tidal wave that surrounded Suinen himself. If she could do it all over again, she would definitely not meddle in Zhang Evening Yin's affairs. The third leader headed to Mrs. Jun's room. Mrs. Jun's pale face was stained with dust. When he saw the third leader, he took the initiative to usher him in. Boss, you finally came over. You scared me to death just now. The third leader's eyes twinkled for a moment. This time Gongsun Wuji just came over. The third leader went up and just gave him a kick. Damn thing. You were told to protect the lady, and this is how you do it. Men, pull them down and feed them to the dogs. When Mrs. Jin heard these words, a flash of panic flickered in her eyes. Gongsun Wuji had not yet spoken. Mrs. Jin's voice had sounded. Don Jia, it has nothing to do with Xiao Sun. There must be bad people trying to stir up trouble. Little Sun is loyal, so don't you dare accuse anyone wrongly. I was just a little shocked, and seeing the pawn, I'm fine. I was really scared just now. You're so wise and honorable. My lord, you must be able to tell right from wrong. You don't even realize how attractive you looked when you were mad at me just now. Don Jia, just now you were angry because you cared for your concubine, which is why you are angry. Now think about who is trying to deal with us. You are the pillar of my concubine. My concubine will rely on you for the rest of her life. You can't have anything happen to you. In the shadows, Chu Xinghe frowned. This trio of dudes is about to be coaxed into a placenta. Chapter 56, don't you find this exciting? The big Dangji and second Dangji standing behind Chu Xinghe also frowned. This does not look like a good person. Everywhere in the complimentary praise Lao-san. In fact, without realizing it has already buried nails. The third leader straightened his clothes and coughed twice. Ma'am, just now I was also worried about something happening to you, which is why I was in a hurry to punish little Sun. These days Xiao Sun has done hard work without merit. I've seen it all. Mrs. Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even Gongsun Wuji in the back calmed down. But the lady is right. It does come at me. The third master's eyes flickered. Today, the Black Wind walled city came to a nobleman, and as a result, there was an accident at night, and it looks like big brother and second brother already wanted to get rid of me a long time ago. When Mrs. Jin heard this, her eyes were with worry. His eyes vaguely met with Gongsun Wuji for a moment. Gongsun Wuji didn't have any expression. Then, Don Jia, what should we do? I'm just a weak woman. You're the only one I can rely on right now. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live either. The third lord reached out his hand and soothed Mrs. Yen. Mrs. Jin leaned in the arms of the third head, her eyes lowered in disgust. Big brother and second brother are trying to kill me, and I can only kill them if I want to live. The third leader's eyes were chilled as he spoke of this. Hiding in the shadows, the big dogs and the second dogs clenched their fingers. Just as they were about to go out, Chu Xinghe reached out to stop them. Keep reading. The two men stopped in their tracks. Below, Mrs. Jin leaned in the arms of the third leader. Concubine has only one person to rely on as the head of the family. I will support whatever you want to do. The third leader laughed out loud. Little son, will you follow in my footsteps? Gongsun Wuji bowed hastily. Thank you for your appreciation. I will definitely follow you in life and death. The third leader laughed 2 more times in quick succession. Good, good, not bad. After the third Dangji finished speaking, the bottom of his eyes had been replaced with coldness. Ma'am, is that how you want to pick on me and big brother and second brother? You just said that you are a weak woman. I do think that the lady is not weak. Everywhere compliments me, for my good, but rather inadvertently let me suspect the big brother and 2 brothers. I wonder what conditions little son promised you. Mrs. Jin raised her head sharply, her face unbelievable. His face was all pain and disbelief. Waves of shock had been raised in his mind. He could have coaxed him into a placenta just now. Why sober this moment? The Gongsun Wuji next to him was also a bit dumbfounded this moment. When did this pig get so smart? Or was it a deliberate attempt to confuse them? If the head of the house doesn't trust the concubine, then just kill her. Mrs. Jin turned around. In fact, inside, he was already tense. The third leader sighed. Step forward and put your arms around Mrs. Jin. I was just joking with your ladyship, and your ladyship took it seriously. Son, it didn't scare you, did it? Gongsun Wuji shook his head. My life was saved by the third lord. Even if you want me to die, just give an order. The third leader patted Gongsun Wuji's shoulder. Little son, I've seen your loyalty. After I get rid of big brother and second brother, in the future, I'll be the big boss of Black Wind Walled City, and you'll be the second boss. I don't dare, and I don't have that ability, as long as I can follow the pawn side. Third Dongji heavily tapped Gongsun Wuji's shoulder. Mrs. Jin breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. It really scared her to death just now. She thought the stupid pig had awakened. Turns out it was just to scare them. Even Gongsun Wuji was relieved. He then said there was nothing wrong with his choice. Compared to the big boss and the second boss, this third boss is a bit better to deal with. How do you feel, ma'am? Any weakness in your body? Mrs. Jin was confused and reacted. The body went limp and almost fell down. The third master stepped forward to help. Ma'am, how was my play just now? Did you all just breathe a sigh of relief? Setting fires is what you did. And for what purpose? Mrs. Jin froze in place. Lady, don't move or I won't promise to slap you to death. Mrs. Jin felt the toxins in her body and turned pale. What do you mean, Mr. Dangalar? The third leader snorted. If you had been so forthcoming before, I might have actually fallen for it. But there are more dangerous things going on and I can only be careful and vigilant. Not to mention that you weren't this enthusiastic about me before. Does your ladyship think that if you say something nice, I'll be good enough to listen to you? I do like other people's wives, but you're not the only one. I'm willing to cajole you to qualify as capricious. And if I don't cajole you, in fact, you already know that I was the one who killed your husband's family, as well as your parents. All of this has been told to you by little son. Isn't that right, ma'am? Mrs. Jin froze in place. Turns out the dog knew all along. Then why did you leave me behind? The third leader stroked his beard a bit. Don't you feel excited? I'm your enemy, and as a result, you have to commit yourself to me, even to the point of being disgusted with me, and the more this happens, the more I feel a sense of conquest. You have to fight it every time. The more you do it, the more excited I get. Chu Xinghe in the dark froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's exciting. Big dog, how could you be such a third brother? Flinging your head around on the waistband of your pants. Second donor, what the hell kind of fetish is that? The two turned their heads to find Chu Xinghe looking at them with a strange expression. The first lord, the second lord waved their hands in a hurry. I'm the same as my big brother, not the same as my third brother. The lower three leaders looked at little son. Oh, the only ones that have recently been overthrown are the Gongsun Wuji family. You should be their legacy, right? Gongsun Wuji froze. The feeling of weakness in his body came. How did you find out? The third leader sighed. How can it be such a coincidence that I only found out when you saved that woman? Early in the morning, late in the evening, the old man wanted to her, but he went overboard. Gongsun Wuji froze. That's why. Isn't it because of that nobleman? So what if you find out? Gongsun Wuji's eyes carried a chill. The Feng family exterminated our Gongsun family, and now that the Feng family has been wiped out, I found out that the Feng family is related to your Black Wind Wall. When you destroyed my Gongsun family, you also had your Black Wind Walled city to do it. Who else is there? The third leader snorted, with mockery in his eyes. Even if you knew. So what? Gongsun Wuji's eyes narrowed. Is it something to do with the guy who came over today? Chu Xinghe who was hiding in the dark. It's got something to do with me, too. For S sake, I'm still your benefactor? It seems that he was the one who exterminated the Feng family. Of course it was forced to be exterminated. Could it be that the purple gold gourd had already been picked up by the Son of Luck? The third pawn looked at Gongsun Wuji with cold eyes. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Gongsun Wuji took out an elixir and after eating it, his entire body's aura exploded out. His aura rapidly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the Ascension realm. Then you can go to hell. Chapter 57. His brother is a little cold. Roast him over a fire. The third leader reached out and choked Mrs. Jin's neck. Do it and I'll kill her. Gongsun Wuji stopped in his tracks. He saw this relaxing his guard before making a quick move. Didn't realize it was still a step too late. She helped you so much. It's up to you to save her. After the third leader finished speaking, he quickly made his move. Directly remove Mrs. Yan's jaw. Eyes glanced up and broke off a tooth straight away. Hiding poison in your mouth is pretty hard on yourself. Mrs. Jin's eyes were shocked as she stared at the third leader. Even Gongsun Wuji froze. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose in the dark. He was the one who transmitted the voice to the third leader just now. Fingers condensed a bean-sized glow. Breaking through the void, it landed directly on Gongsun Wuji. Pust. Gongsun Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood. The body flew out backwards. The strength of the Ascension realm rapidly plummeted. A hole had been pierced there in the Dantian. Master abolishes the strength of the sons of Qi and gains 10,000 heavenly fate values. Mrs. Jin is not dead, and gains 300 heavenly fate values. The third master is not dead and gains 200 heavenly fate values. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose when he heard the words in his head. It was so easy to obtain the heavenly fate value. It made him a bit uncomfortable. Chu Xinghe walked out of the shadows. Gongsun Wuji looked at Chu Xinghe. Fear flickered in his eyes. For some reason, seeing Chu Xinghe had the feeling of being stared at by an abyss. Mrs. Jin looked at Chu Xinghe, a flash of trance in her eyes. Is this the man who sabotaged their plans? Chu Xinghe condescended to look at Gongsun Wuji. Why are you slandering my lord? Gongsun Wuji froze. Before he could open his mouth, he was directly knocked out by Chu Xinghe's kick. The big dog and the second dog walked out, mind blown, casually striking out to waste an Ascension Realm powerhouse. Among them, the most powerful was only the big boss, a Void God powerhouse. But he couldn't see through Chu Xinghe's strength either. My lord, should we kill him? Chu Xinghe shook his head. This son can take out pills that allow him to break through the Ascension Realm. The power behind it is not simple. Fish it out and take a look. This Gongzi doesn't want to be missed. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, his aura transformed into a sword, picked off Gongsun Wuji's limbs and meridians, infused the dead points of your entire body with Reiki. The first, second, and third masters watched as the corners of their mouths twitched. Aren't you the son of a great family? To not be so robust. Chu Xinghe knew that this guy had a secret treasure. To force it out. A little setup according to my arrangements will give you a show. The three pawns froze. When it was late at night, Gongsun Wuji woke up leisurely. A great pain struck. A wave of fear enveloped him. A cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The limbs and meridians have been singed. He was also tied up on all fours. More importantly, the clothes on the body went somewhere. The eyes of the first, second, and third heads flickered. Vaguely a bit of an inferiority complex. The third leader came forward and took out an elixir. You're blessed. The male rewarded you with an elixir that can increase your pain sensation tenfold. After saying that, he pinched Gongsun Wuji's mouth and fed the elixir down. Subsequently raised the flames below. A smell of burning hair came from it. Gongsun Wuji was completely dumbfounded. Roast bird? Ah, true. Who came up with this idea? When the third leader returned, he pulled over Mrs. Shin. Heartbroken? If I'm not mistaken, you've already given it to him, haven't you? Mrs. Shin pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Eyes worried. He looked at Gongsun Wuji. Her strength had been crippled. Her meridians were closed, and she couldn't do anything. One can only watch. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably. Chu Xinghe glanced at Gongsun Wuji. Lower him a bit. His brother's a bit cold. Cold sweat broke out on the big dog's brain. Are these big clan princes playing so sick? He, a murderous bandit, felt intimidated. Gongsun Wuji, who was racked up, was completely dumbfounded. I can't believe you came up with such an evil idea. As the pillar binding Gongsun Wuji descended, a hot breath came. Gongsun Wuji was in a cold sweat. What's the point of torturing me when you have the balls to kill me? Gongsun Wuji said with a stiff upper lip. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I just love that look on your face when you want to kill me and can't help it. You must still have a backhand. Why don't you take it out and see? Gongsun Wuji lowered his head and hesitated in his heart. Why don't you let him off the hook, my lord? Just at this time, a voice came from the distance. Chu Xinghe looked back. A silhouette stood in the distance with an exquisite face. Watching Gongsun Wuji's face darken, he secretly balked. When his gaze fell on Chu Xinghe's face, he frowned. This person had a vague sense of familiarity, but she hadn't seen this person before. Chu Xinghe similarly froze. Coming over is still an acquaintance. Tianyan Holy Land Autumn Sizhua. He has gotten quite a bit of information. After his death, Zhongli Qing Meng was the only one who stood up for him. He knew that Master Wen Ruoshui would probably be indifferent. It didn't occur to me that it was really indifferent. Those old men didn't do anything either. Chu Xinghe threw away the thoughts in his mind. He used his life to withstand the heavenly diffraction sacred ground a robbery. It is also considered to be the 2 grudges are eliminated, and there is not the slightest relationship in the future. No release. Qiu Xiao looked back at Chu Xinghe. I don't think the prince is that kind of despicable person, so don't be taken advantage of by someone with an ulterior motive. Chu Xinghe snorted. I've wasted his strength, and now I'm pushing him so hard to let you take him away. What if he retaliates against me afterward? I'm a man who doesn't like trouble. I can't promise you that. You leave. Autumn Sasulu looked soft and frowned. If the male doesn't agree, don't blame me for taking him away by force. After Qiu Siro finished speaking, her body moved and disappeared, heading in the direction of Gongsun Wuji. Buzz off. A fingerprint came from the void. Qiu Sio's face changed. A layer of gossip appears around you. Click. Touching fingerprints. The 8 trigrams shattered, and Qiu Siro's body flew out backwards. Chu Xinghe stood up and came in front of Qiu Sio, looking down on her. Roll. Qiu Sio let out a cold snort. I said I'm taking him away. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. You think I wouldn't dare kill you? Qiu Sio's face sank. I'm a member of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, and there are strong people behind me, so try killing me. I said, I must take him away today. You can't stop me. Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. Not out yet. As Chu Xinghe's voice fell, A man in regular clothes appeared with his hands behind his back. Chu Xinghe quietly looked at the visitor. Of course he recognized this person. The sixth elder of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the Alchemy Elder. The sixth elder looked at Chu Xinghe, vaguely feeling that this person was somewhat familiar, like he had seen him from somewhere. Can your excellency spare Gongsun Wuji for once? On any terms you wish. Chu Xinghe snorted. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land is rather protective of its calves. Chapter 58, End of Affection. Encounter kill. The sixth elder didn't open his mouth. He could sense that the words were sarcastic. But this prince knows that you didn't make a single move after the death of your saint son? The sixth elder looked at Chu Xinghe. That's a matter for my Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Do you represent the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Or do you represent yourself personally? The sixth elder was silent for a moment. What happens on my behalf personally? No release. Chu Xinghe refused without hesitation. The sixth elder froze. And what if it represents the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Chu Xinghe looked straight at the sixth elder. Let your holy lord speak. There's another tricky mess here. The sixth elder froze, hesitating a bit to take out a jade pendant. Holy lord, I've encountered a bit of trouble here. I've come across a disciple with a high alchemy talent, and bringing him back is a bit troublesome. The sixth elder recounted what had happened. Who is that trouble? A voice came from inside the jade pendant. The sixth elder looked at Chu Xinghe. Suenen herself. Chu Xinghe set out a name. The sixth elder froze for a moment. Bring it back. The voice inside the jade pendant fell silent. The sixth elder's face was delighted. Reaching out, he grabbed towards Gongsun Wuji. The chains on Gongsun Wuji's body broke. Meanwhile a garment had been draped over him. Gongsun Wuji coughed up a mouthful of blood. Elder, requesting a favor. I want to take Shui Nianji, Miss Shin away. The sixth elder looked at Chu Xinghe. Please also make it easy for the gentleman. Chu Xinghe stepped aside. Big dog, they bring out the people. They were just itching for Shui Nianji to leave Black Wind Walled City. Shui Nianji stood beside Gongsun Wuji. When he looked at the sixth elder and also Chiu Si Ro, he lowered his head. Before, when she went to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, she was high and mighty. Now it needed to rely on the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land to get her out. We'll leave you to it. The sixth elder rushed at Chu Xinghe and said a sentence. Gongsun Wuji was going to say something else. After some hesitation, he finally didn't speak, only lifting his head to glance at Chu Xinghe without thinking. There was a chill under his eyes. The sixth elder led Gongsun Wuji on his way out. Let you worship me as a disciple. I'll take revenge for you, but you're good. You have to toss yourself. Now you're honest. The sixth elder shook his head and sighed. It's so hard to find a disciple with exceptional talent. Didn't expect that to happen. Gongsun Wuji didn't say anything. Take out an elixir and eat it. The injuries all over his body were quickly repaired. The sixth elder gave him a few quick nods. All those auras in the dead center were forced out. Gongsun Wuji's dantian was also being rapidly repaired. Strength sword. Previously, he was in the Seal King realm, and had originally eaten an elixir, wanting to use the Ascension realm to kill the third lord. Who would have thought that Chu Xinghe would step in and directly abolish his strength? By the time his strength was restored, his realm was rapidly pulling up, and he had already touched the Seal Emperor realm. Sixth elder's gloomy face quickly turned into a chrysanthemum. Good boy. I didn't think that you still have such tactics. Follow me back to the Heavenly Diffraction Holy Land. Even if you want to take revenge, you have to be strong enough. Gongsun Wuji nodded. It was only that he had a hunch that the Black Wind Cottage had something he needed. Let's wait until he breaks through the Emperor Seal realm before coming over to get it. The big boss, second boss, and third boss looked at the silent Chu Xinghe and did not dare to come forward to disturb him. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath, and the trace of tenderness within his heart completely disappeared. In the future, roads will be roads, bridges will be bridges, and we will meet again as enemies. Long E, destroy the Black Wind Walled City, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. As the voice fell, the nine-headed dragon appeared. Together, in a matter of minutes, the entire Black Wind Walled City went up in smoke. The 9 of you will turn the Black Wind Cottage all the way over. The 9 augurs had a puzzled look in their eyes and didn't ask more questions. In no time at all the peaks tumbled. Chu Xinghe's eyes flickered. The body moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in a mysterious cave. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Watch that drip down. Stalactites? It looks like it's at least 10,000 years old. The spirit is cohesive but not dispersed, and the aroma is internalized. No wonder he could see that Shui Nianji was able to regain his strength. Put these stalactites away carefully. The Black Wind Walled City, which should have been overthrown jade at the hands of the son of Qi, died at the hands of its master, seizing 50,000-year-old great stalactites. The son of Chance's heavenly fate value drops by 20,000, and the master gains 25,000 heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe hadn't thought that these people from the Black Wind Wall, cumulatively, also had 5,000 heavenly destiny values. Only after completely clearing out the place did Chu Xinghe leave. One thing was now certain. The purple gold gourd might already be in Gongsun Wuji's possession. Chu Xinghe disappeared into Yangzhou in the 9-dragon chariot. Master, going somewhere? The 9 scaly dragons were each named Dragon 1 to Dragon 9 by Chu Xinghe. Go to Qingzhou. Chu Xinghe took out the stalactites and gave 3 drops to each augur. Thank you, Master. X9. The 9-dragon chariot broke the void and disappeared. Chu Xinghe rushed to Qingzhou overnight. Already put away the 9-dragon chariot. His eyes looked in the direction where the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land was located. A frown was raised when he felt what was going on. At this moment, above the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the sky is rapidly darkening. 9 blood phoenixes appeared pulling a luxurious attic. The flag of the Zhengli family fluttered in the wind. Chu Xinghe found a random restaurant and began to pry into what had happened these days. The vision in the sky above the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land startled many people. Many people looked up. Zhongli Qingmeng walked out of the pavilion, like an empress looking down on all beings. When Ruoshui come out, the voice resounded throughout the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The events of the past few days had long since spread throughout the entire Taishu heavenly realm. In particular, Zhongli Qingmeng overthrew the Shui family, forced the death of the god-killing temple master, and caused the Great Yu imperial dynasty to replace its emperor. The source of all these things pointed to one person, and that was the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, Chu Xinghe. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Wen Ruoshui, who walked out with a calm face. Are you really unrepentant? Wen Ruoshui looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. This is my path. Zhongli Qingmeng snorted. Your path? I ask you, can you give Chu Xinghe an explanation? What about you guys? Get the hell out. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the forbidden land of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. A few old men showed their tracks. How will you account for Chu Xinghe's matter? The 7 people didn't say anything, they just looked towards Wen Ruoshui. Zhongli Qingmeng took a deep breath. Good. Do you know that it was because of that Shui Nianji that Chu Xinghe had an accident? And you still want her to stay in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Wen Ruoshui's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. His path has already been taken. Why bother asking so much? I have my Tianyan Holy Land's path. Zhongli Qingmeng applauded with both hands. Good Wen Ruoshui. You're ruthless. Wen Ruoshui, I'll kill you with my own hands someday, so that you can be a companion to your Tao. All disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, leave before it's too late, and don't blame this goddess for being ruthless when the time comes. Since you don't care, then you'll sever the last bit of Chu Xinghe's relationship with you as well. Zhongli Qingmeng was the one who saw those letters and only felt unworthy for Chu Xinghe. Now how could she not understand that this was using Chu Xinghe to fend off that calamity? When Ruoshui stood in the void, the Heavenly Diffusion Saint's son Chu Xinghe is dead. There is no need to mention all the past, and he is no longer my disciple of Wen Ruoshui. Chapter 59 from beginning to end. It's all about utilization. So what's good or bad? The moment these words came out, the many disciples throughout the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land were in an uproar. Chu Xinghe's death pained many disciples. To them, this Holy Son was still good. In the middle of the secret realm, it had also saved their lives. How can this be? This is too much to do? Isn't that what people do when they die? They live to be worthwhile, and when they die there's nothing left. It doesn't matter much to us. There's a tall one to hold the sky when it falls. Many of the true disciples had a puzzled look in their eyes. After all, they had another chance to become saints. Shi Jingfeng's eyes chilled as he heard the Holy Lord announce the news. Is it worth it for you to do all this? You don't even get to keep an identity after death. I told you that if anyone else kills you, they'll have to step over my dead body first. But you're ahead of me. I will avenge you. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes became colder. No wonder the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land is getting worse by the day. With people like you. Ha! Zhongli Qingmeng snorted and stopped being sarcastic. It was no longer necessary. Previously she had admired Wen Ruoshui, but now it seemed to be nothing more than that. Turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Shi Jingfeng suddenly stood up. Goddess Zhongli, don't go yet. Zhongli Qingmeng heard the sound and turned back. What is it? Shi Jingfeng turned his head to look at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder had a bad feeling in his heart, because Shi Jingfeng had asked him many times before. What exactly did Chu Xinghe get into trouble for? He has been vague. Jingfeng, what are you doing? The Grand Elder spoke hastily. Shi Jingfeng directly abolished his strength. The Ascension Realm's aura rapidly declined. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The body shook, but the eyes brightened instead. I told you, whoever wants to kill him will have to step over my dead body first. I didn't do it. I'm disturbed. I owe him a favor and I'll pay him back. I will avenge him and kill all his enemies. After Shi Jingfeng finished speaking, a surge of heavenly blade intent rose up from the ground. The square meters turned into a field of knives in general. Wait until Shi Jingfeng regained his composure. Like an unsheathed sword, the day it is sheathed, it will be amazing. Divine Mistress Zhongli, I want to leave the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Zhongli Qingmeng had admiration in her eyes. I'll take you away. The Grand Elder wanted to block it. Shi Jingfeng stepped forward, clearly without any strength. The Grand Elder felt a compelling blade intent come over him. I joined the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and never received any teaching from you. All of my cultivation and my techniques were also obtained by me from the secret realm. I don't owe you. The Grand Elder's face was parched red, because what Shi Jingfeng said was the truth. Before, this guy was just normal, holding on with a great deal of perseverance. It was only in his 30s that he broke through the Ascension realm. At this age, this strength, he didn't care at all. But now that he had comprehended the blade intent, it was completely different. Even he hadn't comprehended the blade intent. A void channel opened up around Shi Jingfeng, walked in and the person disappeared. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes were filled with indifference as well as snickers. Go! The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Ha! Ah-ha! Causing the disciples present in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land to blush for a moment. Gongsun Wuji, who was beside the sixth elder, looked at Zhongli Qingmeng's disappearing back. Master, who the hell is that woman? The sixth elder sighed. Zhongli Qingmeng, she's the one who overthrew the Shui family. Gongsun Wuji nodded. In his heart, he already had thoughts about the position of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Turning his head to look at Suenenji, who had her head down. Miss Water, are you alright? Suenen herself shook her head. The sadness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Don't lose heart. There are opportunities as long as a person is alive. Didn't the Zhengli family also take one step at a time? I believe that you can do the same. Shui Nianji raised her head to look at Gongsun Wuji. In the past, she relied on the Shui family and even looked down on Xu Xinghe, that immortal demon body. Now that she was being comforted by someone whose qualifications were inferior to Xu Xinghe's, she was actually a bit touched. Thank you. Gongsun Wuji shook his head to indicate that there was no need to thank him. I can help you. Suenen herself froze. Inwardly, I didn't believe it, but still, I somehow expected more. Xu Xinghe sat in the box. There's already one more woman across the street. She sized up Xu Xinghe. What's your name? Xu Xinghe raised his head to look at Zhongli Qingmeng, whose gaze was skeptical. Divine Order. Zhongli Qingmeng frowned. She vaguely felt a sense of familiarity in Xu Xinghe, but that surge of feeling soon disappeared again. The flash of anticipation in Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes disappeared. Turn around and leave. Xu Xinghe sat in his position without moving. He was still a bit surprised at Zhongli Qingmeng's coming over. Master, it didn't occur to me that your master has been unhelpful, and hasn't done as much for you as the villainous. Xu Xinghe sipped his tea and didn't say anything. It's never about using. So what's the point of being good or bad for you? Xu Xinghe murmured and his figure had already disappeared. Master, what's next? Go to the Black Wind Cottage and keep watch. What if someone from the Heavenly Diffraction Holy Land comes over? Xu Xinghe raised his head and looked at the sky. Kill. He had already given the last face to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. It's okay to stand up for someone who's not related. Can't stand up for him as a disciple. Ultimately, it's all about utilization. Perhaps seeing in him the glimmer of a chance that could eliminate the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land's calamity. 3 days after Xu Xinghe left, the ruins of Black Wind Walled City, a figure sneaks up on him. Gongsun Wuji has snuck over. He found a mysterious entrance here earlier. It was only that there were demonic beasts guarding inside, so he was not yet a match. Don't want to alarm the others either, so just stall for a while. When he came over again, he looked at the Black Wind Walled City that had turned into ruins, straight up dumbfounded. The devastation was so great that the mountains were turned upside down and plunged into the ground. Who? The voice had just fallen. Pust. A mouthful of blood was spat out. Looking at Xu Xinghe, who walked out, Gongsun Wuji's pupils contracted. 3 days of waiting for you, and finally you're here. Gongsun Wuji's pupils contracted and his throat rolled. Roar! 9 Saint Realm augurs appeared and scattered in 9 directions. The blockade grand formation appeared. Don't worry, no one will come to your rescue this time. Gongsun Wuji's throat rolled a little, suppressing the shock inside. I have no grudge against you. Why do you have to kill me? Xu Xinghe did not open his mouth. An instantaneous movement appeared in front of Gongsun Wuji, utilizing the heaven intercepting finger to directly amputate his heart vein. Gongsun Wuji spat out a mouthful of essence blood. After reacting, a mysterious ancient pot appeared hovering around him. It exudes an ancient Taoist flavor. A powerful dense aura appeared. When the 9 Saint Realm augurs saw this mysterious ancient pot, their pupils contracted with awe. Noticed the change in mood of the 9 Dragon Chariot. Xu Xinghe was on guard inwardly. This is the same treasure that Gongsun Wuji obtained back then, right? That's something. Xu Xinghe lamented a sentence. Just about to get on with it. Why does the Gongzi have to cross our Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? A voice came from the distance. Hear that? Xu Xinghe's eyes narrowed, looking at the 6th elder who walked over. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It's still really shady. Don't blame me if you're looking for death. Chapter 60, Supreme Strike. Landing on the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the sixth elder looked at Gongsun Wuji, who was lying on the ground for a while. He was a little worried when the disciples escaped and came out. He seemed to be more attentive to this newly accepted disciple. Fearing danger at Black Wind Wall, he secretly followed them here. Does your excellency have to make an enemy of our Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? The sixth elder looked at Chu Xinghe with his hands behind his back. In his opinion, the person in front of him definitely didn't dare to offend the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land to death. I could tell from the last time he was able to take Gongsun Wuji. Kill him. Chu Xinghe was already too lazy to talk nonsense. That glimmer of affection is gone anyway. The dragon heard the order. Roar! One of the augurs flew out directly. The pressure of the Saint Realm burst out. The sixth elder was only at the Divine King Realm. Where would he be a match for the Saint Realm? A mouthful of blood spurted out. The body fell down from the void. Master, don't! Chu Xinghe walked up to the sixth elder. The aura turned into a knife was already on his neck. If you want your master to live, give me that ancient pot, or else. Chu Xinghe's voice fell. Gongsun Wuji's insides tightened, subconsciously clenching his fingers. You can't give it to him. If you dare to kill me, the Holy Lord won't spare you. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land won't let you off the hook either. Chu Xinghe snorted. Hands up. The sixth elder's hands were directly cut off. What a racket. Hiss. The sixth elder sucked in cool air. Can this disciple of yours help you recover when you become a waste? Chu Xinghe glanced at the augur. The dragon probed its claws. It directly grabbed towards the sixth elder's Dantian. Who dares to touch my Tianyan Holy Land elder? A strong aura came to the surface. A faint shadow appeared. The dragon took a step straight back. The sixth elder watched this scene with tears in his eyes. Old ancestor. There was a coldness in Chu Xinghe's eyes. The system mall is refreshed. One discounted item. 100,000 can be purchased for the Supreme Strike. Master. Them. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. 100,000 heavenly destiny values disappeared in exchange for a Supreme Strike. A powerful aura was suddenly on Chu Xinghe. The silhouette was even directly cracked. Supreme breath. The sixth elder had been dumbfounded. Even Gongsun Wuji, who was lying next to him resisting the dragon's might, was completely confused. Chu Xinghe unleashed a Supreme Strike. A powerful attack crushed the shadow. Follow the scent and head to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Is that the power of the Supreme Being? He'll reach it soon. Hand it over. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he directly chopped off the sixth elder's leg. Noble asterisk. Gongsun Wuji's fingers clenched. You will swear that I will give this to him and you will spare my master. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me, and if you dare to talk too much, I'll go to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and kill all those people. I will also investigate out all those who are related to you and execute their 9 ancestors. Gongsun Wuji's pupils contracted violently. Throat rolls a little. You can't. As a young heavenly pride, you are actually so despicable. Chu Xinghe had the Jiao Dragon scratch the sixth elder's Dantian. You can keep the bull asterisk going. Watching the sixth elder trying to open his mouth, Chu Xinghe kicked him in the mouth. Teeth splatter. Gongsun Wuji didn't dare to bet. He was able to survive the siege by the city lord's office because he had quite a bit of help. Chu Xinghe even had a supreme aura on his body, so it was definitely possible to investigate. If it was just him, he'd bet on it. Hurriedly, he unrecognized the mysterious ancient pot, then throw it to Chu Xinghe. Gongsun Wuji loses the demon refining pot. The heavenly destiny value drops by 70,000, and the master gains 5 million heavenly destiny values. Chu Xinghe froze for a moment when he heard the system beep. The system is out of bug. Master, there is no mistake because the future son of Qi will use this thing to help quite a few people, and those people will also change because the son of Qi has lost the demon refining pot. Chu Xinghe nodded secretly. You still have a purple and gold gourd in your hand, don't you? When Gongsun Wuji heard this, his pupils contracted for a moment, followed by a return to aloofness. I don't know what you're talking about. I've given you what you want. Kill all you want. Chu Xinghe directly chopped off the sixth elder's head and threw it to Gongsun Wuji. Master, Gongsun Wuji's hands and feet were cold. I've already given you the ancient pot. Why do you still want to kill my master? Despicable and untrustworthy. Chu Xinghe snorted. I advise you not to play games with me. I am most lacking in patience. Chu Xinghe took out a list. You really think I haven't done anything in the last few days? Chu Xinghe threw the list in front of Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji looked at each of the names on it with a horrified expression. Even the people who helped him implicitly are being investigated. Who the hell are you? Long E, go to Haichang and silence all these people. They helped you escape, and you're trying to get them killed. Does your conscience bother you when you're alive? Besides, that thing never belonged to you in the first place. Gongsun Wuji's pupils rotated, his face unsightly. I can't trust you. Hand it over or die. Xu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Gu, you've learned your lesson. The aura exploded. The clothes on Gongsun Wuji's body exploded. What are you doing? Continue what you didn't finish last time. Do you like roasted birds? Gongsun Wuji was in a cold sweat. The flames rose with a roar. Gongsun Wuji's throat rolled. The palms of my hands were sweating cold. Bind Gongsun Wuji. Don't. Ryuichi picked at his stick. Whiskers fluttering. Master, roast an ass first. The meat is tender. Xu Xinghe sat on the sidelines and watched the show. Whatever. Xu Xinghe sort of realized that these 9 scaly dragons didn't seem to be a bit decent. Just hang on. It'll be a minute. Ruji walked out. Big brother, this flame isn't hot enough. Watch me. Spit out a mouthful of fire after saying that. The temperature around them climbed rapidly. Even the ground is rapidly melting. Feeling that sizzling sensation, Gongsun Wuji regretted why he had snuck over here. I'll pay. Gongsun Wuji shouted. It's too bullying. Xu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. I don't want it now. Gongsun Wuji wanted to cry. Brother, master, please take it. I know I'm wrong. After saying that, a purple and gold gourd floated out beside him. Xu Xinghe was unmoved after seeing it. Gongsun Wuji gritted his teeth and unrecognized the purple gold gourd. The gourd floated in the void with a halo of light emanating from it. Xu Xinghe stretched out a move and the purple gold gourd entered his hand. A cold sensation came. The blood drops are recognized. Oh yo! Growing up fast enough following the son of chakra, it was possible to refine pills that helped heavenly god realm powerhouses. You've been given the stuff. Can you leave me alone? The son of Qi, Gongsun Wuji, has lost the purple gold gourd. The value of heavenly destiny has dropped by 30,000, and the master has gained 3 million values of heavenly destiny. Xu Xinghe shook his head. Originally it wasn't me who wanted to do this to you. It's my subordinates. They have their own ideas. It's not good for me as the master to refute them. Gongsun Wuji's eyes widened. You are not a man of honor or martial virtue. Ah, the screams kept coming. Xu Xinghe shook his head. It's pathetic. Immediately afterward, the gods stared. The attack was so easily neutralized. Wen Ruoxue, your strength really isn't bad. Chapter 61, Breaking Through to True God. In the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the 3 ancestors had planned to save the 6th elder. Sensing the shattering of the shadow, he hadn't reacted yet. A supreme attack directly followed his scent to his door. A giant hand appeared over the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The sky was wrapped in thunder. The sun in the sky was going to be obscured by this slap. The crowd of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land felt that the sky had collapsed. When Ruoxue stepped in, easily diffused the palm. When Ruoxue stood in the void, the dresses fluttered. Nothing. Everyone cultivate at ease. After when Ruoxue finished speaking, a golden light suddenly appeared in her eyes, like penetrating time and space. Looking at the place of the Black Wind Cottage, there was only a flaming fire there. A charred body was roasting on a wooden stick. Life has been cut short. Next to it was a body that had been split up. It was the 6th elder of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. When Ruoxue withdrew her gaze, the 6th elder is dead. Go and bring him back. After when Ruoxue gave the order, a figure appeared in the Forbidden Land and disappeared. Xu Xinghe, who had already left, had the corners of his mouth rising, in a good mood. Just now, he had understood the function of the demon refining pot. It can refine anything and retain the most primitive origin. This allowed Xu Xinghe to see a path of prosperity. Unfortunately, this demon refining pot was also damaged, similar to the purple gold gourd, and could only refine things in the heavenly god realm. Xu Xinghe glanced at the system interface. Master, Xu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early void god, 1 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon leader. Heaven intercepting finger. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragon chariot, pure-blooded dragon at the early stage of the sage realm. Destiny value, 803-3500. Backpack, 20 drops of 50,000-year-old stalactites. Looking at the 8 million heavenly fate values, he took a deep breath and directly added points. The strength came directly to the middle stage of the void god and continued to consume 1.5 million. Coming directly to the late stage of void god, he continued to consume 2 million to reach void god perfection. There are still 3 million remaining heavenly destiny values to keep. Maybe the mall will be refreshed with goodies tomorrow. Master, the system can't continue to card bud to help master. Hard work. You've done a great job, and I want to thank you for it. Master, don't be polite. The two of us are dependent on each other. I will take good care of my master. Xu Xinghe gave each pure-blood Jiao dragon 2 more drops of stalactites. After the 9 pure-blooded augurs took it, a strong aura suddenly erupted from their bodies. The rules are constantly changing and intertwining. Road flower enhancement. The physical body was also metamorphosing, and the scales and armor were even sharper. The 9 scaly dragons had already broken through to the middle stage of sainthood. Thank you, Master. X9. Chu Xinghe was in a good mood. Cultivate all 9 augurs into supreme beings. What a sight it will be then. Go down. Chu Xinghe suddenly spoke. The 9 scaly dragons pierced through the clouds and landed in the mountain range below. The 9 of you go and catch demonic beasts. I'll be useful, preferably those in the heavenly god realm. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the 9 scaly dragons did not hesitate. In no time, several hundred heavenly god realm demonic beasts, even the god king realm demonic beasts were quite a few. They are lying fine at home. All of a sudden you get caught out. Chu Xinghe stuffed all these demonic beasts into the demon refining pot. It wasn't long before the screams came from inside. Looking at the demonic beasts that were constantly being refined, Chu Xinghe had an unexpected look in his eyes. Refining demonic beasts can repair this Tao weapon. A pure heaven and earth origin appeared in his hand. The 9 scaly dragons looked back at the origin in Chu Xinghe's hands with longing in their eyes. Master, I have an idea. Longy raised his head and looked at Chu Xinghe and opened his mouth. I have an idea here too. The 9 scaly dragons as well as Chu Xinghe exchanged glances and looked at the unending mountain range. Half a month later. Come on, faster. Master, we have exerted ourselves enough. Roar. A primate pounded his chest and roared, opening his mouth and swallowing. The essence of the sun and moon fell from the sky and landed on him, brighter coat all over. Opening his mouth, a column of white light swept out. The surrounding mountains continued to fall, and many ancient trees in the sky turned into pieces. Chu Xinghe quickly ran away with the 9 scaly dragons. By the time the 9 scaly dragons pulled Chu Xinghe out of the void, the 9 augurs fell to the ground, breathing heavily. All that came out of the inside of his nose was white smoke. In a short while, the surrounding clouds were like a fairyland. Chu Xinghe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with palpitations. For half a month they kept sneaking up on demonic beasts. Heavenly treasures are not spared. Who knew that a heavenly saint-level prime giant ape would pop up? Chu Xinghe took out a ball of origin. Okay, start dividing the spoils. The 9 scaly dragons took human form and surrounded Chu Xinghe. Greedily, he looked at the things in Chu Xinghe's hands. For the past half month, they've been sneaking around without blinking an eye. Even lent out quite a few heavenly sacred bones. It's all been turned into essence now. It's a great benefit to their cultivation. Chu Xinghe distributed the things to them. Looking at the 9 scaly dragons that were closed, Chu Xinghe also took out a ball of origin and swallowed it in one go. There is a light aroma. Half a day later, Chu Xinghe opened his eyes sharp. The dense air around his body filled the air. Rumble. The aura drew up, radiating out to the surroundings like waves. The realm had already broken through the true god realm. After waiting another half a month, a strong pressure appeared. The 9 scaly dragons roared up to the sky. Thunder flashed on his body. The aura surged upwards, exuding a powerful aura. The scales and armor metamorphosed and the body skyrocketed. The 100-foot body transformed into 1,000 feet. As his body moved, the void continuously shattered. The 9 sage realm augurs had already broken through to the great sage realm. Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. The sage realm and the great sage realm were completely different. Going out and pretending to stand for something is also different. If it wasn't for those few heavenly saint realm demonic beasts' origin, the 9-headed augur dragon couldn't reach this realm as soon as possible either. Today's mall refresh. 1 drop of ancient dragon blood. Price 3 million heavenly fate values. After Chu Xinghe heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. 3 million heavenly destiny values. That's all he had left right now. Ancient dragon's blood. It's a great treasure. After Chu Xinghe took it, it was divided into 9 parts. Open your mouth. Here comes the dragon's blood. Chu Xinghe opened his mouth, and the 9 scaly dragons subconsciously opened their mouths. Ancient dragon blood entrance. The pupils of the 9 scaly dragons changed, and the cells in their bodies continued to churn and metamorphose. An even thicker, honorable aura spread over them. There was no breakthrough in the realm, but the strength had increased by 10%. 9 scaly dragons surrounded Chu Xinghe. Not anymore. The 9 augurs had disappointment in their eyes. Chu Xinghe stroked their heads. Don't worry, I will definitely train you to become true dragons. So what if it's a pure blood augur? It's still not a true dragon. However, now that there were 9 great sage-level augurs, they were considered to have the power to defend themselves. Chu Xinghe was about to leave. Not far away swept a figure. Duke, help. Looking at that I see pity, agaric jade-like face. Chu Xinghe's heart stirred. I'll fight. A kick sends the man flying. 9 scaly dragons, well done. Worthy of the master. A real man. System, ed up. Chapter 62. Rob is in danger. This one is not. The figure that flew rapidly flew backwards and flew out, directly crashing into the large tree behind him, his face pale and bloodless. his eyes grudgingly looking at Chu Xinghe. She was a great beauty, but she was actually kicked off. Are you still a man? Chu Xinghe's fan unfolded. What's the talk, sister? The woman opened her mouth and pointed her finger at Chu Xinghe. It's amazing that there are such shameless people under the sky. In broad daylight and in the clear sky. It is so shameless. Looking at that abyss-like aura, it was also a young supreme. I can't believe I don't have any face at all. Chu Xinghe folded his fan and put it away. Whoosh! Several figures were already standing in the sky. Who are you? What is your relationship with Ling Yuxiang? The visitor looked at Chu Xinghe warily. It doesn't have anything to do with it. So be my brothers. Chu Xinghe was about to leave after saying that. Wait. I know of a chance I can take you there if you save my life. The black-clothed man's pupils shifted when he heard those words. Do it. Chu Xinghe went and returned. The 9 scaly dragons quickly struck out. The great sage realm exploded out. The man in black was completely confused. Just reacted and didn't even leave a whole body. Girl, quickly get up. Just now this gentleman thought someone was sneaking up on him. That's why he made a move. Is the girl alright? Ling Yuxiang looked at the shameless Chu Xinghe. Open your mouth. It's shameless. Now it was still necessary to rely on Chu Xinghe. It's not a problem. It's justifiable for the male to make a move. After all, it's the little lady who is being abrupt. Ling Yuxiang raised her head and seriously surveyed Chu Xinghe and said, that's when I realized that this man was really handsome. Chu Xinghe frowned. What are you drooling for when you talk? Pop. Ling Yuxiang covered her face and stared at Chu Xinghe with an incredulous expression. Just now, Chu Xinghe was miserable inside her mind. In turn, he slapped her. What do you do? Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. I see you're drooling. Your eyes are dull. And you've turned into a little cutie. Now, it looks like my slaps are working. Ling Yuxiang suppressed the embarrassment within her. Sincerely honored with 3 sacred medicines. Ling Yuxiang's eyes grew wide. You slap me and I'll give you 3 more sacred medicines. Chu Xinghe stood upright. Just now I saved the girl's life. And this cures her dementia. This is fate. The fate of the 3 sacred medicines. Give it to me quickly or it's out in the middle of nowhere. Ling Yuxiang took a step back. I don't have it on me now. How about I give it to you when I get my chance? Chu Xinghe thought for a moment and took out a piece of paper. It had the word IOU written on it. Ling Yuxiang's chest rose and fell as she looked at the top. Never seen such a brazen man. Just see what it says. Heaven's mandate cured Ling Yuxiang of her dementia symptoms, and the consultation cost 3 sacred medicines. Miss Ling Yuxiang was generous and felt that the 3 sacred pills insulted the fate of heaven, so she added 7 additional sacred pills for a total of 10. Ling Yuxiang was so angry that she had to almost laugh. Chu Xinghe continued to take out another piece of paper. Today, there was a heavenly fate that saved Ling Yuxiang's life, and Ling Yuxiang rewarded heavenly fate with a chance that was no less than the heavenly saint level. Why don't you go grab it? Ling Yuxiang's hand was trembling as she held the paper. Chu Xinghe shook his head. There's still danger in robbing. There's no danger in this. Looking at Chu Xinghe who had a serious face, Ling Yuxiang felt defeated. Which of those heavenly prides she had seen before was not in front of her, displaying a gentleman's demeanor, and this guy really played up the shamelessness to the fullest. Hurry up and sign. Ling Yuxiang doesn't want to sign. After some friendly exchanges, Ling Yuxiang was lying on the ground. It hurts all over and I can't stand up. A bruised nose and a bag on his head. Humiliated to sign this treaty. Are you still not a man? I am at least a beauty. Chu Xinghe interrupted her. Look at yourself. Can you stand up and tell the difference between front and back? Ling Yuxiang froze. That's because Chu Xinghe was skeptical. Because of what? Ling Yuxiang shook her head. Too lazy to explain. Chu Xinghe looked at Ling Yuxiang with some interest. Name, Ling Yuxiang. Age, 18. Identity, little princess of the Ling family in Taizhou. The heroine of Qi Luck. Strength, early emperor. Physique, 9 in Xian Yu body. Technique, Xian Tian Yu Jing. Destiny value, 100. 000. Who would have thought that this little girl was also the chirography heroine? 100,000 heavenly destiny values. Not bad. It looks like the next son of Qi will be extraordinary. The Ling family of Taizhou, and only that Ling family. 18 years old at the sealed emperor realm. Really not bad. This physique in particular was a great benefit to cultivation. Master, if you practice with this woman, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Chu Xinghe did not reply. Didn't you say you had a chance? But you still won't take me there. Ling Yuxiang came back to her senses. The man in front of her really didn't understand the situation. It will have to wait. It's uncertain when the chance will appear, but it's only for these days. Come on, let's go to the far city of Taizhou first. Chu Xinghe did not move. His heart had changed. The far city of Taizhou. Murphy is that dry well. That was the day he threw the immortal magic chain inside. Let's go over there then. Chu Xinghe boarded the 9-dragon chariot. Ling Yuxiang's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this guy's name really Mandate of Heaven? Where would anyone be called that? Must have lied to me. sitting in the nine-dragon carriage. Ling Yushan's gaze fell on Chu Xinghe from time to time. Chu Xinghe turned a blind eye. It's only right to get back the immortal devil's chin now. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a chirography heroine, there would have been a little use for her. Chu Xinghe didn't mind killing her. The far city of Taizhou, Heartwatch House. The two men sat opposite each other. Chu Xinghe noticed that Ling Yushang's face kept changing. Torn for a moment, he stood up and sat next to Chu Xinghe. "Ms. Ling, we meet again." Chu Xinghe looked at the visitor. His face was handsome, his eyes were resolute, and his hair was tied up with a feathered crown. After seeing Chu Xinghe next to Ling Yushang, his eyes flickered for a moment. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome here." Chu Xinghe didn't say anything and sipped his tea silently. Name Lin Wentian. Age, 20. Identity, Holy Son of Mount Sumeru. Son of Qi Luck. Physique, innate sword body. Technique, sword scripture. Strength, perfection of the Ascension realm. Luck value, 300,000. Seeing so many fortune values, Chu Xinghe was a bit greedy. Mount Sumeru. What kind of power is this? Chu Xinghe really hadn't heard of it. Lin Wentian didn't care when he looked at the dislike in Ling Yushang's eyes. His eyes fell on Chu Xinghe and he opened his mouth to ask. More than that, what is this brother's name? Divine Order. Lin Wentian's brows pondered. This was the first time he had heard this name. I wonder what the relationship between Mr. Heavenly Fate and Yushang is? Lin Wentian's face is a little less than pretty. Ling family, you better not be lying to me. What relationship I have with Heaven's mandate is none of your business. You live on the beach, tubes so wide. Chu Xinghe found that this Lin Wentian is courageous. This is not even angry. Pure licking dog one. I'm her debtor. Chu Xinghe hadn't finished his latter words. Good. He saved me. I'm going to return the favor. Before the words were finished, Chu Xinghe had already thrown her out. Chapter 63, Teaching the crowd to chase girls on the spot. My friend broke the defense. Lin Wentian looked at Chu Xinghe's maneuver with a strange look in his eyes. I have to say this guy does have a bit of fun. It's something she owes me. Not to mention that I don't have any love for girls like that. Looking at Chu Xinghe's words that didn't seem like they were fake, Lin Wentian was also secretly relieved. After seeing what was on top of the IOU, Lin Wentian frowned. That's a lot to owe. We've been talking about this for so long, and we still don't know the gentleman's name. Lin asked Tian. Good name. Is brother Lin courting Miss Ling? Lin asked Tian's eyes to dodge a bit. Liking is liking. Disliking is disliking. I'm not a cutie. Just now I can see the strong possessiveness in brother Lin's eyes. Lin Wentian couldn't help but blush after his small mind was poked and prodded. Chu Xinghe inwardly despised. You blush a bubble teapot. Manly man with a big ass and such a thin skin. Good. I do like her, but she doesn't like me. Chu Xinghe looked at the helplessness in Lin Wentian's eyes. It feels like there's gossip in there. Brother Lin might as well say something. Perhaps I can help brother Lin? Lin Wentian looked at Chu Xinghe skeptically. Ahem. I actually have a small mind to get what she owes me as soon as possible. Don't you like her? Or you can give me this thing. Lin Wentian's face stiffened. His background was extraordinary and he couldn't take out these things now, but it won't be long before an opportunity arises here. If she gets that chance, she can pay it off for her. Maybe at that time, Ling Yushang would change her mind. Never mind. I'll find a way to pay you back when the time comes. Chu Xinghe also knew that this Lin Wentian in front of him was cautious. It looks like brother Lin doesn't believe me. Lin Wentian shook his head and didn't open his mouth. Chase girls the way you do and you'll never get them in your life. By the time she reacts, she may be married to someone else. As Chu Xinghe said these words, his eyes stared out a little sadly. Lin Wentian had an unexpected look in his eyes. With your looks and your demeanor, is there any woman who won't like you? Brother Divine Destiny has been abandoned too? Chu Xinghe's expression stiffened as he sipped his tea. These are all things that have passed. Young and uninformed. A miss is a miss. You can't act that kind of sadness out of your eyes. For a moment Lin asked Tian to believe it a little. A few drinks for both. Relationships are starting to cook up. Chu Xinghe's eyes were a bit gradually mesmerized. She and I grew up together as childhood friends, and she ended up betraying that relationship. Lin Wentian listened silently. It was only later that I realized that the guy she liked was better at talking and coaxing her than I could. What I thought of as love before was silently watching over her and helping her through all the difficulties as much as possible. Who knows that what goes on behind the scenes in silence is just your own wishful thinking. That boy does something random for her. Hates everyone, just like that. Doesn't do a millionth of what I do, and I lose like that. Do you think that's ridiculous? Forget it. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Chu Xinghe shook his head, stopped talking, and silently drank his wine. Lin asked Tian to sigh silently. How much more different is he now? For a moment he felt a bit sympathetic with Heaven's destiny. Chu Xinghe looked at Lin Wentian who was drinking in silence. Secretly, it should be similar to what he thought. He hadn't heard of the power of Mount Sumeru. I'm sure it shouldn't be small. Or maybe it doesn't lose to the Ling family. but Lin Qintian must not Ling Yushan that kind of stance. At first glance, it looked like something had happened before, or Ling Yushan had unintentionally saved Lin Wentian's life. Ling Yushan was Lin Wentian's white moonlight. True or false will require some experimentation. Brother Lin, a word of advice. If you use such tactics to chase a girl, it will only make her more and more disgusted and want to run away from you. Today I just saved her life. All can use me to use as a shield. You like this to rush up, will only fall off your own price? Let people look down. Lin Wentian felt that it made sense after hearing it. Then what should I do? Brother Celestial Destiny? Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. I don't know exactly what's going on between you guys yet. It's not easy to arrange. What you are, what your background is, what your strength is, how his family treats you. All of these determine how to pursue a girl. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lin Wentian was half convinced. Is there so much more to chasing a girl? Lin Wentian responded, realizing that quite a few ears had come up around him. Chu Xinghe coughed. To woo a girl, attract first, enhance internally, groom externally, control needs, and be bold, purposeful, fearless, and chatty, with one serious sentence and one funny one. It's just fun. Go into the friendship zone, and after it's fun, pretend to be mysterious. The three views are the same. To create a tacit understanding, to dive into the depths, to talk more about feelings, to mobilize emotions, implantation purposes, seize windows, escalate in time, emotional highs, and pull out in time, paint a picture of the prospect, define the relationship, ramble, and come up with a surprise, desire to take, desire to take, desire to take. The moment Chu Xinghe spoke, the entire restaurant quieted down. Brother, speak slower, I'll write it down. Yeah, brother, would you be interested in a separate lesson? I'll listen on my knees. I pay tuition to listen. Brother, I have a sister to introduce to you. See if you can give me a private lesson. Big brother, my father just married a beautiful concubine. I can steal it and give it to you. Please pass down the secret book. It's not much more interesting than a lesson from the elders at home. Even Lin Wentian was shocked by what Chu Xinghe said. The path is simple. And it is, honestly. What I just said will be rewarding as long as everyone is attentive to their senses. Chu Xinghe looked at Lin Wentian. Brother Lin, as you saw just now, her emotions towards you are disgusted. But she doesn't hate me. The first one, when I saved her, what would you have done? Lin asked Tian to think for a moment. I would say that's what I should do. Many people in the restaurant nodded. Chu Xinghe knocked on the table. Instead of doing that, I made her sign a treaty, and I saved her. Not for her looks, but for money. At her age, she is at the age of love and often fantasizes about what kind of future husband she will have. Plus she comes from an extraordinary background and has seen too many wonderful men, and you all use the same methods, which of course don't pique her interest. Even you guys stepping in to save her will make her feel like she's being stalked. It will also give her the illusion that this is what you suitors are supposed to do. Do you guys think she's going to have feelings for you at this rate? Even she doesn't bother to know your name anymore. After Chu Xinghe finished those words, the people present stared wide-eyed. Stop it. Stop it. My friend broke defense. I knew I could learn something real by drinking, didn't I? I'll try it on my brother-in-law after I hear it. Chapter 64. If I were serious, she'd already be in bed. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Chu Xinghe coughed. Even the owner of the store appeared without realizing it, leaning against the counter with a pen in his hand. With the above, she will only feel disgusted and bored with you. You all remember the saying, since ancient times true love can't be retained. Only a setup can win the hearts of the people. A proper set can do twice as much with half the effort. You see how I do it? I don't want her body, only her money, and even more so, I am blind to her beauty, so that she will suffer a blow, and invariably she will be resentful and hateful and a little curious about me. She is proud at heart and just can't believe that I'm really not attracted to her, so that she will try to get my attention, to even try to shock me with her looks, identity, and strength so as to reap the pleasure is to try to punch me in the face, because she has so many suitors. Everyone is polite and gentle to her, and I look like a rascal around her. That's what makes me different from the others, and naturally I'm the first to get her attention. Chu Xinghe coughed. Someone around them took the initiative to stand up and add a cup of tea to Chu Xinghe. Teacher, you work hard. Chu Xinghe had an expression of a child who could be taught. Lin Wentian opened his mouth. So it could still be like this. Today was really enlightening. Listen before you chase girls and stuff. Listen to it as if it were the word of the great Tao. Chu Xinghe coughed. I've already said what I need to say. Chase girls, don't be in the same rut as everyone else. If someone else is throwing money at her and you are throwing money at her, it will only make her feel that she is a commodity for sale in your eyes. Take good note of these next few sentences. Hearing Chu Xinghe's serious expression, everyone was sitting upright, each looking serious, lest they miss a word. If she is not deeply involved in the world, show her all the world. If her heart has changed, take her back to childlike innocence. These are 2 ways to woo a girl. Next up are ways to woo boys. If he's in love, you'll be wide open. If he reads a lot of people, you'll be the fireside hearth. Chu Xinghe finished putting down his teacup. The subtleties of this need to be experienced slowly by all of you. Many people stood up and bowed to Chu Xinghe. Even Lin Wentian was like that. Chu Xinghe enjoyed it peacefully. If you were in a previous life, all of this would be bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But in this world, it's still useful to fool these youngsters. Believe it or not, in a moment that girl will show up all dressed up. If you don't believe me, you can wait and see. And remember, this is a secret between us. Gentlemen don't share so easily, or else you won't have any advantage if someone uses the same method to woo the girl you like. A number of those present nodded and kept their records close. The words hadn't been long in falling. A woman in full regalia appears. The faint scent of jasmine came from a watery blue fairy dress on her body. Her hair fell naturally, slightly damp against her cheek, plus the look of a freshly bathed, flushed face. Many of those present showed piggy looks. Lin Wentian had looked dumbfounded. Look at the behavior of everyone in the room. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Ahem. Chu Xinghe coughed, and quite a few people came back to their senses. Many others wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths without a second thought. After returning to his senses, embarrassment appeared on his face. Without thinking, he glanced at Chu Xinghe. Sure enough, the difference between him and him is not a single star. Even Lin Wentian, after returning to his senses, was stealing glances at Ling Yushan from time to time. Ling Yushan walked over and sat beside Chu Xinghe. The buxom figure was revealed. No longer the kind where you can't see the front or back. Well, many people looked at Chu Xinghe expectantly. Ling Yushan is really pretty. It's like a fairy coming down to earth. Chu Xinghe glanced at it, his gaze withdrawn. That's all. A plain sentence almost made Ling Yushan break her defenses. Then why are you afraid to look at me? Chu Xinghe turned his head and looked Ling Yushan up and down. You're beautiful. Like a fairy come down to earth. Okay, anything else you want to ask? Ling Yushan hated to lift the table up. Are you a man or not? Seeing this young lady in this form, you are not the least bit moved. Many people looked at Chu Xinghe's bland appearance and inwardly admired him. Not bad for someone who can summarize those experiences. This gives them another live lesson. Chu Xinghe looked outside. You're beautiful. With an extraordinary temperament, but in my eyes you're not a millionth of what she is. Ling Yushan froze. Others, high, really high. Lin Shitian, it must be hard for him to forget her. I'd like to meet the one you call her. Chu Xinghe was silent. Oh, it's not going to be a lie, is it? Chu Xinghe shook his head. You're beautiful and have your own personality, and everyone is an individual, each with their own personality, except that she's irreplaceable in my case. You don't have to split a win/lose with anyone else. It's best to be yourself. Ling Yushan suppressed her inner emotions. That's a compliment to her. Really curious as to who the person he was talking about was? She had gotten all dressed up, and thought to herself that she didn't usually dress this nice. As a result, the man was still indifferent to her. Look at your outfit. It's worth a lot of money. Do you have money to pay me back? You pay me back quickly. Ling Yushan's anger, which she had just put down, rose up. This dog man. No. Ling Yushan huffed and walked out. It's exasperating to talk to a man like that. Chu Xinghe watched Ling Yushan literally leave, eyes on those present. Enlightened? Many people shook their heads. Women love to compare, and are more likely to wonder what the man I'm talking about looks like, so that the mind will be on me, wanting to see that she I'm talking about. 1 second I'm complimenting her and making her heart happy, the next I'm making her break her defense. The only way to draw her in and get her interested in me is to make her mood swings. Boys are rational creatures, but girls are creatures controlled by their emotions. All of this needs to be realized by you. A lot of people scratch their heads, feeling like they're grasping at something and feeling like they're not. Chu Xinghe looked at Lin Wentian, who had his head bowed in deep thought. Brother Lin, have you learned yet? Lin Wentian was pondering, shaking his head for a while and nodding his head for a while. Chu Xinghe sighed and shook his head. The master leads the way. The practice depends on the individual. Just as Chu Xinghe finished speaking, Lin Wentian reacted. That's not right. Aren't you making Yushan only interested in you? So where would I stand a chance? Didn't you just say that you weren't interested in her? Lin Wentian stared at Chu Xinghe with guarded eyes. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Today I'm just using a little tactic to open your eyes. If I were to get on the real deal, she would already be lying on my bed right now. Brother Lin, do you believe it or not? Lin Wentian had the intention to retort, but he didn't know where to retort from. Yushan isn't like that. In the end, he could only whisper helplessly, a statement that even he didn't believe. Chapter 65. Next, follow the plan. Inside, he didn't believe that Ling Yushan was that kind of person, but the Chu Xinghe in front of him was experienced. From a little tryst just now, The current Ling Yushan definitely already had other thoughts about Chu Xinghe. It frustrated him a bit. Like I said, I'm really not interested in her. Lin Wentian was talented in cultivation, but when faced with a girl he liked, his emotions were sluggish. Ah, brother Lin, she hates you now. You have to change her mind. A woman from a large clan like her, there's no shortage of suitors. You need to think about what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. It's only right to build on your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Lin asked Tian to sigh. Chu Xinghe no longer continued to speak. These sons of Qi were careful and cautious, not willing to trust people easily. But Chu Xinghe had ways. How do I do it? Lin Wentian pondered for a moment and looked at Chu Xinghe to inquire. What Chu Xinghe said wasn't wrong. He really didn't have an advantage. Even these days of giving were not as good as one day of Chu Xinghe's appearance. It made him a little resentful, but there was nothing else he could do. If Brother Lin trusts me, I can let you hold a beautiful woman. I just don't know if Brother Lin is willing to sacrifice something. Why? Chu Xinghe took a sip of wine. Because you're pretty much the same person now as I was before. Only at that time I was more desperate than you. Listening to Chu Xinghe's glib words, Lin Wentian instead did not believe them. Perhaps this was why Chu Xinghe had summarized the way to chase girls. Come on, find a quiet place to talk. Since you trust me, I can definitely help you. Just pay me back what she owes me as soon as you can when the time comes. Lin asked Tian to place his hands on the desktop. Why does Brother Celestial Destiny have to cling to those things? Looking at Chu Xinghe's extraordinary demeanor, he shouldn't be that bad. Why do you have to dwell on those things? Chu Xinghe stood up. Lin Wentian followed him. This world is a huge chessboard. Everyone has their own place. I saved her. This is the cause. Because of saving her, I should offend some people. This is the effect. The Taishu Heavenly Realms forces are intertwined. So maybe those people I offended know my family. And at that time, these are just reparations. Her identity background is not simple. Those people who dared to kill her must not care about her power. I'm also doing this to tell those people that I'm just being thoughtless. That's all. Lin asked for silence. He felt that Chu Xinghe was a desperate man. But that may also have something to do with the experience in the first place. I've said what needs to be said, and it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Not to mention that if it weren't for Ling Yushan, the two of us wouldn't have crossed paths in the first place. Lin asked Tian to sigh. When I was a child, I was homeless and kept wandering, and when I was starving to death, I was fortunate to be saved by a man. Chu Xinghe nodded. It turned out to be such a white moon. As for my strength and also background is not convenient to divulge. On the occasion of coming out, the clan has said that it cannot be exposed until a certain realm. It's one step away, but I don't know how to take that step. Master said that I had trapped myself and that's why he let me out, and told me that the man who trapped me was in Taizhou. When I went down the mountain, my master fixed a letter saying that this is what could be done for me, and that I hope to be a new me when I go back. Then does his family know about you? Chu Xinghe inquired. Lin asked Tian to nod his head. I've met him once, and let's just say it wasn't distasteful or alienating, but I can see the nastiness in his parents' facial behavior. Chu Xinghe stopped and turned to look at Lin Wentian. Strength can't be exposed. Background can't be exposed. It's indeed a bit troublesome, but it's not like there isn't room to maneuver. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lin Wentian's nervous palms sweated a little. Brother Heaven's Destiny, you really don't have any thoughts about her? Chu Xinghe sighed. I wouldn't be teaching you this if I had any thoughts about her, and there are limits to what I can help you with, and I may have to use some other means in between. I wonder if you can take it. Lin Wentian nodded his head after some thought. People had already helped him in this way, and there was still nothing to mind. Chu Xinghe also knew that this son of Qi was not particularly good to deal with, especially with the power behind this guy. Guess it's a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with. The next thing you do requires the use of a bogeyman. The first thing we need to do is to disarm her hostility toward you first. Lin Wentian's expression became serious. Whatever happens next, you don't get on the bandwagon. It'll just look like you're falling off the wagon and keep her from being fresh. Lin Wentian was as thoughtful as he could be. I'm afraid I can't do it. Do it even if you can't. I'll try. Chu Xinghe nodded. You should also have a beautiful female cultivator that you know. One whose aura strength is not weaker than hers? Lin asked Tian to nod his head. Then have them make a trip over and make an assist. She can't look at you. Someone not weaker than her is looking at you, so she'll be jealous, provided that it dispels her animosity toward you. Lin asked Tian to nod his head. He felt that what Chu Xinghe said was very reasonable. She told me that a secret realm will appear here, so it's a good idea to take him down with the help of this period of time, plus the end of the secret realm, this period of time, and that secret realm chance you must get your hands on. This will mold you to be different. Lin Wentian had already taken out a small notebook to record. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he took out a contract. Sign it. Lin Wentian was speechless for a moment as he looked at the content on it. Heaven's mandate helped Lin Wentian pursue to Ling Yushan, and everything that happened during that time, Lin Wentian is responsible for an O's Heaven's mandate a heavenly saint chance. Brother Lin, if it's appropriate, just sign it and save yourself from suspecting me. Lin Wentian opened his mouth. You don't have to tell me. It's not really that suspicious when it comes down to it. Is Brother Heaven's destiny so lacking in opportunity? Chu Xinghe sighed. The chances before were used to cultivate other people, and everything went down the drain, so I'm just running out, and I have to rely on myself for everything. Lin Wentian gave Chu Xinghe a look of love. It looks like the guy was genuinely let down, and it's kind of sad that even the resources he paid for went down the drain. It's only by experiencing this that you can need the money so badly and summarize so much experience. Next we begin the first step of the program. After watching Lin Wentian sign, Chu Xinghe put it away. Heroic rescue is the best way to use it. Except that you were good as a licking dog before, and you heroically rescuing her will only turn her off, so you have to do it differently. Lin Wentian's eyes lit up as he listened to Chu Xinghe's unfolding plan. Good, that's a high plan. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. The next step is to plan to do it in secret. Chapter 66, Selling You and Counting the Money for Me. After Chu Xinghe and Lin Wentian separated, he disappeared with the 9 scaly dragons. Chu Xinghe had already made them transform into people. Secretly finding a few strong people and controlling them with the Heart Demon Guide worked pretty well. As his strength increased, Chu Xinghe's understanding of the Heart Demon Guide also had an increase. It can control a person's thinking, their actions. On the other side, Ling Yushang was loitering. Just around the corner, a sack was suddenly placed over his head. Before he could react, his strength had already been sealed. Can't even speak. Fully bound. Ling Yushang had surprise in her eyes. What kind of tactics are these? Big brother, letting her escape and be rescued last time. We can count it as a merit, right? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense and don't spoil the young master's good deed. The two men stopped talking. Ling Yushang felt that life was gray. She's not going to be that. Poof. The two men threw Ling Yushang in a room. Can't see out. Strength is still bound. A heart jumped out of his throat. Put. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. Ling Yushang's pupils kept changing. Palms sweaty with tension. The sack was lifted. Don't kill me. Chu Xinghe looked at Ling Yushang speechlessly. Miss Ling, what a coincidence. Ling Yushang's eyes snapped open when she heard a familiar voice. When he saw Chu Xinghe, his gaze froze for a moment. And you say you have no thoughts about me? Beast, you've been exposed. Chu Xinghe sighed. Take out a deed. You still owe me money. I'm not interested in you. When are you going to pay me back? Ling Yushang looked at Chu Xinghe. You came over here to ask for money? Chu Xinghe raised his eyebrows. Or what? What are you thinking? After saying that, he tapped his forehead to think of something. Almost forgot. You're the one being kidnapped now. This is too bad luck for you. Who wants to deal with you? Ling Yushang frowned and thought. I don't know. They're loyal to the same people as the ones before them. Chu Xinghe's eyes looked up and down at Ling Yushang. Kidnapping is nothing but for money and color. You don't look good and you don't have any money. What can people miss about you? Ling Yushang couldn't wait to go up and bite Chu Xinghe. Tell me how you were kidnapped? If I hadn't sent someone to look for you, you would have been lost. What a pain in the ass. Might as well not have saved you in the first place. Ling Yushang looked at the dislike in Chu Xinghe's eyes and was a bit aggravated. When had she ever been so aggravated? Ling Yushang withdrew her mind and told the story of her kidnapping. It really can't be someone who covets you, can it? To pull a hero act. Ling Yushang had not yet spoken. It's not impossible, it would be more appropriate to add a bitter trick. Little lord, someone is coming. A voice came from outside the door at this time. Chu Xinghe frowned. I'll secretly undo your acupuncture points just to see who's up to no good. If it's really someone who adores you, it's best not to tear your face off. Maybe you can make a fortune with him. Looking at Chu Xinghe's wealth-crazed appearance, Ling Yushang was speechless for a while. Why should I cooperate with you? Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Big deal. I'll ask the Ling family for it. Ling Yushang hastily refused. Chu Xinghe disappeared. The sound of tussling came from outside the door. A short while later a figure stumbled open the gate. Ling Yushang was still a bit nervous when she heard the voice. With the sack lifted, after seeing Lin Wentian, there was surprise in his eyes. It's actually you. Lin asked Tian to nod his head. After releasing Ling Yushang, he did not say much and walked towards the outside. Ling Yushang stood back. After looking at Lin Wentian's back, he didn't know what he was contemplating. Why don't you talk to me? Lin asked Tian to stop. Quite a bit of blood and flesh rolled over his body. I know you hate me, so why should I be a pain in the ass? The body shook after saying that. Just walked out the front door and fell to the ground with a plop. Lin Wentian secretly said inwardly. Pretty decent acting this time, I guess. Is really going to pass out. Ling Yushang's eyes were chilly as she pursed her lips. There was even murderous intent in his eyes. Could he, a loser who hadn't revealed his strength, actually kill that many people? Act like it too. What a dumbass. I'd like to see you do something. After Chu Xinghe, who was hidden in the distance, saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose. What a little wit yourself. A gap develops between the heart of the female master of Qi and the son of Qi. The son of Qi's heavenly destiny value drops by 10,000. The female master of Qi drops by 5,000. The master guides everything that happens and gains 500,000 heavenly destiny value. Hearing the voice in his head, Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. It's true that there are 2 fat goats. However, thinking about saving Ling Yushang before, she was able to know where the chance was. I'm sure there should be the key to that chance in my hand. Should we find a way to trick our way over, or tail the son of Qi? When Lin Wentian awoke, he found himself lying on the bed. There was a person sitting next to him, and it was none other than Chu Xinghe. The first step has been successful. Lin Wentian reacted, his face ecstatic. Sure enough, Kung Fu is not a problem. Mr. Lin, drink the medicine. At this time Ling Yushang brought a bowl of medicine. There was still concern in his eyes. Many thanks to Mr. Lin for saving my life. Lin Mantian wanted to say that he should. Thinking about Chu Xinghe's arrangement before. I'd do the same for anyone else. Ling Yushang pursed her lips, put down the medicine bowl, and turned to leave. Chu Xinghe secretly gave a thumbs up. You drink the medicine and it's time for the next step. Lin asked Tian to feel energized. Well, at least it's changed her impression of herself. After Chu Xinghe walked out, he found Ling Yushang. You have a chance in your hand? Ling Yushang looked confused. What chance? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The way he looked at you wasn't right. I'm a man and I have a hunch that it was intensely possessive, greedy, or maybe there was something in you that he specifically needed. Ling Yushang pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Her fingers clenched tightly and her eyes were filled with killing intent. There are only 2 things that can be said to be on one's mind. One is the mysterious key in her hand, the other is her physique. Thinking of the physique, Ling Yushang violently raised her head to look at Chu Xinghe. Could it be that everything was Chu Xinghe's doing? That Lin Qitian is just a pawn. This guy is so mysterious and everything happens so coincidentally. After Chu Xinghe sensed the unkindness in Ling Yushang's eyes, inwardly, I lamented that women are indeed tricky. What kind of look are you giving me? Is Lin Wentian your pawn? Hearing these words, Chu Xinghe directly laughed out. I'll use him to chase you. Don't dream of it. You don't deserve it. Ling Yushang's eyes narrowed as she stared deathly at Chu Xinghe. Are you sure you don't know something? Chu Xinghe's gaze flickered for a moment. Ling Yushang sneered. I do know a little bit. Lin Wentian, should the person you saved as a child, to put it bluntly, you are his white moonlight. But well, this Lin Wentian is not the other Lin Wentian. Think about when you were a child. Chapter 67 Zhang Evening might just be a Dao body of one Ruoshui. Ling Yushang's complexion changed, and if it wasn't for Chu Xinghe mentioning it, she would have already forgotten. She suddenly looked at Chu Xinghe in front of her. Is the name Mandate of Heaven a fake? Could it be that the guy in front of her was the one she saved? Looks like you remembered. Chu Xinghe had his hands behind his back. Blah, 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 blah. Master is so shameless, deceiving little girls. This heroine is also really stupid. You're that little kid? Chu Xinghe turned his head to look at Ling Yushang. You're the brat. I'm older than you. Ling Yushang was still a bit skeptical. However, after Chu Xinghe spoke out that scene from before, Ling Yushang no longer had any doubts. Who would have thought that the little brat that was rescued in the beginning would actually grow to this size? Ling Yushang was also a bit emotional. Why did you lie to me about your name being Heaven's Mandate? Your name is Lin Wentian, so what's up with that Lin Wentian in there? You saved my life before, I saved yours after, and I named myself that. Lin Wentian has been a name for a very long time, so long that I'm about to forget it. Chu Xinghe's eyes held a reminiscence, combined with the previous experience. That feeling of loneliness, of isolation welled up. It made Ling Yushang inexplicably a bit uncomfortable. Actually, this whole thing shouldn't have gotten you involved. Chu Xinghe faced Ling Yushang. What do you mean? At the time I was not a beggar. Also have a happy family. Everything destroyed in a power. That power I just know called Sumeru Mountain. Nothing else. He should be the one who came down from Mount Sumeru. Well hidden, but that aura that disgusts me can't be forgotten for a long time. My presence has made certain people jealous again. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he inadvertently revealed the true God realm a little. Ling Yushang was frozen in place. The money-grubbing guy in front of me. I can't believe it's someone I saved as a child. Now it was even breaking through to the true God realm. It's almost like a pipe dream. At about the same age, she was only at the Emperor Seal realm, and above that, there was the Ascension, the Void God, and then the True God. If he was given a little more time, he might be able to achieve something. After they sensed my presence, they were going to go ahead and strike again, and you were their target. Ling Yushang froze. Why? Chu Xinghe looked serious. I wouldn't be who I am without the person you were before. Remember that guy I was talking about in the tavern? Actually, that person is you. only I can't say it to their faces. I'm not sure how much they know about what's going on between you and me, and I don't want to deepen the relationship or your life will be in danger. Ling Yushang froze in place, looking at Chu Xingha's sincere eyes. The heart can't help but be a little excited. Actually, I do know your physique. One sentence made Ling Yushang freeze. What kind of physique do I have? Ling Yushang made a snort. A physique suitable for a double break. Chu Xingha spoke bluntly. Ling Yushang was silent. Chu Xingha took out a jade pendant. If you believe me, take this thing. It will cover your physique. Your parents didn't cover it carefully enough for you. This thing, Chu Xingha, naturally coalesced by cultivating kung fu, doesn't work too long. However, the destiny void body was originally untainted by cause and effect and could not be deduced. You can cover for Ling Yushang. Only then can the play go on. It's the only way he can get more out of it. He's suspicious of me now and may send help. You must never trust anyone, not even me if necessary. Sumeru's methods are insidious, and there may be times when I'm not even me. Chu Xingha said no more and turned to leave. Ling Yushang stood still, not knowing what to do. For a moment she didn't know who to trust. One thing is certain, though, Chu Xingha was indeed the person she had saved as a child. Even the details are known. Father, mother, investigate about Lin Wentian. He seems to know about my physique. The female master of Qi has murderous intent towards the son of Qi. The gap expands. The son of Qi's heavenly destiny value drops by 10,000. The female master of Qi drops by 5,000. And the master gains 500,000 heavenly destiny values. After Chu Xingha, who had just left, heard this, the corners of his mouth rose. That's nice. Take a look at the system interface. Master, Chu Xingha. Age, 20. Strength, early true god, 5 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon leader. Heaven intercepting finger. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragon chariot, pure-blooded dragon in the early stage of the great sage. Destiny value, 153-3500. Backpack, none. The heavenly fate value has gained 1,100,000. It looked like the only way to get a massive amount of heavenly fate value was to kill the son of fortune or the heroine of fortune. Xiaoshi Ro of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. And that Shui Nianji hadn't died yet. However, Chu Xingha didn't dare to send anyone over right now. That one Ruoshui is no joke. Chu Xingha was lounging around. The people next to him were in a hurry to leave. Chu Xingha was confused. I heard that the goddess of the Zhongli clan came over to find trouble with the Hong clan. Is that the one who overthrew the water family and forced the death of the God-Slayer temple master? The great Yu Emperor? Yes, it's that demonic body. The investigation came out that the one called Chu Xingha had appeared in the Hong family before. Hurry up and leave Far City. After that demoness goes crazy, maybe the entire high city will be devastated. Surprise flashed across Chu Xingha's eyes. That demoness is still cute. The lovely Zhongli Qingmeng in Chu Xinghe's mouth, sitting at the top of the Hong family. The entire Hong family all knelt in the Great Hall. The Great Hall was silent. Everyone was sweating coldly, lest they offend the ancestor above them. Miss, no one has seen Mr. Chu appear. When Zhongli Qingmeng heard these words, her eyes carried a bloodthirsty red aura. Who the hell killed you? And you don't give me an indication. Miss, a little clue was found in a dry well 30 kilometers away. Shadow One walked out of the void and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng and said, Go. After Zhongli Qingmeng left, the entire Hong family flames rushed to the sky. Zhongli Qingmeng's entire body looked like a fire-burning rose under the illumination of the fire. Looking up at the distant sky, I'll clean up anything that's suspicious. It doesn't matter who they are or what their background is, until I could no longer lift the knife, or I die and it all stops. As long as I live, I will find a way to resurrect you, even if one sacrifices the entire Taishu heavenly realm. Miss, what you asked to be investigated. There's a situation coming from Tianji House. Zhongli Qingmeng stopped in his tracks. What did they say? Shadow One was a bit hesitant. She didn't know if Miss would go crazy after telling this news to her. It's not decent to swallow. He's dead, and there's not much left for me to care about. Shadow One stiffened. Zhang Evening might just be a Dao body of one Ruoshui. Chapter 68. Zhongli Qingmeng came to the dry well. Zhongli Qingmeng was indeed shocked when she heard Shadow One's words, even lamenting a bit of a pipe dream. She didn't rush to conclusions, though, because of what happened to Chu Xingha, she couldn't look at one Ruoshui. It didn't mean that one Ruoshui didn't have the ability, or else she wouldn't be immobilizing the heavenly diffusion Holy Land right now. How many ways does the Tenji House say this matter is certain? Over 70%. Shadow One said truthfully. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. When I return to the clan and ask my mother to see if there is such a possibility, if there is, I'm afraid that one Ruoshui is a lot more terrifying than imagined, and is plotting a great deal. Could it be that she even managed to hide it from her mother? Zhongli Qingmeng murmured. Forget it, this matter should not be publicized first. When your matter is over, I will let people continue to investigate. If that is really the case, then there is no need for the Zhang family to exist. I will not allow anyone to be able to take advantage of him. Shadow 1 did not speak, since Chu Xinghe had helped the young lady. Now Chu Xinghe was dead. One of the lady's hearts has been sealed. Even the time spent practicing grew much longer than before. Only Chu Xinghe's affairs could interest the young lady. Come on, let's go to that dry well first and see what's there. When Shadow 1 reappeared with Zhong Liqing Meng, he had already arrived at the dry well 30 miles away. Standing by the well, Zhong Liqing Meng's eyes narrowed. Locked dragon well? Not quite sure yet. This dead well is very mysterious. I sent people to investigate and the people around said that the well has existed for a long time and no water has appeared. There were quite a few people who tried to seal up this dry well before, but those people ended up dying for no reason, and then this well was rarely approached. Why did those people seal this ancient well? According to what we've been poking around, a lot of little kids have fallen in here playing, and people just can't get down there to save them, so they can only watch the kids die. Zhong Liqing Meng did not pursue the question. That's kind of funny. It looks like those special people are going to appear again. There should be a great chance in here. Without that special person, this place can't be opened. Shadow 1 nodded. Having followed Miss before, she did understand how mysterious those special people were. She thought about all of this as she investigated the well. Miss, what do we do next? Zhong Liqing Meng looked at the dry well. Standing up there and looking down, all you could see was the dry well with nothing in it, like there was a chronic lack of water. But she had a vague feeling that there was a danger here. Maybe it was directed at her, too. Wandering around along the edge of the well, Zhong Liqing Meng suddenly stopped at a place. What's wrong, miss? He was here. Shadow 1 froze. What was wrong with miss? I can feel the danger in the middle of this dry well, but standing in this position gives me a sense of peace of mind, like he's by my side. He's been to this place, I can be sure of that. Shadow 1 didn't say anything. You're guessing that someone is going to deal with you, or use this against me, so you're preparing ahead of time? Zhong Liqing Meng murmured. The corners of his mouth turned up at the thought of the person in his mind, followed by murderous intent. Have someone attack this dry well? If there is a chance, why hide it? Zhong Liqing Meng said calmly. If saints don't work, then great saints. If great saints don't work, then heavenly saints. If heavenly saints don't work, then supreme beings. And if supreme beings don't work, then quasi-emperors. I'd like to see how much a dry well can do. Shadow 1 didn't say anything. She didn't even want to reveal the lady. It's the supreme secret realm you could care less about. Definitely just wondering what Chu Xinghe is doing here to prepare. Not long after, a few people walked out of the void. The attack began against the dry well. On the other side, Chu Xinghe, who was still stirring up Ling Yushang and also Lin Wendian, felt the movement in the void and froze. Could it be that we have to force open that chance? But to Chu Xinghe, it wasn't a bad thing. On the other side, Ling Yushang looked at the several powerful people that had appeared around her. Helplessness showed on his face. She just knew that if she sent a message to the family, she would be taken back. What other news have you brought here? Miss, that Lin Wendian is really difficult to investigate. The Master Mother inquired about the old ancestor and the old ancestor said that he owed a favor in the beginning. And now that person is using that favor to place Lin Wendian by your side. As for the other words, the main mother asked me to give you this jade talisman. Ling Yushang took the jade talisman and turned around to return to the room. Hearing his mother's words in the jade talisman, Ling Yushang's face changed. Frost, I've asked my old ancestor's opinion, and that person who saved my old ancestor's life meant that the two of you should be joined in marriage. It looks like that Lin Wendian does know about your physique, and even if he doesn't, that person behind him does. Otherwise it wouldn't have been explicitly stated that you were to be joined to her. You need to be careful about what happens next, and if you can, make him disappear silently, or if you need any help, talk to your mother. That old ancestor is rather pedantic, and has promised that person that I will sit in the back for you, so be careful yourself. Ling Yushang put away the jade talisman and her face became ugly. A sudden thought came to her mind. Maybe he has a better idea. I saved his life before, now it's his turn to help me too. Ling Yushang left the room. The person outside the door was still waiting for Ling Yushang. Miss, come back with us now. Ling Yushang shook her head. You guys follow me first. Recently there will be a chance to appear here. Maybe even a supreme chance. Just now mother said to me that she asked you guys to stay and protect me. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask mother about it. One of the protectors of the way stepped aside. Walk over in a few minutes. And at your service, my lady. Next, do nothing without my orders. Never take matters into your own hands. And remember, everything is subject to my orders. The protectors nodded at each other. Don't ever badger me. Ling Yushang left and found Chu Xinghe. Can I trust you? Chu Xinghe glanced at Ling Yushang. What is it? I want you to help me with someone. Chu Xinghe didn't rush to speak. Think about it. Anything that happens in between, you're on your own. Ling Yushang's fingers clenched. She had saved Chu Xinghe once before, but Chu Xinghe had also saved her once before. I saved you. Chu Xinghe's face was expressionless. Inwardly, he sneered. I will help you. And right now there is an opportunity. Remember, we don't have a good relationship. You see me as bad. That Lin Wentian saved you once. He's your savior. Now you should go deliver the medicine. Ling Yushang was naturally not a cutie. Instantly realizing the meaning of Chu Xinghe's words, looking at Ling Yushang who turned around. Remember, don't be too eager. Chapter 69 Eating from the bowl and looking into the pot. Ling Yushang didn't say anything and simply disappeared into Chu Xinghe's palace. After boiling the medicine, he carried the bowl into Lin Wentian's room. A voice came from the room. Senior brother, why didn't you say earlier when you were injured? I should have come over to see you a long time ago. Ling Yushang's feet stopped. A frown was raised. No wonder Chu Xinghe asked her to come over. So that's the opportunity. This Lin Wentian had some heart. I can't believe I thought of using the idea of a woman being jealous. After walking in with the medicine, in the room Lin Wentian was still lying on the bed. There was a smile on his pale face. Looking at Ling Yushang who pushed the door in, her smile tightened and an unnatural look hung on her face, though he knew it was staged. But he didn't know if he could do it. The woman sitting on the edge of the bed was dressed in plain clothes, with a wooden hairpin sticking out of her head, unpowdered. Her face declined in the west, and her skin was snow white. Ling Yushang was a bit surprised after taking a look. It was a woman whose looks were not inferior to hers. That aura of being out of the world was, in turn, displayed in this person to the fullest. This Lin Wentian, his heart is quite fine. If you find a woman who is not as good as her, naturally, she has no qualifications to make her jealous. Now this scene is looking a little more interesting. Yushang, let me explain. Looking at Ling Yushang who had been silent, Lin Wentian thought that Ling Yushang was angry and hurriedly tried to sit up to explain. Only just as the body exerted itself, it sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder brother, you're not alright. The woman sitting on the edge of the bed rushed forward to comfort her. Ling Yushang retracted the footsteps she had crossed out. I came to see how you were doing? Wait until you drink this medicine. Ling Yushang put down her bowl and was about to leave. Wait. At this time Luo Qingxue, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, opened his mouth. Ling Yushang looked back at her. What's the matter with you? My senior brother saved you at least, and this is the attitude you have. Ling Yushang pursed her lips as killing intent surged in her heart. Saved me? Self-directed for who? That's disgusting, but now is not the time. Thanks. After saying that, he turned to leave. Luo Qingxue felt like he had punched his fist on cotton, turning his head to look at the dazed Lin Wentian. The mood is a bit depressing. It was thought that elder brother was hers. Who knew they would like an iceberg? Senior brother, she's gone and you still don't come back to your senses. That male was right. You're really a licking dog. What's all this nonsense? Bring me the medicine. I want to drink it. Did you see that just now? She was coming over as well. If you hadn't stepped forward, she might have been taking care of me by now. Can you have some eyesight? Luo Qingxue let out an "Oh." She has changed her mind about me now. Thanks to Brother Heaven's destiny. Luo Qingxue's eyes rolled. Elder brother, I want to meet that Heaven's mandate you're talking about. Hear that? I was just about to agree painfully. When the words came out, I suddenly didn't want to say them. He didn't know why he was in such a mood. Elder brother, you're dumb. He helped you so much. I want to thank him for that. Lin Wentian could only agree helplessly after some hesitation. Alright, help me up and I'll take you to meet Brother Heaven's destiny. Luo Qingxue put a smile back on his face. The two came to Chu Xinghe's room. Chu Xinghe was playing chess with Long Yi and the others. Of course it was Chu Xinghe against their Dragon 1-9. He, Long Jiao, do you take me for blind? I'll have 3 less pieces in this moment. Master, you can't blame me? This chess piece has his own ideas and doesn't want to stay on the board, begging me to take him away, so I can only help the chess piece for fun. Chu Xinghe opened his mouth. I've seen shamelessness, not this shamelessness. What about these extra pieces? Ryohachi coughed. Master, as I see it, this is because Jody helped them escape just now, and they changed from white to black to thank Jody. Chu Xinghe was directly infuriated and laughed. That's awesome. Today was a real eye-opener. This also has him more shameless than him. Chu Xinghe. No, the dragon. Then tell me why these white ones of mine fell under the board. Ryuichi pondered for a moment. Master, this white son of yours didn't want to be controlled by you and wanted to break free, so he drilled his own hole and ran away. Chu Xinghe stood up. Clunk. Long Yi to Long Jiao had an aggrieved face, looking at Chu Xinghe who was covering his fists and jumping. They were speechless. If you weren't our master, we'd sit on our asses and kill you, but the master's hands are full of good things to protect. You 9 assholes. Long Yi pulled Chu Xinghe to sit down. Master, don't be angry. Master, although you are now weak in strength, almost fleshly, and almost good-looking, you are still an invincible existence in our hearts. Chu Xinghe didn't want to take care of these tampers. I'm on a roller coaster of emotions. Brother Destiny, are you there? I'm coming in. Oh. Dragon 1 to Dragon 9 back to normal. Sitting in his position, an aura of nonchalance revealed itself. The two men stifled laughter as they came in. I didn't expect to see this promotive scene from Heaven's Destiny. Chu Xinghe glanced angrily at the 9 dragons. What's the matter with Brother Lin coming over? Lin Wendian hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Luo Qingxue couldn't wait. You are the mandate of heaven? Chu Xinghe looked at Luo Qingxue, turned his head and looked at Lin Wendian again. Brother Lin has a lot of lust. Hearing Heaven's Destiny's words, Lin Wendian looked a little embarrassed. He knew his senior sister had a crush on him. In his eyes, there was no difference between Luo Qingxue and his sister. If it had been before, he would have explained. But for a moment he didn't explain, just smiled awkwardly. Even Luo Qingxue was carrying a surprise, looking up and down at Chu Xinghe. Handsomer, taller, better temperament than senior brother. The strength should be powerful too. Not sure about the background. There's no telling what this guy is capable of. Elder brother, you go back first. I want to talk to him. Lin asked Tian to hesitate a bit. He was afraid that Chu Xinghe might have something in mind for his senior sister. This Chu Xinghe in front of me knows too much about women. What if you abduct your sister with a few words? Senior brother, hurry back. Nothing will happen. Lin Wendian stood outside the door, the corners of his mouth twitching. Was this still his cute little sister? Dragon 1 and Dragon 9 had already left and spread out around, to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. I've heard from senior brother that you're very good at chasing girls. If you meet one like me, how do I plan to pursue them? Chu Xinghe had a strange look on his face. I don't chase licking dogs. Luo Qingxue's expression stiffened. Just now he called senior brother a dog licker. Now on the flip side, I'm being called a dog licker. You two siblings are interesting. Both of you are dog lickers. What did your master teach you? Luo Qingxue hesitated and stammered, not knowing how to answer. You came over just because you wanted to ask me how to pursue your senior brother, and you still don't like that Ling Yuzhong. What makes it even harder for you is that you've realized that your senior brother came over here to use you as a pawn. Look at that appearance of Brother Lin. If he was in your division, he often explains that he and you are only in a division relationship. And in front of me, he actually didn't explain. It's fear of what? Fear that I'll take you away from you. Brother Lin is greedy, eating from the bowl and watching the pot. Chapter 70. A hole in the plan. That's his business. After hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Luo Qingxue felt uncomfortable in her heart. To her, elder brother was his role model and favorite person. She was still full of joy when elder brother sent her a message. After understanding what elder brother meant, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. She had known her senior brother for so long, grown up together for so many years. In her eyes, elder brother was her person, but now her favorite is going to be taken by someone else. Later on, he got the news of Chu Xinghe from inside his elder brother's mouth. She was still a little curious. A short period of time could make Ling Yushang change her mind. Liking elder brother was wishful thinking on my part. Luo Qingxue looked at Chu Xinghe and explained for him. Luo doesn't need to explain to me. That's between you. I don't really want to get involved in all this favor involved right now, and I've only ever seen my reflection in him before when I helped him. But after seeing you, I kind of regret helping him now. Luo Qingxue hesitated for a moment. Can you continue to help elder brother chase after that Ling Yushang? I don't want to see elder brother sad. Chu Xinghe snorted. Today it seems to me that he no longer deserves my help. Luo Qingxue was confused and did not understand what Chu Xinghe meant by that. I just said he eats from the bowl and watches the pot, and that's what I have against him. He obviously doesn't like you, but then he has thoughts about you even in front of me, an outsider, and I've come to understand what he means. If he can't pursue Ling Yushang, you'll be his backup choice? To put it more bluntly, you'll be a backup. Options when there's no going back. Of course there's another possibility, and that's that without Ling Yushang in front of him, there's also the possibility that other people will appear, and at that time you're not yet his choice. Luo Qingxue was frozen in place. Inside, she didn't believe what Chu Xinghe said. Impossible. Senior brother wouldn't be that kind of person. Chu Xinghe shook his head. You don't have to explain it to me. That's between you guys and has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingxue froze in place. Yeah, it's between her and elder brother. Just now she was talking about willingly liking senior, but she wasn't willing to do it. Elder brother should be hers. You think he doesn't know you like him? Why didn't you explain before? In front of me, it's obvious by looking at your mental state. Go back. You only came over here because you wanted me to help you woo your senior brother. I'm not going to help you. Luo Qingxue was about to leave in a state of disorientation. Wait. Luo Qingxue turned back and looked at Chu Xinghe suspiciously. Just to tell Brother Lin, I'm already in love with him. so whether he can pursue Ling Yushang or not, he can only rely on himself. Luo Qingshui nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Wait until you come back and find Lin Qitian. She was a bit hesitant to say anything about Chu Xinghe no longer continuing to help him. How? Luo Qingshui hesitated for a moment. Elder brother, you know I like you, right? In fact you've always known it. Lin asked Tian not to speak. Would you have chosen me without Ling Yushang? Lin Wentian frowned, a bad feeling in his heart. Before, a senior sister wouldn't ask such a question. Senior sister, is it possible that Brother Heavenly Fate said something to you? Senior, can you answer my question first? Lin Wentian didn't know how to reply. He also hadn't thought about how he should face his little sister. After hearing Chu Xinghe's arrangement earlier, he was just thinking that he could quickly change Ling Yushang's mind about him. Now it's different. Actually, he had understood Chu Xinghe's meaning before. Find one that has a crush on him and is easy to control. It was only that he also wanted to pretend in front of Ling Yushang. Senior sister, you should be tired. Go back and rest first. Luo Qingshui just calmly looked at Lin Wentian. Senior, I'm not tired yet. Lin Wentian stood in place awkwardly. Elder sister, go back first. Senior brother's previous injuries haven't healed yet and he needs to rest. Looking at Lin asked Tian not to answer her question. Instead, they keep talking about other things. Luo Qingshui didn't hesitate and directly turned around to leave. Lin Wentian's eyes carried inexplicable. When Luo Qingshui returned to her room, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She didn't believe what Chu Xinghe said, so it didn't get that one sentence out. She'd like to see what she looked like inside her senior brother's mind. On the other side, Chu Xinghe, the corners of his mouth continued to rise. It was so much fun, and he just loved this kind of fixer-upper. The next day, Ling Yushang didn't come over to deliver the medicine this time, or even come over to care a single word. This caused Lin Wentian's hanging heart to nearly die. Rush to find Chu Xinghe. As a result, the first sentence Chu Xinghe saw him was, I've asked your senior sister to talk to you yesterday. I will not continue to help you. Lin asked Tian to find Luo Qingshui. Senior sister, what do you mean? What exactly did Brother Heavenly Fate say to you yesterday? And why won't he continue to help me pursue Miss Ling? Do you know that today, Miss Ling didn't even come over to bring me my medicine? So what kind of things are you talking about with Brother Heaven's destiny? Listening to Lin Wentian's accusatory tone, Luo Qingshui was angry in her heart. Senior brother, is Miss Ling that important? Lin asked Tian to freeze. Sure, what about me? So are you. Before, in the sect, you said that I was just your senior sister, but why didn't you explain in front of Heaven's mandate? Lin Qitian was instantly stopped by the question and stood in place, a bit at a loss for words. If Ling Yushang asked you this question, how would you answer? Of course it's not you. Luo Qingshui let out a bitter smile. Senior brother, I came over here full of joy, but it turns out that I was just playing assistant. As for why Heaven's mandate isn't helping you, I know a little bit about that too. Do you want to hear it, senior brother? Lin asked Tian to nod his head. Divine Order already said that he originally helped you because he saw a reflection of what he once was in you. But after seeing your performance yesterday, he said you eat from the bowl and watch the pot. You know I like you, you like me, but you don't explain, so that people will misunderstand and say that you are not a true gentleman as you eat from the bowl and look at the pot. That's all. What else does senior brother want to know? Lin Qiantian froze. So that was why. Inwardly, I kind of regretted that I should have known better than to play hard to get. I didn't. Brother Heaven's destiny must have misunderstood something. I should have known better than to take you to him, or this wouldn't have happened. I just think of you as a sister. In a moment, I'll take you to Brother Heaven's destiny, and you must explain clearly. Luo Qingshui snorted. Why should he take my word for it? Lin Wentian froze once again. Yeah, also, elder brother just meant to blame me for pestering you to find Heaven's mandate, which made him misunderstand you. Lin Qiantian's scalp went numb. How does that make him answer? He was originally the one who took the lead in inviting his little sister over to act. Just want to play hard to get. No, there's a hole in the plan. It's a matter of providence. I've made a pact. I'm going to find him. Lin Wentian reacted in a flash. Chapter 71. Then you'll consider me a villain. Luo Qingshui's eyes slightly changed as he looked at Lin Wentian. The previous senior brother was perfect in her eyes. High cultivation talent, perseverance, calmness in doing things, defending fellow disciples, gentlemanly demeanor. But now after that layer of filter gradually falls off, she realized that elder brother was just an ordinary person too. It also has its own preferences and its own temperament. It wasn't as perfect as she looked either, especially since the senior brother's rebuke just now didn't even ask for any other reason. Elder brother, go find him. Luo Qingshui sat down and didn't stand up. Lin Wentian mumbled his mouth, again not knowing how to explain. But when he thought that Ling Yushang might have misunderstood something, there was a little urgency in his heart. turn around and find Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe, who was preparing his next plan in the middle of the room, couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising after hearing the voice in his head. The son of Qi and the female master of Qi have a gap in their hearts. Lin Wentian's destiny value drops by 10,000. Luo Qingshui's destiny value drops by 6,000. And the master gains 700,000 destiny values. Hearing 700,000 heavenly destiny values, the corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. The things that were refreshed in the mall these days were things he couldn't afford. Now that I saw that there were $2 million, my mood was inexplicably quite a bit better. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early true god, 5 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon leader. Heaven intercepting finger. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragon chariot, pure-blooded dragon in the early stage of the great sage. Destiny value, 223-3500. Backpack, none. Is brother Destiny here? Come in. Lin Wentian came in and sat down to look at Chu Xinghe. I don't know why brother Heaven's Destiny went back on his word. He said he would help me pursue Miss Ling. And this halfway stopping is uncharacteristic of a gentleman, isn't it? Then consider me a villain. One sentence directly silenced Lin Wentian. Brother Heaven's Destiny, there is a contract signed between us. Celestial Destiny took out that one contract and tore it up right in front of him. Not anymore. Why? Hasn't she told you yet? Or is it that you can't understand human language? As I've said before, seeing in you what I once was is why I chose to help you. But you're choosing someone who loves you very much in order to pretend. And that in itself is a troubling thing. We're all men. I know what you're thinking. Do you like your senior sister? Lin asked for silence. You are a fraternity. Yesterday's you in my place. Very disappointing. I can tell that before you were not interested in your senior sister. But in front of me, you pretended to have feelings for her. It's not terrible for a man to fraternize. And everyone loves beauty. But you're acting like a villain instead of a gentleman. That's why I refuse to help you. If I help you pursue Miss Ling, it would be irresponsible to Miss Ling instead. I'll have a bad conscience when the time comes. Lin Wentian froze in place. The inside of his mouth mumbled, wanting to say something and not knowing where to start. Previously, when he had signed a contract with Chu Xinghe, he would need to be responsible for anything that arose. Please return. Lin asked Tian to leave in a state of disorientation. No, I have to explain this to Miss Ling. Lin Wentian quickened his pace and hurried away. Chu Xinghe shook his head after seeing this scene. Just one last step. Chu Xinghe was just about to leave. Luo Qingshui walked over. I have something to say to you. Luo Qingshui stared at Chu Xinghe. If Ling Yushang dies, will senior brother change his mind? Chu Xinghe frowned. Was this little girl so grumpy? He likes it so that it advances his agenda. I don't know, but I can be sure of one thing. If you hurt Ling Yushang, your senior brother will come after you. After getting the answer he wanted, Luo Qingshui suddenly smiled. Thank you, and if I ever get the chance, I will repay you. Luo Qingshui left. Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. Lin Qiantian on the other side was a bit hesitant. Could it be that Chu Xinghe had told Miss Ling about his acting? He was in a hurry to leave just now and didn't ask much. When he came back to his senses, he thought about what Chu Xinghe said about not being responsible and having a hard conscience, which made him a little anxious. It's hard to change Miss Ling's impression. It didn't occur to me that after letting his senior sister come over, he'd botched it instead. Miss Ling, are you there? Crunch. The door opens. Ling Yushang had a faint disgust in her eyes. Lin Wentian was at a bit of a loss for words. What else is Mr. Lin doing over here? Why don't you match your senior sister? There's no need to bother with me. I see that your senior sister is a good match for you. Lin asked Tian to get anxious. Miss Ling, don't misunderstand. I don't like my senior sister. I just look at her as a younger sister. It's you, Miss Ling, that I like. And the other day I purposely acted to show you that I wanted to. Ling Yushang looked confused. What acting? Lin Wentian hurriedly closed his mouth. Elder sister knows I'm injured came over to care about me. She likes me is also acting, afraid that I'll be cheated outside. Does Mr. Lin mean that I, Ling Yushang, am a liar? No, it's not. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Wentian's palms. Dead mouths, dead brains, why don't you guys cooperate? Miss Ling is not a liar. Ling Yushang nodded. I can tell that your senior sister doesn't like me, and it's not like I, Ling Yushang, don't have no one who wants me. Not to mention that Mr. Lin shouldn't think too much about it. I'm only giving you medicine to thank you for saving my life. If there are any conditions, Mr. Lin can open his mouth. As long as I, Ling Yushang, can do it, I will agree. Lin Wentian's heart had sunk to the bottom. I'll have my senior sister apologize to you. I'll go back first. Miss Ling, you're the only one inside my heart. Bang. Door closed. Lin Wentian froze in place. After thinking of his senior sister, he turned to leave. Luo Qingshui had just returned from Chu Xinghe. Lin Qiantian's voice was heard. Senior sister, go apologize to Miss Ling. She has already misunderstood that you like me. Looking at Lin Qiantian, who came in anxiously, he opened his mouth to ask her to apologize. Emotions brewed under Luo Qingshui's eyes. Senior, did I do anything wrong? Senior sister, don't you listen to your senior brother anymore? The aggression in Luo Qingshui's eyes gradually disappeared and she just calmly looked at Lin Wendian. The glimmer of anticipation inside was also completely gone. A glimpse of the whole. You're the one who asked me to help. I'm the one who's making me apologize now. 2. Who did I mess with? Who did I offend? You don't have the skills to play it yourself. In turn, he blamed his senior sister. Serves you right that Ling Yushang can't see you. What's the difference between that and being a villain? Okay, I'll go apologize. Lin Wendian had a smile on his face after hearing that. It didn't see the change in Luo Qingshui's eyes. Senior brother, what's your hesitation? Don't you want me to go and apologize to Miss Ling? You're still not leading the way. Chapter 72 Pit the son of Qi Luck a supreme chance. Seeing that his senior sister was so obedient, Lin Wendian didn't dare to hesitate for fear that his senior sister would regret it. He was so excited that he brought his senior sister forward to find Ling Yushang. Mandate of heaven. I have a way to pursue Miss Ling without your help this time. Not long after, Ling Yushang opened the door. Miss Ling, my senior sister came over to apologize to you. Ling Yushang's eyes held surprise. Surprised, he looked at Lin Wendian. Interesting, you've gone to a lot of trouble to get me. Miss Ling, I'm sorry. Luo Qingshui didn't rub it in and directly opened his mouth to apologize. Ling Yushang shook her head. You don't have to apologize. It had nothing to do with you in the first place. It's my business, so you guys go ahead and leave. Luo Qingshui looked at Lin Wendian. Senior, am I able to leave? Lin asked Tian to be a bit puzzled. Senior sister has apologized. Why is Miss Ling still lukewarm? Seems to be treating himself more coldly. That's what's going on. If only Brother Destiny were here. It's a shame Brother Divine Order won't help him anymore. No way. Be sure to ask for Brother Destiny's help. Luo Qingshui turned around and left. Ling Yushang watched Luo Qingshui leave before closing the door again. Lin asked Tian to leave in a state of disorientation. Without realizing it, he came to the place where Chu Xinghe lived. Brother Heaven's Destiny, are you there? I have something to find you. The door opens. Lin asked Tian to walk in. You have something else going on. Lin asked for a red face. Brother Heaven's Destiny, I think what you said is very reasonable. Before that, mine really wasn't any different from a villain. The main thing is that I still don't trust you, and I'm afraid that my senior sister will be deceived by you. Elder sister is very favored within the sect. If she is deceived, when the time comes to return to the sect, masters and uncles, as well as elder brothers and sisters, they won't let me off the hook. That's why I didn't explain and made Brother Heaven's Destiny misunderstand. Chu Xinghe looked at him half-heartedly. Are you telling the truth? When Lin Wendian heard these words, he had the feeling of a village in the dark. If you don't believe me, I can have my sister explain. I've already talked to my sister and I just think of him as my sister and he just thinks of me as his brother. I've already asked senior sister and Miss Ling to apologize just now. Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. I'm still a little bit unconvinced. Lin Qiantian was anxious and left in a hurry, calling Luo Qingshui over again in a short while. Luo Qingshui explained once more. Chu Xinghe sighed cooperatively. Scared me. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. Brother Lin, it's me who misunderstood you. Lin Wendian was in a great mood, with a smile on his face. It didn't see Luo Qingshui's increasingly icy complexion. What is she, a clown? The call comes and the call goes. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I won't help you. Lin Wendian froze in place. Why? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Brother Lin already said just now that since he doesn't trust me, he can switch to another person. As Brother Lin is a young celestial pride and has mysterious forces behind him, I believe that he can definitely embrace a beautiful woman. Lin Wendian was completely flustered. If Chu Xinghe didn't help him, he really didn't know what to do. Not to mention the fact that things have come to this. What plan to use next? What to do? He didn't have a single thought in his mind. Luo Qingshui is disappointed in Lin Wendian. The heavenly fate value of the Son of Qi decreases by 10,000. Luo Qingshui's heavenly fate value decreases by 8,000. And the master gains 800,000 heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe heard the voice in his head. Almost the corners of his mouth turned up. Brother Heaven's Destiny, if you don't believe me, I can still sign a contract. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Forget it, I'm not that far off from that one chance. Not to mention that Miss Ling still owes me one. The emotions under Luo Qingshui's eyes changed. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's mind was no longer on the two people, because the system mall refreshed one thing. True God Perfection Realm card. It's worth 3 million heavenly destiny values. Xu Xinghe was only at the early true god realm. Upgrading to even the middle stage required 5 million heavenly destiny values. Reaching perfection, by cultivating on one's own, or by using the heavenly fate value, would take a while. It didn't occur to me that the system mall was so conscientious. It's not bad that he's been planning for himself for so long. Purchased it without saying a word. At this moment, Lin Wendian was still adding conditions. Xu Xinghe returned to his senses. What do you say, brother? Heaven's destiny? Xu Xinghe froze. What did you say? Lin Qitian. Luo Qingxue had pleasure in his eyes. How about a supreme chance? Xu Xinghe pondered for a moment. Grit your teeth and stomp your feet. Okay, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll give you my word. While Lin Wendian was relieved, he was also a bit helpless inside. Even a wave of other thoughts rose in his mind. Luo Qingxue felt really crazy. Supreme chance? You really dare to open your mouth? Every supreme being was a supreme powerhouse of the Taishu heavenly realm. Those kinds of chances are few and far between. She didn't ask much though. She could sort of see it. This Lin Wendian was not a good person at all. Not a moment after the deed was signed, Xu Xinghe carefully put it away. A supreme chance? Why hasn't that silly girl opened the dead well chance? That chance would definitely be of great help to the son of Qi. Just as the three men agreed on it, the entire far city suddenly trembled. A pillar of skyrocketing light rose up from the ground. A huge golden vortex appeared in the sky, accompanied by thunder. The entire sky over Far City was shrouded. The golden vortex gradually dispersed. Thunder fell from the sky. The bright sky turned black in an instant. A vast force appeared. Not long after, the four divine beasts' silhouettes appeared, roaring up to the sky. This side of heaven and earth were roaring. Ancient Tao rhythms appeared, transforming into the holy lotus of heaven and earth. The vision startled many people. There were also quite a few great powers, their eyes looking through the void, looking towards the land of opportunity. After feeling that vast pressure, his face was ecstatic. The whole of Taizhou is gradually coming to life. A supreme chance has appeared. Bring it back. Many of the great powers of the nearby states were all telling this sentence. Xu Xinghe, Lin Qiantian, and Falling Clear Water walked outside, feeling the heaven and earth visions in the sky. The eyes are all emotionally shifted. The supreme chance is out. Xu Xinghe looked at the vision in the sky. Not bad. That chance is mine. Son of Qi, I hope you know what's good for you. I'll go inform Miss Ling. Luo Qingxue glanced at Lin Wendian who had left. The bottom of his eyes held emotions that were unreadable. How about discussing something? I can help you get this chance. How about you help me kill Ling Yushang? Xu Xinghe snorted. Just you can still get this chance. You don't even look at how many people are grabbing for the supreme chance. Although I don't know your background, there must be quite a few people coming over this time. Who wouldn't want a supreme chance? Please use your head when you speak. Luo Qingxue opened his mouth and didn't retort. Turning around to leave, Xu Xinghe looked at her back. Don't worry, if you want to kill Ling Yuzhang, of course I'll give you a hand in secret. Otherwise my planning for so long would not have been in vain. Chapter 73, Kill or Be Killed. What are you going to do? Xu Xinghe had originally thought of raising his strength to true god perfection first. Think about keeping your hand in. Maybe there's something else going on in there that's unexpected. Or you can have a pig in a poke. What a pain in the ass to be an old six. Standing above the withered well, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the revealed Tao rhythm. There was a thoughtfulness in his eyes. Miss, what's wrong with you? When I forcefully opened this one chance, I felt a particularly strong danger. But after these 2 short days have passed, that one danger, I feel faded quite a bit. Before this feeling was only there when he was alive. Hearing this, Shadow One's eyes carried unbelief. Does Miss mean that Mr. Shu is still alive? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. The immortal demon body has died. Heaven and earth are mourning. Could he have survived in another way? The heavens and earth are so big that anything could happen. Let's wait and see. If he's still alive, even if I turn over the entire Taishu heavenly realm, I'll find him. Zhongli Qingmeng stood in the void. Buzz off. Cracks constantly appeared in the surrounding void. One by one, powerful and mighty forces arrived, especially the Ling, Jin, and Sun families in Taizhou. As the overlord of Taizhou, he naturally didn't want his family's chance to be taken away by someone else. The 3 patriarchs stood together. Gentlemen, this is my Taizhou's chance. It's a bit inconvenient for you all to come over. Everyone understood what they meant, but no one paid any attention. Those who can come to this place are certainly not afraid. Oftentimes, chance is just that. Not long after, a young supreme being appeared. Looking at the patriarchs of the 3 great clans, there was ignorance in his eyes. The 3 patriarchs were about to get angry. Zhongli Qingmeng glanced at them. Shut up. The 3 men's faces were grim, and they were about to retort. 2 people walked out behind Zhongli Qingmeng and stared at them with smiles on their faces. Don't bare your teeth for our goddess, or we old guys can't guarantee what will happen. If anyone here makes our Zhongli family goddess unhappy, we'll be unhappy as well. and I'm sure the whole of Taizhou will be unhappy, especially the forces that consider themselves the hegemonic powers of Taizhou. Wouldn't you say that's true? The three patriarchs? The three patriarchs' faces were ugly. Treasures are supposed to be learned by those who have the destiny, and our three great clans are just coming over to take a look. So maybe our descendants will also have a chance to obtain this chance? Three more powerhouses appeared in the sky. They were naturally the old ancestors of the three great clans. The three patriarchs had understood what the old ancestor meant. This one chance they couldn't protect. Whoosh! One after another strong person appeared. Even quite a few saints who were about to decay had appeared. These people had a maniacal look in their eyes. The lifespan is approaching, and now a supreme chance appears. As long as they gained the supreme chance to go further, their lifespan would increase. Even if there was no Zhongli clan present, they would still ignore the three great clans. That's how it is in the cultivation world. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. For so many years, Taizhou didn't know how many old men whose lifespan was approaching were hidden. Now a supreme chance appeared, and someone else was on their way. When Chu Xinghe came over, the sky was already densely packed with people. Looking at the 9-dragon chariot, many people's expressions changed. 9 great Saint Realm Augur dragons pulled the cart. That's a big handful. The 3 great families of Taizhou also looked at the same time. They've been noticing this guy slightly these days, but they can't investigate. It's like this guy came out of nowhere. Even Zhongli Qingmeng had looked over. She had a strange feeling in this divine order. The man seemed to be him, and then he didn't. This person isn't an immortal demon body either. A very strange feeling haunted her. Think of the letters. Zhongli Qingmeng glanced at the sky without thinking. Could it be that after Chu Xinghe's death, the rules of the heavenly Tao changed and such a person appeared, used to destroy my Zhongli family when the time comes? She also sent people to investigate these days, without the slightest clue. After seeing Chu Xinghe today, the thoughts in his heart became even stronger. It was because she could actually feel a faint peace of mind in Chu Xinghe. The dragon is trapped in the wild, divided and eaten. This heavenly rule keeps changing. You won't let my family go? Thinking of this, the bottom of his eyes had turned cold. The guy in front of me has to die. She also had to resurrect Chu Xinghe. Can't be held back. Buzz off. Right about this time, once again a vortex appeared in the sky. When Ruoxue appeared with a few people, they have an air about them that doesn't fit the times, and he himself exuded the aura of the true god realm. Chu Xinghe sat in the 9-dragon chariot and just took one look before shifting his gaze. Now for Chu Xinghe. When Ruoxue is a stranger, Zhongli Qingmeng had killing intent under her eyes. When Ruoxue looked as if no one else was there, a faint divine light appeared in his eyes as he looked at the secret realm. Turning his head to look at the 9-dragon chariot. Why did you kill someone from my Tianyan Holy Land? At these words, many people quieted down. The 9-dragon chariot was oppressed by its aura and continuously let out low roars. Chu Xinghe walked out blandly, eyes and warm as water calmly treated. Kill or be killed. What are you going to do? When Ruoxue looked at Chu Xinghe, the fingers under the robe kept pinching. Couldn't help the change in face. What? Can't you deduce it? It's unseemly for you, a supreme powerhouse, to project a junior like me, isn't it? Looking at Chu Xinghe's smile, when Ruoxue's face was calm, but waves were already rising inside. The projection was a void, as if the person did not exist. Learning without mastery, you presume to diffuse the heavens. Ha! Chu Xinghe snorted, his gaze already shifting from when Ruoxue's complexion changed. Since Chu Xinghe's death, she felt that her mindset had been constantly changing. She wouldn't meddle in anything before that. When Chu Xinghe was alive, she deduced that Chu Xinghe could help the heavenly diffusion Holy Land to survive that calamity. Only then did he accept Chu Xinghe as his disciple. The Chu Xinghe she had deduced was not in danger, but he's dead. She began to re-examine herself and find her way again, but this time she was getting confused and she had forgotten herself. She began to act like an ordinary holy lord, sheltering the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. She didn't know if it was guilt, or something else. The corners of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth rose when she heard Chu Xinghe's sarcasm, because she now looked down on Wen Ruoxue. Rumble. The crowd withdrew their gazes from the theater. A few disciples of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land looked at Chu Xinghe with killing intent under their eyes. Chu Xinghe naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Just a few pieces of trash. Entering the secret realm, he was going to fulfill his plan. I wonder if the Ling family will fall out with Mount Sumeru. One chirography heroine is going to kill another chirography heroine. If Chu Xinghe didn't choose to intervene, he wouldn't be Chu Xinghe anymore. As the secret world opens, quite a few people want to go in. Those saints whose lifespans are nearing the end of their lives are in the lead. A golden light fluctuation appeared. All these saints disappeared. Chapter 74, Here Comes the Shura. The sudden scene stopped a number of people in their tracks. Heavenly God realm and above powerhouses shouldn't go in. Going in would be a death sentence. A strong man watching the show casually spoke. Many powerful lives have been transformed into forbidden places when they fell. waiting to be passed on to someone with a destiny. They would naturally select the more talented disciples as well. Chu Xinghe was about to sneak in after noticing the disguised Lin went in. On the other side, Zhong Liqing Meng's gaze similarly looked away, because he sensed a disgusting aura in this person. Chu Xinghe entered the secret realm. A heaven and earth aura entered his body. Strength is vaguely enhanced a bit. It was worthy of being a secret realm transformed by the Supreme Being. I just don't know if there is still an origin present. If there was, when the time came to give the 9 scaly dragons, they might be able to break through to the heavenly saint realm. At that time, he would be able to carry the 9 augurs across the country. If the Supreme Being does not come out, he is the sky. Of course, that's all you can think about now. Just because others couldn't bring in strong people didn't mean Chu Xinghe couldn't either. The 9-dragon chariot was placed in the system space, so who could know? Just settle down and be an old 6. But these quite a few disciples should also have quite a few treasures. When the time comes, you can use the purple gold gourd and the demon refining pot to refine it. Think about it. Chu Xinghe deliberately triggered quite a few prohibitions along the way. The already menacing secret realm became even more dangerous. Chu Xinghe blindly followed Luo Qingshui. At this moment, Luo Qingshui was hiding in the dark. Ahead, Ling Yushang found a dilapidated palace. There are a couple of Dao-entry pills in there. Just acquired it and it's being targeted. The Dao-entry pill does not directly enhance strength. Instead, it could increase the chances of a cultivator entering an epiphany. It cannot be refined by anyone other than a supreme powerhouse. Chu Xinghe was secretly smacking his lips. Not bad for a Qi heroine and amazingly lucky. Chu Xinghe rubbed his chin. Right now, Ling Yushang was not a match for the 3 people on the other side. Maybe the sons of Qi are around. No, we need to move faster. There were special runes appearing under Chu Xinghe's eyes. The aura of the 3 heavenly prides on the opposite side skyrocketed. Not a moment too soon. Ling Yushang has been injured. The sword in his hand was propped up on the ground. Chu Xinghe hurried out. Grabbing the sword in Ling Yushang's hand, he slashed at it. The 3 men across the street let out a scream. Ling Yushang froze as she looked at the visitor. What brings you here? Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. You still owe me the chance to not pay me back. You can't die yet. After saying that, he walked over to Ling Yushang and broke her hand. Under Ling Yushang's furious glare, he took away the 3 Dao-entry pills. These 3 pills, consider them as payment for saving you this time. I'm so conscientious. After saying that, he returned the sword to Ling Yushang and waved his hand to leave. Ling Yushang couldn't hold on any longer and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Master snatched the chances of the female master of Qi. The female master of Qi's heavenly destiny value dropped by 10,000. The son of Qi's heavenly destiny value dropped by 10,000. And the master gains 600,000 heavenly destiny values. Chu Xinghe froze after hearing this. He knew it would have been better if he hadn't stepped in early. When that dog Lin Wentian made his move, he would definitely have one of the Dao-entry pills by then. Chu Xinghe left. Ling Yushang knew that he couldn't stay here for long. As long as one was injured in the secret realm, one could fall at any time. Just about to get up and leave, a man came out of the shadows. Miss Ling, why are you in this place? At the moment, Luo Qingshui's hair was disheveled and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. The breath also became quite messy. Ling Yushang watched as someone appeared and was on guard inside. At the sight of Luo Qingshui, a feeling of absurdity rose within. She's here to kill me. On the surface, Ling Yushang let her guard down. So it's Miss Luo. Scared me. God relaxed after that. Luo Qingshui walked up. It's too dangerous inside the secret realm. Why don't the 2 of us travel in pairs and take care of each other in case of danger? Luo Qingshui proposed. Elder brother's strength is quite a bit stronger than mine, so we can go to elder brother as well. Hearing Luo Qingshui's words, Ling Yushang nodded her head. Not long after, Ling Yushang felt her footsteps getting lighter and lighter. The head is getting heavy. Turning his head, he looked at Luo Qingshui's smiling expression. Alarm bells went off in his mind. Just now she quietly ate the antidote to poison. It was the fear that this Luo Qingshui would be unfavorable to her. What did you do to me? Ling Yushang was indeed a bit flustered now, because the strength in the body was rapidly depleting. The meridians are also closing. Nothing much, just something that fuses a bit of supreme poison blood. Ling Yushang's face changed drastically. I know you took the antidote pill just now. Ling Yushang froze. How do you know? Because she had eaten it surreptitiously, or with her back turned. You guys can't smell that scent, but I can smell it, because I'm the one who researched that elixir. Ling Yushang's eyes widened violently. You're that genius pharmacist. Many forces knew that the antidote pill was refined by a talented young girl, but that man was only heard of, not seen. Now tell her it's actually the young girl in front of her. Good, I want you dead. Luo Qingshui directly struck out at Ling Yushang after he finished speaking. A slap to the face. Ling Yushang still wanted to resist, but she couldn't do it. Spit out a mouthful of black blood. The body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Xu Xinghe in the dark smacked his lips when he saw this scene. Jealous women are terrible. However, this Luo Qingxue was out of his expectation. So much talent. Rather, it could be utilized. Xu Xinghe spotted the sons of Qi that were arriving in the distance. The corners of his mouth turned up. That's interesting. Shura. Luo Qingxue looked condescendingly at Ling Yushang. Why do you think elder brother likes you so much? Is it your face? Or your flesh? Or what? A movement in the hand. An elixir emerged from his palm. Just eat it and you'll be completely relieved. After saying that, he squatted down and cupped Ling Yushang's mouth. Here, be a good girl. Just take it. It's all over and you'll never be in pain again. Luo Qingxue's elixir was about to be placed inside Ling Yushang's mouth. Stop. Lin Wendian finally arrived. Clank. The sound of a sword tweeting appeared, turning into a phoenix. He directly forced Luo Qingxue back. Luo Qingxue raised her head and endured the pain. Shove the elixir straight down. Asshole. Lin Wendian looked annoyed. Senior sister, I think you are crazy. Quickly give her the antidote. Or else. Or what? Kill me? Luo Qingxue's voice was suppressed. You're the one who made me act with you. And you're the one who made me apologize for this and that. Elder brother. You have a big face. Lin Wentian's expression stiffened. The elixir is on me. Kill me and you can save her. Otherwise she will die in less than 3 minutes. Senior brother. Watching your beloved die in front of you. Do you think that feeling would be very cool? Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to what will become of senior brother. Lin Wendian looked at Ling Yuxuan's ashen face. There was heartache in his eyes. Senior sister. Bring out the antidote and I will give you an explanation. Luo Qingxue snorted. Take out a golden-colored elixir. Elder brother. Do you want this? Chapter 75, Killing a Chirography Heroine. Lin Wentian's expression was delighted after seeing it. Elder sister. Stop fooling around and give it to me quickly. When the time comes, we'll go looking for the chance together. You don't know Miss Ling. Once you get to know her better, you'll definitely like her. Senior brother. I don't want to know her depths, but I do want to know yours. Want this antidote? After Luo Qingxue finished speaking, swallow it straight in one bite. There's no antidote now, but elder brother can use my blood to save her yet. I wonder what senior brother would do. Luo Qingxue waved his hand and said casually. Xu Xinghe in the dark frowned. This is turning into a sicko. That's awful. Or a poisoner. This son of Qi is about to be played out. Blacked out women are horrible. Lin Wendian completely froze in place. Pust. Ling Yushang spat out a mouthful of blood. Black silk has appeared on her face, and these black filaments pooled down the neck, toward the heart. Senior sister. I'm offended. After Lin Wendian finished speaking, he grabbed Luo Qingxue's hand, cut a slit directly into her wrist. Red blood dripped down with a medicinal scent. Not long after, Ling Yushang's face had recovered. Lin asked for a sigh of relief, then stopped the bleeding by giving Luo Qingxue. He didn't dare to turn his head to look at Luo Qingxue. Senior sister. I'll make amends to you when the time comes. After saying that, he hugged Ling Yushang and disappeared. Luo Qingxue stood up with a calm expression, looking at Lin Wentian's back as he left. There was no emotion on his face. Xu Xinghe, who was hiding in the dark, came out. It looks like he doesn't like you at all. And as I said before, he's a must for you. You're not a must for her. Luo Qingxue turned her head to look at Xu Xinghe. What are you doing over here? Xu Xinghe approached Luo Qingxue. To kill you, of course. Luo Qingxue's pupils contracted. Instantly think of something. So it's you. It's all you. You're stirring up trouble. Why? Xu Xinghe didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the purple and gold gourd. Divine Pill Transformation Spirit. You really gave me a huge surprise. Luo Qingxue's face changed drastically when he heard this. Turning to flee, a suction force appeared in the purple gold gourd. It was even more excited than Xu Xinghe. Luo Qingxue's face changed drastically. Bubble. Luo Qingxue disappeared. Xu Xinghe felt the gourd burst out with a powerful Dao rhythm. Hastily thrown in the system space. Master kills Qi Luck heroine Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue's heavenly fate value is zeroed out. Master gains 10 million heavenly fate values. Luo Qingxue dies. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi decreases by 100,000. And the master gains 3 million heavenly fate values. Xu Xinghe had a great surprise in his eyes. It hadn't occurred to me that Luo Qingxue's death could affect so many. And the follow-up hasn't broken out yet. Whoever kills Luo Qingxue at that time, that's only one person. Lin asked the sky. After all, Ling Yushang still had Luo Qingxue's blood in her body. I just don't know what the purple gold gourd can refine, and what it reverts to. Oh man of divine medicine incarnate. I didn't expect to make so much money this time. Take a look at the system interface. Master, Xu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early true god, 5 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement, heart demon leader, heaven intercepting finger, weapons, demon refining pot, purple gold gourd, mount, 9 dragon chariot, pure-blooded dragon in the early stage of the great sage, destiny value, 130335500, backpack, true god perfection realm card, what a wave of fat, kill and spare the gold belt, honest, where the clouds are deep and hidden. There were several ancient buildings strewn about, with Taoist rhythms manifesting on them. In the ancient house, a pale existence revived. As his eyes opened, the room around him emanated the same horror. Who killed my disciple? When he finished, he began to push. In the end, all you can see is nothingness. Can't probe anything. Strange, how did this happen? The old man murmured afterward. Make a seal with both hands. Something happened to Qing Shui. You guys go investigate. Whoever it is, kill. A few fluctuations came from the void. The secret realm. Lin Wentian, who had already left, frowned. He felt something bad happening in his mind. Why did Sifu become like this? Looking at the still unconscious Ling Yushang in his arms. Take back your mind. Chu Xinghe secretly followed the son of Qi. After all, to Chu Xinghe, the chances here belong to the sons of Qi. As long as you follow the son of Qi you will get the greatest chance. Just as Chu Xinghe continued to follow, there was surprise in his eyes. He vaguely sensed an aura. That was the scent of Zhong Li Qingmeng. Nice guy. It looked like Zhong Li Qingmeng was also eyeing this son of Qi. It was only until the evening that Ling Yushang woke up. Chu Xinghe hid in the shadows. Zhong Li Qingmeng has left, because there was news that an ancient zither had appeared, which had given birth to a spirit. Quite a few heavenly prides had already gone in search of this ancient zither. Chu Xinghe knew it was the immortal demon sheen that he had thrown in. The immortal demon body has disappeared. The immortal magic harp will eventually disappear. Maybe it's just an obsession. 2. Chu Xinghe didn't go looking for it. That Zhong Li Qingmeng is also a shrewd person. Save her from seeing anything. Right now Chu Xinghe was still quite satisfied with his status. The next 3 days, Chu Xinghe had been following the son of Qi. It's still a bit of an eye-opener to watch him get his chance. But what surprised Chu Xinghe even more was, the purple gold gourd had been restored to the point where it could refine a saint's elixir, especially the crystal clear pills inside the purple gold gourd. Not a single impurity. By the time the secret realm was over, closed-door cultivation would definitely be of immense help. Ling Yushang followed Lin Wentian. Looking at the chances that this guy had gotten, he was inwardly amazed. I have to say this guy got lucky. Right about this time, between heaven and earth, a sword sound resounded throughout the entire secret realm. A pure black iron sword emanated a shocking sword intent. A long river of sword chi appeared and directly chopped at the heavenly pride chasing him. Many of the heaven's pride's faces changed drastically, and the jade talismans in their hands were crushed. The long river of sword chi was blocked. Quickly stop him. This sword has already given birth to a sword spirit. Don't let him run away. Fellow Taoists can join forces first, and then we can distribute the benefits at that time. Many young celestials awakened special spirit weapons. Various colors of Tao rhythms erupted together. The iron sword dripped in the air. As a supreme artifact, it had its own pride. In that battle, it suffered a severe wound and fell into a deep sleep. A familiar scent could be felt. It was the same scent as the owner, but it had just been searching for a moment when the glimpse had disappeared. Everybody out. Many holy weapons bloomed with light. Various rays of light transformed into chains and wrapped around at the iron sword. For 1,000-foot divine beast silhouettes even appeared in the sky. The Tao rhythm on his body turned into chains, locking the iron sword and preventing it from being allowed to break free. The iron sword thought of the moves its owner had used it for when he was alive. A sword was swung. Many holy weapons instantly turned into pieces. After Chu Xinghe saw it, the corners of his mouth turned up. Here's your chance. Just now. He had already asked Long Yi as well as Long Jiao and the others to create a wave of beasts. Just the right opportunity to turn on the chaos. When the time came, many heavenly pride died in the beast tide. It had nothing to do with him. Chu Xinghe. Chapter 76. I'm late. After Chu Xinghe gave the order, endless waves of beasts began to appear. The heavenly pride that had previously surrounded this sword had panic in their eyes after seeing this scene. Sensing this scene, this sword that possessed spiritual intelligence cut through those chains that were wrapped around it and stuck directly into the tide of beasts. The ground shook continuously, and the tide of beasts swept in like a black cloud. Run! The beast tide is coming. Damn it, how could there be a beast tide? I don't know. Could it be that some great chance has appeared? Looking at the human celestials who were constantly dispersing to avoid the wave of beasts, Chu Xinghe was like a ghost as he began to hunt down these heavenly prides. After collecting their resources, they were placed in the demon refining pot. Feed the corpse to the demonic beast. Without realizing it, Chu Xinghe harvested millions more heavenly destiny values. As for the sword, it had disappeared without a trace. Chu Xinghe knew that that sword must be the key to unlocking the true inheritance. That sword should have gone to the son of Qi. Chu Xinghe suddenly felt an oppressive aura. Look up. A strong fluctuation appeared in the distant void. A zither sounded. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed after sensing the movement of the immortal demon Qin. It's someone who doesn't get to want to destroy. Transiently disappeared into thin air. The heavenly pride that surrounded the immortal demon Qin looked at the immortal demon Qin with greed in their eyes. This is a Tao weapon. An existence more powerful than a holy weapon. The immortal demon Qin occurred a sorrowful sound. The sound of the zither kept fluctuating. It radiates a powerful light. After Zhongli Qingmeng came over, she looked at the immortal demon Qin with excitement in her eyes. The immortal demon Qin is actually in this place. Could it be that he's left a means in here? Zhongli Qingmeng suppressed her inner excitement. She didn't dare think about it much. I'm afraid it's just a flash in the pan. There were several holy weapons around the immortal demon Qin. Everyone make a move. This Tao weapon is now in a damaged state. It won't last much longer. And it's up to whoever gets it. Buzz off. The sound of the piano is stirring. A black and a white strand of Tao rhythms rose up to the sky. Two shadows of immortal and demon appeared in the sky. The eyes were disdainful and domineering, looking down on all beings. Numerous saint weapons emitted trembling sounds, clearly in awe. The two images of immortal and demon slowly dissipated, transforming into an unfamiliar figure. When Zhongli Qingmeng saw this figure, there was excitement in his eyes. That's Chu Xinghe. She wasn't mistaken. It's really him. Why don't you tell her? If you tell her, none of this is going to happen. Buzz off. The sound of the piano, as if the breeze was calming. Not a moment too soon, as if it were a swift wind. The voices around them calmed down. As the zither fell, dense cracks appeared on top of these holy weapons. Many of the heavens' pride's faces showed horror. No, how? Why is this Tao Qin still so strong? Not right. The strings of the immortal demon Qin kept crumbling. The shadow in the back was also slowly dissipating. No, this Tao weapon is going to self-destruct. Run. The many celestial pride no longer regretted the destruction of the sacred artifact. Stay on and you might die in this place. The Tao rhythm of the zither also began to reverse. Flames appeared on the top of the body of the piano. Zhongli Qingmeng stood still and didn't block it. There is a master of the Taoist vessel. The immortal magic harp self-destructed. It already represents one thing. That anticipation inside is fading. The heart grows cold. The old smiles, the flirting, the lack of tuning all played out in his mind. Zhongli Qingmeng did not shed any tears. Turn around and leave. A depressing atmosphere appeared around them. The sky is bright, but Zhongli Qingmeng looked like he was in the dark, to devour the light. Chu Xinghe rushed over, hiding in the shadows. He watched Zhongli Qingmeng's back as she left. The immortal demon Qin is still burning. I wonder if I'm sensing something. The flames were even more intense. Chu Xinghe had just calmly looked at the immortal demon Qin. Flames in the air. The Taoist weapon burns itself. The heavens and the earth uttered a mournful cry. Chu Xinghe stood in the dark. A leaf came out of his hand. Put it to your mouth and blow softly. The immortal demon Qin made a sound, echoing Chu Xinghe. I'm coming. Chu Xinghe murmured softly in his mouth. The flames above the immortal demon Qin disappeared. The body of the instrument has turned black. Only a white strand of piano wire floated down. Chu Xinghe extended his hand. The strings fell onto the hands and ended up wrapped around Chu Xinghe's right index finger. Blood appeared on his fingers, soaking the strings. At first glance, Chu Xinghe's finger looked like he was wearing a thin red ring. Chu Xinghe stroked the red zither thread on his fingers. Don't worry, I'll recreate your glory. Forgive me for being too late to take you with me. The red silk thread floated out a little, holding Chu Xinghe's finger. It was like comforting Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe pursed his lips. The silk thread tightly hooked onto Chu Xinghe's hand. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Chu Xinghe murmured and his figure disappeared in place. When it comes time to show up, who are you? A heavenly pride stared at Chu Xinghe in horror. You're already a dead man. Why do you need to know so much? Chu Xinghe directly stomped on this heavenly pride's head. Looking at the corpses eaten by the demonic beasts, Chu Xinghe's face was calm. As long as the people who surround you, all of them will die. In the blink of an eye. Another 3 days passed in the secret realm. Chu Xinghe killed the last person who had surrounded the immortal demon Qin. Looking at the silhouette that appeared in front of him, Zhongli Qingmeng stood still, quietly looking at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe similarly stood in place. Bang! A sword sound rang out. Only a black phoenix was seen rushing towards Chu Xinghe to kill him. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes were cold. You moved my prey. Chu Xinghe's aura gathered in his hands. The heaven-stopping finger appeared. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes were heavy, looking for death. After saying that, he swung out his sword. A ruthless sword intent appeared. Chu Xinghe carried a refined light under his eyes. This is another kind of sword intent. Other people are already thankful for comprehending one. Zhongli Qingmeng had now displayed 2 types of sword intent. Chu Xinghe's fingers stretched out. A sense of emptiness appeared. The sword intent disappeared into thin air. Zhongli Qingmeng had appeared in front of him, the seal of the Celestial Emperor. The voice fell and the sky shook. Thousands of cracks appeared spreading in the void and turned into smithereens. An imperial seal descended from the sky. Chu Xinghe's body kept retreating. Damn! Carrying around a quasi-imperial weapon. Can't fight. Can't fight. Find an opportunity to turn around and disappear. Zhongli Qingmeng stopped in his tracks, looking at Chu Xinghe's disappearing back. If it wasn't for not wanting to expose the heaven-swallowing demon body, swallowed him just now. The man who gave him a ride is no longer there. She needs to be more careful. She lives to resurrect him. The person who disgusted her came to mind. It should be that special someone. It took so long. Maybe that guy has been given a chance. As for the Chu Xinghe that he let go just now, she didn't have that aversion. That's why it didn't continue to strike. Putting the quasi-emperor's soldier away, he turned around and left. After Chu Xinghe left, he contacted Ling Yushang. It was discovered that Ling Yushang could no longer be contacted. Chu Xinghe's eyebrows twitched. Something's not right here. Chapter 77. Save your woman with the elixir your senior sister turned into. At this moment, Ling Yushang and Lin Wendian were sitting by the campfire. Ling Yushang's face was pale, and the appearance of the beast tide added to her body's misery. Originally, she had thought that Lin Wendian would take advantage of the situation. Who expects close care? There wasn't even any offense. That doubt rose in Ling Yushang's heart. Could everything have been deliberately messed up by that providence? She'd been suspicious for the past few days. Lin Wendian awoke from his cultivation and took a deep breath. An iron sword rested at his side. The sword had still suddenly landed at his side. He felt useful and stayed around. In just a few days, his sword intent had once again strengthened. He then suspected that the sword must not be simple. There was also no way to receive it in a storage ring. It was clearly just an ordinary iron sword. Looking at the awakened Lin Wendian, Ling Yushang tried. Didn't you want my body? Why didn't you take advantage of my injury? Lin asked Tian to freeze. Why would I do that? Ling Yushang was a bit dumbfounded. Don't you know my physique? This time it was Lin Wendian's turn to be dumbfounded. What physique? Nothing. Can you tell me why you like me? Lin asked for a moment of silence. 12 years ago, in Taizhou Wocheng, in the sky demon dense forest, it was still raining heavily that day. A little girl got down from the carriage and gave the beggar by the roadside a steamed bun, 3 spirit stones, and fed the beggar a mouthful of spirit spring. Lin Wendian took out 3 spirit stones. The spiritual qi wasn't particularly abundant, except that they were coiled very smoothly and looked very beautiful. Looking at Lin Wendian, he accurately said the place, the time, and was able to take out a token. Ling Yushang's mind was confused. Someone else said those words to me too, but he didn't go into as much detail as you. Lin asked Tian to freeze. Recall. It's something he's barely told anyone about. A person suddenly appeared in his mind. Divine order. Lin Wendian exclaimed in shock. Ling Yushang nodded. He said he was the one and you just wanted me, and that you had a grudge against him. Say that you came from Mount Sumeru with the purpose of cultivating with the help of my physique. Lin Wendian had killing intent under his eyes, thinking back to the moments when she and Tenju knew each other. Damn thing, so it was all you. I will kill you myself. Lin asked Tian to pound the ground hard, thinking that Chu Xinghe knew about his background. There was another slight hesitation. Knowing that he was from Mount Sumeru, he still dared to cajole him like this. It shows that this person is not afraid of Mount Sumeru. That's a bit of a problem. Make sure you find out what this guy is all about. Miss Ling, actually the one who kidnapped you that day. Before Lin Wendian could finish, Ling Yushang had already interrupted him. I knew it was you acting, and I was acting, too. That fate had appeared before you that day, posing as the one I saved. And to say you did it to get my body, I was going to kill you. I've been deeply wounded for the past few days, and you haven't even done anything to me, and I'm starting to get suspicious. Lin Wendian mumbled his mouth. He wanted to move too. It's not like I'm afraid you'll hate me. One can only pretend to be a gentleman. Miss Ling, you can call me Yushang, or Frost. Lin Wendian had surprise in his eyes. Frost, since it's all a misunderstanding, it's fine to talk about it. I'm actually the one you rescued, and I'm also from Mount Sumeru. The situation in Mount Sumeru is complicated, so I can't tell you the specifics yet, but don't worry, I won't hurt you and will definitely protect you. Ling Yushang nodded with a red face. A strong killing intent rose in his heart towards Chu Xinghe. Daring to tease her like this, when the secret realm is over, he must be killed. Thanks to her, she thought he was decent. Turns out it was just a scumbag. By the way, we both have a lot of acting to do, and I'd like to see what he's doing. Lin Wendian was in a good mood and his head became smart. Ling Yushang nodded. Tell me the whole story of how you met him, and I'll tell you the whole story of how I met him, and see if I can guess a little of his motives. The two began to tell everything about knowing Chu Xinghe around the campfire. Do you think he wants to get your body and also your heart? Lin Wendian hadn't thought that Ling Yushang was actually of that physique. This kind of physique is very suitable for cultivation. At this time Ling Yushang suddenly thought of something. Take a look at this jade pendant. It's the same one he gave me, saying it would cover up my physical condition. Would he use it to spy on me and then know what we just said? Lin Wentian received the jade pendant and his fingers kept pinching seals. A spiritual force entered the jade pendant, only to see the jade pendant shatter instantly. Lin Wentian scratched his head. It's an ordinary jade pendant he used to fool you. Ling Yushang then breathed a sigh of relief. Really don't want to take any favors. On the other side, Chu Xinghe couldn't contact Ling Yushang, fearing an accident. He broke the connection of the jade pendant completely, destroying the formation inside. The corners of his mouth turned up as he watched the jade pendant in his hand shatter. It looks like the son of luck and the heroine of luck have come together. Just now, he had already determined the location of Lin Wentian and also Ling Yushang, pouring out an elixir from the purple gold gourd. There was playfulness in his eyes. Use the elixir your senior sister made to boost your woman's strength. When MT Sumaru comes, let's see how you explain. Hey, I'm such a good-hearted person. The heroine knows that you used your senior sister to make a potion for her. Still not touched to death. Chu Xinghe instantly moved one after another. Find an inconspicuous place. Seeing the 1,000-year-old elixir growing on the ground. Wrapping this one elixir in dirt, he arranged it and threw it on the ground. Being around that elixir, one would not have the scent of the elixir emanating out. Lin Wentian and also Ling Yushang, who were in the distance, instantly smelled this fragrance. The two men looked at each other and extinguished the flames, their bodies disappearing. There was surprise in his eyes when he found the elixir, because the elixir grew with a very fast speed. No, why is this elixir growing so fast? As Lin Wentian's voice fell, a demonic beast scurried out. The iron sword swung out. The demonic beast was turned into two halves. Ling Yushang had surprise in her eyes. The Ascension Realm waved its hand to kill a Void God Realm powerhouse. That talent. Lin asked Tian to approach the elixir. There was a look of surprise in his eyes after he sensed the movement. A potion was taken out of the dirt. Getting the dirt off of it, an aroma comes through. Hiss. Just now, this elixir was absorbing the power of this elixir, and that's how it rapidly improved. It's a shame it's delayed for a while. The power of this elixir is missing quite a bit. Lin Wentian finished speaking and took Ling Yushang's hand. Ling Yushang blushed. Lin Wentian placed the elixir in her hand. This elixir should be able to cure your injuries, so eat it quickly and get well, and we'll continue searching for the opportunity. Chapter 78, Kid, you spoiled me. This place has nothing to do with you. Ling Yushang nodded. The healing pills she had brought with her these days had already been consumed. Without hesitation, he sat down and took the elixir to start cultivating. The kung fu runs. Ling Yushang's pale face gradually regained its redness. The blood in his body that belonged to falling clear water and the elixir fused together. One moment. Ling Yushang's strength broke through the Ascension Realm. It was only until the late stage of the Ascension Realm that it slowly stopped. Lin Wentian hadn't expected that this elixir would actually have such a great effect, directly allowing Ling Yushang to break through to the late stage of Ascension. When it stabilized, it wouldn't take 2 days to break through to Ascension perfection. The next step would be to break through the Void God Realm. Thank you, asked Tin. Hearing Ling Yushang's address, Lin went to the heart of Lin, went to the heart of Lin, went to the heart of Lin, went to the heart of Lin. Inside, it was pounding. You can also put these spirit medicines away. Looking at the fact that they are already 3,000 years old, they might be able to help you break through the Void God Realm when the time comes. I've already eaten the pills. Let me give you this elixir. Aren't you about to break through the Void God Realm? Lin asked Tian to shake his head. I've been able to make a breakthrough in the past few days, and that layer of fog I've dispersed. Except my gut tells me I can't break through yet. As he said this sentence, his eyes looked at Ling Yushang. Ling Yushang lowered her head and blushed. Don't you look at people like that. Lin Wentian came forward and held Ling Yushang's hand. Frost, don't worry, I will protect you. Ling Yushang struggles a bit and doesn't break free. His face was so red it could have dripped blood. Looking at Ling Yushang, she no longer refused. The corners of Lin Wentian's mouth rose. After Chu Xinghe in the dark saw this scene, again the corners of his mouth turned up. I'll see how you protect her when the time comes. Intuition tells you that you can't break through yet, right? Chu Xinghe began to give orders. Ho ho ho. The large mountains in the distance began to crumble continuously. Ancient trees are constantly being destroyed. A huge earth dragon slowly appeared ahead. Each step caused the ground to shake. 6 earth dragons of the heavenly god realm appeared around them. Lin Wentian and also Ling Yushang were surrounded. Ling Yushang's face changed drastically. Even Lin Wentian's face was gloomy. Damn, the one that came was a demonic beast of the heavenly god realm. Even if he could fight across the ranks, he wouldn't be able to manage it. If it was just him, he could still run out. Now there was a Ling Yushang by his side. In a moment, you can leave by yourself first. 6 demonic beasts of the heavenly god realm. The two of us are no match. It's been a pleasure getting to know you these days. Ling Yushang finished taking out a sword. The 6 heavenly god realm earth dragons were still approaching. Lin asked for a sigh. A powerful aura began to spread over the body. In the blink of an eye, the realm had come to the middle stage of the void god realm. Come on, I'll get you out of here. Lin Wentian finished with a horizontal hug holding Ling Yushang in his arms. Ling Yushang let out a cry of shock and clutched the lapel of Lin Wentian's chest. Lin Wentian transformed into a residual shadow, while Lin Wentian was thinking about which direction to escape from. Only then did they realize that the 6 earth dragons weren't hitching a ride with them. There wasn't even a dispute. Each left in one direction. Lin Wentian's face was gloomy. This is Ed. So what's the deal with him breaking through? Chu Xinghe had been in the shadows, playfully watching this scene. If you don't want to break through, then we'll force you to break through. As for having the earth dragon surrounded, there might be other surprises. Chu Xinghe had just turned his head back. A pair of eyes appeared behind them. Just like that, he stared calmly at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe's body stiffened, as if he was fixed in place. Boy, was that fun? A plain sentence made Chu Xinghe's cold hair stand on end. Stiffly, he turned and looked into those eyes. Throat rolls a little. Late generation has met senior. Chu Xinghe was drumming in his heart. This guy can't be the dead supreme. You have a grudge against those two? Chu Xinghe nodded. Do you realize you've spoiled a great thing for me? Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. He knew it should be something that forced Lin Wentian to break through the void god realm. However, Chu Xinghe did not regret it. It's just a matter of time and destiny. And perhaps destiny has a destiny. These eyes looked at Chu Xinghe. You brats don't do anything in there. Leave. The chances here have nothing to do with you. Chu Xinghe just reacted. Has appeared outside. Quite a few forces are out there. Watching Chu Xinghe come out, there was surprise in his eyes. Chu Xinghe summoned the 9-dragon chariot. What's the situation, little friend? Someone looked at Chu Xinghe and asked. There were also quite a few powerful people with near lifespans staring at Chu Xinghe. There was greed in his eyes. Nothing, just got teleported out. Chu Xinghe was depressed. The words fell. Many more heavenly prides appeared. Many forces welcomed back their family's heavenly pride. All get a message. That is, the inheritance has nothing to do with them. Many people looked at each other. That one supreme being wouldn't still be alive. Would he? There are also strong speculations. Right about this time, Zhongli Qingmeng was also teleported out. Zhongli Qingmeng came out with a confused look on his face. Reacting, his face stared at the secret realm. What a face for you, old ancestor. Destroy this secret realm. Chu Xinghe smacked his lips. Worthy of being Zhongli Qingmeng, it's just awesome with personality. Stop. Looking at the Zhongli clan ancestor who was about to strike, the void shattered in the distance. A large sword that covered the sky appeared. Only an old man appeared, carrying a wooden sword and a wine gourd around his waist. The aura is like an abyss. Zhongli Qingmeng's pupils shifted as she watched this one appear. Many of the people present had their complexions changed. The old man who came looked at the secret place. This is an old ancestor of my sword god sect. Disappeared in ancient times. Didn't expect to appear until now. Jian Qianquan let out a sigh of relief. If the Zhongli clan continues to strike, don't blame me, Jian Qianquan, for turning the other cheek. Zhongli Qingmeng's heart suddenly jumped when she heard about the ancient times. The Zhengli family ancestor stopped. Years ago, Jian Qianquan was a supreme powerhouse. After disappearing for so many years, who knows what realm has been reached. Previously this was also one of the objects that their Zhongli clan would choose to devour. Nah, this guy is too powerful. The 3 strong men sent by the Zhengli family in the beginning. 1 dead, 2 wounded. It's still recuperating in the Forbidden Land. Divine Maiden Zhongli. This is a little bit of the old man's cultivation experience. It should be a bit helpful to you. Jian Qianquan took out a book. Zhongli Qingmeng smiled and put it away. Dead Supreme Inheritance and Living Supreme Inheritance. You don't have to think to know which one you want. Seeing Zhongli Qingmeng put it away, Jian Qianquan was also relieved. If the Zhengli family really makes a scene, the Sword God sect will also be a bit overwhelmed. Who knows how many strong people there are in the Zhengli family? How many old monsters are buried? Buzz off. The void trembled continuously. A terrifying heaven and earth pressure suddenly descended. The sky is rapidly turning black. A mountain corner squeezed through the void and appeared. Sword Qianquan, the Zhongli clan, and quite a few other forces changed in color. Why did these guys show up? Chapter 79, the situation is critical. Sumeru Mountain comes. With the appearance of the powerful men of Mount Sumeru, Sword Qianquan and the Zhengli family ancestors' expressions inexplicably changed a bit. Only forces with a long heritage like them knew how strong the notoriously obscure Mount Sumeru was. The Sumeru Mountain powerhouse looked at the people present, his eyes glancing faintly. Old ancestor Zhongli's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that you guys would also show up. Didn't you Mount Sumeru look down on the inheritance outside? It wouldn't be possible to let disciples enter this inheritance as well. No way. No way. That would be too much of a slap in the face if that happened. The Mount Sumeru powerhouse glanced at the Zhengli family ancestor and snorted coldly. If anyone else dare to be so sarcastic about their Mount Sumeru will surely die. Unfortunately, the Zhengli family is not that kind of power. It was they, Mount Sumeru, who had to be careful when facing the Zhengli family. TSK, the three old mountain lords of Mount Sumeru were able to come over. It couldn't be that your Mount Sumeru's disciples died inside, right? Looking at the people of Mount Sumeru ignoring him, the Zhengli family ancestor made a wild guess. Poof! The old mountain lord of Mount Sumeru snorted coldly, still ignoring the Zhengli family's old ancestor. Old ancestor Zhongli stopped making sarcastic remarks. Jian Xinquan's expression was calm. With the exception of Mount Sumeru and the Zhongli family, he didn't have any power in his eyes. Chu Xinghe sat in the nine-dragon chariot. There was a thoughtfulness in his eyes. You'll be in danger if you don't get it right today. Eyes fell on the system. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early true god, 5 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon leader. Heaven intercepting finger. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9-dragon chariot, pure-blooded dragon in the early stage of the great sage. Destiny value, 140335500. Backpack, true god perfection realm card. Looking at the 14 million heavenly destiny value, eyes fall on the mall of the day. Refreshed today. Summoning the supreme perfection grade innate holy spirit for half an hour for 12 million heavenly destiny values. Chu Xinghe didn't buy it first. Maybe there will be a silver lining. Who knows if there will be other surprises. Just as the crowd froze, only the secret realm in front of him kept collapsing. Two figures flew out of the secret realm. It was Lin Wendian and Ling Yushang. Lin Wendian looked at the people from Mount Sumeru who had suddenly appeared. The heart suddenly had a bad feeling. Everyone within the sect was in seclusion. How the three old mountain lords came over. Could it be that he knew that he had obtained the supreme opportunity and had come over to protect his safety? Jian Xinquan looked at Lin Wendian, especially seeing the sword in his hand. What does Mount Sumeru mean? Stealing my sword god sex chance. The corners of old ancestor Zhong Li's mouth twitched after hearing this. This Jian Xinquan is still so shameless. It's the old yin-yang man when he opens his mouth. Chu Xinghe was also happy to watch the show. The old mountain lord of Mount Sumeru snorted. The world's chances are known to those who have the destiny. And for your sword god sect seniors to not choose your sword god sect and instead choose someone from my Sumeru mountain. It is evident that your sword god sect seniors are quite a bit dissatisfied with you latecomers. A sword intent rose. Hand over the inheritance. Otherwise, today I'm going to try to see how strong your old mountain master of Mount Sumeru is. One of the old mountain lords stepped out and stared at Jian Xinquan with unkind eyes. Others are afraid of your sword god sect, but we're not. Not to mention that your sword god sect's protector Dao sword has disappeared into thin air. So what are you going to use to start a war with us? Mount Sumeru. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Chu Xinghe's gaze fell on the Bing sword in Lin Wentian's hand. Even Zhongli Qingmeng glanced at the sword in Lin Wentian's hand without thinking. Lin Wentian also sensed something, and his complexion didn't change in any way, because in the eyes of others, this sword inside his hand was an ordinary iron sword. Now that he heard Jian Xinquan's statement, his heart was vaguely speculating a bit. Jian Xinquan snorted coldly. This was the pain of their sword god sect. If the protector Dao sword was still there, their sword god sect wouldn't have closed the sect all these years. That was the lifeblood of their sword god sect, capable of unrivaled power. Unfortunately, it has been gone for many years and is still unaccounted for. We at Mount Sumeru can help you find it. The old mountain lord also didn't want to offend the sword god sect to death. Say a promise off the top of your head. As for searching or not, it would depend on their Sumeru mountain's mood at that time. Jian Xinquan knew that he was here, and even if he did it, it would be useless. Not to mention that the injuries within his body had not been fully repaired from that previous battle. One can only suppress the helplessness within. It hadn't occurred to them that their hallowed sword god sect would also be reduced to such a state. The old mountain lord looked at Lin Wendian kindly. Asked Tin, go back. Lin Wendian had now broken through to the void god realm. It means that hurdle has been crossed. You can go back and receive your inheritance. Lin Wendian was still between hesitations. The other old mountain lord's gaze suddenly fell on Ling Yushang. There was a different emotion in his eyes. The Ling clan's oldest ancestor had a bad feeling in his heart. Taking a step forward was about to lead Ling Yushang away. A hand had stopped him. Don't move, or don't blame us, Mount Sumeru, for being unkind. Lao San, what are you doing? The big mountain lord in the lead looked at Lao San and inquired a question. The three mountain lords walked to Ling Yushang's side. A little finger. A special Taoist rhythm was revealed. Feel the familiar scent. The great mountain lord had murderous intent under his eyes. The gaze that looked at Lin Wendian was tinged with inquiry. Lin asked Tian to be confused. What's wrong? do you realize that your senior sister is dead? With a single sentence, Lin Wentian's pupils shook. Ling Yushang also froze, thinking of the woman who wanted to kill her. It can't be that Sumeru is acting. You have the origin of clear water in you. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The huge aura was like a tsunami pressing down on Ling Yushang. Lin Wentian stepped forward. Old ancestor, it must be a misunderstanding. Yushang has always followed me. Besides, don't you guys know what senior sister is capable of? There's no way she would be a match for senior sister. The three old mountain lords looked at Lin Wentian with suspicion in their eyes. There is something of clear water in her body. That kind of poison is something that we can't solve. But now she is actually safe and sound. And there is also the origin of clear water in her body. Asked Tian. What do you think happened in the middle of this? If others don't know about Qing Shui, don't you? Lin Wentian's expression changed drastically. It was a suspicion that he had killed his senior sister and used her origin to refine a pill to cure Ling Yushang's poison. He didn't do that. He's just letting some of his sister's blood out. But now that his senior sister is dead, he still encounters suspicion. Whether it's her or not, she's going to die. Ling Yushang also panicked. His eyes couldn't help but look at the Ling clan's oldest ancestor. It was discovered that the Ling family's oldest ancestor was even more nervous than she was. Couldn't even look her in the eye. It wasn't true that the Ling family was one of the overlords of Taizhou, but it also depends on which power it is compared to. At least not enough in front of Mount Sumeru. Jian Qiankuan, old ancestor Zhongli, Zhongli Qingmeng, and Chu Xinghe were all watching from the side, especially Zhongli Qingmeng. The bottom of her eyes fluctuated, not knowing what she was thinking. As for Chu Xinghe, he had even been able to anticipate what happened next. Chapter 80. If you want to wrongly accuse me, then you've come to the wrong person. At this moment, Ling Yushang panicked. What do you mean by that evasive look? Old Zhou, the Ling clan's oldest ancestor, was frustrated in his heart. You can't put the foundation of the Ling family on the line because of one Ling Yushang. Not to mention that even if the Ling family made a move with Mount Sumeru, they would only die. It would be better to sacrifice Ling Yushang alone to preserve the Ling family. Even that disciple of Mount Sumeru was on good terms with Ling Yushang. It might save Ling Yushang for once. When the time comes, just sacrifice something in exchange for Ling Yushang's forgiveness. Ling Yushang had disappointment in her eyes. His eyes fell on Lin Wentian. Lin Wentian gave Ling Yushang a reassuring look. Step forward on your own accord. Three elder ancestors, listen to my explanation. This time the matter has really nothing to do with Yushang. Master told me to go down to the mountains to resolve my inner turmoil. And now that it has been unraveled, the one who helped me is Yushang. The three old mountain lords' faces changed slightly. However, they didn't believe Lin Wentian's words right now. Facts speak louder than words. As for why there is a senior sister's origin in her body, this is something I can explain. The three mountain lords who heard this temporarily put their killing intent away. If Lin Wentian didn't give them an explanation, then don't blame them for turning the other cheek. They were heartbroken at the thought of Luo Qingshui's accident. When their lifespan was approaching before, it was Luo Qingshui who helped them to delay their lifespan. Now tell them something happened to Luo Qingshui. If this matter was really related to Lin Wentian, they didn't mind killing Lin Wentian to avenge Luo Qingshui, not even if Lin Wentian's master was here. Three elder ancestors, you should also know that senior sister has always been in love with me, and that it was Miss Yushang that I liked because of my experiences as a young girl. Sifu knew and poisoned her. Truly speaking, Miss Yushang is the victim, and just because I like her, I almost suffered the poisonous hand of my senior sister. As a last resort, I could only use a bit of my senior sister's blood to help detoxify Miss Yushang, and afterwards, I had already healed my senior sister's wounds before taking Miss Yushang away. As for why the subsequent senior sister suffered a poisonous attack, this is something I really don't know. The three old ancestors just calmly looked at Lin Wentian. Lin Wentian's heart was about to jump out of his chest. Inwardly, he was nervous that this was the way things were, and he wondered if the old ancestor would believe it. Without thinking, he turned his head to look at Chu Xinghe, who seemed to be smiling. The heart suddenly jumped. A horrible thought welled up inside. Sister's death wouldn't have anything to do with the mandate of heaven. Could it be that he knows about Sifu? The purpose is to use him to lure his sister out and use this to poison her. The idea popped up and went out of control. The more I think about it, the more it is. His eyes inadvertently met with Ling Yushang for a moment. Ling Yushang also jumped inwardly. The family's giving up. The powerhouses of Mount Sumeru didn't know if they still believed Lin Wentian's words. She could only save herself. Maybe with the help of the powerful people of Mount Sumeru, they could probe out the secrets of heaven's mandate. It had already occurred to her to be really made of providence. And what is the purpose behind this? The scene quieted down. Chu Xinghe stood in the distance, watching Lin Qiantian's eyes inadvertently fall on him. The heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's not good. It's being watched by old Six. Luckily he stayed with means. This matter has little to do with him. The big deal is buying the Supreme Ghost. However, it could be seen that the Ling clan didn't dare to make a move against Mount Sumeru. What a waste of his feelings. He's still trying to pick a fight and profit from it. Too bad wishes don't come true. The three old mountain lords looked at each other. Asked Tian, we can't trust your words, even if your master is here. We dare say that 10 of you won't be able to stand up to one Qing Shui. Even though you explained it well, we know one thing, and that's that you're the one who called out Shimizu. You also know that your senior sister likes you, so why did you call her over? Even if Qing Shui poisoned her, it was her death that she deserved. And now that something happened to Qing Shui, you and she must be responsible. Lin Wentian's face was ugly. The master didn't step in, and perhaps it was difficult. That's what brought these three old ancestors over, right? He knew that for master, Qing Shui was also more important than him. There may be someone who knows about the elder sister. Hearing this, the three people stared at Lin Wentian at the same time. You're responsible for what you say. Lin asked Tian to nod his head. His eyes fell on Xu Xinghe, who was watching the show. Brother Heaven's destiny, why are you still hiding in the back? If something happens to your senior sister, you're the most suspected. The gazes of the three old mountain lords simultaneously landed on Xu Xinghe. A huge pressure swept over. Xu Xinghe coughed. It's better for the three seniors not to unleash their killing intent on me. Looking at Xu Xinghe, who was in danger, the three men's hearts jumped. They were three supreme powerhouses. Even a little bit of mighty pressure was not something that ordinary human celestials could withstand. Xu Xinghe took the initiative to come forward. Brother Lin, this isn't the same as what we agreed upon. When will you change this problem of going back on your word? When these words came out, the three Sumeru mountain ancestors' gazes were thoughtful. What it means? Could it be that the two of them agreed to kill Qing Shui? The more the three men thought about it, the more it felt like it. Xu Xinghe coughed. Take out 2 pieces of paper. I don't know how something happened to Luo Qing Shui, but I do know that Ling Yushang owes me a heavenly saint chance. And you, Lin Wentian, owe me a supreme chance. After Xu Xinghe finished speaking, the scene quieted down for a time. A supreme chance, a heavenly saint chance. Getting one can be a burn. I didn't expect it, but now it's in the hands of one person at the same time. Many of the people present gazed strangely up. Even the three old mountain lords of Mount Sumeru doubted the authenticity of this matter. Zhongli Qingmeng, who was standing on the sidelines watching the show, frowned. Why is this way of handling things so familiar? Why does it look so much like that guy? But the two men have different looks, different temperaments. To say these can be changed, but what about the physique? Heaven and earth shared the same sorrow, and the immortal demon body had disappeared. Even the immortal devil's harp has set itself on fire. There will be no more immortal demon body in the world. Thief Tendo, are you trying to deal with my Zhongli family in a different way? It's arranging for someone I know well enough to get on my good side. Following that, my Zhongli family was plunged into a place of destruction. No, this man must die. No one can replace him. Even one point of resemblance to him would be death. Xu Xinghe coughed. I know everyone feels unbelievable, and I don't want to cause many misunderstandings. I do have a responsibility for Luo Qingshui coming out of Mount Sumeru. The three old mountain lords looked at each other, their eyes fluctuating. Lin Wentian had a bad feeling in his heart. Even Ling Yushang felt a crisis coming on. They subconsciously didn't want Heaven's mandate to speak. Xu Xinghe took out that one copy of the Heavenly Sage's Chances IOU. Miss Ling, did you sign this IOU? Ling Yushang inwardly didn't want to admit it. She was a little bit unable to eat Xu Xinghe's meaning right now. I signed it. Chapter 81. I've planned so much for you, and this is how you repay me? Xu Xinghe nodded. Miss Ling has already admitted that there is something else I want to say about this IOU. First of all, this IOU, as you can all see, is because I saved her life. The three old mountain lords were a bit confused as to what Xu Xinghe meant, but one can only listen with patience. The others were in even less of a hurry. Anyway, I'm bored with idleness, and now there's a play to watch, so it's a no-brainer. One more thing, this IOU was signed in front of this supreme chance, and this is something you should also remember. Lin Wentian and also Ling Yushang couldn't figure out what Xu Xinghe was up to. Here's another important question. When Miss Ling was in danger and cried out to me for help, did I intend not to save her? And if I did, I would have been in trouble. Or did she beg me to save her, and would I be paid for it? Regarding this point, may I ask Miss Ling if I'm not lying? Ling Yushang thought back. Indeed, Miss Ling can already testify, and through this it can be roughly proven that Miss Ling and I were previously unknown, and did not even have any relationship. This note is also a reparation for my fear of spoiling some people's day. The people present looked at Xu Xinghe all impressed. That's not a young man's way of solving problems. Thoughtfulness. If it wasn't for Ling Yushang begging to save her, he might not actually save it. Next question. Brother Lin, did we know each other before Ling Yushang? Lin asked Tian to shake his head. Okay. Next up is the first time I met Lin Wentian in the Heartwatchers building in the far city of Taizhou. It was still through Miss Ling that I met Brother Lin. Brother Lin. That's not wrong at all, is it? Lin asked Tian to nod his head. When I saw Lin Qitian, I said that I saw in Brother Lin a shadow of what I once was, and I recounted some ways to woo a girl afterward. That's something you can feel free to inquire about. I even made a joke that because I treated Miss Ling differently from other men, she would definitely dress up and try to change my opinion. A matter that Brother Lin, as the person involved, should be aware of as well. Lin asked Tian to nod his head. Good. After passing this matter, I said I could help Brother Lin pursue Miss Ling. Brother Lin, this is something you should admit. Even made you sign an IOU for a heavenly saint chance. Lin asked Tian to nod his head, was about to open his mouth to explain. Brother Lin, don't open your mouth yet. It's only later that you'll have the time to speak. I'll explain my business first. When I said I'd help Brother Lin pursue Miss Ling, he gave me a heavenly saint chance. We made a contract, and we started paying for actions later. The first thing to do was to heroically rescue and kidnap Miss Ling. At least it worked out well. The second thing is that I asked Brother Lin to find a woman who adores her and doesn't belong to her to show up and make Miss Ling jealous. As for what kind of person Brother Lin is looking for and where he's looking from, that's something I don't know. That's why Luo Qingshui appeared. I know Luo Qingshui even less. It was still Brother Lin who took the initiative to introduce me to his senior sister. I shouldn't be wrong about that. Brother Lin. Lin asked Tian to nod his head. I can tell that girl likes Brother Lin very much, and Brother Lin should know that too, except that Brother Lin seems to be a bit greedy, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Also because of this matter, I'll give up helping Brother Lin pursue Miss Ling and even tear up that heavenly saint chance between us. In the back, Brother Lin had her senior sister apologize to Miss Ling, apologize to me again, begged me to help him pursue Miss Ling, and took the initiative to open his mouth to owe me a supreme chance, which I'd like to ask Brother Lin. I didn't say anything wrong either, did I? Lin asked Tian to nod his head. There's really no mistaking that. Well, I think my innocence has been proven. The first thing, I didn't know any of them before and did what I did only because of the chance they signed up for. The second one, as for how your senior sister died, I really don't know, and it has nothing to do with me. Not to mention that I have no need to lie. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, everyone present quieted down. The three old mountain lords gazed at Lin Wentian. What else do you have to explain? Lin asked Tian to mumble his mouth, because he didn't know how to explain it either. What Chu Xinghe said was true. The latter's pursuit of Miss Ling was also his initiative. Ling Yushan looked like she remembered something. Then why did you offer to tell me that you were the one who saved me? And what are your intentions? He even said that he was coveting my body, and that you had a grudge against Mount Sumeru. How do you explain all this? Lin Wentian instantly reacted. Not bad. How do you explain that? Everyone present looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe shook his head with a look of looking at a retard. Let's talk about this contract first. Any problems that occur during the pursuit of Miss Ling will be your responsibility. It's clearly written here. Lin Wentian was instantly dumbfounded. Since I'm going to help you woo her, of course I can't use conventional means. Look at the way you two are now on the same page. Earlier I said he was doing it to get your body, and you realized he wasn't like that. Before the heroic he appeared, I told you he was acting, deliberately deepening your misunderstanding, and also to draw out the involvement between you later. In the secret realm, the two of you should have confessed what happened before, especially since Miss Ling knew that Lin Wentian was the one, and understood even more that I was playing you. Misunderstandings are cleared up, and even have good feelings for each other, and are about to come together. How now I become the villain? Brother Lin, you're really good at crossing bridges. I've paid so much for you and this is how you repay me? A sarcastic remark caused Lin Wentian to freeze in place. Is that really true? There's really nothing else to think about. Even Ling Yushan was dumbfounded. So that's what happened. Behind all of this was helping Lin Xiantian pursue her. It always felt like something was wrong. But again, there is no problem. Drip. Chu Xinghe wasn't wrong about one more thing. The two of them have grown fond of each other. Lin asked Tian to look at the sky and the ground. Look at the three grim-faced old ancestors. He also looked at Chu Xinghe, who had a pained face. This time he became the biggest villain. Zhongli Qingmeng, who was standing in place watching the show, suddenly snorted. Everyone present looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. Even the Zhongli clan's old ancestor was confused. The corners of his mouth were a little suppressed just now. This heard his own granddaughter laugh out loud. The corners of his mouth turned up. Finally, I don't have to hold back. Does Goddess Zhongli have anything she wants to say? Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. What a bunch of pedants. You guys attach so much importance to that little girl. It looks like that little girl has special skills. As her senior brother, it's impossible not to know a little. Why does she have to let her little sister out? It's obvious. It's just to make it easier to do it. He likes this Miss Ling, and now Miss Ling has her origin inside her as well. Isn't it obvious that things are exposed trying to frame this gentleman? Chapter 82, The Master of the Sons of the Air is here. It had to be said that as soon as Zhongli Qingmeng opened her mouth, the three old ancestors' faces became increasingly ugly. He radiated killing intent towards Ling Yushang and also Lin Wentian. It's not like that. How could I assassinate little sister? Lin Wentian hurriedly explained. Chu Xingha's gaze inadvertently glanced at Zhongli Qingmeng. Seeing Zhongli Qingmeng smile at him a little. Mind alert. This villainess is definitely not playing nice. Wouldn't recognize him. I don't think so. The immortal demon body is no longer available. Now he was different from before. No matter his appearance or temperament, he shouldn't recognize himself. Chu Xingha suddenly thought. Still such a solid way of handling things. Still a shadow of its former self. This Zhongli Qingmeng wouldn't want to kill him because of that. Thinks he's tainted the Chu Xingha from before. To be true, then things have really gone south. The power Zhongli Qingmeng could mobilize was too huge. For the time being, we can only take one step at a time. Looking at the three Sumeru mountain ancestors who were about to become angry, Chu Xingha knew that the son of Qi must have other means. In that case, don't blame him for being ruthless. Wait, I think the girl has a point. I don't know what's coming next, but it's true what they owe me. As for Brother Lin, I'll only count it as a favor to you once. At least I haven't chased her down yet. The agreement between us counts as null and void. After Chu Xingha finished speaking, he tore up the copy of the Supreme IOU in his hand. Miss Ling, as the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So it's only right that you owe me a share of the chance. It's just that it's my fault for helping someone else pursue you without your consent. So this treaty is my equivalent of reparations. Having said that, the treaty was torn up. Looking at Chu Xingha who was so calm, there were no sideways glances from anyone in the room. Old ancestor Zhongli had admiration in his eyes. The same was true for Jin Qiankuan. Young people like that are really rare. The three old ancestors of Mount Sumeru looked at Chu Xingha, and their gazes were also kind. This was much more understanding than Lin Wentian. The reason why I chose to help Brother Lin was also because he said earlier that you had saved his life, which is why I thought of utilizing this method. After Chu Xingha tore up the treaty, he no longer continued to speak. It means it's time for you to perform next. The three old mountain lords looked at Lin Wentian. It's crowded here. Come back with us. And Miss Ling should follow us back as well. Hearing this, Lin Wentian's heart sank to the bottom. Just now, he secretly contacted his master, who hadn't moved a bit. He knew that Luo Qingshui's death would touch the hearts of many people in Mount Sumeru, but now even he is dizzy. It always felt like there was a hand in the dark pushing him, but where the hand was, he had absolutely no idea. Originally, he was still suspecting that Chu Xingha had ulterior motives. It was eventually discovered that it was only to help him pursue Ling Yushang, and this matter was still in begging Chu Xingha to agree, take the initiative to owe a supreme chance. At the time when the two people misunderstood Chu Xingha could still be so honest, tearing up the treaty. It is rather their fault to continue to doubt the behavior of such a gentleman. Zhongli Qingmeng withdrew her gaze from looking at Chu Xingha. If Xingao were alive, he wouldn't be so generous. That guy is so money hungry. The lord who doesn't see a rabbit in the hat. It's unlikely to be such gentlemanly behavior. But she loved his villainous streak. It is only after loss that we know how to cherish. Lin Wentian's mind was complicated. He understands that he can't go back. If you go back, there's really no hope of proving your innocence. There's still a chance out there now, but get past that first. Old ancestor, I occupy a great deal of responsibility for my senior sister's death. Give me half a month's time. I will definitely be able to investigate the cause of my senior sister's death, and will give you all, as well as my master, an explanation. Hearing this, the three old ancestors frowned. How could they not understand Lin Wentian's meaning? It's not wanting to go back with them. However, Lin Wentian was able to obtain a chance in the supreme mysterious realm. When the time came to get involved with the Sword God sect, it would be even more troublesome. No need. We'll send someone to investigate. And if it really has nothing to do with you, it's not too late for you to come out. Lin Wentian's heart had sunk to the bottom. At this time, Jian Qiankuan, who hadn't opened his mouth, stepped forward. Little friend, to be favored by our Sword God sect seniors is also a destiny with my Sword God sect. Why don't you go to my Sword God sect and be a guest for a while? The great mountain lord's eyes narrowed. What do you mean, Jian Qiankuan? Jian Qiankuan waved his hand. There's no point. Nothing means what? It's just not interesting. And if you think it's interesting, then you're really interesting. That's what you mean by that? I didn't mean that. Two people with one word. The crowd listens with a big head. If you don't like it, just do it. It's good that he's a disciple of your Mount Sumeru. Now he's also related to my Sword God sect. If you don't want this disciple, our Sword God sect would welcome it. Not to mention that this has always been the case in the Heaven's Pride competition. Those who are not as skilled as others must admit it, and only those who can survive are called capable. Jian Qiankuan looked at the three old mountain lords with a teasing look in his eyes. The meaning is self-explanatory, mocking the three men who would have buckled long ago if it weren't for the help of others. The three men's old faces reddened as they looked at Jin Shinkuan with killing intent in their eyes. Rumor has it that the sword god sex Jin Shinkuan has deep power and superb sword skills, so today, this mountain lord wants to test the waters. Jin Shinkuan snorted. Don't let the time come to beat you to death and your Sumeru mountain come out with other old monsters. The old mountain lord's face was gloomy. It's looking down on him. Haven't opened my mouth yet. The Shinkuan sword intent exploded out. The heavens and earth shook, and the Shinkuan was in turmoil. It was as if the old mountain lord was in the Shinkuan sword domain, unable to struggle. Stop. At that moment a voice came from the void. After hearing the voice, the faces of those present changed. Even Zhongli Qingmeng looked deeply at the old man who walked out of the void. The old man was only 1 meter 6 tall and stood there like a giant mountain in the sky. The Shinkuan sword intent directly shattered as the word fell. The old man stood in front of the great mountain lord. Little Shinkuan, how long has it been since I've seen you? Your sword skills have improved quite a bit. Jin Shinkuan put away his sword and clasped his hands. Greetings to Lord Sumeru. Only the strongest person in each generation of Mount Sumeru could add the word Sumeru to his name. This one is the one who inherited the title of Sumeru in the ancient times. Once even instructed Jin Shinkuan. This one is also known as the Wise Man of Sumeru. Sumi Jing, a very feminine title. Sumi Jing looked at Lin Wentian. The mind is restless and sits on the fence. With a single sentence, Lin Wentian's face changed drastically, because the master had never spoken so heavily. Sumi Jing looked at the three old mountain lords. Can the three master uncles give me the benefit of the doubt that there is someone else for Qing Shui's death? The three old mountain lords' faces changed. They could inherit the name of mountain lord, but the two words Sumeru could not. Besides, they were aware of this master nephew's abilities. The three men looked at each other. Master nephew can just make the call. Chapter 83. Only one of you two masters and disciples can survive. Chu Xing has snorted inwardly after seeing this scene. Turns out it's three more old weenies. One would have thought that there was really no fear of the master of the sons of Qi. Didn't think so. It's all about the old Cao's arch and the strength of the mouth. Sumi Jing's gaze fell on Chu Xinghe. Rather, I didn't expect a character like you to appear in the Taishu heavenly realm. What do you mean? Sumi Jing looked at Chu Xinghe. It may seem like you're not suspicious, but I'd say you're highly suspicious. I've always been confident in my intuition. That disciple of mine, Luo Qing Shui, was killed by you. After Sumeru Jing finished speaking, his eyes fluctuated. Chu Xinghe stood in place, his heart demon guide actively operating. Even the void diffracting Dao scripture was in operation. Chu Xinghe felt that the heart demon guide was constantly changing with the help of the void diffracting Dao scripture. While Sumi Jing did not move on the surface, he sank inwardly. Why the young man in front of me is unaffected? It doesn't look like it has anything to do with you. Sumeru's stillness restored calm. The words fell. The face suddenly changed drastically. Frozen in place. The faces of all the powerful people present changed. There was obviously nothing in the void, but they felt an inexplicable pressure. As a supreme powerhouse, trying to cause my heart demons, is this the act of a Sumeru mountain wise man? Sumi Jing didn't say anything. The three old mountain lords' faces changed drastically. Jian Qiankuan, who had been watching the show, and the Zhongli family ancestor also snorted. They just don't see this point of Sumeru. It's obviously shameless, and it's still hanging on to the moral standard. Senior, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll have a supreme powerhouse go to your Mount Sumeru and blow himself up. I wonder if the Sumeru mountain family is big enough to withstand it. If a supreme powerhouse doesn't work, then a quasi-imperial powerhouse will be used. Senior, would you say that this, too, is it not in vain for you to treat me like this? Sumi Jing's face twitched. After so many years of not walking outside, he was actually threatened by a young man. You said I killed your disciple. Do you have proof? I understand what you mean. If I don't have a background that can withstand your Sumeru mountain, what you say is what you say, but I'm not afraid of your Sumeru mountain. Today you have wronged me like this. Give me an explanation. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he put the True God Perfection Realm card to use. The aura of the True God Perfection Realm was revealed. Not enough in front of Sumi Jing, but Chu Xinghe is young enough. It also dared to show its anger to the Supreme Powerhouse. The Ghost Supreme stepped out of the shadows. The aura of Supreme Perfection erupted. Give my son an explanation. There are some people that you, Mount Sumeru, can't afford to mess with. The Ghost Supreme's voice was calm, as if he was telling a fact. Anyway, Chu Xinghe told him to pull the tiger's skin. A Supreme Perfection powerhouse pulling a tiger's skin was definitely more intimidating. Sumeru Jing's expression changed. This Taishu heavenly realm hid numerous forces. This young man is not afraid even if he hears Mount Sumeru. But Supreme Perfection powerhouses had definitely heard of Mount Sumeru. It was a little hard for him to open his mouth now and say that Sumeru was nothing. He felt that Luo Qingshui's death must have something to do with Chu Xinghe. tried something and didn't expect to try a bomb. The mind that had just tugged at Chu Xinghe's heart and soul was even more unchanged. It vaguely felt invisible to help Chu Xinghe one more time. I was just joking with the male. Sumeru Jing, as a mid-supreme powerhouse, was scared even when he saw a supreme perfection powerhouse. Just kidding, it's fine. When Chu Xinghe finished speaking, Sumi Jing had not yet reacted. His shadow suddenly attacked him. Sumi Jing just reacted. A mouthful of blood was spat out. His face was pale, and his body kept retreating. There was horror in his eyes. This kind of attack he actually couldn't detect. The few powerhouses watching the battle from afar had the same awe in their eyes. Old ancestor Zhong Li mumbled. A peak state supreme perfection powerhouse is still good at assassination. Just now, I purposely let Sumi Jing notice it, or else I would surely die. Chu Xinghe's eyes carried a sense of pleasure. If you don't show up, I'll be able to save 12 million heavenly destiny values. You're wasting 200 of my destiny value on a joke. I'll kill you with a joke. The faces of the 3 mountain lords of Mount Sumeru changed. Don't move, oh. You move. You die too. He just played a joke on me, and I played a joke on him. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the scalps of those present went numb. This guy is really a living hell. A master who kills without blinking an eye. Sumi Jing was unaware of the cold sweat. It was me who was abrupt just now and offended His Excellency. Chu Xinghe looked at Sumi Jing. It turns out that you are also just a bullying hypocrite. It's impossible to uncover it with just one sentence. My lord doesn't want a meddle in the matter between you two, and you have to rush on. I now seriously suspect that you two masters and disciples have teamed up to play me, or to play your Mount Sumeru. When these words came out, the 3 old mountain lords did not look too good. Sumi Jing's complexion similarly changed. He almost even became a sinner when this young man opened his mouth. I can't figure out one thing. Luo Qingxue is so important to you guys. Why did you let her out? It's unreasonable in itself. Lin Wentian wronged me, and as his master, you also wronged me. You two masters and disciples are interesting. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Sumeru Jing's expression changed, wanting to explain twice. If it had been before, he wouldn't have explained a word, but now the situation is aggressive. Chu Xinghe also knew that this matter had to be resolved quickly. It doesn't look like having too much of a temper is a good thing. A lesson for you too, master and disciple. Hearing Chu Xinghe open his mouth, Sumi Jing, the 3 old mountain lords, and Lin Wentian all had a bad feeling in their hearts. One of you two is going to die. Is it you, or is it you? When Chu Xinghe said these words, he first glanced at Lin Wentian and then at Sumi Jing. Sumi Jing's heart sank. Lin Wentian was so frightened that his soul trembled. Chu Xinghe didn't look like he was joking. Sumi Jing took a deep breath. As a supreme powerhouse, he had his own pride, but in front of the Ghost Supreme, that bit of pride was negligible. Don't look at them all as supreme powerhouses. His chi and blood had long since begun to fail. Where would it be a match for the Ghost Supreme? Not to mention that the Ghost Supreme was still at his peak. Together with Chu Xinghe's one protector of the Tao were all peak state supreme beings. Who knows if there are any other old monsters back there? What's happening here? It had been detected long ago in the middle of Mount Sumeru. They also had supreme perfection powerhouses, but now they're pushing it. It doesn't appear before Sumeru. It is the process of projecting that the destiny of heaven is not on them. This life would come out of the world. That is to perceive that the destiny of heaven had fallen partly upon them. They all thought Luo Qingxue was the one. The divine medicines took shape and helped many of the powerful people in their Sumeru mountain who were nearing the end of their lifespan to have a second spring. Now that Luo Qingxue was dead, they were anxious, plus the fact that this whole thing was supposed to be in the shadow of Sumi Jing. Who would have thought that just one trip out there would kick the bucket? An old man with a stooped figure and eyebrows that mopped the floor side. Extrapolation is not possible. A couple of old men looked at each other. All understand what that means. The strong man behind Chu Xinghe was even stronger than them. That's how you can cover up the sky and prevent them from deducing it. Chapter 84, Forcing a Master to Kill His Disciple, and Putting the Male Master's Face to Kill the Female Master. A few old men, who already had little hair, were worried about losing a few more. The problem was not even knowing the young man's background. One of the old men murmured, "In the Taishu heavenly realm, who knew how many old monsters were hidden?" Chu Xinghe clearly knew that Suya Jing was someone from Mount Suya, and had the audacity to put out a claim to kill him. The truth is that you can't but give up. One of the old men said, "No, after all, Sumeru Jing is the holy son of our Sumeru mountain in the ancient times, the one who inherited the title of Sumeru, and now he has even reached the middle stage of supreme. So maybe he can break through to the later stage in this era. Even consummation is possible. If we give up, our face of Mount Sumeru will be disgraced. It's neither here nor there. What do you say?" One of the old ancestors was a bit impatient. The focus is still on that young man's anger. So let that young man from Lin Qitian make amends. A supreme powerhouse, and a young heavenly pride. It didn't need to be said to know which one to choose. Celestial pride didn't always grow up and become supreme powerhouses. Sumeru Jing was an actual supreme powerhouse. Instead of killing Sumi Jing, that young man's protector took the initiative to come out and just now said that one of Sumi Jing as well as Lin Wentian must die. This young man knows how to advance and retreat, and doesn't want to offend us to death. So let's not make things difficult for others. The rest of the old ancestors looked at each other and all made a good decision. Chu Xinghe had a supreme perfection protector behind him, and since they still couldn't deduce Chu Xinghe's origin, they certainly had to be careful. 9 great sage realm augurs pulling a cart could tell that it wasn't simple. One of the old ancestors hurriedly sent a message to Sumi Jing. Sumeru Jing's expression changed after hearing Sumeru Mountain's transmission. Just now, he had also subconsciously suspected Chu Xinghe. Now he also thought that the disciple's death had something to do with this young man. The old ancestor sent him a message to give the young man a face. To be able to cultivate to a supreme powerhouse, he wasn't a cutie. One sentence already means a lot. Sumi Jing took a deep breath. This gentleman, my disciple transmitted a message that you were the culprit who killed my disciple Luo Qingxue. I was eager to take revenge and I was offended in my words just now. When these words came out, the faces of the people who had been watching the show changed. Mount Sumeru will actually bow down. There was horror in the eyes of the 3 great families of Taizhou. Mount Sumeru couldn't even afford to offend this young man. If only they could hold on to this young man's leg. Old ancestor Zhongli had a thoughtful look in his gaze. Nor had I heard of any of the clans that had heirlooms appearing. Could it be that this guy is also a freak who came out early? It looks like it needs to go back and be investigated. Zhongli Qingmang knew how powerful Mount Sumeru was. There was no thought of being able to make Mount Sumeru bow down. Can't kill this young man easily yet. Chu Xinghe had a teasing look in his eyes. What wise men and women are just hypocrites. It also cares about your life. Lin Wentian had been dumbfounded. How he didn't know he was being dropped. It was clear that he had reconciled with Chu Xinghe. Offended by your presence. You now need to use me to pay for your life. You're still my good master. So this is Mount Sumeru. Supreme Sumeru means that this matter has nothing to do with you. It's all caused by this disciple of yours. You've been deceived. Suda sighed quietly. Not bad. I was indeed deceived by the disciple. I didn't think that the disciple's mind was so malicious, secretly harming a fellow disciple's sister. I only reacted just now. This matter has nothing to do with the male. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. In that case, kill him and I'll take your word for it. Hear this. Sumi Jing hesitated. He also knew it was something he had caused, but now the disciple needs to take the blame. Let's hope the chance this disciple gets will save his life. After saying that, he was going to do it. At this time Lin Wentian's gaze suddenly looked towards Jian Qianquan. Chu Xinghe knew what the son of Qi was up to when he saw his gaze. Supreme Sword. I know where your Sword God Sect's Protector Dao artifact is. When Jian Qianquan heard this, there was excitement in his eyes. Does the gentleman really know? I'm not so sure I'm going to lie about that little thing. Jian Qianquan's expression became solemn. As long as Gongzi can help the Sword God Sect find the Sect Protector Dao artifact, our Sword God Sect will owe Gongzi a favor. Chu Xinghe nodded. One favor is enough. It's always better than the son of luck to get to the line first. Chu Xinghe suddenly appeared beside Lin Wentian with an instantaneous movement. Lin Wentian hadn't reacted yet. With a pain in his stomach, he directly fell to his knees and spat out blood. The iron sword in his hand had fallen into Chu Xinghe's hands. Lin Wentian crouched on the ground, veins popping out and cold sweat breaking out. He had already broken through the Void God realm, but he couldn't even resist Chu Xinghe's punch. More importantly, why could Chu Xinghe know what he was thinking? He can only save himself. He suspected that this iron sword was the Dao weapon of the Sword God Sect, was thinking of taking a gamble. Without thinking, Chu Xinghe had already opened his mouth. Chu Xinghe looked at the iron sword that was going to struggle. The breath of the demon refining pot appeared. If you don't listen, I'll melt you. With one word, the iron sword sank into silence. Dao artifacts had spirits, and he could feel the terrifying Dao rhythm of the demon refining pot. Even when he hadn't suffered a serious injury, he was no match for the demon refining pot. Unrecognized. Chu Xinghe looked down at Lin Wentian. Lin Wentian snorted, and his eyes were unyielding. Chu Xinghe snorted coldly. A suction force appeared on his fingers. Ling Yushang was directly grabbed by Chu Xinghe's neck with one hand and lifted in the air. You don't disarm. She dies. The Ling clan's strongest man opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only swallow. They can't even afford to offend Mount Sumeru. Now Mount Sumeru didn't even dare to offend this young man. Jian Qianquan had reacted. That iron sword was their previous Protector Dao weapon. He should have thought of that a long time ago. Ling Yushang had rolled her eyes and struggled violently. Lin Wentian's gaze swept the circle around him with resentment, especially the way he looked at Sumi Jing. Lin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood. The face turned pale. The iron sword stopped trembling. Chu Xinghe knew that the state of recognition had been lifted. seizing the Qi Yun Zi Dao weapon. The Qi Yun Zi's heavenly fate value drops by 30,000, and the master gains 4 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe's gaze fell on Sumi Jing. Suda sighed quietly. Lin Wentian has an evil mind and brutalized his fellow disciples. Today I, Sumeru Jing, declare that Lin Wentian will be expelled from the division. Lin Wentian didn't resist, his eyes cold. You can let go of Miss Ling. This matter has nothing to do with her. Chu Xinghe nodded, fingers moving. There was a crunch. Ling Yushang's corpse slipped out of Chu Xinghe's hands. I saved her life, and now I regret it and want it back. The Qigong female master dies. The Qigong value is zeroed out. The Qigong value of the son of Qigong drops by 20,000, and the master gains 7 million heavenly fate values. Look at the falling bodies. Lin Wentian's pupils continued to dilate. No. Chapter 85. When Ruoshui appears. You forced me to kill you. Lin Wentian's voice was sad. The gazes of the rest of the people looked at Chu Xinghe. This young man has a really big heart when he's a gentleman. There's no mistaking killing people now. It's a kingpin. Old ancestor Zhongli sent a voice message to Zhongli Qingmeng. This young man is not to be underestimated. Once he makes a move, he doesn't give a damn about others at all. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. The Qi luck values of these sons of weather luck had already dropped enough. Wool gathering is pretty much over. What is Supreme Sumeru waiting for? Could it be that I was just swindled? Supreme Sumeru sighed, reaching out his hand towards Lin Wentian. The void shook. Lin Wentian felt like he was about to be squeezed and exploded. Who? Come out? Sumi Jing's voice fell. Footsteps backed up one after another. The void trembled, and densely packed cracks appeared around them. A silhouette stepped out of the void. Holy Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, what are you doing here? Sumeru Jing certainly knew Wen Ruoshui. It's the same era, after all. Wen Ruoshui? What do you mean? This is to cross my Mount Sumeru. Wen Ruoshui didn't say anything. His eyes fell on Chu Xinghe. With that, he glanced at the Ghost Supreme. You're someone who shouldn't exist. The bottom of the Ghost Supreme's eyes carried killing intent. Chu Xinghe jumped inwardly. Wen Ruoshui, you are really looking for death. Seeing that the son of Qi was about to die, you popped up again. It was the same with Gongsun Woji before, and now this. Don't be fooled, guys. Why can't you deduce his trail? It's because he might be that physique, the legendary destiny void body. This statement was made. This part of the world was silent. Old ancestor Zhongli's eyes had a refined light in them. Even Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes kept changing. Sumi Jing was stunned. Jian Qianquan's expression kept changing. The Taoist weapon is still on him. Wen Ruoshui, what do you mean? Sumi Jing asked with a grave expression on his face. He, a supreme powerhouse, actually has no rules remaining in this heaven and earth. This is something that is simply impossible to do. It only means that he is false and does not exist. The Dao rhythm on Wen Ruoshui's body continued to evolve. A supreme shadow appeared behind his back. Innate Taoist rhythm erupted. Chu Xinghe's heart rippled. Wen Ruoshui was actually an innate Dao body. Plus it will also be the art of deduction. Most importantly, it popped up now to badger him. Sumi Jing had murderous intent under his eyes. In other words, he was made to look like a monkey from start to finish. Wen Ruoshui looked calm. You killed a disciple of my heavenly diffusion holy land. You don't deserve to die. Gentlemen, I can stop that supreme perfection. As for him, it's up to you whether to kill him or not. As Wen Ruoshui finished his sentence, his gaze inadvertently glanced at Zhongli Qingmeng. Zhongli Qingmeng treated it as if he didn't see it. She certainly understood what Wen Ruoshui meant. Also know that this is a collaboration. As long as she can devour the destiny void body, it will definitely change the fate of the Zhengli family in the future. Old man Zhongli didn't move. His eyes fell on Zhongli Qingmeng. He had secretly informed the rest of the Zhengli family. The destiny void, too, was something they had been searching for? They had been searching for this physique and had never found it. In the ancient times, they hadn't been able to find a single trace of it at great expense. I didn't think that this era would actually occur. It was even right in front of him, and it gave him the feeling of a dream. Now Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body again. There was a real possibility that they, the Zhongli family, could change things in this life. The premise of everything that is the person in front of you, is really that physique. But this physique never came up. Who dares to be sure? Who dares to guarantee? When Ruoshui looked at the people around her who were not moving and was not in a hurry, with a movement in his hand, a formation disc appeared in his hand. The surrounding heaven and earth were blocked off. If everyone doesn't believe me, wait for some time and this supreme powerhouse won't exist. I don't know how long this time is. The Ghost Supreme stood behind Chu Xinghe and did not open his mouth. He would do whatever Chu Xinghe wanted him to do. Chu Xinghe did not show an annoyed expression. There was still sarcasm in his eyes. A good holy lord who was bent on thinking of his disciples. I admire you. But why is it that you didn't even step in when I got a message earlier that all of your holy sons were forced to die by others? Immortal demon body. Ah, being forced to die alive by others. And now stepping up for a few losers. Are you treating these people like little cuties? Or do you think you're smart? Chu Xinghe mocked. Do you think you can stop me? Or do you think they'll believe you? What about you guys? Want to bet? Do you guys believe her? Chu Xinghe's gaze traveled around the circle. Sword Qianquan's eyes looked at the nose, and the nose looked at the heart. He was disbelieving that what Destiny Void body was a fabricated thing. Sumeru Jing and the three old mountain lords didn't move. The rest of the powerhouses didn't dare to move. Zhongli Qingmeng carried a refined light under her eyes. Old ancestor, this one Ruoshui wants to make us pawns. Old ancestor Zhongli's eyes narrowed, suddenly figured out the problem with this. When Ruoshui smiled bashfully, the void around him shattered. Taking Lin Wendian with him had already disappeared. The surrounding grand formation had long since disappeared. Remnant rhyme. Sumi Jing uttered a surprised voice. Chu Xinghe stood in the void with an indifferent expression. The system had just told him that it was impossible for Wen Ruoshui to probe out. It's fooling them. Even Chu Xinghe got nervous just now. Looking at the departing Wen Ruoshui, the rest of them had already reacted. This is being played by Wen Ruoshui. Her purpose was to save Lin Wendian. As for the death of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, they all knew a little bit about it. Lin Wendian must have something she needed. Otherwise she wouldn't have stepped in. I can't believe I believed her bull asterisk just now. The Ghost Supreme stood behind Chu Xinghe. My lord, I'll make a trip to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Don't mind her. Let her bounce around for a while longer. There's still a long road ahead anyway. The light tone of his voice caused many of the people present to change their complexion, especially those who were from the same era as Wen Ruoshui knew how much of a pervert Wen Ruoshui was. Right now, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land was also relying on Wen Ruoshui to support it. Jian Qianquan still wanted the Dao weapon, but I don't know what excuse to use. Just now, he had also radiated killing intent towards Chu Xinghe. It was estimated that Chu Xinghe had already sensed it. That's why it wasn't brought up. As long as you can destroy the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, I will return this Dao artifact to you. Jian Qianquan didn't open his mouth. He couldn't beat Wen Ruoshui. He knows a little bit about it when no one else does. As long as Wen Ruoshui lived, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land would exist. Not to mention that the strength Wen Ruoshui had displayed just now was not something he could mess with. You didn't kill your disciple. Then it was you who died. Chu Xinghe's voice fell. Sumi Jing's face changed drastically. Wait for the reaction. The head has moved. The divine sense was also crushed. Chu Xinghe sat on the nine-dragon chariot. Sumeru. Ha! A meh phrase means so much. Sumeru's still body void shattered. The Ghost Supreme quickly struck out. Sumi Jing's body was put away directly. Return Sumeru Jing's body to our Sumeru mountain. The nine dragons roared. Flicking his tail, he led Chu Xinghe away. The Ghost Supreme stopped in the void. If you guys push me, I can't guarantee I'll blow myself up. One sentence caused the crowd at Mount Sumeru to change in color. Bunch of punk stuff. Who told you to believe that pussy? The Destiny Void body is just a vain legend, and you guys believe in it. I really don't know how you cultivated to this realm. She said I'm from the Void family, which also means I'm a Destiny Void. There was embarrassment in the looks of those present. Even the Zhengli family ancestor was like that. Chapter 86, when Ruoshui began to doubt. Fortunately, Zhongli Qingmeng reminded him of this just now. When Ruoshui knew her physique, this is trying to use her Zhongli family. Who cares if there really is a Destiny Void? Of course it's only them, the Bell family. They had always felt that the legendary physique existed, always looking too, but for so many years, ever since the first crisis in their Zhongli family, they had been searching for it and had never found it. This one Ruoshui, really looking for death. Chu Xinghe, who had already left, put the nine-dragon chariot away. Dress up, hidden amongst the common people. The heart can't help but speed up. Scared the out of him, the Ghost Supreme had disappeared. The time has come. Now there was an extra body in his ring. That's the Sumi Jing's. Originally, he was thinking of blowing the Ghost Supreme up himself, but the Ghost Supreme told him it couldn't be done. He really doesn't exist and can't blow himself up. This made Chu Xinghe a bit sad. Take a look at the system. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, True God Perfection, 5 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Leader. Heaven Intercepting Finger. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. Mount, 9-Dragon Chariot, Pure-Blooded Dragon in the early stage of the Great Sage. Destiny Value, 180333500. Backpack, Supreme Corpse, Sword of Enlightenment. If it wasn't for Sumeru Jing, he wouldn't have wasted that 12 million heavenly destiny values. It really deserves to die. Only what he didn't expect was that Wen Ruoshui would show up. Thinking of Wen Ruoshui, Xu Xinghe's eyes carried killing intent. The heavenly diffusion sanctuary cannot stay. Even that damn Shui Nianji was in the Tianyan Holy Land. Wait until you find what you have lost. Then you will get them. No one can run away. Thinking of this, Xu Xinghe began to add points to himself. 5 million heavenly destiny values disappeared, and his strength had broken through to the early stage of heavenly god. Continue to add 7 million points, and your strength breaks through the middle stage of heavenly god. After Xu Xinghe left, the convergence has dispersed. Old ancestor Zhongli followed behind Zhongli Qingmeng. Granddaughter, what do you think this Wen Ruoshui is up to? It's not like her style. Zhongli Qingmeng had killing intent under her eyes. Maybe she has a chance to achieve the great emperor fruit in this life, which is why she's making so many moves. Lin Wentian is also that special kind of person. Originally that heaven's mandate could have taken care of him, but now he's been saved. It's not heaven's mandate she's targeting. It's me. It's my Zhongli clan. Old ancestor Zhongli had killing intent in his eyes. So that's how it works. It's a way for you and heaven's destiny to snipe at each other. What destiny, void body? This is trying to start a dispute between our Zhongli clan and heaven's destiny. That heaven's destiny is not something that an ordinary heaven's pride can have from its temperament. Daring to kill Sumeru Jing in front of a Sumeru Mountain powerhouse shows that he is not afraid of Sumeru Mountain, and he was almost tricked by Wen Ruoshui. Zhongli Qingmeng turned her head to look at the old ancestor. Old ancestor, do you think she has another purpose? Old ancestor Zhongli's eyes narrowed. To say who is familiar with her is your mother. The previous her and your mother were on good terms, and in the ancient times, after realizing that your mother was a heaven-swallowing demon body, she withdrew from the great empress competition. But no great emperor appeared in that life either, and as to why she withdrew, no one knows. Originally, our Zhengli clan wanted to capture her and let your mother absorb her, but your mother refused and even spared her. Zhongli Qingmeng sighed. I also inquired about my mother before, and she didn't tell me. She just told me to cultivate in peace. Kill Wen Ruoshui if you have the ability, and don't mess with her yet if you don't have that strength. Even mother's words seem to have a bit of scorn in them. Zhongli Qingmeng was also a bit unable to understand Wen Ruoshui right now. Before, her lightness was like water, and when she withdrew from the fray, she no longer chose to intervene and cultivate her body. Let's just say that she's been hiding it so well for so many years that it's all been fooled by her, and I've sent people to investigate what she's up to, and there's no trace of it. Old man Zhongli sighed. Do you think it could have something to do with those special people? Didn't you say before that you were disgusted by the sight of all those people and that those people had special abilities? Could it be that when Ruoshui likewise discovered that those people have a special role and wants to use them for ulterior motives? Zhongli Qingmeng's mind kept flowing. A horrible thought popped into his head. Maybe she never admitted defeat. Old ancestor Zhongli also thought of something. You mean? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. That's the worst case scenario. That's interesting. No wonder she didn't care about Xu Xinghe's death. If I could have found out sooner, I wouldn't have. Old ancestor Zhongli sighed as he looked at the sad Zhongli Qingmeng. That kid is already in the past tense. Trying to resurrect him would be an act against the heavens. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. There is another possibility to resurrect him, and that is to be able to cross over and find him. There's still one person we can't get around, and that's Wen Ruoshui. I've had the people from Tianji House project that Zhang Eveningyin is one of Wen Ruoshui's Dao bodies, innate Dao heaven, reincarnation divine body. Getting one of them will allow you to achieve supremacy. She now has these two major physiques. I don't know if there are any other Dao bodies in the ones that have been split off. When the reincarnation god body flew away in front of my eyes, I missed my chance and it was even more difficult to find it. Zhongli Qingmeng was also constantly investigating the reincarnation body from the moment she learned of this news. It would be best to devour her while there was no investigation. Before that it was still her whimsy, and she had a hunch. Wen Ruoshui could be her worst enemy. Old ancestor, we need to speed up our plans. Wen Ruoshui knows about my physique and my mother. I don't know what the reason is that hasn't been exposed yet, and when it is exposed, if we are unprepared, it will be us, the Zhongli clan. Who will be passive at that time? Old man Zhongli nodded. I've told the clan to resurrect quite a few more powerful people. The plan is already underway, and we can't let anyone find out yet. The plan is a bit slow. The holy land of heavenly diffusion. Lin asked Tian to look at Wen Ruoshui. Why did you save me? Lin inquired. He didn't cross paths with this man, and I don't know why I saved him. Aren't you afraid of offending Mount Sumeru? Wen Ruoshui's eyes returned to their flatness. The eyes looked at Lin Wentian. The calm eyes brought a huge pressure on Lin Wentian. You don't have to ask. You can leave in a couple of days. Lin asked Tian to be a bit confused. Don't need me to do anything? No need. Why? No reason. Lin asked Tian to continue to be confused. It's nothing like when they got him out of there. What kind of person was this Wen Ruoshui? You go down. Lin Wentian walked towards the outside with a dumbfounded look on his face. When Ruoshui looked at Lin Wentian's back, the mandate of heaven? Are you him? Why is it that those I projected would cross paths with the heavenly diffusion Holy Land would all die? Just like white dustless. Chapter 87, terrifying when Ruoshui, Mount Sumeru suffers a great loss. When Ruoshui withdrew her gaze, a piece of paper appeared in his hand. Just see the information recorded on it. Yangzhou Haicheng, the far city of Taizhou, hidden city of the original state, Xianzhou Chu family. 4 locations are recorded above. There's another name underneath. Gongsun Wuji has drawn a cross behind him. When Ruoshui wrote Lin Wentian's name on the paper, eyes flickered for a moment. If Lin Wentian could still die, it would prove something. You could be him. Mandate of heaven. You're not him or not. The immortal demon body had disappeared, and heaven and earth mourned together. If you were him, how you resurrected? When Ruoshui withdrew her gaze, there was complexity, frustration, and disbelief in his eyes. Come on, man. As the voice fell, 2 figures appeared silently at his side. How is Suanenji doing? Sacred Lord. Shui Nianji didn't make any movements and cultivated peacefully. When Ruoshui waved his hand, the black shadow disappeared. When Ruoshui gazed outside, against women, grabbing opportunities. The tactics are too similar. You guys preside over the Holy Land. I have something to go out for. When Ruoshui looked at the next place, hidden city of the original state. If the mandate of heaven is really him, definitely going to this place. After Chu Xingha's breakthrough ended, look at the system interface. Master, Chu Xingha. Age, 20. Strength, middle heavenly god, 10 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon leader. Heaven intercepting finger. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragon chariot, pure-blooded dragon in the early stage of the great sage. Destiny value, 603-3500. Backpack, supreme corpse, sword of enlightenment. The next breakthrough would require 10 million heavenly fate values. It was only Weed's sons of Qi that were able to break through quickly. The supreme corpse was taken out by Chu Xingha. Looking at Long Yi and the others, if you devour this supreme origin, what realm can you break through? Chu Xingha didn't want to split into 9. This time, the incident made Chu Xingha know that there had to be a strong person who took out his hand. The ones they were in contact with now were all hegemonic forces, all of which had supreme powerhouses in their midst. The heavenly saint realm couldn't even be subdued anymore. Master, with the supreme origin, I can break through to heavenly saint perfection. If I suppress it and allow myself to metamorphose and grow, I'll probably only reach the middle heavenly saint stage. Chu Xingha understood what Long Yi meant. Using the supreme origin to enhance the foundation without pursuing strength was exactly what Chu Xingha wanted. Chu Xingha handed the corpse to Long Yi. Wait until you make a breakthrough, then we'll be on our way. Long Yi nodded, swallowed the supreme corpse, and began to fall into seclusion. Blackness alternates with January. The dragon scales on Long Yi's body became even finer and increased in density. The realm was even at the mid-heavenly saint realm. The eyes were more majestic. The 8 scaly dragons next to him looked at Long Yi and lowered their heads. Chu Xingha could feel it. Ordinary heavenly saint perfection powerhouses were no match for Long Yi. Chu Xingha nodded with satisfaction. That's 12 million heavenly fate values to get your money's worth. Creating a heavenly saint powerhouse. The plan can begin. Chu Xingha was in the city under the heavenly diffusion Holy Land in Qingzhou, listening to the news around him. Originally, Chu Xingha had planned to go to the hidden city of the original state. Heard a message on the way. Mount Sumeru looked for trouble from the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Chu Xingha decided to come over and take a look. Not to mention that Chu Xingha could predict it. The divine beast eggs might have been picked up by the sons of Qi again, the woman who tried to kill her before. Wherever he could throw it, a son of Qi was born. Gongsun Wuji, Lin Wentian. Who knows what other sons of Qi will pop up. Plus, Shui Nianji was still in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Now there was another Lin Qitin. Without killing them, Chu Xingha was a bit uneasy. In the Heart Watchers building, from afar, one could see the gate of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land surrounded by clouds. In a moment, the clouds swung away. A large black mountain squeezed through the void. When Ruoshui come out, a voice appeared from the great mountain. The entire heavenly diffusion Holy Land shook. Many disciples of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land had their scalps tingling. Here we go again. Before, there was the Zhengli family, and now there's a mountain. Can they still practice properly? Lin Wendian looked at the person coming from Mount Sumeru. The face gradually became gloomy. Vaguely, you could still see the leaked killing intent in his eyes. The old ancestor of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land appeared. When Ruoshui has left, tell them to look after the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Looking at the large mountain in the void, it made his scalp tingle. The Holy Lord is not here. If something is wrong, just wait for the Holy Lord to return. An old man came out of the mountain peak. The pale eyes fluctuated. Looking at the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, his heart suddenly jumped. What a powerful grand formation. This one Ruoshui is really not to be underestimated. Worthy of being an innate Tao body, born close to the Tao. He could vaguely sense that all of these great formations had been established in accordance with the momentum of heaven and earth. Even if they made a move to break it open, it would take a while. When Ruoshui took away Lin Wendian, causing my Mount Sumeru to sacrifice a supreme being, so if you don't give an explanation today, then don't blame my Mount Sumeru for being unsympathetic. The face of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land's old ancestor changed. Of course he knew what was happening in Taizhou, the Holy Lord's decision, and we will abide by it. The eyes of the Sumeru mountain ancestor narrowed. Interesting. Today, I, Mount Sumeru, would like to see what capital your heavenly diffusion Holy Land has to be reckless. A small Holy Land dares to block our Mount Sumeru's path. The old ancestor of Mount Sumeru had wanted to be polite, but this heaven-diffracting Holy Land doesn't know how to be courteous. Kill! Mount Sumeru's old ancestor's voice fell. A black mountain completely squeezed through the void, and densely packed cultivators appeared on it, turning into a stream of light. It descended from the sky and attacked the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Appalledness appeared on the faces of the disciples of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, looking at the cultivators that smashed down as if they were a single fireball. With awe in his heart, strong men revived to meet the battle. The heavenly diffusion Holy Land bell tolls 9 times. The news of Mount Sumeru's attack on the heavenly diffusion Holy Land spread throughout the entire Qingzhou in no time. Even other states were startled. In the Heart Watchers building, Xu Xinghe disappeared into thin air with several instantaneous transmissions in succession, just in time to muddy the waters. Let's see if we can kill the guys that are in the way. The footsteps that were about to advance came to a sudden halt. Xu Xinghe frowned. The sky above the heavenly diffusion Holy Land suddenly blacked out. Reach for the sky. A giant golden hand the size of 1 billion feet came through the void. Sumeru is really bold. A calm voice rang out. The black mountain that squeezed through the void spread and cracked as the voice fell. There was horror in the eyes of the Sumeru mountain ancestor. How could it be? My Sumeru mountain Tao artifact. How could it be? Mount Sumeru has 7 sacred mountains and also 7 Tao weapons. Now it was actually shattered by a voice. Rumble. Thunder landed in the sky. A sesame-sized silhouette stood high in the air. Manipulate the golden hand to fall. The 3 old ancestors of Mount Sumeru looked at each other. Behind them, 3 supreme figures appeared. Poof! A cold grunt. The 3 supreme Dharma phantoms directly shattered, turning into bits of starlight and disappearing. The 3 powerhouses of Mount Sumeru spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile the giant hand had grabbed Black Mountain. Click! Montenegro shattered. When Ruoshui's eyes were calm as he looked down on the Sumeru mountain crowd, jade hand outstretched. The faces of the 3 Sumeru mountain ancestors showed horror. Where was this the power that could be exerted by the supreme realm? Chapter 88. So what if you know he's alive? A sighing voice echoed between heaven and earth. A pale hand stretched out in the void. Today is my Sumeru mountain's fault, so these things will serve as an indemnity. A sky of light emerged from the pale hands and scattered in front of one Ruoshui. At the same time a kingdom evolves in the palm of the hand. Absorb all the people of Mount Sumeru into it. The withered hand broke the void and disappeared. When Ruoshui returned to the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, she had been running around the hidden city of the original state for the past month. There is no providence in sight. It looked like she had guessed wrong. He's really dead. How can a dead person come back to life? But her instincts told her, it's possible he's still alive. When Ruoshui sighed, a glint flashed under his eyes. Maybe use that to try and find out if he's still alive. Xu Xinghe had already left the surroundings of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Just now, he could tell that when Ruoshui had traveled a long way to get here. Strange. What can this woman do? That Lin Shitian doesn't come out either. He hadn't had a chance in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. That one Ruoshui is not a vegetarian. Xu Xinghe had always felt that this woman was terrifying. Let's go for the divine beast egg first. Xu Xinghe suddenly thought of a problem. It's been seen in Yangzhou before. The latter also appeared in Tai. For the first time, he had someone save Gongsun Wuji in front of him. Now he was personally saving Lin Wendian in front of him. Only Gongsun Wuji ran out on his own accord, burned by him. Now that Lin Wendian also knew that the heavenly diffusion Holy Land could protect him, he shouldn't come out of his own accord. When Ruoshui came from outside, he wouldn't be going to Yuanzhou Hidden City. After Xu Xinghe thought of this, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could it be that when Ruoshui also guessed that he was still alive? This was something Xu Xinghe couldn't be sure of. Thinking of this, Xu Xinghe's footsteps that were intended to go to Hidden City stopped once again. It looks like it's going to move that plan. Otherwise it's easy to expose yourself. Next he had one more piece of information to pry into. According to his previous character, Lin Wendian must also die. Taking advantage of the fact that Mount Sumeru and the Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion were up in arms, he would definitely blend in and get Lin Wentian and Shui Nianji killed. After figuring out what's going on here, Xu Xingha's eyes were chilling. Wen Ruoshui, what exactly do you want to do? The next few days, Xu Xingha then listened to the scattered news around the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Every now and then you change your face for a change. Finally, he was allowed to detect a slight hint of it. Quite a few of them intentionally or unintentionally. Inquire if anyone has asked what's going on inside the Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion. This caused Xu Xingha's heart to sink. Even Zhongli Qingmeng thought he was dead. This one Ruoshui still doesn't believe he's dead. Thankfully, he had the foresight to do so. Figure out some of these things. Lin asked Tian and also Shui Nianji to die now. She's sure to suspect he did it. It is also certain that he is still alive. It might even be in the hidden city of the original state. When Ruoshui also arranged means. Things are getting a little trickier. This woman is too smart. Before, Xu Xingha felt that there were no secrets in her eyes. If this goes over and she finds out it's still alive, maybe even how to count him out. It's so hard to change your face when you've died once. It's what makes it all possible now. Those who have already died once can't die again. But Lin Wendian being alive was always a hidden danger. Xu Xingha suddenly thought of someone. Jian Chenkuan. Can we do some articles with him? Thinking for a moment and then shaking his head. Today, when Ruoshui displayed unrivaled strength, just as Xu Xingha was trying to figure out what to do, lifting his head he looked into the distant void. A crack appeared in the void. A figure disappeared. Xu Xingha was familiar with that person. Bells away from a clear dream. Xu Xingha's eyes had a refined light in them. Perhaps this time Zhongli Qingmeng could invariably do him a big favor. In the Great Hall of Heavenly Diffusion, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Wen Ruoshui. You came to kill Lin Wentian. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't make himself polite either and found a seat to sit down. You know where I'm coming from. You can't kill him. He's still useful. Wen Ruoshui calmly said. I will kill him. Even if you tell the world that I am a heaven-swallowing demon body, I will still do it. Wen Ruoshui raised her eyes. Looking at Zhongli Qingmeng, some changes in mood occurred. The Zhongli Qingmeng in front of her seemed to have an extra layer of fog on her body, making her a bit unable to see through it. From the time Xu Xingha helped Zhongli Qingmeng kill Bai Wuduan, not much time has passed since then. She could no longer kind of see Zhongli Qingmeng. She became wiser and more careful. It's like a snake hiding in the dark, ready to strike you a fatal blow. I'm not going to threaten you with that. If I could do it, I could have done it in the ancient times, and you wouldn't have been around then. Zhongli Qingmeng understood what Wen Ruoshui meant. In the ancient times, if Wen Ruoshui had told the truth about her mother, of course she won't be there. There was no gratitude in Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes, only mocking, icy cold. Originally I thought that in this life you were scheming to become an emperor. Then I thought something wasn't right. You've changed. Saving Gongsun Wuji, Shui Nianji or not, you're making sure of one thing. He's still alive. Warm Ruoshui's eyes fluctuated. Zhongli Qingmeng suddenly laughed out. The smile looks a little thin. Even if you know he's alive, so what? What can you do for him? When Ruoshui didn't say anything. In life you couldn't do your duty as a master and watched others force him to die. Or do you mean to use your Dao body transformed into Jiang Evening Yin to accompany him for martyrdom? When Ruoshui's eyes changed as she froze and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. The Tenji houses told you. Zhongli Qingmeng snorted. I don't know what you're plotting, and I don't want to know. But that inheritance Lin Wentian received is pointing at me behind it. You can't be unaware of how that old ancestor of the Sword God sect fell in the ancient times, right? As a result, you're still saving him now. What do you want? Wen Ruoshui, you really don't put our Zhangli clan in your eyes. Wen Ruoshui pursed her lips. Since you switched from the sentient Dao to the emotionless Dao, why have you become sentimental now? What do you really want? Wen Ruoshui regained his composure. My path has nothing to do with you. Lin Wentian you can take away. When Zhongli Qingmeng heard this, the contempt in her eyes increased. Do you think that our Zhangli family has resurrected him? Let me tell you something. In the secret realm, the immortal demon Qin set itself on fire. Zhongli Qingmeng finished. When Ruoshui raised his teacup to cover his face and took a sip of tea. When he put down his teacup, his attitude returned to blandness. His business has nothing to do with me. Zhongli Qingmeng stood up. That's something I really despise about you. None of this would have happened. Your confidence, your reserve would have killed you sooner or later. My mother had a true saying. You have not found your way so far. Zhongli Qingmeng turned to leave. Lead the people to find Lin Wentian's residence. Lin Wentian's first sight of Zhongli Qingmeng. Without saying anything, he crushed a jade talisman. Zhongli Qingmeng didn't block it. Shadow One appeared behind her. Why don't you let me stop it, miss? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. I'd also like to know if he's still alive. He isn't he. Chapter 89, The Old Six Gather in a Litter. Ever since the incident with Xu Xingha, Zhongli Qingmeng had wanted to kill Wen Ruoshui. It's not like she can do it now. After realizing what Wen Ruoshui meant, she also wanted to know, is Chu Xinghe still alive? She desperately wanted to know, if he was really him, why didn't he come clean with her? Is this to blame me for not saving him? Zhong Liqing Meng's eyes carried complexity. If you are truly him, I will protect you, Zhong Liqing Meng murmured. Send someone to keep an eye on Lin Wentian's trail. The people he touches and the things he does cannot be spared. Shadow 1 nodded. Zhong Liqing Meng had originally thought of having someone keep an eye on Wen Ruoshui. Think about it. Can't keep an eye on this one. Chu Xinghe was originally thinking about how Zhong Liqing Meng would kill Lin Wentian. According to his previous teachings, Zhong Liqing Meng should have been able to discover Lin Wentian's extraordinary nature. I just took a sip of tea and almost spit it out. The disguised man at the door. Isn't it Lin Wentian? This guy is so smart to run out so quickly. Chu Xinghe didn't move, and even lowered his head without bothering to glance at Lin Wentian. There must be a trick in it, he thought. Now Lin Wentian's chi had diminished so much. Zhong Liqing Meng should be able to kill Lin Wentian if she brought her people with her, and now to have this guy run out. Not to mention that no movement had come from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, after Chu Xinghe figured out Wen Ruoshui's operation. Now look at Lin Qitian. These two women want to fish. Lin asked Tian is the bait. He's the fish. That's really interesting. Chu Xinghe had excitement in his eyes. I'm afraid this place is already being watched by a lot of powerful people. Lin Qitian after the disguise. Eyes roved around and found an unassuming location. After Chu Xinghe, who had his head lowered, felt a gaze. Mental note. Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't ever come over. Dude, do you have someone sitting here? Chu Xinghe. Grass. This son of Chi Fortune Lin asked Tian. Chu Xinghe raised his head, his drunken eyes hazy, trying to stay sober. Fixing a glance at Lin Qitian, the eyes surveyed the circle. The store. Chu Xinghe shouted. The one in charge rushes over. Throw him out for this lord. So many empty seats do not sit. Sit in my place. Brain sick. The one in charge glanced at Lin asked Tian. This gentleman, there are other vacant seats next to you. Look, the ones in charge want to curse too. This is so many empty seats not to sit. Have to sit here. Really sick. That's a lot of donkey balls around your neck. So blind. Lin Wentian smiled awkwardly. Transfer position. Seeing that the location is unremarkable. Even got to talk to this drunk guy. Diverts someone's attention. Who would have thought this would come up? After Chu Xinghe finished a few glasses of wine, staggering to his feet and heading outside. Staying any longer is more likely to draw suspicion. Along the way, he traveled the streets and even bumped into a number of people, causing them to curse and swear. Many people recognized Chu Xinghe. This drunkard. The house is falling apart and he's still drinking. When Chu Xinghe changed his face, he was afraid of being revealed by the investigation. After some investigation, this was the choice to impersonate a person, come into a remote room, fall into bed and go to sleep. There was cursing inside his mouth. Chu Xinghe's sound asleep ringing. A dark shadow appeared next to the bed. Looking at the sleeping Chu Xinghe, take out a dagger and put it around your neck. Chu Xinghe felt a coolness on his neck. Come on, keep drinking. I'm not drunk yet. The man in black put away his dagger and turned away, suddenly turning back around. He wanted to pull out a bit at brother Chu Xinghe. Muscles tightened quietly for a moment, smacking his lips. Damn, smack me around, get you killed. Looking at Chu Xinghe who had no abnormalities, the man in black then left in peace. Chu Xinghe pretending to be asleep, ran into old Six. Luckily, the old man was always on guard. Otherwise it's a real showstopper. What kind of people are these to come up with such tricks? A man's subconscious defense of his brother is not thought through. Wait until the man in black leaves. Chu Xinghe hurriedly moved the original guy out and placed him on the bed, gutted to go out. Luckily, the man in black was just testing the waters. Otherwise it becomes a hybrid. Once outside, and a pair of eyes met. Kid, good enough. I was almost fooled by you just now. Chu Xinghe. Awesome. The oldest of the six. Gumby. I've been careful enough. Listening to the wind guards meet you, fellow Daoist. When the man in black heard Chu Xinghe's words, he frowned. Listening to the wind guards? The man in black had a thoughtful look in his gaze. So it is. The man in black instantly understood. These were people like him, all spying on Lin Wentian. It's probably just her people. Offended. The man in black disappeared into the night after saying that. Chu Xinghe. Amount. It's just kinda sudden, to know so well fooled. What's he wasting all this effort for? Chu Xinghe disappeared into the night, waiting to return to the previous restaurant again. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed inadvertently. Lin Mantin is dead? Looking at the bodies in the tavern, the corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth twitched. It was thought to be just him. An old Six. Who knew old Six was so much? The man in black who had been testing him. There's also the fake dead Lin Qitian. The world is so full of talent. Lin Wentian was trying to fade out of people's view. Chu Xinghe could only grudgingly watch the fun. The others are still watching the show, and it's easy for you to sneak away. Well, That's the only way to do it. Chu Xingha's eyes surveyed it for a moment. He said his plan had finally worked. Lin Man Tin. Lin Man Tin. Don't blame me. You can blame the man in black for giving me the idea. The person being controlled flexes his fingers. A stone bounced directly on Lin Qitian's brother. Seeing that Lin Wendian hadn't moved at all, Chu Xingha had admiration in his eyes. Worthy of being a son of Qi, so capable of stoicism. 3 consecutive rounds in a row, Lin Wendian had awakened. Along the way he felt like someone was watching him, trying to get out by faking his own death. Turns out an old 6 came out of nowhere. One moment is even, and you can still force it to be hidden in the past. And you gave me a trifecta. I endure. I'm trying to hold back. Those present, looking at Lin Wendian whose body was shaking a bit, looking at each other with a strange look in their eyes, but no one said a word. Whoosh! The trifecta appears again, looking at Lin Wendian who was lying on the ground, his ass already sticking up. The people in the room snorted out a laugh. Some people laughed and others couldn't help it. Lin asked Tian to jump up violently, just about to get mad. Just see the person who just struck out. A shriek. Ow. Ha ha ha. Dude, you just died, and I pulled you back from the dead. Lin Wendian was awkwardly frozen in place. What the hell is this? So shameless. Brother, do you recognize my medical skills? Lin Wendian felt his hands that were grabbed tightly and tried to pull away. But this man is too enthusiastic. This made Lin Wendian a bit overwhelmed. I think. Chapter 90. You're still alive. You can fool others, not me. As the words fell, Lin Wendian's pupils shifted, and his divine soul felt like it was being tugged by something. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The person who had just struck out even drew out his sword and slashed at Lin Wendian's head. Brain matter appears. Chu Xingha stood in the crowd, his face pale after seeing this scene. Hastily, like the others, he ran to the side and threw up. Chu Xingha controlled the others to shout, even faking the illusion that he had just been taken over. The person who had just struck out at Lin Wendian, turning around, he disappeared into the tavern, only running. A vortex appeared around them. Who told you to kill Lin Wendian? A cold voice rang out. The man who struck out was in a cold sweat. I'm from the Yellow Springs mansion. Killing him is naturally for the reward. This person, Lin Wendian, was listed on the bounty list a few days ago. The person who inquired heard this and his expression changed. What's going on? So what is the point of their surveillance in this way? The man who struck took a deep breath and turned away. Originally, his mission was to kill Lin Wendian. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth, who had already left, rose. Surprise, surprise, surprise. After figuring out what Wen Ruoshui did, the program he started was this. He couldn't believe that no one liked Ling Yushang, letting Long Yi and the others poke around. They did detect a bit of movement. There were quite a few people who paid for assassins to assassinate Lin Wendian. Lin Wendian was taken away by Wen Ruoshui. Those killers will definitely converge on this place, and he willed it to happen. Pose as a snooper for a moment. The man in black came to his room to try it out. His muscles tightened a little, on purpose of course. That man in black is really something. It was with the help of Wen Ruoshui and also Zhong Li Qingmeng's unspoken words. Both are trying something. This was how Chu Xingha was able to fish through the water. It's the fear that there will be an accident. Where would their minds be on the killers at this time? He's just averting his eyes. Let the two of them guard each other for a bit. It just so happens that the assassin of this Yellow Springs mansion is in this place. Lin Wendian, you didn't die unjustly. I've plotted quite a bit. The son of luck dies. The luck value is zeroed out, and the master gains 10 million heavenly fate values. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose after hearing $10 million. That's the big takeaway. Master, Chu Xingha. Age, 20. Strength, middle heavenly god, 10 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon leader. Heaven intercepting finger. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragons chariot, middle stage of the first saint. Early stage of the 8 great saints. Destiny value, 160335500. Backpack, Qitian sword. Chu Xingha's gaze fell on the things that were refreshed in the system mall. 1000 illusion mask. A top-grade Dao artifact that can change faces and mimic various scents. Worth 15 million heavenly fate values, not to be checked by non-grade emperors. Looking at something like this, Chu Xingha's eyes lit up. That's still a good one. Just what he needed. It's really not worth all the planning he's done. Let the system help him. Master, I will do my best to assist you in your growth, and the system mall will do its best to refresh what master needs. System, you're still so sweet. Doing this for my master is what I should do. Chu Xingha was happier. Warm as water. Zhong Li Qingmeng knew this news. There was disappointment in all the eyes. Even they send people to inquire about it. It turned out that there was a Tianjiu who liked Ling Yushang and secretly used money to hire an assassin to assassinate Lin Wendian. It's even used to the Yellow Springs poison, now with the Thousand Illusions mask. Only then did Chu Xinghe dare to travel to the hidden city of the original state with confidence. I don't know what's going on with the divine beast eggs either. As for the Donghuang clock, Chu Xinghe didn't have a plan in his heart either. It was thrown right in from the void passage. Plus there will be void turbulence. Who knows where it will fall? After rushing to the hidden city, Chu Xinghe did not rush to the Wang family. When Ruoshui already suspected that he was still alive, it must have been laid out with all sorts of means. As soon as he gets close to the Wangs, he'll be watched in an instant. Traveling to hidden city in the void, Zhongli Qingmeng sat in the exquisite pavilion. Miss, Duke Chu has indeed appeared in hidden city. It's just that the stay wasn't long enough to do a teleportation array to leave for Xianzhou. Purple gold gourd, immortal demon Qin, divine beast egg, and East Emperor clock. It should be these 4 things that were thrown in 4 places. Zhongli Qingmeng murmured. Shadow one side. The month before last, when Ruoshui appeared in hidden city, Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. Have those eyes been found yet? Shadow one shook his head. We don't know whether Chu Gongzi's eyes were gouged out of his own accord that day, or whether they were gouged out by someone. And these days of investigation, there is not a single eyebrow. Even those few clans in Xianzhou, I've already sent people to greet them, and still haven't found a single trace. Even after Duke Chu's death, I've been sending people to keep an eye on the Chu family in Xianzhou, and no one else has appeared. Miss, you still don't believe that Mr. Chu will die? But on that day the heavens and the earth grieved together, and the immortal and demon Qin had all burned themselves. Shadow One tried to persuade the lady not to live in the past. Don't you think Lin Wentian's death was too much of a coincidence? Shadow One stopped talking. He's best at creating coincidences. Shadow One did not speak. The lady has been bewitched. How could Chu Xinghe still be alive? Something special is definitely happening in Hidden City these days. Is there anything particularly secretive going on that might shed a little light on it? Shadow One took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhongli Qingmeng. Look at the top. Zhongli Qingmeng's pupils changed a bit. Interesting. Surely another one of those special people will appear. It looks like when Ruoshui is going to intervene one more time. No wonder when Ruoshui would let me take Lin Wendian away so dryly. So she doesn't believe Chu Xinghe will die either. Pawn and stand again. It's disgusting. This time when Lin Wendian died, everything was too coincidental, and now we're suspicious of each other. If he were alive, he would have used this method. Shadow One similarly wished for Chu Xinghe to live. That way the lady won't feel so bad. But he couldn't figure out if Chu Xinghe was still alive. In what way he survived. The immortal demon body had disappeared, so how could it still be alive? But to think that Chu Xinghe could discover those special people, there are still ways to deal with them. Another glimmer of hope rose in his heart. What is Chu Xinghe doing at this moment? Aren't you coming out yet? Chu Xinghe felt like he was being watched just after arriving in Hidden City. It depressed him a bit. Already changed his face, changed his temperament. Why would he still be targeted? Does he have to dress up as a woman to do it? A figure stepped out from the back, a knife on his back. One sleeve had become empty. The aura was internalized, and there was a scar that carried across his entire face. Seeing this person, Chu Xinghe's eyes held surprise. Why are you following me? It's good that you're still alive. Chu Xinghe frowned. What do you mean? Shi Dingfeng looked at Chu Xinghe. You are him, and you can fool anyone but me. Chapter 91. If you don't have one, I'll split the sky to send you one. Chu Xinghe's eyes fluctuated. One that was going to be utilized and helped out at the drop of a hat. Could have rebelled against the clan for him. It was none other than the Shi Dingfeng in front of him. Every time Chu Xinghe's heart became cold, all of them would appear as such a person. Healing Chu Xinghe. Looking at the determination in Shi Dingfeng's eyes, Chu Xinghe sighed. I'm not him. Shi Dingfeng grinned. The wounds on his face looked like twisted centipedes and were chilling. But Chu Xinghe didn't feel disgusted. It even feels a little warm. Yeah, you're not him. You're you. Chu Xinghe walked up to Shi Dingfeng. Why is it so bad? Shi Dingfeng's eyes swirled with laughter. Get in the way. I'll cut myself. Chu Xinghe was silent. Why would you admit that? Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. Maybe I wasn't trying to hide it from you. Shi Dingfeng grinned. I did get pretty lucky. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. How did you recognize me? None of them did. Shi Dingfeng took a deep breath. Intuition, the kind that comes from the heart. Even if you change your face, your temperament, your strength, I feel like you're him. Chu Xinghe hadn't thought that he had failed so miserably at pretending. You don't want people to know you're alive. You're not doing enough. I can help you. I swore before that if anyone else wanted to kill you, they'd have to step over my dead body first. Last time I didn't make it. This time God has treated me well and given me a chance. I can help you. I'm familiar with your methods. I can even hide it from one Ruoshui. Zhongli Qingmeng. A flash of warmth crossed Chu Xinghe's heart. No talking. It just reached out and patted Shi Jingfeng's shoulder. Shi Jingfeng felt the warmth on his shoulders. Grin. The twisted centipede on his face is also cute. Thanks. Shi Jingfeng shook his head. I should be the one thanking you. Chu Xinghe was stunned for a moment. Yeah, you should thank me or you wouldn't have been able to get out of your own way. Shi Jingfeng took a deep breath. Which family? The king's family. Shi Jingfeng nodded, just about to turn away. Chu Xinghe pressed his shoulders. It's not true that you're familiar with my methods. When Ruoxue and also Zhongli Qingmeng are also very smart. I still need to take the initiative to stand up, but this time you need to be in the shadows, and when the end comes, you need to step up. Don't even think that you're going to be exposed this time. I haven't gotten a few things back that I lost, and you can't die yet. Chu Xinghe patted Shi Jingfeng's shoulder after he finished speaking. I'll step in first, before you can sing. Shi Jingfeng nodded thoughtfully. Chu Xinghe turned to leave. Take a few steps forward. The footsteps came to an abrupt halt. I wish I could have a brother I could trust. I wonder if God would do that to me. After saying that, his back disappeared into Shi Jingfeng's line of sight. Shi Jingfeng withdrew his gaze. There will be, and if there isn't, I'll split this sky and send you one. With that said, he likewise turned to leave. Since one needs to be in the light and the other in the dark, then he needs to do a good job in the dark. Now a replacement comes along who can replace it. Chu Xinghe was more careful. You can't be careless just because of the appearance of Shi Jingfeng. Chu Xinghe walked into the hidden city. He didn't care if he felt the stares around him. With so many people coming in and out, it's impossible to investigate every single one of them. Chu Xinghe did not advance in the direction of the Wang family. Instead, he walked to the Heartwatcher's building. Chu Xinghe was also curious as to which power this Heartwatcher's house was. After walking in, Chu Xinghe casually found a seat and sat down. But there was a strange look in his eyes. Quite a few acquaintances. The day before that he became the holy son of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Those celestial pride that came over actually appeared in this place again. The sixth prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Yuan Tian. Kangmun Holy Land, the wind does not move. Tianlu Academy, Su Sanwei, Yang Zhonghai of the Xingwu celestial dynasty, and Linglong Court's Linglong Yunyu. They're all acquaintances. When Xu Xinghe's heart demon guide made Diyu Lu Lingfeng say the secret in his heart, the guys who were going to challenge him ran away. I didn't expect to converge here again this time. That's really interesting. There was something not quite right about the atmosphere of a few people though. Your Qinglu Academy is powerful. Zhongli Qingmeng went to your Qinglu Academy, set up a ring, and your Qinglu Academy was defeated. Su Sanwei didn't look too good. Our Green Deer Academy's heavenly pride just hasn't revived. Ridiculous. You can't be talking about those who aren't from this era, right? It's really interesting, challenging this era's heavenly pride with the last era's. It's not that I don't dare to revive. I'm afraid I'm not an opponent. Zhou Yuantian had studied these days, after being trolled by Chu Xinghe last time. I hate that my mouth won't speak. Zhou Yuantian, you think you're great. You're just the sixth prince of Great Zhou. That position has no chance with you. And I heard that the woman you had your eye on was even snatched away by your royal brother. I was going to give you a royal consort by marriage, but I ended up making a concubine for your royal brother. Zhou Yuantian looked unsightly. You're not wrong. One sentence made Su Sanwei whole won't. Chu Xinghe sat next to him. This kind of person who just attacks without defense is really powerful. Su Sanwei, your sister sold herself in a greenhouse to pay for your education and schooling. A pair of jade jewels for 1,000 pillows. A bit of red lips for 10,000 people to taste. Sent you to the Green Deer Academy. And after you went in, you drove your sister to death. Feeling that she had disgraced you, you still hailed yourself as a gentleman. For a fool like you to still want to be the holy son of Green Deer Academy is pure fart. You won't even get your turn when it comes to. Su Sanwei's face was so gloomy that it could drip black water. Say that again if you dare. Zhou Yuantian stood up. You live to waste the air. You die to waste the land. Wolf-hearted thing, just like you. You won't be able to be the holy son of the Green Deer Academy for the rest of your life. You can't be an emperor. I know. I've given up. You're going to be staring at the pillar of shame for the rest of your life. She's my sister. That's her choice. It has nothing to do with me. You fart. You forced her to die. I will have someone write a book and have them circulate it throughout the entire Taishu heavenly realm. Maybe then the Qinglu Academy will kick you out. You. Su Sanwei spat out a mouthful of blood. Footsteps backed up one after another. Chu Xinghe looked at the blood dripping on the table. The face instantly turned not so good. Hasn't it been a bit of bad luck lately? This can all be rippled. But what a hilarious scene to watch. Zhou Yuantian, wait for me. Su Sanwei was about to leave. Wait. Chu Xinghe suddenly opened his mouth, stopping Su Sanwei. What for? Su San said in an annoyed voice. Lick your dirty blood clean before you get out. Chu Xinghe indifferently looked at Su Sanwei. You're bad-tempered. When I'm good-tempered. Su Sanwei was infuriated and laughed. What kind of cat or dog treats him as a good bully for Su Sanwei? What a death wish. Su Sanwei clenched his fist with one hand and smashed it towards Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe's lips moved. Su Sanwei fell on a sliding knee in front of Chu Xinghe. I lick. Chapter 92. You guys don't want to be reasonable. And I know a little bit about punching and kicking. Su Sanwei's behavior scared a lot of people. Even Zhou Yuantian, who had nearly exasperated Su Sanwei to death, froze in place. He was able to make Su Sanwei angry enough to spit out blood, which felt impressive enough. What the hell did this guy do? It could make the always arrogant Su Sanwei kneel on the ground. Watching Su Sanwei literally lick the blood off the table, everyone present looked at this person with speculation. What is Su Sanwei? He's from the Green Deer Academy. If this gets out, where to put the face of Qinglu Academy, including Zhou Yuantian knew. It was true when he said that Su Sanwei couldn't become the holy son of Green Deer Academy, but this is really powerful to bring people to their knees. Sanwei, get up. A gentle voice rang out at this time. Su Sanwei subconsciously turned back his head when he heard this voice that was like a breeze. The face became rigid. Many of the people present had horror in their eyes. A word can squelch the fickleness within. Chu Xinghe looked up. A man dressed as a scholar appeared. A white coat is not stained with dust. The nose is high and straight, and the eyes are like stars. Hair was tied back by a wooden pin. There was also a faint woodsy scent. Tranquility, purity and lightness. This was Chu Xinghe's first impression upon seeing this person. Chu Xinghe's information had already surfaced before his eyes. Name, Ning Xiuji. Identity, contemporary saint son of Green Deer Academy. Son of Qi Luck. Physique, heavenly fortune sacred body. Strength, true God perfection. Kung Fu, Yun Dao Jing. Destiny value, 500,000. After Chu Xinghe saw this person's information, he did not show it on the surface, but was pleasantly surprised inside. What a fat leak. Ning Xiuji gazed at Chu Xinghe with surprise in his eyes. As the holy son of Green Deer Academy, naturally, he understood Su Sanwei's character, and one of the people he looks up to. Only Su Sanwei never gave in, outwardly respectful. Inside, there was a lot of resentment towards him. Now Ning Xiuji did think that this time was an opportunity. There is a chance to take Su Sanwei under his wing. Ning Xiushi tried to pull Su Sanwei up with one hand, but Su Sanwei was unmoved, even moved aside. This caused Ning Xiuji to freeze. Now I'm coming. A step has been laid for you. You don't go down even if you don't. You just tear it down. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. So what if he's a son of luck? Get up. I'll take the consequences of everything. Su Sanwei didn't look too good. Holy son, just pretend you didn't see it. You can't afford it. Su Sanwei was inwardly unconvinced by this holy son. Now that he saw Ning Xiuji, who had stood up for him so well, he was still very touched. Looking at the difficulty in Su Sanwei's eyes, Ning Xiuji spread his face and smiled. Don't worry, I said I can take it all on. There is gold under a man's knees. How can he kneel so easily? Chu Xinghe froze. There is gold under a man's knees. This fellow Daoist. I'm a little less agreeable to this statement. Sometimes, kneeling is not a humiliation. Ning Xiuji heard Chu Xinghe retort with surprise in his eyes. I don't know what you, fellow Daoist, have to say. At this moment some good people suddenly reacted. Indeed, sometimes it is not a shame to kneel, and certain Zisher do have to kneel when cavorting, otherwise it is not good to perform. Good explanation, brother. Sometimes the bruises are not. Quite a few people squinted. Everyone smiled shyly. Hey, 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 grrrrrr, lol. At this moment, how could Ning Xiuji not know that this was being tricked? Fellow Daoist, as fellow gentlemen, it's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. Before the words were spoken, Chu Xinghe's voice rang out. Sorry, I'm the villain. My purpose as a human being is to kick the cripple's good leg hard. Which pot calls the kettle black? Ning rhetoric. Su Sanwei, what a way to deal with this hobnailed meat. The rest of you, awesome. Ning Xiuji hadn't expected that this was the second time he had been dropped on his face since becoming a saint's son. No, I should say the third time. The first time was the woman. Let him feel what it means to have a real gap. The second is that Su Sanwei rejected him just now. Now he was being provoked by Chu Xinghe. Your Excellency is not putting the Green Deer School in your eyes? When Chu Xinghe heard this, there was disappointment in his eyes. Thought how powerful this son of Qi was. Didn't realize it was also just a silver head. It's a good look, but not good enough. This is already moving out of context. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm not looking down on Green Deer Academy. I'm looking down on you. If you're really capable, let him stand up. And now use the Green Deer Academy to press me. Ning Xiuji froze. Many people looked at Ning Xiuji with the same contempt in their eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. Thought the holy son of the Green Deer Academy was so powerful, but it turns out that it's just like people like me, who just know how to utilize their backgrounds. there's no way around it. Who let people have a good background? TSK, 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 I've had it publicized. Good note, brother. Susanwei looked at Ning Xiushi in such a difficult position and wanted to step forward. It didn't occur to him that Chu Xinghe was just looking at him. Instantly, he lowered his head. The son of fortune suffered a blow. His mind is slightly affected. His destiny value drops by 5,000. The master increases his destiny value by 100,000. Hearing the voice in his head, Chu Xinghe froze for a moment. That's alright. This son of cheese mentality doesn't work either. Of course I can't represent the Green Deer Academy. It's just that I'm lucky. That's why I became a holy son. Ning Xiushi was just about to explain. Chu Xinghe sat down to sip his tea. From what you're saying is that the Green Deer Academy are all eyeless people, and that's why you were allowed to become a saint's son. The rest of you, awesome. That little mouth is sweeter than smeared honey. Ning Xiushi opened his mouth. Slander me. For my peanuts. Susanwei looked at Ning Xiushi with suspicion as well. Which end of the spectrum are you on? Can't you see I'm still kneeling here? Chu Xinghe's eyes rolled. TSK, TSK, TSK. Susanwei, do you have a grudge against the Holy Sun? Originally I was already planning to let you go. He had to fight with me to win or lose. Not letting you stand up. A wave of complaint rose within Susanwei. Don't even know what's happening to me. Just messing around here. Ning Xiushi was about to continue speaking. Another man came out from behind, also dressed in plain clothes, with a wooden pin on her head. In his hand was a 7-star sword. Glancing at the kneeling Susanwei, followed by a glance at Ning Xiushi. Ning Xiushi looked at the visitor with an unnatural look in his eyes. Susanwei lowered his head. Chu Xinghe secretly said that there would indeed be an accident. The chirography heroine is actually here. It's not someone else's turn to say anything about the people of my Green Road Academy. Starseeker's voice was clear and cold, as if it were a jade pearl compass. Yes? Susanwei, take a shot at your holy son or don't blame me for announcing the matter to the entire Taishu heavenly realm. Susanwei froze in place. Don't, big brother, father, grandfather, spare me for once. Chu Xinghe sat still. I don't want to, but certain people like to brush off their presence. It's always been your Green Deer Academy that has provoked me, and even if today's events were to spread out, I would still be justified. If you guys don't want to be reasonable, I can move my fists too. Chapter 93, Chu Xinghe's name appears. Crowd changes. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, his aura exploded out. Many people showed horror in their hearts. Mid-heavenly god strength. I think I still have a bit of cultivation talent. I shouldn't be able to compare to the holy sons, holy daughters of the Green Deer School. Starsky froze. There was no mistake. She was indeed the holy daughter of the Green Deer Academy. Only she rarely shows her face. Everyone else knows she exists as a person. Didn't really know what she looked like. What strength? Rather, he hadn't thought that Chu Xinghe actually knew her bottom line. Ning Xiushi carried a different emotion under his eyes. Susanwei knelt in place not daring to speak. Those onlookers at the moment were even more curious. What secrets does Chu Xinghe really hold? It can make Susanwei like this. Go, take a shot at your holy son. Chu Xinghe continued to order. Susanwei took a deep breath. Holy son, I'm offended. After saying that, he transformed into a residual shadow, and his 5 fingers opened up, grabbing towards Ning Xiushi's heart. Instead of backing away, Ning Xiushi took a step forward, a step around. It appeared directly behind Susanwei. Turn your hands into swords. Susanwei instantly fell to the ground. Chu Xinghe didn't care as he looked at the unconscious Susanwei, not to mention that Susanwei didn't go all out either. Starshio saw this. The aura of a true god perfection erupted out. What about the god of heaven? It's not like she hasn't killed before. Only the aura exploded quickly. Jerk was pressed right back against his side. Footsteps backed up one after another. The stone floor under his feet cracked like a spider's web. A touch of red had appeared at the corners of her mouth. Are you strong? A very plain sentence made Starsky blush. She had just erupted all her chi wanting to give Chu Xinghe a hard time. Who would have thought that Chu Xinghe would be able to gently dissolve it? Instead, they looked down on her strength. She has always been a defiant person, still trying to move on. Senior sister, you're no match for him. Ning Xiushi looked at Chu Xinghe intently. My Green Deer Academy is full of readers, not very good at boxing. Chu Xinghe waved his hand to interrupt. You mean you're good at ventriloquism? Quite a few people froze. This ventriloquism should be proper ventriloquism. I don't know if the ventriloquism is decent or not. I like this brother's character. There's a good show coming up. Ning Xiushi now knew that he couldn't follow Chu Xinghe's words down the line. Otherwise it is easy to fall into his trap. Green Deer Academy, specializing in the way of poetry. I know. Ning Xiushi hadn't said anything yet. Chu Xinghe continued to speak as if no one else was around. I accept your challenge. It's not just poetry. 3 days later, right here in this place. I will challenge you. How about the people watching the battle come up with the questions then? Ning Xiushi froze. This guy was so confident. How dare you challenge me when you know I'm superior? There can't be a scam here, can there? Even Hoshi froze in place. It's so newborn. You may be more talented than us in cultivation, but this way of poetry? Even she had to admit that she was inferior to the sacred son senior brother. Okay, 3 days later, still in this place, the question will be asked by the spectator. Ning Xiushi's eyes carried excitement. He has never lost than poetry. Looking at the confidence under Ning Xiushi's eyes, Chu Xingha's eyes narrowed. Okay, 3 days later, same place, but I have a condition. Whoever cheats admits defeat, the other party wins directly. Whoever loses kneels and kowtows 3 times, and abolishes his own cultivation and his own hands. The loser promises the winner 3 conditions. How about it? After hearing this, Ning Xiushi hesitated a bit. Starsky didn't say anything. There was skepticism in his eyes. Even the others. Ning rhetoric didn't fare particularly well just now. It was undeniable that those who could sit in the position of the holy son of the Green Deer School would definitely be able to become great scholars in the future. And each of the great scholars, their strength was extraordinary. Even powerful great scholars have to be treated with caution even by saints. After setting the bet, Chu Xingha left in a condescending manner. Starshade looked at Ning Xiushi. Are you confident? This person should not be underestimated. I see that he is about the same age as you and I, and is already in the heavenly god realm. Even I am not his opponent. Ning Xiushi revealed a smile. Senior sister, if I were to compare strength I probably wouldn't be able to beat him, but compared to poetry, it's not that senior brother is confident. 10 of him wouldn't be a match for me. Ning Xiushi thought of this. Looking at Chu Xingha who was about to go out, he hurriedly stopped. Wait, since it's a bet, naturally a contract must be signed. After saying that, he took out a piece of paper and wrote the contents directly. Blood appears on your fingers and writes your name. Chu Xingha didn't show it on the surface, and his body clearly showed resistance. Ning Xiushi was inwardly disdainful. So there's something else you're afraid of. It doesn't look like you're that confident either. Ning Xiushi was just afraid that this guy would suddenly renege on his debt. Many people looked at Chu Xingha with teasing in their eyes. They could also see that Chu Xingha was in a bit of a bind, but nothing happened to them. It was so much fun. Of course they had to see it. This deed? Ning Xiushi sighed. I don't want to force brother and sister either. If brother and sister apologize now, let's pretend that this matter didn't happen and there is no such thing as a bet. Chu Xingha was a bit speechless as he looked at the lingeringly righteous son of Qi. Master, this son of Qi only grows Qi, not brains. It's fortunate that I am now assisting my master. Otherwise I could be infuriated to death by these sons of Qi. Just how on earth can a son of Qi like this beat Zhong Li Qing Meng? Chu Xingha didn't expect that even the system could no longer look at it. System you said that this has been delivered to the door. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me not to accept it? I also want to break through the God King realm quickly. Master, him. Chu Xingha struggled, walking with heavy steps to the compact. There was gravity under his eyes. Ning Xiuxi's eyes carried a sense of pleasure after seeing Chu Xingha's performance. Let's make you lose face with me just now. In 3 days, I'll let you know why I can sit as the holy son of the Green Deer School. Chu Xingha stood in front of the compact. Stare carefully at the top. Those good people saw that Chu Xingha was slow to move. TSK, 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 this can't be a dare, can it? I think so. So didn't that just blow awesome? Who knows? It's also possible that he was just putting out harsh words just now, and by the time he leaves, no one will know who he is. I think so. Chu Xingha's face turned red. Humph, just sign it. What's there to be afraid of? A drop of blood appeared on Chu Xingha's finger and he was about to write his name on it. Master, I'll change this thing so you don't have to sign your real name. Chu Xingha complimented the system for being quite considerate. The recommendation was not taken. However, I would have thought it more appropriate to sign my real name. Master, what are you calculating again? Can you tell me? I can't get my head around it. You'll know when the time comes. Don't worry. Okay, listen to the master. After Chu Xingha wrote down his name, he turned around and left. Ning Xiushi, Xing Shi, and quite a few other people's gazes fell on that name. Chu Xingha. 3 words are like a bomb thrown in the water. It caused a furor. Chapter 94. Even if it's the same name as him, he's the one. Zhou Yuan Tian, in particular, was most excited to see this name. When he was in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, he was so disliked that he couldn't say a word. That Lu Lingfeng is even more miserable. Being used by Chu Xingha to use sinister means to speak the secrets of his heart. Estimated to be a couple months old now. Looking at Chu Xingha's disappearing back, quite a few people with good intentions hurriedly spread the news. The holy son of the Green Deer School faced Chu Xingha, or the Green Deer Academy's best poetry together. It's more of an audience question. And make a bet. For a while, The whole of the original state was buzzing with activity. Who will win this feast? In the Green Deer Academy, the contemporary dean looked at the news in his hands. It could be said that in the Taishu heavenly realm, the name Chu Xinghe was known to quite a few people. The great Yu emperor was forced to die and the Shui family was destroyed, all because of the name Chu Xinghe. 3 days later, have someone go and take a look, lest my holy son of the Green Deer School be bullied. A few voices came from outside the door, far away in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land in Qingzhou. When Ruoshui looked at the information he had inquired about, look at the name on it, inwardly fluctuating. The bet is only valid if you use your real name. The name on top of the bet now was Chu Xinghe. Could it be that you have changed your face? Or maybe it's just a renaming. When Ruoshui decided to check it out, the name Chu Xinghe touched not only one Ruoshui's heart. There's another one. The water reads itself. Her family was destroyed because of Chu Xinghe. She'd like to see if it was really him. Shui Nianji had recovered his strength after this period of recuperation. She's stronger now than she was before. She also didn't know what Wen Ruoshui meant by keeping her. Before, when Chu Xinghe was the holy son of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, she looked down on Chu Xinghe. It was to despise the Tianyan Holy Land for not being as strong as her Shui family. Who knew that the one who saved her in the back was still Wen Ruoshui, especially when Sumeru comes over. When Ruoshui displayed unrivaled strength, in that moment, she realized, even if the water family hadn't been overthrown, nor was it a match for Wen Ruoshui. What puzzled her, though, was this. When Ruoshui had such strength, so why didn't he help Chu Xinghe? If she had made a move, the Zhang family would definitely not have pushed Zhang Evening so hard. Think about what happened before. Shui Nianji's eyes were tinged with regret. Before, when she went anywhere, everyone else looked at her face, then getting her used to being high and mighty. Who would have thought that Chu Xinghe would so not give her face? She then went back to Zhang's house to add some fuel to the fire. The end result was that Zhang Evening and also Chu Xinghe died. The Shui family was destroyed and she became a waste. Even more so, he didn't dare to leave the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Otherwise Zhongli Qingmeng wouldn't even let her go. But this time, even if it was dangerous, she was going to check it out. This Chu Xinghe is not Chu Xinghe or not. Zhongli Qingmeng got this news. The heart shook. Could it be that you're still alive? Why don't you come and see me? Or is it just someone with a name similar to yours? Thinking of this, Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes carried killing intent. Shadow 1. Let's go check it out too. Shadow 1 was a bit hesitant to hear that. Miss, before when Ruoshui appeared in Yuanzhou, and now the name Chu Xinghe has appeared, do you think it could be a conspiracy against you? Shadow 1 said with a bit of concern. Zhongli Qingmeng stopped in his tracks. Hearing the name Chu Xinghe would make her lose her bearings. Miss, in case it's a conspiracy against you, that would be a problem. You still have to resurrect Mr. Chu, if something happens to you. Mr. Chu will never have a chance to be resurrected again. Zhongli Qingmeng sat down and filled a cup of tea. Look at the message in your hand. The mind kept thinking of ways to do it. Shadow 1. The means he left me can be used. Shadow 1's eyes were puzzled when he heard this. What other tactics does the lady Chu Xinghe left behind have? The one called Yurinmo can show up. Shadow 1's eyes lit up when he heard this. What does the lady mean? The corners of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth rose. Not bad. Everything can be solved when Yulinmo appears. She doesn't care that the saint's son was forced to die, but the rest of the disciples are on board. She went to Harayuku in the back, and Harayuku erupted into a bet. Now that everyone's eyes are on the bet, who would have noticed that Yulinmo would go over, swallow the heavenly demon body, and secretly steal the origin? Who do you think pushed for all of this? If he is really him, I will protect him, and if he is not, he will be a pawn in this plan. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to pull the Green Deer Academy in. They were involved in the betting thing, too. Who knows if they made some kind of deal with Wen Ruoshui? Shadow 1 froze. Is this still the lady of her house? Is this brain already spinning so fast? So, miss, are you still going over there? Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. It's going to go, and it's going to go with a lot of fanfare. Chu Xinghe is the person I care about the most. If he really isn't him, I'll let the realm of the void sky know that even renaming him won't work. He's the one. I'll kill anyone who dares to impersonate his name, up to heaven and down to earth. Shadow 1 nodded. How's the situation? I asked you to keep an eye on Tianji House. Shadow 1 shook his head. The people of Tianji House are too shrewd and easy to spot. We've lost a few people to prevent them from investigating that it's our Zhongli family, and we haven't been monitoring them in the recent past. Is Miss not believing in Tianji House? Zhongli Qingmeng's gaze was distant. When he does things, he doesn't make a move when he's not absolutely sure. I'm going to be the same. It's all too much of a coincidence that Tianji House was able to deduce that Zhang Evening was Wen Ruoshui's Dao body. I suspect there are other conspiracies involved that I just haven't discovered yet. Now that our Zhangli clan is being watched, it's better to be careful in everything we do. Shadow 1 nodded. How's that part of the program I put you in charge of coming along? As soon as Shadow heard this, there was excitement in his eyes. Miss, the plan is well underway. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. Well done. I'll have the clan help you break through when the time comes. Your qualifications are limited, and taking that step could be dangerous. Shadow 1 fell to his knees. Miss, I'm willing to take the risk for your safety. Zhongli Qingmeng helped Shadow 1 up. You and I have been like sisters for many years. There's no need for that. Shadow 1 had a touching look in his eyes. Miss, I'll go and admonish them again to prevent them from making a mistake. Watching Shadow 1 leave, Zhongli Qingmeng withdrew her gaze. A faint shadow emerged around him. She's changed. Zhongli Qingmeng sighed. Before, there was no anchor. But now that we have found our loved ones and have an anchor in our hearts, of course we will change. I'm changing too. Then Zhongli Qingmeng snorted. Stand by me, naturally, and you are my man. Stand against me, and you are an enemy. Give her everything you can, and you can take it back. Should we remind her of that? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. She's not a child. She can make trade-offs. Life and death are all in her thoughts. If she can't see through this, there will be problems in the future. So it's better to pull it out before it's too late. The black shadow disappeared. Just like that, 3 days passed by. The original State Hidden City's Heartwatchers building became completely lively. Chapter 95. The choice is made and the fun begins. The hidden city of Harajuku's Heartwatchers building. A mountain of people. Even a few streets came alive because of the event. Various people selling things also appear. In the Heartwatchers building, the various boxes, the halls were already full of people. All were looking down at the huge ring in the center below. This is where the two compete. Placed to the left and right of the ring are coffee tables, tables and chairs. Pen, ink and paper are ready. Who do you think will win this time? Needless to say, of course it's Green Deer Academy. The House of 10,000 Gold is also opening a bet because of this incident. I also heard that Chu Xinghe won at 1-5, and Ning Xiuji won at 1-1.2. I pulled out my entire family fortune and pressed it on Ning Xiuji. Me too. So do I. In the upper box on the Heartwatchers building, when Ruoshui calmly looked down at the bottom of the ring, there were people in the rest of the boxes. This time even Linglong Pavilion's Linglong Yunyu came over. She already knew that the one who had victimized Linglong Pavilion last time was that Chu Xinghe, but that Chu Xinghe is Zhongli Qingmeng's man. When she heard later that Chu Xinghe had died, she was happy for many days. Who knew that the one who signed the contract was also named Chu Xinghe? She was there when the bet was made. She felt that this Chu Xinghe did not feel the same as that dead Chu Xinghe. More importantly, of course, she had come over this time for a bet. She had pressed a lot of things in the House of 10,000 Gold, even her years of personal money. In the other box, Zhongli Qingmeng looked down. Are you not him? The crowd was buzzing and talking. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Ning Xiuji walked over under the attention of all the people. Xingshi accompanied Ning Xiushi over. Senior, sure there's no problem? Starshields was still a little worried. In these 3 days, she had people investigate that Chu Xinghe's traces. Nothing has been investigated. Being careful is a good thing. Who knows if there will be other surprises. There was only confidence in Ning Xiuji's eyes. Senior sister, are you still not confident in my abilities? Starsky let out a laugh. I'm the one who worried. Go ahead. Ning Xiuji walked to the top of the ring. Chu Xinghe hasn't come over yet. Bring out the paper on which the bet was signed. Chu Xinghe had already arrived outside the Heartwatchers building. He hadn't been idle for the past 3 days. But it's a great gift for the son of Qi. I just don't know if the son of Qi can handle it. Sure, there is one more thing of the utmost importance. That's what the Mankind House is betting on. He is pressing quite a lot of things. Chu Xinghe had just appeared and caused an uproar. I didn't expect to come over. I didn't think I would. Definitely coming over. The bet is here. Still using the blood contract, which is equivalent to having an oath. Really looking forward to it. I do hope this Chu Xinghe will win. Why do you say that, brother? My entire stature is on Chu Xinghe being able to win. Brother, you're such a cutie. Ah, Ning Rhetoric can definitely win. I was also hot-headed and felt that Chu Xinghe had better odds, so I chose to bet on it. Chu Xinghe looked at Ning Xiushi, who was sitting on the high platform. Cut the crap and get started. Ning Xiuji opened his mouth. The words not even allowed to be said. Okay, let's get started then. Choose the questioner. Ning Xiuji looked at Chu Xinghe. Why don't you choose first? Chu Xinghe shook his head. You start. Rather rhetorically than rhetorically. Crumpling the paper on the table into a ball, he turned his back and threw it casually. It hit an older granny. Granny, please come up with a question. The old woman didn't expect to be hit either and looked a little nervous. I don't know how. Let someone else do it. Ning Xiuji revealed a smile. Granny, feel free to ask questions. The old woman was still trying to refuse. Quite a few people jumped at the chance. The moon, I guess. I like to look at the moon when I miss my home. My relatives. Ning Xiuxi's eyes lit up when he heard the word moon. Okay, the moon then. Wait. At this time Chu Xinghe suddenly spoke. Ning Xiuxi as well as the old woman both turned their heads to look at Chu Xinghe. The first question is the moon, and the second question is next, and it's my turn to choose. How about choosing all three questions and only having one incense stick of thinking time? Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, quite a few people present froze. It's the first time I've seen it make things harder for myself like that. Ning Xiuxi's eyes carried surprise. Hoshi had a bad feeling in his heart. There's something wrong with this Chu Xinghe. Could it be that he has other means? Why he can be so confident? Chu Xinghe felt the gazes of others unmoved, but those few hidden gazes made him ponder in his mind. There were a couple of old acquaintances among them. Shui Nianji, Mrs. Yan's, killing Gongsun Wuji before hadn't killed them yet. Rather, I didn't think that they would dare to come to the door of their own accord. There were a few other hidden glances from the box above. Zhongli Qingmeng, warm as water, Linglong Yunyu's, and a few remaining familiar faces. This time it seemed like even people from the Great Yu Imperial Dynasty had come. It looks like he's here to make sure he's still alive. In the box, when Ruoshui looked at Chu Xinghe with a frown on her face, there was a faint Taoist rhythm under his eyes. Could it just be that the names overlap? Zhongli Qingmeng in the other box looked at Chu Xinghe below. The powerful people around her had told her, this is not that Chu Xinghe. Zhongli Qingmeng had disappointment in her eyes. Since it's not him, let's stick to the plan. The man behind him nodded and disappeared into the box. Chu Xinghe had already smashed the second person. Come on, name your topic. Only the woman was finely dressed, with a luxuriantly thin brow, frowning, obviously with something on his mind. It's still a bit unbelievable to see a paper ball hit your body. I want a poem about not wanting to part with my husband, preferably from a woman's point of view. Chu Xinghe raised an eyebrow. When Ning Xiuxi heard these words, he already had an idea in his mind. The next step is to choose a third person. Many people are beginning to look forward to it. Ning Xiuxi and also Chu Xinghe exchanged glances. You choose. Chu Xinghe was the first to speak. No, with the poetry contest, I already have the advantage, and it's better for you to choose the third one. Chu Xinghe wasn't polite either. 3 paper balls appeared in his hand, smash in 3 directions. Not long afterward 3 men appeared. You choose one of these 3. Ning Xiuxi froze. It hadn't occurred to me that Chu Xinghe could still come up with such a method. That's what makes it fair and just. Ning Xiuxi scowled at the 3 men. Finally choose a man with a country face and a scar on his face. This big brother. This last question will be yours. The country-faced man didn't refuse. Write a border poem. The corners of Ning Xiuxi's mouth rose as he sniffed. Chu Xinghe was unmoved. Ning Xiuxi looked at Chu Xinghe. Since this is poetry and there must be a winner, how about all the audience present can be the judges? Chu Xinghe naturally wouldn't refuse. It's a process anyway. The incense has been burned. Everyone present held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Soon an incense burner had burned out. Everyone in the room took a deep breath and let it out slowly. There was a glint in the bottom of his eyes. The fun begins. Chapter 96, plagiarizing in front of me and talking about your poor work? The last white smoke of the incense wafted up. Represents termination of time. Ning Xiuxi put down his pen, flashing a confident smile. Turning his head, he gave Hoshi a confident smile. Starsky nodded. Ning Xiuxi turned his head to look at Chu Xinghe. Just now, Chu Xinghe was writing and drawing, not knowing what he was writing. Eyes in the box gazed over. In the other private room sat the people from the Green Deer Academy. Rhetoric's poetic way is still above us, and there is no longer any suspense. One must not be so arrogant. This son knows that rhetoric specializes in the way of poetry and still dares to compete. He must have a gap in his chest. The man at the head of the group stroked his beard and didn't speak. Chu Xinghe looked at Ning Xiuxi. Seeing that you're so confident, then go ahead. Ning Xiuxi had wanted Chu Xinghe to take the lead, but Chu Xinghe let him speak first. Then he spoke first. Ning Xiuxi coughed and cleared his throat. This is my humble endeavor, and I hope it will enter to give me the eye. The first granny said to write about the bright moon. When will the bright moon come? I'll ask the sky with wine. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky. I want to return by the wind, but I'm afraid that the jeweled buildings are too high to be cold. The dance is clear. Why is it like being on earth? Turning to the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful door, illuminating the sleeplessness. There should be no hatred. Why should things belong toward the roundness of the time of parting? People have their sorrows and joys, and the moon has its ups and downs, and this matter can never be resolved. But I wish for a long time, thousands of miles together. Ning Xiuxi finished reading the last sentence. There was silence in the Heartwatchers building. This poetry, can anyone really write it? Is this the strength of the holy son of Green Deer Academy? After a while, murmuring voices then rang out. It's so good. Nay, I'm uneducated. I can only describe it as awesome. Yes, when this poem representing the moon comes out, Who will dare to write about the moon in the future? I just don't know if those great scholars can write such poems. I also worship the great Confucian, and this time I stand for Ning rhetoric. People have their sorrows and joys. The moon has its ups and downs. I love this line so much. My favorite is wishful thinking. 1,000 miles. It just speaks to my heart. I miss my family. I think Jade, Pim, Green, Brow, Yuan, and Cho are up in the booth. When Ruoshue's gaze landed on Ning Xiushu, surprise in her eyes. I didn't think this young man could write such a masterpiece. It's a lyric she really likes too. In the other booth, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Ning Xiushu outside. Surely not to be underestimated. She also knew Ning Xiuji before she went to the Green Deer Academy. Almost scrapped Ning rhetoric. I didn't think that this son's talent was so terrifying. As this man grows, he may become a leader in the literary world. With such talent, he will surely become a great scholar. In the other box, the old man at the head of the group looked at Ning Xiushu with satisfaction in his eyes. It's a wonderful metaphor for the sorrows and joys of the world to use the moon's yin and yang as a metaphor for the sorrows and joys of the world. What a blessing for my green deer. The two people in the back had shock in their eyes when they heard the old man's words. This one has never complimented a man so much. Think of Ning rhetoric can write. People have their sorrows and joys. The moon has its ups and downs. This matter can never be resolved. But I wish that people would stay together for a long time. Thousands of miles to be together with Can Yuan Wan. Such a poem. Ask yourself. They can't write it. Ning Xiuji stood on the high platform, feeling the adoration of the crowd. More than poetry, he was never afraid. He was excited to hear people around him say it was as if they were seeing a literary sage. This moment is an honor that belongs to him. Chu Xinghe's face was expressionless. In a previous life, these poems were a must. No wonder it was so strange to look at this son of Qi. Turns out it's a crossover too, and plagiarized in front of them. Brother Chu, it's your turn next. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Might as well finish reading your 3 songs. Ning Xiushu froze. What did it mean? The others looked at Chu Xinghe with a strange look in their eyes. It's afraid to read it out, isn't it? Who dares to write about the moon when you can write about wishing for a long time and 1,000 miles? If I were Chu Xinghe, I wouldn't read it. Isn't that a shame? I'm so short-handed that I actually pressed Chu Xinghe to win. I'm really blinded by lard. Oh, all my belongings. Luckily I'm betting on Ning Xiuji. It looks like a solid win this time. Hearing the chatter around them, Ning Xiushu took a deep breath. Since Brother Chu is pushing back, it's not good for me to be aggressive. Next is the second song I wrote, Pining for a Husband. The red lotus root is fragrant and the jade woven mat is in autumn. Lightly unclothing the robe, alone on the orchid boat, who sends the brocade letter in the clouds? When the wild geese return, the moon is full in the west tower. Flowers float on their own. One kind of lovesickness, 2 kinds of idle sorrows. There's no way to get rid of this love. It's only on the bottom of my brow, but on the top of my heart. After Ning Xiuji finished reading, he let out a low sigh. The onlookers came back to their senses. Holy, the last one was awesome enough to write one. If I could write one, my family tree would start with me. I knew betting on him to win was the most accurate, but unfortunately the odds are a bit low. Chu Xinghe has become a clown. Even if the third song is not written, it's already a sure win. TSK, TSK, those who pressed Chu Xinghe to win don't know what to think. Many people looked at Ning Xiuji with fire. The upper one Ruoshue's private room. Looking at Ning Xiuji did not know what to think. Zhongli Qingmeng's killing intent towards Ning Xiushu had already reached its peak. The old man from the Green Deer Academy had a smile on his face. Even I cannot write such poetry. The 2 men following behind mumbled their mouths. There was complexity, excitement, and more than a little anticipation. I just don't know how the third song will go. Ning Xiuji enjoyed a wave of compliments afterward. Take out the last verse. The city is about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the light of the armor opens to the sun with golden scales. The horns sound in the full autumn colors, and the swallow's fat on the stuffing congeals the purple of the night. The half-rolled red flag is facing the easy water, and the double drums are cold and raw, to repay the king's intention on the golden stage, and to carry the jade dragon to die for the king. Once the poem is out, there was a lot of outcry. Hiss, it's as if I've already seen that image of the enemy coming at me like a black cloud. The trumpets of the army shook the heavens and the blood of the warriors coalesced into a dark purple color in the darkness of the night. All this just to repay the king's kindness. Many of those present had tears in their eyes. The lyrics are literally written into their hearts. Good. Suddenly a loud shouting voice rang out. Applause rang out like thunder throughout the great hall. Ning Xiuji stood on top, his head erect, his gaze glancing slightly as he locked eyes with Xingshi. Hoshi returned to his senses, his heart shaking. As the holy daughter of the Green Deer Academy, she certainly understood this. She knew the senior was talented. Only today did I really see the tip of his iceberg. 3 poems, 3 different styles. I can't believe it came from one person. today's events are publicized. I am afraid that there will be quite a few Confucian scholars who regard Ning rhetoric as their idol. And how many women can be the man of their dreams? Ning Xiaojia turned his head to look at Chu Xinghe. Brother Chu, are you still satisfied with my 3 poems? Chapter 97. Chu Xinghe stood up and applauded. It's awesome. I can't write poetry like that. Hearing these words, a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Xiaoxia's mouth. Many of those who pressed Chu Xinghe to win were despondent in their hearts. I really regret it. If I had known that Ning Xiaoxia was so powerful, I would have pressed him. It's true that greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. The odds aren't great on this one, but that's not a lot of free money to be made. I do wonder what Chu Xinghe wrote. Hearing this, many people were curious. Everyone present thought that Ning Xiaoxia was bound to win this bet. There's no suspense. It's just that I don't know if this Chu Xinghe will honor the bet. Chu Xinghe stood up. Take what you've written. Quite a few people looked away. Chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. A few words were unusually conspicuous. See the words. Ning Xiaoxia had murderous intent under his eyes. Is this cursing him? But this world doesn't have the ancient poetry of the previous world. Otherwise he wouldn't have used it that way. What does that mean? I don't know. Could it be that this is a suspicion of Ning rhetoric? Murphy still has flips. I'm kind of looking forward to it. In the box at the moment, when Ruoshui looked at Chu Xinghe below, from start to finish her eyes fell on him. Is he or isn't he? This attitude of fearlessness in the face of danger, and that vague air, are all a bit similar, but she wasn't sure. There were also a few other boxes, their gazes similarly looking at Chu Xinghe. Ling Long Yunyu couldn't tell if this Chu Xinghe was that dead Chu Xinghe. As for Zhang Li Qing Meng, it only felt similar, plus the bells are still being watched and always remain skeptical. What do you mean? Ning Xiaoxia looked at Chu Xinghe and inquired. Nothing, just telling the truth. You're the cockamamie. As the holy son of the Green Deer Academy, you are good at the way of poetry. I used poetry to compete with you, and it didn't occur to me that you could actually cheat. Ning Xiaoxia snorted, but not before opening his mouth. Voices were already coming from the stairway entrance. I also want to know how this little friend cheated. The crowd looked over as 3 men came down the stairway. Many of the people present looked at the old man at the head of the group. There was surprise in his eyes. If it isn't Mo, I didn't expect him to come over as well. Hiss, this one has actually come out. Before he was all in the little house between the clouds and never appeared. Chu Xinghe wasn't in a hurry. This should be one of the future nobles of the son of Qi. But, well, not this time. Does Elder doubt these few words of mine? Muru nodded. Even I can't write such poetry. I'm not as good as this young friend Ning. You describe him in such harsh terms. You always have to show evidence to convince people. Of course I have proof. Ning Xiaoxia looked at the confident Chu Xinghe and had a bad feeling in his heart. But to think that this world didn't have any of these poems he was talking about appearing. The heart that had been lifted was put back into the stomach. Chu Xinghe coughed. Saint's son Ning, are these 3 poems all your first? Ning Xiaoxia didn't understand why Chu Xinghe was asking this question. Even the others were beginning to wonder. Couldn't understand what Chu Xinghe was up to. I haven't even heard of these 3 poems, and if I had heard of them, I would definitely have memorized them. I haven't heard of it either. Does this Chu Xinghe have a brain problem? Or is he deliberately stalling for time, waiting for someone else to save him? Chu Xinghe didn't care as he listened to the surrounding murmurs, just quietly looking at Ning Xiaoxia, only with a slight panic under his eyes. Ning Xiaoxia had also been looking at Chu Xinghe. It felt like Chu Xinghe's mood was off. The corners of his mouth turned up. Of course it's the first time, and it's still a live question. It's not like I know what's going to go wrong. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Are you sure? Chu Xinghe inquired one more time. Ning Xiaoxia nodded. I'm sure as well as certain. Chu Xinghe said with an O. Remember what you said. As far as I know, Ning rhetoric your first poem. I think it's called Water Song, right? Ning Xiaoxia froze at his words. When he wrote the poem, he didn't put a title on it. It's all about wanting to win and then letting others ask about it and sinking their teeth into a pretentious wave. What panicked him even more was this. Why did Chu Xinghe also know this name? Could it be that he is also a traveler? Ning Xiaoxia had a bad feeling in his heart. The second verse, the name of which is One Cut Plum. I wonder if I'm right. Chu Xinghe looked at Ning Xiaoxia and inquired. Ning Xiaoxia snorted at his words. He was sure of it now. Chu Xinghe was also the one who crossed over. Not of this world. Speaking of which, the 2 of them are still from the old country. He had also done poetry at the Green Deer Academy before. Definitely found by this guy. But, it's all about the people who are crossing over. Whoever writes it first owns it. As long as he doesn't admit it, no one can do anything about it. One Cut Plum is a good name. Let's use that. And you don't have to think about threatening me. You're bound to lose this time. And there's no need to delay. Chu Xinghe smiled out at his words. The third verse, called the line of the Yen Men Taisho. I don't know if I'm right. Ning Xiaoxia didn't retort. What's the name of the poem I wrote? Do I need you to tell me? You're deliberately stalling because you want someone else to come and save you, right? Don't forget our bet. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose. I'm not stalling. Wait a minute and you'll see. The author of the first poem is called Su Shi. The second is called Li Qingzhao. And the third is called Li He. Do you dare to take an oath of the way that the three of them didn't write it? Ning Xiuji froze. Take the oath of the way. How is that possible? He understood that Chu Xingha was right. Even the rest of the people looked at Ning Xiushu, especially those who pressed Chu Xingha to win. Can't wait to have the flip now. Even Overuse's gaze fell on Ning Xiushu. Ning Xiushu took a deep breath. If such a poem had appeared in the Taishu Heavenly Realm, it would have already spread throughout the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm. Why wait until now? How many great scholars have appeared in the Green Deer Academy without recording such a poem? Now that you've asked me to take an oath of the way, will there be other ghosts in there? Don't forget, when choosing a topic, one person chooses one, fair and square. Even if I cheated, I could only choose one, and everyone could see the other two, one of which you chose, and the other one counts. What exactly do you intend to do by stalling so much? And what's the point of you moving three people I don't know? Or do you intend to stall like this so that someone else can forge such a poem and eventually turn around and say I plagiarized it? Hearing Ning Xiuji's explanation, many skeptics reacted instantly. Those who had pressed Ning Xiuji to win opened their mouths. That's good. If you have evidence, bring it out immediately. Don't deliberately delay. Good. I'm still waiting to console those poor stay-at-home wives with a bet. Chu Xingha looked at Ning Xiuji. That's quite a thick skin. Don't you want proof? I'll give it to you now. Chapter 98. Here's the evidence you asked for. Hearing that Chu Xingha could produce evidence, the gazes of those present all looked curiously at Chu Xingha. Along with that came the murmurs. Seriously, it's impossible for the holy son of the hallowed Green Deer Academy to plagiarize, right? Who knows? It's hard to draw a person's skin and bones when you know their face. Who are Su Shi, Li Qingzhao, and Li He that Chu Xingha is talking about? They wouldn't be aliases of Ning Xiuji, would they? Rather, that's a possibility. I'm standing with Chu Xingha in this wave. Ning rhetoric is plagiarizing. Dude, how much pressure? The evidence hasn't even been brought out yet and you're starting to pull the stump. Stud. Many people showed admiration, not even understanding what Chu Xingha is. He dared to pike, a ruthless man. In the box, when Ruoshui heard that Chu Xingha was able to produce evidence, I change. After so many years in the Taishu Heavenly Realm, she hadn't heard of these poems. In her spare time for cultivation, she also collected quite a few poems to read. There are not many poems that can rival those made by Ning rhetoric. Who the hell is the person who can make these poems? She was curious too, especially just now she noticed. After Ning Xiuju finished reciting the poem, there was something vaguely intangible that was enhancing it. Could it be faith? Or something else? Zhong Li Qingmeng in the other box had a playful look on her lips. After knowing that this Chu Xingha was not her Chu Xingha, she had lost interest. What with the way of poetry? It was far less important to her than resurrecting him. How's the plan ready? Zhong Li Qingmeng inquired a sentence. A dark shadow appeared next to him. Miss, the plan is ready. Zhong Li Qingmeng nodded. When Ning Xiuji heard that Chu Xingha was able to produce evidence, he was calm on the surface but extremely uneasy on the inside. Both are travelers. Surely they have other means. Below, Xingshir's gaze remained fixed on Ning Xiushi. Is it really plagiarism? Ning Xiuji noticed the gaze behind him. A confident smile returned. Chu Xingha looked at the subdued son of Qi, disdain in his heart. He'd already had a guess. The golden finger of this son of Qi was the Gongfu. It should be able to absorb the power of faith to cultivate. People like that are the best to deal with. Just tarnish his reputation. Crossed over and relied on plagiarizing ancient poems to become the poetry fairy. Being worshipped by everyone in the Taishu Heavenly Realm, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds when the time came. Don't underestimate the insanity of those who read. Now it's still ancient poetry. Wait until the future to write the Tao Te Ching. That's what's scary. I'm afraid that many cultivators would consider this person to be an immortal descending to earth. What Chu Xingha wanted to do was to nip this in the bud in advance. Where's the evidence? Ning Xiuji looked at Chu Xingha as he stood still and did not speak. Inquiring. The face was calm, even with disdain. Inside, more nervous than anyone else. What if Chu Xingha really brings out evidence? Now he regretted not investigating Chu Xingha in advance. Or maybe he's just arrogant. Felt that no one would be his match in the way of poetry. It must be that Chu Xingha knew about him. That's why we set up today's game. Why should we kill each other if we're both travelers? Chu Xingha was oblivious to the gazes around him. An ancient book appeared in his hand. The paper has yellowed. There's even quite a bit of wreckage. Looking at what Chu Xingha took out, many people froze. Is that proof? Chu Xingha took a deep breath. It's an ancient book with quite a few poems recorded in it. After Chu Xingha finished speaking, his gaze fell on Mo Ru. Elder Mo. As a great scholar, why don't you take a look at what's up there? Emoru walked over and took the book from Chu Xinghe. After seeing the ancient poems inside, the pupils vibrated. All the while the inside of his mouth recited a sentence that constantly shook himself. Life is endless from generation to generation, and the river and the moon look similar every year. Drunkenly, I don't know that the sky is on the water, and the boat is full of dreams pressing against the river of stars. This love can be remembered, but it was already lost at the time. There was once a sea of water, but the mountain of witchcraft is not a cloud. In the sky I wish to be a bird with 2 wings. On earth I wish to be a branch with 2 branches. The sky is long and the earth is long, and this hatred has no expiration date. The people are looking for him, but when they look back, the man is in the lights. All those present were dumbfounded. Hiss, how did that happen? Is this all written by one person? I don't know. It's too beautiful. I really want to observe it. I don't know where Chu Xinghe obtained it. Emoru kept flipping through the pages, finally looking at the poems written by Ning Xiuji on top, and the names of the people on it. Muru mused for a moment, returning the books in his hand to Chu Xinghe. Mr. Chu, I would like to make a deal with you. Can this immortal scripture? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Elder, I also like the poems in here, which I acquired at great cost. There was pity in Muru's eyes. But I can have my predecessor make a copy. Muru's originally disappointed eyes revealed surprise. Really? Chu Xinghe nodded. Muru, if I were to transcribe the poems in this, do you think I would lose? Muru was silent. Many of the poems in it are shocking and bring out the feelings, the thoughts, and the separations. But Chu Xinghe did not plagiarize a single capital. It was written by someone else who took the trouble to write it. All the more reason for us to respect these sages. Emoru looked at Chu Xinghe and nodded, satisfaction in his eyes. The 2 men following behind Muru were already anxious. How? Those in the room snapped back from the poem they had just read. Eyes all fell on Ning Xiuxiu. Many of the poems in the book that Chu Xinghe had taken out just now were not inferior to those few. It depends on how Ning rhetorically interprets it. Especially those who pressed Chu Xinghe to win were excited. As soon as Ning rhetoric was judged to have plagiarized, their value instantly doubled. Starshio heard Muru read out the poem. The heart shook. She would love to see that book. And then there's Shifu who actually plagiarized. In the box, when Ruoshui kept her gaze fixed on Chu Xinghe, delusional attempts to see something on Chu Xinghe's face. Like, and not like? Zhong Liqing Meng in the room frowned. Strange, this tactic is a bit like him and a bit different. Why is that? Could it be that you're still alive? Afraid we'll recognize him. He's deliberately covering up with this behavior. Before that, I was intentionally left with the impression in my mind that I was greedy and lustful. It's all about preparing for the future. It had been determined that Chu Xinghe was not Chu Xinghe. Now she was a little hesitant again. Miss, is the plan still on? The dark shadow next to him looked at the sadness between Zhong Liqing Meng's brows and inquired. The plan continues. If he's really him, I've got a way to get him out. If not, it might be a trap set by one Ruoshui. Besides, the means he left behind have been unused and will be wasted sooner or later. After Zhong Liqing Meng finished speaking, her gaze fell on another box. There was mockery in his eyes. She didn't know what Wen Ruoshui was doing. If he's still alive, she would certainly not let anyone else hurt him one bit. The ring. Muru turned to look at Ning Xiuxiu. What else do you have to say? Chapter 99, The Son of Luck's Mind Explodes. Don't forget our bet. Ning Xiuxi froze in place. He hadn't expected the evidence to actually be this. He thought Chu Xinghe was a traveler. Who knows? Chu Xinghe took out a book. It also has various ancient poems from previous lives recorded on it. He thought he was the only one who crossed over. It didn't occur to me that there were travelers before him. Then all of his subsequent plans were lost. Originally, he had wanted to make a name for himself in the Taishu heavenly realm with today's 3 poems. When the time comes, it's logical to write about the various classics of the past life. At that time, he didn't dare to imagine how strong he could become, but now it's all in the mirror. Everything was messed up by this Chu Xinghe. Why did you come out? Why do you still have such books in your hand? And those who crossed over before? Why did you write the old poem out? You are not sick. Isn't it good to use it to play hard to get? More importantly, why are these poems not exposed? Wait until he wants to use it to pretend. That's what exposed it. He hates. He wanted to argue. This poetry books have come up. Surely there is evidence that can be investigated, even if it's hidden today. Those who have heard these poems will also debunk him. At this moment, Ning Xiuji felt lightheaded and his hands and feet were cold. Chu Xinghe stood out and looked at Ning Xiuji. Ning Xiuji, what else do you have to say? Plagiarizing someone else's ancient poetry and claiming it's your own. Shame on you. Ning Xiuji's body shook a little. The disdainful stares around him were like a knife plunged hard into his heart. It made him breathe wrongly already. Fingers clenched and bruised. He tried to say something, but could only mumble his mouth. So it was really plagiarized. I thought he wrote it. Bah! What the hell? My adoration for him is cut off. So it's just a little Yakuza acting like a big tale with plagiarized poems. Good plagiarism, good plagiarism. If it wasn't for his mockery, I wouldn't have been able to obtain so many resources. Mother, I'm really out of my league. 10 times the odds. I hate that I press less. In the upper box, the faces of the people from the 10,000 gold building went black. Who would have thought it would be a little Yakuza? And they're so gung-ho about opening a betting shop. But the betting board was set up by them personally. You can only swallow your own broken teeth. However, there would definitely be quite a few people in the 10,000 gold building who wanted to kill Chu Xinghe. Emoru looked at Ning Xiushi with disappointment in his eyes. It's just. After that, he turned and left without saying another word. Ning Xiushi's heart went cold. He was aware of Emoru's position in the Green Deer Academy. Now Muru has all but given up on him. I'm afraid he'll lose the position of Saint's son even if he's not able to obtain it easily. This is all messed up by Chu Xinghe. Turning his head, he looked fiercely at Chu Xinghe. You deliberately set me up. Hearing this, Emoru, who was about to leave in front of him, stopped in his tracks. Even the two men following Muru. What happened to Muru? Muru shook his head. I didn't think that even after all these years old me would look away and not be able to use it. And I'm getting old. Hearing this, the two men's faces changed drastically. Earlier, Emoru had said that allowing Ning Xiushi to become the holy son of the Green Deer School was a great blessing for the Green Deer School. And now this tone. Chu Xinghe snorted. You're saying I set you up, isn't it? You're a martial artist. Why are you using the way of poetry to compete with me? Obviously on purpose. At this moment, Ning Xiushi's sanity was gone. Full of thoughts about losing the sonship. The reputation is ruined. Now the resentment is worse than the ghosts. Chu Xinghe snorted. Before that, also in the Heart Watchers building, Su Sanwei got into a conflict with someone else, and blood was sprayed on my table. I told him to get clean and he took a shot at me without saying a word. He did that afterward. But what do you do? Ning Xiushi froze in place. Muttering, he tried to force a couple explanations. As a holy son, watching the disciples of the academy being humiliated. Of course I have to take a stand. Chu Xinghe let out an "Oh." You want to go out on a limb, and I don't want to go low. I know about you, and I've heard that you're sitting in the position of the sacred son also because of the awesome way of poetry. I've heard about it before. I just didn't bother to expose you, and you're blaming me for bringing it on yourself. Plagiarizing someone else's poetry that they've worked hard all their lives to write. And you have a point? I already reminded you when you wrote it out. As a way to give face to the Green Deer Academy. I ask you, but it's the first time you've written out a poem like this. You answered yes without hesitation. Without a hint of hesitation. Without a hint of remorse for having plagiarized. Plagiarize even. And gloat. Clumsy? How's the writing? You're just to blame for everything. Ning Xiushi couldn't say a word at the rebuttal. Red-faced and at a loss for words, he stood still, eyes inadvertently locked with Hoshi. Noticing the disgust in the eyes of Hoshi as she looked at him, Ning Xiushi couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to shove down. Chu Xinghe carried disdain within his heart. It looks like this traveler, in his previous life, wasn't very good either. Instead of thinking about saving yourself, you actually went to see a woman. Muru has left with his men. His intention to come over was also because he admired Ning rhetoric. Take the opportunity to examine it as well. Being childless myself, it would be good to look for an heir as well. Who knew he'd have a day to look the other way? This Ning rhetoric really made him feel disgusted. After Muru left, for a time, many of the onlookers cursed at Ning Xiushi, who was standing in the ring. Damn tender mother, don't have that ability to pretend to be something, causing me to lose so much money. You'd better sleep with your eyes open, and you'd better turn around a lot when you walk, or I'll show you what desperation means. A pig's nose in an onion pretending to be an elephant. Good luck Buju, don't go out in the dark. The old man's skill at fanning the pigs in his youth is going to be experimented on you. There were also a number of people who threw their benches down. More than a few women pumped out stuff. Throw it straight down and huff on Ning Xiushi's face. Quite a few people stopped their hands. Look at the woman who threw it. Vomit. It's so chic looking. That's quite a handful. Ning Xiushi pulled the stuff off his face. Look at what's in your hand. Almost got smoked over. I don't know how long it's been since I washed it. It's still bloody and slimy on top. Chu Xinghe took a step back. Boy, it's scary to watch. The Heartwatch House's bet had been passed on. Plus there were quite a few other forces that looked at the Green Deer Academy in a bad light. It was even more of a big deal, hating to let the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm know about it in a second. Destruction of the reputation of the Sons of Qi. The value of Heavenly Fate drops by 200,000, and the Master gains 30 million Heavenly Fate values. The Girl of Fortune loathes the Son of Fortune. The heroine's Heavenly Fate value drops by 30,000. The Son of Fortune's Heavenly Fate value drops by 50,000. And the Master gains 4 million Heavenly Fate values. Hear the voice in your head. Chu Xinghe was ecstatic in his heart. What a wave of fat. It's a shame that the follow-up means weren't used. If the son of Qi doesn't recognize it, he's got a backhanded trick up his sleeve. This son of Qi's mind can't work. Chu Xinghe looked at Ning Xiuji. Don't you forget the bet between us. Chapter 100, when Ruoshui comes out for another preview. Hearing the words bet, Ning Xiuji panicked. Just now, his consciousness was confused, and in this moment of reaction, he always felt that something important had left him. What's more, his favorite senior sister looked at him with disgust in her eyes. All he had thought about before was how he would stand on top of this ring and be spirited, being worshipped. Who doesn't say poetry fairy when they go out? Sister will also throw herself at him. How many women see him as the man of their dreams? But those became fantasies. If it weren't for Chu Xinghe, none of this is going to happen. Thinking of this, endless killing intent surged out from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't show it. The bet is still on. Ning Xiuji looked at the deed on the desktop and felt so piercing. How spirited he was when he took it out before. What a mess right now. Ning Xiuji, you can honor the bet now. Ning Xiuji's eyes fluttered and he stammered. Seeing Ning Xiuji's performance, the onlookers shouted, hurry up and cash in. That's right, what's the point of inking? And before the match, you even made a point of taking the contract out. So what's the hesitation now? Is it a man or not? If it wasn't, I'd be more excited. Your grandmother, causing me to lose so much money. I must not let him go. Don't cash in yet. What are you waiting for? For someone else to save you? The abuse and sarcasm around him were like sharp blades, stabbing him in the heart. Ning Rhetoric doesn't know what to do? Subconsciously, he looked at senior sister Starshield. Starsky frowned. The plagiarism thing, in particular, made it a little hard for her. It was the first time she had ever had a crush on a boy. Who would have thought to give her a head start? But think of the fellowship between the two. Her mind subconsciously told her to defend Ning Xiuji. Plus, Ning Xiuji had helped her before. That one hesitation disappears. Mr. Chu, if you have to spare people, you should spare them. It's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. Can you spare senior brother for once? Xingshi took the initiative to stand up and speak for Ning Xiuji. Chu Xinghe scoffed. Ha! First there was the matter of Su Sanwei in front of you. This senior brother of yours interfered across the board. And now because of his problems, you're here to intervene across the board again, treating me as if I'm easy to bully. What grievances should not be resolved? Today he brought out the betting deed in plain sight. He just wanted to use me to pretend. Can't you see? If I'm the one who loses today, do you think he'll let me go? Ning Xiuji hurriedly spoke. I will. The bet was supposed to be a joke. Chu Xinghe shook his head. You are a villain. Plagiarizing other people's hard-written poems and saying boldly that you wrote them for the first time, there is not a word of truth in your mouth. No, it's not that. I'm just. Chu Xinghe reached out to interrupt Ning Xiuji's words. There's no need to say more. Hurry up and finish the bet. Manly man. A gentleman's word is his bond. Don't let people look down on you. Chu Xinghe wasn't so interested in talking nonsense with Ning Xiuji. Who knows if there will be any other surprises. When Ruoshui in the box's eyes were thoughtful after seeing this scene, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhongli Qingmeng in the other box looked at Ning Xiushi with murderous intent under her eyes. Moru returned to the box and calmly watched the farce below. Moru. Right now Ning Xiushi is still the holy son of my Green Deer Academy. Xingshi is the holy maiden. This person is so not giving face. This is not giving face to the Green Deer Academy. This. Before the words were finished, Moru shook his head. I'll stay out of it. With one sentence. The two people behind him looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. Ning Rhetoric's approach was also the most distasteful to Moru. They also didn't expect that Ning Xiuji was plagiarizing and had been caught red-handed. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. Looking at the hesitant Ning Xiuji, it's written on the bet that the loser kneels down and kowtows 3 times, and wastes his own cultivation and hands. The conditions of the 3 people who promised to win are written in black and white, with your name on it, so could it be that you want to deny it? Xingshi also did not expect Chu Xinghe to not give any face at all. Looking at the embarrassed Ning Xiuji, one can only continue to speak. I don't know what's going on with this senior brother. Usually the rhetoric is quite impressive, but this will be like a mute. Just know me. If you don't know, you'll think the chicken coop collapsed and hit him, and you'll know that I screamed. Your Excellency, can you give the Green Deer Academy face? As long as you spare senior brother once, I can promise you 3 conditions, Hoshi said slowly. Many of the onlookers had surprise in their eyes when they heard it. Hoshi is a talented woman, and she doesn't pretend to be a woman to any other man. 3 conditions. Chu Xinghe looked at Starseeker and squinted his eyes up and down. On any terms? Hoshi felt a little uncomfortable and could only harden her heart. On any terms. Ning Xiuji froze in place, looking at Starseeker handily. It didn't occur to me that elder sister could do this for him. Chu Xinghe, if you dare to do anything to senior sister, I will definitely kill you. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose when he felt the killing intent. Many of the people around them felt the killing intent afterward. There was even more disdain in his eyes as he looked at Ning Xiuji. Why should I promise you? Starseeker raised his head and looked at Chu Xinghe with an unbelievable expression. I don't know where you get the confidence that I'll say yes to you. Your looks, or strength, or talent. This is the cultivation world. Do I still need to teach you reason? Starshield's face was pale, and she stood in place at a loss for words. She hadn't expected Chu Xinghe to refuse so dryly. Returning to his senses, he looked at the killing intent emanating from Ning Xiushu. With a sigh in his heart, this senior brother was at least not incorrigible. Why don't this gentleman give me face and spare this person once? Just then, a voice came from the stairway. Quite a few people looked away. The visitor was not powdered. A long matte white fairy dress, a delicate face, a high nose, and a pair of eyes containing a river of stars. The voice is like running water, soothing. A number of people froze as they looked at the person who appeared. Isn't this the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, Wen Ruxue? Why is she in this place? The Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land was forced to die and she didn't step in. Now she's stepping in for an outsider. How interesting. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land is called Chu Xinghe, and this one is also called Chu Xinghe. Could it be that there are other gossips in it? Could this Chu Xinghe be that Chu Xinghe? Keep your voice down. When Ruoshue's strength isn't simple, even Mount Sumeru has bowed down to her. And who doesn't know that the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Ground is still the leader of the Green State now? Even if the other two great holy lands knew about it, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Who would have thought that the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land would still be the same Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? When Ruoshue walked up to the ring and calmly locked eyes with Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe suppressed his inner surprise. He hadn't expected that this one Ruoshue would actually show up. Chapter 101, You're Chu Xinghe. Terrifying speculation. Even though Chu Xinghe wanted to kill Wen Ruoshue very much, he couldn't show it. Through Gongsun Wuji, Lin Qitian's matter, he could see Wen Rushue's operation. She's testing him to see if he's still alive. Chu Xinghe's gaze was calm as he locked eyes with Wen Ruoshue. There was even a look of amazement, surprise in his eyes. Those emotions flashed by. Warm Ruoshue's heart fluctuated. Totally different eyes. But this Chu Xinghe's aggressive aura just now. There was also the fact that the other party's tactics were the same as that disciples. I'm sorry, I can't give this face. Chu Xinghe directly refused. It's hard to catch a break. Certainly not giving up. When Ruoshue stepped forward, suddenly approaching Chu Xinghe, there was only a fist's worth of distance between the two. Why didn't you tell me you were alive? Chu Xinghe subconsciously took a step back. The look was one of surprise, weirdness, and a look at a retard. What do you mean? Chu Xinghe just asked as if he had come to a sudden realization. The Holy Lord is mistaken. I am not him. When Ruoshue's eyes were calm. You're him. No need to act. How much longer do you have to pretend? I know you very well. Even if you change your face, I still recognize you. You are him. Chu Xinghe, do you really hate me so much? When Chu Xinghe heard this, there was impatience in his eyes. Holy Lord. I respect you enough to call you Holy Lord. I am who I am and not a substitute for anyone. If you have a brain disease, go cure it. What's the madness here? Could it be that the Holy Lord thinks that I, Chu Xinghe, am easy to bully? Or is it that because I rejected the Holy Lord, the Holy Lord wants a reason to kill me? At this moment, Chu Xinghe's tone was all dissatisfaction and no killing intent. Releasing killing intent on a super strong person is behavior. Cultivation world. You think it's a joke. Human life is of the least value here. When Ruoshue watched Chu Xinghe's series of changes, a heartfelt sigh. It really isn't? Why are the means so familiar? Even the methods of dealing with these people are somewhat the same. It's all a step-by-step press, like invisibly weakening the chi of such people. A couple of the guys before that too. And there was pure dissatisfaction in Chu Xinghe's eyes just now, and also the ability to stoically restrain his killing intent. If it were Chu Xinghe, her words just now would have changed. But the Chu Xinghe in front of him did not show those emotions. Or maybe, he had anticipated this scene. It's been rehearsed in my head countless times. That's what led to this behavior today. Excuse me. When Ruoshue turned to leave, just 2 steps, snapping back, meeting Chu Xinghe's eyes. That's a sick, bored look. No other changes at all. Chu Xinghe's heart pounded faster. Be on your guard. A look like what are you going to do again? This is no time to show normal emotions. Otherwise the woman would really be paranoid. This woman is not something the Supreme Being can deal with. That day's strike. Chu Xinghe could sense it. The Wen Ruoshue in front of him should be at the Quasi-Emperor realm. Many people took in Wen Ruoshue's performance. Zhong Liqing Meng in the box watched Wen Ruoshue's performance. There was surprise in his eyes. What do you think? The black shadow looked at Chu Xinghe outside, behaving normally. It shouldn't be Duke Chu. when Ruoshui is also testing the waters. Even she is unsure if Duke Chu is still alive. Zhongli Qingmeng sighed. What do you think this one Ruoshui really wants? Even if you know he's still alive? The dark figure shook his head. It's hard to guess her thoughts. Even the Lord Mother has said many times that she doesn't understand when Ruoshui's thoughts. Zhongli Qingmeng sighed. The dark figure was someone close to her mother. Recognize warm like water. Nor could he guess what when Ruoshui was thinking. Miss, if Duke Chu is still alive, how do you think we can get him to show up? Zhongli Qingmeng subconsciously thought about it when she heard the Black Shadow's inquiry. Suddenly a person comes to mind. Off the cuff. Jiang Evening. The dark figure nodded. Not bad. If Duke Chu is truly alive, there's only one person who can get him out, and that's Jiang Evening. Miss said before. Jiang Evening reincarnation. Now do not know where. Coupled with the reincarnation of the god body is very mysterious. Want to investigate out very difficult. But, the Black Shadow didn't finish the words behind it. Zhongli Qingmeng had understood what she meant. If it's true that Jiang Evening is when Ruoshui's Dao body according to Tianji Lu, then when Ruoshui would definitely have the reincarnation god body appear to test if he's still alive. If he were really alive, he would have shown up. Of course it's also possible that when Ruoshui was able to deduce where the reincarnation god body was, and forced her to appear with the help of Jiang Evening. But now what is when Ruoshui up to with his successive attempts? Tianji Lu only said that it was over 70% likely, and didn't say the result to death. Zhongli Qingmeng was also a bit confused. I don't know what comes to mind. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. Do you think there's a possibility that Tianji House was also created by Zhongli Qingmeng? The Black Shadow's eyes held surprise when he heard this. Not likely, is it? When Ruoshui is from the ancient era, but Tianji Lu existed in the heavenly ancient era. What about the difference of one great era? Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. What I'm saying is also possible. Void, chaos, innate, gods and demons, 10,000 races, desolate ancient, heavenly ancient, ancient, and medieval. Plus this era, who knows how many things are hidden. Gods and demons. After the Great War in the age of 10,000 races, the Taishu heavenly realm in the ancient age of desolation was barren and devoid of life, and the heavenly Tao stepped in, which created the ancient age of heaven, and only then did Taishu heavenly realm continue to develop. This one Ruoshui might be one of the means set up by the heavenly Tao after it strikes. After the desolate ancient, great emperor powerhouses can barely appear in the Taishu heavenly realm. At that time, there were also strong people who predicted that a great emperor would appear in the ancient era. But our Zhongli clan knows that there was no appearance of that one great emperor. Why things are the way they are is anyone's guess. Even we, the Bell family, can't speculate. If when Ruoshui is really one of the means reserved by the heavenly Tao. Zhongli Qingmeng stood up violently. The pupils vibrated. The Black Shadow also thought of something and his pupils contracted. Vaguely his body was shaking a little. After Chu Xinghe appeared, he continuously helped me so that I could grow quickly. But Chu Xinghe died and she didn't show up. This would have been the situation she wanted. During the ancient era, my Zhongli clan was targeted once, and my mother and father cooperated in the back, which allowed the Zhongli clan to escape once. When Ruoshui withdrew from the Great Emperor contest, no Great Emperor appeared in the ancient times. Could it be that when Ruoshui set it up? In this life, my Zhongli clan is being targeted again. There may be a change of heart. My Zhongli clan may also have a chance. What one Ruoshui has to do is to kill this chance completely. That's why he turned a blind eye to Chu Xinghe's death. Zhongli Qingmeng felt that everything could be explained. Chapter 102, the son of Qi who wants to run is already too late. When the Black Shadow heard Zhongli Qingmeng's analysis, a cold sweat broke out behind his back. This means that those special people are all means arranged by Wen Rushui, and their appearance is to divide our Zhongli clan. Zhongli Qingmeng took a deep breath. That's the worst guess. Things haven't gone this far. I've never thought like this before. That is, not even in our Zhongli family. I was wondering if this sort of thing would go hand in hand. These special people can overthrow and divide our Zhongli clan. And in turn, can our Zhongli clan grow and continue to change by relying on these people? The Dark Shadow felt that Zhongli Qingmeng's thoughts were a bit heavenly, but she kind of agreed with the idea in her mind. No wonder the old man said. It's still scary when Simu moves his head. The previous lady only had killing in her eyes. Layouts are all about planning now. Plan for the worst possible outcome of each thing that will happen. From there, you begin to set up, leaving no room for error. The host mother is also seeing a change in the young lady. That's why she was allowed to follow Miss. Zhongli Qingmeng sat down. You're saying there won't be a change in our Zhongli family either? At this time Zhongli Qingmeng suddenly said. The Black Shadow subconsciously shook his head. I don't think so. Zhongli Qingmeng sighed. But Shadow One has changed a bit, and before she was loyal to me. Could it be because of killing that special person and then those special people appear in the family as well? Following that, It affects the functioning of the whole family and even divides it. Dark Shadow winced at the thought of that outcome. That result was horrible too. If all the old ancestors were divided, then the matter of the heaven-swallowing demon body will also come up for disclosure. Zhongli Qingmeng sighed. I'm going to make a trip back to the clan after this one is settled. It's possible that he's really dead, and when Ruoshui did all this to make me think that he's alive, to keep catching my eye only, there must be others being set up in the shadows, and with anything, we must be prepared for the worst. The Black Shadow looked at Zhongli Qingmeng with heartache. Miss, you, don't worry, I can still hold out. My old ancestor is helping me to hold out. I'm still young, I can hold out even better. Not to mention he taught me quite a few things when he left, most effective against those special people. Thinking of this, Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Ning Xiushu below with murderous intent under her eyes. If the Green Deer Academy still dares to intervene, we, the Zhengli clan, will also intervene. I didn't see through it before. If he's really alive and not coming to recognize me, he must have his reasons, so why do I have to know? If he's really alive and I help when Ruoshui try to find out, it's my Zhengli clan that will be harmed in turn. In that case, it would be better to stir things up. Dark Shadow felt a bit unable to keep up with the lady's change of mind. By the way, those guys I had people on, you send someone against them. Just use the method I taught you. The dark figure nodded. When Ruoshui really is slowly being exposed the way we think he is, if she doesn't want to test it, just show up a few more people like the one who has the means he has. Since we're playing, let's play big. Zhongli Qingmeng continued to stare down after finishing her speech. After when Ruoshui left, Xu Xinghe looked at Ning Xiuji. How about, if you don't want to give up your hand, I can do it instead. Ning Xiuji kept thinking about how to break the situation, but the bet has been established. Unless Xu Xinghe voluntarily changed his mind. Ning Xiuji glanced at the betting deed without thinking. Brother Chu, do you think this is alright? I still have to promise you 3 more conditions. How about I complete these 3 conditions first and then honor the bet later? When Xu Xinghe heard this, he secretly said that this son of Qi Luck was really a little wit. However, Xu Xinghe would not let the tiger return to the mountain. No. Hearing Xu Xinghe's refusal, Ning Xiuji's face sank. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Could it be that he really wants to waste his own cultivation? Muro no longer cares. Sister has done her best. The Green Deer Academy will also abandon itself because of this act. The road ahead is bleak. He is now true God's strength. If he is abolished, going out can only lead to death. This time, he cheated and made a lot of people lose money, and those people won't let him go. No, you can only run, even if you have to be a villain. Ning Xiushi took a deep breath. Okay, I'll honor the bet. Hearing that Ning Xiuji was going to honor the bet, many of the onlookers looked delighted. Finally honor the bet. Hurry up and finish. I'm still waiting to get paid. The rest of the losers had grim faces. When Ning Xiuji abolishes his strength, he will definitely make him look good. A jade talisman appeared in Ning Xiuji's hand, straight up crushing. Space fluctuated, but just at this time, the entire void was suddenly blocked off. Ning Xiuji's face changed drastically. Quite a few people responded. This guy's trying to run. How did this kind of person sit as the Holy Son of the Green Deer School? Is this the style of the Holy Son of Green Deer Academy? Which good Samaritan blocked off the void? What a great job. Good. If this son doesn't die, my Tao will not be stabilized. Ning Xiuji's face turned pale. If he runs away, he won't be able to hear what people say. But it's not running away now. This time it's over. Xingxia looked at Ning Xiushi with complete disappointment in the bottom of her eyes. There's no point in taking charge. The female master of Qi is completely disappointed with the son of Qi, and the two of them break up. The son of Qi's heavenly destiny value drops by 50,000. The female master drops by 30,000, and the master obtains a heavenly destiny value of 7,000. Xu Xinghe stood in place. The fact that the son of Qi would run this had already occurred to him. However, he could think that Zhongli Qingmeng would definitely make a move. If Zhongli Qingmeng didn't make a move, then he would have to be the one to make the move. But this act of the son of Qi also helped him do a big favor. Now he's still the holy son of the Green Deer Academy. Qinglu Academy was also waiting for Ning Xiushu's attitude. First you plagiarize, now you backstab. The reputation of Qinglu Academy was ruined. Ning Xiuji felt unsteady on his feet already. All of his back had been drenched in cold sweat. Xu Xinghe shook his head. This mental quality was really bad. Brother Ning, you're at least the holy son of the Green Deer School, so doing this is damaging to your reputation. Ning Xiuji reacted furiously when he heard the word Saint Son. He is still representing the Green Deer School. Eyes subconsciously glanced towards Hoshi, noticing that Starshield's brow was tightened. There was only disgust in her eyes and not a bit of other emotion. The others looked at Ning Xiushi with nothing but disdain in their eyes. Many others had a playful look in their eyes. Chu Xinghe knew it was about time for the farce to end. Brother Ning, since you're not willing to part with it, I'll do it myself. Chu Xinghe was about to move after he finished speaking. Taoist rhythms are revealed. A faint shadow appeared in the ring. When Ning Xiushi saw this figure, there was shock in his eyes, and he reacted by hastily lowering his head. Chu Xinghe calmly looked at the virtual shadow in front of him. The old thing, finally, couldn't sit still enough to pop up. Chapter 103. What is that scandal? Don't let me down. After this shadow appeared, many people in the box changed their expressions. I didn't expect that the vice dean of the Green Deer School would come over with such a big scandal. If they don't show up, the Green Deer Academy's reputation will be ruined. It's really interesting. I just don't know if Chu Xinghe will give this face to the Green Deer Academy. With all the big brothers showing up, I think Chu Xinghe should take a step back. It's hard to say. Chu Xinghe was able to make Ning Xiushi make such a fool of himself. He shouldn't care about the Green Deer School. The eyes of Zhong Liqing Meng in the other box narrowed. The old thing is careful, only coming with a projection. The real body doesn't dare to come over. Is this fear that I will make a move? The dark figure did not speak. Before, the young lady was at the Green Deer Academy, beating the young generation of the Green Deer Academy to bow their heads. Even many deacons were defeated. Those elders, the vice deans, can't bully the small with the big. One person pressured the Green Deer Academy to not dare to raise its head. This old man's real body didn't dare to come over, probably afraid of Zhong Liqing Meng's sarcasm. It didn't take long to stay with Chu Xinghe. Miss is quite poisonous with this mouth. The vice president came out. Muru stepped out of the box. The two men looked at each other and nodded to each other. The vice dean turned his head to look at Ning Xiushi. There was disappointment in his eyes. This man is the one he's looking out for. He also had a part to play in being able to sit in the seat of the Holy Sun. It wasn't even supposed to be Muru who came over this time. Or did he request that Muru come over? Who knew that mean rhetoric was plagiarized? Coupled with his behavior just now, it was even more unappealing to Muru. If only Muru could get a word in with the dean, Ning Xiushi can still survive. Now that Muru didn't ask questions, it already represented his attitude. Don't look at him as a vice president. Muru is not. But when you really compare them, he's one step behind Muru. The vice president sighed. The matter of Ning rhetoric is trivial. The reputation of Green Deer Academy is a big deal. His eyes fell on Chu Xinghe. Today's matter has caused your excellency to labor and spend money. This is a gift from my Green Deer Academy. When Chu Xinghe heard this, the corners of his mouth rose. That's a pretty funny thing to say. It's not a reparation. It's a gift. It goes without saying. Chu Xinghe did not accept it. I'm not that far off. The vice president's demeanor did not change. Many of the people present could hear what the vice president meant. Muru stood above and shook his head. And take the frame. Both had already made a public spectacle of the Green Deer Academy. It had already been made clear that it was not afraid of the Green Deer Academy. I wonder which Chu is the Chu of Mr. Chu. My Green Deer Academy also has quite a few Chu surnames, and those heavenly prides are all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Mr. Chu has the opportunity, he can come and sit at the Green Deer Academy. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. What are you talking to me for? You old fool. I can't complain. The Holy Sun copied and didn't keep the bet. There is also a sister who sells herself in a brothel to pay for her brother's admission to a certain academy, and the younger brother rises to the occasion. And when he enters the academy, he doesn't know how to repay the favor, and is too ashamed to recognize him. He even posed as a John on several occasions to give vent to the beastly desires of his heart, which is not complimentary. My sister, knowing this, killed herself. A nameless rage rose in the hearts of many people present when they heard it. The vice dean's face changed and his pupils contracted. Take a deep look at Chu Xinghe. What else does this son know? They knew nothing about Chu Xinghe's origin, his background, but the other side seemed to know them well. Zhong Liqing Meng in the upper box heard this. Black Shadow, spread this matter throughout the entire Taishu heavenly realm. It's too much fun to keep to yourself. Dark Shadow nodded and hurried off to make arrangements. There were even quite a few other people who couldn't stand to look at the Green Deer Academy and hurriedly proclaimed it. Mo above had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the vice president. Could it be that the Green Deer Academy has forgotten its original intent? The two men behind him were in a cold sweat after hearing this and did not dare to answer. Poof! Muru grunted coldly. The two looked at each other, originally thinking that they would be able to reap the favor of Mo by following him over. Who knew that something like this would happen? Let's not talk about gaining favor. It would be nice not to be disliked. The vice president was feeling a little hard done by. Before the matter of the Holy Sun was settled, another scandal sprang up. Combine that with what happened before the bet. I don't need to say that I know that person is Su Sanwei. I should have known he wouldn't have come over. This matter is unknown to me. Green Deer Academy. Oh, I don't know. I didn't say it was your Green Deer Academy either. Chu Xinghe asked a rhetorical question, and the vice dean's expression did not move. Before the vice president could continue to speak, the bet has been established, the winners and losers have been divided, and he has wasted his own cultivation with both hands. Stand aside if you're watching the show, and if you want to take him, then go ahead and cut the crap. We're all busy people, don't get all bent out of shape. The vice president is a bit tricky. This young man doesn't follow the rules. Originally, I also wanted to use the background. Friendship, big things, small things. When the time comes, divert your attention with the help of other things. It's possible to deflect this one. The Green Deer Academy is still Green Deer Academy. Chu Xinghe stood in place. Mental note. Zhongli Qing Meng. The opportunity has been delivered to you. You don't want to be stupid. The appearance of the heaven-swallowing demon body can suppress this time. When the time comes, a clear-eyed person will take a look. It was known that there might be the handiwork of the Green Deer School in it. Even skepticism is enough. Don't let my heart go to waste. The scandal of the Green Deer Academy must be spread as soon as possible. The vice president is still thinking about how to fix it. The look changed slightly. The Green Deer Academy is ill-advised and deluded, allowing Ning Xiuji to take the position of sage son, copying the poetry of other sages, and being unrepentant, abolishing the position of sage son of the Green Deer Academy and expelling him from the academy. Ning Xiuji jerked his head up. He thought the vice president had turned the corner by coming over. Who would have thought that abolishing his position as a holy son to his face? The son of luck loses his identity, the heavenly fate value drops by 80,000, and the master gains 3 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe inwardly sighed. It looked like the identity of the son of Chi's saint's son didn't have as much of an impact on other people as one might have imagined. Guess it will be different later in the season. But he couldn't wait. Ning Xiuju all cultivation from Qinglu Academy. Expelled from the clan. Recovery of strength. In the future may not use the name of Qinglu Academy. Gongfu. Martial arts. Once found, must be killed. After the vice dean finished speaking, he waved his arm. Ning Xiuji spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The rosy face was instantly pale and colorless. The strength of the true god realm disappeared. The vice president's Taoist body disappeared. Even Muru upstairs disappeared. Chu Xinghe walked over to Ning Xiuxiu, staring at him condescendingly. Brother Ning, with abolished strength in both hands, I'll grudgingly help you out. Chu Xinghe struck out and directly cut off Ning Xiuxiu's hands. Ning Xiuji lay twisted on the ground. With his strength abolished, he was just an ordinary man. The pain of cutting off his hands was too much for him to bear. There would have been 3 more conditions, and a villain like you wouldn't have agreed to them. Why don't we just turn into one and take your life? Chapter 104. You expose yourself and take a chance on him. Ning Xiuji's pupils contracted when he heard that Chu Xinghe wanted to kill him. Strength is nullified, and there is a chance to repair it. Hands are cut off and can grow back using holy medicine. If this dies, there's nothing left. The aura in Chu Xinghe's hand transformed into a sharp sword. Ning Xiuxiu stopped hissing. The tension of death. It made him breathe heavily. Brother Chu, spare me for once. I have a big secret to tell you. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. What secrets he didn't want to know? I don't care about your secrets. Ning Xiuji's heart went cold. I come from a place called Blue Star, and those ancient poems come from that place. There are still many sacred texts from that place that are not present in this world. Chu Xinghe snorted after hearing this. That's it? Ning Xiuxiu nodded. Do you know how many worlds are around the Taishu heavenly realm? Countless. As for the blue star you mentioned, it's probably just an insignificant world. And even more so, no one cares about it. This is the cultivation world. Anyone has secrets? This is not much of a secret for you. Chu Xinghe stopped talking nonsense. Quick strike. Ning Xiuji still had to open his mouth, but his head had already been chopped off. More than that, it destroys the divine soul. The son of luck dies, the heavenly fate value is zeroed out, and the master gains 20 million heavenly fate values. The system's voice was heard ringing in his head. Chu Xinghe was then relieved. But that's a lot of divine destiny value to harvest this time. Strength can be increased quickly again. Master, I just probed the one who tried to kill you in the first place. Chu Xinghe was shocked in his heart. Can you find it? After I upgraded, I'm higher level than him and I can spot its trail, but I have to be careful. Give me 2 more days and I'll be able to pinpoint its trail. Master, we must destroy them this time, or I can't swallow this breath. Of course, I couldn't swallow it without killing them. Seeing Ning Xiuji die, Starsky turned toward the outside. Chu Xinghe walks down to the ring. Someone offered to get out of the way. It's over. Go collect your bets. 10 times, ha ha ha. Those who pressed Chu Xinghe to win all burst out laughing. Those who pressed Ning to win rhetorically had a hard time in their hearts. However, after seeing Ning Xiuji die, he could only sigh twice. With the death of Ning rhetoric, this time it was thoroughly publicized. The first one was that the Holy Son of Green Deer Academy was a bad character. copying other people's ancient poems, trying to run away after losing, and being stopped. The second is the matter of Su Sanwei. The reputation of the entire Green Deer Academy dropped quite a bit, especially those who were hostile to the Green Deer Academy. It was even picking up quite a few things about the Green Deer School. For a time, the entire Green Deer Academy was at a standstill. In the Green Deer Academy, Muru looked at the people sitting in the Great Hall. Many hearts and minds were tense. The silhouette above also looked at Muru helplessly. It's time to get older and leave. Muru let out a sigh of relief. Quite a few people didn't speak up. The influence of Muru was known to them. But now that they insisted on leaving, there was nothing they could do. There was regret in the vice president's eyes. Helplessness. Muru is very much in love with his reputation. This time, the matter of Ning Xiuji had caused him to suffer a lot of damage to his reputation as well. There's no excuse for wanting to leave. Dean, I'll take my leave. Muru rushed at the imaginary figure above him before turning to leave. Dean had a look of regret in his eyes. This senior brother of his, he knew him too well. It was because of that understanding that there was no way he could block it. The matter of Ning Xiuji is a thing of the past. All of you deal with the matters at hand and don't let such a thing happen again. Dean disappeared after that. Many people looked at each other in disbelief. What did it mean? The vice president's color changed. He has a lot to answer for this time. Let him handle it. It looked like he was upset with him because of Muru's departure. The departing Muru was followed by two bookworms. Master, why did you leave? Muru glanced back at the sign of the Green Deer School. A change of heart. The two scribes were confused. Will your lordship make it clearer? Muru had his hands behind his back. Green Deer Academy has grown up, and being in the middle of the board, I can't let Green Deer Academy change because of my perseverance. It's for the best that I leave. I'm alone, and I can still hold on to the same heart I had in the beginning. The two bookworms were thoughtful. We also accompany the Lord. Muru stroked his beard a bit and laughed out loud. By the time Muru returned to the little house between the clouds, he realized that there was already a person standing outside. When he saw that it was Chu Xinghe, there was kindness in Muru's eyes. Your friend has come to visit. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Sorry. Chu Xinghe turned to look at Muru. There was surprise in his eyes. It's like shedding a shackle and putting on an extra layer of spontaneity. Congratulations to Muru. Muru froze for a moment when he heard Chu Xinghe's congratulations. A smile spread across his face as he reacted. It is indeed worthy of congratulations, and settles one thing in the mind. Little friend, please. After Chu Xinghe entered, he realized that there was no difference between this place and an ordinary farmhouse. The difference is an extra layer of ink. Muru guided Chu Xinghe to sit down. Make a pot of long jing. The aroma of tea and the faint scent of ink accompany it. Chu Xinghe didn't taste it, poured it straight down. He doesn't know anything about tea. Not for tea either. The corners of the two bookworms' mouths twitched as they watched. An extra layer of smirk appeared on Muru's face. Chu Xinghe took out the ancient poems and put them on the table. Muru didn't move. Chu Xinghe knew how attractive these poems were to Muru. Mixed in at the bottom, fighting and killing. The mid-levels speak of the human condition. The high-level ones speak of value exchange. Now is the time to exchange. I have a favor to ask. Muru signaled Chu Xinghe to speak on. I know someone who needs Muru to help me teach for a while. Muru looked at Chu Xinghe. Why don't you let me take him as a disciple? You should know the attraction of this ancient poetry to me. Chu Xinghe shook his head. If he is destined to be with Senior, naturally he doesn't need me to open his mouth. But if he is not destined to be, it's already a blessing for me to be able to receive guidance from Senior. Muru looked deeply at Chu Xinghe. Even the bottom of his eyes carried a strange look. It's talking about Chu Xinghe's blessing, not that person's blessing. I'm kind of curious about this person. Chu Xinghe crushed a jade pendant. A short while later, a man came outside, carrying a knife. The face is expressionless. Arms swing naturally. Chu Xinghe looked at Shi Dingfeng and sighed. To learn from him, he attached the arm that was in the way. The scar on his face was also expunged. How he didn't understand what he meant. As Shi Dingfeng approached, the two bookworms were as good as dead. Muru looked away likewise. Those calm eyes fluttered. My brother, Shi Dingfeng. I wonder if Muru is satisfied. Muru turned back. There's something about this brother of yours. Previously, there was one named Shi Jingfeng in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land who abolished his cultivation and withdrew from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land because his holy son was forced to die without anyone asking. You've gone out of your way to expose yourself, just to take a chance on him. Chapter 105 Ancestral Dragon Blood, Wind and Rain. When Muru said these words, he looked at Chu Xinghe with a serious expression. My brother, it's worth it. Muru's eyes flashed with brilliance. Aren't you afraid he'll betray you? That's my life. Chu Xinghe replied without hesitation. Muru sips his tea. Nice. Chu Xinghe stood up and bowed to perform a junior salute. Farewell, late comer. Chu Xinghe took 3 steps back before turning away. Not a word was said as he passed Stonecrest, didn't even give a look. Sure, Jingfeng didn't say anything even as he stood still, just quietly looking at Muru. Muru finished his tea. Sure, Jingfeng stepped forward and took the teapot. Pour Muru's teacup 7 full. Muru takes a sip. He's been good to you. He's a proud and defiant man. And even more so, he's not willing to bow down. With a gully in his heart, to be able to bow down for you shows that he truly regards you as a brother. Sure, Dingfeng looked up, eyes sharp. I don't deserve to be his brother yet. When Muru heard that, he took a serious look at Sure Dingfeng. You're kind of funny. Follow me as a registered disciple first. As for whether or not you can become an official disciple, it depends on your enlightenment. You don't have a realm of your own, and your blade intent is so strong that it can hurt people as well as yourself. I observe your aura. You can repair your dantian, and your realm. You should be able to reach the true God realm. Why don't you break through? Sure, Dingfeng looked up. What's the point of having that realm when you can't help him until you're a supreme being? Muru had a smirk under his eyes. Your qualifications are not yet able to reach the supreme. Sure, Jingfeng looked at Muru seriously. I can. Muru laughed out loud. Yes, since you've become my registered disciple, I will also teach you seriously. Lay down your sword and let you pick up your pen, if you will. Sure, Dingfeng put the knife down. Muru. He could tell that Sure Jingfeng valued this knife more than his life. Didn't think it could really be put down. It sent waves through his mind. Why? I trust him. He won't harm me. Sure, Jingfeng said with a serious expression. Muru. For some reason, he suddenly had the feeling of being a drudge. But look at the poems on the table. That's all. What's the point of dwelling on this? Others can shed love. Why he can't? Maybe there's a surprise in store. Chu Xinghe, who left the small building between the clouds. Lift your head and look into the distance. The fire has spread. Quite a few people let out a wail. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Zhongli Qing Meng, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, Middle Heavenly God, 10 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Leader. Heaven Intercepting Finger. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. Mount, 9 Dragons Chariot. Middle stage of the First Saint. Early stage of the 8 Great Saints. Destiny value, 65133500. Backpack, Qitian Sword. Take a look at the system. 60 million destiny values. This is by far the largest number of providence values. Looking at today's mall refresh. 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood. Worth 100 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. None of the previous refreshes worked for him. This time, there were enough destiny values and the refresh was good enough. But he can't afford it. Ha ha, finally I found it. At this time the system suddenly spoke out. It gave Chu Xinghe a fright. System, what's wrong with you? Hush, master, don't talk yet. Immediately afterward an electric current sound kept ringing in his head. Master buys 3 drops of ancestral dragon's essence blood and 6 drops of true dragon's essence blood for $50 million. Chu Xinghe looked at the extra things in his system backpack. There was horror in his eyes. It's a system that he could love so much. The loophole I found after so many days of wastage has been plugged again. System, are you okay? Chu Xinghe asked carefully. Master, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just bullying the system too much. After the last time the loophole was fixed, I have been looking for an opportunity, and today it was hard to find it. Who would have thought that just after getting a little bit of good stuff over, it would be blocked again? Master, am I particularly stupid? I can't handle this situation. No matter what you become, you are my favorite system. Can't afford to upset the system. It's not easy to find a system that's so considerate of him. Proactively looking for vulnerabilities. Look how knowledgeable you are. Luckily, he plotted early. Now the system is assisting him to grow. If this continued to assist the son of Qi, he could die of anger. Looking at the 10 million heavenly destiny values still remaining, Chu Xinghe added in strength. It has turned into a late-stage heavenly god, but 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood and 6 drops of true dragon blood. This made Chu Xinghe more excited. Long Yi and Long Jiao appeared. These days they were tired of investigating things and spreading the word. Come on, let's go find a hidden place first. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Long Yi to Long Jiao and the rest of them were shaken in spirit. Look at each other. The master has another good thing in store for them. Waiting to find a hiding place. Chu Xinghe took out 6 drops of true dragon blood. See these things. Long Yi and Long Jiao, they glanced at each other. Give it to Big Brother. Big Brother is the strongest, and it will help us the most after he uses it. It's the boss's stuff. Chu Xinghe took out 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood. After Long Yi to Long Jiao and the others felt it, their bodies changed. Even if it was blood, the intimidating pressure that came from their bones was not something they could withstand. Could this be the legendary ancestral dragon essence blood? Long Yi's voice trembled. Appalledness appeared on Long Air Long Jiao's and their faces. True dragon blood had helped them all immensely already. This ancestral dragon blood, it's just very helpful to the true dragon. If an ancestral dragon's blood appears, quite a few forces can fight it out. But now Chu Xinghe was openly holding it out for them to use. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Long Yi took 1 drop alone, and the remaining 2 drops will be divided equally among the 8 of you. They still want to refuse. You guys listen to me. What if a true dragon race appears at that time and has a higher bloodline than you guys? The 9 scaly dragons were silent. The dragon is not yet a true dragon. Not to mention that the power of the ancestral dragon's blood is too strong for Dragon 1 to fully endure. 1 drop is already enough. You also need to have ancestral dragon blood in your bodies. At that time the true dragon race will appear and use the bloodline pressure to deal with you at that time. You cannot care about it, so that I can be safer. Long Yi, as the big brother, made a quick decision. At the master's pleasure. Master, after they take it, let them enter the system space, or they will be easily discovered. Chu Xinghe also had the exact same intention. After distributing the ancestral dragon blood, true dragon blood to them, Chu Xinghe looked at them. I'll also let you go somewhere this time, and I'll let you come back when the metamorphosis is over. Long Yi and the others did not refuse. Chu Xinghe also looked forward to what would change when their metamorphosis was over. It's not a real dragon with an auger. In the same realm, the auger was no match for a true dragon. I don't know if Long Yi can metamorphose into a supreme being. As Chu Xinghe returned to his senses, the sky over Hidden City suddenly went black. Black clouds filled the sky and thunder gathered. Chapter 106, Jumping Divine Beast Egg. Underhanded. A golden light shot up and exploded in the sky. A golden haze fell from the sky. Many people's strengths had vaguely increased after coming into contact with the golden haze. Quickly striking out, he began to snatch the golden haze. This golden haze can actually boost your strength. Grab it. A number of powerful people in the dark stepped out. Their arms waved, and the golden haze converged in their hands. Many of those who were about to grab it stopped in their tracks, with helplessness in their eyes. There's no way to do that with less skill. In the Hidden City King's house, the people of the Wang family stared blankly at the back flower pool. A clean white, jade-like egg floats on the surface of the water. The surrounding heaven and earth aura continuously poured in towards it. The golden haze that filled the sky erupted from it. The Wang family patriarch took a deep breath. Master family, a divine egg has appeared in the Hidden City Wang family. Come quickly. After transmitting his voice, the Wang family patriarch turned his head to look at the elders beside him. Elders, perhaps my Wang family can enter the main house with this egg. Many elders had excitement in their eyes. There are also a number of people who are not so optimistic. When the divine beast egg appeared, even if the main family of the Wang clan came over, it would be difficult to protect it. Whoosh! A stream of light appeared in the sky. The void shattered immediately afterward. A figure burrowed out of the void. It didn't occur to me that a small hidden city actually had a divine beast come out. Looking at the lines on it, many people had surprise in their eyes. There were quite a few other people who sent messages. When Zhongli Qingmeng brought her people over, she saw the divine beast egg at a glance. Eyes fluttered. Sure enough, the few things that Chu Xinghe threw would have the presence of a special person. Ning Xiuzhu is dead. Not to mention it's his stuff. No one can get their hands on it. The void opens. When Ruoxue came from the void, with a calm face, he looked at the divine beast egg. Zhongli Qingmeng had disdain in her eyes. It's really annoying. Rumble. Thunder flashed in the sky. Immediately afterward, a millstone-thick thunderbolt descended from the sky, splitting directly on the divine beast egg. Hiss. There's actually not the slightest damage. Look guys, it's absorbing thunder power. What kind of divine beast is this that can absorb the power of thunder? The divine beast egg continued to grow larger as it absorbed the power of thunder. The Tao rhythms on the surface continued to increase. It only increases very slowly. The divine beast egg looked like it sensed something. Fly into the thunderbolt on your own accord. This operation took a lot of people by surprise. This divine beast has gone crazy and actually took the initiative to fly into the lightning tribulation. It's the first time I've seen a divine beast like this. It's so personalized. Hiss. Look at the sky you guys. The divine beast egg flew into the thunder. The surrounding Tao rhythms transformed into a terrifying vortex. The thunderbolt in the sky was directly absorbed. Chu Xinghe's eyes changed after seeing this scene from afar. The power of devouring. Could it be Tao Tai? Chu Xinghe turned to leave after glancing at Zhongli Qingmeng. You have to take advantage of this opportunity. It might help you a lot. Zhongli Qingmeng watched as the divine beast egg absorbed the power of thunder to strengthen itself. It was similar to the heaven-swallowing demon body. An idea suddenly popped up in Zhongli Qingmeng. This divine beast can absorb the power of the thunderbolt. Why couldn't she? And had to stare at the origin? Even if you absorb enough of the origin, you are still walking the path of your mother. Even if she was a bit stronger than her mother, she couldn't change the plight of the Zhengli family for the time being. But to absorb all this power of heaven and earth, Or maybe you can swallow that thing. Who would dare to offend the Zhengli family at that time? Crazy ideas were growing. Even if you can't absorb it, you can still let this divine beast absorb it. Zhong Liqing Meng's eyes narrowed. A wave of warmth appeared in his heart immediately afterward. Even after your death, you can plan so much for me. How many more means are you prepared to save me? If you're alive, why don't you show up? Or are you worried that Wen Ruoshui will continue to deal with you? Calmness returned to Zhong Liqing Meng's eyes as she raised her head. Without thinking, he glanced at Wen Ruoshui. Immediately afterward, he shifted his gaze. Her follow-up program has begun. Chu Xinghe, who had already left, controlled a few people. Mrs. Jun, after Shui Nianji had dressed up, was also in the crowd watching the scene. First there was the good show at Green Deer Books. You can still see the beasts appearing now. The two were in a daze. A few people appeared quietly around them. Shui Nianji and also Mrs. Yen felt someone approaching and subconsciously went on guard. It was found that these same people raised their heads to look at the vision in the sky and didn't think much of it. After a while, the two felt dizzy. The body went limp. The people who had just approached surrounded the two men. The others weren't paying attention. When the two people passed out, there were two people cradling Mrs. Jun, and Shui Nianji left. Come to a secluded spot. A sharp blade came out of his hand. It's about to go down on two people. This time, what the two don't know is this. A faint shadow appeared behind his back, looking at the two men with a frown. I saw the knife about to be stuck in my body. The void struck out. The two men in black flew out backwards. A powerful soul fluctuation surged into the two men's minds. After scoping out the news, a flash of incredulity appeared on his calm face. Just two Johns. Only like pretty corpses. What a hobby it all is. What a forest. Any kind of bird. The Wen Ruoshui void was about to disperse. God's color changes. Shui Nianji lying on the ground. Mrs. Jun's body twisted up. The flesh flushed up. Hands are still walking up and down the body. Wen Ruoshui froze for a moment. After seeing the two clearly, the two forces entered the body. The two men calmed down. Only the mouth was open and the exhale was still hot. Wen Ruoshui looked at the calm two. The shadow faded and dissipated. Time passes by. A short while later, a carriage came by. Walked down two men, throwing Shui Nianji, Mrs. Yen on the carriage. By the time the two woke up, found to have been trapped in the basement, in front of him stood several bare-chested, muscular men. There are all kinds of torture devices around. The two men were startled. Who are you? A few burly men looked at Shui Nianji, Mrs. Yen. Two little pussies sell well, out in the middle of nowhere. If we hadn't saved your lives, you two would already be dead. How about it? How to repay the Grand Master? Don't you little pussies love it the most? Not being able to return the favor with your body. How about it? Consider thinking about this grandpa, and make sure that you follow this grandpa to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Shui Nianji, Mrs. Jin's eyes with killing intent. Do you know who we are? The man at the head of the group laughed out loud. Whoever you like, now that you're in the old man's territory, you're the old man's man. Since you're not willing to repay, I won't force you to receive 1,000 guests each, and I'll let you all go. No, Mrs. Jun. Shui Nianji sniffed and refused. Snap. 2 lashes on 2 men. This lord is ordering you, not discussing with you. Men, feed them something good to get them to pick up the slack. If you don't agree now, you'll be begging for someone else to have them then. Mrs. Jun. Shui Nianji had panic in her eyes. Roll. Chapter 107, The Metamorphosis of the 9 Dragons Chariot. A faint pressure appeared, and only voices appeared, not people. Shui Nianji, Mrs. Yen was familiar with the voice. It's exactly as warm as water. Holy Lord save us. All the strong men in the chamber died. Warm as water's virtual shadow appeared. A helpless look at the 2 men. She believed that he was alive and would not spare Mrs. Jun. Shui Nianji. First there was a competition in the first place, and the name Chu Xinghe appeared, and now there's the appearance of the divine beast egg. It's all too much of a coincidence, but it was only after these 2 visits that she realized. Sometimes things are just so coincidental. Those few people just now, they did inadvertently see Shui Nianji, Mrs. Yen, go back. The 2 men bowed their heads in agreement. Warm as water's shadow disappeared. After the 2 walked out of the secret cell, headed for the place where the teleportation array was made. As for the divine beast eggs, with so many powerful people around, it didn't have the slightest thing to do with them. This time out, I almost got trashed. It gave both men heart palpitations. Only when they entered the teleportation array did the 2 of them put their hearts down. The sky above Hidden City. When Ruoshui's eyes were set far away, could it really be that she had guessed wrong? He's really dead, but her instincts told her no. She's alive. Mandate of heaven. This Chu Xinghe. Why can't they all be deduced? Or did you go down too? A figure flashed in Wen Ruoshui's mind. Hopefully it wasn't her personally. Otherwise things will get messy. Raising his head, he looked at the divine beast egg that was still absorbing the power of the thunderbolt. You can still plan so much for Zhongli Qingmeng after your death. So true. It was worthy of being someone who could withstand a calamity for the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. If you're still alive, maybe something. Obviously no lives are at stake. Why did the immortals and demons disappear? You'll die too. Why is that? Wen Ruoshui was puzzled. Maybe it's time to use that program too. Zhongli Qingmeng has already informed the family head. This divine beast egg she had to get. It was at this time that the void opened. A divine eagle squeezed through the void. A few thousand meters of arm span. Eyes sharp. Sharp claws like iron. Looking at the divine beast egg in the sky, scorn flashed in his eyes, as well as a touch of greed. There were several people standing on it. The old man at the head of the group. His gaze looked around the circle and finally rested on the divine beast egg. It's hard to shift your gaze just by looking at it. Such a divine beast egg is a supreme beast when cultivated well. Gentlemen, this is my Wang clan's place, and the divine beast eggs popped out of my Wang clan's back flower pool, so please go ahead. The words fell. Many people took a glance at the strongest member of the Wang clan, and their gazes moved away again. Once again, it landed on the divine beast egg. The old man looked a little embarrassed. When did their Wang family become so unintimidating? Gentlemen, be my guest. The crowd is still ignoring it. Whoever could come over to keep an eye on the divine beast eggs didn't have a bit of background in their family. Not to mention that when Ruoshui hadn't even opened his mouth yet. I've heard that a divine beast egg has been released, so I, Dayu, have come over to join in the fun. The divine beast egg and my Sumeru mountain have a destiny. The Green Deer Academy has also been lacking a divine beast of the academy recently. If you all let me have this divine beast egg, the 10,000 gold building will give you all a satisfactory reward. I, Linglong Pavilion, can also pay a price that you all are satisfied with. What does the divine beast represent? A supreme beast. In this world, the supreme was the ceiling of battle power, not to mention a divine beast becoming a supreme being. Among the supreme beings are also supreme beings. Who doesn't want it? Many of the forces that had heard the news were already on their way. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the forces present and similarly felt a surge of pressure. However, Zhongli Qingmeng had that confidence to take the divine beast away. When Ruoshui looked at the forces present, the look changed slightly, especially that old man from Mount Sumeru. Looking at Wen Ruoshui, his gaze wasn't that kind. Just because Mount Sumeru bowed down last time doesn't mean it always will. The mountains are high and the roads are slippery in the dark. Who knows what accidents can happen? When Ruoshui withdrew her mind. At this time, the divine beast egg suddenly stopped absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation. A rush of heavenly Tao rhythms hardened and dispersed the thunderbolt. A huge suction force came. It was less than a second. The aura of 10,000 miles in a radius was extracted. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the divine beast egg. A light bloomed. Sitting in the transmission array back to the Qingzhou Yan lady, Shui Nianji was relieved. Going out to watch a competition is so treacherous. Almost didn't make it back. Looking at each other, they still felt that they should not go out so easily, especially Suinin herself. Every day, when he thought of Zhongli Qingmeng, he hated his teeth. Can't wait to eat her flesh and drink her blood, but she couldn't do it. The two came to the foot of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. There was a sudden pause in his steps. A stump flashed by. Pupils are dilated. Hands subconsciously covered his neck. Blood still spurted from the cracks in his fingers. Like a floodgate opening. Spiritual collapse. Two bodies fell to the ground. Kill Shui Nianji and Mrs. Jun. Gain 3 million heavenly fate values. Xu Xingha hadn't thought that these two were so valuable. The Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion was really a gathering place for the Sons of Qi. As for Linglong Pavilion's Linglong Yunyu, there was still some time to wait. Xu Xingha waved his arm. Rumble. Densely packed demonic beasts appeared, biting at Shui Nianji and the corpse of Mrs. Yen. So what if warm as water is skeptical? Right about this time, Xu Xingha sensed something and his eyes lit up. The 9-dragon chariot appeared. Long Yi had already broken through Heavenly Saint perfection and was half a step to Supreme. Long Air Long Jiao and the others, they also broke through to the early stage of Heavenly Saint. More importantly, Long Yi metamorphosed into a true dragon. Dragon 2 Dragon 9 and their half-step true dragons now. When Long Yi Long Jiao and the others appeared, they surrounded Xu Xingha. Greetings, Master. There was a dragon's authority in his voice. Xu Xingha only felt a wave of kindness. Master, the ancestral dragon blood in Long Yi's body hasn't been fully consumed yet. It will slowly be transformed, and it won't take long for him to break through to the Supreme Realm. After Long Air and the others consume the ancestral dragon's blood, they will also metamorphose into true dragons, so they finally have the power to defend themselves. Master, save up some heavenly fate values. I recently found another loophole. I'm not sure yet. I might be able to get over a good thing. Xu Xingha said he could love the system too much. Let's go. Let's also go to the place where the divine beasts appeared. Master, are we going to rob the divine beasts too? Chu Xinghe shook his head. If we don't grab it, it will help Zhongli Qingmeng even more. Long Jiu looked at Chu Xinghe. Master, why didn't you tell Zhongli Qingmeng about the news that you're still alive? I think Miss Zhongli is sincere to you and can do so many things for you. You hide it from her like this. Chu Xinghe looked into the distance. I'm doing it for her good as much as I'm doing it for me. She's being watched and I'm being watched. One light and one dark complement each other in the right way. I can conform to her by plotting in the dark. I want to be in the open. And everything is watched to her. And to my detriment. And I've got to put someone's concerns to rest and not keep her guessing. When Ruoshui is definitely going to continue to test me, the method of utilizing the Sons of Qi no longer works. Zhongli Qingmeng isn't stupid, and when she reacts, she will definitely use the means I taught her to divert Wen Ruoshui's gaze. When Ruoshui wouldn't be able to determine if I'm still alive, then there's only one person who can try to see if I'm still alive. Jiang Evening Yin. Chapter 108 Found the woman who killed me in the first place to complete the mission. Long Jiu nodded in understanding. Master, before when Ruoshui didn't care about your death, now why are you sure if you're still alive? Why on earth? Ryuichi was puzzled. If you don't cherish it when you're alive, who will you cherish it for when you're dead? Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Who knows what she's up to? But after having enough strength, this woman cannot be kept. Chu Xinghe had murderous intent under his eyes. This woman is scary. Everything she's doing now is clearly at odds with her Tao. But she's still doing it. Why on earth? Perhaps at first her path was not the path before her. Previously, Zhongli Qingmeng said something about the ancient era. I'm not sure if it could be related to that time. Slowly, her purpose will be revealed. The important thing now is that Zhongli Qingmeng must not go to the head. What I'm worried about is that when Ruoshui will use my death to set up a trap for Zhongli Qingmeng, who is bent on me. But she knows that both mother and daughter Zhongli Qingmeng are both people with heaven-swallowing demon bodies, a quasi-emperor powerhouse, hiding for so many years, staying in a soft water palace. Who knows what means are prepared. Earlier Zhongli Qingmeng said that when Ruoshui was from the same era as her mother. What if this information is all wrong? Long Yi had horror in their eyes. I really don't know what that woman wants. Chu Xinghe shook his head. He couldn't see through what Wen Ruoshui wanted either. He never looked through Wen Ruoshui from the beginning to the end. Come on, it's about time. Not knowing what she's up to can be an option for active entry. Shui Nianji, Mrs. Jin died. Chu Xinghe disappeared, and Heaven's mandate appeared. While the crowd's eyes were fixed on the divine beast egg, many cracks spread out in the void. Click, click, the void ruptured. The 9-dragon chariot appeared. The true dragon half-step supreme realm pressure at the head burst out. Clouds from the dragon. As soon as the dragon appeared, auspicious clouds gathered around it. Many people had horror in their eyes. His pupils vibrated as he stared at the 9-dragon chariot. Who is this? What a big deal. The color of the people of Mount Sumeru changed. Of course they knew the 9-dragon chariot, but why has this changed so much in the past few days? It's even if you use the auger to pull the cart. For S sake, use true dragon now. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the 9-dragon chariot and frowned. She hadn't even investigated who this mandate of heaven really was now. Warm Ruoshui's eyes fluctuated. The divine eagle of the Wang clan glanced at Long Yi and lowered his head. Not an opponent. As the 9-dragon chariot appeared, many people's expressions changed. Linglong Pavilion, and Wanjin House as well. Linglong Yunyu looked at the 9-dragon chariot. What's the story with this high-profile guy? Chu Xinghe had already regained his original appearance. Step out from the 9-dragon chariot. The temperament is overwhelming, and the immortal monarch is in the world. Appears as if he regards those present as nothing. The eyes were fixed on the divine beast egg in the sky. A mental note. It's been such a long time. The red line on Chu Xinghe's finger contracted for a moment. The divine beast egg blossomed with light. Many people subconsciously closed their eyes. Wait until you open your eyes. The sky had been cloudless. A palm-sized black coal ball appeared in the void. A lot of people looked at it with a puzzled look in their eyes. Divine beasts are dominant. Why this guy is a black cinder block? Look at the size of a palm. There were only 2 large, unmoving eyes, all fluffy and fuzzy. So much commotion and such a thing appears. Many people are not afraid to take it lightly. Divine beasts appear. To each his own. One of the strongest of them spoke. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the black coal ball with fondness in her eyes. Come with me and I will resurrect him. Hearing these words, the black cinder ball turned into a shadow and flew towards Zhongli Qingmeng. Seeing this scene from afar, Wen Ruoshui quickly struck out. A terrifying attraction erupted around the black cinder block. Warm as water's law power was directly absorbed. It pierced through the void and appeared on Zhongli Qingmeng's shoulder. Bouncing twice, he looked provocatively at Wen Ruoshui. Wen Ruoshui looked stunned. She hadn't expected this little thing to be able to easily dissolve her power. Even less thought. So many people staring at this guy. Not as good as a word from Zhongli Qingmeng. Quite a few people responded. This should be Chu Xingha's stuff. Only why it appeared in this place. What about that competition Chu Xingha? The 10,000 gold building, Mount Sumeru, and Linglong Pavilion still wanted to snatch the divine beast. Who knew that Zhongli Qingmeng, this old sixth, would actually use such a method? What's the point of robbing? Chu Xingha stood on the 9-dragon chariot. The same shock was in his eyes. It's really not following the rules. In a word, everyone present waited in vain. Zhongli Qingmeng glanced at the black cinder block. Look at the crowd staring at her. The phoenix eyes narrowed with a chill underneath. What? Who wants to grab it? Hearing Zhongli Qingmeng's arrogant words, everyone in the room laughed and laughed. Zhongli Qingmeng took one last look at Wen Ruoshui. Do you still want to rob it? Wen Ruoshui shook his head. Even if she snatched it, this divine beast would not follow her. Her innate Taoist body, too, had its moments of miscalculation. Just now, she struck out and intentionally released the innate Tao rhythm. It didn't occur to me that it couldn't be compared to Zhongli Qingmeng's one sentence. The eyes lingered on celestial destiny for a moment and disappeared. When Ruoshui left, many people looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. If anything, a sacred beast. There were so many forces in the Taishu heavenly realm. Something happened to Zhongli Qingmeng. Who knows who did it? Yo, this is a thought for my granddaughter. A faint voice rang out. A figure appeared in the void. A huge aura bloomed like a tsunami. Many strong bodies fell back 100 steps one after another. Looking back, horror appeared on his face. Old man Zhongli copied his hands as if he had come to hang out. Why? Do you want to try it? For my old man, try it. After so many years of not making a move? I don't know if you people have grown at all. Skiyasu, do you want to try it? The old man from Mount Sumeru looked at old ancestor Zhongli with scorn. With a cold snort, he led the people of Mount Sumeru away. Linglong Pavilion, 10,000 gold house. You guys are going to make a move too? I wouldn't mind that, old man. The two leaders shook their heads hastily. Linglong Pavilion was even more afraid to make a move. Before in Xinzhou, how many things were paid out that time? The bloody lesson is at hand. As for the people of the Great Yu Imperial Dynasty, they even lowered their heads. The previous emperors were all driven to their deaths. Old ancestor Zhong Li's gaze landed on the Green Deer School. How come that old son you didn't come over? Is it that you're afraid that I'm going to tell you about taking his pants off in public when you were a kid? At that time, he was teased because his brother was too small, but he cried like a big girl for 3 days. The vice president opened his mouth. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I come over? This is something that can be said. Is this something you can listen to? It's a bad custom. Those present who had not yet left opened their mouths. This is too powerful. Zhongli Futian, you piker, at such a young age, you are not afraid of rotting your mouth. Chu Xingha had wanted to watch the show. The system voice sounded. Master, quick, I found the trail of the man who tried to kill you in the first place. Chapter 109. I wonder what Wen Ruoshui has promised you. Chu Xingha's eyes carried excitement when he heard the system's words. Finally found that guy. Master, shall we go there now? Wait a while and see if we can get a fight on this side. Hearing that Chu Xingha wanted to watch the show, the system also quieted down. It also wants to see if it can fight. Zhongli Futian looked at the silhouette with disdain at the corners of his mouth. The old finally gave up and came out. I don't know if your brother has grown up. After so many years without even an heir, it can't be that you can't probe. Song Yu glanced at Zhongli defiant. The more you talk to this guy, the more he comes on. His eyes fell on Zhongli Qingmeng. It fell on Cinderella. To be precise, Tao Tai divine beast. Your Zhongli clan is quite lucky. The corners of Zhongli's defeated sky's mouth rose. There's no use envying. Look at your Green Deer Academy. You're netting some wimpy things. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Song Yu's face was ugly. Zhongli defiant. You really think that my Green Deer Academy is easy to bully? Zhongli Futian didn't say anything, but only had disdain in his eyes. Song Yu snorted coldly, his gaze turning to fall on Chu Xingha. This gentleman is a stranger. Chu Xingha froze for a moment, not thinking that there was something about himself in this. What do you mean, elder? Song Yu looked deeply at Chu Xingha. Don't treat everyone like a cutie. Chu Xingha was vigilant inwardly, without showing it on his face. Oh, senpai called himself a cutie. That's a bit unexpected. Song Yu kept his gaze on Chu Xingha, wanting to see through him. I don't know where the Green Deer Academy offended His Excellency. Chu Xingha was about to open his mouth. Inner vigilance. It's not right. There's something wrong with the old man. This is going to set him up. A sudden thought occurred to me. That is, Zhongli Qingmeng has already made his move. The heaven-swallowing demon body had already tapped into the origin of quite a few people. This old thing is catching people's eyes with his words. Good. That's how you play it for me, isn't it? Offending the Green Deer Academy is not a problem, but I came over to investigate something. The heaven-swallowing demon body digs up the origin of quite a few people. Song Yu's heart rippled. Things haven't been exposed yet, so it's just blatantly obvious. Are you really good like that? Even those who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Incredulously, he looked at Chu Xinghe. Some of them have gotten the message. Looking at Song Yu questioned Chu Xinghe, and they felt surprised. Chu Xinghe said it directly. Old, your words just now are suspecting that I did it. Song Yu's eyes were filled with indifference. However, after seeing the 9-dragon chariot, he suppressed that killing intent. To be able to use a real dragon to pull a cart, there was no need to think of a frighteningly powerful background. Who knows from what hidden power? There were indeed holes in his words just now. Chu Xinghe's gaze suddenly turned toward Zhongli Qingmeng. Miss Zhongli, this divine beast egg should be left behind by Chu Xinghe, right? Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. I've heard about Chu Xinghe. Immortal demon body? It's a pity. As for how they died, I don't know. A Chu Xinghe also appeared this time, touching the hearts of many people. Everyone's eyes are on this place. Obviously a small competition. Why did so many people go down? And after the competition, the scandal of the Green Deer Academy was just exposed, and then the matter of the heaven-swallowing demon body appeared. As a result, the Taotai divine beast is now appearing again. What is the meaning of this? When the heaven-swallowing demon body is exposed, it will definitely touch everyone's hearts. This is the time of year when certain scandals slowly fade away into obscurity. Wouldn't you say so, old? You came over here this time just to try and bring everyone down. I don't know why you chose me. Or is the heaven-swallowing demon body related to some of you? I just have a bit of hatred with Mount Sumeru, the heavenly diffusion holy land. You questioned me as soon as you got here and said don't treat everyone like a cutie. This is telling others that the heaven-swallowing demon body is related to me. Is it that the death of a supreme powerhouse in Mount Sumeru is not enough of a deterrent, and your Green Deer School wants to die a few as well? Song Yu's expression changed. No answer yet. Chu Xinghe looked like he had remembered something. I did forget one thing. That supreme being from Mount Sumeru before. What's his name? Sumeru Jing. Came up and suspected me. Today you also doubted me as soon as you came up. Is there something between you two? The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Many people scowled in their eyes, looking at Mount Sumeru and then at Green Deer Academy. While Chu Xinghe was analyzing it, Zhongli defeated Sky opened his mouth. Little friend, you didn't analyze this point wrongly. Song Yu is indeed related to Sumeru Jing. Chu Xinghe was surprised for a moment. It's something few people know about, but the two of them were sworn brothers. Chu Xinghe secretly said something bad when he heard this. Just now, he posed as a big head. That is, he posed as having a strong background. The Zhengli family can know about this. If he didn't know, it meant that the back might not be as good as the Zhengli family. Something changed in Song Yu's expression. There were also quite a few people who returned to their senses, their gazes sizing up Chu Xinghe. Could it be that this 9-dragon chariot was obtained by chance? Chu Xinghe sighed. What a bunch of old s. This is a non-starter to make him use his bottom card. Oh, so it's the same thing. Chu Xinghe's words fell. Song Yu snorted. There's no need to pretend. You're Chu Xinghe, the one who competed with Ning Xiushi. Or maybe you're the holy son who died in the heavenly diffusion holy land? At this time the Mount Sumeru powerhouse also walked out. The immortal demon Qin, and the place where the divine beast egg appeared. Both have traces of the heavenly fate prince. Why is it such a coincidence? Chu Xinghe's expression remained unchanged as he silently looked at Suya Xiu. Song Yu. So that's what this is all about. Even applauded. Really interesting. Interesting. Tianyan Holy Land when Ruoshui is quite capable of uniting with you guys to test the waters. It was inexplicable that I was Chu Xinghe before, and now you guys are too. Song Yu Shumisho's expression changed slightly. It did not occur to me that Chu Xinghe could break through one Ruoshui with a single word. When Ruoshui's quasi-emperor strength is still something that can make you guys bow down. I just don't know what conditions you'll be promised. Let me guess. The two of you, one mid-supreme and one late supreme, are nothing more than a promise to break through a realm. The two men's cheeks twitched. This guy can guess anything. Many of the people present had sudden changes in their complexion. When Ruoshui could actually help others break through their strength. Zhongli Qingmeng, Zhongli Defiant's face changed. If this gets out, when Ruoshui is in danger at the same time, there may also be a lot of powerful people begging to come to her. What's this about? Really helps one to break through. Being able to gather a large number of strong people in a short period of time. Many of the leaders of the forces present were not sure what they were contemplating. Chu Xinghe sighed. This one Ruoshui invisibly had actually set a trap for him. It didn't matter if he was Chu Xinghe or not at this moment. All of Wen Ruoshui's purposes had been achieved. Her purpose was to let others know that it could help a supreme powerhouse breakthrough. Deeper purpose. Test him to see if he has a strong background. If there was a strong background, take a dark loss. We'll definitely go after Wen Ruoshui. If he doesn't go, it also means a lot. There must be some other scheme behind it. Chapter 110 When Ruoshui is a heaven-swallowing demon body. It turned out that Wen Ruoshui's arrangement was because of this. No wonder the divine beast eggs would appear at this time. Is this what Wen Ruoshui came here to set up before? But why do you have to make sure he survives? Or, trying to test something out? This was something Chu Xinghe couldn't figure out. Sumi Xiao, San Yu was excited inside. The message was finally spoken with the help of divine order. Thinking about Wen Ruoshui's guess, the two were even more alarmed. At their realm, no enemy, whatsoever, was as important as benefits. The purpose was accomplished, and what followed was no longer relevant to them. Chu Xinghe sighed. Wen Ruoshui, you're really smart but not smart enough. Zhongli Qing Meng, you can invariably help me a great deal. Chu Xinghe did not continue to speak. Instead, applaud. Snap. The sound is harsh. What is that thing that can help a supreme powerhouse break through his strength? The supreme realm. It's still difficult to raise a little bit in 1,000 years. To make you guys break through a realm, that kind of thing should be very rare. But what if it's someone else's origin? In my investigation, the heaven-swallowing demon body digs up the young generation's pride. But those strong men you didn't care about. Standing in the distance, Zhongli Qing Meng's expression changed. The rest of the people's expressions changed. It's really interesting. You guys still believe that Chu Xinghe is alive. I really don't know how your brains grow. In this matter, Miss Zhongli should have a say. Many people looked at Zhongli Qing Meng. The immortal demon body disappears. Heaven and earth grieve together, and the immortal demon Qin burns itself. As for how Chu Xinghe died, I can tell you. Zhang Evening and Chu Xinghe both love each other. First, there was Shui Nianji adding fuel to the fire in the Jiang family, and when the Jiang family forced him, Shui Nianji dug out his own origin and amputated his heart vein, which is how he left the Jiang family. After leaving the Jiang family, he disappeared, and behind him, Chu Xinghe left the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. The Dao weapon is unbound, and so is this divine beast egg, with its strength nullified and its own eyes gouged out. Died in the Chu family in Xianzhou. Jiang Evening accompanied the burial. In a few words, a number of people had responded. This was someone using Jiang Evening to threaten Chu Xinghe. A lot of people wonder why I can do so much for Chu Xinghe. There's nothing wrong with what you guys think. I like him too. Zhongli Qing Meng, just like him. Even if he's dead, he's still my favorite. What's his? I won't allow anyone to get their hands on. She's a quasi-emperor powerhouse who watched her disciples die without doing anything. If she stepped in and was able to solve the disciples' trouble, do you think the Jiang clan would still threaten Jiang Evening? Now it's under the guise of Chu Xinghe being alive. It's disgusting. On the day Chu Xinghe died, heaven and earth shared the same sorrow and the immortal demon body dissipated. If you don't believe me, you can ask the disciples of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. She clearly knows that the disciple is dead and is saying that Chu Xinghe is alive. Now that a lot of people's origins have disappeared, as well as powerful people, it's just as well that this divine beast egg is out and about. Or the Tao Tai divine beast. Would you say you suspect the heaven-swallowing demon body? Or do you suspect Tao Tai did it? Who has Tao Tai now? Who does this divine beast egg belong to? Who else knows their disciple best? When these words came out, the faces of the people changed drastically. San Yu, Suyaxiu looked unsightly. Chu Xinghe continued to taunt. At this time, the two of you have increased in strength. TSK. It's so hard to know when you're being used as a gun. A sentence made San Yu, as well as Suyaxiu, almost break his defense. And that's just your guess. What if you really are Chu Xinghe? Sumitomo's voice was urgent. Zhongli Qing Meng snorted. If he is Chu Xinghe and you guys dare to force him like this, today, my Zhongli Qing Meng clan will definitely open the immortal war. Either our Zhongli clan will perish, or you, Mount Sumeru, and the Green Deer School will disappear. This divine beast egg is Chu Xinghe's. Why it can follow me with a word from me is still unclear. Right now, Shui Nianji is still in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Granddaughter, if they were smart, they wouldn't have cultivated for so long and still be at this realm. Zhongli Futian mocked. Would your disciples turn a blind eye if they were in the immortal demon body? Zhongli Futian inquired. The faces of those present changed. If an immortal demon body appeared, it would definitely be treated as a treasure. Yeah, why would Wen Ruoshui turn a blind eye? A horrible thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Chu Xinghe had discovered Wen Ruoshui's secret. Wen Ruoshui might be a heaven-swallowing demon body, the holy land of heavenly diffusion. When Ruoshui looked at the two corpses in the large hall, it's none other than Shui Nianji, Mrs. Yan's, Holy Lord. When we found it, there were demonic beasts gnawing on the corpses of two people. When Ruoshui gazed into the distance, trouble. When Ruoshui chanted twice, the person next to him froze and looked at Wen Ruoshui. This was the first time they had seen a touch of complexity on Wen Ruoshui's face. Holy Lord, what happened? He's still alive and hasn't appeared. Secretly cooperating with Zhongli Qing Meng. This competition is a trap, and the appearance of that name Chu Xinghe is a trap targeting the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. I originally wanted to complete a layout with the help of this time, but after all, I didn't expect that it would be invisibly dissolved, and that even the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land would once again usher in the danger of extinction. Several old ancestors' faces changed drastically. Why is the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land in danger of extinction? When Ruoshui looked at the body. Yeah, I should have thought of that. He did live, and he was the only one who could have secretly cooperated in coming up with so many plans. No wonder there was a poetry contest, because he knew Zhongli Qingmeng. I'm afraid I've now become the heaven-swallowing demon body they talk about. It's a bit interesting. When Ruoshui wasn't furious, several old ancestors' expressions changed. Holy Lord, do you mean Chu Xinghe is still alive? When Ruoshui nodded, the immortal demon body has all but disappeared. How did he come back to life? We all saw it with our own eyes that day, when Ruoshui didn't open his mouth. If we want to know all this, we naturally need Chu Xinghe to give us an explanation. I'm also very curious about it. After when Ruoshui finished speaking, the bracelet on his wrist detached itself. Floating in the sky, Taoist rhythms are revealed. A white light appeared. Wait until the white light disappears. The entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land had disappeared. Hidden city of the original state. Song Yu. Sumisu was still on the defense. At this time someone suddenly spoke up. The Qingzhou Tianyan Holy Land has disappeared. At these words, the faces of those present changed. Especially Sumisu. Song Yu. The two men's faces turned pale, and their backs were instantly wet with cold sweat. What's going on? Cooperating with the heaven-swallowing demon body. There really is something about you guys. You guys don't exist just to protect the heaven-swallowing demon body, do you? Sumi Xiao. Song Yu has been in 6 minds. A vortex appeared around each and disappeared. Zhongli Qingmeng stepped forward. Everyone, are you interested in discussing with me how to overthrow the Green Deer School? Mount Sumeru. Chapter 111. Go find the man who killed me. A lot of people are a little hesitant. What are you guys afraid of? Heaven-swallowing demon body. The public enemy of the Taishu heavenly realm. As long as you say it, quite a few people will join this camp. You guys don't even get a chance to have soup if you don't participate. Zhongli Qingmeng turned around and left after saying that. Goddess Zhongli, stay back. My 10,000 gold house wants to get involved. My Great Yu Heavenly Kingdom also wants to get involved. I, Shinto Academy, also want to get involved. Many forces responded. So many powerful people besieged the Green Deer School. Mount Sumeru. What else are they worried about? It can be quite a lot of resources and time. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Heaven's Destiny. I don't know how Mr. Heaven's Destiny thinks about it. Destiny shook her head. I'm too lazy to ask about these things. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded, not continuing to inquire, and turned to leave with her people. Chu Xinghe left in the 9-dragon chariot. Long Yi looked at Chu Xinghe with a bit of puzzlement. Master, why don't you get involved? Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. I'd like to be involved. I can't be involved. I'd be exposed if I was. It's time for Heaven's mandate to disappear, or when Ruoshui will get suspicious. It's the only way when Ruoshui will think I'm alive. She had every means to prove that she wasn't a heaven-swallowing demon body, but she did so. What do you suppose her purpose is? Could it be that she feels guilty? Long Jio asked tentatively. Long Yi snorted. How can she be guilty enough to watch her master die and not take revenge, and then set up a trap today? If it wasn't for Master's understanding of Miss Zhongli, he would have really gotten into the trap. Ryuichi's voice grew weaker as he spoke. No wonder Master doesn't recognize Miss Zhongli. What happened today was a perfect misunderstanding. The cooperation was seamless, making Wen Ruoshui think that his master is still alive and secretly cooperating with Zhongli Qingmeng to complete this plan. When Ruoshui knows that Miss Zhongli is the heaven-swallowing demon body, it's not very simple for her to prove that she's not. Chu Xinghe looked into the distance. When Ruoshui hailed herself as a heaven-swallowing demon body, which means she doesn't care right now. It should be me she cares about. Why I came back to life. A dead person. Even the heavenly Tao recognizes the disappearance of the immortal demon body, is now plainly alive, which is much more appealing to her. As for whether or not it's a heaven-swallowing demon body now, she doesn't care and is even happy to promote it. Wait until the future as long as it is proven that Zhongli Qingmeng's family is a heaven-swallowing demon body. At that time, the forces that struck out against Mount Sumeru and the Green Deer Academy this time will spare no effort in striking out against the Zhongli family in order to prove their innocence. Long Yi heard Chu Xinghe's analysis and marveled in his heart. These guys have some serious moxie. And can Miss Zhongli tell? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Of course she can see that. Today I took the initiative to enter the game. And Zhongli Qingmeng also thinks that I'm still alive. And so does Wen Ruoshui. Zhongli Qingmeng can guess that I don't recognize her. It's one light and one dark working with each other. Her mind wouldn't be all on my heart for a while, just in case something else changed. The means I taught her before were enough. I reckon she should have found out that those people could cannibalize their Zhengli clan, and that their Zhengli clan boosted their clan's strength by killing those people. The two go hand in hand. Long Yi clearly noticed the loophole in Chu Xinghe's words. Master, you're talking about making them think? Chu Xinghe nodded. Don't forget there's also the matter of Jiang Nightingale. At that time, it was time for that brother of mine to step in. I don't want to die again. Then will Stone King Summit die? Long Yi inquired. Chu Xinghe looked into the distance. Of course it won't die, and I can send him a great chance. After Zhongli Qingmeng returned to the Zhongli clan, there was excitement under her eyes. This caused several old ancestors to be puzzled. Granddaughter, what's wrong with you? Zhongli Qingmeng shook her head and didn't say anything. Today she has learned that the divine order is him. He's really alive, and he was the only one who understood her. It works so seamlessly with her. Just make sure you're still alive. When he thought of this, the bottom of his eyes were replaced with killing intent. Several old ancestors looked at each other. Can't even figure out what young people think anymore. Laughing at one moment, then murderous intent all over again. Old ancestor, overthrow Mount Sumeru and the Green Deer School. The killing intent under Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes was about to turn into substance. Today, she actually dared to wrongfully accuse her favorite person. Even without the heaven-swallowing demon body thing happening, these two forces are also going to be overthrown. The old ancestors present nodded their heads. It was already planned for this. Should we do it ourselves? Zhongli defeated Sky was a bit hesitant. One Ruoshui doesn't know what causes self-defilement. If it proved to be the case, those forces that besieged Mount Sumeru and the Green Deer Academy would turn around and target their Zhongli family. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. Do you believe me, old ancestors? The old ancestors present nodded their heads. Then proclaim it, and we, the Zhengli clan, will try to retain as much strength as possible. Don't worry guys, one Ruoshui won't be exposed yet, because she has more important things on her mind right now. Several old ancestors glanced at each other. They were the ones who listened to Zhongli Qingmeng's plan. Lately, the Zhengli family has been running things much more smoothly. Old ancestor, what if that special person appears in our Zhengli clan as well? Even that person's appearance will cause our Zhengli clan to split, and the old ancestors will not be able to unite as one. Hearing this, the faces of the old ancestors present changed. Only there's no answer yet. A voice appeared if nothing else. Die. The glory of the Zhengli family will not allow anyone to destroy it. A few people from Zhongli Futian heard this voice and their faces changed, bowed in the direction of the back of the mountain. Little girl, it's been a hard time for you. We are all recovering. Don't be afraid. We've agreed that instead of holding back our lives, we should go crazy for once. When the several old ancestors of Zhongli Futian heard this, there was horror in their eyes. The family burden can't be carried by a little girl like you. We'll carry it together. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes were misty with tears. Okay, we'll carry it together. A hand evolved in the void and touched Zhongli Qingmeng's head. Old ancestor, I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on Tianji House for me. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Wait for the vapors to disappear. Zhongli defeated heaven breathed a sigh of relief. This old ancestor was too oppressive, even if it's just a shadow, nor is it something they can easily afford. At this moment, Chu Xinghe was no longer interested in knowing what would happen to Qinglu Academy, Mount Sumeru. Originally, in Chu Xinghe's scheming, these two families were about to be overthrown. What interested Chu Xinghe more now was the person who had forced her to kill herself. System, haven't you already found her trail? Let's go over there now. Okay, master, we'll go over there now. This person is not in the Taishu heavenly realm. Master, this time we must make her pay in blood. Good, make her pay in blood. Chapter 112 Action begins. Impersonating an immortal. After Chu Xinghe and the system discussed it, looking at the vortex that appeared in front of him, Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate a bit to cross in. Wait until there is a flash of light in front of you. Chu Xinghe opened his eyes. The surrounding aura was extremely scarce. It looks like a not-so-great world. System, transmit the situation of this world to me. Alright, master, please receive. After a while, Chu Xinghe had a little more memory in his mind. This world is called the True Spirit World. The same can be cultivated, dividing martial artists from 1 to 9 orders. The realm of Hotian, innate, Zongshi, great Zongshi, and the realm of the land immortals. Chu Xinghe compares. The land divine immortal realm is also known as the divine soul realm. The True Spirit World, previously ruled by 4 great dynasties, Tianwu, Yanqi, Tianqi, Dajin. 20 years ago, Tianwu, Yanqi, and Tianqi joined forces to overthrow the Great Jin. There are still 3 major kingdoms left. Of the 3 royal dynasties, Yanqi was now the most powerful. Chu Xinghe understood the general information. Follow the system's prompts and start walking towards the pass. Northern Province, Chang'an City. This is the center of the Yanqi dynasty. Chu Xinghe walked inside the city. The eyes of the crowd all fell on him. A white coat is not stained with dust, the eyebrows are as deep as the sea, and the nose is high and straight. The inked black silk was bound by a jade hairpin, like an immortal descending into the world. Chu Xinghe knew that he wanted to complete the mission. Need to add an identity to myself. An immortal cloudwalker is best. Walking in Chang'an City, where Chu Xinghe passed, no one came close within 5 meters around him. The surrounding murmuring voices reached Chu Xinghe's ears. Could this really be the advent of an immortal? Maybe. It's the first time I've seen one so out of this world. Like it's fake. I don't know why, but looking at him gives me an inauthentic feeling. I wonder if it was the 10,000 people of Daxing County near Chang'an who prayed for blessings and sensed the heavens, and that's why the immortals were sent to save them. Daxing County is experiencing a 100-year drought, and there is no harvest. 1/3 of the Yanqi dynasty's grain can come from Daxing County. Chu Xinghe grasped the point. For prefectures and 20 counties of the Yanqi dynasty, Daxing County is again where grain is grown. There is a major drought here, and the impact on the Yanqi dynasty is naturally not small. Just as Chu Xinghe continued to advance, a few people suddenly jumped out of the road. Seeing Chu Xinghe directly kneel down, "Dare I ask if you are an immortal?" Chu Xinghe froze for a moment, looking at the old man in front of him, who was as thin as a wood, with a stooped body, deep-set eye sockets, and dry, white, and cracked lips. He hurriedly went forward to help him up. The old man quickly get up. The poor Taoist can't accept such a big gift. I'm just an idle person who travels in the clouds. I can't be called an immortal. These few people were naturally controlled by Chu Xinghe. It's natural to act out a trap. Immortal, do you have a way to save Daxing County? Chu Xinghe's face held a difficult look. Cause and effect converge, and the heavens fall in a great calamity that no mortal can change. Many people around them heard these words and their eyes lit up. What does this immortal mean? This do not understand. 100 causes must have consequences. Must be someone doing something to hurt the sky. God sent down punishment. Hiss, listening to this immortal means he knows a little. It's hard for mortals to change. So what if it's an immortal? He should have a way. Who knows? These old gods like to talk about God, but they're really good at it too. Just before there was an old Taoist who said I had a weak kidney. I scoffed. It must be a scam to get my money. Then he gave me a formula. Hey, that works. Half an hour each time. 3 times a day is not a problem. This brother, today I would like to set up a table at the Moonwatch Tower. Is the brother free? And can that formula be lent to me? I have a brother whose wife spends all day saying that she can only get her face spit on, and I can't bear to do it. So I'm willing to pay a high price for a copy of it as a way of repaying my brother's friendship. I have a friend who throws up every day before he even walks in the door and needs a transcription too, for a good price. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Chu Xinghe felt it would be better to impersonate a divine doctor. A single Reiki can help these people cure their kidney deficiency. Simple and effective. It was freezing. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Looking at the visitor, the crowd hurriedly made way. Yan Shiwei actually came over. Hiss, it can't be that they're here to rob the prescription, right? Don't talk nonsense, brother. Surely for this immortal is here. The head general led the men to Chu Xinghe and rolled over to dismount. Clasp your fists and salute. The monarch is invited, and I would ask your guest to condescend. Murmurs rang out around them. It's the first time I've seen Yan Shiwei so polite. Nonsense. I've heard that the monarch is having a hard time sleeping all night because of the drought in Daxing County. The monarch is supposed to be an enlightened monarch, so as long as we can save Daxing County, it wouldn't be a surprise for the monarch to come personally. Chu Xinghe looked at a few people and nodded. The general glanced behind him as a wagon was led over. Chu Xinghe boarded the carriage. It didn't feel like a surprise. Inside the carriage sat a man in regular clothes with sharp, dominating eyes. When he saw Chu Xinghe, the sharpness was put away and mildness was put on. My name is Nightcold, the ruler of the Yanqi dynasty. I hope to apologize for disturbing your nobleman's cloud travels. Chu Xinghe was a bit surprised. This Nightcold was a bit interesting. Yanqi dynasty was worthy of being the most powerful dynasty, pressing the other 2 dynasties to lift their heads. Chu Xinghe sat down facing Nightcold, not a child of the Qi. It looks like the focus is not on him. Why do you trust me? Nightcold looked up. I have been out of the palace 128 times, and every time I heard that there was a solution to the great drought in Daxing County, I would go there myself. But unfortunately, I've sent people to look for the immortals many times, but it's difficult to find them as they are all nowhere to be found. The first moment I saw your man, I was convinced that you were immortal. I am the master of Great Yen. I have seen all sorts of people, but this is the first time I have seen someone with your temperament. Chu Xinghe looked at Nightcold. Do you know why there is a great drought in Daxing County? Nightcold kept thinking. I don't know. I am diligent. I have never slacked off. Love and care for the people. Everything is personal. Great Yen from the weakest dynasty before, within a short period of 20 years, become the most powerful dynasty. I am not ashamed of my ancestors, not ashamed of the people. Chu Xinghe sighed. Do you understand the principle that what goes around comes around? Yen Han froze. How? There was resignation in his eyes. Could it be that the path of great Yen could only go so far? That's just one of the trivial reasons. Hearing insignificant, Night Cold froze. Immortal please. Chu Xinghe looked Night Cold up and down. It would cost you your life? Night Cold froze. As long as I save my great Yin people, I'm willing. As a heavenly god realm powerhouse, Chu Xinghe could naturally tell that Night Cold wasn't lying. This is the good monarch. Could it be that things will only change if I die? Night Cold's heart was a bit unwilling. He has not yet unified the true spirit. He had more to do. He ascended the throne at the age of 25, and is 45 this year. He didn't know how long he would live. At the age of 40, he was already feeling physically exhausted. Immortal, I won't hide it from you. I got a message long ago that there will be a great drought in Daxing, and only my death can solve it. Chapter 113, Solving the Great Drought. Being a real immortal. Follow-up plan. Chu Xinghe was a bit surprised after hearing this. How long has it been? It has been more than 2 months since the eve of the Great Drought. Chu Xinghe had heard for more than 2 months and already had a guess in his heart. Night Cold raised his head and looked at Chu Xinghe. I would also like to ask your excellency to help my Yanqi dynasty for once. I know this request is a bit difficult for your honor, even if it's just a little instruction. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth at first. Let's go to Daxing County first. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, there was a bright light in Night Cold's eyes. Good. This will take your people there. Night Cold could only beat a dead horse. He has been visiting quite a few people these days. Neither found a way out of the drought. Right now, one could only pin their hopes on Chu Xinghe. By the time Yan Shiwei arrived in Daxing County, Chu Xinghe and also Night Cold walked out. Look at the endless, dry, cracked land. Night Cold sighed and crouched down on the ground, grabbing a handful of dirt. Why make things difficult for my people? Chu Xinghe stood by the side without saying anything. At this time, a few hoofbeats sounded in the distance. Wait for the proximity. A young man with sword brows and starry eyes with rigid and icy eyes appeared, riding a date-red sweat-blooded horse. Waiting for the approach, he rolled over and dismounted, walked over to Night Cold. My son pays his respects to his sovereign father. There is no need to be polite. You have worked hard all these times. Nightwish shook his head. Noble, this is my third son, Night Wushin. There was a faint layer of light in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Name Night Wushin. Age, 21. Physique, cold ice body. Identity, Yanqi's third prince. Villain, and Heaven's Fury. Strength, early master. Technique, heavenly cold skill. Destiny value, 150. 000. Chu Xinghe hadn't thought that this guy in front of him was still a villain. Young age, early stage of the Grandmaster. It's very good. Chu Xinghe could still tell that this fellow was haunted by a baleful aura. It should have been formed on the battlefield. Night Wushin looked at Chu Xinghe warily. He had the feeling of being seen through. Who is this man? Could it be the legendary immortals? The great drought is about you. Chu Xinghe looked at Night Wushin and opened his mouth. Nightwish was stunned. Night Cold froze as well. Immortal, the third emperor's son. He is diligent in military affairs and treats the people like his own son. So why would it be because of him? Night Wushin looked at Chu Xinghe with a chill under his eyes. Chu Xinghe knew that they naturally didn't believe it. Just shake your head. It's just a matter of getting the drought out of the way first. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the father and son both looked at Chu Xinghe at the same time. Chu Xinghe raised his head and looked at the sky. Auspicious clouds converged on his body. A true dragon's shadow emerged in the sky. Rumble. Thunderclouds rolled across the sky. In moments, torrential rain poured down. Night Cold felt the cold rain hitting his face. The eyes grew red and mixed with tears. Yeah. Next to him, Night Wushin froze and looked at Chu Xinghe. Is this the legendary power of the immortals? Just a few finger pinches and a few seals. It would change the dilemma facing their great Yen. Night Cold fell to his knees in front of Chu Xinghe with a plop. Many thanks to the immortal for granting me the great Yen heavenly due and saving my 10,000 people from their suffering. Watching Night Cold fall to his knees, Night Worthless did not hesitate. 1 hour later, the heavy rain disappeared. The smell of wet earth still lingered on the tip of his nose. Wagon. Night Cold looked at Chu Xinghe respectfully. It's really the power of heaven and earth. Not bad for an immortal. Immortal, I have a request. Chu Xinghe looked at the great Yen monarch. There's no need to say more. I just have a destiny with great Yen, and after I unravel it, I'll leave. Night Cold sighed, with a complicated, helpless look in his eyes. Immortal, today's matter I would like to proclaim great Yen and mold a golden body for immortal. Chu Xinghe shook his head. It is sufficient for the matter to be declared, and the golden body is dispensed with. Night Cold could only agree helplessly. 2 hours later, the whole of Great Yen knows it. The drought in Daxing County was solved by an immortal. It caused an uproar throughout Great Yen. Even the entire true spirit world soon knew about it. immortals come out of the woodwork. There was even speculation that Great Yen would rule the true spirit world in this life. To be able to attract the help of the immortals shows that heaven's destiny is in Great Yen. Chu Xinghe resided deep within the palace, in a place of purity. Without the order of the monarch, no one can disturb the immortals' purification, and violators will be heavily punished. But this time, Chu Xinghe looked at Knight Wuxian who was standing in front of him. After Knight Wuxian saw Chu Xinghe's methods, his heart was filled with admiration. More importantly, Chu Xinghe's words, the great drought was due to him. It added an extra layer of sadness to his heart. One can only beg to see Chu Xinghe. Only to his surprise, Chu Xinghe saw him easily. Immortal Master, please solve my doubts. Nightwish fell to his knees. Chu Xinghe waved his arm. Nightwish stood straight up. You and I have a bond. In the past, when I was in seclusion and about to ascend, I sensed this destiny and came over. Hearing this, Knight Worthless was about to kneel down again. I won't take on a disciple easily. This chance lies with you, not with me. Knight is mindless in killing people and smart in dealing with politics. But in the face of these words, said really confused. What is the purpose? Why? Just now it was said that there is a destiny, and now they won't let me worship, and that the karma is on me. What's going on here? Chu Xinghe looked at him. You were born with a heavenly fate destiny. You were born when your mother was dead and your ruler's father was disgusted. And it was only because you were diligent that you gained a glimmer of a good opportunity. Only this glimmer of good fortune has come to an end, and the matter of the great drought is the sign. Nightwish was silent. It was a pain inside him that could never be mentioned. But this immortal master was not the least bit wrong. If the matter is not resolved today, in 3 days at the latest, there will be rumors. You were born to kill the Empress, and now that you've grown up and killed too much, retribution has come to the people of Great Yen. Nightwish sighed. 3 months ago, I was ordered to go to the border, kill 100,000 soldiers of Tianwu, bury 150,000, and massacre 6 cities in a row. The 150,000 soldiers who originally surrendered joined forces with those city dwellers and wanted to take me by surprise, which I discovered. I don't regret it. The camps are different. The people I brought with me are also my brothers. They also have families, sons and daughters. I took them out. I have to bring them back. If it is true that I am guilty, I am willing to bear it all. Chu Xinghe looked seriously at Knight Wuxian. This was also the reason why Chu Xinghe was willing to help him out a bit. Go back and tell your sovereign father that tomorrow you will travel with me to Chang'an. Nightwish nodded, with surprise in his eyes and a touch of disbelief. I really don't know what the immortal master is up to. Chu Xinghe looked at his back. It's supposed to be a heavenly fate, but this fate is actually a bit wobbly. Even fate has changed a touch. It's kind of funny. Shouldn't be the one trying to kill him though. That woman's methods are vicious and quick, not dragging her feet at all, and she will not give anyone a chance to strike. Chapter 114, Meeting at the Restaurant. The plot begins. Before dawn the next day, Knight Wuxian was already waiting for Chu Xinghe. The monarch has ordered that anyone who dares to rush the immortal master will be heavily punished. Knight Wuxian didn't know what Chu Xinghe was thinking, but he knew that being able to come into contact with an immortal master was an opportunity that many people could only dream of. When Chu Xinghe came out, he nodded at Knight Wuxian. Immortal master, the carriage is ready. Chu Xinghe boarded the carriage and sat inside. The third prince himself drove towards the outside of Chang'an City. Knight Wuxian also didn't know where Chu Xinghe was going. Check out the busy streets. To find that special someone, you must be proactive. Think of it as idle boredom. Walking down the streets of Green Dragon. This is the busiest street in Great Yen. All kinds of businesses, bazaars, vendors, restaurants, and greenhouses are located in this place. Walking down the street, many people looked at the third prince and hastily backed away. It's really the Third Highness. Hush, keep your voice down. 3 months ago, His Highness killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Tianwu, and also slaughtered 6 cities in a row. I heard that day, blood flowed into a river. I've also heard that this great drought is a punishment sent down from the heavens as a warning to the Third Highness for killing too many people. Shucks, what do you dogs know? That's the enemy. To treat the enemy is to kill them, so as not to offend the borders of my Great Yen. You people are purely fed up. You should go to the border to feel that they are human, but my Great Yen soldiers are not. Then you can't create such a big killing spree, killing hundreds of thousands and slaughtering 6 cities in a row, or there wouldn't be a big drought happening. That's right, creating such a great killing. How many people starved to death in the great drought in Daxing County? Those who starved to death would not be my Great Yen's people. Grass Nima, I can't talk to you. Come on, I'll give you a hand and foot comparison. I'll let you have 1 hand and 1 foot. Bah, coarse people, not good enough to be used. Rotten to the core. Into your mother. Where's the old man's knife? Chu Xinghe closed his eyes in the carriage and quietly listened to the surrounding chatter. It looks like there are mixed reviews against the Third Highness for killing so many people. People are good at being bullied. and horses are good at being ridden. To borrow a phrase from a great man, dignity is only above the blade, truth is only at range. Does the immortal master think I'm doing the right thing? His Third Highness asked towards the inside. I thought you said you had no regrets. Nightwish nodded. If I could do it all over again, I'd keep doing it. Just have no regrets. There's no need to ask about other people's attitudes, Chu Xinghe said blandly. The corners of Nightwish's mouth rose. He knew that if there was no immortal master to solve the drought problem this time, he'll be carrying a lot more when the time comes. I wonder what Jun's father will do then. It's been rumored now. The Great Drought appeared because of the killing he had done. If the Great Drought is not resolved, he'll probably die. As the carriage advances, there are more and more pedestrians on the road. That's the immortal master in there, isn't it? I wish I could see what it looks like. Hey, the immortal master has appeared in Chang'an before, and I've even met him. Tell me, brother, what does the immortal master look like? Not telling you guys. This brother, your sister-in-law has prepared the fish at home. Do you want to go with me to taste it? I have other things not to come back tonight. See if you can tell me what the immortal master looks like. Get out of here. Where's your daughter-in-law to fool me here? What about the immortal master's appearance? I can't say. Obviously in front of your eyes. It's hard to remember his looks. In short, very good looking. The whole true spirit world can't find such a good looking person. Now it's all rumored that the Great Drought was caused by the Third Highness's excessive killing. Those people are really wolfish. What's the point of hitching a ride with those guys, lest others don't know that they're involved with the Tianwu dynasty? It's a wonder those border crossings don't have their business. If it's really the cause of the Third Highness, why does the immortal master still let the Third Highness accompany him and let the Third Highness drive the car? Isn't it just to tell others that the matter of the Great Drought has nothing to do with the Third Highness? What does this mean? Third Highness is someone the immortals look up to. Do you guys think it's possible that the immortal master was originally related to the Third Highness? And that the Great Drought was also because the immortal master deliberately made it happen? After all, right now, Great Yen hasn't decided on the position of the Crown Prince yet. Many people's faces changed drastically after hearing this, and they hurriedly left as if they hadn't heard it. The driving Nightwish listened to the voices in his ears. There was a chill under his eyes. Is this an insult to the immortal master? The immortal master let him accompany him, and he was grateful. Do you think these rumors are speculation on their part, or did someone intentionally make them say it? A faint voice came from inside the carriage. Nightwish ignored the voices of the surrounding murmurs. The thin lips were open. It should be those traitors who made the whole thing up. Sooner or later they will have to be killed clean. It's disturbing to watch. Chu Xinghe did not continue to inquire. Immortal master, it's almost noon. Back to the palace or? Chu Xinghe lifted the curtains. Go sit at the Moonwatch house. Nightwish nodded. Wait until the carriage stops. The shopkeeper of the Moonwatch house got the news, and his chubby body looked so agile. Egu, Third Master is here. Please come in. After saying that, he carefully looked inside the carriage. Nightwish ignored the shopkeeper. Lift the curtain. Chu Xinghe walked out from within the carriage. The shopkeeper's eyes were shocked when he saw it. Not bad for an immortal. So young. It didn't look any different than a 20-year-old. It's mostly that aura of lightness. Boss, with pleasure. Listening to Chu Xinghe's words, Palm's mouth was grinning like a chrysanthemum. Immortal master, inside please. Walked into the tavern. The shopkeeper had originally led Chu Xinghe towards the largest box. Chu Xinghe found a random seat in the hall and sat down. This made the shopkeeper break out in a cold sweat. There's no need to be nervous, shopkeeper. I'm just an ordinary person too. The shopkeeper smiled and nodded. Hurriedly go down to greet them. Not long after the news of the immortal master eating at the Moonwatch house spread, the entire Moonwatch tower was instantly full. They were all looking at Chu Xinghe. The first look was shocking. The second was still shocking. At this time Chu Xinghe felt a few hidden gazes. Without looking up, eyes locked with a woman upstairs. The woman's eyes flashed with confusion, disbelief, doubt, and shock. Girl, please come down. Chu Xinghe rushed upstairs. Many of the women upstairs snapped their eyes wide with surprise in their eyes. Is the immortal master talking about me? One by one, the women pointed their fingers at themselves. There was suspicion in his eyes. If this is seen by an immortal master, his ancestors' graves will smoke. But there were some self-aware ones whose eyes fell on a woman. Strange, why is she in this place? Who? The Marquis of Tinggua's residence is often similar. His Third Highness's gaze fell on Chang Xiangrua. A different kind of sentiment flashed under his eyes and was quickly suppressed. Chang Xiangrua looked at Nightwushin. Her red lips pursed lightly for a moment and flicked her gaze away. Similarly, where are you going? Chapter 115, Three Sons of Qi. Cool. A man's voice came from behind him. When Chang Xiangrua heard this, there was a chill in his eyes, only to turn around and turn into a smile. Brother Feng, the immortal master told me to go down. The man's face changed when he heard the words immortal master. Come on, I'll go down with you piece by piece. Standing phase similarly nodded. Brother, I also want to see what the immortal master looks like. Another voice came from behind the man. Feng Xiaoyang nodded. The crowd moved out of the way as the three men came down. Chu Xingha's gaze fell to look. Mind amazed. That's a lot of cabbage. Name, Chang Sang Yeo. Age, 20. Identity, Miss of Marquis Dinghua's house. Daughter of Qi Luck. Reborn. Physique, Xianin body. Technique, Xian ice cold sky technique. Strength, early master. Destiny value, 350,000. Chu Xingha also lamented that he could actually see through some people's destinies now. Seeing that reborn person made Chu Xingha think of quite a few. The eyes went back toward the other two. Name, Feng Xiaoyang, Li Xiaoyang. Age, 20. Identity, third son of Marquis Jinwu, youngest prince of the Great Jin dynasty. Son of Qi Luck. Physique, Blazing Sun body. Technique, Blazing Sun 9 heavy technique. Strength, perfect innate. Destiny value, 300,000. Chu Xingha just took a glance and was roughly clear about what was going on. Reborn, the remnants of an overthrown royal dynasty. Master, it's this woman. After I upgraded, her system level is no longer as high as mine. Master, make sure you don't let her off easily. When the time comes I'm going to dismantle his system and give Master a big gift then. Master, don't be a wimp. Horror. Chu Xingha gazed at the woman at the end. Name, Feng Jiyu, Lin Muyo. Age, 19. Identity, 4th Miss of Marquis Jinwu, System Carrier. Daughter of Qi Luck. Quest Corrector. Physique, Heavenly Xian Sacred Body. Strength, Half-Step Land Immortal. Technique, Tianxian Immortal Scripture. Destiny value, 800,000. As Chu Xingha looked at the interface of this daughter of Qi, doubts rose within him. System, what's going on with her? This strength isn't right, is it? Master, she's meant to fulfill a mission, and there will be all sorts of restrictions. Only then did Chu Xingha nod, but Chu Xingha should be able to roughly guess it, especially from the expression on the face of the usual suspects. This reborn person should have liked that son of Qi before. It's only the back of the chakra child that fails her or something like that. Or utilized. Of course the one most involved should be this third highness. Only in the end something happens to make Chang Sang Rua see through it. Just now, Chu Xingha had noticed that Chang Sang Rua's expression as he looked at the third highness was a bit off. As for the chirography girl who carries the system, it's supposed to stop the plot from happening. That's pretty interesting. Chu Xingha said that he liked this kind of dog blood plot. System, you hide, don't get caught. Master, don't worry. Looking at Chu Xingha's face, he stared at the three of them with a calm expression. All three had different ideas in mind. Both have a feeling of being seen through, especially Lin Muya. System, what's this immortal master's origin? Host, this immortal master is someone who is about to ascend, and sensed a change in Daxing County, which is why he came over to check it out. Lin Muyao's heart tightened after hearing this. Someone who is about to ascend. Doesn't that mean that his strength is even higher than the realm of the land immortals? Host, your guess is exactly right. Lin Muyao's heart sank, feeling that something bad was happening. Could it be that there will be other surprises on this mission? Chu Xingha sipped his tea without speaking. Look at the three men who are sitting on pins and needles. Mentally, I don't know what I'm thinking. Just a flash of a sentence. I'm sitting here in front of you, and I look a lot like I used to. Lin Muyao pretended to be curious. Are you really immortal? Chu Xingha stated, acting for me right. Neither. Just a Taoist who travels in the clouds. So you really solved the drought in Daxing County? Chu Xingha shook his head. What drought? Some people set up a blindfold. After the knight worthless next to him heard it, there was a cold light in the bottom of his eyes. What it means? What kind of blinders can make a county in a drought? Could it also be an immortal strike? Nightwish felt an additional layer of gloom in his heart. Lin Muyao's face remained unchanged. A killing intent arose in his heart. The man in front of you cannot stay. System, can this person see through my strength? Don't worry, host. He is just an ordinary immortal who is going to ascend. Maybe he will leave in less than 2 days. Host, your task is to not let anyone destroy Li Xiaoyang's path to the throne. Lin Muyo heard couldn't see through her strength. That's what put it down. Chang Sang Rua, who was sitting next to the third prince, lowered his head. There was no such thing as a major drought in a previous life. She thought it was caused by her return from rebirth. I heard later that it was caused by the third highness killing too many people. It made her worry inside. But after hearing that there is an immortal master to solve the great drought, the heart is a little glad again. Knight Heartless looked at Chang Xiang Rua. I have a few more herbs there. I'll have them delivered to the house. Thank you, Third Highness. Chang Xiang Rua Autumn looked at Night Wushan. Nightwish didn't know why Chang Xiang Rua had this expression. A little too much to bear. Averting his eyes out, Chang Xiang Rua looked at Night Wushan. I hadn't thought that Third Highness was still so cute. In her previous life, her heart was all over Feng Xiaoyang. Turns out it was the military power behind her that was valued. it's always been utilized. Originally, the Third Highness had a chance to unify the true spirit. Because of her, she let Li Xiaoyang off the hook time and time again. Finally decapitated. Chang Sang-Rua lamented for a moment and lowered his head so that no one would notice his emotions. But Chu Xinghe's mind's eye was a penetrating one. Chu Xinghe thought, a villain is better off focusing on his career. It wasn't a wasted day out. At least the people you can meet. 3 sons of the air. It's a great way to have a good time. Chu Xinghe gazed at Chang Sang-Rua. This girl, it's better to call a healer. Several people at the table froze when they heard it, not understanding what Chu Xinghe meant by that. Night Wuxian knew that Chu Xinghe wouldn't be aimless. Nodding at the darkness, Lin Muyao's expression changed. Feng Xiaoyang had a worried look on his face. Sagittarius, you're okay. There was killing intent underneath Nightwish's eyes, but after thinking about how Chang Sang-Rua treated him, again, all he could do was lower his head. Pretend not to hear. Duke Feng, we are not that close to each other. The ruler has already promised me to the Third Highness. Please be mindful of the difference between men and women. Duke Feng. Feng Xiaoyang's expression changed. Recently this Chang Sangzhou has become very bad to himself. It wasn't like this before. Doesn't she hate the Knight Heartless the most? Even before that, he had said in front of him not to mention up the name Nightwish. The Knight Worthless gaze glanced at Chang Xiangrua. There was an unreadable sentiment under his eyes. After Chu Xinghe saw this scene, he really wanted to take a melon and watch a few people tear themselves apart. It would have been even better if he'd gotten in a few hands. Chapter 116, Nightcold's Thoughts. Feng Xiaoyang looked at Chang Xiangrua. Sagittarius, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Do you want me to take you home? Standing face similar eyes or with indifference. No need. My fiancé is here. I don't need you to give me a ride. After Chang Xiangrua finished speaking, his gaze fell on his Third Highness. Your Highness, would it be alright to take me home in a little while? Knight Heartless glanced at Chang Xiangrua. No, I'm going to stay with the immortal master. Chang Sangrua had a grudge in her eyes. She was also curious about this person who could save Daxing County from the Great Drought. After the settlement, though, there was no need for her to figure out how to fix it. Originally at home she was thinking of ways to solve the drought. I heard that an immortal has appeared and has solved the Great Drought. Chang Xiangrua turned back to find Chu Xinghe looking at her. It raised a wave of absurdity in the mind. This immortal master wouldn't have a crush on her. Just at that moment, a physician rushed over with a medicine chest. Your Highness, I hope you'll forgive me for being late. Show it to Miss Chang. The physician takes a look at the usual similarities. Chang Sang took a deep breath and placed his hands on the table. The physician says in offense, take out the silk scarf and pat it on Chang Sangrua's wrist. At this moment, Chang Sangrua also felt that something was wrong. It's a little dry on the body. Her face kept changing. In his previous life, he was drugged by Feng Xiaoyang, a man with a heart of gold. She has dodged it in this life. Why it still hit? The physician gave a cry of surprise. Miss Chang, take these pills. Standing face similarly did not refuse. She doesn't trust physicians. It's the Knight Worthless that she believes in. After taking the elixir, a cool sensation came. That dryness was suppressed. Miss Chang, it's better to be careful when you go out and never take things indiscriminately. The physician was about to say something, but after seeing Night Wuxian's eyes, he swallowed it down and then excused himself. Chu Xinghe saw that things were almost over and stood up. Go. Seeing the person he wanted to see, Chu Xinghe was no longer interested. Nightwish hurriedly stood up. Wait until Chu Xinghe left. Chang Sangrua looked at Feng Xiaoyang. Brother Feng, are you trying to get me killed? Don't you know the nickname of the Third Highness? Do you want to seek death in front of him? Feng Xiaoyang looked at Chang Sangrua. Sagittarius, I'm sorry, I was just so worried about you. Often the depression disappears. Don't do that next time. There are things to do at home. Chang Xiangrua left after saying that. Feng Xiaoyang looked at her back and pursed his lips. She's changed. Lin Muyo gave a What does brother do next? Feng Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed. If Chang Sang can't escape me, she still has a great use. Ever since Knight Heartless killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Tianwu dynasty, she's changed a bit, becoming detached from mine. I don't know if it's because of fear. Lin Muyo didn't say anything. Where is her change of heart? It's reborn. Unfortunately, her mission has many limitations. Where else would it be so hard? Originally she wanted to capitalize on the drought thing. First, pull down Nightwish. When the time comes, the solution to the Great Drought will be given to Feng Xiaoyang. 2 for the price of 1. Who knew an immortal would pop up? The problem was that she was not yet a match. On the way back, Nightwish had a lot of things to ask. The words that came to his lips were still not asked. Wait until you send Chu Xinghe to the place. Wait. Nightwish stopped in his tracks. Do you believe in rebirth? Hearing this, Nightwish froze. Before, he only believed in his own strength. But Chu Xinghe was an immortal, so it was possible for him to bring people back to life, right? I don't believe in rebirth. I believe in the immortal master. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose. Tomorrow you should go to court, listen to what others have to say, and decide if you want to know about the follow-up. Nightwish nodded and turned to leave. One night passed. Wait until noon the next day. Nightwishing came to Chu Xingha in exhaustion. Today in the courtroom, all of it is impeachment news for him. Said the great drought was caused by his killing. He even said that he and the immortal master had known each other for a long time. He did not hesitate to use the people of Great Yan as pawns to ascend to the throne of the crown prince. Immortals appear to solve the great drought. Shouldn't we be grateful? They don't seem to think so. One can even go so far as to vilify an immortal for a little gain. Chu Xingha calmly waited for him. Immortal master, I'm coming. Sit. How? Nightwish rubbed his brow. Great Yan is not the Great Yan of before. There are people who don't want Great Yan to unify the true spirit. Chu Xingha nodded. Not too stupid. Just then, a man in regular clothes walked in. It was the Night Chill. Immortal master, I also want to know who doesn't want Great Yan to be unified. Night Cold had murderous intent under his eyes. Today in the courtroom, if he hadn't held back, those heartless bastards are going to die sooner or later. Chu Xingha looked at Night Cold. Your Majesty, sit down. Night Cold sat down in a regular manner. He knew that here in the Immortal Master, there's no difference between him, a monarch, and a mole. What is the first condition for Great Yan to be in chaos? Night Cold's expression changed. I die. Chu Xingha nodded. There was killing intent underneath Nightwish's eyes. Night Cold sighed. In fact, I've already had a guess. It's just that I don't know who the hand behind it is, but I do know that the hand behind it has used the Grand Prince and the Second Prince as pawns. Those two idiots still don't realize that if I die, with their little skills, they won't be able to suppress those people. Even those in the harem, they can play them to death. Chu Xingha did not open his mouth. And you can do it without being so careful with your words. Nightwish suddenly thought of something. Those things were done by June's father. Nightwishing reacted that those messages today were done by the person in front of him. Night Cold nodded. Your elder brother and second brother have no tolerance for others, are vindictive and greedy, and I did have these things spread. With the advent of the great drought, I have begun preparations, and I will deputize you in the process. I've seen you love the soldiers and the people all these years. There are quite a few things inside the treasury over the years that I've sent to your fiefdom as well. It's only up to you to see how far you can go by then. Nightwish pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Actually, this is something I started preparing for 5 years ago. My body began to fail 5 years ago, for no apparent reason, and in 6 months at the latest, my life will come to an end. Nightwish's complexion changed, and there were still complications in his eyes. You go out first. I have something to say to the Immortal Master. Nightwish didn't refuse and stood up to walk out. You dote on him, but if you hadn't loathed him before, he wouldn't have lived to see this day. Chu Xingha suddenly spoke. Night Cold let out a laugh. Yes, I am a monarch and a father. How could I not love my own child? Those in the harem have no one to save. These years are also considered to be a sharpening of him. Immortal Master, I have a request, and anyone who begs you to save me should not grant it. Chapter 117, Pair Tell the Truth. The system gives great gifts. Chu Xingha was still a bit surprised to hear this. Why? There was a complexity in Night Cold's eyes. Actually, I can't do it to unify the true spirit world, and there are people who won't allow it. And I've been in this position for 20 years. 5 years ago, I was in the prime of my physical life, and I was motivated to get better, but my health was still declining rapidly. I didn't believe in fate before, but this drought has shown me that even my best efforts are futile. No one will continue to watch Great Yan grow stronger. 100 years of dynasties, 1,000 years of families, even some of the people in the dynasty, I can't handle. Great Yan has come to an end. If you don't break it, you don't break it. Heartless, he's more gifted than me, calmer than me when it comes to things, loves his people more than me, and is more proficient in fighting battles than me. He's the one who fits the bill, and the one who has the best hope of bringing Great Yan to break through the bondage. This child has a cold face and a warm heart. He seems to be heartless, but in fact he cares about feelings more than anyone else. Only if I die will he be able to lead Great Yan forward without any distractions. It's a shame I don't get to be a loving father anymore. I'm afraid he'll hate me even more back there. Night Cold suddenly spoke. Chu Xingha's eyes carried surprise. You're going to kill Chong Sang Ruo? Night Cold nodded. After Marquis Dinghua's death, I was ashamed of my oldest brother, and that's why I let her join oldest three in marriage. Originally, she was oblivious to, if not disgusted by, the oldest, and I hadn't wanted to ask about it. But lately her attitude has changed a bit, and it's tugging at the oldest's heart. It's a critical time for Lao-san, so I'll have to be the villain. Chu Xingha looked at him. You won't be able to kill her, and you'll even get your family's oldest killed. Night Cold froze. Why? He believed that the Immortal Master would not lie to him. Chu Xingha sighed. Originally I was going to ascend and leave, and sensed that there was still a trace of destiny present, which is why I came. There was a resolute look in Night Cold's eyes. He had long heard that immortals cared about karma. It hadn't occurred to him that this trace of karma was actually on his great Yin dynasty. And please, immortal master, solve the problem. Chu Xinghe did not answer this question. Do you know the great Jin dynasty? Night Cold's expression changed when he heard these words. Bow your head and contemplate for a moment. Suddenly laugh out loud. I see. Thank you, immortal master. Night Cold stood up and bowed at Chu Xinghe. Immortal master, is that drought in Daxing County really man-made? Chu Xinghe nodded. It's really man-made, so there's a solution to get into my eyes with this thing. In recent years, the courtroom has been in flux, with various forces making their entrance. Only Marquis Dinghua, Marquis Jinwu has not moved. The Marquis of Tinghua still has one disability left, and one constant phase like it. The Marquis of Jinwu doesn't fight for anything, and has even offered to hand over his military power in the court many times, and has been ostracized by the other Marquis. It's not always a fight, and it doesn't mean it's not a fight. Who knows whether people are singing in red or white? Night Cold sighed tersely. I hope Immortal Master will bear with me if I talk a bit too much today. Chu Xinghe shook his head. You trust me that much? Night Cold shook his head. My cultivation and insights may not be as good as Immortal Master's, but I still have some of this ability to read people. The Immortal Master has his own agenda, but I don't care. If you can solve the drought in Daxing County, so that the people of my Daxing County will no longer be displaced, you are my Night Cold's benefactor and my Great Yan's master. And that Great Yan is just an insignificant dynasty to Immortal Master. Nothing more. The Immortal Master appears to be heartless and unconcerned, but has a tenderness in his heart. It is said that we who are emperors are all loners, but there is always a hint of tenderness, on the thin side, in our treatment of our children as well. At least I ask myself if I can't be truly ruthless, except that I mostly need to play the part. Night Cold saluted and left. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. An interesting monarch. But what happens next is interesting. Wait until the Night Chill leaves. Nightwish walked in. There was a complexity in his eyes, and a hint of relief. It was like talking to Chu Xinghe or mumbling. Actually, in his position, the community comes first. I can understand that. Chu Xinghe gestured for him to sit down. Immortal Master, did Jun's father beg you not to save him? Chu Xinghe hadn't thought that Night Wuxin would be able to ask this question. What makes it so? I know him, and once he doesn't care about life, there will be no scruples, and Great Yan will fall apart in an instant. Jun's father knows that I probably won't move those people, but Jun's father will, and he'd rather carry those curses. The news spread today will also fester and will go with the flow. Chu Xinghe did not reply. I want to block it, but I don't know what to block it with. At this time, Chu Xinghe could also see that Night Wuxian was entangled and struggling. Night Cold had indeed treated him well when he could go to such an extent for him. Immortal Master, I want to know who has the problem. Chu Xinghe looked seriously at Night Wuxian. There are immortals meddling in this as well. Are you sure you want to know? Nightwish secretly said that it was true. One of them is Miss Standing, who was not this way to me before, and suddenly changed. As for the other two, I don't know. A reborn, a soul replacer, and of course the other one, the legacy of the Great Jin. When Night Worthless heard this, there was killing intent under his eyes. Just about to leave. Wait, you're no match for sending people over like this, so eat this pill if you trust me. A pill appeared in Chu Xinghe's hand. Nightwish didn't hesitate. Take it straight after receiving it. The early sect master realm was rapidly rising. In no time at all, he went from being a great master, directly breaking through the realm of the land immortals. There was horror in Nightwish's eyes. Rise up in the air and step into the sky. Truly the realm of the land of the immortals. The immortal master is definitely a true immortal. He had broken through the land god immortal realm and could not see through Chu Xinghe's strength. Go on. Looking at the departing Night Worthless, the corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. I asked you to assist. Assist? My ass. By the way, better grab that legacy and give it to me. I have a little use for it. Hearing this, Nightwish nodded his head. If the immortal master says so, there must be a reason for doing so. When Night Wuxian left, Chu Xinghe stood up. System, what do you think will happen if she doesn't finish the mission? There will be a penalty for her failing to complete the mission, and the punishment is not yet known. But I'm trying to figure out a way to crack the holes in her system now. Right, Master, look at the system mall. Chu Xinghe secretly said. You're really a little expert at cracking loopholes. Look at the system interface stuff. 9 Dragons Alchemy Formation. Growth Grade Taboo Spell Formation. Heavenly Fate Value 5 million. After Chu Xinghe saw it, he couldn't believe the price a little. System, you're not mistaken. 5 million Heavenly Destiny values. Surely not. Coming to this hole, is it a problem for the price to become lower? This time and again. In the Taishu Heavenly Realm, certainly more than this price. But this is the true spirit world. Can't be thick and thin is not. All must be taken care of. The system, it's right, I could love you so much. Chapter 118, they're all a bunch of playwrights. Acting. Master, don't be like this. People are shy. I love Master too. Master, when I can take shape, I will definitely turn into a black long-legged royal sister. Lowly is fine, as long as you like. I can do it. I can satisfy any look you want. Wait until you can morph. The owner is really a scumbag. Do you have to throw it away after using it? Shu Xinghe. Purchase the 9-Dragon Heaven Refining Formation. Consume 5 million Heavenly Destiny values to purchase the Forbidden Growable Formation. The 9 Dragons Refining Heavenly Formation. A large portion of extra memories came to mind. Even this forbidden spell formation made Shu Xinghe's understanding of formations go up a notch. Master, hurry up and kill that woman. Dismantle her system. I detect a good thing. Maybe I can get it with the help of dismantling her system. Hearing this, Shu Xinghe came to spirit. However, Shu Xinghe still transmitted the 9-Dragon Heaven Refining Formation to Long Yi and the others. Now that they were not in the Supreme Realm, the formation came out. Long Yi directly had the strength of the Supreme Realm. When he went back, he was considered to have Supreme Warrior's men. Maybe Long Yi could break through to the Supreme Realm. Shu Xinghe glanced at the system. Master, Shu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, Late Heavenly God, 15 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Leader. Heaven Intercepting Finger. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. Mount, 9 Dragon Chariot. Dragon 1 Half-Step Supreme True Dragon. Dragon 2 Dragon 9 Early Stage of Heavenly Sage Half-Step True Dragon. Formation, 9 Dragons Refining Heaven Formation. Taboo Growth Formation. Destiny Value, 313-3500. Backpack, Qitian Sword. There are still 3 million destiny values left, so it's really not a good idea. Shu Xinghe disappeared into the Great Hall. Next he needed to set up a bit more. Wait until it's almost dark. Nightwish walked over filled with exhaustion. Immortal Master, would you be interested in going to the court tomorrow? When Shu Xinghe heard this, he was a bit interested. Could be. It was just as well to be idle and want to see how the monarch dealt with those people. The next day was still young. Shu Xinghe had come to the courtroom. The crowd looked at the person sitting in the chair behind the dragon chair. The eyes are constantly changing. Night Cold looked at the ministers below. His expression unchanged. His heart already had other ideas. Come on, keep slandering the Immortal Master. This is the play you've been preparing. Start it. From the time he spread out the news, a number of ministers responded. The nastiness of this he could certainly see. Now it's okay to keep talking. Below the Grand Prince, the second prince's eyes changed, glancing at each other, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Night Cold coughed. The beloved ministers join me in meeting the Immortal Master. Night Cold took the initiative to stand up and bow towards Shu Xinghe. Many ministers also hurriedly followed suit and saluted. The monarch's meaning has been shown. Even shelling is a matter of a moment. Shu Xinghe looked at the courtroom and nodded. Don't tell me. It's quite hilarious. There are a couple others that are good strength. Rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing. The eunuch's voice had resounded through the courtroom. Shu Xinghe glanced at it. The Archon is perfected. Nice strength. Your Majesty. The great drought in Daxing County is due to the celestial anger caused by the Third Highness's excessive killing. Please punish the Third Highness. Your Highness. The Third Highness slaughtered 6 cities in a row, and the heavens have sent a great drought as punishment. If we don't punish him, I'm afraid there's still a great disaster to come. Your Majesty, for the sake of the kingdom and the people, please punish Third Highness. Night Cold didn't say anything. The eyes just fell on Marquis Jinwu. What do you think, Secretary Feng? Feng Dashan walked out of the martial arts. Your Majesty, I am a military general and I am not good with words. Please, Your Majesty, take back your military power. Many military generals. Ministers looked at Feng Dazhuang with eyes like knives. Feng Dazhuang stood still with a calm face. Night Cold looked at Feng Dazhuang. Of course he knew Feng Dazhuang's intentions. As long as the military power is withdrawn, I'm sure many people will rebel. To say who had the most military power. Of course it was Night Worthless. This guy looks loyal and has the biggest heart. And know who that orphan's worst enemy is. It's planning for the future. What do the other lovebirds think? Upon hearing the monarch's inquiry, many people wanted to subconsciously reject it. As a result, many were pulled by the side. They reacted all of a sudden. Earlier when Feng Dashan requested to take back his military power, the king won't even consider their opinions. Outright refusal. But this time they were asked for their opinion. It seems as if His Third Highness has the most military power. Murphy. Many ministers' eyes lit up. Your Majesty, we request to withdraw our military power. There were also some ministers who refused. Night Cold looked down at the people below. Since all the secretaries support the recovery of military power, it is not good for me to refuse again. The eunuch next to him heard it. With an object in his hand, he walked over to those military generals. Some people don't hesitate to hand over their tiger symbols. Finally the eunuch came to the side of his third highness. Third highness. Nightwish struggled a bit with his face, lifting his head to look deeply at Night Cold. What are you hesitating for? Third brother? Third brother. Could it be that you don't even listen to your sovereign father's orders? The face of the first and second emperors was serious. The heart has been happy. There were also some military generals looking at his third highness. As long as third highness gives the order, they will take third highness away with them even if they have to die. They knew there would be all sorts of plots against the third highness. I really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Nightwish had no choice but to bring out the tiger talisman. Your Majesty. The eunuch came to Night Cold with the tiger symbol. Night Cold shot a glance. The secretaries of love know me well. Lao San, you can take all these tiger talismans. They can mobilize the whole country's army. If anyone disobeys the order, do as you wish. Many ministers froze. This is some kind of operation. Even Feng Dezhuang froze in place. Many were about to be persuaded. There's no exit yet. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Night Cold. Fainted straight away. Chu Xinghe sat at the back speechless. You two are pretty good at acting, but there were quite a few of these people who wanted Night Cold dead. The face was wonderful. You don't want to die now. Not to mention that the immortal master is still in this place. Chu Xinghe knew it was his turn to appear. A finger movement. Night Cold floated in the sky, his body wrapped in aura. Ha! Chu Xinghe let out a deliberate cry of surprise. Straight away, he took Night Cold away, waiting to come to the palace where Night Cold lived. Chu Xinghe coughed. Night Cold woke up. Thank you, immortal master, for acting with me. Chu Xinghe shook his head. The two of them sit down and have a cup of tea and talk for a while. Half an hour later, someone, ask Marquis Zhenwu to come here. Many ministers outside are waiting for news. When they heard about inviting Marquis Zhenwu, many people had killing intent in their eyes. Marquis Zhenwu's face was expressionless. Inwardly, he said that this step was finally a success. Wait until you come to the Great Hall. Night Cold lay on the bed. Watch the seat. Feng Dazhuan took a few quick steps and came to the side of Night Cold's bed. Your Majesty, how is your dragon body? After saying that, he even turned his head to look at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. Night Cold sighed. Time is running out. Feng Dazhuan let out a cry of sadness, a pair of tiger eyes brewing with mist. Walking up to Chu Xinghe, he fell to his knees with a plop. Please also ask the immortal master to save your highness. Dezhuang is willing to be an ox and a horse. Chapter 119, You will be a sinner for the ages. Chu Xinghe looked at Feng Dezhuang. When you really want to be a cow or a horse, this means of mine can still turn you into a cow or a horse. Feng Dezhuang's killing intent rose within him. Why doesn't this guy follow the rules? I'm willing, as long as the immortal master can save the sovereign. Night Cold forcefully supported his body to sit up. Da Jiang, don't ask for an immortal master. I know my own body. Feng Daqiang was on the ground. Your Majesty, Great Yen can't live without you. Previously, you even told the old minister that you wanted to unify the true spirit world. It's on the verge of hope now. There was a complexity in Night Cold's eyes. Yes, I have dreamed of unifying the true spirit world. Perhaps the heavens are unwilling to see this scene. Marquis Zhenwu, you are my most trusted minister. Looking at the court, I am also most assured of you. If I don't make it through this, you keep an eye on the oldest for me. Feng Daqiang hurriedly bowed his head. The monarch must not say such demoralizing things. Your Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven. Who dares to take the life of the son of heaven? Night Cold looked at Marquis Zhenwu with a complicated look in his eyes. It was truly one of the people he trusted the most. LOL. Yes, I am the true dragon son of heaven, but this dragon slayer is actually still acting in front of me. When Feng Dazhuang heard this, the tears in his lowered head were instantly withdrawn. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. There was even a hint of fear. The old minister doesn't understand what the sovereign means. Night Cold looked at Feng Dezhuang. You and I have known each other for years, so why keep up the charade? You know me, and I know you, and I won't say anything without complete certainty. Feng Dazhuang had a complicated look in his eyes, and when he stood up, the tenderness he felt just now, the worry had turned into indifference. When did the king find out? Night Cold didn't say anything. Feng Dezhuang glanced at the immortal master. It became clear that it was the person in front of him who intervened. Why should the immortal master interfere in this matter? Aren't immortals supposed to be high above the earth? What's the difference between meddling like that and me and other mortals? Chu Xinghe looked at Feng Dazhuang. I'll do what I want. It's your turn to talk. I didn't want to intervene, but when someone makes Daxing County in a drought and does such harmful things, of course I can't just sit back and do nothing. Feng Dazhuang's eyes held surprise. The great drought in Daxing County is man-made? Chu Xinghe looked at Feng Dazhuang. Who, do you think, within your family has the skill to do that? Feng Daqiang didn't say anything. If this is true, no way, he doesn't have it. Feng Dezhuang knew that Night Cold knew that he had set him up and was afraid that he had guessed his identity. Keeping him here today is also a means of threatening him and his family. Night Cold looked at Feng Dezhuang. Feng Xiaoyang, real name Li Xiaoyang, a remnant of the Great Jin dynasty. You're also a member of the Great Jin, and saving me in the first place was a deliberate design on your part, wasn't it? Feng Dezhuang sighed tersely. In fact, I know that you had no other purpose in saving me in the first place. You are one with real skills and shouldn't live in the shadows. I've only taken the initiative to give you this chance to walk out, but you've finally done it to me. Feng Dezhuang's eyes flashed with surprise and shock. Xu Xinghe did not open his mouth. You're really good at cheating. Fooled Feng Dezhuang. I am from the Great Jin. Night Cold looked at Feng Dezhuang. You are a military general and loyal to the Great Jin. I admire you. What kind of a man do you think he is when you plot to succeed? Originally, the true spirit world could have been unified, and the people of the world would no longer be displaced, and there would not have been 9 out of 10 empty rooms, no clothing, and no food, but it's all because of you, Feng Dezhuang, that all of this is going to happen. When the Great Jin was destroyed, many of the people were scattered, and now there are many in Great Yin. You go and ask them if they want to live this civilian life where the sun sets and the sun rises, or if they want to have husbands, sons who go to war. Feng Dezhuang didn't say anything. His fingers clenched tightly, veins rising on his face. There are quite a few children of the Great Jin living in Daxing County, and I treat them equally, likewise as children of the Great Jin. Distribute fields to them, build houses, and enroll their children in school. Guilt was already on Feng Dezhuang's face, but because of someone's meddling, it has caused a great drought in the Great Jin, and the people have no harvest, and they are complaining about the sky, and the people are angry. For someone like that, what kind of person do you think he'd be in that position? Night Cold had gotten up and stood face to face in front of Feng Dezhuang. You, Feng Dezhuang, will be a sinner for the ages. Feng Dezhuang jerked back a few steps, cold sweat breaking out on his face. This time, they didn't even dare to initiate eye contact with Night Cold. The Great Drought was a natural and man-made disaster. Not man-made. Feng Dezhou, do you really not believe in artificiality? Night Cold's voice drew up. Feng Dezhuang stiffened his neck and shook his head. Good Feng Dezhuang. Don't turn back until you hit the wall. Just stay here, and tomorrow, at the latest, you'll know the answer. Night Cold also stopped trying to persuade. Xu Xinghe was happy to watch the show. He realized that this Night Cold was still quite tactful, can separate them in such a way. At this moment, the Marquis Jinwu's residence was already surrounded by the Third Highness. The entire Marquis of Jinwu tensed up. Nightwish walked at the front, looking at the people walking out of the Marquis Jinwu's residence. Third Highness, I wonder what mistake my Marquis Jinwu made. Marquis Jinwu's wife looked at Night Wuxian with wariness in her eyes. Night Wuxian's gaze fell on Feng Xiaoyang. Should I call you Feng Xiaoyang or Li Xiaoyang? Li Xiaoyang's heart set off shocking waves. Feng Jiyu's heart similarly changed. How to expose it so quickly? That Chang Sang has been warned by her. It's unlikely that it will come forward. A sudden thought came to mind. That immortal master. Lady Marquis of Jinwu's face was marked with disbelief. Xiaoyang is my child. What does your highness mean? Nightwish shook his head. He is a remnant of the imperial family of the Great Jin dynasty. Marquis Jinwu's wife stood at the front. If Third Highness wants to kill my Marquis Jinwu up and down, why find such an excuse? Nightwish didn't say anything. A man came out behind him. After seeing this person, Lady Marquis Jinwu's body shook. There was incredulity in his eyes. That bloodline familiarity. Before when Feng Xiaoyang was born, she just didn't feel close to the boy. It was like there was a barrier between the two. But this man behind his Third Highness, she hadn't seen it before. But the feeling of being connected by blood came through. Feng Xiaoyang, Marquis Jinwu was left in the palace. Feng Xiaoyang's expression changed. Take a deep look at the Nightless. In an instant he understood what was going on here. Feng Dezhuang, who raised him, is going to have an accident because of his selfishness. Who would bother with an ungrateful man like him? Good hand of Yang. Feng Jiyu wasn't that worried. It's just exposure, not lack of opportunity. It's about time for that letter to be delivered. Chapter 120 Operation Commencement. On the other side, Chang Xiang Rua of the Marquis of Dinghua's residence was holding a letter in his hand. After unwrapping it and looking at the contents, his pupils contracted. How do you want to choose in this life? Looking at the content on it, Chang Xiang Rua's body trembled. It was her biggest secret. Why would anyone know? It seems to know the secrets of her past life. Could it be that he wasn't the only one who had been reborn in this life? Why is that? Masaneo doesn't know who that person is. An extra layer of gloom was added to the heart. Even she worried if the one who was reborn would be the Third Highness. Can the regrets of the last life be remedied? Standing Phase similarly returned to his senses. An underling came rushing in. Miss is not well. Miss is not well. Standing Phase similarly turned back. What's all the fuss about? Miss, it's a big deal. The Third Highness has surrounded Marquis Jinwu with his men. Chang Xiangrua's expression changed after hearing this. What happened? There is news coming in that Feng Xiaoyang from Marquis Jinwu's residence is a remnant of the imperial family of the Great Jin. When Chang Xiangrua heard this, his body shook a little. Look at the letter in your hand. It only felt endlessly cold. It even felt like a few words on it were like a death wish. Could it be that Third Highness has really been reborn? If that were true, would His Third Highness still treat her as he did in his previous life? Miss, here's another letter. Just at this time, another subordinate came running. Chang Xiangrua hurriedly picked up the letter. Wave your subordinates away. With trepidation, he opened the letter. The words on it caught the eye. It was in the exact same font as the letter just now. Save Feng Xiaoyang. You can do it. You're the one the Third Highness likes. Look at the two small lines on it. Chang Seng's face was hesitant. It was a letter she wasn't sure was from someone else, or the Third Highness had someone try. Now there's a wolf in front of us and a tiger behind us. Originally, she thought being born again would change everything. In retrospect, she realized that she couldn't do anything. He even pulled the Marquis of Dingwei into the abyss because of the rebirth. Gollum. The sound of a wheelchair rings out. Chang Xiangrua put away his expression, turning his head to look at the visitor. Aren't you reading in your room? This is her brother, Chang Chun. One family died in battle, leaving the two sisters to fend for themselves. Thinking about his previous life, he believed Feng Xiaoyang's words and was able to help his brother stand up. The last was to confine her brother to prevent her from defecting. In her previous life, her heart was in Feng Xiaoyang, but he never believed her until he finally died. Worthy of being born an emperor with a thin nature, always thinking about his own interests. Sister has something on her mind. Chang Chun's eyes were calm as he looked at Chang Xiangrua. A few small things. None of this needs to concern you. You're just fit. Go to your room and get some rest. Sister, I'm older. We're siblings. You can't carry everything alone. I can only read some books since I have mobility problems. If I can't even make some plans for my sister, there's no point in reading this bit of book. Chang Xiangrua was hesitating how to speak. Is it because of what happened to Feng Xiaoyang? Standing Phase similarly nodded. He is a remnant of the great Jin royal family, now discovered. Chang Chun lifted his hands up and gently pounded on his legs. Sister, for whom father and brother died in battle and guarded, you must not forget. Chang Xiangrua's eyes lit up when he heard his brother's words. Yes, my Chang family's allegiance is to Great Yen. Chang Chun didn't say much, only the sound of a wheelchair leaving. Chang Shang looked at the two letters in his hands. Tear it off and hold it in your hand. Go back and burn it. Marquis Jinwu's residence. Feng Jiu looked at Chang Xiangrua, who had never appeared, and was puzzled. Why is that? Her trial was certainly not all about saving Feng Xiaoyang, but rather pulling her down so that she and the third prince would turn against each other. Knight Wuxian looked at Marquis Jinwu's wife. Is the lady still going to block it? Marquis Lady Jinwu looked at the people behind the Third Highness. Another glance at Feng Xiaoyang, looking at the oldest son, the second son, the youngest daughter. Just, Mrs. Woho stopped blocking. Men, take everyone down. Knight Wuxian had thought that Feng Jiu would resist. Who knows a move? Not bad for someone who was taken over by an evil demon. The mind is just deep. A person approached by Nightwish's side. Your Highness, Miss Chan received 2 letters. Hear what's happening. Nightwish pondered for a moment. Keep an eye on her for now. Wait until the Marquis Jinwu family is escorted to the prison. Knight Wuxin found night cold. Chu Xinghe, June father. All the people from the Marquis of Jinwu's residence are being escorted to the prison. Feng Duqiang sighed. Right now he didn't believe what Night Cold had said. There should be a good show today. Chu Xinghe murmured as he looked at the darkening sky outside. In the heavenly prison, Feng Xiaoyang looked at the silent Marquis of Jinwu's wife. The previous one was so smoothly called mother, but today he didn't know how to speak. Eyes on the older 2 brothers. Feng Jian didn't say anything either. The 2 are also a bit confused at this point. They don't know how their father thinks. It's okay if Feng Xiaoyang is a fake. After so many years together, the man who was considered his own brother suddenly realized that he wasn't. It's still the legacy of the imperial family of the great Jin dynasty. Their hearts are numb, not sure what to choose. Feng Jiu knew what needed to be done. At the very least this family has to support him. Third brother, are you really a remnant of the great Jin imperial family? Feng Xiaoyang nodded. Did you know that yourself? Or did someone else tell you? Feng Xiaoyang hesitated. Third brother, we're the only family here. Don't you still trust us? Feng Xiaoyang sighed. Father told me. Feng Jiu covered her mouth. Father wouldn't be from the great Jin too, would he? The cell instantly quieted down with a single word. Feng Jiu looked at her mother. Mother, regardless of whether or not third brother is a remnant of the Dejin royal family, the most important thing now is how we can escape and get father out. You were saddened when third brother was replaced. Mother, but brother Xiaoyan was also raised by you from a young age, and now it's even more important for our family to work together. Mother, Are you going to stand by and watch your daughter, your son, die in front of you too? Marquis Jinwoo's wife could no longer hold back her tears. How she wasn't worried. How can you not have feelings for someone you've raised for 20 years? Just thinking about the fact that the biological children are not around. It was all laid out for Li Xiaoyang, and her heart felt like it was being pulled up. To think that Li Xiaoyang originally didn't know he was a legacy, or that his husband told him. Who else is she to blame? Xiaoyang, you are not to blame for this matter. You were raised by mother. You are mother's child. Li Xiaoyang fell to his knees with a plop. Mother, don't worry, I will definitely get father out. Good boy, get up quickly. Feng Jiyu saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as the family is united, today after she saves them all, and nothing else would happen. Feng Jiyu tapped his foot a little. The cell shook a little. Except for Feng Jiyu, several people all passed out. Feng Jiyu's eyes where the childlike innocence of a young girl still exists. There is only indifference, calculation, that immortal. You'd better not mind your own business, or you'll surely die. After saying that, he changed into a layer of night clothes and went straight through the cell yoke, straight to the largest palace in the palace. Chapter 121. Your daughter was taken over by an evil demon. Or your son did it. In the palaces. Chu Xinghe glanced outside. It's about time. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he brought Feng Dazhuang to hide. Whoosh! The rooms of the palace suddenly went dark. A figure came barreling in. Feng Jiyu was wearing night clothes, and with some camouflage, he looked like a man. Who? Night Cold spoke out. Nightwish was on guard. Feng Jiyu's expression changed when he saw that there was no sign of Feng Dazhuang. Where's Feng Dazhuang? Hand it over, or today Great Yen will change its master. Feel the knife on your neck. Panic appeared on Night Cold's face. Who are you? How is it possible to break into the palace? Feng Jiyu snorted with disdain in his eyes. Even with those losers can stop me. There's no need to stall for time. That immortal master had better not intervene or he will surely die. Night Cold's expression kept changing. You're from the Great Jin, aren't you? Feng Jiyu was about to say no, but suddenly thought that it would be good to say that the people of Dijin were also good. At least let others know that there were still strong people in Dijin. It might also invariably deter a lot of people. So what if it is? You overthrew the Great Jin, killed my dynasty's people, and robbed my dynasty's fields. You deserve to die. Night Cold suddenly laughed out when he heard it. Then kill me. What are you waiting for? The knife is in your hand now. Kill it. The bottom of Night Cold's eyes glittered. As long as it was best to strike and kill him, everything can go with the flow now. Feng Jiyu looked at the madness in Night Cold's eyes. Darkness is not good. The current Night Cold can't die yet, and Night Cold died at her hands. The task is not finished either. After Chu Xinghe, who was hiding in the shadows, saw this scene, contemplate for a moment and laugh out loud. When he was first dealt with, there really weren't that many restrictions, but it could only be said that the Chu Xinghe at the time was willing to cooperate. Otherwise it's not out of the question. Feng Jiyu shot out and knocked out Night Cold. Night Heartless. These two don't care about their lives. There's always someone in this palace who cares. Just find Feng Dazhuang and take them away. Looking at Feng Jiyu who was walking across the street outside, Chu Xinghe just shook his head. Master, were we both counted by this thing in the first place? I thought how powerful this man was, but it turns out he's just a silver-headed wax gun. I always feel that things were weird in the beginning. How could the master be so smart and be counted on? System Back then he used Jiang Evening Yin to threaten me. It's also true that this kind of person has sinister means, plus the fact that it never showed up caught people off guard. It's no wonder the master was hit. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. Luckily it was fooled. And what does the master intend to do? She's happy to frame someone. Of course she's going to frame her. How can a 19-year-old girl cultivate to the half-step land god realm? That's being possessed by an evil spirit. And as for who did it, it's that legacy. Of course, the fire is almost ready. Chu Xinghe looked outside. At the moment the outside of the palace was brightly lit. Rows of soldiers appeared. Feng Jiyu was awe-inspiring and even looked at these people with disdain in his eyes. Where's Feng Dazhuang? After saying that an abyss-like aura was released. Let go of his majesty. Third Highness. Just at this time, a voice also sounded in the distance. The first prince, the second prince, and quite a few people from the harem ran over. All have their own minds. Let go of Jun's father or you will die. Whoosh! The aura transformed into a sharp blade and suddenly plunged into the Grand Prince's leg. Anyone who dares to talk nonsense will die. Just then, the sound of applause rang out. The crowd made way. Chu Xinghe carried Feng Dazhuang. Feng Jiyu tensed up. This immortal master is not that easy to deal with. Give me Feng Dazhuang. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Don't act. Feng Jiyu didn't understand what that meant. The unconscious Nightwish suddenly opened his eyes. Break through the restraints and take the night chill away. Feng Jiyu froze for a moment. Incredulously, he looked at Night Worthless. How could it be so powerful? His eyes looked towards Chu Xinghe, the killing intent under his eyes releasing. This thing, 3 times it's bad for her. Why are you so careless? You have to be prepared for other things as well to save people. There's suddenly someone missing inside this prison. Multiple thieves in the palace. Feng Jiyu was flustered in his heart. It had felt like it would take a while to work things out. Just take Feng Daxiang out. By then she was still back in the heavenly prison. Save yourself the suspicion. When Feng Daxiang went out, there must be other preparations that could get them out. She can't walk in plain sight yet. Feng Jiyu was secretly paralyzed. It was all very easy to fix these things before. This time, too, she found no difficulty. A good hand of cards played badly. Feng Jiyu, how long are you going to hide? At this time Chu Xinghe suddenly opened his mouth. Feng Jiyu heard Chu Xinghe call out her name. The mind is terrified. Subconsciously, he wanted to refuse. Soldiers came up behind them escorting people. It was those from the Marquis of Jinwu's residence. How careless of you to hide them too. Feng Jiyu's face was ugly. Take the mask off. What else is there to hide? Feng Jiyu hesitated and took off his mask. Restore the original appearance. After all, you're the one with the best skills. After Feng Jiyu finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly erupted. The whole thing looks like a burning sun. A huge fireball crushed toward Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe reached out to fend it off. Feng Jiyu turned into a residual shadow and took Li Xiaoyang away. Chu Xinghe's eyes flickered. With a wave of his hand, it was like the might of heaven had descended. A few streaks of thunder power flashed across the sky and directly struck down. Feng Jiyu grunted and forcefully led Li Xiaoyang away. Chu Xinghe was happy in his heart and did not show it on his face. It's good to run away. It's only when you run away that you can sit on the charges. Now it's badly injured and can't run far yet. And there's only one place to go. Marquis Dinghua's mansion. Feng Dazhuang had not yet recovered from his daughter's strength. Even the rest of the Jinwu Marquis residents could hardly hide their shock. When did my sister, a lady of the house who didn't like to cultivate, have this kind of strength? They couldn't figure it out. Chu Xinghe looked at them and snorted. Still think she's your daughter. Your daughters have been dead for a long time. Still killed by your third son. Marquis Jinwu's wife subconsciously refused. Impossible. Xiaoyang is not that kind of person. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Incorrigible. Know why I'm here? At this time Chu Xinghe suddenly asked another question. Feng Daxiang and the others were puzzled. Because your daughter had already been taken over by an evil demon a long time ago. Or your son did it himself. Chu Xinghe's strength suddenly exploded. The crowd felt like the sky was crumbling and the surrounding void was shattering. After feeling this scene, there was horror in the eyes of those present. The person who took over the body is an evil demon that was blocked by the immortal gate in the first place, only to be opened by your son and released, allowing the evil demon to take over your daughter. Chapter 122 Great Harvest. One mind seeking death. I didn't ascend this time, and killing evil demons is also one of my tasks. I had the strength to kill it just now, but your daughter is innocent. As for believe it or not, you have it. Otherwise, your daughter, why don't you save you and only save that Li Xiaoyang? The people of the Marquis of Jinwu were silent. She was also responsible for the great drought, or I wouldn't have come to Great Yen. Feng Dazhuan's body shook a bit, and his eyes even became hollow. He's worked so hard to scheme, and in the end he's harmed his daughter. It even put their family in danger. Looking at Mrs. Two sons, pust, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Nightshade grunted. Men, notify the entire Great Yen of this matter. All the original Great Jin children into the pariah nationality, above the court, before the Great Jin officials, all copied into exile. All give me to dig stone to go. Feng Daqiang's family body shook a little and almost sat down on their asses. 1,000 sins. Their family is 1,000 sins. They would be even more loathed by all that had previously belonged to the Great Jin. Escort Feng Dajiang and his family to death row, under heavy guard. There is no immortal master. No one is allowed to visit by my order, and those who disobey will be exterminated in 9 clans. But whenever there is any movement in the heavenly prison, first behead Feng Dajuang. I would like to see if they dare to come to the rescue. After Night Cold gave the order, walking up to Chu Xinghe, Immortal Master, go back and rest first. Chu Xinghe nodded. As the news spreads, quite a few ministers who secretly had dealings with Feng Daxiang all suffered liquidation, especially the people of the Great Jin who surrendered before and could not survive, were even more terrified. How could so much happen in one night? Especially the subjects who originally belonged to the Great Jin. Overnight, all sorts of treats disappeared. Kids can't go to school. They were also sacked from their various jobs. It was also branded as a pariah. From heaven to hell in one night. Wait until they figure out the reason for everything that's going on. It's even more of a bust. The Great Jin has been overthrown. No one is needed. No money is needed. What to take to restore the country? Early the next morning, Chu Xinghe just opened his eyes. Master, the son of Qi is loathed. The foundation laid by Marquis Jinwu has been uprooted. the value of heavenly destiny has dropped by 100,000, and the master has gained 5,000,000 value of heavenly destiny. Feng Jiu, the daughter of fortune, sits on the matter of evil demons and is detested by the people of Great Yen, and out of the matter of a great drought, complaining to the heavens, the value of heavenly destiny drops by 100,000, and the master gains 10 million values of heavenly destiny. When Chu Xinghe heard the voice, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. That's right, scheming so much, if he did not charge a little interest, it would not be him. Chu Xinghe. System, that Feng Jiu interfered and caused things to go seriously wrong. He should be penalized by the system, right? Yes, she's a mission system, and she'll definitely be penalized for not completing the mission and screwing things up. Come on, it's time to get to the next task. Chu Xinghe stood up and stretched. That woman has accomplished so many tasks. I'm afraid she has reacted to someone badgering her, and I should be the one he focuses his suspicions on. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. How about we give her one to put the plot back on track? 2. It's good. I can love it so much. Just in time for me to break down his system. Chu Xinghe and also the system were happy to go out. The third prince was already waiting for Chu Xinghe. Night Cold was also waiting. Immortal Master. The opportunity has been given to her and she has failed to grasp it. Night Wuxin looked at Chu Xinghe and spoke. Chu Xinghe nodded. So what if you're born again and still don't understand what to do and what not to do? The identity of a reborn person still doesn't want more people to know, and then the whole thing will still be taken. Being born again doesn't change anything, unless that Feng Jiu died. Go. Chu Xinghe sat on the carriage. Marquis Dinggua's mansion. Chang Xiangrua looked at Feng Jiu and Feng Xiaoyang within the secret room with killing intent in his heart. But yesterday, Feng Jiu brought the unconscious Feng Xiaoyang over after a sentence that made her heart tremble. You're a born again, so if you don't want people to know, find us a safe place. Hearing the 3 words reborn, Feng Xiang was similarly flustered. It became clear that she had written those 2 letters. She didn't want people to know. She could only plot slowly behind her. The prerequisite for everything was the need to kill Feng Jiu and Feng Xiaoyang. Yesterday she hesitated all night. Nothing good came to mind either. The house of the Marquis of Dinggua has military power, but the military power has been handed over. Or Feng Daxiang mentioned it. It was as if all those boosts from his previous life were gradually being withdrawn when he returned from rebirth. All that's left now is the favor. Someone else owes his parents a favor, but this favor is used less than once. She didn't dare to use it easily either. In the study of the Marquis of Dinggua's residence, Changchun put down the book. The maid behind her brought Changchun a cup of tea. Haru, thank you, little Marquis. It is the slave girl's duty to serve you. Changchun sighed. Push me to visit the changing house. Haru didn't understand and had to do as she was told. Wait until after the stroll. Changchun found Chongsang Rua. Sister, let's have breakfast together. Standing Phase similarly nodded. There was weariness in his eyes. Why did you want to get up and have breakfast with me today, before you ate in the study? Changchun looked up at Chongsang Rua. Sister, after this meal, the changing house will be history. Knock. The bowl in Chang Sang's hand fell to the ground. The eyes looked at Changchun in horror. Reacting. There was anger on his face. Who's been chewing on you again? I'm going to kill her. Is it that Haru? Or is it someone else? Tell your sister. Changchun shook his head, lightly drinking the porridge inside the bowl. Chang Xiang Rua's eyes kept changing. After a while, Changchun put down his bowl. Sister, I'm full. Go back to the den if you're full. I have things to do. Changchun shook his head. Sister, push me out for a little walk. Chang Sang had wanted to refuse, but when he looked at Changchun's eyes, his heart softened. That's just it. My sister will push you out for a little walk. Changchun is in a wheelchair. Sister, how long do you think I would have survived if it wasn't for the various medicines sent by the Third Highness and also by the Sovereign? Often there is a sense of suffocation. What's wrong with you today? Changchun shook his head. Father, mother, and brothers all died in battle, leaving us 2 siblings to depend on each other. And if it weren't for your highness, the Third Highness, secretly taking care of us all these years, I'm afraid that we 2 siblings would have turned into withered bones long ago. But why don't you listen to me, sister, and always think of yourself and keep me out of the way? We survived by the kindness of the Sovereign, but why do you have to be glad that that little kindness saved our changing house? In his position, he is the monarch, and the kingdom is the most important thing. You, sister, just can't see through it. Women are still too emotional and think too simply. You take them in. Do you really think the Sovereign doesn't know that you've been given a knight's chance? Brother, I'll give you a knight's chance as well. If you go to the king, the problem will be solved. Originally I wanted to go, but thought better of it. There's no difference between me in this state and being dead. And if sister is bent on seeking death, then I'll accompany her, as a way of repaying her for taking care of her. Chapter 123, Chu Xinghe came over for revenge. It was as if Chang Sang was struck by thunder. The whole body trembled. His back was wet with cold sweat without him realizing it. The hand holding the wheelchair was shaking, stopped in his tracks. His body was weakening. It was as if his whole body had been drained of strength. Chang Chun ignored Chang Sang Rua's dissimilarity. Sister. Third Highness likes you because you were given to him in marriage by His Majesty. Plus our Chang family is a meritorious family. But you're making it difficult for the monarch and the Third Highness by taking in the Feng family. You're putting His Third Highness on the fire. Also hold the monarch over the fire. It also puts our Chang family on the fire. It also holds those uncles and uncles who secretly help us over the fire. Chang Sang Rua continuously swallowed his saliva. All she could think about inside her head was that her reborn identity couldn't be known. If His Third Highness knew the cause and effect, would he still favor her like he did in his previous life? In his previous life, after Feng Xiaoyang's identity was leaked, she begged Knight Wuxian to spare Li Xiaoyang, and he let it go, giving her an illusion. He would support whatever she did, stabilize the mind in the same way as the regular phase. Brother, maybe it's not as hard to do as you think? Chang Chun turned his head to look deeply at Chang Sang Rua. The last few months, his sister had been a bit of a stranger to him. It was becoming unrecognizable to him. One thing hasn't changed. Still so stupid. The so-called heart of the matter is just a little bit of cleverness, whether it's in business or something else. It's all like it can be anticipated in advance. But those things look to Chang Chun. It's just a must for a person to be forward-looking. Chang Chun turned his head. Come on, let's go and welcome the arrival of our honored guests. Standing phase similarly suddenly froze. The heart had a bad feeling. Looking back, they realized that there were quite a few eyes on the two siblings in the dark, and all of them were also in the sovereign realm. The standing phase was similarly apprehensive. Pushed Chang Chun to the gate. Opened the center door. 3 carriages walked in. The outside is all densely packed with military armor. Standing phase was similarly flustered. His Third Highness was the first to step down from the carriage, walk over to the other horse-drawn cart and lift the curtain. Xu Xinghe leisurely walked down. The night chill of the other wagon had stepped out. After glancing at Chang Sang Rua, he shifted his gaze. Move over to Chang Chun. Chang Chun straightened his clothes. Fingers outstretched and flexed on the armrests of the wheelchair. Bend it 3 times. Your Majesty, the little minister is not mobile, so I can only do this instead. Night Cold nodded. Stand up. No need to be polite. Looking at Chang Chun was a bit complicated. Why don't you come to me? I don't believe you can't see through it. Chang Sang Rua stood next to him with his head down. There was horror in his eyes. What it means? Does your Majesty know that brother is smart? Why didn't she notice? Chang Chun shook his head. Your Majesty, the little minister is having trouble moving. Night Cold sighed. Chang Chun raised his head and looked at Night Cold, then at Night Wuxin. Your Highness, thank you for taking care of me for so many years. Chang Chun is unable to repay you. Night Cold's expression changed. It is I who owe it to your Chang family. Chang Chun shook his head. Your Majesty, first there is a king, then there is a subject, first there is a country, then there is a family. Father they are for their country as well as their family. As a member of the standing family I am very proud. A smile appeared at the corners of Chang Chun's mouth, and his eyes had begun to fester. Kid, what did you do? Night Cold held Chang Chun up as soon as he could. Your Majesty, you are kind to my Chang family. The kid is disabled. You and your Highness have secretly taken care of you more. My Chang family can't make it difficult for your Majesty and also your Highness. I hate that I can't go on the field to kill the enemy and build my career, so I can only use this way to preserve the last vestige of decency of my Chang family, and count it as a repayment from the kid to you guys. Chang Sang Rua's body was cold and his ears were buzzing. There was no one else in his eyes anymore. There was only the Chang Chun who was sitting in a wheelchair, slowly lowering his head. Night Cold hurriedly glanced at Xu Xinghe. Xu Xinghe shook his head. The heart begets the will to die, and the poison enters the 5 organs. Night Cold's expression changed. Hand on Chang Chun's head. Good boy. I'm the one who's sorry for your Chang family. A few people came out from the back and moved Chang Chun aside. When things are done, deal with the Chang family. Chang Chun is dead, and the destiny value of the son of Qi, Li Xiaoyang, has dropped by 50,000, and the master has gained 4,000,000 destiny values. Feng Jiu forcibly intervened to change the plot, resulting in Chang Chun's death and a drop of 80,000 heavenly fate values. The master gained 8 million heavenly fate values. Chang Chun is dead. The daughter of Chance Changsong's heavenly fate value drops by 70,000, and the master gains 5 million heavenly fate values. Xu Xinghe heard the systems beep and said that it was really cool, gaining more than 20 million heavenly fate values in one go. Strength can continue to improve. Feng Jiu, who is still recuperating within the secret room. Feng Xiaoyang's face is not looking too good. It's already this hour. Why isn't Chang Sang Rua coming over? Are you going to mutiny? Feng Xiaoyang had nothing but worry in his eyes. Identity is revealed and Feng Daxiang is captured. Now all sorts of unfavorable circumstances have erupted. Why it's like that? It was well hidden. It all started when that immortal master cured the great drought. Think of that immortal master. He had murderous intent under his eyes. Feng Jiyu lowered her head, her face equally unsightly. Host, what's wrong with you? Letting me help Li Xiaoyang get the plot back on track. Now it's good that Changchun suddenly died, and Li Xiaoyang is now still loathed by the whole of Great Yen. Identity is also exposed, and all of the previous schemes are ruined, and now it has become a heavenly collapse opening. Feng Jiyu could only silently appease the system. Give me another chance. I was careless before. Now there's something else that's not right. Everything was going pretty well. From the time that Fairy Master showed up, everything wasn't going well. Feng Jiyu kept thinking. First, he managed the great drought and sat down as an immortal master, followed by Night Cold agreeing to take back his military power, and the Chang family's military power was also taken back, which was not expected at all. What followed was that Feng Daxiang was trapped, Li Xiaoyang's identity was exposed, and he deliberately lured me forward to the palace to rescue him. Feng Jiyu's face changed. No wonder the withdrawal of military power is all in evidence. He has calculated that we will run to the Changs. Everything is budgeted in advance. It's no wonder Night Wuxian is so strong. I'm only in my teens, and I'm so strong, plus the whole drought thing, and the fact that Feng Daxiang is a member of the Great Jin. Good, a ring for a ring, that's a really insidious tactic. Feng Jiyu's face changed drastically as he spoke. Cold sweat broke out and his throat rolled a little. It was a tactic she remembered seeing from someone before. Only that person is dead. It can't be. He's dead. How could it still be him? Host, what's wrong with you? System, you still remember someone. Chu Xingha of the Taishu Heavenly Realm. Hiss, I remembered when Master said it. That Chu Xingha's system. It almost demolished me in the end. Does the Master mean that they came over to take revenge? Feng Jiyu subconsciously clenched his hands. It's not certain yet. Chu Xingha is dead. Is it possible that his system is looking for another master with the mission to kill us? Chapter 124. Your brother died to give you a chance to live. The system wasn't even in a good state when it heard Feng Jiyu's speculation. Who knew that system could explode with so much power at the end? Let it suffer a serious injury before it takes the host to complete its mission in these small worlds. There are also numerous limitations. System, better pray we're thinking about it too much, or things are going to get really messy. Feng Jiyu sat in the corner and began to fall silent. Changchun is dead. Chang Sang Yeo is still alive. Yesterday's heavenly thunder caused it to suffer heavily. It's not recovered yet. Not to mention Feng Xiaoyang was still around. If she didn't complete the mission, her outcome was similar to death. System, can you change the mission now? Master, I can't do it. If I said I could before, maybe I could. Last time you had to include Chu Xingha's system. Who knew that it found quite a few loopholes in me and almost demolished me? Feng Jiyu's face became even worse after hearing this, regretting having to find out about Chu Xingha's system. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a mess. There are many more limitations to coming to a world like this to complete a mission. Why are you so stupid? Can't you even finish the upgrade? Where is it so easy to upgrade? You can't even finish the task. What am I going to take to upgrade? I told you to be careful when you came here. Don't underestimate anyone. You think strength can crush everything. Now that you're in a crisis, you're still blaming it on me. You were the one who absorbed the system before, and you're still blaming it on me for the problems that have arisen. Remember, you're the one who aids me, not me who aids you, and if you don't want to, I'll replace you with someone else. System, I was wrong. I was also in a hurry. Now the two of us should be united and not implode. Just know, outside, the night was cold, and the night was heartless as he looked at Chang Shangrua. Chang Shangrua also hugged Chang Chun's head and cried bitterly. The first thing she did when she returned from her rebirth was to get her brother killed. There is also hatred in the heart. Parents, brother killed in battle, leaving the two siblings to fend for themselves. Now the brother is dead too. If you guys hadn't come over, my brother wouldn't be thinking about dying. Is this how Unite family treats the Chang family? Chu Xingha stood in the distance, watching Chang Shangrua's expression constantly change. An inward sigh. It's still unclear why your brother died. Stupid born again is still stupid. As soon as things change and don't line up with what happened in a previous life, you start scratching your head. But with a little bit of big picture thinking, you wouldn't have been so miserable in your previous life. Chu Xingha estimated. In his previous life, Changchun should have followed Li Xiaoyang, tormented for life. Again, he had to advise Li Xiaoyang, because he wanted his sister to live. Miss Chang, talk about it. At this time, Night Heartless rushed at Standing Phase Rua and said, Standing Phase similar eyes become all cold. My brother is dead. What else is there to talk about? Night Wish frowned. Step forward. Lift your hand. Snap. A slap of Chang Sang Rua was directly slapped to the ground. Night Cold opened his mouth and moved his feet to Chu Xingha's side. The two men looked as if they were watching the show. Chang Xiang Rua covered his face. His eyes were all unbelievable. Nightwish actually hit her. Why? Can we talk now? Looking at the ruthlessness in Night Wuxian's eyes, Chang Rua's eyes held fear. When Night Wuxian saw it, he was even more disdainful. Is this the reborn? Watching the two walk away, Night Cold turned his head to look at Chu Xingha. Immortal Master, when do you think those two will come out? Chu Xingha looked into the distance. There were 2 cents there. There are already other means prepared by your majesty, and you still want to give the Chang family one last decent. So why bother asking me? Night Cold sighed. You don't want to live, and it's because you're going to take a bunch of people down with you. Night Cold's face stiffened. Yeah, they've forgotten what they wanted in the beginning, and some of them have even begun to collaborate with the enemy, when they were all considered my brothers in arms. You say this people I give them the glory and wealth is already enough for them to enjoy a lifetime, but also let them hereditary. Why do not know to be satisfied? Even the few people who killed their way out of the poor people in the first place have changed. Great Yen needs a new batch of people, and I'm best suited to be that sword-wielding talent. My Great Yen is not suitable for Heartless. He needs to create one himself. Chu Xingha also shook his head as he looked at this guy in front of him who was so driven. First prince, second prince, those people in the harem. You can really go down on your hands. Nightwish narrowed his eyes. I don't have much time. If I had a long life expectancy, I might hesitate. I might even kill Lao San. He threatens me. Fortunately, I don't have much time to live. Enough for me to accomplish these things. I would also like to thank Immortal Master for helping Heartless improve his strength. Chu Xingha nodded. Walking away, Night Wuxian turned his head to look at Chang Xiang Rua. You seem to have a temper. Chang Sang did not say anything. The corners of Nightwish's mouth rose. You're a reborn? When Chang Xiang Rua heard the words reborn, his pupils contracted. The body shook a little, and cold sweat broke out behind him. Looking at that look in Night Worthless eyes, he hurriedly lowered his head. Third Highness is joking. Where are the reborn? Nightwish sighed. All reborn and still so stupid. No wonder Changchun would seek his own death to give you a chance to survive for once. Chang Sang Rua jerked his head up. Unbelievably, he looked at his Third Highness. What do you mean? If you can't even see that, before you were reborn, you were only worthy of being a pawn, nothing more. Chang Sang Rua was frozen in place. His heart felt like it was being cut open by a knife. Is it fun for the Third Highness to insult people like that? Night Heartless looked at Chang Xiang Rua. When His Majesty granted the marriage, do you know why I agreed? Chang Sang shook his head in a similar manner. Your brother begged me. He said his sister was a heartless, uncalculating one who couldn't even defend the city. Everything in front of us is still relying on the sovereign to take care of us, and without these care, in a matter of moments, the changing house will be devoured. It is only when I think of General Chang's wise life and his death in battle for his country that I agree. Jun's father and I are constantly searching for all kinds of herbs, and we also want Changchun to understand that we haven't given up on him, and that's why he's living. You sister haven't understood what he wants more than me, and your folly to relieve him, and in such a way that the honor of the Chang family gives you another chance. Chang Sang was similarly frozen in place. The body went limp. Seems like it was really her trespassing that killed her brother. What's going on? She's been reborn. Why is she still like this? It's like she hasn't changed anything. Just know some of the follow-up in advance. But now these things are also changing invisibly. In the end, she realized that it still wouldn't change anything. Even got his brother killed because of his boasted cleverness. The reputation of the harmful Chang family will also be ruined. The complexity in Nightwish's eyes retracted. Take a look at Changchun's body in the distance. Since you're a reborn, tell me about what you've experienced. Chang Sang looked up at the same time. There was no refusal this time. What she was worried about was that Third Highness couldn't see her. It turned out that when she was reborn the only one she could rely on was also Third Highness. In her previous life, she was nothing without the care of the Third Highness. Poor thing didn't see through it. Fine. If Third Highness wants to hear it, I'll talk about it. Chapter 125. The two system owners finally face each other. Chang Sang Rua began to tell of the experience. In the end, I kept begging the Third Highness to spare Li Xiaoyang, and that's how I kept giving him a chance. In fact, in the end, there were only two people competing in the true spirit world, and all the other dynasties had already been destroyed. It's you and Li Xiaoyang. Who knows? In the end, after Li Xiaoyang's victory, the first thing he did was to kill me and my brother. Then I was born again, and I thought coming over would change everything. Nightwish sighed. Maybe by that time, I already had real feelings for you. As for you, it's not you that Li Xiaoyang values either, but Changchun. If I'm not mistaken, Changchun should have advised you, but you only have love in your eyes. Only Li Xiaoyang. Changchun lived a more tormented life than you. You've never understood how smart your brother is, even when you've returned from rebirth. Your stupidity is in your bones. And even if you were allowed to die now and be reborn again, you wouldn't change a thing. Chang Sang was similarly silent. Your previous life was a failure. What do you want to do in this rebirth? Should you marry me? Help me. You're being selfish. You're paying for your wrong past life with my future. I treated you so well in my previous life, even giving up the true spirit world. But what have you done in this life when you returned reborn? Why did you take in Li Xiaoyang? Firstly, because you didn't want to expose the identity of the reborn. And secondly, it was also a test. You want to see what kind of attitude I have toward you in this life. Wanted to be sure about bearing your reborn identity to me, didn't you? Chang Sang pursed her lips. Night Worthless dissected all of her thoughts. You're an emotional, not a rational person through and through. I was able to give up the world in my previous life, and I've been reborn in this one. And you still think I'm untrustworthy. You're a selfish man who puts himself first from start to finish. If I were Li Xiaoyang, I'd kill you too. Chang Sang Roa jerked his head up. There was incredulity in his eyes. What's going on? Is she that disliked? Night Heartless no longer had the heart to chat with her. This woman. It's not for her. In the future, he would rule the true spirit world and could not be held back by anything. Chang Chun, Chang Fu, Chang Xiang Rua defend off Feng Xiaoyang. Feng Jiyu sacrificed, and added Chang Fu as Ding Wang Fu. Night Wuxin looked at Chang Xiang Rua and said slowly. Chang Sang was similarly frozen in place. You actually did this to me? Having been blameless in a previous life, I renounce you in this one. The right to choose. If you are ashamed of me, make me whole and don't make it hard for me. Chang Sang froze. Suddenly laugh out loud. Take out a dagger. Stick it right in the heart. The body slowly fell to the ground. In the distance, Chu Xinghe and also Night Cold walked over. Shed. Night Cold looked at his third son. She's not for me and tends to stop me in my tracks. Night Cold didn't continue to ask more questions. Chu Xinghe lowered his head to glance at Chang Xiang Rua. A little finger. Flames rose all around. Come on. It's about time those two came out. Chu Xinghe walked ahead on his horse. If Chang Sang died, the heavenly destiny value is zeroed out, and the master gains 20 million heavenly destiny values. Chang Sang Rua died, and the destiny value of the Son of Fortune, Li Xiaoyang, dropped by 100,000, and the master gained 8 million destiny values. Chang Sang Rua died, and Feng Jiyu, the daughter of Fortune's heavenly fate value dropped by 150,000, and the master gained 15 million heavenly fate values. The arrival of more than 40 million heavenly destiny values made Chu Xinghe very excited. That son of Qi has been greatly crippled. The next step is harvesting. At least it's not dead yet, not by a long shot. In the middle of the chamber, Feng Xiaoyang, who was still in hiding, Feng Jiyu's mood was getting more and more anxious. Both had a bad feeling in their hearts, and it's getting stronger. Host, Chang Sang Yeo is dead. Hearing the words, Feng Jiyu blew up, jerked to his feet. A mountainous aura was released. Feng Xiaoyang's face changed drastically. When did my sister have that kind of strength? If it works for him, not to mention the fact that the two are not related by blood. Aren't you guys coming out yet? At this time a voice suddenly rang out from outside the chamber. Feng Jiyu's face changed. Let's go. Strike. There's still a chance to get out. Feng Xiaoyang nodded. The heart was beating straight. This sister was a bit of a stranger to him. That aura just now was not something that the Grandmaster realm could possess. Feng Jiyu walked out with Feng Xiaoyang. The sun outside stung the eyes of both men a little. There's no reaction yet. Space break. Feng Xiaoyang had appeared in Chu Xinghe's hands. Chu Xinghe's palm turned into a sword. Directly feinted Feng Xiaoyang. Feng Jiyu knew he couldn't stay long. Just now, Chu Xinghe had fled when he struck. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Run, what else can you run to? Chu Xinghe looked back at Night Cold. Night Heartless. When I settle Feng Jiyu, our destiny will be over. Chu Xinghe looked at Night Wuxin with admiration in his gaze. Practice what you're given, and hopefully we'll see each other again someday. Night Worthless fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed 3 times. When he raised his head, Chu Xinghe had already disappeared. Night Cold sighed. The Immortal Master did not accept you as a disciple and passed on your true skills, so don't let the Immortal Master down. Nightwish nodded. I'll catch up with him. Go back and kill the Fengs. Night Cold didn't refuse. Chu Xinghe carried Feng Xiaoyang and followed Feng Jiyu. After a while, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Feng Guqiang died. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value dropped by 40,000, and the master gained 3 million heavenly fate values. Feng Guqiang died. The daughter of Fortune Feng Jiyu's heavenly fate value dropped by 150,000. The master gained 15 million heavenly fate values. Hiss. Feng Dezhuang died. Why did Feng Jiyu's heavenly fate value drop so much? Who let her become Feng Jiyu, fooling around and killing Feng Dezhuang, the one who helped the son of Qi the most? Makes sense. Feng Jiyu, who was still escaping, heard that Feng Dezhuang died. Mind-blowing. Feeling the breath behind him, he stopped in his tracks. She knew that she couldn't outrun the immortal master behind her. Turning to look at Chu Xinghe. Who the hell are you? Chu Xinghe looked at Feng Jiyu. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you die. Feng Jiyu's face was gloomy. Why do you have to be nosy? Wouldn't it be nice to just leave each other alone? Chu Xinghe laughed out. And why are you meddling? Feng Jiyu's face changed. You have a system. And the only one who can feud with me is Chu Xinghe of the Taishu Heavenly Realm. His system was acquired by you. Chu Xinghe didn't retort. He's the one you're tasked with, isn't he? Chu Xinghe shook the fainting Feng Xiaoyang in his hands. What do you think would happen to you if he died? Feng Jiyu's expression remained unchanged. Dead is dead. Everyone owns the system. No one can do anything about it. Chu Xinghe had madness on his face. Who says it can't be helped? Chapter 126 All Dead. Breakthrough to Divine King. Supreme Subordinate. Chu Xinghe didn't talk nonsense and directly pinched Feng Xiaoyang to death. Feng Xiaoyang died. The value of heavenly fate is zeroed out. The master gained 5 million heavenly fate values. Feng Xiaoyang died. Feng Jiyu's heavenly fate value dropped by 200,000. Master gained 20 million heavenly fate values. No. Feng Jiyu had wanted to scare Chu Xinghe. It made him feel like he was just accomplishing his mission and didn't care at all about Feng Xiaoyang's death. Who knew that Chu Xinghe didn't follow the rules? Directly killed Feng Xiaoyang. Chu Xinghe communicated with the system. System, get on with it. Okay, do it. Ja. Chu Xinghe appeared in front of Feng Jiyu in an instant. A foot stomped her into the ground. The system in Feng Jiyu's mind also began to change. Host, you won't be punished, so hurry up and resist. Little Yakuza, now what you say doesn't count. Now your holes are in front of me. In plain sight, haven't seen you for so long. Why are you pulling your crotch so much? It's really you. Not bad. It's your father. Die. Sinful animal. Chu Xinghe's system abuses Feng Jiyu's system. Chu Xinghe even gouged out Feng Jiyu's eyes. You really like gouging people's eyes out, don't you? You enjoy abolishing other people's strength, don't you? You still like to dig holes for people, don't you? Forget it, you bastards don't deserve to be buried. Waste of land. In a short while, Feng Jiyu had already lost his face. The system had been disintegrated by Chu Xinghe's system. One fire and Feng Jiyu died completely. The daughter of Qi Fortune, Lin Muyo, has died. The value of heavenly destiny is zeroed out. And the master has gained 50 million heavenly destiny values. The system destroys the mission system and rewards the owner with growable martial arts skills, cracking hands and stepping heavenly steps. Master, look at them all. Commodity gift box. 50 million destiny values. Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate and hurriedly purchased it. It was a relief when the bags fell into place. Ha. Made a lot of money. Didn't think that with the help of destroying the system loophole, I could grab over a merchandise gift box. I just don't know what can be opened. It depends on the owner's luck, but with me out of the way, I won't shortchange my master in any way. This Lin Muyo is so easy to deal with. It always feels like something is still weird somewhere. Chu Xinghe heard the system to react. Smart and wise system cutie. Is it possible that it's because you've gotten stronger and that's why you think she's good to deal with? Wherever, it's all the master's fault. Hey. Ha. Let's go. It's time to return to the Taishu Heavenly Realm. The time spent here isn't short anymore. Good master. A vortex appeared around Chu Xinghe. After feeling that familiar aura, the corners of his mouth turned up. He, Chu Xinghe, is back again. The power in his body began to awaken. Take a look at the system. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, late heavenly god, 15 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon guide, heaven intercepting finger. Heaven splitting hand. Heaven stepping. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragons chariot. Dragon 1 supreme early stage true dragon. Dragon 2 dragon 9 heavenly sacred perfection pseudo true dragon. Formation, 9 dragons refining heaven formation. Taboo growth formation. Destiny value, 1211333500. Backpack, sword of enlightenment. Commodity gift box. Chu Xinghe's eyes looked at the value of heavenly destiny. 120 million. His heart was happy. Beautiful. That's still because $50 million was used to buy the gift box. After casually glancing at the mount, his pupils contracted for a moment. Immediately afterward, he was surrounded by a huge wave of excitement. Long Yi had broken through to the early stage of supremacy. Long Yer Longjiu they also broke through to heavenly saint perfection. Their bloodline metamorphosed and they were no longer augurs, but pseudo-true dragons. Hiss, that fast? No, when I destroyed that system, I used the loophole to increase the flow of time a little, only that loophole has been closed again. For nothing. Hiss, why didn't you tell me? What's there to say about this little thing? A loophole is only found for a while and then it's plugged. There's no point in resting for 2 days and looking for it again. How much did you speed up time? There aren't many. It's just a glance of 10,000 years. System, you're awesome. My admiration for you is like waves that go on and on. That's because I have a good master. So powerful. I can't drop the price, can I? Chu Xinghe nodded. Just a couple of words of modesty. Any more compliments would be a bit shameless. It's time for a power boost too. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Deep blue. Oh no. System, add points. 15 million heavenly destiny values disappeared, directly coming to heavenly god perfection. 20 million heavenly destiny values were consumed to break through to the early stage of the divine king realm. 30 million destiny values consumed, middle stage of divine king. 40 million heavenly fate values disappeared, late stage god king. From the late heavenly god stage directly to the late god king stage, there has been a huge breakthrough in strength. I believe it won't take long to break through to the saint realm. The decrease in the destiny value of the son of the spirit has also reduced the value of the destiny value to other people in the future. For that matter, the more sons of Chi the better. I don't know if the Green Deer School and Mount Sumeru have been destroyed. It's also time to see how Stonecrest is doing. Chu Xinghe was about to leave, suddenly stopping in his tracks. Just remember to break through the strength. Forgot to open the merchandise gift box. Open the merchandise gift box. Congratulations to the master for obtaining an early supreme ghost who will never betray the master. Congratulations to the master for obtaining a heavenly palace, a self-contained formation, doubling the flow of time, unbreakable by a quasi-imperialist. No, nope. Chu Xinghe wanted to say it was too little, but felt it was inappropriate. $50 million for a subordinate at the early supreme stage, and a heavenly palace. It's well worth it. Master, don't underestimate the heavenly palace. The defense array is powerful, but there are also attacking arrays. The attacking arrays are a little weaker, barely still able to kill a supreme mid-range or something. There is one more thing, a self-forming formation. Master, remember this. There is no need to consume the owner's spirit stones, to draw energy from between heaven and earth to accumulate itself. How is it? Awesome or not? I told you I'd send the master something good, right? This is something I've been eyeing for a long time, and it was hard to pack it in with the help of a loophole. System, you are my lucky star. I love you so much. I love my master too, and I will help him build a world of his own. Chu Xinghe exchanged pleasantries with the system for a while longer. In retrospect, he was now the equivalent of someone with 3 supreme beings. 9 dragons appeared. His eyes fell on Chu Xinghe with gratitude in his eyes. Master. Chu Xinghe nodded. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Chu Xinghe brought out the heavenly palace. Become the master of the heavenly palace and you can control its size into an exquisite and luxurious palace. Long Yi and the others looked at the heavenly palace. There was incredulity in his eyes. This is another treasure the owner snatched from somewhere. It feels a little dangerous. Come on, let's go find Muru, just to find out what's been happening lately. Ryuichi thought it would be good to keep a low profile. Who knew that another supreme being would appear at the gate of the heavenly palace? What's the point of laying low? Walk up. The 9 dragons broke the void and pulled the sky out of sight. Chapter 127, Seeing Shi Jingfeng. Breaking through the heart sword realm. The 9 dragons pulled the air out of the void. The strong aura could be sensed even through the void. The little building by the clouds. Emoru raised his head to feel that powerful aura and his expression changed. Someone's coming. There was a man at the table bent over writing, and when he heard Muru speak, he did not rise. Write what's in your hand without distractions. The 2 scribes behind Muru had envy in their eyes after seeing this scene. There was admiration in Muru's eyes. Who would have thought that a butcher who puts down his knife becomes equally as terrifying when he picks up his pen? The 9 dragons stayed in the sky above the cloudside chapel. Chu Xinghe appeared in front of Emoru in an instant. Senior, long time no see. Emoru opened his mouth wide and pointed his finger at Chu Xinghe. Another glance at Long Yi and the others who stayed in the sky above, and there was only shock in their eyes. He also sensed another aura, if any, around the palace, like a ghost in the night, and like a shadow. It's unnerving. It's only been a few days since we've seen each other. What the hell did this kid do to become so scary? What did you kid do to go? It's only been a few days since you've seen me, and you've become so terrifying that you alone can represent a hegemonic power. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I don't dare to be reckless in front of Senior. The corner of Emoru's mouth twitched when he heard Chu Xinghe Versailles words. You 2 talk. Chu Xinghe nodded. Muru left the place with the book boy. Shi Jingfeng put down his pen and raised his head to look at Chu Xinghe. How's it going? Chu Xinghe casually sat down. Shi Jingfeng sat in front of Chu Xinghe. It's quite nice. This place suits me quite well. I've been practicing my mind lately. Half a month at the latest. You will be able to cultivate the heart sword. A flash of surprise flashed across Chu Xingha's eyes. This guy is really talented. What about you? It's not bad. It's not a bad mood after taking out the guy who was trying to kill me in the first place. Shi Dingfeng stared at Chu Xingha. I've got a trace of the IU dug out earlier that I didn't bring back from a trip out 2 days ago. Where? Chuzhou Wangtian City. Chu Xingha made a note of this place. It hasn't been affected here lately, has it? It still has a bit of an impact. A few days ago Zhongli Qingmeng united with many forces to overthrow the Green Deer School, and the two dominating forces of Mount Sumeru. Many forces are now in danger of everyone. Strong as those two forces would have been overthrown. Instead, it's been quite calm lately. Recently, it's also just the matter of the heaven-swallowing demon body that's been making a lot of noise, and the innate dragon veins in many places have been dug up. There are also quite a few innate origins born from heaven and earth that have been scooped up, and as for who did it, no one has investigated it. Now quite a few forces have joined forces and put out resources to find the Tianji building to project. The celestial building hasn't responded yet. Chu Xingha had not expected that Zhongli Qingmeng had even evolved. Instead of staring at the origin, they were now staring at those things born between heaven and earth. What would you have done? Chu Xingha looked at Shi Dingfeng and asked. Shi Dingfeng raised his head and looked at Chu Xingha. I will devour those innate beings. Chu Xingha was stunned. Who asked you that? I'm not a heaven-swallowing demon body. Chu Xingha responded. Shi Dingfeng nodded. I know, but there are already rumors emerging that heaven's mandate could possibly be the heaven-swallowing demon body. Chu Xingha opened his mouth. Who slandered him? Chu Xingha's eyes narrowed. That's kind of funny. Now the whole thing was that he was a heaven-swallowing demon body. Have you heard from one Ruoxue lately? Shi Dingfeng shook his head. Chu Xingha stretched his back and thought about his next scheme. By the way, a few days ago a Dao artifact appeared in Qingzhou. A small bell. Quite a few forces grabbed it, but the little bell disappeared again. Zhongli Qingmeng brought people there and didn't find them either. Chu Xingha took a sip of tea and slowly opened his mouth. Qingzhou is really an amazing place. There's always the birth of some oddball. Chu Xingha appreciates the little building by the clouds. The Qinglu Academy was destroyed, and this Mo Ru actually didn't have the slightest impact. Shi Dingfeng thought of the people who came that day. He's a merc. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose. Sure enough, how could it be so simple for those who were able to hang around unharmed? Isn't leaving me much time. Shi Dingfeng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Time is indeed running out. The Eastern Emperor's bell also appeared, as did the eye I gouged out earlier. Where would there be such a coincidence? Before I incarnated Heaven's mandate, and now Heaven's mandate is on the verge of becoming a heaven-swallowing demon body. To say that there isn't one Ruoshue's handiwork behind this, I don't believe it. Every time I appear, my strength grows and the power around me increases quite a bit. Wait until this time to show up. It's going to cause a stir. Quite a few people should suspect that I'm a heaven-swallowing demon body. Looking at Chu Xingha without the slightest worry, Shi Dingfeng pondered for a moment. So that's how it is. You've already anticipated, and even thought about, what methods one Ruoxue would use to hold you back. Make her think that you are indeed alive. But in the end, she found out that you weren't alive. And what was your purpose in doing that? Chu Xingha raised his head and looked at the sky. Fishing takes bait and patience. Chu Xingha finished standing up. I'll go first. The others have already set up a trap, and if I don't go in, it'll be hard for the others. Looking at Chu Xingha's back as he left, Shi Dingfeng stood up and walked to the side, continuing to write again. Moru walked over and looked at Shi Dingfeng's writing. Your heart is in turmoil. Shi Dingfeng's brush stroke was the same as before. It doesn't take long to change back and forth. You're imitating him. Shi Dingfeng didn't put down his pen and didn't even look up. From the time I came here and I practiced my writing, following the rules, one stroke at a time. This is who I was before. He's different from me. He doesn't follow the norm. He always manages to be unexpected, takes one step and never lets you see through his cards. In fact, people and words are the same. The strokes of the word is so many. Everyone lyrical way is not the same. Some people write a word in one breath. Some people stick to the rules. One stroke to write a word. Muru came to life. Go on. Most of us are like the words above, written with a pen. But he wanted to be the one holding the pen. And that's a mood I can't reach. But I can make a pen. After Shi Dingfeng finished speaking, the circumference was vaguely intertwined with the surrounding Dao rhythms, blending with each other. Moru's pupils dilated when he saw it. Shi Dingfeng suddenly wrote out the word kill on the paper. The surrounding heaven and earth aura continuously poured into this killing word. In the small building by the clouds, killing opportunities rose in all directions. Mo and the two schoolboys were frozen in place. You're taking the avenue here? Don't be so dramatic. Shi Dingfeng put down his pen. Heart sword success. Chapter 128 I came and I went. Relinquishing the position of the great emperor. Mo looked at Shi Dingfeng with an uncertain expression. There was curiosity, surprise, and more than a little shock in his eyes. How did you do that? Sure, Dingfeng sighed. He helped me break through. Earlier in the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, he used the sound of the zither to help me comprehend the blade intent. Meet me today and help me comprehend the heart sword. He's still as strong as ever. Muru felt a bit of a tingle in his head. I heard a little bit of the chat between you two, but I didn't feel anything about how it helped you break through the heart sword. Sure, Dingfeng looked at Muru. Elder, your experience is not the same as ours, and in the same words, everyone has different senses. Remember the way he moved when he said those last words? Muru recalled Chu Xinghe's movements. At the end it seemed to look at the sky and say. Muru's expression stiffened. What do you mean? Sure, Dingfeng nodded. He doesn't see it as a game with Winnie the Pooh. He sees it as a game between him and the sky. Now the entire Taishu heavenly realm is a chessboard in his eyes. He disappeared for a couple of days, and probably anticipated what was going to happen back there. Muru sighed. Young people these days are really something. Then he's still showing up on such a high note. Sure, Dingfeng shook his head. That's something I haven't figured out yet, and maybe when I do, it's time for me to make my move. Maybe he's waiting for an opportunity. 2. Chu Xinghe, who had left, rode the 9-dragon chariot to Wangtian City in Chuzhou. Meanwhile, quite a few people got the message. The 9 dragons pulling the cart were also the only ones who had Heaven's Destiny. Now it was all rumored that Heaven's Destiny was also a heaven-swallowing demon body. Previously, many people had said that when Ruoxue was a heaven-swallowing demon body, and now there's a providence. It boggles their minds. Who the hell is this heaven-swallowing demon body? But more people believe in Winnie the Pooh. Why else would you take the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and disappear? As for why Heaven's Destiny was a heaven-swallowing demon body, many people are still confused. Where this news came from is unknown. Chu Xinghe had already hidden his tracks when he arrived in Chuzhou. Master, what are you doing? System, we can come over. We can't show up yet. Hearing this, the system was a bit confused. The current owner can be very strong. What's still daunting? Don't you forget that the immortal demon pupils are enchanted to see through a person's true name, strength, and physique. Finished? I almost forgot about that. So what's next? Chu Xinghe changed his face. This one Ruoxue still doesn't fall for it. It's too hard to get her hooked. Could it be that when Ruoxue is behind all this? Who else could it be but her? Those eyes should have been grafted onto someone else by her. And that person has a grudge against Zhongli Qingmeng. I don't know if it's someone from the Green Deer Academy, or someone from Mount Sumeru. When these two hegemonic forces are overthrown, there's always 1 or 2 people who escape. Who cares about me so much? Only Zhongli Qingmeng. Of course. Now that Zhongli Qingmeng thinks I'm still alive, with my eyes appearing in Chuzhou, and with me being slandered, Zhongli Qingmeng might come over. It's only fitting that I show up on a high note now. Otherwise, Zhongli Qingmeng's heaven-swallowing demon body, might all be exposed to the eyes of others. This one Ruoxue is really good at scheming, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Ruoxue doesn't care about the heaven-swallowing demon body, the one who is curious now should be me. If I hadn't guessed, those transplanted immortal demon pupils are what tugged at her heart. She's more curious about how one can see through a person's true name, strength, and physique, and it's how those means are obtained that she's curious about. Plus my resurrection would have tugged at her heart. This game is still a big threshold. Will that Zhongli Qingmeng come over? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. No. Why? Because I've taught her before. What do you mean? You forgot that I taught her how to deal with those sons of Qi before. Master, are you admitting something? Don't take it personally. I mean the things I said to her. Oh, that scared me. The fact that I can know the way to deal with the sons of Qi itself means that I am the sons of Qi. That dead Lin Muyao, who favored gouging out my eyes, didn't think that it could help me as well, doing nothing but gouging out my eyes. Plus now the eyes appear and the Donghuan clock appears. That's too much of a coincidence. Of course Zhongli Qingmeng comes over or not, when Ru Shui doesn't care. It's only if I come or not that someone cares. Now that it is rumored that I have come to Chuzhou and the news has been spread, that is enough. Zhongli Qingmeng should be able to see through my intentions. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, the ghost broke the void and disappeared with Chu Xinghe. System, when you meet such a master, you always feel that your brain is not enough. System, it's not me looking for them now, it's them looking for me. Everything fits together too coincidentally, and she's suspicious again. There's another person she's worried about out there. Zhongli Qingmeng? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The previous generation of the Zhongli clan's heaven-swallowing demon body, Zhongli Qingmeng smart, isn't enough to look at in Wen Ruoshue's eyes. Or rather, she never had Zhongli Qingmeng in her sights from the beginning. Zhongli Qingmeng followed the path of the previous generation's heaven-swallowing demon body. To her, Zhongli Qingmeng can hardly even surpass her mother. Also, that heaven-swallowing demon body is the ruthless one. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I have another guess that's even more vicious than that. The disappearance of those vanished innate dragon fortunes, innate origins, and living beings was just a cover. What do you think would happen if the previous generation's heaven-swallowing demon body was sacrificed to Zhongli Qingmeng? Hiss. Even the system couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. So bold? It's no longer a matter of pep. It's a matter of the knife being on their necks. The Zhongli clan has no choice. This is the third time the rules of the Heavenly Tao have struck out against the Zhongli clan. If we can still step through this time, the Zhongli family will become stronger. And if we can't, I'm afraid the Zhongli family will disappear into the long river of history. They just had to let it go. No wonder the master doesn't recognize Zhongli Qingmeng. Master is also afraid that someone is using you to threaten Zhongli Qingmeng, just like someone is using Zhang Evening to threaten Master, right? Chu Xinghe nodded. It's not true that there are two supreme beings around, but in this Taishu heavenly realm, through so many eras, there might be the resurrection of some powerful beings, and supreme beings might also be reduced to ants. It's just that it's not time to game at that level yet, or maybe there is another possibility. What's possible? I'm getting confused. In the ancient times, the previous generation's heaven-swallowing demon body could have achieved greatness, only to give up and instead let everyone drop their guard. The heaven-swallowing demon body is nothing more than that. Chapter 129, Who is the Fisherman? A terrifying physique that can't even ascend to the throne of a great emperor in the end might be just like that for those clans with great emperor legacies. Intangibly, the heaven-swallowing demon body isn't something that many people care about either. If you look at this era again, how many forces didn't move after the appearance of the heaven-swallowing demon body? If it's really as I guessed, then the previous generation of heaven-swallowing demon body prana is equally not small. And there's a reason why when Ruoshui would be scornful. Come on, we'll need to wait a while. Now it's when Ruoshui's turn to find us. We can find someone to impersonate. But before we do that, we have to make something to tell when Ruoshui that I'm still alive and don't dare to show up. So we can only use this method. Chu Xinghe turned the corner and disappeared into the crowd. The Zhonglei family. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the message in his hand. The mandate of heaven traveled to Chuzhou in a 9-dragon carriage. In particular, a dragon had broken through to the supreme realm. The remaining 8 dragons broke through to heavenly saint perfection. Nui, what's wrong? A voice of compassion came from the side. Zhongli Qingmeng sighed. He went over. Following Zhongli Qingmeng's gaze, there were 2 people sitting across from each other. The male was majestic and dominant, sitting there like a mountain. Next to her sat a woman in a flowing fairy dress. Sitting next to the man appeared petite. A pair of eyes looked clear and transparent, without hard eyes. The man next to him looked down at the woman from time to time. The bottom of his eyes were full of love. Aren't you going over there? Lai Lianchu asked. Zhongli Qingmeng sat down. If I were to go over, it would instead be a bad thing. It's now rumored outside that he's a heaven-swallowing demon body, and he also appeared in such a high-profile manner. And the strength of the 9 dragons' chariot has been drastically increased. He's just increasing the suspicion of others. Lai Lanshu leaned against Zhongli Tsongtian. You're not afraid that something will happen to him again? Zhongli Qingmeng pursed her lips and didn't open her mouth. How not to be afraid? She was too happy to know he was alive. Nothing will happen to him, Zhongli Qingmeng said seriously. Lai Lianchu, Zhongli Tsongtian looked at each other. They understand this statement from their daughters. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Lai Wanshu. Mother, what do you think when Ruoshui is doing? There's always a haze around the bell's clear dreams. So much for wanting to grab something, and then seemingly not grabbing it. This one Ruoshui. Chu Xinghe didn't care when he was alive before. Have to make sure Chu Xinghe is alive. Now that you know you're alive, you don't make a move. Just design a little of this nasty stuff. Lai Lianshu looked at her daughter. When things come up, think more. Before me and your father, can be one step at a time. Isn't that right, Cthulhu? Well, my daughter-in-law is right. My daughter, your mother and I have taken it one step at a time. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the 2 people speechlessly. This is her unreliable parents. Not as reliable as Chu Xinghe yet. You should also go and rest. You've worked hard these past few days dealing with the affairs of the clan. Zhongli Qingmeng left without the slightest bit of attachment. Just as she had suspected, a special person did appear in the clan. Luckily it had been snuffed out by her. Looking at her daughter's back as she left, Lai Lanchu's eyes carried heartache. Should we both take a shot? Zhongli Tsongtian's eyes carried a hostile aura. Stay out of it. This era is not the era that belongs to us. All kinds of heaven-defying physiques have appeared, including those special people, one after another. Letting Qingmeng deal with them is the best choice. Once we intervene, things will easily get out of balance in this and will be detrimental to Qingmeng. Zhongli Tsongtian sighed. When Ruoshui's mind is like the sea, I can't even figure out what she wants now. Lai Lanchu snorted. What are you laughing at, ma'am? Sentience turns into emotionlessness, and emotionlessness turns into sentience. So you might play yourself to death one day. What is the point of talking about sentience without love when you don't even know what true love is? But what she's hiding behind this, even I can't quite see it. Zhongli Tian looked at his own mother. So what are you worried about? What I'm worried about is that Chu Xinghe is not Chu Xinghe. How can a dead person be resurrected when even the heavenly Tao recognizes that the immortal demon body is dead? What I'm worried about is that someone is posing as Chu Xinghe to figure all this out. Or maybe this was all directed by Wen Ruoshui. That's why we can't intervene yet. We can only take our time. When the daughter needs the strength to destroy this, we can do our part. Zhongli Tian picked up Li Wanchu in his arms. Then enjoy this next bit of time. 2. Zhongli Qingmeng, who had left the main hall, looked at the towering immortal palace. The depression was quite soothing. Shadow One appeared beside Zhongli Qingmeng. What's next, miss? Zhongli Qingmeng raised her head and looked at the sky. Shadow One had a bad feeling about this. Why did you betray me? Shadow One's mind was flustered. I don't understand, miss. Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth was tinged with mockery. If the Shadow One from before had killed herself in front of me when I suspected her, now you've explained it all. Shadow One looked unsightly. You find a loved one, just let me know and I can give you a chance. I've waited so long for you and you still haven't accounted for it. What makes you think that you can hide it? Shadow One paled. Miss, for the sake of my having worked hard all these years without merit. Oh, credit, credit, credit. Everything you have is given to me. I can give it to you and I can take it back. Shadow One was about to continue speaking when the void shook a bit, passed out straight away. Dark shadows came from the shadows. What's next, miss? Zhongli Qingmeng thought for a moment. Have her brother make a trip to Chuzhou. The dark figure nodded and disappeared. Zhongli Qingmeng also wanted to go there in person. What's his can't be tainted by anyone, but he has gone forward in person. And so high profile. Zhongli Qingmeng understood that this was not wanting her to go over. What were those eyes hiding? I can't go over there, so I'll send you over a helper. Thought it would be a great help to you. Kajikichi's brother is also special. Originally, Zhongli Qing dreamed of getting rid of him. Thought it might work, and Zhongli Qingmeng experimented with it. Use this special person against a special person. The results are not bad. Chuzhou Wengtianqing Guanshinlu. A woman with a veiled head sat in a corner seat. A man walks through the door, glancing around the corner to come over. The bucket hat on his head was not removed. Looking across the room at the woman who also wore a bucket hat on her head, I observed the circle, and no one named Chu Xinghe appeared. When Ruoshui calmly sipped his tea, the man tensed up. Will this man kill him? Families, clans overthrown. It's hard to see an opportunity. The opportunity was now at hand, and he was going to hold on to it. What else do you see? Chapter 130. These eyes are not mine. Are they yours? Right now I can only see names. Nothing else yet. Maybe I haven't gotten used to these eyes yet. When Ruoshui put down his teacup, you stay here and keep watching. Take your time to get used to it. I have something to leave first. I'll come find you then. The man nodded when he heard it. Meanwhile the mood was inexplicably a little happier. He didn't know the woman's name. Quite mysterious. Let's just say it will help him get his revenge. The premise is to do her a favor. It was only later that he realized that the promise was contingent on a new pair of eyes. At first he even thought the woman was crazy. Change your eyes. Do you want to hear what you're saying? But the family's hatred was not something he could carry right now. There was no choice but to agree. A dead horse is a dead horse. Who would have thought that after replacing a pair of eyes, he could read most of them, but there are those who can't see through it. Just a moment ago, his eyes felt a little dry. In a haze, a man is seen. Apparently it's a son of Qi or something. It's only hazy, even a little fuzzy, and he didn't dare admit it, even tell a lie. The woman in front of me should not have seen through it. The woman didn't seem to know anything about those eyes either. Trying to get through to him to find out what these eyes can do. The eyes are his now anyway. Speak up about the situation and she can't see it. Besides, he didn't want to be controlled all the time, like a puppet. On the other side, Chu Xinghe, who had already made a good mask, looked at the things in his hands, the corners of his mouth rising. Immediately after that, using the heart magic guide to control a number of people to put on the mask, it also controls a group of ordinary people and looks outside through their eyes. The masked man was just a front. He wanted to know what that son of Qi was really about. As these people entered the Skywatch city, Chu Xinghe was waiting outside. Before that, he liked to show up at the Heartwatcher's house. If Wen Ruoshui wasn't stupid, he would have had someone try to test the waters at the Heartwatcher's house. In the void above the Heartwatch building, Wen Ruoshui was hidden. Not a moment later, the color of the gods changed. A lot of mandate of heaven, both short and tall, fat and thin. Many of the onlookers were talking and pointing at these people. Dozens of identical-looking people appeared. Who could not be curious? Which creator gave birth to this? I just counted 25 of the same. What kind of family genes are these? This pregnancy has a stomach comparable to a house, right? Awesome. I wish I could ask their parents how they did it. There were also quite a few cultivators with weirdness in their eyes. These are all people wearing masks. And this appearance is the same as that heaven's mandate. Heaven's mandate? Is that the heaven-swallowing demon body? Brother, speak carefully, it is rumored to be a heaven-swallowing demon body. And people still show up with great fanfare. Do you think he would still dare to show up if he really is? Wasn't it rumored some time ago that when Ruwashue of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land was a heaven-swallowing demon body, and after being exposed, he disappeared with the entire Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? Is it possible that the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land is a devil's den? Otherwise, why did it disappear so quickly? It must have prepared for it earlier. Previously, Heaven's Destiny identified out that when Ruwashue might be a heaven-swallowing demon body, and now it's rumored that Heaven's Destiny is a heaven-swallowing demon body. Isn't that a no-brainer? Haven't you heard? Chu Xinghe was the one who discovered when Ruwashue's secret, and that's why he was killed. Otherwise, who else could so silently scheme a saint body to death? Look upstairs. Luo Mingchuan heard the movement around him and unhurriedly came to the window and looked towards the bottom. Looking at the 20 or so people with the same face, their color changed. At a glance, you can tell it's a mask costume. And all these people have different first names, different last names, different identities. Luo Mingchuan didn't notice. He wore a bucket hat, and how brightly colored he was in the crowd, especially standing by the window. Chu Xinghe was able to see this guy at a glance through the person he was controlling. Name, Luo Mingchuan. Age, 22. Identity, young master of the Luo family. Remnant of Mount Sumeru. Son of Qi Fortune. Strength, early void god realm. Physique, immortal demon pupil. Twin sacred body. Technique, underworld heavenly skill. Wanxiang heavenly skill. Destiny value, 600,000. After Chu Xinghe saw the message, immortal demon pupil, he knew that it was still something that originally belonged to him. Dual-born sacred body. What the hell is that? System, a double-born holy body, is one body and two souls, and right now he still has one soul that hasn't awakened. Chu Xinghe reacted. That means one weakling, and one very strong after his soul awakens. Yes, the son of Qi can't be speculated with common sense, only that awakening requires certain conditions. Master must be careful. Chu Xinghe nodded. I didn't expect to run into such a lucky son, but it was a bit of a surprise. Chu Xinghe controlled the people to head elsewhere. Turn your eyes and see another surprise. Name, Fong Zian. Age, 20. Identity, remains of the Fong family. The son of Qi Luck. Strength, early ascension realm. Physique, all saints body. Technique, 10,000 ways technique. Heavenly soul technique. Destiny value, 900,000. Chu Xinghe looked at this golden leek with glowing eyes. That's too fat. Master, this son of Qi should be more careful. 10,000 saints body. The body may not have the inheritance of 10,000 saints, but there are quite a few, depending on how much this kid has already developed. If it was the 10,000 sacred body back then, I can't imagine what this kid's situation is now. But this kid is still in the middle of polishing his roots. His strength is a bit low, and he wants to improve quickly. After polishing your roots, you can definitely soar. Chu Xinghe listened carefully to the system's explanation. System, you have to remember that each of these sons of Qi has their own way of making death. The immortal demon pupils should be able to see Fong Zian's identity clearly. Information. Do you think the two sons of Qi will do it? I don't think so. It's also possible for two sons of Qi to join forces. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Don't you feel that this Fong Zian is a bit familiar, and wouldn't appear in this place for no reason? I don't really remember. Shadow one next to Zhong Liqing Meng hisses, I kinda remember that. Then Fong Zian's purpose is to bring back the immortal demon pupil and kill that Luo Mingchuan. Zhong Liqing Meng really brought me a good helper. Chu Xinghe murmured. What's that kid up to? Chu Xinghe suddenly exclaimed. Watch the heart upstairs. Fong Zian came to Luo Mingchuan, straight out of the gate. The strike was to dig into Luo Mingchuan's heart. The zero-axis start catches people off guard. Luo Mingchuan took a step back. The bucket hat had been removed. What are you doing? Luo Mingchuan's heart palpitated. This guy looks like he's only in the middle stage of the Ascension realm. But the aura that struck out just now was not like something the Ascension realm could possess. Fong Zian looked at Luo Mingchuan. These eyes are not yours. Hand them over or die. Luo Mingchuan froze. My eyes aren't mine. Are they yours? Chapter 131. I pulled myself down. All messed up. Fong Zian snorted when he heard Luo Mingchuan's words. Instead of continuing to strike this time, he took a step back. This one is the one left behind by Mount Sumeru. With the inheritance of Mount Sumeru in his body, Luo Mingchuan's expression changed. You kid, you don't follow the rules. I hear it's what's left of Mount Sumeru. Many people's color changed. The surrounding void became oppressive. When Ruwashue, who was hiding in the shadows, didn't block the scene when she saw it, nor did they come forward. Chu Xinghe, what else do you have to do with all this stuff? No wonder it's just so scared to show up in front of me. The crowd sneaks closer to a number of people. Quite a few of them were the ones who had participated in the overthrow of Mount Sumeru and the Green Deer School. Now that he had heard about the people remaining in Mount Sumeru, it would be a long time before he made a move. Luo Mingchuan's expression changed. What a bad time for that woman to leave. Luo Mingchuan moved closer to the window and inadvertently glanced downstairs. Stop him, he's trying to escape. Fong Ziyan shouted and quickly struck out. Many people struck out along with them. Luo Mingchuan crushed a jade pendant. A large hand coalesced out of the void, shooting at Fong Ziyan and the others. Only Fong Ziyan's hands were seen forming seals. Water Sage. A faint shadow appeared behind him. A large dark blue hand coalesced, rushing forward and slapping. Rumble. The Heartwatcher's building shook a little. Water vapor filled the air. Luo Mingchuan's trail disappeared. Fong Ziyan's expression changed, turning into a residual shadow. He disappeared into the Heartwatcher's building. Chu Xinghe saw this scene through the people. The corners of his mouth twitched. Master, how about it? I guessed right. The two will definitely join forces. You really did guess right. Or you're smart. What's next for the master? See those guys impersonating me? I'm going to get a merchandise. Sell my mask. Just wear it for 5 days. No money, and pay them back. Master, are you sure? What's wrong with you? You've gotten so unlovable. People have always been cute, and they've been brought down by you. Chu Xinghe rubbed his nose. A little vain. It's a system where you don't learn from the good, you learn from the bad. Let's go and play with these sons of Qi. But when Ruoshui should be keeping an eye on it, it's a bit of a problem. It's better to detach this woman first. Chu Xinghe stood up and stretched. At the same time a figure appeared silently beside him. Master, some clues have been detected. Quite a few people from the Tianji building have already come to Skywatch City. Chu Xinghe nodded. Now that there are rumors about me being a heaven-swallowing demon body, then I'm going to start rumors as well. Spread these messages. The Ghost Supreme left silently. The sun was about to set as time went by. A message that made many heads turn. Tianji House was created by Wen Rushui. When Ruoshui was the mysterious ancestor of Tianji House and knew the art of deduction, the disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land were scattered in the artistic states, accompanied by another message. Of course, Luo Mingchuan is the legacy of Mount Sumeru. The young man who wanted to kill Lok Mingchuan was called Fong Ziyan, the legacy of the Fong family in Yuzhou, who deliberately let Luo Mingchuan go. After these messages were spread, Chuzhou Wangtian City was completely bustling. There is of course another hilarious reason. That's when most people become ordained. Who knows if there will be a real one mixed in there. Chu Xinghe had indeed blended into Wangtian City, when Ruoshui was still in the void. Reaching out, he rubbed his brow helplessly. At a glance, it's all about destiny. Even the little dolls that were still messing around in other people's arms became ordained. She knew who this was messing with, but the guy just doesn't show up. After she learned that those eyes could see through people's messages, just curious, she was worried that it was the woman who was setting up the game. Heaven's mandate is not the real Chu Xinghe. That's before you continue to try it once more. When Chu Xinghe had his eyes gouged out, after being found by her without a second thought, she had a feeling there was a big secret in those eyes. When Ruoshui was in a daze, the sound transmission jade talisman lit up. Upon hearing the news, the look changed. I know. When Ruoshui's face was calm and patience lost some. Now there's something happening in Jutsu. Especially with the overthrow of Mount Sumeru, the forces of the Green Deer School had made another move. This time it was completely focused on Tianji House. More than that, she was a little annoyed. Those dispersed disciples in the artistic state were found by quite a few people and went to meet the King of Hell. There had even been supreme powerhouses who had stepped out to hunt down elders and deacons. An old ancestor sheltering disciple of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land had lost his life. When Ruoshui was annoyed in his heart, she had never been in contact with the Tenji House. Chu Xinghe couldn't possibly know even if he was alive. The mind keeps filtering people. Lai Wanchu, did you really make a move? I haven't made a move on you guys yet, and instead I'm coming over here and making a move on me. Taking one last look at the situation in Skywatch City, he sighed helplessly and turned around to disappear. Something can't happen to Tianji House. Chu Xinghe, who was still in the shadows, listened to the news reported by the Ghost Supreme. A fine light flashed in his eyes. Rather, I didn't expect to be crooked. When Ruoshui, this woman's mind was like the sea. He also knows the art of deduction. The eye, the East Emperor's bell, and the immortal demon Qin can all be found. If it wasn't for his change in physique, surely all of them could have been found easily. After his death, Zhongli Qingmeng must have had someone deduce it as well. But still, when Ruoshui was the first to find it, together with the innate Tao body, one could imagine how terrifying the deduction technique was. Especially since there's been a bit of a buzz about Tianji House lately. This had to make Chu Xinghe think more. Not to mention that Chu Xinghe also fought whether there was a snake or not, and first knocked a stick to try. Rather, I didn't expect it to be so rewarding. Come back as soon as you can. Make a few extra detours and be safe. For the rest, don't ask us to do anything. Someone else will. Chu Xinghe knew that what some forces cared about was not the heaven-swallowing demon body, especially those who made a move to overthrow the Green Deer School. Mount Sumeru. It's time to spread that message next. 2. Long E, you guys spread this news as soon as possible. Ryuichi looked at the top. God's color changes. Master, if this news spreads, Chu Xinghe certainly knew what would happen if this news was spread. Do it as soon as you can. Sooner or later, we'll have to come to that point. So it's better to plan ahead and pull more forces down. Long Yi's face was complicated. Master, do you want to keep thinking about it? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Don't think about it, just do it. Long Yi could only nod his head. Another day passed. The entire Taishu Heavenly Realm scalp went numb after receiving this news. There are some who remain skeptical. Chu Xinghe really didn't die, nor did he break with one Ruoshui. The two masters and disciples acted on each other, using the Great War of the Powers to plot against others' origins, especially where when Ruoshui appeared. It was all in the name of finding an apprentice. As a result, a number of forces were wiped out. It was to use such a method to obtain the origin, to enhance their own strength and also enhance the strength of their subordinates. Why else would you be able to create the Tianji house? There are even other hegemonic powers that are as warm as water. Mandate of heaven is Chu Xinghe, and the two have been acting all along. Chapter 132. She is not worth a hair on your head. One explosive news after another caused the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm to be less than calm. Many people have even found it difficult to tell which news is true and which news is false. The Zhonglei family. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the message in his hand. The shock in the dark shadow's eyes hadn't faded. Miss, what is Mr. Chu doing? Zhongli Qingmeng couldn't return to his senses for a long time. Why jump involuntarily this time when you've already jumped out? Isn't dying once enough? Or do you want to drag one Ruoshui along with you? But how can warm as water be compared to a single hair on your head? Zhongli Qingmeng murmured to himself. The dark figure opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Some say that heaven's destiny is a heaven-swallowing demon body. Now Chu Xinghe sat on this matter. At that time, heaven's mandate or Chu Xinghe, it would be difficult to walk in the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm. Zhongli Qingmeng stood up. This guy goes AWOL every time and doesn't know to consult with me for once. Zhongli Qingmeng looked into the distance. Ugh, he's trying to push one Ruoshui to his death. It looks like he's already thought that sooner or later, when Ruoshui will use Zhang Evening Yin to test him once. But why would he do this when he knows it so well? And by then the entire Taishu Heavenly Realm will be on him. Could it be that he still has something to offer? The dark figure hesitated. Miss, that 9-dragon chariot, and the supreme perfection powerhouse that appeared beside heaven's destiny before. Could it be related to this? Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. Could it be that this is someone using him to lay out a plan, and he can only be forced to do so? The dark shadow was speechless. How can so many people harm Chu Xinghe? It seems that since Chu Xinghe's accident, every time a problem arises, the lady will associate it with someone harming her or Chu Xinghe. It's suffering from paranoia. Miss, then do we need to send someone to Jiashu next? Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes narrowed. Go, all 8 guards will be mobilized. Make the Tianji house and all the affiliated forces disappear, and push all the way across. The dark figure opened its mouth. What is this madness? The two masters and disciples are acting. When I, the Zhengli clan, am a little cutie, it's normal for me to be a little angry, right? Then I don't need to tell you who needs to pay this price. Right after Zhongli Qingmeng made sure of it, 2 men came outside. It was Zhongli Tsongtian, Lai Lianchu. Have you decided? Lai Lianchu looked at her daughter. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. Mother, I've made up my mind. If you cooperate with Chu Xinghe so much, once when Ruoshui storms out, the truth about the heaven-swallowing demon body will be exposed. Are you sure you want to do that? Zhongli Qingmeng didn't hesitate in the slightest. Expose me even if I have to. I'd rather I was exposed than see him in any danger. Lai Lanchu looked at Zhongli Qingmeng, an inward sigh. What if this matter is a play directed by Wen Ruoshui? Zhongli Qingmeng raised his head. I wouldn't dare bet on it. I've already lost him once, and even if it's a fake, I'll take my chances. At that time, don't blame me, Zhongli Qingmeng, for being ruthless. The reason I can suppress myself now is that there is still a hope in my heart that he is alive and near me. If he is not there, I will not be suppressing myself. Lai Lianchu looked at Zhongli Qingmeng seriously. There was madness in those eyes, and a coldness brewing in the depths. More like a ferocious beast trapped in chains, lurking in the deepest depths. This chain is Chu Xinghe. When Ruoshui knows that there are 2 heaven-swallowing demon bodies in our Zhongli clan, so why has she not dared to expose them? And I believe that this time she will not expose them yet. Lai Lianchu signaled Zhongli Qingmeng to continue. Didn't you guys notice that when Ruoshui kept testing Chu Xinghe, using all those special people? Why did she do it? And how did she manage to find so many special people? It's as if everything was deliberately steered. She could be hiding a huge conspiracy. It looks like it's pushing her over the edge now, and I'm sure it's still within her expectations. When I decide to kill her, I'm going to push her to the breaking point, and I'm going to push me to the breaking point. Lai Lanchu stepped forward and hugged Zhongli Qingmeng. Go on, my son, do all you want to do, and your father and I will carry all the karma for you. The big deal is to recreate the rain of blood from the ancient times. Zhongli Qingmeng let go of her mother and walked towards the outside. Zhongli Tsongtian looked at his daughters disappearing back. What do you have in mind now? There is no idea. Soldiers come to block. Water comes to earth. Whoever bullies my daughters. I don't mind if Tsongtian bully weighs in now for a lifetime. Only, this time, the Tsongtian hegemony body is not the Tsongtian hegemony body of the ancient era. Even if I die, I'll still be able to send my daughter to the position of a great emperor. The corners of Lai Wanchu's mouth rose. No, it's the fusion of the two Tsongtian hegemony bodies and the two heaven-swallowing demon bodies in the daughter. The couple looked at each other. No, how about adding the old man's spatial Tao body? Old man, I can be of a little help with this time Tao body. Zhongli Tsongtian, Lai Lianchu's color changed. Greetings, elder ancestor. The two men saluted and then their eyes changed. Old ancestor, you too. The eyes of the two men in front of me looked a little cloudy. We old guys are still around. How can we let you youngsters carry the load? The two of us are old, but we can still fight this heavenly Tao with this breath. The first two times counted as a no-win situation. Let's find hope for the Zhengli family to live twice. There is one, there is two, and naturally there is three. As the sky above the Zhengli clan was covered with densely packed warships, the scalps of the powers that got the news were numb. The last time they overthrew the Green Deer School, Mount Sumeru, and the Zhongli clan didn't have such a big commotion. Zhongli Qingmeng stood on top of the warship. Departure. With a command, the densely packed warships cut through the void and disappeared. Previously, at Zhongli Qingmeng's suggestion to exterminate Mount Sumeru, the forces of the Green Deer School received the news and similarly began to set off with their troops. This time, the Zhengli family is out, so it's fine to have some soup at the back. Last time, when the two forces were destroyed, a lot of things, Zhongli Qingmeng shared them. This caused their favorability towards Zhongli Qingmeng to rise. They thought they were now on the same page as Zhongli Qingmeng. The last time they occupied the Great Righteousness. As for Mount Sumeru, is the Green Deer School a demonic cave? No one cares. Artistic State, Tianji Building. When Ruoshui sat at the top, there were rows and rows of powerful people sitting below. Several old ancestors of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land sat down below. There was still shock in their hearts now. This Holy Lord didn't know how many means he had unknowingly set up. Even they don't know. When Ruoshui looked at the message inside his hand, the owner of the Tianji Building stood up. Holy Lord, what do we do next? Fight or retreat? When Ruoshui paid no attention to the Tianji floormaster, she was watching the news spread by Chu Xinghe. Interesting. That's your tactic. Enter the game with your body. Pull me down. It looks like you kinda hate me too. When Ruoshui raised her head to look at the Tianji Lu master, how about that other thing I asked you to look into? Chapter 133, sorry, you're surrounded by heavenly destiny. The Tianji mansion master shook his head. Sacred Lord, the reincarnation god body is too mysterious. We've been constantly deducing and have only found a little hint. We can't be sure yet. It will take some time. The heavenly mechanism building is built on a star formation with unique conditions. If we leave this place, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deduce the reincarnation god body. When Ruoshui pondered for a moment, these forces are raging. Tianji House can't resist. One sentence already represents the meaning of warm as water. The Tianji mansion master's expression changed. I'll go down and prepare, and when they arrive, I'll deduce Jiang Evening Yin's trail as soon as possible. When Ruoshui nodded, his gaze lowered, not knowing what he was contemplating. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land similarly looked at Wen Ruoshui. From the death of Chu Xinghe, when Ruoshui became unfamiliar to them, it's as if they care about everything, and as if they don't. But right now, when Ruoshui was the strongest among them, there was nothing they could do to refute it. In the city of Wangtian, Chuzhou, a hidden place, Luo Mingchuan, Fang Zi and two people stay together. Luo Mingchuan had thought that Fang Zian really wanted to kill him. Who would have thought that the final deliberate cover-up would allow him to escape? Why? Luo Mingchuan was a bit unable to understand Fang Zian's operation. It was clear that he was going to kill him, but now he was going to let him go. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. Your enemy is Zhongli Qingmeng, who destroyed your family, and the clan. My sister is in her hands now. It's hard to save my sister out by myself. I need help. Luo Mingchuan didn't rush to speak. Instead he looked at Fang Zian seriously. It's hard for me to believe your words. Zhongli Qingmeng has a powerful background. Even if you unite 10 of me, it would be hard for you to do anything to Zhongli Qingmeng. Of course I know. It's not the present I'm looking at, it's your future potential. I'm still a pretty good judge of character. My mission is to kill you. I'll be in the dark. You'll be in the light. We can work together inside and out. I can pull together a group of forces in a very short period of time if I give it time. How about you take something that doesn't belong to you? And when Zhongli Qingmeng makes a move against you, I can even tell you in advance? Luo Mingchuan thought for a moment. Okay, then I'll believe you for once. Fong Zian held out his hand. Luo Mingchuan similarly stretched out his hand and the two of them clapped 3 times. Sort of a pact between men. Wait until the two come out in disguise. Hearing the news spread was instantly dumbfounding. They plotted so much, and their plan was already recognized before they even started? Especially after Fong Zian heard that his background had been dug up. There's also has joined forces with Luo Mingchuan. The face darkened. Who is this? Predicting his plans in advance. Even Luo Mingchuan was a bit incredulous. It's only been a little while and it feels like months. This is better. Luo Mingchuan even regretted it a little. Originally, now he needed to watch out for Zhongli Qingmeng, as well as overthrowing the forces of those Green Deer Academy and Mount Sumeru. Now there's another batch of enemies. There's more important news. The mandate of heaven is Chu Xinghe. He was acting with one Ruoshui. In retrospect, that's true. Every time Heaven's Destiny or Chu Xinghe appeared, there will be traces of one Ruoshui in all of them. A number of people suffered immediately afterward. A few days ago, Heaven's mandate even appeared in the 9-dragon chariot. I heard that one of them had already broken through to the supreme realm. Predictable with what boosts. All the evidence has been proven. The rumors behind this are true. Luo Mingchuan's heart sank. He had already had a guess that the person who had replaced his eyes was one Ruoshui. No wonder he was utilized to replace his eyes. When the time came, he could use his identity to draw many forces over here. That's when the big war will break out in Shuzhou as well. A lot of people will die and the origin will be stolen. What was he going to fight back with at that point? Will there be a way for him to live after utilizing it? Luo Mingchuan. Fong Zian's complexion grew more and more grave after knowing this news. Fong Zian, in particular, looked even more nervous. It was hard to find my sister. Zhongli Qingmeng wouldn't take it out on his sister. If only. Then don't blame him for being a villain. Brother Fong, look. Luo Mingchuan suddenly widened his eyes and looked ahead. Fong Zian looked away. A dense mass of heavenly orders approached. A street full of providence. For a moment, the two became so abrupt. Their faces are not the order of the day. The two men hurried away. Walk down the dark alley. Kidnap a random passerby. That's how you understand what's going on. The two men looked at each other. Maybe that's a good option too. The two men came to the stall. How are the masks sold? Just wear it for 5 days. Don't pay a penny. And you'll also be given 10 spirit stones. The two men each took a mask. Only they weren't in a hurry to put them on. Surveying the mask in his hand, he realized that it was just an ordinary mask. Fong Zian even communicated in his head. Elder, is there a problem with this mask? This one saint he was communicating with was the one who specialized in assassination. Manufactured masks make it impossible to see the breaks. It looks like an ordinary mask. The material isn't good either. You can build it out of just a few things. Hearing this, Fong Zian then put his heart down. Put the mask on your face and it's just plain. It's quite flattering to the skin. The two illuminated water mirrors and realized that the faces and the heavenly fate were quite similar. It's just a little bit of a different vibe. Luo Mingchuan was in a trance for a moment as he put it on. Just for a moment. What the two don't know is this. Quite a few of the remaining masked men, a few of them had noticed the two of them. Soon the gaze had shifted. Chu Xinghe was originally still making masks. Let no one look at it and see the end. This is something that has been enhanced by the Mask of 1,000 Illusions. The 1,000 Illusion Mask is a Dao weapon. Through the person who was controlling it, after noticing the movements of the two sons of Qi, the action can begin next. Those who are going after the son of Qi should also be ready. Don't let me down. Otherwise I wouldn't have gotten this mask for nothing. Chu Xinghe made the last mask. It's almost done. Totally enough. Master, what on earth are you doing? The system was a bit uncertain about what Chu Xinghe meant. You'll see when the time comes. Now Skywatch City is completely bustling. Come on, let's go to the theater. Watching the play, this is my favorite. Streets. Luo Mingchuan, Fong Zian and the two of them were walking. After a while it stopped abruptly. A number of heavenly orders surrounded them in the center. Luo Mingchuan, Fong Zian, where are you going? The two men changed color, all wearing masks, and they've disguised themselves. Why can you still tell it's the two of them? This brother is afraid he's mistaken. Fong Zian changed his voice to a pale one. Really? Then it's better to kill than to let go. Chapter 134, this is what it means to really enter a game with your body. The two men blushed profusely. The people around them all began to make their moves, and the weakest of them were at the God King realm. There were even 2 or 3 saints. a powerful aura erupted from Feng Xian's body, charging towards those two saints. You be careful. Luo Mingchuan's expression changed. I'm a void god, and I'm not even in the realm of these god kings. You told me to be careful, my ass. Chu Xinghe hid in the shadows. The corners of his mouth turned up when he saw this scene. A saint's legacy, is it? Chu Xinghe took out the 1000 illusion mask. Dragon 1 appeared. Here, Ryuichi, inject power into this mask. Ryuichi was a bit puzzled, and it had to be done. The rule power of the Supreme Realm was injected into the mask. Feng Xian, who was still fighting in the distance. Suddenly I felt a heat on my face. No good. There's something wrong with this mask. Take it off. A startled voice rang out in Feng Xian's head. No, the power of the Supreme Being. How could this happen? Feng Xian hadn't reacted yet. The power of the Supreme Being rushed directly into his body. Click, click, click. The same power revived in his mind one after another. Digest this power quickly, or Xian will become useless. Chu Xinghe in the distance felt the power being absorbed. That's kind of funny. Spooky. Idly. You inject a little too. A few saints, and they can still go against the heavens. Chu Xinghe finished. The ghost supreme power was similarly infused. The mask on Feng Xian's face looked unchanged, but Feng Xian wanted to take it off and couldn't get it off. Like it grew on his face. Feng Xian was anxious. Elder, what to do? Feng Xian was anxious inside. The force kept curbing his power. One could even see in his mind's eye the silhouettes of those predecessors fluttering. Hurry up and find the one who can control the mask. Feng Xian was anxious. The two saints who wanted to kill Feng Xian, watching Feng Xian's power getting weaker and weaker, look at each other. The power of the saint transformed into twin dragons and strangled at Feng Xian. Feng Xian saw this scene. The heart grows cold. Bite the bullet, trying to rip the whole face off, but the mask didn't budge on the face. No good. The mask won't come off. The saint's silhouette in his mind was also anxious. There's no reaction yet. Another terrifying force appeared. You guys hold back while a few of us give our power to Xian and control him to get the mask off. After Chu Xinghe in the distance noticed this scene, Ruji and the others appeared. 8 celestial saints are perfected. Power is injected directly into it. Luo Mingchuan, who was still being beaten, glanced at it without thinking. Immediately, he could see that something was wrong with Feng Xian. It suddenly occurred to me to go into a trance for a moment while wearing the mask. At that thought, he hurriedly tried to take the mask off, but how could it not be done? Mind blown. No, that mandate of heaven should be nearby. The means left over from before were pretty much used. If we can't find a way to escape, what will greet them will be death. Immortal demon pupil opens. Keep looking around, glancing toward the distance. Pupils constricted. See a floating mask. Why can't you see the person's name? Brother Feng, northeast corner. Feng Xian endured the discomfort. A powerful force erupted. Jump out of the battlefield. Immediately go over toward the northeast corner. Only just coming through, he was greeted with a blow to the head. Put. A mouthful of blood was spat out with a dull thud in his chest. The inside of his mouth was still chanting. Two supreme beings. Luo Mingchuan's expression changed. Seeing the distant heaven's destiny smiling disdainfully towards him, his figure disappeared. Those who saw Feng Xian disappear, instant anger all descended on Luo Mingchuan. Luo Mingchuan revealed a bitter smile. My life is in danger. The means have been used pretty much. Divine kings, divine emperors, saints, take what to resist. If it wasn't for the fact that there were means left before, this would have been a dead soul long ago, lying on the ground. It had been too lazy to struggle. Close your eyes and slowly wait for death to come. Roll. Right at this moment, a sudden force appeared on Feng Xian's body. The aura spread and appeared as if it was heavenly might. At this moment it didn't matter if it was a god king, god emperor, or saint. All of them flew out backwards, spitting blood from their mouths, stabilizing his body. There was horror in his eyes. Luo Mingchuan opened his eyes. It hadn't occurred to me that the woman still had means left in him. Luo Mingchuan, who was lying on the ground, felt a vortex appear under his body. Just like that, Luo Mingchuan disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. A number of people in the dark came out. There's no mistaking it. It's her scent, warm as water. It didn't occur to me after all that it was really her who was up to no good. Just as these people were talking, buzz off. The void was flooded with fluctuations. Not good. Big formation. Run. Chu Xinghe carried the unconscious Feng Xian and stood at a high place, looking at the formation that appeared in Skywatch City below. At this moment all the masked men's eyes reddened. There was only bloodlust in his eyes, watching people killing each other. Chu Xinghe's heart was icy cold. The power of devouring appeared in those masks. Master, when did you comprehend the power of devouring? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Nothingness evolves chaos, and chaos turns into innate. By mastering nothingness, one can naturally slowly comprehend all of these things. Master is awesome. Long E, it's your turn to strike. Don't let these people escape. Ryuichi returned to his senses. So that's what the owner was after. This is also completely dead when Ruashue is the heaven-swallowing demon body. This time things came up. Who dares to disbelieve? That's really getting in on the ground floor with your body. Long Yi and the others passed through the large formation and began to blockade it continuously. Quite a few strong people from Chuzhou rushed over after sensing this scene. Many holy places sent people to investigate. Only just as he approached, a devouring force appeared. There's no reaction yet. Instant ashes. Seeing that even the great sage realm was reduced to cannon fodder, many people hastened to stop. There was horror in his eyes. In a few short minutes, quite a few dead bones appeared in the entire Skywatch city. All of them died from having their power sucked clean out of them. Chu Xinghe saw that it was over. Turn around and leave. Of course there were quite a few people in the formation who survived. Insanity. State of madness. It's one Ruashue. It's one Ruashue. She's the devil who eats people without spitting. The matter of millions of cultivators in Skywatch City turning into withered bones quickly spread throughout the entire Taishu heavenly realm. What's more, it's made of warm water. After Chu Xinghe left, roasting the fire, beside him was Feng Xian who had woken up. At the moment, Feng Xian was mentally drained. There were dense cracks all over his body. The next moment the flesh is going to dissolve in general. Only various powers kept drilling out of his body to maintain his physical body. Feng Xian sat next to the flame. There was only endless coldness in his heart. Everything that happened in Wantian City, the seniors in his head had already told him all about it. The man in front of me is the devil. Why don't you kill me? Feng Xian raised his head and looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe ignored Feng Xian. The fish on the flame was already giving off an aroma. Pick it up and nibble on it. Aren't you seniors coming out for some air yet? Chapter 135, I want the benefits, and I want your lives too. Hearing these words, Feng Xian's heart rang with alarm bells. In front of this man, he had no secrets to keep. Looking at the unmoving Feng Xian, Chu Xinghe's eyes moved a bit. Ghost Supreme, Dragon One and the others appeared. Two Supreme Realm powerhouses were simply not something Feng Xian could withstand. Even the flesh that could barely withstand it was cracking. Stop it! An old hoarse voice rang out, and a pale figure floated above Feng Xian. This person seriously sized up Chu Xinghe. How does little friend see through us? Chu Xinghe didn't answer this question directly. How come you're the only one who showed up? Hearing this, Feng Xian looked a bit uncomfortable. This vapors fell without any change. Since Chu Xinghe did not want to answer his question, he naturally would not continue to pursue it. Those old guys were seriously injured and had to maintain Xian's flesh, so only the old man showed up to negotiate with little friend. I don't know what you want. Let's see if we old guys can get it out. I hope little friend gives Xian a chance to live. Chu Xinghe nodded. If senior says so, I can't refuse, but I do have an opportunity here. I just don't know if senior can grasp it. Little friend, but there's no harm in saying so. The Void Shadow was also a bit curious as to what opportunity Chu Xinghe was talking about. Are you all trapped and have no resentment in your hearts? When the Void Shadow heard Chu Xinghe's words, his expression changed slightly. We are the ones who are supposed to die. It doesn't matter anymore if we have a grudge or not. Feng Xian felt something was wrong. The seniors in his head told him to stay out of it. They also wanted to see what kind of medicine Chu Xinghe was selling inside his gourd. Chu Xinghe understood the meaning of these words. There's nothing to be done about having a grievance. Only now they can't do anything about it. One can only pin one's hopes on Feng Xian. Why don't I help you guys out? And I can also help you mold your flesh. How about you guys follow me? After Chu Xinghe said the purpose, Feng Xian's complexion changed drastically. Even the Void Shadow's color began to change. He also didn't expect Chu Xinghe to want this. Looking at the Void Shadow that had fallen into contemplation, Chu Xinghe did not utter a word to disturb it. He knew the old guys were negotiating. The silent Feng Xian pressed his killing intent against Chu Xinghe, digging in his face. Seniors should think carefully. Follow me and I can still help you recover your physical bodies. You don't know how long you'll have to wait following this loser. Not to mention this guy has enemies all over the place. He also had a part to play in what happened in Skywatch City. Plus he's in over his head right now, and following him is only a death sentence. Chu Xinghe's faint voice floated beside Feng Xian's ears. Feng Xian lowered his head and clenched his hands. Even the cracks in the flesh were widening. Xian, calm down. A voice rang in his head. Feng Xian then calmed down. The killing intent in his heart was like a flood that was going to submerge him. As long as there was an opportunity, he must kill Chu Xinghe. But now he didn't even have the courage to look at Chu Xinghe. Endure. To endure what normal people cannot. You can't even hold back this aggravation. In the future, how can I still rescue my sister from the Zhenli family? He hated himself for not being powerful. There's no subverting everything. The vapors in his head were also negotiating. Feng Xian could hear it too. This son is ruthless. Following him is not a correct choice. The millions of living beings in Skywatch City were instantly reduced to nothing. He can be so indifferent, and in the future, if we are useless, we will also kill us. Killing millions of living beings is nothing. Which great war is not the death of hundreds of millions of living beings? This point of people is nothing. I cannot see through the sun. Do not dare to bet. The main thing is that this fellow is involved with the heaven-swallowing demon body. Even if you follow him, you'll still die in the end. Why don't we give him a little more favor and ask him to let Xian leave? It's better for us to follow Xian. I'm afraid this sun has other considerations. People are the chopping block. I'm the fish. Who would have thought that this sun would have two supreme beings by his side? It's actually an opportunity to pretend to promise him that when the refined flesh comes out, we'll think of something else. Don't take it for granted. He can make an offer like that. Don't you think he would have thought of it? Flesh refined. It's possible that we become puppets. This sun is extremely ambitious. Not a good person. With such a person, it's possible that we'll only be reduced to tools. I think it's better to follow Xian. I also think follow Xian. I agree. Xian is pure in nature. That's our choice. I haven't moved on. It's always been Xian I've chosen. Fong Xian heard their conversation and gradually lowered his lifted heart. Even a touch of relief appeared. As long as these seniors don't leave him, he's really afraid of being pried into. Chu Xing has sensed Fong Xian's relaxation. Just already understand what these old guys mean. Without thinking, he gave Ryuichi a wink. Long Yi did not move. He understood what his master meant. What an illiterate thing. The imaginary figure from earlier opened its mouth. Little friend, we can still only be hosted within Xian and have no way to appear. But we can give little friend a gift. This is the cultivation technique of us old guys, as well as some martial arts. We also know of several treasures, all of which can be given to little friend. Chu Xinghe let out a TSK, giving away so many things at the drop of a hat. Just don't mention Fonzian. These old people are fine. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. It looks like Senior has already made a good choice. It's when the late generation is not blessed. But I appreciate the kindness of Senior. The vapors that heard these words had a smile on their faces. Even Fong Xian showed a smile. As long as it survives. Looking at the extra jade slips in his hand, there were also a few maps. Chu Xinghe nodded with satisfaction. I just love the generosity of the seniors. And it wasn't in vain that I rescued him. The corners of those shadows' mouths twitched when they heard Chu Xinghe's words. It's really a good thing that you've got the advantage. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so much trouble. However, Chu Xinghe was not an unreasonable person. It's time to leave when you get your benefits. Senior, see you again sometime. Watching Chu Xinghe stand up to leave, the shadows breathed a sigh of relief. Who wouldn't be afraid of being stared at by two supreme beings? Fortunately, Chu Xinghe was only looking for them to ask for some favors. Only Chu Xinghe had just walked out less than 2 meters. Suddenly turn around. Seniors, what a coincidence. We meet again. The vapors. Fong Xian, can you be more shameless? Ryuichi, I knew my master would do that. Greetings seniors. The last time we met we had a good conversation and sent me opportunities. I'm not very grateful for that. This time we meet, I plan to give seniors a great gift. Please go all the way. Seniors. Chapter 136, Killing Fong Xian. When Ruoshui gets angry. When the void shadows heard this, their expressions changed. They had still underestimated Chu Xinghe's shamelessness. Fong Xian was even more anxious in his heart. Maybe we'll really have to account for it this time. Wait. At this time Fong Xian suddenly spoke. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. Do you have any last words? Fong Xian took a deep breath and pushed down the tension inside. I'm Zhongli Qingmeng's person. If you dare to kill me, you're offending Zhongli Qingmeng and the Zhongli clan. Chu Xinghe stopped speaking. What a? It's still not clear what the point of having you over is. Do it. The 9 dragons refining heaven formation appeared. There are also 2 supreme beings to add to the list. Fong Xian's complexion changed drastically. 9 rule chains of different colors appeared in the formation. One by one, the shadows appeared, resisting to keep these rule chains away. Chu Xinghe shook his head. May bugs shake trees. The chains easily pierced through their power. Even if their real bodies were here it wouldn't help. Not to mention only the soul. The previous battle had consumed a lot of their strength. Now it's even more irresistible. Bang, bang, bang. The chains pierced Fong Xian completely. Flames appeared above the 9 different colored chains. The fire of destruction began to burn Fong Xian's flesh. The cracks in the flesh, which had been able to maintain its balance, widened in an instant. Little friend, there are things to discuss. Why rush to the end? We can agree to whatever little friend wants. Chu Xinghe was indifferent. Something that doesn't know what it's doing. I asked you to follow me, and you dare to refuse me. Let you know how to write the word death. You can let a duck fly when you feed it to your mouth. One silhouette after another appeared. However, there were also virtual shadows that could not resist fast enough, and their bodies took on a transparent shape. The vast power within Long Yi and their bodies was injected into the formation. The formation once again erupted with unparalleled terrifying power. Ah! Several screams rang out. Death of 3 saints silhouettes. The heavenly fate value of the Son of Chi drops by 30,000, and the Master gains 3 million heavenly fate values. Death of 10 saints silhouettes. The heavenly fate value of the Son of Chi drops by 100,000, and the Master gains 10 million heavenly fate values. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose as he looked at the void that was the first to fail to hold on and die. That's what it feels like. This feeling of harvesting heavenly destiny values was too good. It's a little slow. A palace appeared in Chu Xinghe's hands. It's none other than the Heavenly Palace. Let me add something for you. The Heavenly Palace appears. The energy in a 10,000 mile radius was directly extracted. Powerful forces once again surged into the formation. Ah, if we have an afterlife, we will definitely kill you. Sinful animal. Inappropriate son. Backstabbing. In vain you are a young heavenly pride. Chu Xinghe didn't care in the slightest when he heard these scolding words. In his previous life, he had heard even the hardest words. Besides, if you get the benefits, feel free to curse. Looking at the calm Chu Xinghe, it was even harder for them. What exactly is becoming of this man? Formation strengthening. The screams continued. 5 great saints' shadows die. Heavenly fate value drops by 75,000, and 10 million heavenly fate values are gained. Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. These great sage void shadows were something. It looked like they would be able to influence more people in the future. It would have been difficult to resist the formation. Now that so many people are dead, it's even harder to hold on. Feng Zian could only watch the seniors who had taught them die without being able to do anything about it. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. I'll be a cow. I'll do anything you want me to do. Feng Zian was trapped, unable to move his body. But the inner torment is more painful than the physical division. Leave them alone. Do whatever you want me to do. Stop it. Stop it. Please stop it. There was only ice coldness in Chu Xinghe's eyes. You kid has a backbone. You forgot all about Zhong Li Qingmeng's purpose for letting you come here. And you still dare to cooperate with Luo Mingchuan. If I can let you live this time, I may not know how to get back at me. It's better for you to die. 10 great sage shadows died. The heavenly fate value of the Son of Chi dropped by 150,000, and the Master gained 25 million heavenly fate values. 10 heavenly saints' shadows died. The heavenly fate value of the Son of Chi dropped by 200,000, and the Master gained 30 million heavenly fate values. 3 half-step supreme vapors died, and the heavenly fate value of the Son of Chi dropped by 150,000, and the Master gained 30 million heavenly fate values. The shadows all dissipated. Chu Xinghe's eyes brightened. It was really a fat sheep. If we wait until Feng Zian grows up and helps these saints detach and restore their physical bodies, these old things might be able to move some background. Otherwise it wouldn't have had such an impact. It's tens of millions of destiny values if you don't move. There are so many people who can be influenced. Feng Zian was trapped by the chains, his eyes dull, watching the seniors die one after the other. A great sadness overwhelmed him. Turning his head, his eyes were cold as he looked at Chu Xinghe. It's all about this guy. If it weren't for Chu Xinghe, none of this is going to happen. And that Zhong Li Qingmeng, if he hadn't trapped his sister, he wouldn't have had to come over and risk his life. I hate that I'm not strong enough. Pust. Feng Zian's flesh dissolves. The physical body of the Son of Chi disappears. The value of heavenly destiny decreases by 50,000, and the Master gains 5 million values of heavenly destiny. Flesh dissipated. Soul still bound. The biggest golden fingers of this Son of Chi were those things in his head. In a previous life, I read a novel where someone else was just a grandpa. Good lord, dozens of them in this man's head. If this is a fight, the brain doesn't mind the pain. The Son of Fortune, Feng Zian, dies, the heavenly fate value is zeroed out, and the Master gains 10 million heavenly fate values. One of the sons of the air died. There's one left, only that one was taken by Wen Ruoshui. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but the one in more trouble right now would be Wen Ruoshui. Chu Xinghe disappeared in place. Now he was also the target of many forces. Artistic State, Tianji Building. A huge protective shield enveloped the entire Tianji Building. Densely packed people stood below. The power in their hands continuously injected into the Dao weapons in the sky. It was only vaguely visible that on top of the Dao weapon, some tiny cracks appeared. Outside of the formation, there were likewise several Dao weapons, bursting with sky-destroying power. Every attack could cause the void to shatter. All of these attacks slammed into the formation. In the palace of the Tianji Building, Wen Ruoshui sat quietly above. In his hand was a sound transmission jade slip. Look at the message inside. Wen Ruoshui's expression did not change. Clench your fingers a little. The jade slip turned into powder and floated in the air, representing that her heart is not at peace. What a good calculation. Even she fell for it this time. It turns out that your purpose is not the Tianji house. Rather, It's sitting on the fact that I'm a heaven-swallowing demon body, even going so far as to enter the game himself. Zhongli Qingmeng brought people over to attack and clear her name. This time it's a fact. Later, she said that Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body. Who else would believe it? What happened in Wangtian City in Chuzhou was evidence that she, Wen Ruoshui, could not wash away. What a Chu Xinghe. It's really kind of fun. Is this really your handiwork? Chapter 137 When Ruoshui gives up rescuing people, breaks through to the Divine Emperor realm. When Ruoshui stood up. At this time, the Tianji Mansion master rushed over. Holy Lord, the whereabouts of the reincarnation god body have been deduced. A smile appeared on Wen Ruoshui's calm face. Well done. No need to hold out. Give up on Tianji House. The Tianji Mansion master's expression changed. Holy Lord, but they, when Ruoshui had turned to leave. If you want to die with them, you can go. I can't stop so many forces from coming over. Not to mention there's also a Zhangli family, so there might be some old guy who pops up. When the Heavenly Chance Mansion master heard these words, his heart tightened. Holy Lord, I will leave with you. Still attacking the Tianji house people. Once again, a common strike. A heaven-destroying might erupted from above the Dao weapon. At this moment, the sky above the Tianji building collapsed. The destruction Dao rhythm burst out. The formation could no longer hold out. Click, click, the formation shattered. At the same time, cracks spreading above the Dao weapon appeared. Click, 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 bang, the Dao weapon shattered. The formation is broken. Run! Tianji Lu as well as the powerhouses of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land rushed to meet the battle. Of the forces united, a few people walked out. At this moment heaven and earth are silent. A heavy pressure came over me. The Tianji building and also the strongest person from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land could not move an inch. Can't even travel through the void. Supreme, Supreme. There is a strong man who speaks out with difficulty to the Supreme Being. The faces of those present changed drastically. 5 supreme powerhouses. Their complexion changed after they took a good look at the strong person who walked out. Zhongli Qingmeng stood on the upper air warship, eyes ice cold. He looked down at the battlefield below. The formation shattered, and what followed was endless killing. Wails, self-explosion sound, SOS, begging for mercy. It kept coming into the ears. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. The void around Zhongli Qingmeng fluctuated a bit. Miss, a message has come in. Zhongli Qingmeng took it. After looking at what's on it, the icy complexion turned into softness. So it is. You still can't let me take a little risk. Read the message above. She then realized that this was a deliberate attempt to sidetrack her. The purpose is to sit on the matter of when Ruoshui, old ancestor Zhongli appeared at his side. Watch the battlefield. They were dropped. Zhongli Qingmeng raised his head. Victory has now gone one way or the other. It was difficult for those powerhouses from the Tianji building, Tianyan Holy Land to resist. There wasn't even a supreme being with what to resist. Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the people of Tianji House, where it is still not clear that they have been abandoned. They bitterly insisted on guarding the formation. Turns out it was just using them as pawns. Zhongli Qingmeng stepped on the void, come to the front of the congregation, bowing his head down. He looked down at the several old ancestors of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. There was mockery in the look. How does this feeling of abandonment feel? The faces of several old ancestors changed. They certainly understand what that means. When they first gave up on Chu Xinghe, now just as when Ruoshui gave them up. Zhongli Qingmeng was also surprised in her heart. It didn't occur to me that when Ruoshui would be so desperate this time, directly abandoning these people from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The way of the sentient, the way of the unsentient. Oh, cultivated into a joke. Zhongli Qingmeng, our skills are inferior. We admit it. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land opened his mouth. He really didn't expect to be dropped. Ha, that one Ruoshui. What does he really care about? Why it turned out this way? Simply a madman. Die. After Zhongli Qingmeng finished speaking, the supreme powerhouse appeared. All the ancestors of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land died. Zhongli Qingmeng had a feeling of being relaxed and happy. Before, these old guys gave up on Chu Xinghe. It gave her a fit. It's more troublesome with that woman when Ruoshui around. After all this time, it's finally out of breath. Come on, go back. Zhongli Qingmeng turned around and disappeared. The sky darkened suddenly. A large hand through the darkness, landed in the Tianji Lu's quarters. Rumble. The heavens and the earth shook and the earth shattered. Tens of millions of square miles turned into an ocean. Zhongli Qingmeng stood on the deck of the warship. Kill Shadow 1. Zhongli Qingmeng said to his side. The void was flooded with fluctuations. For those who betrayed her, there is only death. Only that Luo Mingchuan was saved by Wen Ruoshui. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Old ancestor, have the clues to the reincarnation god body appeared yet? Old man Zhongli appeared. It was projected a few days ago, and a little trace appeared, which was intentionally covered up in the past few days. Zhongli Qingmeng's heart sank. There's going to be a big battle after all. Old ancestor Zhongli did not open his mouth. This one Ruoshui is quite bold as well. Old ancestor Zhongli didn't know if it was a compliment or a mockery. Zhongli Qing dreamed of what had happened. What has vigor? Only to be counted. Previously, she was the one who counted Chu Xinghe, and this time she was counted by Chu Xinghe in turn. Now who doesn't know that when Ruoshui is a heaven-swallowing demon body, and the disciples work with each other to calculate, and there are people looking for her everywhere, and leaving with so many people, the slightest carelessness could expose them. There's no choice but to just give up on these guys too. Zhongli Qingmeng handed the message jade slip to the old ancestor after he finished speaking. The old ancestor's eyes lit up when he saw it. Hey, that kid is really something. No wonder you like him. First, we'll use the Tianji house thing to get us all over here. It's a fear that we're going to badger him, and even clear your name. It may seem like the behavior is a bit deliberate, but combined with so many times, a lot of people have had trouble doubting it. Wherever that kid's stuff appears, when Ruoshui will cross the line, and a lot of people will die. Do you think the death in the first place could have been deliberately engineered by this kid? Zhongli Qingmeng did not reply. If one needs to plot at such a cost, she'd rather not. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of what Chu Xinghe had said. I was sent from heaven to save you. I can't let a great beauty like you perish. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes were mesmerized. I don't want you to count. Just live. Even in exchange for my life. Zhongli Qingmeng was thinking about Chu Xinghe. At this moment, Chu Xinghe was in a good mood. Staring at the system interface. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, late divine king, 50 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon guide, heaven intercepting finger. Heaven splitting hand. Heaven stepping. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragons chariot. Dragon 1 supreme early stage true dragon. Dragon 2 dragon 9 heavenly sacred perfection true dragon. Subordinate, ghost, early supreme. Formation, 9 dragons refining heaven formation, taboo growth formation. Palace, heavenly palace, self-contained formation. Unbreakable by paramount emperors. Can kill mid-supreme. Destiny value, 1191333500. Backpack, sword of enlightenment. Looking at that divine destiny value makes you want to break through. I wonder if it's because the system is looking for too many holes. These recent days, the system mall hadn't refreshed with any good stuff. This also made Chu Xinghe a bit helpless. System, add points. As the voice fell, a god king's consummate strength erupted out. A powerful aura spread out. Chu Xinghe looked at the remaining heavenly destiny value. Keep adding to it. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook and the void shattered. The hair flew, and the aura of millions of miles around was extracted and entered his body. A divine emperor's power exploded out. Early divine emperor 2. Chapter 138. Absorbing when Ruoshui's chi for the first time. Taking her head off. After the breakthrough is over, the divinity is internalized and the eyes are bright. The void diffracting Tao scripture was constantly operating within his body. There was shock in Long Yi's in their eyes. Master, you've broken through to Divine Emperor? Chu Xinghe was in a relaxed mood. It's just a breakthrough to Divine Emperor. It's not like there's a big fuss. Ryuichi rubbed his head. Master, don't be overly modest. God Emperor realm. Ah, how old are you? Who wouldn't be scared if you were to say this? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Calm down. There might be someone else with more strength than me. Chu Xinghe was naturally talking about Zhongli Qingmeng. Who knows what powerful things that girl absorbed again. Every time they met, her strength soared. It was estimated that the last time the heaven-swallowing beast absorbed the heavenly tribulation also gave her some ideas. Chu Xinghe glanced at the system. Master, Chu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early divine emperor, 70 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon guide, heaven intercepting finger. Heaven splitting hand. Heaven stepping. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. Mount, 9 dragons chariot. Dragon 1 supreme early stage true dragon. Dragon 2 dragon 9 heavenly sacred perfection true dragon. Subordinate, ghost, early supreme. Formation, 9 dragons refining heaven formation. Taboo growth formation. Palace, heavenly palace, self-contained formation. Unbreakable by paramount emperors. Can kill mid-supreme. Destiny value, 9133500. Backpack, sword of enlightenment. Chu Xinghe sighed as he glanced at the heavenly fate value. It's really not working. Only then did he break through from the late divine king stage to the early divine emperor stage. Just consume a son of chi with such high chi. It's even harder to break through next. That Luo Mingchuan was also saved by one Ruoshue. It's still a bit of a pain in the ass. He shouldn't be able to see his real name though. There are means used in that mask by itself. Plus the moment Luo Mingchuan put on the mask, Chu Xinghe but sensed those eyes. Own stuff, it seems to be quite loyal. Chu Xinghe thought of this and lifted up to look at his fingers. There was a red thread tied to it. It was the strings of the immortal demon harp. This one is as warm as water. Die with the suspicion that he's alive. Now that he's alive, it's doubtful that he's not him. The heavenly diffraction Holy Land was destroyed. The Tianji building was destroyed. When Rushui's reputation was damaged, the heavenly fate value dropped by 30,000, and the master gained 30 million heavenly fate values. Hiss. Chu Xinghe violently heard the system's beep and sucked in a breath. It almost pumped the air around it. Lose 30,000 heavenly fate values and add 30 million to him. Master, you broke through the Divine Emperor realm before you could barely pump when Ruoshui's heavenly fate value. There's still that. Master, when Ruoshui's destiny value is too high, for the previous you, a little bit of chi can prop you up and blow you up. Even now, only a little can be extracted. The master needs to keep up the good work. Strive to drain her as soon as possible. System, you're talking ambiguously now, and that's bad. Where there is, what kind of master? What kind of system? Chu Xinghe, I'm actually speechless. Master, I've had a problem lately. You say I inhale O2 and exhale C02. Do you think I'm C deficient? When Chu Xinghe heard these words, he exploded in an instant. Wait, you're a system. You're not a person. No, who did you learn that from? No, that's an interesting phrase. I just don't understand what it means. This is still a quote found when breaking down that quest system. I always felt that there was a great depth of meaning in that statement, which I have not yet realized. System good boy. Let's not learn those things. It's fine to check for loopholes. You see, the system mall can't refresh the good stuff lately. I'm afraid my master will have to wait. I seem to be a bit sanctioned to wait for me to sneak around and develop for a while. Hard work. Master is even harder. It's all because the system didn't know any better and let you assist the son of Qi. Otherwise you wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. I can't give my master the cultivation to suppress the world, nor can I give you an invincible background, and I can't give you a son or a daughter. So it's me who's sorry. Master. Chu Xinghe smiled sarcastically. How do you expect me to answer that? As long as you have that heart it's fine. Look, now we've gotten a lot stronger too. As long as there's hope in our hearts, victory will definitely be ours. The master is right, and dares to sanction me, when I am made of clay. Master waits for my good news. Looking at the combative system, the corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Such a great system. Who wouldn't want one? When the system grows, let him divide it up a bit more. Give one to each reader, Lord. Come back to your senses. Chu Xinghe continued to the next place. The eyes, the Eastern Emperor clock have all appeared. There's no way to snatch that eye for now. He knew that when Ruoshui would place means on Luo Mingchuan, he got Fonzian out of the way. Leave Luo Mingchuan behind. It's for when Ruoshui to show up. He went along with sacrificing the power of the heaven-watching city cultivators. If he doesn't get this thing going, won't he spread his message for nothing? He's not a man who's willing to pay for nothing. But finding one Ruoshui's trail is a bit difficult right now. Even that Luo Mingchuan can't move yet. He didn't know where Jiang Evening Yin reincarnated to. When Ruoshui would definitely know. Chu Xinghe put on the Thousand Illusion mask and changed his face. Now that Heaven's mandate had become the heaven-swallowing demon body, he couldn't show his face. And a trip to Qingzhou, the East Emperor's bell, but it appeared in that place. I don't know if another son of Qi was born. That when Ruoshui was surprisingly able to find out what he had. Why is it always thrown accurately to the son of Qi? This made Chu Xinghe a bit puzzled. Could it be that this when Ruoshui's apparent purpose was to be curious about how I was resurrected? Is there another purpose hidden behind it? Chu Xinghe couldn't figure it out for the time being. This woman has this agenda today and that agenda tomorrow. It boggles the mind. You can only have the strength to take her head off later. That way you can get it over with. By the time Chu Xinghe arrived in Qingzhou, saw wanted posters posted in quite a few places. Just see what it says. Chu Xinghe, also called Heaven's Destiny, Immortal Demon Body, the disciple of the Heaven-swallowing demon body, and the Heaven-swallowing demon body when Ruoshui cooperated with each other to steal other people's origin. An unpardonable crime. When Ruoshui, the original Tianyan Holy Land Holy Lord, strength unknown, bizarre movements, the ancient era of Bloodmaker, hidden so far, swallowing the heavenly devil body, heartless, absorbing the Chuzhou Wangtian city millions of living souls origin, evil to the extreme. Today, the heavenly Dao sect has united with many forces to hunt down Chu Xinghe and Wen Ruoshui. Anyone who finds traces of the two, please inform the Tendo sect, and there will be a reward for those who report it. Chu Xinghe shook his head and didn't say how much money he had. Anticipation for nothing. Well, at least there's a price to motivate people. It's working well, at least for now. Now there were quite a few confused people who thought that when Ruoshui was a heaven-swallowing demon body, his purpose had been achieved. As far as finding him, with 1,000 illusory masks, one day at a time, Chu Xinghe twisted his head and found a surprise instead. Chapter 139 Report when Ruoshui. Why are you in this place? Chu Xinghe stood in the crowd, and the onlookers were still talking. The eyes were looking the other way. Oh yo, isn't that Luo Mingchuan? It looked like the Dong Huang clock was really Wen Ruoshui's arrangement. Sometimes these sons of the air dress up and still be a maverick. It won't blend in with the surroundings. Luo Mingchuan was at this place, and by the looks of it, Wen Ruoshui should be there as well. However, right now Luo Mingchuan shouldn't be able to see through his name. Strength. What you see is also just fake. Chu Xinghe listened to the murmurs from the side. It didn't occur to me that Wen Ruoshui is really a heaven-swallowing demon body. Yes, no wonder you could repel Mount Sumeru before. Absorbing other people's origin to cultivate. Can't it be fast? Everyone is afraid of the heaven-swallowing demon body, and they all hate themselves for not being a heaven-swallowing demon body. If I were a heaven-swallowing demon body, a great emperor could be accomplished. Just you? Forget it, hurry up and go home. Just now I came out and saw that guy next door to you. Went to see your daughter-in-law again. I know, can't go back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you still a man? He gave me the spirit stones for my cultivation. He gave me the techniques for my cultivation. He gave me the money for me to go to the greenhouse and buy weapons. Brother, are there any more of these good things? Yes, provided you have a daughter-in-law. Chu Xinghe also gossiped. Brother, speak carefully. This I also love to hear. Chu Xinghe. Ahem. Where's the place to tell that? Chu Xinghe coughed. Look, it's almost noon. There's still room at the Heartwatcher's house. I'll arrange a table. How about a drink for the brothers? Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, many people were moved. You can eat, and drink, and listen to gossip. This mouth refused. This leg just disobediently wanted to turn to that place. In no time Chu Xinghe mingled with these few people, hooked up like they were very familiar. Wait for the Heartwatcher's house. Chu Xinghe had subconsciously wanted to look inside the corner. Hastily stop yourself. Boss, is there any room left? Chu Xinghe came out in a loud voice. Many people looked at Chu Xinghe. Yes, this way please, guest. Wait until the drinks are up. A few of Chu Xinghe's eyes were mesmerized after a few glasses of wine. The costumed Luo Mingchuan also approached. Walked to the corner position. Feel free to take a seat. Across the room sat an old woman who looked to be in her 50s or 60s. The hair was gray and the spirits appeared good. Luo Mingchuan shook his head at her as he sat down. The old woman was naturally warm as water. She had a strange feeling. It feels like that person is close by. Eyes absently glanced away at the surrounding guests. None of it is out of the ordinary. There's only one table. A few heads were close together. Everyone is all gossipy. You guys don't know that the wife I'm looking for had someone she loved before. When her family disagreed and forced her to separate. Then my wife's parents died, and she was so disheartened that she wanted to die lightly. And I saved her, consoled her for a few moments, and she married me. Who knows, it didn't take long for the one she liked before to come back, cultivate and renew her relationship. It's not like I'm a match for others, so better to die than to live. So yeah, I made some conditions. Who would have thought that the man could agree to it painfully? And the mother-in-law too. Money is always available. I also have cultivation techniques, and spirit stones. I don't need to continue doing hard labor. Where do you think I can find such a day? I'll have to serve my mother-in-law when she gets pregnant. Several people around the room lamented. It's God's blindness that such a good thing could happen to you. Man, I do admire you. If it were me, I couldn't stand it. You're wrong with that statement. I have money now. I can play with other people's wives or go to a greenhouse and find 10 girls at once. It's better than going back to a woman who feels sorry for herself and won't let her be touched every day. Chu Xinghe. A few people gave a thumbs up, but vaguely, I could notice someone watching the place. He knew it was one is in water. Chu Xinghe's gong method was in operation, unable to see through Wen Ruoshui's fate. It's possible to mold a false destiny for yourself. In the distance, Wen Ruoshui inadvertently pinched his fingers, followed by a frown of relief. Just an average guy with a little bit of talent. Strange, it clearly feels like it's in this place, and for the past 2 days, she's had a bit of a nagging feeling in the back of her mind. Not as calm as before. What exactly caused it? This puzzled her. Chu Xinghe sipped his wine, thinking about whether or not the Dong Huang clock was in Wen Ruoshui's hands. The last time was when this thing was deliberately allowed to appear. Now Chuzhou Wangtian City is out of her control. Should be sitting out voluntarily this time. At this time a number of people walked in one after another, still discussing what happened. This time, after overthrowing the Tianji building, the Tianyin Holy Land, and not finding any trace of Wen Ruoshui. Where do you think this woman ran off to? When Wen Ruoshui wasn't yet exposed, the supreme beings of Mount Sumeru weren't even her opponents. And this time, she actually watched as the Tianji building was destroyed. Those old ancestors of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land are all dead. Not a single one of them has escaped. Can there be any good fruit for Tian Jilu and Tian Diffraction Holy Land if Divine Maiden Zhongli is too angry? Zhongli goddess likes Chu Xinghe, and the two devils, Chu Xinghe and Wen Ruoshui, cooperate with each other in acting, treating Zhongli goddess as a little cutie. This matter would anger anyone who put it on them. Wen Ruoshui, who heard from afar, looked calm. All of this had occurred to her. The only thing he didn't dare to be sure of was whether Chu Xinghe was still alive. Previous attempts to try to find out he was still alive were evasive. Now voluntarily moved towards the front of the room. It's a little out of the ordinary any way you look at it, and there were many things she could no longer deduce. The skywriting has been messed up. Chu Xinghe stood in position. The fire should be about right. The person who came in and took control in front of the tavern figured it was time to report the success. While drinking, a heavy pressure landed from the sky. The entire Heartwatchers building was cordoned off. Outside came a few men wearing white long shirts with the word Tendo embroidered at the chest position. Entering the restaurant, he subconsciously looked towards the corner. Walk up and stand by the table. When Ruoshui put down his teacup, kind of puzzling. When was it exposed? When Ruoshui, do you still want to pretend? Hearing the three words when Ruoshui, the restaurant was instantly silent. Many people had fear in their eyes as they hurriedly ran towards the outside. None of you are allowed to leave. Who knows if you are Wen Ruoshui's accomplices? Several men appeared in the doorway and stopped those who were about to run. Bam! There were footsteps upstairs. The heavenly Dao sect's temper isn't small. Stopping my guests from the Heartwatcher's house. Is Third Elder looking at my Heartwatcher's house as a bully? Chu Xinghe looked up. A woman with a hot figure and wearing a scarlet gilt fairy dress appeared. In his hand, he held a plush fan made of an unknown feather. You, how did you end up in this place? Chapter 140, When Ruoshui kills the son of Chiluk. The Third Elder had incredulity in his eyes. Didn't think this one would actually make it out. Chu Xinghe looked at this person's information. Name, Tantai Gua. Age, 30. Identity, holy daughter of the Tantai clan, an ancient clan, and a Chiluk heroine. Strength, 9 heavenly metaphysical ice sacred body. Technique, Jiao Shen Di Jing. Strength, divine king perfection. Destiny value, 1. 2 million. Chu Xinghe glanced at the heavenly fate value. Boy, what a fat abalone. Bah, fat goat. Tantai Jingyue walked down the stairs, her tall figure looking not even much lower than the Third Elder of the Heavenly Dao sect. Does the Heavenly Dao sect want to touch base with the Heartwatcher's house? The Third Elder's expression changed. Much disturbance. A word of advice to the Holy Maiden. Some people are better off not getting too close. There have been quite a few ancient forces before that were not self-serving and ended up disappearing into the river of history. Tantai Jinyue's expression remained unchanged. Third Elder, take care, Netsuki won't see you off. Watching the Third Elder of the Heavenly Dao sect leave, Tantai Jinyue looked around the room. The matter just now disturbed everyone's pleasure. It's my Guan Xin Lu's lack of service. All consumption today is free of charge. Many people were still in the mood to eat. When Ruoshui, the big devil, is here. Who knows if it will continue to do what it did in Lookout City, or grab and go. It's good to leave the green state. Chu Xinghe left with the others. A secret pity. The plan was derailed. It still needs a little tweaking. The holy maiden of the ancient race. It's not a match yet. In the restaurant, Tantai Dingyue sat across from Wen Ruoshui. Luo Mingchuan would not be able to stand or sit. Just sit at ease. Tantai Jingyue said a sentence without looking back. Luo Mingchuan revealed a bitter smile and didn't even give a straight face. Just look down on me. Is this the one you said would help me? Wen Ruoshui nodded. Oh, Wen Ruoshui, are you kidding me? What can a loser at the early stage of Void God help me with? Wen Ruoshui's face was calm. How do you know it can't help you if you haven't tried it yet? Tantai Jingyue looked at Wen Ruoshui, who was so certain. Her heart couldn't help but beat a little drum. She wouldn't have come over if it wasn't for one thing. How did she not know today that she was being used as a pawn by Wen Ruoshui? Even the entire Tantai family took a share of the risk. If I'm disappointed, I'll have to work with the Heavenly Dao sect. Wen Ruoshui's expression changed slightly when she heard it. You can trust him. Tantai Jingyue looked at Luo Mingchuan. I want to break through the Divine Emperor realm. And every time I run my gong methods, there's a layer of hindrance. Can you tell? I'll tell you in advance. You'd better not talk nonsense. I cultivate the Emperor's scripture. Luo Mingchuan couldn't hide his shock when he heard this. It turned out to be someone from the Imperial clan. Looked about his age. It was already about to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. When is he going to get that kind of strength? Luo Mingchuan came back to his senses. It was asking him to help her with his immortal demon pupil. Girl, offense taken. Luo Mingchuan took a deep breath and mobilized the power in his body, gathering it in front of him. God's color changes. There was no change in the eyes. Just now, I could see other people's names and strength. That's what's going on. when Ruoshui noticed a layer of cold sweat on Luo Mingchuan's forehead. A frown curdled his brow. After a while, Luo Mingchuan shook his head. No, I don't have enough cultivation to see it. Tantai Jinue snorted, no longer paying attention to Luo Mingchuan. It didn't even bother with when Ruoshui. Calmly, he stood up and turned away. When Ruoshui sipped his tea and didn't say anything. What's going on? Luo Mingchuan shook his head. Just now, I could see the names of the others clearly. The strength. But I can't see through this woman. And I could see her name when she came down just now. But a lot of things are very blurry. And just now it was even more completely impenetrable. When Ruoshui calmly glanced at Luo Mingchuan. That's the second time you've lied. Luo Mingchuan was shocked in his heart. No way. You're my savior. There's no way I would cheat you. You have to trust me. And if you don't, then you kill me. Luo Mingchuan was nervous in his heart. He's betting on it, too. Bet when Ruoshui has to use him again. Shuzhou Wangtianqing, you lie for the first time. This is the second time. Do I need to make it clear? When Ruoshui knew that Luo Mingchuan had a small mind hidden. After all, even if you change his eyes, nor does he have his kind of wisdom. Luo Mingchuan was revealed. The stubbornness disappeared from his face and he looked a little stiff. I thought I could hide it from you. With my family overthrown and my clan destroyed, I had a sense of crisis and couldn't trust anyone. I don't know what you're up to, either, and it worries me even more. When Ruoshui calmly stood up, you don't have to explain, and I don't want to hear it. When Ruoshui's fingers stretched out, Luo Mingchuan's expression changed drastically, even tried to resist. Pust, eyes detached out. Luo Mingchuan's corpse is not surviving. When Ruoshui calmly walked out of the Heartwatchers building, upstairs, Tantai Jinue shook her head when she saw the scene. Holy maiden, what exactly is Wen Ruoshui up to? A dark shadow appeared next to him, staring at Wen Ruoshui's back. It doesn't matter what she does, and it's none of our business. Get in touch with the Heaven's Path sect. I can give them something. I'm sure the Heaven's Path sect will be interested. Chu Xinghe, who was away from the moment, looked like he had sensed something. Shake your head. He had said long ago that every son of Qi had his own way of being dead, playing mind games in front of Wen Ruoshui. Aren't you dancing on the Book of Life and Death in Hades? Master, do you want to catch that fat goat? 1,200,000 heavenly destiny value. If you catch it, you'll be rich. Chu Xinghe shook his head. Don't say you caught it. You can't even touch it. It's easy to die. Now we're in trouble again. What's the trouble? When Ruoshui killed a son of Qi. Do you think there will be any repercussions? That woman is so smart. She might have already found the end on the eyes. I figured I should deduce my trail yet, to determine if I'm still alive. But master, you are a destiny void body, killing people without touching cause and effect. What can she deduce? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. No, 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 no. Of course she has to be allowed to deduce a little clue. Master, sometimes I want to stab you. Really, can you not be the Riddler? In the past 2 days I've thought about what Wen Ruoshui's purpose is. Why she keeps making sure I'm still alive. Along with all sorts of chakra child sightings. Do you remember what Zhong Liqing Meng told us earlier? What? The development of the Taishu heavenly realm. Void, chaos, innate, gods and demons, 10,000 races, desolate ancient, heavenly ancient, ancient. What's in here? The secret lies in this era. The war between the gods and demons. The war between the 10,000 races. The extreme destruction of the Taishu heavenly realm. And the heavenly ancient era is the heavenly Tao's meddling. So perhaps this heavenly ancient era is the greatest secret of all. Right now her focus is still on me. And that doesn't fit with what I was going for in the first place. Letting her find out a little bit about it is just going to assuage that last little bit of suspicion she has. That way, I can continue with my plan. Chapter 141, Drawing the Snake Out of the Hole. The system said it couldn't figure out what the master was thinking. But you certainly can't go wrong by following your master's lead. Master, what exactly is this Wen Ruoshui doing? Wasn't she the one who took the initiative to find the son of Qi? Why did she kill him again? I do have a bit of a guess. I can't be sure yet. When that program is over, it's almost clear what Wen Ruoshui is up to. And do you know why that fat goat can't be moved? I don't know. 1,200,000 heavenly destiny values. It's really too bad. I wonder what kind of a son of Qi that can match such a high Qi heroine is actually like. I really want to catch them and kill them. Do you think it's possible that she was intentionally lured out by Wen Ruoshui? Intentionally drawn out? Why? Haven't you noticed that without realizing it? Wen Ruoshui can always spot the traces of the son of Qi. Whether it's with the help of me or with the help of Zhong Liqing Meng, they are killing those sons of Qi. I don't get it. You humans have such complicated minds. Perhaps she's experimenting, looking for someone she can control in her hands who also has the means to deal with the sons of Qi like me. This time she's thinking of using the son of Chi against the son of Chi. But every son of Chi is not someone who is at the mercy of others, and dares to gamble that little bit of heart even when faced with a strong person in front of him. If that's the case, why don't you choose the master or Zhongli Qingmeng? Zhongli Qingmeng is not someone who is at the mercy of others. Don't forget that there are also quite a few old monsters in the Zhongli family. What if they look for trouble from her after seeing through her scheming? The second reason, I'm not already dead. It's also right, the master is dead. Only some means to make her think that the master is still alive. That's why she tries repeatedly. If the master keeps not showing up like this and she can't find it, won't she take advantage of Jiang Evening In? Chu Xinghe nodded. You're right. That's why the next step is to get her to push out some tracks to make her think I'm still alive. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he raised his fingers to stroke the strings of the immortal demon chain. A layer of light shimmered above the strings. Old buddy, I'm going to need you again this time. The bottom of Chu Xinghe's eyes were all calculating. Master, do you have another trick up your sleeve? Just because you can't move the fat sheep doesn't mean you can't lure the snake out of the hole. Forget it, I'll find the loophole. In the Heart Watchers building, Tantai Jiyue looked at the person in front of her. God is introverted, like a reader, but it gave her a very dangerous feeling. And you don't say your name, or even that I'm about to die. Do you realize what that statement can do for you? Shi Gingfeng felt the pressure from Tantai Jingyue and looked calm. Tan sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Mo Ru's registered disciple. Not enough to worry about. With one sentence, Tantai Jingyue's complexion changed slightly. This guy actually managed to get Mo Ru to accept him as a registered disciple. So he's somewhat capable. The words Muru asked you to bring me? Shi Dingfeng shook his head. I was the one who had to tell the holy maiden that your coming out of the family meant there was danger. Tantai Jingyue was about to be infuriated. So, I can only stay in the clan and can't come out yet. Shi Dingfeng shook his head. It doesn't matter if the holy maiden comes out on her own or with someone else. You're in danger if when Ruoxue calls you out of her own accord. It was the first time Tantai Jingyue couldn't understand a young man. I'm kind of interested. Tell me about it. Shi Dingfeng stood up. That's all there is to say, said he left without dragging his feet. Tantai Jiyue was stunned. What a bunch of people. God's rant. This feeling of not being up and down is so hard to bear. Who do young people learn from these days? It's not crisp at all. Tantai Jiyue rubbed her brow. Grandpa Shin, can you see through this young man? This kid should not be underestimated. If I'm not wrong, he cultivates the heart, not strength. Vaguely, I can still feel a blade intent on him. I guess it should be a heart blade. There was incredulity in Tantai Jinyue's eyes. Cultivating the heart sword so young, even if it's someone from the ancient clan with elders to assist them, it's still hard to cultivate it successfully, isn't it? This thing depends on enlightenment. Some people can't touch it in their ultimate lifetime. Some get in quickly. As long as this kid doesn't fall, he can definitely become a giant in the future. Miss, are you trying to take him under your wing? Tantai Jinyue nodded her head. It's just Mo Ru's registered disciple. I can provide him with resources and find him a master who is even more powerful than Mo Ru. It will allow him to grow in strength quickly. I wonder if he'll be moved. Miss, think about it in a different way. Grandpa Shin's voice rang out. What? Tantai Jinyue didn't understand. He took the initiative to come over. He obviously knows about your background, miss. If I were him, I would say that I'm a disciple of Mo Ru. As for whether or not it's a credited name, it doesn't make any difference if it's ambiguous, but he still took the initiative to bring it up, which can only mean that in his heart, Mo Ru is not worthy of being his master. Tantai Jinyue's eyes widened. Still? Yes. I'm afraid that Mo Ru would also be proud of having a named disciple. The young people nowadays are really something. And I can vaguely feel like he's following in someone's footsteps. Tantai Jinyue took a deep breath. A little investigation would be nice. After Shi Jingfeng left, he found Chu Xinghe. Even now that he had cultivated the heart sword, he couldn't figure out this heavenly idea of Chu Xinghe. Two men carrying jugs of wine, sitting on a cliff face, looking at the full moon in the sky, blowing a cold wind. Are you used to being out? Chu Xinghe inquired a sentence. It's just a bit uncomfortable. Shi Jingfeng didn't hide it. Chu Xinghe tilted his head and looked at the sky. That's the way the world is. There's so much that doesn't fit. But to live, we have to adapt to the world, not the world to us. Shi Jingfeng didn't answer, obviously contemplating something. After a moment, a smile appeared. You're right, it's us who need to adapt to the world. Unless, say, we can create a world that is ours, so that the world can adapt to us. Chu Xinghe nodded. Even if I could cultivate the heart sword, my state of mind is still inferior to yours. Shi Jingfeng took a large gulp of wine. You look down. Chu Xinghe said a sentence. Shi Jingfeng looked at the bottomless cliff. It was dark and black, like a black cloth covering it. Shi Jingfeng carried the wine pot and leapt down. Eyes are closed. Chu Xinghe shook his head. The same leap. Both let their bodies fall naturally. A quarter of an hour later, the two men reached the ground, feet on that solid ground. Shi Dingfeng looked up. The abyss has a bottom at last, the heart has no bottom. It is I who bind myself. Shi Dingfeng closed his eyes. Adjust your breathing a few times and blend in with your surroundings as if you were one. Chapter 142, you are indeed still alive. At the moment he is like everything and everything is like him. Upon opening his eyes, he detached himself from the fusion around him. Looks like there's still a ways to go. Shi Dingfeng shook his head, turning his head to look at Chu Xinghe. Isn't coming soon. Chu Xinghe nodded. There's no harm in that. Even if you're not ready, I have other means. Shi Dingfeng pondered for a moment. 3 days of that and I'll be acclimated to that state. Chu Xinghe patted Shi Dingfeng's shoulder. What's your name? Shi Dingfeng froze. This guy is thinking too far ahead. My name is Shi Dingfeng. Yeah, your name is Shi Dingfeng. And when you study, don't forget who you are. Take this thing for now. Someone will be pushing your trail for the next 2 days. Wait until this glows red, and use that state just now. Chu Xinghe waved his hand and disappeared into Shi Dingfeng's line of sight. Shi Dingfeng looked at the red line floating in front of him, suddenly laughing. This guy, still so nervous, collecting the red thread. He similarly disappeared at the base of the cliff. By the time Shi Dingfeng returned to Yunbian Xiaozhu, Moru looked at Shi Dingfeng. There was a strange look in his eyes. Shi Dingfeng didn't explain. This time the red thread suddenly flashed with light. Shi Dingfeng closed his eyes, fusing with the surrounding heaven and earth. Moru yanked off 3 whiskers violently, eyes glazed over. The realm of celestial unity, a realm higher than the heart sword. This guy went out on a trip to do something. Wait until the blinking of the red line disappears. It took a great while before Shi Dingfeng withdrew from this state. Moru's throat rolled a little. You went out for a while. What on earth did you do to actually achieve celestial unity? Shi Dingfeng shook his head. It's not really the unity of heaven and man. There's still a long way to go. You can only open the door and go in halfway. Moru opened his mouth. Here, do men speak? Doesn't know how to sympathize with the feelings of an elderly person like him at all. Shi Dingfeng looked at Moru. Master, perhaps you should leave. Moru froze. This was the first time Shi Dingfeng had called him master. What did you call me? Master. Moru took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement inside. I asked you to call me master before, and you didn't agree. Moru was a bit surprised. Shi Dingfeng lowered his head. I'm just afraid of embarrassing my master. Moru was silent. I know. You went to the Warlock State War the other day. Embarrassment flashed across Moru's face. It didn't occur to me that it still didn't fool this guy. I just don't think that guy deserves to be your master. Such a good disciple doesn't know how to cherish it. Shi Dingfeng didn't say anything and knelt in front of Moru. Disciple Shi Dingfeng pays his respects to master. Moru tensed instantly. It felt even more tense than when he had broken through the supreme realm. O disciple who has attained celestial unity. In the future, he would grow up to become a giant. How many supreme beings can't reach this state of mind now? Good disciple, get up. Get up. Look at you. You didn't say anything in advance. The whole thing made master a bit flustered. When I return to my clan, I'll find you a supreme artifact. Shi Dingfeng shook his head. I don't want anything from my disciple. Master's well-being is enough. Moru sighed in his heart. A good disciple. Why did you change so much on this trip out? I went to see him. Moru froze. That kid is indeed a freak. I can't even see through him. Shi Dingfeng looked at Moru. I thought master would ask me why I decided to worship you. Moru strokes the breath. Brat. We haven't been together for a few days, but I know you. Shi Dingfeng did not pursue the question. What exactly did he tell you? Moru was genuinely curious. Take me for a bottle of wine. Jump off a cliff once. And a line about not letting me forget myself. Moru's eyes rounded. Is that all? That's all. Moru turned his head. Freak. What a freak. Not to be speculated upon by common sense. The ability to find your current dilemma and help you break through it in the simplest way possible. Teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish. To be able to know this at such a young age. What this son has experienced is far from what it seems. Moru took a deep breath, turning to look at Shi Dingfeng. Apprentice, this Cloudside Chapel is yours. You're right. I'm going to make a trip back to the clan. I'll get you something nice then. Moru was just about to leave when his feet stopped. Disciple, master has only one request. To live. Shi Dingfeng froze. The apprentice knows. It's not knowing, it's having to. You're my disciple now. If you dare to die, I'll find trouble with that kid. Shi Dingfeng nodded. The corners of his mouth turned up as Moru left. Take out a jade. Boy, thank you. You know him better than I do. Both of us, master and disciple, are being counted by you, but such counting, I like it. Let me know if there's something and I'll help you. After saying that, he crushed the jade. Chu Xinghe, who was still loitering in Xingzhou, feeling the fluctuations coming from the sound transmission jade. After opening it, Moru's words came from inside. Chu Xinghe crushed the jade when he heard it. Master, what did you do again? By the time Jiang Evening showed up and Shi Jingfeng took my place, he was ready to beg for death with one heart, and this was the best way to do it. I'm not looking for someone to hold him. If he's bent on death, all the preparations I've made aren't for nothing. Chu Xinghe rubbed his eyebrows. Stonecrest is fine. Chu Xinghe smiled. Let's go. Look for the East Emperor Bell. I guess this moment, when Ruoshui should be sure that I'm still alive. The surprise is yet to come. Qingzhou, in a hidden cave. When Ruoshui opened her eyes, a pair of eyes floated in front of him. It was precisely Chu Xinghe's immortal demon pupil. These eyes have lost their luster. Just now she pushed through. See clearly the scene Chu Xinghe experienced before his death. In the end, he still didn't see the person who was counting on Chu Xinghe. But keep pushing. She saw a scene where the immortal demon Qin burned itself. As for why you can see this scene, she already had a number in mind. These eyes had already invisibly made contact with Chu Xinghe once. It even resonated with that cut string of the immortal demon Qin. She pushed through. It feels like the strings are tied to one finger. Those fingers were familiar to her. Only that person seemed to enter a state of celestial unity. It was hard for her to keep pushing on. You are indeed alive. When Ruoshui murmured a sentence, the eyes were no longer calm. Rather, it's a reckoning. That thing, back to you for now. After saying that, his fingers kept pinching. A strange wave emanated out. When Ruoshui had already disappeared into thin air, Chu Xinghe, who was still in Qingzhou, Master, I've found out the trace of the Eastern Emperor's bell. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. The plan is in effect. Even if it is deduced, it has to be finalized. Master, are you going over there now? Will when Ruoshui be waiting for you to take the bait? Chapter 143, Kettle of Fortune, Encountering the Son of Qi. Don't worry. This time, when Ruoshui shouldn't have time to count on me. This woman is still very confident, having deduced that I'm still alive, and that all these days of dying these sons of Qi are my means. Now she'll need to force me to show up. She abandoned the Tianji building, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. It must be that the Tianji building has already deduced Jiang Evening Yin's trail. She's going to use Jiang Evening Yin to lay out a plan, waiting for me to show up, and needs to be prepared for everything. Zhongli Qingmeng won't reason with her when she's mad. It would take a lot for her to defend herself against that. We don't know exactly what she's up to yet, but one thing we can tell is that she doesn't have enough power in her hands. Not enough to deal with the Bell family, and she seems to have other limitations. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged the Tantai ancient clan into this. Only, the child of Qi plays with her heart and doesn't fulfill her plan, and now she needs to find another booster. She's not a good help to find, is she? Yeah, it's certainly not good for a heaven-swallowing demon body to go looking for a boost. Master, you're so bad. I love it. It's so nice, and I like myself. That kettle plan of Master's in Chuzhou Wangtian City was awesome. She's been counting on me and hasn't allowed me to fight back a bit. Proving that she's not a heaven-swallowing demon body is hard enough. It looks like I didn't get any specific benefits, but one person did. Zhongli Qingmeng. There are quite a few forces that followed Zhongli Qingmeng to overthrow Mount Sumeru, Qinglu Academy, Tianji Lu, and Tianyan Holy Land. You said that when Ruoshui is going to prove that Zhongli Qingmeng is a heaven-swallowing demon body, will those forces agree? Even if they know that Zhongli Qingmeng is a heaven-swallowing demon body, they can't admit it. Once they turn against them, when the time comes, how will when Ruoshui and the other forces look at them? The point of helping the heaven-swallowing demon body, no one else will need to find an excuse if they want to overthrow them. It's better to follow Zhongli Qingmeng, even if it's a heaven-swallowing demon body, but the Zhongli family is powerful. There's still hope after Zhongli Qingmeng. Stretching your head is also a knife. Shrinking your head is also a knife. How would you choose if you were? Then I also chose Zhongli Qingmeng. Although the heavenly Tao suppresses the Zhengli family, those people don't know about it. The system is so smart. You know how to choose. One knows better which power to choose in one's favor. Everyone is afraid of the heaven-swallowing demon body and despondent that they are not one. Master, why did you let Shi Jingfeng go to that fat sheep? When Ruoshui is now being watched by numerous forces, we can't intervene in the ancient clan, but that Tantai Jingyue can intervene. It's called cutting her off early. Sometimes a little planning can lead to unexpected results. Don't forget what happened upstairs at the Heart Watch. Tantai Jingyue also doesn't want others to say that she's close to the heaven-swallowing demon body, right? Tantai Jingyue, that fat sheep can't be moved for the time being, but luring the snake out of its hole didn't work. Isn't borrowing when Ruoshui luring out a fat sheep? Let's go. Let's see how fat this fat goat is. Master, if you don't explain it to me, I really don't understand. The system is so smart, how could it not understand? There's no need to test me. If you couldn't see through me, you wouldn't be working so well with me. Many times I've had them all refresh with things that help me when I'm in danger. I get it all. I keep it all in mind. The system thought better of looking for loopholes. The owner thinks it's smart. So let's just misunderstand it for now. It doesn't tell, and the owner doesn't know. Chu Xinghe casually wandered around the place where the Eastern Emperor clock appeared. Know your enemy and know yourself. Wanted to see what type of child this chirography was. But Chu Xinghe, who had just taken a few steps, frowned. A shake of the head followed. This Tantai Jingyue actually came over. Could it be that she also has her eyes on the Eastern Emperor's bell? Chu Xinghe had not yet reacted. A man had pulled Chu Xinghe. This gentleman is also here to accompany the gift, isn't he? Please come in, please come in. Chu Xinghe was stunned. There was even a bit of weirdness in the gaze. Chu Xinghe sized it up and took out 10 extreme spirit stones. The eyes of the onlookers glowed when they saw this scene. The man who recorded the ledger had his hands shaking. 10 extreme spirit stones. It's rich. It's a big shot. What is the gentleman's name? I will record it. My name is Gale. The people of record didn't think much of it when they heard the odd name. A lot of people have weird names these days. Chu Xinghe could still hear the voices talking around him. This Lu Yuan getting married again. I'm really convinced. This is already the 7th one, right? Who says it isn't? I was a little favored by him before, and now I'm pouring it all out, and not afraid to die of exhaustion in bed. Chu Xinghe came to his senses. It looks like there's really something going on. There's a system appearing again. At this time Chu Xinghe's system suddenly spoke out. You said there's a system out there? Right. This system seems to be a wife-taking system. So how does this system compare to the mission system? Pretty much the same. They're all pretty much crap. They all have numerous limitations. But we're one step late. This guy marries enough 7 wives to unlock the special physique. It's a shame that there should be special rewards given as well. Chu Xinghe smiled. It's not like we've paid our respects yet. What's the panic? Also, I'm just worried about the fact that it's already counted as a success even before I've paid my respects. The ship is in the right place. Chu Xinghe followed the crowd. Can see a lot of people smiling on the outside and MMPing on the inside. It's not much of a gift each time. Can't stop the number of times. But there were also those who were happy for Lu Yuan. This Lu Yuan's parents died when he was a child. Stumbled and grew up. And now he's able to marry 7 daughters-in-law. It's really something. Yes. How many people couldn't look at Kid Lu in the beginning? And now he's the one who is the most competitive. Look at Lu Yuan, finding 7 beautiful women. Look at my families, with no cultivation talent. They want them to marry and have children. The first and second daughters are together, and the third daughter has brought me back a daughter-in-law. Hope rests on my youngest son, and he has brought me back another male daughter-in-law. Alas, you also look on the bright side. Alas, my son also brought me back 3 male daughters-in-law. But seeing my sons wriggling and squirming gives me a not-so-good feeling. All 3 of those daughters-in-law have been looking at me a little differently lately, with your big round face and beard, just like your son. Who could look at you? Don't lie. I swear to God, I really didn't lie. Alright, stop it all. Soon Lu Kid will come over. I'm so crazy. Chu Xinghe stood in the crowd and listened with a sense of trepidation. Immediately after that, Chu Xinghe frowned. There was already a dressed-up tomboy standing beside her. Chapter 144, You all be the good guys, then I'll be the bad guy. Chu Xinghe looked into the distance. The mind is already made up. Master, go, strangle her, the chirography heroine who sent her to the door. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth twitched. Do you believe I'll strangle her? The power behind her can strangle me. Just count on the ghost. Long E, can die a piece, do you believe? Okay, or I'm useless. Do you think this Tantai Jingyue, could she be connected to the son of Qi? This is not really easy to say. Chu Xinghe looked around at the people who were watching the show. Big brother, what is this wife of Lu Yuan? When they heard Chu Xinghe's inquiry, they all came to see the fun. Nature is happy to speak. Lu Yuan, this kid, his 7th wife is called Su Yunian. Some people say that he bought her in the slave market. I don't know if it's true or not. This Su Yunian is also a person with a bitter fate. Her father ate, drank, whored and gambled, lost his daughter, so he sold her in the slave market, and was bought back by this Lu Yuan kid. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. That's an important piece of information. Eat, drink, gamble and lose your daughter. Bought back. Chu Xinghe secretly ordered Ghost to investigate. Chu Xinghe invisibly stole a section of people's memories. The situation is the same as what this big brother told us. After a while, the specter has sent word. Chu Xinghe let Ghost control him. After a while, the sound of congratulations rang out. Yo, the groomsmen are here. Congratulations, Lu Yuan, happy wedding. There were congratulations everywhere. Chu Xinghe gazed over. Name, Lu Yuan. Age, 23. Identity, ancient clan Lu family legacy. Son of luck. System owner. Physique, creation sacred body, unenabled. Strength, void god perfection. Technique, heavenly scripture of creation. Destiny value, 2 million. Asterisk 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 it's New Year's Eve. Such a fat sheep. Chu Xinghe didn't laugh. I'm afraid it's not New Year's Eve. It's trouble. What do you mean by that? Don't forget there's a chirography heroine next to it. This is a 1.2 million heavenly destiny value of a Chi Masteress. You're looking at the 6 that are following him. All of them are Chi Yun female masters. It's not a fat sheep, it's a bomb. But this kid should have altered the memories of the people living here. I should say his system did. Give him a false identity. We still have room to plot. Master, then you go for it. Chu Xinghe vaguely felt a few hidden gazes. It looks like there's still power left in the Lu family. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was happening in the ancient clan. It was also unknown if this Tantai Jingyue and this Lu Yuan had any enmity. Chu Xinghe's mind was attentive to Tantai Jingyue, noticing the excitement in Tantai Jinyue's eyes. A mist of water filled his eyes. Okay, it's just so bloody. Chu Xinghe was also a bit helpless. If it's all so ed up, then I'm not a human being anymore. On the way Lu Yuan was in high spirits. The eyes glanced toward Chu Xinghe here. Pupil changes. Chu Xinghe glanced at it. Tantai Jinyue's thin lips lightly opened. Congratulations, brother Lu. Lu Yuan looked away to avert his gaze, not daring to linger too long. Chu Xinghe sighed. You all be the good guys, so I'll be the bad guy. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. At this time there was a sudden push and shove outside, only to see a middle-aged man running over. The eyes landed on Lu Yuan for a split second. Dog, it's really you. Changes appear. Many people who had a bit of a grudge against Lu Yuan instantly became excited. There were also quite a number of people who helped Lu Yuan and hurriedly came forward. This big brother. Today is brother Lu's big day. If you're here to congratulate us, we welcome you. If you're here to pick a fight, don't blame us for being impolite. Asterisk 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 off. You're welcome. I'm the father of the bride. Upon hearing this, the people who were blocking the way were at a loss for words. So it's an honored guest. Please come in. Please come in. Su Mang peeled the man aside. Let's all judge. Is there such a thing as bullying? This dog, actually deceiving me. I can't believe I joined with outsiders to set me up to gamble and lose my daughter. By the time I came to my senses it was already too late. Rushed here. Didn't think that it was really this dog. You goddamned kid. Into your mother. Your big daddy's balls. Eating. Your heart is black. Broken mouth Su Mang. Spouting saliva. Those who block, touch their face and vomit. Take a hasty step back. Lu Yuan was also confused. What do you mean? I don't know you, and I welcome you as Yunyan's father. But if you slander me out of thin air, out of imagination, then I will not be polite. Lu Yuan had anger in his heart. As soon as this wedding is successfully concluded, his physique will be unsealed. The holy body of creation, once unsealed, shocked the heavens and moved the earth. He'll have a spurt of strength. There will be a chance to find the person who overthrew his Lu family. He won't allow anyone to derail his plans. Su Mang came forward. The head came up to Lu Yuan. Come on, come on, come on. Hit me here. Kill me. Let's see if you dare to do it. Spread the word for people to see that you beat someone's father to death in order to marry their daughter. Chu Xinghe hid in the crowd and watched the show, the corners of his mouth twitching. This ghost is talented too. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. What do you want? Su Mang snorted. Humph. Don't dare. Forget it. I'm going to take my daughter home. I don't agree with her marrying you. Su Mang spoke directly. Lu Yuan was going to retort. This time a woman behind Lu Yuan walked out. Uncle Su, your opinion doesn't matter. Yunyan's opinion does. Su Mang's eyes were as wide as brass bells. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My daughter's heavenly beauty will not marry this wolf-hearted, heartless dog. So many of you like being stabbed by a dog. My daughter doesn't. Finding one after another at a young age. That's only 6. And who knows how many more. Men know best. I don't agree. I'm taking my daughter home. Gu Shinin opened her mouth, not knowing how to retort. Is it wrong for people to think of their daughters? Lu Yuan is also a real womanizer. There wasn't a thing they could do about that, but they just love the man. Lu Yuan felt like his lungs were going to explode. Obviously it's down to the last step. It's all going in. Found one. It'll work. Yuanin was bought by me. She's my person. You don't get to say anything. Su Mang didn't know what to say. Chu Xinghe began to send a voice message to the ghost. The usual tactic of the sons of the air, buying slaves and then tearing up the contract. Where's the evidence? You bring it out? Su Mang called out. Lu Yuan's chest rose and fell faster. Just wait. I can get witnesses. Lu Yuan glanced at Gu Shinin. Valley Lightning nodded. You guys wait a minute. Not long after, a man dressed as a deacon came over. What's the problem, Mr. Lu? Lu Yuan recounted the events. This big brother, Mr. Lu did buy Miss Su from me. Or you sold it yourself. You forgot. Su Mang stepped forward. Dogs, you two are in cahoots. Don't think I don't know, and I have proof. I'll show you all the true colors of this dog today. Chapter 145 Warning. The opening of the big show. Hearing that Su Mang could produce evidence, many people are beginning to look forward to it. Lu Yuan also had a bad feeling in his heart. Seems to be prepared. Lu Yuan gave a dark wink. Someone in the shadows nodded. Chu Xinghe's mind had been paying attention to the son of Qi. Even Tantai Jinyue, who was next to him, made a move. Doesn't look like he wants the witness to come over. Tanyu Jogetsu, there's some use in keeping you. It looks like you're a bit of a noob. I wouldn't mind adjusting the plan so that you die in this place. As for who killed you, isn't there someone readily available in front of you? Chu Xinghe began to continuously deduce the plan in his mind. All sorts of emergent hassles, drawbacks, help. Just at this time, the sound of help suddenly came from outside. Many people's hearts tightened. Lu Yuan's heart jumped with a bad feeling. Even Tantai Jinyue was a bit confused. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose when he heard the ghost's words. It's kind of fun. Before they come over, they just yell for help. I have to say, it's a good plan too. That way you can't get your hands dirty. The crowd made way. The three men hurried and stumbled over. Just came over and looked at Deacon and cursed. Deacon's son, what do you mean by that? Why are you sending people after us? Deacon's son's face was ugly. Just a few of you suckers deserve me to have people chasing you. You know what happens when you defame me. The three men lifted their clothes and the meat was already rolled up. Blood gurgled out. Earlier, you said that Mr. Lu had a crush on Su Mang's daughter, and asked us to get him drunk and take him to the casino, so that he could press his daughter into service at that time. Now why are you going back on your word? When these words came out, those who came to congratulate him looked at me and I looked at you. Face to face, neither knew what to say. Lu Yuan's face was ugly. How dare you? I, Lu Yuan, am open and honest. When have I ever done such a trivial thing? Lu Yuan's face flushed red, itching to kill these guys, smearing him by fabricating unfounded things out of thin air. Deacon's son's face was also gloomy. What are you guys clearly talking about? The three men took a step back in fear. Brother Su, we won't lie to you. We still have evidence here. Please stop beating us at the door all the time. The three people finished taking out their spirit stones. Quite a few people recognized these three as well. Hiss, so many spirit stones. Just these three lousy gamblers. Where did they get so much money from? Deacon's son looked at the spirit stone and was confused for a moment. If I didn't know, I didn't do it. And I really believed it. It's really the people who have wronged you who know how wronged you are. Many people looked at Lu Yuan with strangeness in their gazes. Lu Yuan looked at Su Mang. He should have known that he should have killed this rotten person, and there would not be the trouble we are in today. Lu Yuan listened to the transmission. Jen, something's not right. Everything seems to be planned, as if it's just for us. Could someone have already found out about us and is just using these little things to paralyze us? Lu Yuan's heart sank. Old ancestor, we've already changed the memories of the people here. We shouldn't be easily discovered. But Tanyu-san came over. The Lu family's old man pondered for a moment. Could it be that they haven't given up looking for us yet, and are even still keeping an eye on the Tantai clan? This time coming over with the help of Tantai Jinyue. Lu Yuan didn't say anything. Xiao Yuan, I know that you and Tantai Jinyue have a good relationship, but now our Lu family is not the Lu family from before. Not to mention that after so many years of not seeing each other, hearts change, so you need to be prepared. Lu Yuan certainly understood the words of the old ancestor. It was possible that Tantai Jinyue had gotten together with the person who had destroyed the Lu family. Who was in that group in the first place? There's not a hint of it yet. Chu Xinghe looked at the quieted Qi Yunzi. The corners of his mouth turned up. He had thought of a way. Assuming that the destruction of the Lu family had something to do with the heaven-swallowing demon body. Right now, when Ruoshui was the heaven-swallowing demon body, in the middle of the Heart Watchers building, the Heavenly Dao sect was looking for trouble with Wen Ruoshui. Tantai Jinyue relieved Wen Ruoshui. That's the intersection point. It's enough to have that. But the prerequisite was to gain the trust of the son of Qi. Su Mang looked at Deacon's son. Lu Yuan, what else do you have to say? Deacon's son's face was red with anger. One ring of truth. He hasn't had much to say yet. With a cold grunt, he turned to leave. As the crowd watched Deacon's son leave, their expressions began to change. Look guys, Deacon's son is admitting it. I didn't think that Lu Yuan was actually such a person. With such dirty tactics, no wonder he married a daughter-in-law who is so beautiful. Yes, this Lu Yuan is really not a good person. He should be immersed in a piggy bank. But his daughter-in-law is innocent. I can reluctantly take her back and beat her to tears. Dude, your abacus beads fell on the floor, pick them up. Don't let anyone slip on them. Lu Yuan didn't bother to explain. Lighten up, let the language read out. Lu Yuan also wants a quick fix. It can't be put off. Who knows if there will be other surprises. A short while later, a poor, miserable woman approached. When he saw Su Mang, there was disgust and fear in his eyes. Su Mang's tears swished down. Rush forward. Daughter, Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Su Yunyan took a few steps back. I'm no longer related to you, so don't bother me again. Su Mang froze. What do you mean? You don't recognize me as your father? Su Yunyan shed clear tears. From the moment you sold me, you were no longer my father, and whether I live or die has nothing to do with you. Su Mang's throat rolled a little. What have you done with my daughter? Su Mang was about to go after Lu Yuan. Su Yunyan quickly stepped forward and protected Lu Yuan behind her. You touch him and I'll fight you. Su Mang took a deep breath. Do you realize that I sold you out because he counted on it? Su Yunyan froze for a moment. That's between me and him. Su Mang froze. Yeah. Grow up, get your wings, and come home with me. Su Mang grabbed Su Yunyan's arm. Lu Yuan stepped forward. A cleaver. Su Mang ate the pain. Let go of Su Yunyan. Silly daughter, you just hate father. You have to go back with me. You will die if you follow him. I'd die to follow her. Su Mang's pupils dilated. Fingers trembling, he pointed at Su Yunyan. Fine. Can't control you. Since you're seeking death, I won't ask. Su Mang flung his sleeves fiercely and turned to leave. Su Yunyan relaxed. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was a bit distracted. What did Su Mang's words mean just now? What, he's going to die? Chu Xinghe knew it was time for the farce to end. At this time, a man walked up to Tantai Jinue. Tantai girl, it would be best if you don't interfere in anything in a while. Otherwise what happens to the Lu family is what happens to your Tantai family. You were warned to leave before. Why didn't you listen? Do you really want to die? Tantai Jinue's body shook a little. The pupils vibrated. The sky is slowly getting darker this time of year. A voice rang out. So the remaining members of the Lu family have been hiding here. Chapter 146, the son of the spirit of fortune gave me a villain on his knees. The words came out. Lu Yuan's expression changed and his face was pulled to the ground. There were also a number of people on guard in the dark. Xiao Yuan, in a moment when the situation is not right, we will send you away. As long as you are alive, there is still hope for our Lu family. Lu Yuan looked unsightly. Rumble. It was completely dark. Thunder flashed in the sky. The remaining members of the Lu family shall be exterminated. Thunder as thick as a millstone descended from the sky, densely woven like a big net. Those who came to see the show, their faces changed drastically. Run. OMG. Help. I don't want to die. Chu Xinghe also left with the crowd. A hand appeared behind Tantai Jinue and grabbed Tantai Jinue into the void to leave. Rumble. The thunder landed completely. A few people came out of the shadows, joining forces to fend off the thunder that landed in the sky. Griffins also presumed to stop me. Spectre could tell the cultivation level of these people at a glance. There wasn't even a supreme being. Stop him with your life? A large hand appeared in the thunder. Not good. It's a supreme powerhouse. The thunder under the great man transformed into a thunder dragon, blasting down from the sky. Bang! Heaven and earth quake. The void shattered. The entire Lu family was reduced to rubble in a 100-mile radius. A few of the Lu family's old ancestors let out a miserable scream. It didn't even have the power to stop it. The residual old ancestor of the Lu family dies. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi drops by 50,000, and the master increases his heavenly fate value by 3 million. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose as he felt the corners of his mouth rise as he felt those old ancestors who burned their own lives to send the son of Qi away. Can you really run away? Lu Yuan in the void channel felt the large hand grasping in the void. God's color changed dramatically. Even the old ancestor who had followed Lu Yuan and escaped together had his complexion changed drastically. I'll blow myself up to stop him. You run. A mole wants to stop me. Die. A cold voice rang out. The Lu family's oldest ancestor took a deep breath. Even if he knew he couldn't resist, he had to try. You can't stop it. A ghostly voice rang out. A force suddenly appeared in the space channel. It transformed into a golden yellow fist and blasted at the large black hand behind it. Bang! 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 A crack of millions of miles spread out in the sky, making it difficult to recover. The power in the void passage carried Lu Yuan and one of the remaining ancestors of the Lu clan away. Also removed the breath completely. Lu Yuan appeared from the void passage with his 7 delicate wives and an old ancestor of the Lu clan. The pupils shifted as they looked at the man lying in the distance. The Lu clan's oldest ancestor shielded Lu Yuan behind him. Did you save us? Chu Xinghe sat up from the rock with a dog's tail grass in his mouth. It was the little master who saved you. The Lu family's oldest ancestor clasped his fists. Thanks for saving my little friend's life. Chu Xinghe waved his hand. No need to thank me. The people behind me owe your Lu family a favor. The Lu family's old man didn't suspect anything. Previously, when their Lu family hadn't been destroyed, they also had supreme powerhouses. Who knows which ones those old ancestors helped? They were only in the saint realm. It was also because the strength was not particularly strong that there was a chance of escape. But if it's stronger, there's not even a chance to escape. After all, it didn't occur to me that after hiding for so long, I was still discovered. Thank you, sir. This time, Long Yi appeared behind Chu Xinghe. There was no aura flowing out of his body. Lu Yuan and his group knew that this was the same supreme being who had made the move. Many thanks to Senior for making a move. They bowed to Long Yi. There is no need to be courteous. I am also following orders. If you want to thank me, thank the prince. Long Yi finished hiding in the void. Chu Xinghe jumped down from the stone. Come to Lu Yuan. Surround Lu Yuan for a moment. Strange, the Lu family is at least an ancient race. You don't even have a special physique. Lu Yuan let out a bitter laugh. It's because there's no special physique that I'm able to escape here. Chu Xinghe nodded. Look at the 7 wives behind him. It hasn't been solemnized yet, so it shouldn't count. Otherwise the system wouldn't be unopened right now. That's a strange system. You'd better separate. People together are too big a target. Also, if all these wives of yours have family, be prepared to be threatened. Chu Xinghe is just saying this. Lu Yuan's expression changed. Even the women following behind turned ugly. They all liked Lu Yuan as a person before. Who would have thought it would be a remnant of an ancient race? Some of them have power behind them too, but there's not enough power. Where would be a match for the Supreme Being? A Supreme Being could sweep away everyone behind them. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Let's wait until I've finished paying my respects to Miss Su. This word came out. Chu Xinghe's face was all weird. Are you really a remnant of the Lu family? The Lu family's oldest ancestor was also confused. What a time to be getting married. Lu Yuan also knew how ridiculous it was for him to say that, but there was nothing he could do about it. As soon as the marriage is over, he will be able to turn on his physique. This system is Ed. He could only curse. Even the women who get married have various restrictions. He's lived here for so many years. Also just looking for the 7 that fit. The day before, he was high on the chance for revenge if he turned on his physique. Who knew that reality fed him a mouthful of shang directly? It made it hard for him to swallow. Then you worship. Chu Xinghe spoke directly. Lu Yuan's expression changed again. Brother Lu, let's worship now. Chu Xinghe looked at Lu Yuan. The girl has already agreed, and it just so happens that your elders are here as well. So let's simply go through the process. Lu Yuan's face stiffened. No, Lu Yuan, am a responsible person, and the 6 of them, lightning sound, were blessed by people before, which is irresponsible to Union. Lu Yuan had a hard time saying it. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. Master, how's it going? Chu Xinghe froze. You struck out? I found a hole in his system and I'll fix it for him. Don't ever thank me. It would have been fine for him to pay his respects now. That loophole I closed for him. And now the full process is needed. And the number of gift givers can't be less than 100. And those people have to attend. I was so kind. Chu Xinghe secretly said it was really good. I was going to just cut the female to death while the 2 were kowtowing. Whatever. Chu Xinghe wasn't worried now. At this time, the Lu family's old ancestor looked at Chu Xinghe with a look of embarrassment and constipation. Elder might as well be straightforward if he has something to say. The Lu family's oldest ancestor took a deep breath. Your Excellency, I have a request. I want to know who actually destroyed my Lu family. The Lu family's old ancestor looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe was surrounded by supreme powerhouses. If he wanted to exterminate them, there was simply no need for so much nonsense, and risking their lives to save them. It should be on good terms with the old ancestor of their Lu family before. Hearing this, Chu Xinghe's eyes were a bit difficult. Lu Yuan also came into the spirit. Please tell me, Your Excellency, who overthrew my Lu family? Chu Xinghe shook his head. Tell you have no chance of revenge. Marry and live in peace. Lu Yuan knew that Chu Xinghe felt that he definitely couldn't take revenge without an overpowering physique. My lord, please. Lu Yuan finished with a poof and fell to his knees. Chu Xinghe was stunned. This son of Qi gives me a knee. Chapter 147. I beat you and you're grateful. I'm doing you a favor. Look at this. You're a son of Qi to kneel down for me. A bad guy. It's not on my conscience not to tell you. It's a good thing I don't have a conscience. Chu Xinghe shook his head. I can't tell you now. Your strength is too low and you have no hope of revenge. And don't you go on asking. I won't say anything. When I came over, an elder told me to just protect your lives. Lu Yuan lowered his head. Yeah, no Eucharist. How can he gain the trust of others? Those who could overthrow the Lu family could imagine how terrifying the strength was. Even those with a supreme powerhouse behind them didn't dare to open their mouths easily. Obviously, it was just one last step away from being a successful worshipper. His physique opens up, but it was this one step that stopped him at the door. And the people who attend their weddings have to volunteer to attend. System, can we get a discount? Now that I'm in danger, keep the worship simple. No, checking that the master would have this thought. The system had already patched this loophole a long time ago. Lu Yuan, who had his head down, had his pupils dilated. What do you mean? He's a step behind. If he had come out of the void passage just now and directly paid his respects, the mission would have been accomplished. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan gave himself a big fight. Everyone in the room looked at him with a dumbfounded look on their faces. The Lu family's oldest ancestor stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Child, you are not to blame for this matter. Old ancestor knows that you are under pressure. Relax. The big deal is to lead an uneventful life. The Lu family's affairs are a thing of the past, so don't hold on to them. After saying that, he pulled Lu Yuan up. Lu Yuan's 7 wives were also comforting Lu Yuan. Yes, brother Lu. Don't worry, there is no chance now. It doesn't mean there is no chance later. The boat is naturally straight. The more you care, instead, the more you can't do it. Sagittarius. Sister Gu is right. You forget the last time. When the two of us caved in, the more you monkeyed around, the more it didn't work, and after slowly relaxing, that's when it got better. Next to a few women looking at Zhuang Yumian, blushing, which there are outsiders present. You say these do? Xu Xinghe coughed and turned his head to the side. They can talk a little bit more about it. I love it. Xu Xinghe was speechless for a while when he heard the system's voice. You don't learn the good ones, you always learn these irrelevant things. I'm afraid it's going to be a little difficult for you guys to live in peace. Hearing Xu Xinghe open his mouth, several people turned back to their senses. Yeah, now there's a big problem that hasn't been solved. Can't we go incognito? Su Yunian opened her mouth. Sure, as long as neither of you care about the death of your family. Those people should have investigated your background, and it's up to you to choose. Hearing Xu Xinghe's words, the several women fell silent. Yeah, they have families. Lu Yuan, you're also from the ancient clan Lu family, and you're carrying a blood feud, so why do you still want to make a big deal out of your wedding? The more you keep a low profile at this time of year, the better. Marrying so many wives, you're being irresponsible for your dead Lu family's departed souls. It would also be irresponsible to your wife, and to those elder ancestors who died protecting you. Lu Yuan lowered his head. Stop cursing. If you do, I'll find a crack in the ground. There's nothing I can do about it. The Lu family's old ancestor opened his mouth, wanting to argue. Previously persuaded Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan said so. Ancestor, don't you want to see the Lu family spread its wings? We're all that's left of the Lu family. The elder ancestors were no longer persuaded, and were even happy to see it. Only the fanfare of a wedding. They have been persuasive. Luckily, nothing has ever happened before. They don't think anything will happen this time either. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? At this time Lu Yuan's wife Li Yuyan thought of something. Nothing happened before. Why was it exposed this time? Lu Yuan's expression changed. Nothing had happened before. So why did something happen this time? Lu Yuan suddenly thought of someone. Tantai Gua. The big sister that he used to play with a lot as a child. Could it have anything to do with her? No, it won't. It shouldn't have anything to do with her. The Lu family and the Tantai family have always had a good relationship. Who else can do it? Xu Xinghe shook his head as he looked at the son of Qi in this state. Sigh. Several people looked at Xu Xinghe at the same time. I have a suggestion here. A few people were mentally shaken. You guys don't have to care about your families either. Live incognito. As for Lu Yuan, you rat-tailed juice. Indecisive. Things have gone awry, and you still don't forget to think the worst. Xu Xinghe was about to leave after saying that. The Lu family's old ancestor hurriedly stopped Xu Xinghe. Gongzi, Xiao Yuan is still young and doesn't know any better. Don't be angry. For the sake of past love with the Lu family, help us once. The Lu family's old ancestor was also like an ant on a hot pan right now. Even if there were no injuries in his body, he was no match for those people. Xu Xinghe sighed. If I hadn't promised the old man, I wouldn't have wanted to bring a bunch of you draggers with me. Several people didn't retort. First thing, you 7 take the lead in thinking about your families. To save or not to save? Save? What do you save with? Several of the women looked puzzled. They subconsciously looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was still unaware of what he was contemplating and did not notice the gazes of several people. Xu Xinghe took a step forward. Snap. With a slap, Lu Yuan directly came to a high degree of rotation of 1008 degrees and stuck straight to the ground. Waste stuff. What's the point of thinking about it? The dead are dead. You're responsible for the living. Now that your wife's family is going to be destroyed because of what happened to your Lu family, you're still going off on a tangent. Asshole. The Lu family's oldest ancestor didn't dare to speak. Head down and quail-like. People are also looking out for you and advising you. I regret bringing this loser out. Sorry, got sidetracked. Xu Xinghe went up for another kick. Lu Yuan rolled to the side like a gourd. It's not me you're sorry for. It's the wife who loves you and loves you. Look at their eyes. They're all worried about you, and none of them blame you. Lu Yuan raised his head to look at his wife. followed by a guilty bow of his head. Man up to the top. And look at you now. Lu Yuan's spirit shook as he raised his head. Lu Yuan's wives were, more or less, disappointed inside. Is this still Lu Yuan, previously spirited? Why now? Chu Xinghe shook his head, a look of anger. The truth is dark. I can only make arrangements based on the limited conditions that follow, and it is up to you to listen or not. Several people were pumped up. Your primary purpose is to inform the family to quietly gather together and concentrate as much power as possible without becoming a scattered mass. Secondly, inform your clan to prepare for the extermination of your clan. Let them prepare disciples with talent to leave in advance, and try to spread out to as many places as possible. As long as you can escape one of them, you will have the fire. Thirdly, always choose the smart one, the one who can judge the time and be resourceful, not the wimpy one, or you'll do harm to yourself and others. Chapter 148, I kill you, and you have to thank me. Lu Yuan's head, which had just been raised, lowered again, just about pointed his nose at him. Lu Yuan's 7 wives, Gu Qingyin, Zhuang Yumian, Lu Songning, Li Yuyan, Song Qingyu, and Shen Ruoji still can't hide their disappointment under their eyes. Only Su Yunian looked at Lu Yuan with heartache in her eyes. This big brother, can you not blame big brother Lu? Big brother Lu doesn't want to be like this. It's just that he. Chu Xinghe patted the non-existent dust on his body. Turn around and leave. Su Yunian panicked. She hadn't expected that Chu Xinghe would leave directly. Yuinian, you haven't even paid your respects yet. There are some things you'd better not interrupt. Valley Lightning spoke. Yes, Whisperer, just be quiet and listen. You could care less if your father lives or dies. We couldn't care less. You don't understand these things yet, so listen quietly. Su Yunian lowered her head and knew that she had said the wrong thing. Lu Yuan touched Su Yunian's head. Don't you guys blame Whisperer. She's doing me a favor. Several wives heard this and looked at Lu Yuan, who was hardened in this moment. I don't know why, but I'm a little displeased inside. You can only be hard in front of them, being submissive in front of others? Brother Lu, do you not care about our family? Shen Ruoji looked at Lu Yuan and said, if you stop, why do you think so much of me? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Your family is my family. Of course I'm worried, Brother Lu, but you didn't act like you were worried just now. We know that Yunyan's sister's family is not good, and we pity her, but it's all the more important for her to know what to say and what not to say. Don't you know that at all? Those who don't know think they can't wait for our family to die. Now that you haven't married yet, you're afraid that our child's power behind us is stronger than her child's and that she won't be able to inherit the family fortune? Su Yunyan's tears were coming down in anxiety. That's not what she thinks. A few of the remaining women, their faces were a bit sour. Looking at Su Yunian, he looked up and down. Chu Xinghe, who was watching the show from the side, heartfelt sentiments. I've got a grandma in my life. This woman has a horrible brain circuit. I've heard that before. Being nice to a woman she may not remember. What is bad for her can be remembered for the rest of her life. Stop it. Whispering Nim didn't mean it. Lu Yuan's fire also came up. Seeing Shen Ruoji's tears about to fall. Again, he wanted to apologize and explain a couple of things. Chu Xinghe couldn't let him have his way. I had a hard time picking my battles. All be quiet. All of you calm down and do what I just said. For your safety, you can also have your family remove you from the genealogy as one of the measures. Lu Yuan, Senior Lu, you two come with me. Lu Yuan and the Lu clan's oldest ancestor followed Chu Xinghe forward. Shen Ruoji couldn't hold back her aggravation, and her tears fell. She was the daughter of a prince of a royal dynasty. I've never been aggravated since I was a kid. Now Lu Yuan was actually being mean to her for an outsider who hadn't married yet. Before that, he said he would always love her. Turns out it was all a lie to her. Several of the other people rushed to comfort Shen Ruoji. Su Yunian lowered her head, looking a bit overwhelmed. However, the other few women looked at Su Yunian and felt that she was pretending to be weak. It's just a white lotus flower. If such a person marries Lu Yuan, will there be peace in their house? Chu Xinghe stood at the front. I spoke a bit harshly just now, so don't mind if you guys do. The Lu Yuan Lu family ancestor had not expected that Chu Xinghe would apologize either. I don't blame you. I'm the one who's not capable. Lu Yuan also knew that Chu Xinghe was sincerely trying to help them. It was perfectly fine to leave just now. They didn't have what Chu Xinghe needed on them either. People work so hard to help you. The whole thing makes people apologize in return. This made Lu Yuan as well as the Lu clan's oldest ancestor a bit embarrassed and even a bit awkward. There's something I'm not comfortable saying outright just now. We're all men. Lu Yuan, in fact, you should have a special physique, only that it requires specific conditions to be opened. I don't believe that an ancient clan of the Lu family can't even bring out a talented disciple. The Lu family's oldest ancestor did not open his mouth. When Lu Yuan was born before, there was indeed a vision, only to disappear quickly. They have been puzzled. Lu Yuan didn't open his mouth either. There are some things you can't tell. You can trust your wife. I can't. I don't know if they truly love you. I came out this time for a favor owed by my predecessor at home. It's also to preserve the last trace of fragrance for your Lu family. As for how to choose, it's ultimately up to you. Lu Yuan, there's nothing wrong with a man liking a woman, but too much, sometimes isn't a good thing. Instead, it will be a burden to you. A drag. Take your wife's people. Will they be saved or not? Saved? In what way? Will your wife hate you if you don't save it? Lu Yuan opened his mouth. Thinking about these questions made him choke a little, trying to subconsciously avoid it. The methods I've just described are only most hopeless. I can tell you one thing in no uncertain terms. I and the men behind me are not likely to go all out to save your wife's people. It can be saved once. What about the second time? We can't afford that price, even if I help you now. I and the clan are taking a huge risk. Lu Yuan's fingers clenched. That's the helplessness of having no power. There was also a complexity in the eyes of the Lu family's oldest ancestor. What a glorious Lu family before. Now it's like a lost dog. You did your best, and no matter what the outcome is, you are my Lu Yuan's benefactor. Xu Xinghe turned his back to Lu Yuan. See, that's what makes a competent bad guy. I set you up, tried to get you killed, and you thank me for it. My lord, if we add the Tantai clan, can we make those people jealous? Lu Yuan suddenly spoke. Xu Xinghe turned back and looked at him with a smile. You're pretty smart to be afraid to doubt, or you don't want to. Lu Yuan was silent. The Lu family's old man's face was gloomy. No wonder nothing happened before. After Tantai Jinue found them, even when they were being hunted down, the Tantai clan turned a blind eye. Lu Yuan's face was also gloomy. I didn't expect it to be her. Why would you do that? Xu Xinghe took out a piece of paper. That's all I can tell you, and as for the rest, you'll just have to guess. By the way, there's a problem with the Tantai clan's emperor scripture. Look at the paper floating in your hand. Lu Yuan and also the Lu clan's oldest ancestor hurriedly looked over. It was written on it that the Heavenly Tao sect was hunting down the heaven-swallowing demon body. One Ruoshui. The Tantai family relieved one Ruoshui. Problems with combining the emperor's scriptures. Lu Yuan's fingers curled together. The paper in his hand became twisted. I suppose you have that little clock? Chapter 149. This is what you want. What has it got to do with me? Xu Xinghe said a sentence without looking back. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted when he heard these words. Even the eyes that looked at Xu Xinghe were tinged with wariness. You're really not afraid to die. You dare to take anything. Xu Xinghe shook his head. That Eastern Emperor clock. It belongs to a person named Xu Xinghe, who was one Ruoshui's disciple. After Xu Xinghe's death, the East Emperor bell disappeared into thin air. So why did it suddenly appear in your hands? Don't you understand? And you don't have to be wary of me. I wouldn't dare take that thing. This Tao artifact appeared once. Why didn't anyone dare to grab it? And you're still holding out for a chance. The Lu family's oldest ancestor felt that the fog in his mind was suddenly lifted. My Lu family was overthrown by the heaven-swallowing demon body. It's just that a part of our Lu family also ran out. And the heaven-swallowing demon body doesn't care and has no intention of continuing to find trouble with our Lu family. The Tantai family's emperor scripture is in trouble. Borrowing the news that there are still people alive in the Lu family, plus relieving the siege and obtaining a favor from the heaven-swallowing demon body to help them solve their emperor scripture problem. There were rumors before that the heaven-swallowing demon body, one Ruoshui, was at the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor, only one step away from being a great emperor, and was able to see the problems with the emperor scriptures. It's just that the Lu family had a good relationship with the Tantai family before, and they don't want people to know that the Tantai family is the kind of backstabbing villain. The Tantai clan wouldn't do it themselves, and would even cooperate with the Heavenly Tao sect later on. Helping the heaven-swallowing demon body to relieve itself before was also for the sake of the Heartwatcher's house. That's their Tantai clan's power. If something happens, it's inevitable that people will look down on it. What a good plot. Seemingly some unusual moves with such a big conspiracy behind them. Even the Tantai family has a good reputation. Unwrapping the heaven-swallowing demon body is for the sake of my guests, and cooperating with the Heavenly Tao sect is for the sake of the world's living beings. I guess it's also a two-faced sword. Seemingly secretly cooperating with the Heavenly Tao sect, but actually cooperating with the heaven-swallowing demon body. Having a foot in the door really plays into their hands. You see, this is the reason why Xu Xinghe is happy to chat with seniors. They've lived long enough to think more complexly. Thinking more too. Often auras. A random support can be strung together. Look at this. It's a good game, isn't it? Lu Yuan also felt his mind explode. So it is. It's really her mess. And wish her a happy wedding. Happy chicken ********. When I get the chance, I'm going to kill you. At this time, the Lu family's oldest ancestor pondered. Looking at Xu Xinghe, he suddenly bowed. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. Sir. Lu Yuan also hurriedly saluted. Xu Xinghe accepted the salute graciously. Lu Yuan, What else do you see? If you can see through it, I can determine how to help you next. If you can't see through it, I'll leave when your life is safe and secure. Lu Yuan's expression tensed up for a moment. Dead brain. Move it. Think fast. The Lu family's oldest ancestor also pondered. Something popped into his head, only held back from saying it. Lu Yuan looked at the message in his hand. A sudden thought occurred to me. There were rumors before that the Tianji building and the Tianyan Holy Land were both created by one Ruoshui, only now those two forces are overthrown. Plus there's still the Heavenly Dao sect watching now. When Ruoshui doesn't have enough power in his hands to defend against the Heavenly Dao sect, as well as plotting other things, it's just right for the Tantai clan to cooperate with her at this time. She helped the Tantai clan with the Emperor's scripture issue, and the Tantai clan secretly helped her with things. Then as long as the Tantai clan is left to fend for themselves, preferably to the point where they can prove their own innocence, they won't have time to pay attention to us. Our crisis will be lifted for the time being, and the forces behind my wife will be safe for the time being, and have more time to defend themselves against what follows. Even we temporarily gained the trust of the Heavenly Dao sect with this news. Lu Yuan's eyes perked up as if he had discovered a mystery. The Lu family's oldest ancestor also looked relieved. I wonder if it's right. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe didn't answer, instead saying something else. That's what you guys think, and it has nothing to do with me. The Lu family ancestor as well as Lu Yuan had a dazed look on their faces. Yeah, they can't trap their benefactors. That's what they want. Could they, the remnants of the ancient clan Lu family, not even see this problem? Old ancestor, this news needs to be spread as soon as possible. The Lu family's oldest ancestor nodded. I'm on my way. Chu Xinghe coughed. A void channel appeared. Why is there another secret realm here, and a void passage? The Lu family ancestor nodded at Chu Xinghe. There was gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Lu Yuan said with a serious expression. Thank me for what? As I just said, you came up with this and I had nothing to do with it. Don't let your wife think less of you. A man has to stand tall, but as soon as possible after this, you need to make plans. Lu Yuan nodded heavily, even a little moist in the eyes. It's so touching. When he turned around, there was already murderous intent under his eyes. Tantai Jinue, you wait for me. What happened? The son of Qi and the mistress of Qi had a gap in their hearts. The son of Qi's heavenly destiny value dropped by 50,000. Tantai Jingue's heavenly destiny value dropped by 80,000. And the master gained 13 million heavenly destiny values. Nothing, just adding a little fun to a boring life. Lu Yuan walked over to his wife. I have come up with a temporary solution to the safety of your people. Lu Yuan said one sentence, and several of their wives had incredulity on their faces, but they didn't believe it was something Lu Yuan could come up with. It must be the help of that gentleman. What's the big deal? Shen Ruoji looked at Lu Yuan. She can't pass through the door. I don't agree. This family is all her and no me. All me and no her. As soon as Shen Ruoji opened his mouth, Su Yunian panicked. She didn't want to go back to that home. The eyes swished down. Looking at Lu Yuan, there was only pity in his eyes. Lu Yuan also had a headache. You agreed before. Why not now? Shen Ruoji snorted coldly. Who knows if it's crocodile tears? You're thinking so much about the future before you're even married. Yeah, we don't agree either. The remaining 5 people also spoke hastily. Shen Ruoji had already spoken, and they stood in a line of people. Of course you have to stand up. Lu Yuan's head was spinning for a while. Can't give up 6 for 1. It's this close. Why is it so difficult? It's like God is against him. Women. What a pain in the ass. Su Yunian looked at Lu Yuan who had a difficult face. Brother Lu, I will leave. Lu Yuan's 6 wise eyes changed. What a way to retreat and advance. The mind is really scary. Chu Xinghe in the distance watched this scene. What a mountain of preconceptions in the human mind. This family crisis is not over. It's already starting to be a jealousy contest. With a team like that, why did they beat the villains? What a ed-up life. Tantai Jinue, who was resting in the Heartwatchers building. The eyelids have been jumping all over the place. Grandpa Shin, I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 150, the plan begins. The demoness is not in the right state. Tantai Jinyue's mind had been restless after she returned from Lu Yuan's wedding. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. The disciple of Muru had already reminded her before. She didn't particularly care. Even if relieving one Ruoshue was all that was needed was an explanation. But that warning at the wedding made her lose her mind. Grandpa Xin, at Lu Yuan's wedding, I was warned not to intervene in this matter. Do you think I did the right thing? Will Lu Yuan be angry that I didn't make a move? Grandpa Shin came out of the void passage, looking at Tantai Jinue who had a tangled expression. Miss, the matters of the Lu family are not something we can easily meddle in, and the Lu family is not the same as before. That brat doesn't deserve you. He doesn't even have a physique. He carries the hatred of his family's destruction. and he still makes a big deal out of taking a wife. This kind of man with no bearing and no sense of responsibility is not worthy of you. Miss Tantai Jingyue didn't say anything. Before, when the Lu family hadn't been overthrown, he was constantly on her ass. Even though she bullied and teased him a lot, he never cried or made a scene. Previously, the elders of the family even joked that the two might even grow up to be married in the future. At that time, the tiny Lu Yuan even patted his chest and promised, "I will definitely be good to Sister Jingyue in the future." But this time we met and saw him take a wife. Her heart felt like a big stone had been shoved down and blocked. This philanderer is actually married to 7. Is that how you like women? You are the legacy of the ancient Lu family. How can those women be worthy of you? Grandpa Shin sighed as he looked at Tanya Juyuki's appearance. How can a promise made as a child count? He has forgotten his promise, so why should you care? Miss, not good, not good. At this time a man came hurrying outside, the look of anxiety. Grandpa Shin has been hidden in the void. Tantai Jingyue looked at this person. What's the panic? Holy maiden, it's bad. Something big has happened. Now there are rumors outside that the Tantai clan's emperor scriptures are in trouble, and that they're working with the heaven-swallowing demon body, Wen Ruoshue. It was also said that the ancient clan Lu family was the one that the heaven-swallowing demon body overthrew in the first place, and that the Tantai family betrayed their trust and disregarded their past love and sold out the remnants of the Lu family to cooperate with the heaven-swallowing demon body. Together with the relief for the heaven-swallowing demon body in the Heart Watchers building, we were saying that we were looking out for the safety of our customers, and that was also overruled, saying that we were putting on an act. It also says that we are cooperating with the Heavenly Tao sect in the open and the heaven-swallowing demon body in the dark, stepping on 2 boats. Tantai Jingyue had already stood up, her eyes all unbelievable. Did you find out who was behind the rumors? Tantai Jingyue was also a bit flustered. This was bad news for the Tantai family. Special Emperor's scripture thing. Earlier, when Ruoshue told her that he could help her out, it didn't end up being resolved, but now it's being proclaimed. She suddenly thought of the warning from the Muru disciple, leave or die. For once she was suddenly a little convinced. Buzz off. At this time the Tao rhythms blossomed in the void. A faint shadow appeared. Netsuki, you're in trouble. Tantai Jingyue felt this aura and her face was a bit aggravated. Dad, the void sighed. I've already sent people over. No matter who rumors about my Lu family, when destroyed. Netsuki, do you know what I mean? Tantai Jingyue nodded her head. The vapors dispersed. Tanya Gus sat on a chair. It was like the strength had been drained from his body. After the Lu family's ancestor spread the news, he came back to find Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe nodded as he listened to the Lu family ancestor's narration. Lu Yuan over there was still comforting his petite wife. Chu Xinghe as well as the Lu clan ancestor were sensible enough not to go over. Keep having fun for a few days. You're in for a treat. It was inconvenient for him to step in, but now the news of the ancient clan's Lu family was spreading. Those haters must still be looking for us. Whoever did it. The people behind Lu Yuan's wife are pretty much going to meet the king of hell. Who will they blame then? It can only be Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said he had thought of a solution. This time the rumor monger was still the Tantai family. As long as it's not a little cutie. After these people are overthrown, it's clear who did it. The hatred between the two deepens. Chu Xinghe asked Long Yi to send a message to Long Air and the others. Let Heartwatch House investigate it. It's the Lukes who started the rumor. A beautiful misunderstanding was formed. Elder Lu, do you want to persuade that junior of yours? It's the most dangerous time right now. And the crisis of those wives' families of his hasn't been lifted yet. There was also concern in the eyes of the Lu family's oldest ancestor. After I spread the word, someone from the Heavenly Tao sect has already traveled to take care of it. The Heavenly Tao sect and numerous other forces are now searching for Wen Ruoshue, and the Tantai clan needs to prove their innocence, so they should be safe. Elder, one must plan for the worst in everything. In case the Tantai clan jumps over the wall in a hurry, things will be troublesome. Chu Xinghe kindly reminded. There's a problem with the Emperor scripture, and just this bit of leakage is enough to give the Tantai clan a pot to drink. And there should be quite a few ancient clans coming to their door right now to ask for proof. Once there are problems with the Emperor scripture, the entire family's operation may be in trouble, and those ancient clans won't let this opportunity go. For the time being, no one pays any attention to our bereaved family. Chu Xinghe nodded. Senior, when you spread the news, you didn't give away your own trail, did you? The Lu family's oldest ancestor thought for a moment. I don't think so. Chu Xinghe frowned. Should? The Lu family's oldest ancestor nodded. When I spread the news, I was disguised and controlled some of the people spreading the news, and I didn't even show up in person. Just have it in your heart. Senior, Chu Xinghe no longer continued to talk nonsense. Things are pretty much done. It's also time for someone to keep the power on next. The Zhonglei family. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the message in his hand. The corners of his mouth curved up in an arc. Lu family did not think there could still be left awe. Having been in Qingzhou all this time, living under her previous watchful eye, it was surprising that she hadn't noticed. Of course she knew about the destruction of the Lu family, or her mother's doing. When she was born, her physique required too much energy. Just keep an eye on the ancient Lu family. Why are you staring at the Lukes? Because among the many ancient clans, this Lu family was the weakest. Men, destroy all the forces behind Lu Yuan's several wives. Leave the footprints of the Tantai family. After arranging it, Zhongli Qingmeng continued to stare at the news in her hands. TSK, 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 this is pushing Wen Ruoshui to her death. Is this an attempt to use the Tantai clan as well as the other ancient clans to deal with Wen Ruoshui? This ability to plot everything behind the scenes is really your style. There was a softness in Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes. I don't know what your strength is now, fat or thin. Did anyone bully you? Zhongli Qing dreamed of this and licked his lips. You've planned so carefully for me. I'd love to meet you. Trapped you in my world so that you'll never leave me again. Chapter 151, The Great Fool is online. See if I don't fool you to death. Wen Ruoshui, who was still utilizing Jiang Evening Yin's layout, looked at the message in her hand. This doesn't even hide itself. To make war on the master? Wen Ruoshui's fingers clenched. This was going to drive her to her death. Rather, it hadn't occurred to her that originally she had only wanted to obtain the help of the Tantai clan. Who would have thought that Luo Mingchuan would let her down a bit? Can't see the change in the imperial scriptures. A pair of eyes appeared inside Wen Rohu's hand. If he hadn't been in contact with Chu Xinghe, he should have been able to resolve the trouble with the Tantai clan's imperial scriptures, right? Chu Xinghe is now spreading these messages. This was forcing the Tantai clan to unite with the other ancient clans to deal with her. Together with the rumors of the heaven-swallowing demon body, it made it a bit difficult for her to move an inch. With enemies on all sides, the Tianji Mansion master came to Wen Ruoshui's side. Sacred Lord, do you need me to make a trip to the Tantai clan? Wen Ruoshui shook his head. Some little thing, don't bother. The Tianji Mansion master didn't open his mouth. He felt that the Holy Lord was a bit arrogant now. Often it is the accumulation of insignificant news that explodes into a terrifying force. At this rate, you'll play yourself to death sooner or later. Heartwatch House. Tantai Jinhua looked at the message in her hand and her face turned pale. The hand holding the jade slip was trembling. Because of the force, cracks had appeared on the top of the jade slip. She couldn't believe the news now. It was actually spread by the Lu family's oldest ancestor. What do you mean? Blaming her Tantai clan for not saving him? Or are you talking about bringing the Tantai family down? Grandpa Shin came out of the shadows. Miss, can't you see through it now? This is what the Lu family is like, pulling our Tantai family down to divert other people's attention. That way the Luke's enemies won't have the heart to target them. You can even take this opportunity to cooperate with the Heavenly Dao sect, as long as they show up and the rumors come true. Our Tantai clan's treachery and cooperation with the heaven-swallowing demon body and the problems with the Emperor's scriptures will all come true. Letters have already come from the clan, and many ancient clans have already begun visiting the Tantai clan. The jade in Tantai Jinua's hand shattered into pieces. Eyes downcast, the heart was furious. The killing intent grew. Has his wife's background been checked out yet? Grandpa Shin nodded. Let's go. I'd like to see just how big of a face he Lu Yuan has. After saying that, he disappeared into the Heartwatcher's building. Wait until Tantai Jinue appeared a few places later. The Hearts all had a bad feeling. The forces behind Lu Yuan's wife were all destroyed. Not right. Grandpa Shin also had a hard look on his face. There should be a deliberate push by someone. This is to destroy our Tantai clan. It's even more troublesome to investigate now. Probably those ancient clans will also make a move. And I guess even the heaven-swallowing demon body would be happy to see this scene. Tantai Gua already regretted it. I should have known that I should have listened to the words of the disciples of Moru. It's good to leave early. Even Tantai Jinue thought more. Why after she came to Qingzhou, the people at the bottom suddenly investigated the news of Lu Yuan. Tantai Jinue hurriedly voiced out this suspicion to Tantai Xin. Miss, it's not up to us to decide what's going on right now. The only way to prove it is for us to contribute to the pursuit of the heaven-swallowing demon body, proving that we're not related to the heaven-swallowing demon body. Otherwise, if our Tantai clan is labeled as a heaven-swallowing demon body, I'm afraid that what will greet our Tantai clan is annihilation. Miss mustn't forget the Zhongli family. The previous Zhongli divine maiden adored Chu Xinghe, and now it's been exposed that the two masters and disciples, Chu Xinghe and Wen Ruoshui, acted out a drama and used the Zhongli clan to achieve their goals. There is now a group of forces following in the footsteps of the Zhongli clan, and once they set their sights on our Tantai clan, even those ancient clans will surely get a piece of the action. Tantai Jinue certainly understood these truths. At this time a voice appeared in his head. Pure Moon. I'll send someone to follow you. The Lu family, kill without pardon. I've already started to unite with the ancient clan, the Heavenly Dao sect, to fully track down the heaven-swallowing demon body. When Ruoshue's traces, Tantai Jinue heard the voice transmission, then breathed a sigh of relief. I think it's time for me to meet someone. Tanya Shin was also thinking of someone. You're talking about Muru's disciple. Tantai Jinue nodded her head. The little building by the clouds. Sure, Jingfeng is still practicing writing. Tantai Gue, Tantai Xin had been standing for a while, looking at Sure Jingfeng, who was about to merge with the surrounding heaven and earth. Neither man spoke. Tantai Xin constantly exchanged voice transmissions with Tantai Jinue. The last time we met, I thought he had only reached the Heartsword realm, but it turns out that I was narrow-minded. It's scary how young people are these days. It is true that Muru is not qualified to teach him. Tantai Gue pursed her lips. Heaven and earth were united, a realm she had never been in. Even if she cultivated to the Divine King Perfection realm at the age of 30, that kind of realm was very, very difficult to achieve even with strong guidance. Only some supreme powerhouses can reach it. There was no trace of aura on this man, but that temperament was already far beyond that of his peers. Sit down. Sure Dingfeng put down his brush and spoke. Two people sit down. You guys are a little slower than I expected. Tantai Jinue, Tantai Xin looked at each other. Both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Murphy had anticipated what would happen. Who the hell is this guy? It can only be investigated as a disciple of Muru. Not a single other bit of information could be investigated. Where did Sure Jingfeng know that Tantai Jinue, Tantai Xin would come over? But he did know a little. Shu Xinghe is a big flake. The living can be said to be dead, and the dead can be said to be alive. The more mysterious and deceptive the better. Earlier, fellow Taoist said that I would die. So please explain. Tantai Jinue placed a storage ring in front of Sure Jingfeng. Sure Jingfeng sipped his tea and didn't bother to look. My name is Sure Jingfeng. Hearing this, the two men's expressions changed. The name Sure Jingfeng was certainly known to them. Only why has it changed so much? The phase is born from the heart, and the change is natural. Stonecrest knows that many people know what he looks like. So much has changed that sometimes even he doesn't recognize himself. It was still Chu Xinghe from before who reminded him that he was able to find himself in the midst of being lost. Please also solve the problem, fellow Taoist. Sure Jingfeng looked at Tantai Jinue. Good words are hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die, and I'm no longer able to do anything about it. It's out of my hands now. You wouldn't have been in so much trouble before if you had listened to my advice to leave. Tantai Gus suddenly thought of something. You're avenging Chu Xinghe. Sure Dingfeng laughed. Not bad. Chu Xinghe is dead. Tantai Gingyue looked at Sure Jingfeng. But now it's not a rumor. Sure Dingfeng reached out to interrupt. What did the Tantai clan come out because of? Have things been resolved yet? And what's the situation with the Tantai clan now? Tantai Jinue's face turned a little pale. When Ruoshue is tricky. Now that the Tantai clan's emperor scripture is in trouble, who cares about the heaven-swallowing demon body? You have diverted most of the attention, and those ancient clans are all staring at your Tantai clan. When Ruoshue is nowhere to be found, but the Tantai clan is right there. They can't run away. What other forces does one Ruoshue have? Do you know? But those ancient clans know your Tantai clan. In the end, it's still your Tantai clan that cares about the heaven-swallowing demon body. Only you will search carefully. But when Ruoshue used you to lay out a plan, that is, he is sure to deal with you. Chapter 152 Big Harvest. More than $100 million in the bank. Tantai Jinue and also Tantai Xion's faces were almost black. Looking at Tantai Jinue, whose complexion was constantly changing. Tantai Xion. Sure Jingfeng secretly said, is this the technique of fooling people? It's not exactly a snub. It's just spelling out one of the worst possible outcomes. Chu Xinghe, you're really something. To be able to come up with all these ways to navigate amongst all these great powers. In turn, he used one Ruoshue to accomplish various schemes. Not bad for someone I admire. An idea suddenly came to Sure Jingfeng's mind. One more thought. And of course this only represents my personal thoughts. It would be a deal. An invisible deal. Between the heaven-swallowing demon body and a multitude of forces. Don't you guys stare at me. I have a gift for you. This gift is your Tanyu family. Miss Tantai has an old relationship with the Lu family, and it hasn't been exposed for so many years, but it was exposed right when Miss Tantai came out. Tanyu girl should still be careful. Let the Tantai clan be careful too. Of course that's just my personal opinion. It can't be taken seriously. Sure Dingfeng sipped his tea, and his heart was happy. Let you badger my brother. It doesn't scare you. After some friendly exchanges, Tantai Gue, Tantai Shin came out with a heavy heart. Right in a lot of resources. Nothing useful was gained. Come out with your heart in your mouth. Immediately scared myself to death. In the final analysis, it's still the Lu family that's too stupid. Exposing the problems of our Tantai family. Tanya Shin took a deep breath. Let me touch him again, and I'll squeeze his balls out and shove them in his eyes. There was also killing intent under Tantai Jinue's eyes. Send someone to look for signs of the Lu family. As soon as you find them, leave no one behind. I want to kill him myself, using my Tantai family's life to preserve their Lu family's fragrance. Since they won't let my Tantai family have a good time, none of them will have a good time. Tantai Jingyue had already raised her killing intent towards Lu Yuan. Grandpa Shin, if only we had come earlier. Tantai Jingyue rubbed her eyebrows, feeling like her head was about to explode. I didn't expect to come out and make such a big mess. Even if the matter was resolved, her identity as a holy maiden would probably be unloaded. No, we're still getting useful information. Tanshin's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Tanya Shin didn't say so explicitly. The fingers kept pinching. A faint shadow appeared in the sky. Uncle Shin, what is it? Matriarch, just now we found someone who spoke up with a guess. That would be when Ruoshui purposely using our Tantai clan as bait, sacrificing our Tantai clan to make those ancient clans stop staring at her. The Tantai Patriarch pondered for a moment. Go on. Even if those ancient clans agree to us openly, they may be thinking about how to divide my Tantai clan behind our backs. Since that's the case, why don't we change paths? The Tantai Patriarch didn't open his mouth. Now there's another person who hates the heaven-swallowing demon body. As long as we can cooperate with them, our Tantai clan's troubles will basically be solved. The Tantai Patriarch's eyes lit up. You mean the Bell family? Tanya Shin nodded. Not bad. As long as we can cooperate with the Zhongli clan, our Tantai clan's problems can be solved for the most part. It's just that this thing has to be done secretly. We can't let those ancient clans find out. I'm worried that they'll jump over the wall. In case they really invisibly cooperate with the heaven-swallowing demon body, as long as we show signs of coming to cooperate with the Zhongli clan, they will make their move. The Tantai Patriarch pondered for a moment. Makes sense. I'll talk about it myself. The Tantai clan chief looked at Tantai Jingyue after making her decision. Take care of the Lu family and come back. Don't even think about the position of the holy maiden. Look at the fading vapors. Tantai Jinyue's heart sank. She had expected it, but it was still hard to hear the news. Lu Yuan, if I catch you, I'll skin and bone you. Xu Xinghe looked at the son of Qi who had already coaxed a few women into doing well. Inwardly, I felt that coaxing people is really good. This kind of man, Kiki should interrupt. Xu Xinghe felt a coldness underneath. System, speak softly, you're going to become a woman soon. Good lord, I wouldn't do that to you. Ha, the daughter of fortune has murderous intent towards the son of fortune. The son of fortune's heavenly fate value drops by 100,000. The daughter of fortune's heavenly fate value drops by 80,000. The master gains 30 million heavenly fate values. Because of the master's scheming, the daughter of luck loses her status as the family's holy daughter. Her heavenly fate value drops by 150,000. And the master gains 15 million heavenly fate values. Destruction of the family of the wife of the son of Qiyun. Gu Xingyin's destiny value decreases by 100,000. Zhuang Yumian's destiny value decreases by 100,000. And Lu Songning's destiny value decreases by 100,000. Li Youyan's destiny value drops by 80,000. Song Qingyu's destiny value drops by 80,000. And Shin Ruoji's destiny value drops by 80,000. Son of Chakra's heavenly destiny value drops by 300,000. Master has gained a heavenly fate value of 80 million. Xu Xinghe was shocked by the system's successive beeps. Good man. It's still comfortable to weed the fat sheep. Now all at once have become rich. It's just a pity that these wives of the sons of Qi, none of their heavenly destiny values are particularly high, and after gleaning, there isn't much left over. Valley Lightning, 300,000. Zhuang Yumian, 320,000. Luzanin, 350,000. Li Yuyan, 270,000. Song Qingyu, 270,000. Shinruoji, 320,000. Su Yunian, $300,000. Just now, Su Yunyan's heavenly fate value didn't even drop. The original background doesn't really help the sons of the air. Master, this wave of your scheming is really cool. That's right, you don't see whose master I am, and you mustn't be careless next. Master, Xu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, Early Divine Emperor, 70 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Guide, Heaven Intercepting Finger. Heaven Splitting Hand. Heaven Stepping. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. Mount, 9 Dragon's Chariot. Dragon 1 Supreme Early Stage True Dragon. Dragon 2 Dragon 9 Heavenly Sacred Perfection True Dragon. Subordinate, Ghost, Early Supreme. Formation, 9 Dragons Refining Heaven Formation, Taboo Growth Formation. Palace, Heavenly Palace, Self-Contained Formation. Unbreakable by Paramount Emperors. Can kill Mid Supreme. Destiny value, 180133500. Backpack, Sword of Enlightenment. Looking at the heavenly destiny value, Chu Xinghe inwardly lamented. Since these female-dominated clans are overthrown, this good news is of course for them to know, and there will be a wave of heavenly destiny values coming in next. Chu Xinghe asked himself to be a good person, sending people to the west. After Lu Yuan coaxed his wife from afar, Su Yunian and a few others mingled again. It was as if they weren't the ones who had just had a falling out. Let's just say that a woman's heart is in the right place. Brother Lu, I have a bad feeling in my heart and my eyes are jumping. Shinruaji covered his eyes with one hand. Gu Shinin also felt a blockage in her heart. I also have a hard time in my heart. Could it be that something has happened at home? Lu Yuan thought for a moment. I guess not. It's all been arranged, and no one will come after us now. Even your family is invariably sheltered. Lu Yuan promised with conviction. At this time, the Lu family's oldest ancestor took out a transmitting note. There was a sudden cry of alarm. Big deal. Chapter 153, the son of Qi who can't let go of his face. Your 6 daughters-in-law begged me. The shocked exclamation of the Lu family's oldest ancestor drew a few people who were immersed in happiness over. Ancestor, what happened? Lu Yuan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, having a bad feeling in his heart. The Lu family's old ancestor's expression changed. He didn't know whether to say it or not. Chu Xinghe did not open his mouth. What happened he already knew. Old ancestor, what are you still covering up? What's going on? The Lu family's oldest ancestor took a deep breath. The forces of your 6 wives have all been wiped out, with no chickens or dogs left behind, and the entire family has been reduced to rubble, with not even a single survivor. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's 6 wives' bodies shook and held each other up, which prevented them from falling to the ground. Lu Yuan's face turned pale and he was sweating coldly. Why it's like that? That's impossible. Who did it? Lu Yuan raised his head and inquired with a pale face. Old ancestor, do you know who did this? The Lu family's oldest ancestor shook his head. No one has found out who did it, and we still need to investigate it ourselves. The Lu family's old ancestor subconsciously looked at Chu Xinghe after he finished speaking. Chu Xinghe has a strong background and should be able to investigate who did it. Chu Xinghe shook his head. The people behind me can't move at this time. Once someone realizes that I'm the one helping you, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chu Xinghe finished walking up. Right now, the heaven-swallowing demon body, the Tantai clan are all on their own, and the heavenly Dao sect is still protecting you in the shadows. Which power in the end godlessly wiped out all the forces behind you? Didn't I arrange for you in advance so that you could notify the family so that they could take precautions in advance? Lu Yuan's body shook a little when he heard Chu Xinghe's questioning. Don't even dare to raise your head. Chu Xinghe could roughly guess what was going on, figuring that the son of Qi felt that things were pretty much settled. Didn't have her wife notify the family. The legacy of the ancient clan, the Lu family, couldn't even solve this problem. It's still his face that will be disgraced when the time comes. Chu Xinghe had not yet opened his mouth. Several of Lu Yuan's wives looked at Lu Yuan angrily. Brother Lu, this is what you mean when you say that the matter has been resolved and there is no need for us to inform the family. Valley Lightning's pale face was filled with anger. If the family had been notified earlier, the family would have been prepared and not all of them would have died, because they believe that Lu Yuan caused all the people in the family to become dead souls. How can this not make them hate? Zhuang Yumian walked directly to Lu Yuan, looking up at his bowed head. Brother Lu, look at me. Can you tell me why this is happening? I'm your wife. You're my husband, and that's the assurance you give me? I thought you said my family was your family. Is that how you treat your loved ones? Hearing his wife's questioning, at this moment Lu Yuan even wanted to faint, too afraid to face it all. But the look in his wife's eyes, the disappointment, was like a knife in his heart. Lu Songning, Li Yuyan, and Song Qingyu didn't open their mouths. It was only his gaze that was dead set on Lu Yuan. The tears were even more unstoppable and were already dripping down his cheeks. The chest looks like a wash. Shinruaji is the daughter of the king, thinking of her loving parents. Her brother is dead. The love in his eyes had turned into hate. I was stupid to fall in love with an asshole like you, and that's the guarantee you gave me. And I said to tell mom and dad, and you told me I didn't have to, so I could trust you. I believe you now, but my parents are dead. Before you claimed to love me, my brain was really kicked by a donkey. That's why I believed you. How can you love only one person when you can find 7 wives and you don't know how many more to come? No, the only person you love is yourself. You're a selfish little man. Shinruaji said this, and his gaze fell on Su Yunian. Is there more of you in this? Su Yunian was at a loss for words. It really has nothing to do with her. Why would you blame it on her? Was about to argue. Shinruaji already had killing intent under his eyes. Did you provoke it? You know how to play pitiful. Lu Yuan raised his head. This time the words were spoken in a much lower voice. What does this matter have to do with whispering nuns? Shinruaji felt like her sanity was getting out of control. screaming so gently. It's true that men are all the same bear. What you can't get is the best. And when you get it, you don't cherish it. And now that all of our clan members are dead, her children won't have to be scared in the future. Is that what you think? Lu Yuan felt his head spinning. Why do you miss me so much? Shinruwaji walked up to Lu Yuan. Snap. A slap on Lu Yuan's face. You are to blame for the deaths of my parents, my clan, all of it, and I will never forgive you in my life, not even in death. Lu Yuan opened his mouth. Xu Xinghan knew that it wasn't a good idea to interrupt out loud at this time, but he didn't want to let go of this chance to arch the fire now. Wait a minute, hold on you guys. From what you're saying, you guys didn't inform the family? The 6 women nodded with pale faces. Xu Xinghan's eyes were all shocked, speechless, and looking at idiots. A frown. Haven't I already informed you and told the clans to gather together and move the talented disciples ahead of time? Why didn't you do it? Shinruwaji broke the can. It wasn't even this man who told us it was settled and wouldn't let us tell the family. The Lu family's old ancestor opened his mouth. Looking at Lu Yuan hated it. There was even disappointment. Xu Xinghe sighed. I should be able to roughly understand why. The Lu family legacy, still wanting face, also wanting Lizzie, both wanting and wanting, unable to let go of face, unable to let go of the pride of being a Lu family. Lu Yuan lowered his head, not daring to speak. 7 women. 6 of them looked at Lu Yuan with nothing but disappointment and indifference in their eyes. Just no love. Even Su Yunian reacted and looked at Lu Yuan with inexplicable emotions hanging in her gaze. What the hell was he thinking? Even his wife's family can give up, mouthing love. But when it comes to things, keep your head down and don't say a word. Just now his wife accused her, not even daring to stand in front of her to defend her. Really love her? Yeah, she's just a slave that was bought over. You can always discard it when you don't want it. If that's the case, why get your hopes up? Su Yunyan's heart clogged up when she thought of this. Xu Xinghe felt that the fire was almost ready. Elder Lu, I've repaid the favor I owe. I think it's time to leave. At this time, Xu Xinghe opened his mouth very calmly. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and tried to stay. What is available? People were supposed to help him, but he couldn't let go of that pride inside. It causes things to come out the way they do. But just at this time, Lu Yuan's 6 wives came forward, plopped down on his knees. My lord, can you help us get home? Chapter 154, Son of Luck offering treasure begging for a fight. Watching the 6 Heaven's Destiny daughters kneel before him, Xu Xinghe shook his head. I can't help you guys. Meddling in the Lu family's affairs is inherently risky. The method was already told to you a long time ago. It's you who didn't do it, and now you want me to cover your ass, which is impossible. Even if you kill yourselves in front of me, I won't give you a second glance. The mistakes you make, you can only pay for them yourselves. The 6 men's bodies went limp, feeling that their entire body strength had been drained. Yeah, they're stupid themselves. Blame it on no one else. You can only blame Lu Yuan. I expect the men are still watching you now, waiting for you to go back and turn yourselves in. Shinruwaji snorted. Perhaps death is also a kind of relief. Before my parents did not agree to me marrying Lu Yuan. It was me who was bent on having my own way, being swept away by love, sweet words, without thinking that a single thought would cause my family to be destroyed. Even going to hell will not atone for your sins. I'll live with the guilt for the rest of my life, as if I were the walking dead. What's the point of living? Shinruwaji staggered to his feet, trying to leave. Lu Yuan hurriedly stopped her. Ruaji, I am to blame for this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely resurrect your family, as long as you trust me. Shinruwaji's eyes were cold without any other emotions, just quietly looking at Lu Yuan. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. The tone was all a bit humble. Really? You believe me? I can resurrect your family. Shinruwaji laughed. Do you believe it yourself? Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. I'm sure it can be. Shinruwaji gave a mocking smile. That smile was like a knife in Lu Yuan's heart. You are the legacy of the ancient clan, the Lu family, the pride of heaven, the young supreme. The young woman is just an ordinary woman from a small family, not worthy of a pride of heaven like you. You are a man of great deeds, so I will not hold you back. Lu Yuan wouldn't leave when he stood in front. Shinruwaji took out a knife. Get out of the way, or don't blame the little lady for chopping your dog's head off. Lu Yuan shook his head. He didn't believe that Shinruwaji would really make a move. He believed Shinruwaji loved him. Anything to resurrect her family. You really think I don't dare to kill you? Lu Yuan took a deep breath. There was a mist of water in his eyes. I'm to blame for this, letting you go. You'll die. You can leave if you want. Kill me, just so I can redeem myself. Lu Yuan finished and closed his eyes. Even volunteered to come closer to the knife pointed at him. Xu Xinghan in the distance saw the scene. This son of Qi's means of teasing women was just brilliant. That was something even he admired. Vomit. If I were this woman, I'd have to stab him. Stab the little head first, then the big one, and make him suffer. Chu Xinghe didn't chime in. Master, quickly think of a way to get rid of this protagonist. It's disgusting. Like a teddy, said everywhere. Chu Xinghe walked up. A powerful aura spread out. Walking up to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, I have a few questions for you. The first, family hatred and a wife. Which do you choose? Lu Yuan opened his mouth. However, he was still a bit annoyed at Chu Xinghe for disturbing him. He had all but seen his wife go soft. Now it was interrupted by Chu Xinghe. The wife's eyes dissolved back into indifference. I'll take both. Lu Yuan threw his voice. Chu Xinghe snorted. Elder Lu, do you believe it? The Lu family's oldest ancestor shook his head. There was only disappointment in his heart for Lu Yuan. Now he had inwardly given up on cultivating Lu Yuan. The big thing is to find a mediocre wife and live quietly. It is said that heroes are hard to find. This son of a is nothing. Several of Chu Xinghe's wives wondered why Chu Xinghe was speaking for them. Inside with gratitude. If he had listened to Chu Xinghe earlier, this problem wouldn't have occurred. Blame them for being stupid. Blame Lu Yuan's repeated assurances even more. Lu Yuan hadn't expected that even the old ancestor didn't trust him. If I hadn't stepped in, you'd already be a dead man. So who are you to choose between both? Lu Yuan was silent. There's no reaction yet. Chu Xinghe had already struck out. You are a waste of space. A complete hypocrite. A villain. Chu Xinghe directly broke Lu Yuan's hands. Lu Yuan had hatred in his eyes. Suddenly, he saw Chu Xinghe winking at him. Lu Yuan instantly understood. Secretly, this Chu Xinghe helped himself. One still resents him. Something's not right. Master, you broke the son of Chi's hands. Why is he still grateful to you? Playing set plus hearts these days? Sell him off and count the money for you. Chu Xinghe secretly transmitted his voice. I'll help you one more time and for the last time. In the future, the road will return to the road, the bridge will return to the bridge, and the task explained by the elders of my clan will be considered completed. Use your head when you do things in the future. It's up to you to flood your wife with sympathy this time. Lu Yuan nodded absently. Gonzi, hit harder. Lu Yuan transmitted his voice to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe smiled inwardly. Never seen such a request in my life. The son of the air begs for a hammer online. Of course he has to be satisfied. Lu Yuan's 6 wives were still a bit distraught. A transmission entered their ears. His Excellency is blaming Lu Yuan for his anger. If you guys sympathize with him, His Excellency might not really help him. The male is the one who cares most about promises, and his mouth keeps saying he doesn't care. But I've just been informed to do my research and let you guys go home and see what's going on. Gonzi also lost both his parents and watched them die tragically in front of his eyes. And everything he has today is the result of hard work and cultivation. Lu Yuan's 6 wives had incredulity in their eyes. The male sympathizes with you all, and hates Lu Yuan even more. Blame him for not being able to protect his family and not having a brain. The death of a family member will always be a pain in the heart of a male. My lord also asked me to search for your people to see if any survived. There was no heartache in Lu Yuan's 6 wives' eyes for an instant. Only relief. It deserves a good beating. The Lu family's old man would be even less likely to block it. There was even a bit of relief. Well played. He could see that Chu Xinghe was angry at Lu Yuan for not being competitive. Even he, the oldest ancestor of the Lu family, was angry. Don't say outsiders. Chu Xinghe was still transmitting to Lu Yuan. In a minute you give me that clock and I'll get someone to throw it away. You should know how to do that. I don't need to teach you how to coax a woman. Lu Yuan was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face, suffering from heavy injuries. Chu Xinghe had already withdrawn his hand. Lu Yuan struggled to get up, coming before Chu Xinghe, plopped down on his knees. I begged the gentleman to help my wife go back to their family for a visit. After saying that, a small blood-stained clock came out in his hand. That's all I have. Please sir. Master. High. Really high. Awesome. Really awesome. Low key. Basic operations. Chu Xinghe coldly grunted. Bring the little clock over. Dragon 1 appeared. My lord, there's a prohibition inside. If I hadn't blocked off this place, I'm afraid this place would have been exposed. When Long Yi finished speaking, the expressions of those present changed. Lu Yuan reacted with embarrassment on his face. Chu Xinghe had already reminded him that this was a trap deliberately laid by Wen Ruoshui. He's a little disbelieving. I didn't think that there was a real means of arranging it inside. Thanks. Chapter 155, I let the female lead die, and the female lead cooperates with all of them. Chu Xinghe nodded, an inward sigh. I'm such a nice guy. Look, beat him up, divide his wife and him, let him offer up his babies voluntarily, and he'll thank me for it. This guy is really a nice guy. The Son of Luck loses the East Emperor's bell. The Heavenly Destiny value drops by 200,000, and the Master gains 20 million Heavenly Destiny values. After Chu Xinghe over here snubbed the Eastern Emperor clock, the disappointment under the eyes of Lu Yuan's wife over there was even more intense. Before, To save face, they were not allowed to inform the family. It led to the destruction of the family. Now, they wanted to use Dao artifacts as a quid pro quo for Chu Xinghe to help them, hoping that only Chu Xinghe could make him bow down. They can't be wives. It's disgusting. Not to mention that Chu Xinghe had also said that this Dong Huan clock was a troublesome thing. This man, when something goes wrong, he immediately shifts the blame and thinks he's great. The 6 men looked at Lu Yuan with disgust in their gazes. The system's beeps in Chu Xinghe's mind kept ringing out. Valley Lightning and the son of Qi have a gap in their hearts. The daughter of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 50,000. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 80,000. And the master obtains a heavenly fate value of 10,000. Zhuang Yumian and the son of Qi have a gap in their hearts. The daughter of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 40,000. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 60,000. And the master gains 8 million heavenly fate values. Lu Songning and the son of Qi Luck have a gap in their hearts. The daughter of Qi Luck's Qi fate value drops by 60,000. The son of Qi Luck's heavenly fate value drops by 50,000. And the master gains 9 million heavenly fate values. Li Yuyan and the son of Qi Luck have a gap in their hearts. The daughter of Qi Luck's heavenly fate value decreases by 30,000. The son of Qi Luck's heavenly fate value decreases by 30,000. And the master gains 4 million heavenly fate values. Song Qingyu and the son of Qi have a gap in their hearts. The daughter of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 50,000. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 30,000. And the master gains 6,000 heavenly fate value. Shinruoji and the son of Fortune have a gap in their hearts. The daughter of Fortune's destiny value decreases by 100,000. The son of Fortune's destiny value decreases by 70,000. And the master obtains 1,500,000 destiny values. Su Yunian is disappointed with the son of Qi. The daughter of Qi's heavenly fate value decreases by 50,000. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value decreases by 30,000. And the master obtains a heavenly fate value of 8,000. Chu Xinghe heard the voice that kept ringing in his head. The heart is excited. Big leaks cut differently. Just this moment another 60 million heavenly fate values were gained. Unfortunately, everyone has a different impression, and there are differences in the amount of destiny values gained. In just this short while, cumulatively, almost 2 small targets have been harvested. Just ask you who else. Chu Xinghe didn't dare to slack off. There were important things waiting for him to do. Next this thing made. The Sons of the Air are pretty much about to be scrapped. Guess there's just one system left. Break down his system when the time comes. I wonder if the system can jam a loophole and give him a little more goodies. It's only been a while. The son of Qi's 2 million heavenly destiny values left 1,500,000. There's still a lot of work to be done. You go find someone to take care of Zhang. Chu Xing has suddenly opened his mouth when he said this. Nope. You get someone to take Zhang away and divert the others' attention first. We'll do my part by taking a tour of their home. As for how to do it back there, it's up to you then. Chu Xinghe looked at the Lu family ancestor after he finished speaking. Elder Lu, take Lu Yuan and go ahead to Miss Gu's home first. The Lu family's oldest ancestor nodded. Only when he walked to Chu Xinghe's side, there's an extra thing in his hand. After sensing the energy on it, it turned out to be a potion. The favors owed to people are getting bigger and bigger. The Lu family's old ancestor was despondent in his heart. Ancestor, you've made a very good acquaintance and kept your word, but in the end, it's the people of my Lu family who can't hold on to the wall. He also understood what Chu Xinghe meant. Give them a head start. It's leaving them room to talk. Let him persuade Lu Yuan, continuing to be obsessive and stupid. God forbid. Again and again and again. Chu Xinghe had already given Lu Yuan 2 chances. This third chance was not taken. It was estimated that no one would ever be willing to help their Lu family again. I really regret bringing Lu Yuan out. Bringing out one of the other talented disciples might be much better than even now. There's no use regretting it. The path you choose, you must finish it on your knees. Wait until the Lu family's oldest ancestor left with Lu Yuan. Chu Xinghe turned to look at the 7 of them. I sympathize with you guys. I didn't want to get involved in your business, but I see in you guys a reflection of what I used to be. All 7 were silent. It just looked at Chu Xinghe gratefully. There are 2 options next. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the 7 people looked serious. Long Yi was equally curious. I wonder what kind of crooked ideas the master is going to come up with. The first option is that after I take you guys on a trip home, my mission is accomplished. And from now on the road goes back to the road. And the bridge goes back to the bridge. And I don't want to get killed by stupid people. Hearing Chu Xinghe say that Lu Yuan was stupid, several people quite agreed. Not a single rebuttal. Sacrificing loved ones to save face is not stupid. The second option requires you to cooperate with me in a play. The 7 men looked at each other. Su Yunian didn't open her mouth. She knew it must be directed at Brother Lu Yuan. She was a little disappointed in him in her heart, and she didn't want Brother Lu Yuan to get hurt. Gu Shinin looked at Su Yunian. If you don't want to hear it, you can recuse yourself. Gu Shinin spoke, and the remaining 5 people all looked at Su Yunian. Su Yunian mumbled her mouth. I can listen. Don't worry, I won't tell. Su Yunian lowered her head after she finished. Seeing this look, the remaining 6 had disgust in their eyes. Again, just know how to play poor. To have survived so many years unscathed at the hands of a gambling father. How can it be as innocent as it seems when there hasn't been a single problem yet? It's okay to use this against Lu Yuan. Against the 6 of them, eat. This condition of mine is for your good, as well as Lu Yuan's. You must think about it. The 7 men nodded with stony faces. I will find someone to kidnap you and use it to threaten Lu Yuan. Let's see who he'll choose. I realize that this offer is a bit strong, even a bit mean. Chu Xinghe still had to explain. Shen Ruoji had spoken out to interrupt. Okay, I'll go along with it, and I want to see who he really loves, us, or himself. Gongzi, I understand what you're thinking. We're aiming too big together, and Lu Yuan is childish and bent on losing face right now. Only when there is something to lose can there be something to cherish. If he rises to the occasion. This program, it's a beautiful thing. If he doesn't care about our deaths in the slightest, it means that we're blind and there's no need to follow such a waste. Chu Xinghe nodded. Worthy of being the daughter of a king, you've already thought of an excuse for me, but acting needs to be realistic. I'll have the Supreme Powerhouse cooperate, and I may need you to fake your deaths. The 6 men nodded at each other. We agree. Su Yunian was also a bit curious about who Lu Yuan would choose. I agree. Chapter 156, Lulling the Heroine into a Limp. Chu Xinghe looked at Su Yunian and nodded after agreeing. In that case, let's move according to the plan. Chu Xinghe suddenly looked at Su Yunian. Su Yunian had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt that Chu Xinghe's eyes were not right. A vortex suddenly appeared in the void. Su Yunian disappeared into thin air. The 6 people looked at Chu Xinghe with puzzlement in their gazes. She's not like you guys. To her, Lu Yuan is all she has. She might leak. Hearing Chu Xinghe's arrangement, the 6 people nodded. A vortex appeared in the void. Chu Xinghe walked in first. In the void passage, Gu Shining turned her head to look at Chu Xinghe. I've heard that the male's experience is similar to ours. Chu Xinghe was silent. That's all in the past, and those who are alive are more responsible for themselves and for those around them. A few people nodded. There was appreciation in his gaze as he looked at Chu Xinghe. Thank you, sir. Shin Ruoji suddenly opened his mouth to say thank you. Thank me for what? The corners of Shin Ruoji's mouth rose. In fact, without Lu Yuan's request, you would have taken us there as well, because we have gone through similar experiences, and Gongzi, who seems to not care about anything, can value commitment more than anyone else. Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. I can't help it if you guys think so. That's women. Simple-minded. A single snowfall was more profound to her than regular concern. Be nice to her often and you're a dog licker. Who cares what a dog thinks? Wasn't there a few words in a previous life? The girl said she was going out to play, and the idiot child took out a loan overnight. When the girl heard that it was a loan, she was busy pushing the demented child out of the room. The loan is finished overnight, and I have to return my home empty-handed. The girl said that the east is not cold, and the foolish child froze to death in Jiangnan. Therefore, one should not cheapen oneself, to let them come with your thoughts, selling them off like this and still counting the money. This manipulation of the human heart is just beautiful. In the final analysis, this son of Qi was still too juvenile. Being a man is going to take care of itself. For the first one, look for women who make you able to laugh. Secondly, find a woman who has something stable to do. Third, find a woman who likes to do housework. Number 4, find an honest woman. Fifth, find a woman whose personality is similar to your aspect. Number 6, find a woman with money and a background that will protect you. Number 7, find a woman with contrasting looks. She has all the looks you want. Number 8, don't let the 7 of them meet. That's what befits a man. My lord, I still don't know your name? Gu Shinin looked at Chu Xinghe and inquired. I don't have a name. Hearing this, several people frowned. I was dead that day when I watched my family die in front of me, unable to do anything about it. And what name do the dead have? Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, they felt their chests tighten. It turns out that, like them, they have lost their parents. My lord, why are you trying so hard to help Lu Yuan? If I were, I might have left long ago. Chu Xinghe let out a bitter smile. The Lu family ancestor and my master have a connection, and my master is my savior who gave me a new life, and I'm doing all of this now to properly repay her. Several people looked at Chu Xinghe with admiration in their eyes. What a grateful young man. but this is also the last test. So if he is selfish, you all plan ahead. Don't cheapen yourself for a man. You're fit for better. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, several people had a touching look in their eyes. Finally, a man who understands them. In fact, do you guys know that among the forces behind me, there is a 70-year-old woman who is unable to cultivate and is nearing the end of her lifespan, but a supreme powerhouse actually looks at her. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, their eyes widened. A supreme being looking at an old woman in her 70s whose lifespan is about to end? 6 people gasped out in shock. Chu Xinghe nodded. That one has been a thing of beauty. And there are still quite a few people who have followed suit. Do you guys know that supreme being directly made that old woman break through the Saint realm? And her face was restored to her younger self. She wasn't as good looking as you guys. Why are you hanging on to one tree? He has no power, no physique, and his background is a liability. With enemies everywhere, you are all first-rate in beauty. Even many disciples of the ancient clans will be enamored. In fact, among those ancient clans, it is easiest for infatuated species to appear. If they fall in love with you, they can treat you as their hearts, and your clan's hatred will be solved. Why follow a selfish narcissist? He is coy in front of outsiders and high and mighty in front of you. This kind of person is called a harborer, and is most despised. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, a few people yacked up. Yeah, we didn't even see through it before, and it's only through recent events that we see that he just isn't a good match. That's it. Don't know how to cherish if you get it. We put it outside. All of us are the pride of heaven to pursue. Who knows that in the end? Blind eyes look at him. I was all fooled by his rhetoric before, and I do kind of regret it now. No ability, no background, no money, love to pose, play the tail, no ability and still want to save face. After Chu Xinghe heard that, he was happy in his heart. 6. Master, or you are awesome. Why is this happening? Don't they love the sons of Qi? They were already in a state of resentment, and I drew closer to them first to draw out the injustice that fate had done to them. Don't you see that this is a gap with the heart of the son of Qi? The 6 daughters of fortune are dissatisfied with the son of fortune. The gap deepens. The son of fortune's heavenly fate value drops by 60,000. The daughters of fortune's heavenly fate value drops by 10,000 each, and the master gains 10 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe heard the systems beep and was happy in his heart. Gonzi, what strength are all the heavenly prides of your age now? A few of the girls were curious. Chu Xinghe secretly said, sure enough, women, they are all the same. I'm only 20 years old this year, and my strength is already at the Divine Emperor realm. The 6 men stumbled and almost fell through the void passage. 20 years old, God Emperor, the 6 men exclaimed, their pupils dilating. There was nothing but incredulity in his eyes. They hadn't even reached the void god realm. Chu Xinghe was even younger than them and was already at the Divine Emperor realm, and further on was the Saint realm. Lu Yuan was also only at the void god realm and was arrogant every day. They were also looking at Lu Yuan's talent. People cannot be compared. The heart of Lu Yuan more dissatisfied. A few guys I know, younger than me, have already cultivated to saints. It's just that all those guys have their eyes on the women of the common family, and now they're in trouble with the family. They're not as pretty as you guys. With your looks, if you were in the ancient clans, a lot of people would be able to fight for their heads. The 6 female masters of Qi Fortune resent the sons of Qi Fortune in their hearts. The value of the heavenly destiny of the women of Qi Fortune drops by 20,000 each. The value of the heavenly destiny of the sons of Qi Fortune drops by 100,000, and the master obtains a heavenly destiny value of 20,000. Chapter 157, Changes appear. Master, you're really going to cripple them if you go on like this. It's fine, we're going to kill them anyway. Isn't it just right to play with them? Just so we can harvest a wave of leaks. As long as the master is happy. I've recently discovered a big secret. What secret? Chu Xinghe was a bit curious. Before that I was looking for small loopholes. That big one I never dared to touch. Now I'm a little sure. And you want to sanction me? No way at all. Master, hurry up and finish off this son of fortune and is about to make a big wave with the help of his system. This time, we won't say that we'll make our master invincible, but at least we'll give him a qualitative leap. When Chu Xinghe heard the system's words, he instantly became interested. The system had been sanctioned for a while, and none of the good stuff had been refreshed in the system mall. All this time he was afraid to move. Master, keep your heavenly destiny value for now. By the time the loophole comes out, I will change the price of the heavenly fate value. As for how much I can change, this is something I am not sure of. I'm being watched right now during this time. Don't worry, I'll be sure to follow the arrangements. My master is really connected to my heart. I love my master the most. I love the system too. Along the way, looking at Chu Xinghe who didn't speak, a few people were also too embarrassed to continue speaking, but their minds have changed. Those guys can match better. They have the looks. Why can't they match better? Lu Yuan killed their family without a shred of power. There are enemies everywhere. Was following him really a good choice? Other side. The Lu family's oldest ancestor was instructing Lu Yuan. This elixir you eat. Lu Yuan didn't doubt it and took it and ate it. The injuries on his body healed quickly as the elixir entered his mouth. Old ancestor, you still have this kind of elixir? The Lu family's oldest ancestor shook his head. I have no such elixir. It was given to me by that gentleman, who, by detaching me and leaving me with you, wanted me to testify to you. There are some things that he, an outsider, can't say, so it can only be me, the old ancestor, who speaks. Lu Yuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. When that male hit you, I saw killing intent under your eyes. Lu Yuan opened his mouth. He also knew that he was misunderstanding Chu Xinghe. Everyone is not looking at you favorably right now. Lu Yuan sank inwardly. You are still my Lu family's old ancestor, no? Just hit me like that, again and again and again. And this is the last time that gentlemen will help you. Even if people owe our Lu family favors, from the moment they saved us, the favors have already been repaid. Old ancestor, I know, but what can I do? Lu Yuan had a helpless look in his eyes. The wedding didn't work out, and now there's no way for his physique to turn on. Even the system's prize packs were not distributed. It's hard for him too. This damn system, why did it have to be so difficult for him? But if it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't have the strength of the Void God realm. Every time he took a wife, his strength increased considerably. Lu Yuan, you cultivated to the Void God realm at a young age, but this heart of yours hasn't kept up. These can be upgraded later. For now you need to prepare yourself. For now those wives of yours you need to make a good choice. They have a grudge against you now, and it's not clear if they'll be on the same page with you in the future. You only have two choices at the moment. 2. First, choose the Lu family, cultivate well, and separate from your wife for the time being, for your own good, as well as theirs. The second, choosing a wife, you must let go of the hatred of the Lu family and live in peace, not thinking about the Lu family hatred. Let time wash it all away. Lu Yuan didn't answer the question. Old ancestor, let's go to their house first. The Lu family's oldest ancestor sighed, too scared to face it now. The Lu clan's oldest ancestor felt that it was time for him to leave as well. He's a saint, so maybe there's hope that he can leave an heir. Relying on Lu Yuan, it was possible that the Lu family would really perish. Voices rang up in the mind of Chu Xinghe who was about to arrive. The ancestor of the Lu family is disappointed in Lu Yuan. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi drops by 20,000, and the master gains 2 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe appeared from the void passage with 6 people. Lu Yuan froze. Where's Whispering Nim? Lu Yuan was a bit terrified. Finding the right woman is not easy. You've come all this way and lost one? What? Grabbed by a rat? I've arranged for her to have other things to do. Don't worry. Lu Yuan was a bit uneasy. Rushed to communicate with the system. System, is Whispering Nim alive? Still alive. Lu Yuan then breathed a sigh of relief. Just stay alive. Gu Shengyin looked at the Gu family, which had been reduced to rubble, plopped down on his knees. The tears could no longer be held back. Don't worry, I will avenge you all. Valley Lightning pointed her finger upwards and swore to the sky. Lu Yuan stepped forward. Lightning, I'll help you too. Gu Shengyin didn't look at Lu Yuan. She had seen through this hypocritical man. Chu Xinghe's gaze landed on the Lu clan's ancestor. The Lu family's oldest ancestor shook his head. Chu Xinghe nodded. A few hours passed in a flash. After seeing Shen Ruoji's home, Lu Yuan's eyes were cold. The Lu family's old ancestor's heart went cold. They had felt the Tantai clan's aura. Sure enough, the Tantai family did it. The son of Qi Fortune has murderous intent towards the daughter of Qi Fortune. The misunderstanding between the two deepens. Tantai Jingyue's heavenly destiny value drops by 100,000. The son of Qi Fortune's heavenly destiny value drops by 100,000. And the master obtains a heavenly destiny value of 20 million. Chu Xinghe looked at a few people. The matter is settled. I'm leaving. The mountains are high on the rat's tail juice. Hearing Chu Xinghe open his mouth, Lu Yuan wanted to stay, but there was no other way. My lord, where is Whispering Nim? The 6 women watched Lu Yuan keep hanging on to Su Yunian, and their hearts grew colder. Don't worry, she has a chance and will see you at the right opportunity. Chu Xinghe disappeared. As soon as Chu Xinghe left, the 6 women's attitudes changed. Lu Yuan also pulled a pussy face. Hurry up and leave, we're still in danger. The Lu family's old ancestor gave a word of advice. I will send you all to a safe place. Lu Yuan looked at his 6 wives and spoke. Now that Su Yunian wasn't around, he needed to find a suitable woman as soon as possible. Turn on the system as soon as possible. Who would dare to underestimate him at that time? The Lu family's old man opened a void passage. A few people walked in. Just at this time, a large hand suddenly appeared in the void. Appalledness appeared on the face of the Lu family's ancestor. Not good. A strong person has struck. Panic also appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Panic appeared on the faces of the 6 Valley Lightnings. Lu Yuan, save us. The big hand disappeared with 6 people. No, whoever it is, let go of my wife. Lu Yuan shouted. Click, click. The void channel directly shattered. Lu Yuan as well as the Lu clan's old man fell down from the void. The Lu family ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood. Having suffered a backlash just now, the vitality in the body was rapidly disappearing. There was a look of helplessness in his eyes as he fell. Maybe it's fate. Lu Yuan's eyes looked toward the distance, and his pupils contracted together. Chapter 158, Killing the female lead through acting. His 6 wives were bound and hanging in the air. There were several people standing below. The aura is stern and the demeanor is majestic. At this moment, Chu Xinghe was wearing a 1,000 illusion mask and had transformed into Tantai Jingyue's appearance. Brother Lu Yuan, long time no see. At this point Lu Yuan's 6 wives also panicked. What's going on? Didn't you say acting? Why the one who came was Tantai Jingyue, the enemy who killed their people? Chu Xinghe looked at the 6 people's panicked expressions. I'm having someone change my face for me, so don't worry about it. Hearing this, the 6 men calmed their hearts. Chu Xinghe was inwardly disdainful. Brother Lu, you are lucky to marry 7 beautiful women. After saying that a whip appeared in his hand. Snap! 6 consecutive whips rang out. 6 men's clothes bloomed and blood flowed from their bodies. They let out a scream. It hurts too much. Tantai Jingyue, what exactly do you want to do? Let go of them. Chu Xinghe snorted. Let go of them. Your Lu family did a good job, letting out that there was a problem with my Tantai family's emperor scripture and still wanting me to let you off the hook. Look at the faces of the 6 of them. They look good. Lu Yuan, I'll give you a chance. Out of the 6 of them, who do you love the most? Lu Yuan was silent. How does that make him answer? They are all my wives, and how could I take them as wives if I did not love them? Chu Xinghe's eyes twitched. Usually childhood sweethearts, sons of Qi and daughters of Qi, have a pact. In that case, but when you were a child you said you would marry me and love me, and I didn't realize that after so many years of not seeing me, you had married 7. Lu Yuan's breath caught. Could it be that Tantai Jingyue was hating him out of love? That's what got back at him. Netsuki, that was all when I was a child. Chu Xinghe let out a bitter smile. But I'm serious. If you choose to fulfill the promise you made when you were a child, I can take revenge for you and help you rebuild the Lu family. Lu Yuan's complexion kept changing. How does this choice make him do it? Hurry up. You only have 3 breaths to think about it. Lu Yuan didn't know what to choose. Chu Xinghe directly struck out. Valley Lightning let out a miserable scream. The remaining 5 men's bodies trembled. I didn't realize that Sister Valley had a talent for acting. The sound is too realistic. Kill the daughter of fortune. Gu Lightning. The heavenly fate value is zeroed out. The heavenly fate value of the son of fortune drops by 50,000, and the master gains 20 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe looked calm. Acting for you? No kidding. What the hell am I scheming for if I don't kill someone after all this effort? Lu Yuan's scalp tingled. His system had told him, Valley Lightning is dead. This crazy woman. It's okay for me to promise you that, as long as you let them go. Chu Xinghe's eyes changed. You're not qualified to make me conditions. Who do you think you are? A bereaved dog, and worthy of being my equal. As punishment for you, kill another one of your wives to teach you a lesson. Chu Xinghe made his move and killed Zhuang Yumian. Master kills the daughter of fortune. The daughter of fortune's heavenly fate value is zeroed out. The son of fortune's heavenly fate value drops by 40,000, and master gains 22 million heavenly fate values. Looking at the 4 wives still remaining, Lu Yuan's heart was dripping blood. What exactly do you want? Chu Xinghe had a smile on his face. Get on your knees and beg me. Lu Yuan's pupils changed. If you don't agree, I'll kill another one. You claim to love your wife. Let's see how much you really do. Chu Xinghe's words had just fallen. Lu Yuan fell to his knees with a plop. Please, let them go. They're innocent. Come at me for anything. Chu Xinghe took out a knife. Throw it in front of Lu Yuan. You kill one of them and I can let the other 3 go. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. You crazy woman. You're trying to force me to die. But aren't you just pushing me to my death by announcing that there are problems with my Tantai clan's imperial scriptures? Lu Yuan's eyes were all mockery. You first set up my Lu family before. I can't resist. You could have resisted. I didn't say you wouldn't be allowed to. Only that resistance would have cost you. Come on. If you keep letting me strike, I'll make sure none of them survive. You take a shot and they'll still be alive. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't want to spare us at all. Lu Yuan growled. How will you know unless you try? This is between me and you. They are innocent. Chu Xinghe had a face that didn't care. Hurry up or I'll do it myself and kill 2 this time. Lu Yuan took the knife and staggered to his feet. Look at the 4 wives hanging. There was dismay in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Yeah, Kill one and the remaining few have a chance. If they don't, they're all going to die. He had the system, and the physique hadn't been turned on yet. The Lu family's revenge has yet to be avenged. All he had to do was turn on his physique, and everything had a chance, as long as it survives. Just one more to go before his physique opens up anyway. It doesn't matter if they die. Lu Yuan's eyes grew red. A demonic aura had already appeared on his body. The son of Qi is born with a heart demon. The value of heavenly destiny drops by 50,000, and the master gains 5 million values of heavenly destiny. Lu Yuan's gaze crossed over Lu Songning, Li Yuyan, Song Qingyu, and Shen Ruoji. Sorry. Lu Yuan suddenly walked towards Shen Ruoji. Shen Ruoji's pupils shifted, first with a bitter smile, followed by a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuan, you negative person. I wish you to go to hell without a good death, and never be able to avenge the Lu family for eternity. Life is worse than death. Lu Yuan took the knife and stuck it directly into Shen Ruoji's heart. Immediately after that, he took a step back and the demonic aura dispersed. Look at the blood on your hands. The pupils shook and the body trembled. What's wrong with him? What's going on? How could it be done to his wife? Shen Ruoji's eyes slowly closed as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The three people next to him felt equally breathless. He's really going to do it. Shen Ruoji is also his wife. The son of fortune kills the daughter of fortune. The daughter of fortune's heavenly fate value is zeroed out. The son of fortune's heavenly fate value drops by 40,000, and the master gains 20 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe lamented that the elixir was really useful. I'm sure it'll work well with Ziggy Hulu. Lu Yuan's demeanor was getting crazier and crazier. Looking at the blood of Shen Ruoji stained on his hands, it felt like something was curbing my throat and it was hard to breathe. Lu Yuan's three wives looked back. Looking at Shen Ruoji's state was a bit off. It's like it's not an act. It's really dead. That state of disappearing vitality didn't seem fake. This can't all be plotted by Chu Xinghe, right? No way. Man, how can one scheme to such an extent? He was surrounded by supreme powerhouses. There's no reason to do that. But Shen Ruoji died in front of them. They were already panicking a bit inside. Look at each other. My lord, don't keep up the act. We already have the answer in our hearts. Chapter 159, must reveal this game. All die. The system is furious. Hearing the words of his three wives, Lu Yuan recovered from his state of madness. Incredulously, he looked at the three wives as well as Tantai Jinue. They're called Tanyu Jiu-sama? Murphy. Chu Xinghe sighed. Why do you have to reveal it? It can't wait. The controlled Lu family's old ancestor heard the commotion over here. The heart had a bad feeling. A feeling of absurdity arose within. It couldn't be that this person who had been helping him was counting them out. Impossible. All have been so dedicated to helping them. In the end it turns out to be the one who did them harm. This is too ridiculous. Lu Yuan stood up, looking at the three remaining wives. What did you guys just say? Acting? Lu Zinan snorted. It's just an act. We want to see who you really love. It really didn't occur to me that you could actually kill your wife now when faced with a threat. After all your talk about loving us, we're really blind to see you. Lu Yuan looked at Shen Ruoji, who had already lost his vitality and whose heart was still bleeding. Where is this like an act? Shen Ruoji is really dead. Could it be a fake? How is that possible? His body stiffened as he turned to look at Tantai Jinue. Immediately afterward the pupils contracted. The Tantai Jinue in front of her had already turned into Chu Xinghe's appearance. Turns out it was really an act. Why are you testing me like that? If you were in my position, what would you choose? Lu Yuan looked at his three wives. Li Yuyan snorted. That's your business. It's you who's trying, not us. After saying that, he looked at Chu Xinghe. My lord, we have understood what to do. Chu Xinghe shook his head. No, you guys don't understand how to do that yet. Hearing this, a bad feeling rose in the hearts of several people. Don't joke about it, my lord. Lu Zinan revealed a smile that was worse than tears. I was going to continue to act, but why do you want to reveal it as a play? So that there is no pain for you, and no pain for me, and the only one who suffers is this man you hate. Look at Valley Lightning, not even in any pain. Having to expose me is not going to be fun. Hearing Chu Xinghe open his mouth, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted, his body trembled, and his face turned pale. Even the Lu family ancestor in the back, who had suffered a heavy blow, was horrified. Everything is your doing? You're the one who did this to us. Chu Xinghe sighed. It's too late to react. The Lu family's old ancestor hadn't reacted yet. The neck has been broken and the soul of the god has been worn out. Ancestor of the Lu family dies. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi decreases by 20,000, and the master gains 2 million heavenly fate values. Lu Yuan took a step back, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Incredulously, he looked at Chu Xinghe. Why? We have no grudges. Why are you trying to kill me? No, it's not just me you're after. It's the Tantai family. You, could it be that you are Chu Xinghe? Rumor has it that the two of you, Chu Xingha and the heaven-swallowing demon body Wen Ruoshui, are cooperating with each other to try to stir up a fight in the Taishu heavenly realm, and that you are Chu Xingha. Chu Xingha did not expect that this son of Qi was quite clever. It's just a shame that it's a little late to be smart. Smarts that enter Hades are not considered smarts. You know a little too much. Chu Xingha finished. Fingers moving. Terrifying power erupted. The three daughters of Qi hanging from the tree were dead. Master kills Lu Songning, Li Yuyan, Song Qingyu. The three daughters of Qi Destiny's heavenly fate values are cleared to 0. The sons of Qi Destiny's heavenly fate values drop by 120,000, and the master obtains 70 million heavenly fate values. After killing 3 chirography heroines, Chu Xingha sent another voice transmission to Longjiu in the dark. Killed Su Yunian, the daughter of Qi. The daughter of Qi's heavenly fate value is zeroed out. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 50,000, and the master obtains a heavenly fate value of 25,000,000. Hear the system beep. Chu Xingha was pleased. Now that's how he wants to feel. Pulling the Tantai family down. The Tantai family wants to live. It can only become a vassal of the Zhengli family. Give Chengli Qingming a free hit. It's only then that you can pave the way for the subsequent program. Lu Yuan looked at Chu Xingha in horror. Throat rolls. Give me a chance and I can serve you. Chu Xingha snorted. I don't need trash. Lu Yuan hurriedly communicated with the system. Hurry up and help me or I'm going to die and you'll need to find a new owner by then. Actually, it's not impossible to change the owner. You do seem a bit stupid. Then you're smart. And if you're smart, why don't you warn me so I can see what this man is up to sooner? Oh, no one is good to you for no reason. Can't you see through this point? The family is overthrown, and your mind is still so childish. I rather feel that the Chu Xingha in front of me is smarter, and with my help, he will definitely be able to soar to the heavens. Lu Yuan was stunned. Because of Chu Xingha's stirring up trouble by thinking of them at every turn, the Lu family ancestor was disappointed in him. His wife also resented his lack of ability. Even the system wouldn't follow him now. What's the point of living? Can't complete the quest. Physique can't be turned on. You'll have to wait until the end of time to get your revenge. You go play by yourself. I'll go bind Chu Xingha. Only the system hasn't left yet. A current sound appeared. Little Yakuza. You lowly thing with holes everywhere. Dare to steal the master from me. No, no. Why does Chu Xingha also have a system? You rotten bastard don't need to know. Dare to steal the master from me. See if I don't demolish you. Don't. Have a talk. I can. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Steal the master from me and die. Chu Xingha shook his head helplessly as he listened to the grumpy system. This girl, she's got quite a temper. Your system dismantles the system of the Son of Luck. The Son of Luck's heavenly fate value drops by 600,000, and the master gains 60 million heavenly fate values. Looking at the Son of Qi who still had about 100,000 heavenly fate values remaining, Chu Xingha could then only reluctantly kill him. Kill the Son of Qi. The Son of Qi's heavenly fate value is zeroed out. The heavenly fate value of Tantai Jingyue, the heroine of Qi, drops by 500,000, and the master gains 70 million heavenly fate values. Cool. What a bumper crop. Master, hurry up and get ready. I'm going to use this system to attack the loophole. Chu Xingha hurriedly collected his mind. This is not a time to be careless. The mall is refreshed with a newbie gift pack priced at 500 million heavenly fate values. Master, buy quickly. Purchase. Chu Xingha hurriedly purchased it. After the purchase is closed, an electric current sounded in his head. Ha 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 ha, let you sanction me and play a big game for you. This is comfortable. This big loophole has been discovered for so long, and finally I'm pulling out the good stuff. Master, you shouldn't lose any money this time. Usually newbie packs are awesome. Hurry up and see what goodies can be opened. Even I'm kind of looking forward to it. Chapter 160, Breaking Through the Saints. Great surprise from the great gift pack. Chu Xingha didn't open it the first time. Calm your heart for a moment. I'm a little excited about a $500 million prize package. I'm also a bit excited that it's still me changing the price and using the whole system of the Sons of Qi. Master, let's both calm down and not get too excited. Chu Xingha was a bit curious. System cutie, if we don't change the price, how much is that newbie bundle going to cost? 10 billion. Chu Xingha, awesome. That's right, my masters are so powerful, with all kinds of plans coming out of the woodwork. I have to keep up with the gears too, but this time the whole thing is a bit big, so I guess I can't make any big moves lately. System cutie, it's been hard on you. Don't worry, no matter what you become, I'll love you. Master, don't worry, I'll have the look you want. I will love my master well, and my master will love himself well, too. Warm currents crossed Chu Xingha's heart. Glancing at the system interface, he suppressed his inner excitement. Master, Chu Xingha, age, 20. Strength, Early Divine Emperor, 70 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Guide, Heaven Intercepting Finger. Heaven Splitting Hand. Heaven Stepping. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. Mount, 9 Dragons Chariot, Dragon 1 Supreme Early Stage True Dragon. Dragon 2 Dragon 9 Heavenly Sacred Perfection True Dragon. Subordinate, Ghost, Early Supreme. Formation, 9 Dragons Refining Heaven Formation, Taboo Growth Formation. Palace, Heavenly Palace, Self-Contained Formation. Unbreakable by Paramount Emperors. Can kill Mid-Supreme. Destiny Value, 106133500. Backpack, Chitian Sword. Newbie Gift Pack. Looking at the remaining Divine Destiny Value. Well, it's okay to break out and calm down a bit. It would have been 600 million in Destiny Value, and it cost 500 million to buy a large gift pack. With 100 million left, Chu Xinghe felt it was quite worth it, consuming 70 million heavenly life values. His realm had broken through to the middle stage of Divine Emperor. That's quite a lot of Destiny Value. Gather the surrounding auras together. Turn it into spiritual water and wash your hands. Turn the big picture around. Turn the big picture around. Beginner's Bundle. Open. Open. Newbie Gift Package opened. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a mysterious power. 3 drops of Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood. 9 drops of True Dragon Blood. 1 Early Sage Cultivation Enhancement Card. Hiss. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Awesome. That's awesome. Ha 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 ha. Rich. Really rich. The mysterious forces contain 3 supreme beings, 12 heavenly saints, 36 great saints, and 72 saints. Unfortunately they are all in the early realm. Never betray your master, and you can cultivate alone. Chu Xinghe was shocked by this great surprise. Cool, not bad for a son of high chi. I wish I could come across this kind of lucky son with a system. The master's idea should not be too good. The system of this son of chi. The novice task is not completed, which did not issue the novice gift package. I am to use this to get out of this big gift package. If you run into other sons of fortune who still have the system, they won't be able to get over so many goodies if their newbie gift packages have been opened. And I'm finding it harder and harder now that a lot of the vulnerabilities have been proactively fixed. It's making it harder and harder for me to get this system to work. System cutie. Don't worry, even if you can't find the loophole, I'll still love you. You've been so good to me. No matter what you become, I'll still love you. My master is so good to me, and I love my master. I will definitely look for loopholes and bring more surprises to my master. Chu Xinghe found a hidden place. Start using the Sage Realm Enhancement Card. The void diffracting Taoist scripture in my body is constantly changing. The power of rules began to evolve around his body. The law of nothingness enveloped his entire body. Immediately following the continuous evolution, the first thing that appeared was the power of fate. These two are the ones that fit best with Chu Xinghe. After the evolution of the power of destiny is over, Chu Xinghe has stopped evolving the power of fate. A chaotic aura began to permeate around his body. Master is so good. Chaotic chi filled the entire body, followed by constant differentiation. Chaos opens up and turns into the first heaven. The power of 3,000 rules appeared. Chu Xinghe's mind was tightly closed. The body was a void, evolving out of the chaotic world. It kept dividing and 3,000 small worlds appeared again. 3,000 worlds are connected to a world of chaos in the middle. Below the chaos world was a void. Wait until the evolution stops inside. Chu Xinghe opened his eyes. The aura is internalized. Master, you're exaggerating, aren't you? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. Keep a low profile. Did you have this thought before? That all 3,000 rules have been evolved and can return to chaos at any time. And chaos can return to nothingness. Transitioning from nothing to something and from something to nothing. Master, you're so good. You look like I'm dull. Woo woo woo. I'm so powerful. It's still because of you. Without you, I would have died long ago. Where would I have my current saint realm and such a powerful physique? You're better than me, is it? Yes. It turns out I'm so good. I thought I was stupid. Yeah, you've been great. Look at all the other systems with all the limitations. You don't have any and you've been able to crack the loopholes. The reader's lords love you and can't wait to take you home and raise you. Really? Really? I won't lie to you. The master can name the mysterious forces. When the naming is over, these people will appear before the master. Chu Xinghe was also a bit excited. Since my palace is the Heavenly Palace, the power will be called the Heavenly Palace. After Chu Xinghe's naming ended, a group of people appeared in front of us. He bowed to Chu Xinghe. Greetings, master. No need to be polite. The ghost also appeared at this time, shocked at the person who appeared in front of him. Spectre, from now on, you are called Tian E. And you three, Tian Air, Tian San, and Tian C. Tian E is in charge of assassination. Tian Air is in charge of intelligence. Tian-san is in charge of resources, and Tian-si is in charge of conquest. Each one is equipped with 3 heavenly saints, 9 great saints, and 18 saints underneath. I want each of you to lead the development alone. Know what I mean? 4 men got down on one knee. At your service, master. Shu Xinghe looked at the 4 people. You may give a name to the person to whom you belong. The team. Tenchi, Killing God. Tenji, Tenshiro. Sky 3, Dark Scent. Tenchi, Tenmu. Go on. Don't let me down. Watch the crowd disperse. Shu Xinghe summoned Long Yi over. Take out 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood and 9 drops of true dragon blood. These 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood, all of which go to Dragon 1. Concern my next arrangement. The 8 of you will split the true dragon's blood. Long Yi and the others nodded. They naturally had no problem with the master's allocation. Next I'll send you to a place to absorb these things, and I'm going to kill someone. Chapter 161, he taught me that. Send Long Yi and the others to the system space. Shu Xinghe glanced at the system interface. Master, Shu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, Early Sage, 100 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Guide, Heaven Intercepting Finger. Heaven Splitting Hand. Heaven Stepping. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. East Emperor Bell. Thousand Illusions Mask. Mount, 9 Dragons Chariot. Dragon 1 Supreme Early Stage True Dragon. Dragon 2 Dragon 9 Heavenly Sacred Perfection True Dragon. Power, Heavenly Palace, for Supreme Beings. 12 Heavenly Saints. 36 Great Saints. 72 Saints. Formation, 9 Dragons Refining Heaven Formation. Taboo Growth Formation. Palace, Heavenly Palace, Self-Contained Formation. Unbreakable by Paramount Emperors. Can kill Mid-Supreme. Destiny Value, 36133500. Backpack, Sword of Enlightenment. At the early stage of the Realm Sage, 100 million heavenly fate values were needed to raise it. How can you turn around and get a heartache? It's too dark. Subordinates have become forces. Look at the divine destiny value. That's good. $30 million left. I don't know what that's enough for. Shu Xinghe's breakthrough into sainthood had spatial laws comprehended. Just a preliminary grasp. Together with the instantaneous movement, there was a kind of shrinking ability. With one step, he had already appeared 10,000 miles away. Cool. There is an opportunity to give one of these abilities to every reader lord. Shu Xinghe intended to go find trouble with Tantai Jinue. Let her go before, thinking she was still useful. Let the Tantai clan unite with the other ancient clans to deal with Wenruoshue. Not listening to advice and actively seeking death. Shu Xinghe could only reluctantly take her life. Shu Xinghe put on the Thousand Illusion mask and disappeared. The Zhonglei family. Patriarch Tantai brought an old ancestor to visit the Zhonglei clan, but the only one who stepped forward was Zhonglei Qingmeng. None of the patriarchs, elders of the Zhonglei clan showed up. This made the Tantai clan chief feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. The situation is such that you can only hold your nose and admit it. I've taken the liberty of visiting today, and I'm much disturbed. Patriarch Tantai is a rare visitor. I wonder what is the reason for coming to my Zhonglei clan. The Tantai patriarch knew that Zhonglei Qingmeng was pretending to be confused. The events outside had now spread throughout the entire Taishu heavenly realm. He didn't believe that Zhonglei Qingmeng really didn't know. By not bringing it up voluntarily, this is asking them to initiate the conversation. In this way the power of discourse lies with Zhonglei Qingmeng. I'm sure Goddess Zhonglei knows what's happening in the outside world. I wonder what Goddess Zhonglei has to say about it. Zhonglei Qingmeng's gaze fell on this old fox. Recently, this goddess has been in seclusion and doesn't know what's happening in the outside world. Tantai clan chief, Tantai Laozu, you do play dumb. The Tantai clan chief took a deep breath and had no choice but to drop his face. Tell the story of what happened. Zhonglei Qingmeng pretended to have a sudden realization. Instead of responding to the rumors and tracking down the murderer, the Tantai clan is now coming to my Zhonglei clan. Is this a suspicion that the Zhonglei clan, did this? Goddess is mistaken. I came over to find Goddess today because I want to cooperate with Goddess? Patriarch Tantai explained. Cooperation? Yes, cooperation. Zhonglei Qingmeng shook his head. The Tantai clan being a previous imperial clan. And now that the imperial scripture is in trouble. True or false I don't know. I'm sure many ancient clans are staring at your Tantai clan. Those forces want to carve up your Tantai clan. If I cooperate with you, this is putting my Zhonglei clan on the fire. Tantai clan chief, go back. There's no way my Zhonglei clan will cooperate with the Tantai clan. The Tantai patriarch's heart sank. Sure enough, cooperation were so easy to establish. Right now the Tantai family is on the cusp of a windfall. But it's also true that there are problems with the emperor's scriptures. Over the years, their Tantai clan's cultivation of the emperor's scriptures had been causing problems one after another. They couldn't figure out why this was happening. This was the deepest hidden secret of the Tantai family. But the secret was revealed straight away. The entire Tantai family was now on edge. Tantai old ancestor took the initiative to step forward. Goddess. Our Tantai clan does not seek cooperation, we seek shelter. The Tantai clan chief's pupils dilated. Then it occurred to me that this collaboration was not going to work. The secret of the Emperor's scripture is truly identified. Their Tantai clan was not far from extinction. The gap between the ancient clans without the Emperor's scriptures was still very large. Only then did Zhongli Qingmeng come to be interested. The moment he came out of the secret of the Tantai family, she knew that either the Tantai clan would perish or look for help. Anyhow, it was also a family that had appeared a great emperor. If it wasn't for Chu Xinghe's appearance, I'm afraid this is the end of their Zhongli family. Tell me about it. Zhongli Qingmeng naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask for any conditions, to get the other person to talk. Old Tantai took a deep breath. Young people these days are really not to be underestimated. Wasn't it rumored before that the Zhongli family goddess was a crazy lot? To look at anyone who doesn't look good is to exterminate. Obviously a very shrewd one. Rumors are harmful. We, the Tantai clan, are like those forces that followed Divine Maiden Zhongli in destroying Mount Sumeru and the Green Deer Academy. As long as the Divine Maiden does anything, we will contribute. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Tantai old ancestor with a smile. To say that they are asking for asylum is still not a different way of saying cooperation. You guys go back. What kind of big tail is an ancient race that has problems with its emperor scriptures? Since they can't let go of the pride of being an emperor race, then they will die in battle. Why condescend to bow down to a junior like me? Zhongli Qingmeng stood straight up. Tantai elder ancestor. The Tantai clan chief was a bit flustered. Goddess wait. Without the slightest stop, Zhongli Qingmeng walked towards the outside. Our Tantai clan is willing to become a vassal of the Zhenli clan. Zhongli Qingmeng still didn't stay. Didn't even look back. We can make a heavenly oath. Only then did Zhongli Qingmeng turn around. Swear it, Tantai elder, Tantai patriarch. Old Tantai took a deep breath. The heavenly Tao is above. I, the Tantai family, will become a vassal of the Zhongli family from today onwards, and I will do my duty. If there is any violation, the Tantai family will have a thunderbolt added to their body, and they will die. The heavenly Tao will know. Zhongli Qingmeng was then relieved. Old ancestor. A faint shadow appeared in the void. Run your imperial scriptures. Tantai elder ancestor. The Tantai clan chief felt that shadow in the void, and his heart set off waves of shock. Hurriedly running the emperor's scripture, the void looked at it afterward. Fingers pinched and seals were struck into Tantai old ancestor's body. You try running it. Tantai old ancestor operated the emperor's scripture, and his feats became smoother. A huge surprise showed in his eyes. Thank you, senpai. The void nodded. Go back and practice. The Tantai clan chief and also the Tantai old ancestor left with excited hearts. I didn't think the imperial scripture issue would be solved. As soon as they reveal themselves, the rumors are not broken. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the virtual shadow. How's it going, ancestor? Just like you said, the Tantai clan's great emperor wants to return in this way. Old ancestor Zhongli looked at Zhongli Qingmeng with relief in his eyes. How did you come up with that? Son, a person flashed through Zhongli Qingmeng's mind. He taught me. Chapter 162, Success in Framing. Surprise flashed across the bottom of old ancestor Zhongli's eyes. That kid is really insightful. Old ancestor, I want to meet him. Pride flashed under Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes. There weren't many people who could be recognized by this old ancestor. Come back to your senses. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the old ancestor. Old ancestor, when will that great emperor of the Tantai clan return? Old Tantai shook his head. The exact time is unknown, but I've already changed his emperor's scripture, so as soon as he appears, I'll be able to find out. After changing the emperor's scripture, the entire Tantai clan is under my watch. If that great emperor wants to return, it depends on whether I agree or not. The Tantai clan's people who cultivate the emperor's scripture, cultivate to a certain level. It's difficult to increase their strength, and when they continue to cultivate, all the power they absorb will be invisibly transformed. It looks like that great emperor should have been reincarnated and reborn. It's hard to spot the trail now that it hasn't awakened yet, so let's wait a little longer. Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. That's all that's available at the moment. Old ancestor, in order for there to be no accidents, the Tantai clan can't stay for long. I'm going to use them against one Ruoshui. Do as you wish. Protect your own safety before doing anything. Old ancestor Zhongli's figure disappeared after he finished speaking. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at something floating in the void. It was left for her by her old ancestor. Zhongli Qingmeng put it away and returned to the secret room of the retreat. It takes strength to plot anything next. Now these were not cultivators' origins that she was absorbing. Rather, it is a blessed place born of heaven and earth, which contains the origin of heaven and earth. She knew it was the old ancestor who had brought Blackie to find it. Xiao Hei is naturally Tao Tai, can find all kinds of treasures. It was taken away by the old man. The old man gave more stuff. Makes Tao Tai a bit of a joy to watch. Not to mention that following the old ancestor grows extremely fast. I'll get stronger soon, too. Become so that no one can bully you anymore. That's when you'll never be able to leave me again, and it won't be separated from me. Zhong Liqing dreamed of this and licked his lips. In the Heart Watchers building, Tantai Jingyue had been investigating the Lu family for the past few days, and there was no trace at all. She had mobilized most of the power she could. From losing her position as the Holy Maiden, she felt bad about everything she did in the past few days. Father had sent a message that their Tantai family had become a vassal of the Zhengli family. The hallowed imperial clan will also come to this point. It will also fall. If she hadn't been stupid enough to come out, or maybe listen to Shi Gingfeng, and none of this will happen. Tanya Xin stepped out of the shadows. Looking at Tanya Jiyue, he sighed. Grandpa Xin, are you leaving too? Tantai Xin's face didn't look too good. Yeah, the family told me to go back. You're a different person than you were before, equipped with a different guardian. Originally, I could have protected you. Many elders in the clan and even some of the old ancestors are already displeased with you. Tantai Jingyue nodded helplessly. I know. Li Xian looked at Tantai Jingyue. Miss, come back with me. It will be dangerous here. The Holy Maiden position is not related to you. Saving your life is the most important thing. There's still hope when we return to the clan. The Zhengli clan has already helped us with the Emperor Scripture problem. Tantai Jiyue raised her head. The Imperial Scripture problem has been solved? Tanya Xin nodded. Many ancient clans have now ended their probing of our Tantai clan. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Tanya Xin always had a bad feeling. Recent events have been elusive. Come out of the clan and attend a wedding. Immediately after that, the Tantai clan was nearly destroyed. The people behind this are horrible. If Miss continues to stay here, one Ruoxue will still be counting on you, and if Miss returns to the clan, she will at most be punished a little, and her life will not be harmed. Tantai Jingyue shook her head. I must find Lu Yuan and kill him myself. Tantai Jingyue's eyes released killing intent. Tanya Xin sighed. He knew Tantai Jingyue's temper. No more words if persuasion fails. If we could find Lu Yuan, we would have done so long ago. An obsession has arisen in the mind. Slowly it becomes a demon in the mind. Forget it. He was protecting Tantai Jingyue for a while. I think, Miss, traces of the Lu family have been found. At this time, an underling suddenly ran to report. Tantai Jiyue stood up. Where? It just appeared near our Heart Watcher's house, and we've sent someone to follow it. Tantai Jingyue hurriedly headed outside. Finally found you guys. Let's see where you're going to run this time. The person who reported it led Tantai Jingyue. Tantai Xin hurriedly followed. The heart had a bad feeling. How could it be such a coincidence? Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence, Miss? Tantai Jiyue pursed her lips. After coming out of the family, things didn't go well. It was so hard to find Lu Yuan's trail. She didn't want to give up. Looking at Tantai Jingyue, who was still going to walk out, Tantai Xin made a direct strike. Grandpa Xin, let go of me. Tanya Xin shook his head. Miss, I've watched you grow up. The Tantai family's crisis was just lifted when the Lu family's people immediately appeared. Where could there be such a coincidence? Tantai Jinyue's body stiffened and quieted down. What's wrong with her? Why do things so impulsively now? Miss, since losing your position as the Holy Maiden, you've become impatient in doing things, as if you're a puppet, being led around. Tantai Jiyue quieted down. Yeah, how did she become like this? Go back to the clan. Miss, Tantai Jingyue opened her mouth as she tried to refuse. A saintly woman who screws up and goes back in such a sorry state. What would the people of the clan think of her? Tantai Xin looked at Tantai Joyuki like this. Unable to do anything, he struck out and bound Tantai Jingyue. Miss, offense taken. Tantai Xayan tore through the void and was about to leave with Tantai Jingyue. His feet just stepped into the void passage, and his face changed drastically. Who? Tantai Jiyue returned to her senses. Who dares to be reckless in the Heart Watcher's house? A silhouette appeared in front of the two. Jade hands were open. Tantai Xin hadn't had time to fend it off. The body dissipated between heaven and earth. Tantai Jinyue's pupils dilated. The body stiffened as he looked at the woman in front of him. Wen Ruoxue, it's actually you. Everything is your doing. Wen Ruoxue didn't say anything. Straight out of the gate, Tantai Jinyue's body constantly had runes lighting up. Knock. A small bell sounded. The entire Heart Watcher's building disappeared. Along with Tantai Jingyue, they also disappeared together. Killing Tantai Jingyue, the daughter of Chi's heavenly fate value is zeroed out, and the master gains 20 million heavenly fate values. Xu Xing his brows furrowed when he heard the heavenly fate value. Something wasn't right. Tantai Jingyue still had almost 390,000 heavenly fate values. How could the destiny value be so low with this kill? Could it be that it wasn't the Holy Maiden? And with the death of the son of Chi, the influence became too small? Or is there something else going on? Could it be that the problem with the Emperor's scripture has been solved? Chu Xinghe brought Long Yi to leave the Heartwatcher's building. Buzz off. The void kept shaking. Like a mirror shattering, a figure stepped out of the void. Looking at the scene below where the corpses and bones had been reduced to rubble, the bottom of his eyes were filled with killing intent. Tantai clan. By order, search for Wen Ruoshui's trail with all your might. I want her to pay for her blood. Chapter 163. Wen Ruoshui, who was being hunted down. The Tantai clan chief had bloodshot eyes. He felt palpitations and a bad feeling in his heart. I didn't realize that something had happened to my daughter. If it wasn't for that woman Wen Ruoshui's calculations, how could this have happened? How could they, the Tantai clan, be in such a sorry state? It just reveals that there is something wrong with the imperial scriptures. At least 10 ancient clans had their eyes on their Tantai clan. If it wasn't for the help of the Zhengli family, this would have been unthinkable. Right now, the one that the Tantai family resented the most was Wen Ruoshui, the remaining member of the Lu family. Buzz. The void flooded with fluctuations. Tantai God felt the fluctuations in the void and had a bitter smile under his eyes. A silhouette appeared. Tamakami, this is what you said about protecting my daughter. Tanya God didn't say anything. Snap. If I had known this, I shouldn't have given Netsuki to you to raise, and I'm still such a loser after all these years. Tantra God didn't open his mouth. The woman in front of him was his previous wife, and the two had been divorced. Tantai God, you'd better give me an explanation for what happened to Netsuki. She's still my Moonflower's daughter. I'll give you 3 days. Otherwise, I'll let the Moon Palace unite with other forces against you. Tantai God's face changed drastically. Are you crazy? I'm just crazy. Tanya God also came to temper. You snatched your son away in the first place, and now you want to destroy the Tantai clan? Luna snorted a few times. It's not as if your Tantai family has gone too far. Wu Fei was born with an extinct vein. That's still my son, a piece of flesh that fell off my body. What a way to treat him. Born a year ago and seen you once. You and the disgusted look in the eyes of your clan's oldest ancestor. I still haven't forgotten it. Netsuki gave it to you, and this is how you treat her. Don't forget, I'm the previous generation of the Moon Palace's goddess. Marrying you belongs to a dowry, and if it weren't for the previous husband and wife's love, your Tantai family wouldn't be able to live today. Pure Moon is dead. Right and wrong I no longer care to ask. 3 days time. You Tantai family do not give me an explanation. I'll bring someone to the door myself. Yuehua disappeared into the void after saying that. Tantai God's eyes gradually lost focus. Looking back, I realized that my hands were shaking a little. Is the Moon Palace strong? It's strong. It was really easy for the Moon Palace to deal with the Tantai clan. Don't look at the fact that their Tantai clan is also an ancient clan. There have been great emperor powerhouses. Great emperors also have strengths and weaknesses. Not to mention the fact that their Tantai clan's great emperor powerhouses had long since disappeared. Even the imperial artifacts are not in the clan. Why else would it be such a hassle? The departing Chu Xinghe frowned. Master, another person is pushing your trail, and I can't deduce it. I wonder what the hell is going on. Chu Xinghe pondered for a moment. It should be the Tantai clan. Tantai Jingyue was the previous clan's saint daughter after all. Chu Xinghe had wanted to lure Tantai Jingyue out. Who knew that old guy next to her suddenly had a good brain? Now Tantai Jingyue is dead. Lu Yuan, the son of Qi, is dead. This wave is still a good haul. Need to go scout some news now. Chu Xinghe arrived at the Cloudside Chapel. At a glance, I saw that Shi Jingfeng was in a state of celestial unity. After a while, Shi Jingfeng opened his eyes. Coming. Chu Xinghe didn't hesitate to sit down. Things all worked out? Chu Xinghe shook his head. The matter will remain unresolved for a day until that woman is dead. Shi Jingfeng knew that Chu Xinghe was talking about Wen Ruoshui. Recently, Master and I made contact and said that the Tantai clan has already made contact with the Zhengli clan, the details of which are unknown. Immediately after that, it was exposed that there were no problems with the Tantai family's imperial scriptures. The Tantai clan has ordered an all-out search for Wen Ruoshui's whereabouts. Even the Moon Palace has ordered to track down Wen Ruoshui. Chu Xinghe was curious as to what kind of power the Moon Palace was. The head of the Tantai family is called Tantajan. His wife is Yuehua, the last goddess of the people of the Moon Palace. 2 people were born with a daughter and a son. The girl is Tantai Jingyue who returned to heaven, and the boy was born with a natural extinct vein. What exactly happened in between is unknown. Yuehua left with the boy and changed his name to Yuuyo. Master said he didn't know what you were going to do, and this information should be of some use to you. Chu Xinghe nodded. It does kind of work. Right now, the Tantai clan, the Moon Palace, and the Heavenly Dao sect are all looking for Wen Ruoshui's whereabouts. Who would have thought that the Holy Lord of the hallowed Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land wouldn't dare to show his face even now? Chu Xinghe sighed. It looks like a lot of power, and it's hard to tell if it's a person or a ghost. People are inclined to avoid evil, and no one will make a move easily without one who takes the lead. Previously, When Ruoshui exposed the strength of a quasi-emperor, now even the ancient clan with the emperor scriptures will find it difficult for a quasi-emperor powerhouse to appear. So where is it so easy to try to deal with one Ruoshui? Sure, Jingfeng nodded equally helplessly. What is your strength now? Just broke through to sage. Chu Xinghe didn't hide it. Sure, Jingfeng jolted to his feet. Saints? You robbed Tendo? Chu Xinghe was speechless. What did he mean by robbing the heavenly Tao? If he had this ability, he would have slapped one Ruoshui to death long ago. Wait, you just said robbing heaven's way. A frightening thought suddenly appeared in Chu Xinghe's mind. Sure, Jingfeng looked at Chu Xinghe, whose face suddenly changed. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he sat down quietly. What do you think? Chu Xinghe lifted his teacup. Take a sip of tea. The richness of the tea traveled down the throat and into the stomach. Interesting. Sure, Jingfeng was confused. Go ahead and say it. It's a rush. He suddenly thought about what he had just said. Rob Tendo. Murphy's secret lies in those 3 words. Who's robbing? How do you rob it? Warm as water? Hiss. No way. Sure, Jingfeng looked at Chu Xinghe. Is this what people can do? Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. Just because some people can't, doesn't mean everyone can't. Besides, how do you know it's not okay unless you try? Sure, Jingfeng opened his mouth. Crazy. Really crazy. Chu Xinghe was lazing around in the cloudside little building. Zhenju. Dresses up warm as water. The fingers kept pinching. I change. The Moon Palace are pushing her trail. Now the Tantai clan was also after her. Chu Xinghe, you're really something. In a short period of time, the whole thing has made me an enemy on all sides. When Ruoshui read a sentence, the fingers kept pinching. Earlier, it was deduced that Zhang Eveningyin reincarnated in Xianzhou. What an infatuation. Reincarnation also chooses Zhenju. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. When Ruoshui is pushing through, the color of the gods changed a bit. Eyes suddenly narrowed, disappearing in place. Several people whose entire bodies were shrouded in black robes appeared. Run. Keep tracking. This person is constantly deducing the heavenly chants, causing it to be constantly misplaced and altered. If this continues, something big will happen sooner or later. A few people disappeared as if they hadn't been there. When Ruoshui, who had already left, changed his expression. Strange. Why they came out? Murphy has been pushing too much lately. Seems like things need to be sorted out quickly. Master wants to see what other secrets you have. Chapter 164, Mysterious Man appears. Where's Chu Xinghe? The little building by the clouds. Chu Xinghe looked at Sure Jingfeng, who could enter celestial unity at any time. There was more than a little relief in his eyes. How long do you think her patience will last? Sure Jingfeng inquired. Hearing the inquiry, Chu Xinghe smiled ruefully. It should be soon. Now that the chaos hasn't completely appeared yet, I guess the time isn't too far off. Sure Jingfeng was a bit curious. What are you basing this on? Chu Xinghe just smiled and didn't open his mouth. Zhongli Qingmeng was the villainous, but now the growth of this demoness accelerated. The sons of Qi died one after another. If we don't continue to contain it, I'm afraid we're in grave danger. His mission for crossing over was to assist the son of Qi to kill Zhongli Qingmeng, but he didn't want to be a pawn. Help Zhongli Qingmeng kill the son of Qi. He is the equivalent of a betrayer of heaven. Just think of him being liquidated as well. Not just a Lin Muyo appeared and came over to end him. He'll take the plunge and gamble with his life for once. He won the bet. Only now there was a Wen Ruoshui watching over him. Only by killing her could Chu Xinghe let go of this heart. Chu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. Someone's coming. Chu Xinghe disappeared into thin air, allowing the system to clean up the traces. Sure Jingfeng's heart tightened as he looked at the black-robed man who had appeared. What a powerful oppression. It was even more powerful than Maru's oppression. Who the hell is that? Can you find any trace of Wen Ruoshui? Sure Dingfeng froze. Can't find. But there were already thoughts in his mind. What were these people looking for Wen Ruoshui for? The tone was also too calm to hear any relationship with Wen Ruoshui. Could it be Wen Ruoshui's enemy? Where's Chu Xinghe? The visitor continued to speak and inquire. Sure Jingfeng hadn't opened his mouth yet. Buzz off. The void shattered. A figure appeared. Why make things difficult for my disciple? My disciple is here in meditation and doesn't go out. What can he know as a small child? Why not ask me? Muru walked out of the void passage. The few people who came looked at Muru and then at Sure Jingfeng. Sure Dingfeng vaguely merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. So that's how it is. It's our mistake to bother you more. Farewell. A few people disappeared into thin air. Muru was equally relieved to see these people leave. Sure Jingfeng's eyes flickered. Master, what are they? Muru shook his head. Don't look quite so polite. People who can't afford to be offended. To say that the hidden ancient race is the hegemony. They are the hegemony of hegemonies. Sure Dingfeng was shocked in his heart. It was at this time that Chu Xinghe appeared. Senior, long time no see. Muru looked at Chu Xinghe. A cry of surprise. You boy. It's strange that those people couldn't deduce your trail. Chu Xinghe gave a valiant smile. Didn't they also deduce that they couldn't find any trace of Wen Ruoshui? Hearing Chu Xinghe's rhetorical question, Mo stroked his beard and smiled. You naughty boy. Sit down. Mo took out a pack of tea from his space ring. A fresh aroma wafted out, and it was refreshing to smell. Shi Jingfeng's eyes rolled. Master, I'll do it. Mo hadn't reacted yet. The teapot of tea had fallen into Shi Jingfeng's hands. After soaking, the tea has gone inside Shi Jingfeng's ring. Mo opened his mouth and extended his hand, pointing at Shi Jingfeng. Good boy. How did you become so shameless? It was meant to be something for you. Shi Jingfeng hurriedly thanked him. Bringing the teacup up in both hands, he handed it to Mo. Moru's eyes were pleased. Shi Jingfeng took a taste and felt that the fit with the surrounding heaven and earth deepened quite a bit. Chu Xinghe took a sip of tea and didn't feel anything at all. Mo was a bit strange. What kind of strength is your kid now? This enlightenment tea is just a little bit helpful for supreme beings. You actually didn't change a bit after you drank it. Chu Xinghe froze, reacted with a teasing smile. What changes does Elder want? After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, he directly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. In one move, the path is simple and back to the basics. Wait until you put down your teacup. There was a kind of Taoism that shielded the Tao from the world and made it its own. Mo stood up shakily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell did you kid do? Do nothing. Kill some people as you go along. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Mo felt a sourness in his heart. People are more angry than people. It was truly the greatest creation for Shi Jingfeng to follow him. I am Shi Jingshan's master and my creation. If killing people could reach your level, it is estimated that the Taishu heavenly realm would have been overrun with life long ago. Chu Xinghe's eyes zoomed away. Yes, the Taishu heavenly realm has long been overrun with life. Moru's arm trembled a little when he heard that. The words coming out of this guy's mouth. It's not a fake. That's really scary. After living for so many years, there were quite a few young supreme beings in the clan. None of them were comparable to Chu Xinghe. He went back and looked into it carefully. This kid has been through something that quite a few people have been through. But the kid is a freak. What do I do about the Murphys? Mo looked at Chu Xinghe and inquired. Elder is not afraid that I will lead you to destruction? Mo looked deeply at Chu Xinghe. From the first moment I saw you, I felt that you kid was not a good person. It's even dangerous to follow you, but one must always gamble. Chu Xinghe was a bit surprised. Elder also loves to gamble? A small gamble is good for the heart. A big gamble hurts the body. Sometimes an injury can be exchanged for a better opportunity, isn't it? A rhetorical question made Chu Xinghe think deeply. You have a mature mind, take one step and look at 10 steps, and are good at utilizing people's hearts. This is something I can see, but your drawback is that you know too little about this Taishu heavenly realm, the distribution of the various forces, what level they are at. These are all things you need at the moment. I'm sure you've already started preparations, probably just starting out, and it's not that easy to grow. You allowed Jingfeng to reach the unity of heaven and man, fooling certain people, but what about the follow-up? Even if you hide in the deepest part of the world, you will need to come forward one day. Only this day will take a while, but some people can't wait. Wanted you to get out as soon as possible. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Elder's analysis is good. I am unable to go ahead and even have to hide myself completely. One man did force me out, but does Elder know the cost of having to come out without me? Mo froze. I don't know. And how did Elder know that I would need a lot of time? They may be hiding deep, but aren't they slowly coming out? You see, those guys didn't come out just now. Moreover, how does Senior know that I prepared without a backhand? Moru's pupils shifted, eyes downcast. A good while later, that's what lifted his head. I'm not as good as you. Shi Jingfeng was shocked in his heart. The pupils looked at Moru in shock. Moru looked at Chu Xinghe. I don't have the same drive as you, either. Many times I've pushed in my mind to put me in your position, and I've always felt like there was a layer of fog in front of me. Any information you want, you can give it to Jingfeng and I'll have the Majia family investigate. Chapter 165, Blow Up. Accidents happen. Chu Xinghe stood up and saluted at Moru. From now on it will be the world of you young people. I'm looking forward to how far you can go, and I also want to see how far this apprentice of mine goes. I'll just leave. Moru tore through the void. There was a pause in the departure. Brat, when you calculate everything, leave yourself a way out. There are some people who worry about you. Moru disappeared after saying that. Chu Xinghe drinks a cup of tea. It didn't occur to me that this old man was still a warm-hearted one. It's time for me to leave. Chu Xinghe stood up. You be careful. It's not like before. Chu Xinghe nodded. Boost your strength as soon as possible. Chu Xinghe disappeared after he finished speaking. Looking at Chu Xinghe's back, Shi Jingfeng closed his eyes and vaguely merged with the surrounding heaven and earth again. Time passed, and 3 days passed. The Taishu heavenly realm was no longer too peaceful. Too many people looked for signs of Wenruoshui. The Tantai family, in particular, looked like madmen. mobilizing the Heartwatcher's house and every place to collect traces of Wenruoshui. Xu Xinghe looked at the message in his hand. The Moon Palace brought people to the Tantai clan to look for trouble. Stopped by Zhong Li Qingmeng with his men. Yuehua, the last goddess of the Moon Palace, insulted Zhong Li Qingmeng. Mother Zhong Li Qingmeng appears and beats Yuehua half to death. Now the Moon Palace and the Zhongli family are in a state of flames. There was a hint of war. Xu Xinghe looked at the message and fell into deep thought. The one with the innate extinct vein should be the son of Qi. It's usually not wrong. It looked like Zhongli Qingmeng had found out as well. Keep probing. The shadow around him disappeared into thin air. Xu Xinghe didn't think of letting those subordinates develop. Everyone has real skills. Master, don't underestimate those people. They are all very smart and resourceful, and the stupid ones won't open them up and give them to their masters. Long Yi and the others have finished their breakthrough. When Xu Xinghe heard this, he released Long Yi and the others. There was a faint purple light flickering vaguely around Long Yi. The strength had broken through to the mid-supreme. It looked like the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood had helped it a lot. As for Dragon 2 and Dragon 9, their fleshly bodies had strengthened quite a bit more. The scale armor becomes finer and more compact. Xu Xinghe glanced at the system interface. Master, Xu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, Early Sage, 100 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Guide, Heaven Intercepting Finger. Heaven Splitting Hand. Heaven Stepping. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. East Emperor Bell. Thousand Illusions Mask. Mount, 9 Dragons Chariot. Dragon 1 Supreme Mid-Range Half Ancestral Dragon. Dragon 2 Dragon 9 Heavenly Sacred Perfection True Dragon. Power, Heavenly Palace, for Supreme Beings, 12 Heavenly Saints, 36 Great Saints, 72 Saints. Formation, 9 Dragons Refining Heaven Formation, Taboo Growth Formation. Palace, Heavenly Palace, Self-Contained Formation. Unbreakable by Paramount Emperors. Can kill Mid-Supreme. Destiny Value, 56133500. Backpack, Sword of Enlightenment. Dragon 1 became a half-ancestral dragon, and Dragon 2 and Dragon 9 remained unchanged. It's too difficult to get the ancestral dragon essence blood. Plus this time, it was only with the help of the system of the Sons of Qi that he was able to harvest the newbie gift pack. The things that were refreshed in the system mall in these 3 days, Xu Xinghe could not use. Portrait of a certain teacher. Recipe for treating kidney deficiency. Today is even more refreshing how to make a royal girl. Lowly, young woman fall in love with you. Look at all this. It's all stuff no one wants. I don't want it either. Xu Xinghe was considering whether or not to intervene. A sudden letter from Tenchi. Master, something strange is happening? We cooperated with Tian-san to create the Dark Fragrance House in Yuzhou in an accident. That person should have something in common with the ones the prince killed. Xu Xinghe's eyes lit up. Come alive. Wait for me to get over there and don't spook anyone. Xu Xinghe, after delivering the good news, hurriedly traveled to Pilus. Yuzhou is next to Xianzhou. Could it be that there's something tied up in this? After Xu Xinghe arrived in Yuzhou, Tian-san appeared. Master. The 2 men clasped their fists and saluted when they saw Xu Xinghe. Speak carefully. When we establish the Dark Fragrance House, we will need resources and choose the vicinity of the 100,000 Mountains, which is 100 miles away from Yuan City, as a stronghold. It has been taken over by a family. We then traveled to discuss the matter. But among that clan, there was a young patriarch who looked similar in age to his master, and his strength was a bit bizarre. Xu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. Would it be the son of Qi as he thought it would be? A visitor from afar is a guest. So you two come with me and take a look. Tianyi led the way. Take Xu Xinghe to that family near the 100,000 mountains. Xu Xinghe walked out of the void passage. His eyes fell on the 100,000 mountains spreading tens of millions of miles in the distance. There was an exquisite light flickering in the bottom of his eyes. You guys sure know how to pick a place. Hearing Xu Xinghe's praise, the 2 supreme beings were actually a bit embarrassed. Originally, this place was intended to be our heavenly palace's stronghold, easily defensible and difficult to attack. There are also natural formations. If we can comb through them, we can definitely form a killing formation. It's just that there are quite a few forces in this land of 1,000 miles. We even suspect there's something else hidden inside. We just haven't found it yet. Tenchi finished pointing in a direction. Xu Xinghe looked away. The rows of houses are staggered. When you look closely, it looks like it conforms to the yin and yang operation of heaven and earth. Invisibly, the surrounding auras were gathering in those houses. A guest from afar is a guest. Several of you please come in. Just at this time, a cheerful voice rang out. The center door opens in the distance. Inside stood a young man of only 20. A pair of sword eyebrows were slightly stern, lips red and teeth white, face handsome, a deep black coat, hands behind his back, and a spunky, confident look. Standing there, it was like blending in with the heaven and earth of the surrounding houses. making it difficult to distinguish between them. Chu Xingha had come to be interested. That's kind of funny. Name Bailey Jun Xian. Age, 22. Identity, patriarch of the Bailey family of Yuzhou Yuan City. Son of luck. System owner. Physique, 9 underworld's body. Technique, 9 underworld scripture. Strength, uncertain. Destiny value, 3 million. Chu Xingha was a bit surprised. From killing that person who plotted against him. Like a stab in the system's nest. I just killed one of the ones who took a wife and got stronger earlier. Here's another one. And the providence is worth $3 million. It's a golden leak. Only this strength? Not sure. It's kind of funny. Much obliged. Chu Xingha took the lead and approached the son of Qi. After stepping in, Chu Xingha did not move. Tian San's expression changed. What a powerful prohibition. This way, my lord? My name is Bailey Jun Xian. Tim is the patriarch of this small clan. I don't know your name. Sir? Chu Xingha looked at the son of Qi. My name is Tengu. When the son of Qi heard this name, his expression changed. Eyes shifted to Tensan. He knew that this was the person who wanted to exterminate his Bailey family. Didn't think to drive off after. Another supreme being was brought over, along with a mysterious male. Even the system can't deduce it. It made him wary in his mind. Is Lord Tiangong here to ask for punishment? Chapter 166. I'm very good at being a friend. And are you guilty? Chu Xingha did not answer the question, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Master, this guy's system is projecting you, and can he deduce it? If I could have before, except that I removed both systems, plus the loophole fixes, he couldn't have deduced it. Chu Xingha hadn't thought that there was still this accident. The system unceasingly identifies vulnerabilities, patches them, and also allows the system to be upgraded. Can you look up his vulnerabilities? A little less so. This son of fortune's fortune value is too high and complements the system. Unless it is said that his fortune drops a little, there is a bit of a chance. His system should be a mature one. Chu Xingha ended his communication with the system. Since he can't be deduced, it's a relief. Bailey Junxian did not expect Chu Xingha to ask this. Our Bailey clan is just a small clan. There's nothing that can make your son look at it. Chu Xingha smiled mysteriously and did not answer. This gave Bailey Junxian a bad feeling in his heart. This guy's coming at us from a bad angle. Chu Xingha gazed at the rest of the Bailey clan. It was a bit of a surprise, probably relying on the 100,000 mountains, with more or less fury on their bodies. The eyes looked at Chu Xingha with only wariness, especially when you see Tenzo. There was a deep scorn in the bottom of his eyes, as well as a trace of killing intent. Bailey Junxian made a wink at them. The men turned away with a cold grunt. Chu Xingha didn't say anything. Maybe that's the bottom line the patriarch gave them. The matriarch actually had a way to fend off the attack of a supreme powerhouse. Let there be no fear in their hearts. And Chu Xingha perceived. Now they are in the middle of a big situation. The son of Qi might be invincible as long as he doesn't leave this place. Chu Xingha could roughly guess what kind of system this son of Qi was. Strength can't be determined. It's that he's the sum of the family. Being in the middle of a big situation, the strength of the Bailey family was rising at all times. It was difficult for the system to reflect the strength of the sons of Qi. If that's the case, just find a way to kill off his people. But this son of Chakra looks a bit meato. It's not easy to deal with. In this one house, this guy is invincible. Another brainstorm. Chu Xingha stopped in his tracks. Bailey Junxian looked at Chu Xingha. What does Lord Tengu have to say? Rather, I find your little clan leader quite interesting. Can we make a friend? Chu Xingha asked directly. Bailey Junxian was a bit confused about Xingha's routine. Is this an attempt to turn enemies into friends? It's not like going out and being able to take two supreme beings with you. Visible identity background are not simple. Same with young people. He didn't understand now that this young man really wanted to make friends. Or is there some other plot against their family? Why did your excellency bring someone to the 100,000 mountains? Bailey Junxian did not answer the question, but asked one other. There are opportunities, great opportunities, in the 100,000 great mountains, and more forces will arrive at that time. Chu Xingha spoke bluntly. Chu Xingha said that there was, and this could still be done. There really isn't one, then create one. Besides, but wherever a son of Qi appears, how could there not be opportunities? Bailey Junxian didn't show any emotion, inwardly surprised. Previously, they did find opportunities in the 100,000 mountains. According to the strength of their Bailey family, it was still difficult to bring them all back. Rather, he hadn't expected that someone would now tell him that there was a chance in it. Listening to this male, there are many others who are staring. What a pain in the ass. But he wasn't worried. In this 100 miles family, he was invincible. But many friends make a difference. Why does the gentleman have to be my friend? Even our small family can make the prince look at us. I only make friends based on eye contact. Chu Xingha gave a valiant smile. I'm very good at being a friend. Promise you won't lose out. Bailey Junxian thought about it but still refused. This young man has too much heart. His Bailey family's strength was not equal to this person's. Maybe when the opportunity arises, it can only be reduced to a pawn. Since the matriarch is unwilling, I won't force myself, so I'll take my leave. Chu Xinghe turned around and led the people away without any delay. Tian followed Chu Xinghe. Bailey Junxian looked at the backs of the three people leaving and had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, there were already several people converging around Bailey Junxian. Matriarch, what is this man's origin? Bailey Junxian shook his head. The visitor is not good. Tell everyone to be careful and not to go out for a while. When Tian failed to make a move against them, Bailey Junxian recalled all of the Bailey clan. Even the chance has been given up. He adheres to the saying, there is hope when one lives. People are dead, and no amount of chance is going to help. Other side, Master, should we destroy them? Chu Xinghe shook his head. You can't do it. Tenzo froze. The place where they are contains the great power of heaven and earth, and it's no good even if the supreme perfection comes. Since he's so safe in himself, it's going to be the other way around. Tensan nodded. Then I'll just destroy the 100,000 mountains. We can't use it, and it can't be cheap. Chu Xinghe nodded. That's right, isn't it? What you can't have, you destroy. You can't rely on the 100,000 mountains. I'll see what you son of Chi uses to increase your strength. Where will we get the resources we need when the time comes? As soon as your family comes out, I see one get one killed. Go on. Tian's body disappeared into thin air. Rumble. The clouds swung away. The entire sky for millions of miles turned dark. Thunderclouds rolled in. A supreme Dharma image stood between heaven and earth. The sudden scene startled everyone. The whole of Yuzhou has been alarmed. All of them looked at the supreme Dharma phase that stood between heaven and earth. Tian's eyes glowed with gold. Full blow. Rushing down the 100,000 mountains. There are quite a few demonic beasts hiding in the 100,000 mountains. There are quite a few more forces, scared and running away. In this age of Emperor's failure, the Supreme Being was the ceiling of the Taishu heavenly realm. A blow fell. The entire 100,000 mountains were covered by large hands. Perish. A voice like a bell. The entire 100,000 mountains turned into pieces. The supreme statue disappeared. Many forces in Yuzhou sent people to explore. At the moment, Bailey Junxian was in a daze inside his home. What's the situation? The 100,000 mountains are just gone? Not to mention the fact that all of the surrounding forces were wiped out. They were the only ones left unharmed. The Bailey family. How many forces will be on them then? Maybe it'll draw over something scary. That Tengu. Damn it. I'm sure it's not a good one. Click, click. The void kept shattering. One after another strong person appeared. Looking at the 100,000 mountains that stretched for millions of miles had turned into ruins. There was horror in his eyes. This is the Supreme Being. Destroy the sky and the earth. More people's eyes fell on the Bailey family. There was a glint in his eyes. Could it be that this Supreme Being is hiding in this family? 100,000 mountains and 10 million miles of land were overthrown. This small-looking family is actually safe and sound. Interesting. What's more, there's a mist floating over the sky. Make them look bad. The more they did, the more curious they became in their minds. Many powerful people looked at each other. It landed in front of the Bailey family. It just fell, and the color of his face changed drastically. A terrifying prohibition suddenly rose. The physical body, the divine soul was directly annihilated. Chapter 167, You've hit the bullseye, haven't you? Crunch. The center door has been opened. Looking at the strong man who died in the doorway, Bailey Junxian's throat rolled a bit. It's really a case of sticking mud inside your pants. It's either or it isn't. That's a lot of fun. Bang. The door was closed straight away. Whoever wants to come. It's absolutely unbeatable in here anyway. Many powerful people died. The power behind it sent superpowers over to probe. Looking at the Bailey family, he turned and disappeared. Maybe the Supreme Being is hiding in that family. It's better to respond carefully. Other side. Something appeared suspended in Tian's palm. Chu Xinghe's pupils changed. Dragon bones. Chu Xinghe hadn't thought that the 100,000 mountains were actually transformed by a dead true dragon. Seizing the chance of the Son of Fortune, the heavenly destiny value of the Son of Fortune drops by 300,000, and the Master gains 30 million heavenly destiny value. Master's subordinates overthrew 10 scattered saints and crippled 8 great saints. The heavenly destiny value of the Son of Chi dropped by 100,000, and the Master gained 10 million heavenly destiny values. Surprise flashed across Chu Xinghe's eyes. Rather, I didn't expect such a surprise. As for overthrowing the 100,000 mountains and leaving behind a band that would allow those people of power to die, it's for those forces to target the Sons of Qi. There is strength in numbers. Without resources, the Sons of Qi could surely only cultivate obediently at home. Chu Xinghe had Long Jio and the others appear. This true dragon bone. You guys refine it, and when the time comes, Set up a big formation around the Bailey family. I want them to not be able to absorb a single bit of aura. Long Yi heard this and led Long Air and the others away. You're absolutely invincible. And I'm keeping your family's strength from rising. Let's see how you're going to play? Immediately after that, Chu Xinghe transmitted his voice to Tian Air. Tian Air, sends someone to investigate. This son of Qi establishing a clan in the 100,000 mountains must have valued the resources within. See who he sold his resources to? Come on, let's go rest and relax. Chu Xinghe no longer paid attention to the son of Qi. The Bailey family was already in an uproar at this moment. Matriarch, it's bad. The family's formation can't gather aura anymore. Bailey Juinxian's eyes were tinged with regret. That damn Tengu Gongzi, he should be killed. Otherwise it wouldn't be so much trouble. 100,000 mountains were destroyed and resources disappeared. Previously, he had told the family to cultivate quickly and not to skimp on resources. I didn't realize that it hadn't been long before the facepalming had already begun. What was found in the 100,000 mountains must have been taken away. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Bailey Juinxian's brainstorm began, constantly thinking about what's feasible next. Everyone settled down. As soon as Bailey Junxian spoke, the Bailey family quieted down. Don't worry everyone, don't go out during this time, and always remember this. I'm still around as the patriarch. Don't worry. Just now, quite a few powerful people from the forces suddenly died at the entrance of our Bailey family. Coupled with the destruction of the 100,000 mountains and the fact that our Bailey clan is safe and sound, those people will definitely suspect that the supreme powerhouse is hiding in our Bailey clan. They won't do anything for a while. Remember, don't go out there. Whoever goes out there could get the whole Bailey family killed. The people of the Bailey family nodded. They had absolute faith in the patriarch. The difficulty is only temporary. Don't worry, it won't take me long to solve it. Bailey Junxian returned to the palace after he finished speaking. Now he was also being watched and couldn't go out easily. As long as he left the Bailey family, even he would be in danger. Did that guy have so many forces on him on purpose? Thinking of this, he took out a voice transmission jade. I'm in trouble now. Do you remember what you promised me? Bailey Junxian took a deep breath. For now, we can only beat a dead horse. Master, it has been probed. At this time Chu Xinghe received a transmission from Tian Air. Chu Xinghe hadn't thought that Tian Air had developed so quickly. It's really capable. It looks like the Heart Demon Guide was passed down to a few people pretty well. Which power? Lingering Court. Surprise flashed across Chu Xinghe's eyes. Hi, it's not a grievance. Lingerie Court has crashed and burned this time. Gongzi, Linglong Yunyu is in Yuzhou. Chu Xinghe's eyes flickered. This, still so capable of swaying, before Yulin Mo turned into a heaven-swallowing demon body. It hadn't made this honest. If it wasn't for the need to deal with Wen Ruoshui and the need to turn Wen Ruoshui into a heaven-swallowing demon body, why would she still be allowed to bounce around? Now that we're in the middle of a gunfight, let's get it over with. But it looks like all of these Chi Luck heroines are automatically matched with Chi Luck sons later on. It's practically indistinguishable from cackling. Let's go. Kill someone. Adhering to the strategy of not doing anything themselves and letting them dog eat dog, Chu Xinghe wore the Thousand Illusions mask, turning into the likeness of Bailey Junxian. Yuzhou Linglong Pavilion. After Chu Xinghe dressed up, he wore a long black robe to wrap himself up. Make a round. The most powerful ones were only at the Saint Realm. It looks like Linglong Yunyu's status plummeted after what happened before. It was estimated that this time, he should have joined forces with this son of Qi, wanting to make a mark and return to a high position. Chu Xinghe hid in the void and did not startle anyone. A jade stone floated around Linglong Yunyu. You're saying that the 100,000 great mountains contain a true dragon bone? Chu Xinghe retracted his footsteps. Listen carefully to what you are scheming. It's called knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. Bailey Juinxian's voice came from inside the jade. Not bad. There is indeed a true dragon bone hidden inside. Hearing this, Linglong Yunyu became excited. If she could bring back a true dragon bone, all her previous losses would be made up for. All the resources that she had to earn back with her own hands because of the stupidity of provoking the Zhengli family. Such a large amount of resources. She needs to return to the monkey. Even though his father was the head of the Linglong Pavilion, he no longer offered her help. Let her learn a lesson. That supreme being today, is he from your family? No. Was it brought here by a male named Tian Gong? Bailey Junxian spoke the name out. Surname Tian? It's impossible. I haven't heard of anyone from that family coming out. You must have heard it wrong. Linglong Yunyu obviously knew quite a bit and directly began to doubt. Believe it or not, it's me helping you now, not you helping me. Big deal. I can still look for other people to work with. I've sold you a lot of resources over all this time. If the collaboration between the two ends, there's no need for me to say who will lose out. Not to mention that I discovered that there are true dragon bones in the 100,000 mountains before. So how do you know that I can't discover other opportunities? When these words came out, Linglong Yunyu was a bit nonplussed. Just wait and let me think about it. I know part of the Sky family. I can try to contact them and see if they have any clansmen out. Bailey Junxian was clearly not satisfied with this result. I have a method here. Only it requires you to do it stealthily? You say? Spread the news that there are true dragon bones in the 100,000 mountains. Bailey Junxian spoke directly. Why? Wouldn't that put you in danger too? Chapter 168 Ruthless and Spicy Chuxingha. Do as I say. There's still a reversal of events. If you directly contact the Tian family's people, it might cause misunderstandings, and there'll be trouble appearing for you as well. You spread the news, and when those people come to me, I will naturally have a way to deal with them without any danger. The appearance of a true dragon bone can definitely involve quite a few people, and even that hidden dragon race can be drawn out. When the time comes, I'll go with the flow and just say the name of the heavenly palace. If it's really the celestials, then it's a matter between the dragons and them. If not, then it's someone posing as a celestial. As long as you circumambulate properly, you might be able to harvest the goodwill of these two clans, and when that time comes, it will not be a small enhancement for you, and it will help me as well. Linglong Yunyu was still a bit uneasy and opened her mouth to inquire. At least you should give me an idea of how you're going to maneuver around, right? That's my business. This matter has nothing to do with you. You only need to do one thing for me, which is to spread the news of the true dragon bone. I'll handle the rest. Of course you can do without, and there's no need for our partnership to go down. Linglong Yunyu was in deep thought, to gamble or not to gamble. If she could win the bet, her status would definitely be restored, and she would even be able to go to the next level and have a heavier voice in the family. But if you lose the bet, you can only die, which bets on dogs keep losing. Not to mention that by the sound of him, he already had a response. He could even stop a supreme powerhouse from going back. It's not as easy as it looks. Maybe it's also the heir of some great power out for training. Linglong Yunyu pondered for a moment. Okay, I promise. When Bailey Junxian heard Linglong Yunyu agree, his heart was also excited. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. End of transmission. Xu Xinghe walked out of the shadows. Who? Linglong Yunyu felt someone. Looking back at the person who appeared. How can? Xu Xinghe pinched Linglong Yunyu's neck. This woman doesn't want to talk to her at all nonsense. Kill Linglong Yunyu. The heavenly destiny value of the air hostess is zeroed out. The heavenly destiny value of the son of the air, Bailey Junxian, drops by 200,000, and the master gains 30 million heavenly destiny values. Xu Xinghe didn't leave in a hurry. Walking in front of the table, he looked at what Linglong Yunyu had recorded. Look at the handwriting. Operation Linglong Yunyu writes the word 100 under the body. Break the fingers of her other hand to disguise the illusion that someone broke her hand and grabbed something. Then tuck the transmission jade under her body. When you're done, gather the resources together. Turn around and disappear. Rumble. A fire rose to the sky. Linglong Yunyu's room burned. The saint who was in seclusion hurriedly appeared. Looking at Missy's body, pupils constricted. A wave of the arm. The flames disappeared into thin air. Little Miss, even though he was a saint protector, he was panicking inside at this moment. According to Linglong Yunyu's status, it was unlikely that he would be accompanied by a saint. But how can I say that she is also the daughter of the courtmaster? He just took a nap and the lady actually died. Hurriedly, he took out his voice transmission jade. Pavilion master. It's not good. Miss, she's dead. The voice didn't take long to fall. The void shattered, and a void passage appeared. A middle-aged man appeared, looking at the pupils lying on the ground wide open, with what looked like an expression of incredulity flashing across his face. It made the Linglong Pavilion master's heart sink. Who did this? The Linglong Pavilion master suppressed his anger. No, I don't know. Originally I was protecting Miss, but for some reason, I suddenly fainted, and when I woke up, I found that Mrs. room was already rolling with flames. By the time I arrived, the young lady was already lying on the ground without a sound, so I rushed to inform the matriarch. The Linglong Pavilion master looked deeply at the sage. This was the man at his side who would not betray him, but there are no guarantees. He still needs to be asked about a lot of things that have happened to his daughter. Keep it for now. Lord Linglong Court stooped down to pick up his daughter. When I looked down, I saw the word 100 on the ground, and touched something hard when I picked it up. Combined with this look on the daughter's face, she obviously knew the murderer. The Linglong Pavilion master didn't make a sound. With the hug, the 100 words disappeared. Jade is also hidden. Come on, follow me back first, and you'll go over what's happened these days. The sage protector nodded. With two people leaving, the Linglong Pavilion here was instantly turned into ruins. At this moment, Xu Xinghe had Tian Yi, Tian Air, Tian San, and Tian Si cooperate with each other. Let the news of the appearance of the true dragon bone spread. Taken by a man named Tengu, Linglong Yunyu must do what he promised the son of Qi. Of course Linglong Yunyu died. Only he can replace it. As the news of a true dragon bone appearing in the 100,000 mountains of Yuzhou spread, many forces caught wind of it. The news is coming in. It's still a complete true dragon bone. A number of holy places in Yuzhou were the first to get the news. Thinking of the supreme dharma that appeared that day, Murphy things are true. There were even powerful forces with people rushing to Yuzhou. The Zhonglei family. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the message in his hand. Yu Shu, a real dragon bone? What other news? Goddess. The secret agent came to report that the Linglong Pavilion in Yuzhou suddenly collapsed. The Linglong Pavilion master appeared, and the investigation came out that Linglong Yunyu had died. Surprise flashed under Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes. What other news? The 100,000 great mountains of Yuzhou were overthrown, and there was a family at the foot of the mountains that was unharmed. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes glittered when she heard this. Go, spread the word about this, as fast as you can. Yes, goddess. Zhongli Qingmeng took a deep breath. Are you going to stir up the chaos to begin with? At this point in time, the Murray family, Muru listened to the disciples' transmission. True dragon bone ah. Could it be that this kid is already going to start stirring up the storm? What are trying to scheme with this? What would I plot if I were you? Even the heavenly family is involved. Muru kept pushing. Something suddenly came to mind. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Jerked to his feet. The pupils vibrated. The hand holding the jade was shaking. This kid is crazy. Reacting with a loud laugh. Crazy, crazy, interesting, exciting. After saying that his body disappeared. Big brother, let me discuss something with you. Don't force me to beg you on my knees. The Bailey family next to the ruins of the 100,000 mountains. Bailey Junxian did not let the clan go out. He also had no way to probe for information. But the forces that appeared around the 100,000 mountains, he saw it for what it was. All kinds of demonic beasts that spread their wings for thousands of miles. Chariot. There was even the building that loomed in the void. It all speaks to the fact that these forces are not coming from a good place. It looks like word has spread. Obviously he should be excited, but now he had a bad feeling. Chapter 169, I'm here. I'm gone again. Guess what? Bailey Junxian looked at the densely packed people above him, and the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Watching so many people appear should be similar to what he had planned, but it always felt like something was wrong. Linglong Yunya spread the news so quickly. Why didn't he send a message over? Rumble. The sky shattered. The nine-headed heavenly horse squeezed through the void and descended. On the top of the pavilion were engraved the three gilt characters Linglong Pavilion. The eyes of many forces changed. Isn't this Linglong Pavilion master's car? I can't believe I came in person. Many clans have business dealings with Linglong Pavilion. Naturally, he was more familiar with the Linglong Pavilion master. Below, Bailey Junxian watched Linglong Pavilion arrive, his heart slightly at ease. Maybe the crisis of the Bailey family will soon be lifted. The Linglong Pavilion master walked out from the pavilion, followed by two expressionless men. See these two? Many people subconsciously took a step back. Rumor has it that Linglong Pavilion has two people, the red and white twins. One was dressed in red and one in white. The two have been dealing with the dirty business of the lingerie court. What's more important was that both were supreme powerhouses. Even as he stood there, the oncoming fury turned the air sticky. Linglong Pavilion master looked at the crowd and clasped his fists. Many of them clasped their fists in return. That's the position of the strong. That's how it is in the world of cultivation. Griffin, little friend, Taoist friend, senior. After the greeting, a number of people's attention shifted. This Linglong Pavilion is coming from a bad place. At this moment, Linglong Pavilion master's heart MMP. I should have known that I had such a pitiful daughter. Might as well dump it in your hand. This time, he even let the red and white double fury ancestors of Linglong Pavilion come out. Also in response to this trouble, he was still hesitant to spread the word. Who knew that in a twinkling of an eye the entire Taishu heavenly realm already knew? He wondered if someone had joined forces to set up a trap for Linglong Pavilion. The Taishu heavenly realm hadn't been too peaceful lately. The heaven-swallowing demon body was so arrogant again. Previously, a Yulin Mo had almost put Linglong Pavilion in a crisis. The latter revealed that when Ruoshui was a heaven-swallowing demon body, that's what made Linglong Pavilion subside. This time there's a real keel. He didn't think that his daughter would be so bold. Dare to plot anything. True dragon bone. Is that something that can be moved easily? Not to mention the fact that the supreme being who overthrew the 100,000 mountains was unknown. It's not like he's got the guts to eat a bear. It's a bear's guts in the body. Could it be that this was a trap set for Linglong Pavilion? If the heaven-swallowing demon body set up a trap, this time, their Linglong Pavilion would be in big trouble again. While Linglong Pavilion master was pondering, a strong pressure appeared. This side of heaven and earth shook and trembled. The crowd's pupils contracted. Three figures had appeared in the void. Hands behind your back. The eyes fell on the 100,000 000 mountains, without looking at those present. Even the supreme powerhouse, the red and white twins, also staring warily at the three men. Many people had already sensed who the visitor was. Guess it's the dragons. Whoosh! A purple thunder streaked across the sky. The sky was directly cut in half. 3 more powerful paths descended. With each step, the void trembled. Even if you don't recognize the 3, quite a few people have speculated as well. True dragon bone. The mystic supreme is involved. Dragons. Heavenly home. Especially this juncture. The young lady of Linglong court, Linglong Yunyu, suddenly died. Watch these 2 clans come over. The Linglong Pavilion master's heart sank. Third elder, long time no see. The people from the Tian family looked at the Dragon Clan elder to take the lead in greeting him. The third elder of the Dragon Clan directly zero-framed his hand. Grand elder of the Heavenly family, your Heavenly family took the true dragon bone away? The Grand elder of the Heavenly family shook his head. When the news of the true dragon bone spread out, my Tian family had already begun to investigate. The disciples of my clan have not been out recently. The third elder of the Dragon Clan no longer continued to pursue the matter. These people can't be trusted with even a word of what they say. Even if it's true that they took it, no one is going to say it. The true dragon bone was too helpful. Whoever said it is, obviously no one in the room was. Buzz off. Just as they were talking about it, the void opens in a cross. 3 figures walked out from it. At the head of the group was a young woman. The eyes looked toward the 100,000 mountains. Immediately afterward, he landed in the 100-mile family below. Zhongli Qingmeng withdrew her gaze. Could it be that this little family is so difficult to deal with? Let's get you to push for chaos at all costs, drawing many forces down. Or do you think that the fire is already there? Xingha, what were you thinking? I wish I could find you, throw you on the bed and question you properly. What? Your Zhongli clan is also interested in the true dragon bone? The Heavenly family's grand elder looked at the Zhengli family and asked. Zhongli Qingmeng looked over at the sound. What's it to you? The grand elder of the Heavenly family choked for a moment. The Zhengli family can't help but be a bit overbearing. Zhongli Qingmeng hadn't opened his mouth yet. The tucked hands of an old man in the back released. If you don't like it, go to war and chirp. It's your rotten ass's turn to be in charge of what my inamorata does. The grand elder of the Heavenly family blew his beard and eyes out. This is the style of your Zhongli clan, talking out of your ass and giving people blind nicknames. It's really childish. Old man Zhongli let out a hey. Rub your palms together. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the Heavenly family's grand elder. My Zhongli clan is indeed childish, or else my father wouldn't have beaten up the Tian clan's leader and made him cry. Oh, I've heard that there was an old man who bullied the young with the big ones and was almost crippled by my father. I wonder which one. Some people just can't see themselves. A big age, still holding the family burden not to lose. Think the world left him can't turn the same. The grand elder of the Heavenly family pointed his finger at Zhongli Qingmeng. Point again and the dog's paw is chopped off. The Zhongli family powerhouse said impatiently. The grand elder of the Tian family coldly snorted. He's not good with words and he can't fight. Bear with me for now. The third elder of the Long family's gaze flickered for a moment. It was a bit of a surprise. I heard that this Zhongli Qingmeng is powerful. I just don't know how it compares to the little ones in the clan. After Zhongli Qingmeng withdrew her gaze, staring down at the Bailey family below. This is what intrigues her the most. But something that could make even Xu Xinghe feel tricky. Definitely not simple. Old ancestor, let's go. Zhongli Qingmeng turned away after taking a look. This scene changed a lot of people. What do you mean? Just come over and leave. Could it be that it was for disliking the Tian family's grand elder a few times? Even the dragons carried surprises. In the void passage, old ancestor Zhongli was a bit puzzled. No more searching for the true dragon bone. That thing won't help you much. Zhongli Qingmeng shook his head. The more you can't take it lightly at this time. I've come here this time to represent a lot. Enough. It will be dangerous to stay on. Sometimes killing someone can be effective without having to do it yourself. The 2 elder ancestors were confused by what they heard. Nowadays, the youngsters are more sinister than one another. When they were in the beginning, it was take it or leave it. Whoever wins is the father. Whoever wins is entitled to occupy everything. The 2 elder ancestors no longer continued to pursue the matter. But many of the forces that remained in that place began to speculate continuously within themselves. Chapter 170 Chaos is the right way to cover up small matters. Could it be that this Zhengli family knows something? What do you mean? Come and take a look and then leave? Even the Dragon clan looked deeply at the Bailey clan below. The one who overthrew the 100,000 mountains was a mysterious supreme being. This little family is actually at peace. There was also a mysterious layer of fog covering them, making them impenetrable. What secrets are hidden here? The Dragon Elder thought about bringing back the dragon bone, turning his head to look at the Linglong Pavilion Master. Linglong Pavilion Master, I heard that there is a connection between my daughter's death and the true dragon bone. Linglong Pavilion Master's expression changed. Gentlemen, it is about my little daughter that I have come. All of you should know that Linglong Pavilion was almost in a crisis back then because of the matter of Yulinma. Many people had a strange look in their eyes. Earlier, it was said that Yulinmo was a heaven-swallowing demon body. Another one Ruwashue popped up in the back. Who the hell is real? Who's a fake? They tend to be more warm as water though. Yurinmo is a pawn at best. It was later revealed that Tianji House was also created by Wenrushue, only to be overwritten by Zhong Liqing Meng. Now Zhong Liqing Meng take a look at this place and leave? Could it be that there is something involved? Young people nowadays, they can really hold their secrets too. The Linglong Pavilion Master continued to speak. My daughter's sainthood is lost, so let her learn a lesson and let her come to serve in the Yujo. It's not a bad thing to do these days, except that just as this was getting better, the little girl had an accident. Thinking of Linglong Yunyo's corpse, killing intent couldn't help but bubble up. Even if he hates it, it's his daughter. Now someone actually dared to kill his daughter outright. Linglong Pavilion Master took out a jade stone. It's something my daughter kept from her life. Why don't you all listen and then plan? The transmission inside the jade was exposed. Many people's color changed, especially the dragon's. Heavenly home. This guy in there has a lot of nerve. But this Linglong court is also honest. This is the sound-retaining jade that was hidden when my little daughter died. The youngest daughter was killed. One of her hands was broken, and 100 characters were written on the bottom of her body. Or my daughter wrote it herself in blood. Moreover, the youngest daughter died before she could spread the news. And immediately afterward the news of the true dragon bone instantly spread throughout the entire Taishu heavenly realm. It all seems like it was plotted and caught off guard. Definitely not something that can be achieved by one person. The Linglong Pavilion Master finished looking at the Bailey family below, with murderous intent under his eyes. Linglong Pavilion Master took out the shadow-retaining jade. This is what my little girl looked like before she died, so you can see. Many people looked at it and frowned. There was incredulity in his eyes. Amazement. It looks like an acquaintance did it. In the end, Linglong Court is acting. Or is it the work of the Bailey family down here? That's really interesting. Things are getting more and more mysterious. The Linglong Pavilion Master also didn't want people to see what his daughter looked like after her death. But there was nothing he could do about it. If it doesn't wash out this time, maybe it's said that it's a deliberate attempt to stir up chaos. Who wants the Taishu heavenly realm to be in chaos the most right now? Who else could it be? The heaven-swallowing devil's body was as warm as water. The more chaos the better for her. As for believing it or not, the entire Bailey family is going to be wiped out. The third elder of the dragon clan didn't open his mouth. The heavenly parent elder just glanced deeply at the Linglong Pavilion Master. Then he withdrew his gaze and wondered what he was contemplating. The arrival of all seniors. The Bailey family is flourishing. There is a bowl of herbal tea. Why don't you seniors come in and have a chat? Just at that moment, a voice came from below. Many people looked down. The center door opens. There's a young man. It's kind of fun. Greeters don't come out. Stand inside. Quite a few landed on the ground. The expression changed slightly. So heavy on the bogeyman. That's a lot of dead people at the door. Their gazes all fell on Bailey Junxian. I can't believe I can't see through it. Could it be that the old monster was reincarnated and reincarnated? Or maybe reside in the face? Bailey Junxian suppressed the panic within him, telling himself that he was invincible in the Bailey family. Don't be afraid of anything. Xu Xinghe did not continue to focus on the situation here. Master, not continuing to deal with that guy? It's not like the owner's style either. Doesn't it always count when the master catches one and gets him killed? Why are you indifferent now? What do you think will happen to the Bailey family when those forces arrive? Tenchi brooded a bit. There are powerful prohibitions there. Plus that young man is so mysterious that he was able to fend off Tian-san back in the first place. So there might be other ways to make those people not dare to act rashly. To be so young and have such means. Either one has a strong family background, a deep source of blessings, or is an old monster rebuilding. Depends on what they think. Xu Xinghe took out his stick and picked at the fire in front of him. Tian-san is a bit hesitant. Master, you are at least a saint, and the supreme subordinate. Why does it always feel so out of tune? Keep doing things that lower your pussy. It's time to say no. The master grilled the fish and it was so flavorful. Needles don't poke. Xu Xinghe put down his stick. I know you're in a hurry, but please hold off. The two men looked at Xu Xinghe. I wonder what the master is up to. Have you heard the saying? When the water is clear, there are no fish. The two men changed color. Is the master fishing? Xu Xinghe lowered his head and grilled fish. When Ruwashue was able to use the Sons of Qi to hit the nest, why can't he reverse the nesting with a chakra child? Using a big layout to cover up a really small thing. Seems like too much of a waste. Maybe it will make a difference. At this time, Tian-san took out a voice transmission jade. Master, Miss Shonli came over for a visit and left. The corners of Xu Xinghe's mouth rose. She's still so smart. The two men were confused. Zhongli Qingmeng is a heaven-swallowing demon body. Do you think that guy can tell? Chu Xingha asked a rhetorical question. Tian-san froze. Why did the master reveal now that Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body? What exactly is to be planned? Miss Zhongli is a heaven-swallowing demon body, but he has no proof. How did he find out? Plus whoever wants the Taishu heavenly realm to be in chaos right now is Wenruoshui. Then, that Bailey Junxian only has two paths, the first being suspected of being in league with the heaven-swallowing demon body. There's another one, holding this secret and working with MS Zhongli, then he'll be able to walk out on his own accord and stop worrying about threats. But he doesn't know that the person who counted on him is in league with Miss Zhongli. I'm afraid that when he comes out, it will be his death. Chu Xingha nodded. Tianyi took a deep breath. This matter also involves the heavenly family. Tenchi suddenly thought of something. Today, Miss Zhongli had a verbal altercation with the heavenly family and turned away. If that person says that Miss Zhongli is a heaven-swallowing demon body, it's a no-brainer. Those people will suspect that the Bailey family, the heaven-swallowing demon body, and the heavenly family have joined forces to deliberately set up a trap. At this time of the year the dragons, Linglong Pavilion realized that they were being tricked. Miss Zhongli's anger has come together to unite with the Dragon Clan to overthrow the heavenly family. Plus there's the forces that have been following the Zhongli family for some time now. And now there's another Tantai clan. Even the heavenly family can't afford to do anything about it. Chapter 171, The Son of Luck panics. Another surprise comes. When Chu Xingha heard the two people's analysis, he just smiled and didn't open his mouth. He's counting on more than that. These are all plans to kill two birds with one stone that can be seen in plain sight. He said it, covering up a very small thing with a much bigger thing. Now that very small thing has not been exposed. As for what the centurions are negotiating, it doesn't matter at all. Chu Xingha had the means to change at any time. The Bailey family. Bailey Junxian looked at the people present. Every single person here is the most powerful. All of them were people of honor in the Taishu heavenly realm. Self-strength, background strength cannot be underestimated. But what alarmed him even more was this. Today he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body. It was rumored that Wenruoshui was a heaven-swallowing demon body. Why is it now turning into Zhongli Qingmeng? He considers whether to say it or not. If we use this to threaten Zhongli Qingmeng, the Zhongli family will definitely find a way to get him killed. Being targeted by Zhongli is no small matter. If he said it now, what evidence would he use to prove that Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body? It was a little hard on his mind. It even feels tricky. The little bit of confidence in his heart gradually disappeared. Retrieve your mind. Let's dispel the hostility of these people for now. Follow the original plan. Eyes fell on him for a stressful moment. All of you are here for the matter of the dragon bone, aren't you? The crowd did not speak. Talking crap. The importance of the dragon bone must be important to all of you. The dragon elder frowned. Cut the crap and get to the point. Opening and closing my mouth with a dragon bone makes me look incompetent as a dragon. So I can't even find the corpses of my own race. What a slap in the face to my dragons. It's not over yet. I'll kill you if you keep yakking. Bailey Junxian also thought of something and looked a little embarrassed. A few days ago, the 100,000 mountains were calm. Only for a supreme powerhouse to appear to overthrow our Bailey clan. After I fended them back, another young male came to my door, calling himself the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Clan's Grand Elder's eyes narrowed. Call yourself the Palace of Heaven? Bailey Junxian nodded. After coming over, he brought two supreme beings with him and said he wanted to make friends with me. But I didn't agree. One of the supreme powerhouses made a move to overthrow the 100,000 mountains and took the true dragon bone away. The Dragon Elder looked at Bailey Junxian. How did you find the dragon bones? Elder, this is my secret. I can't tell anyone else. The third elder of the dragon clan snorted. To put it simply, you found the dragon bone, and others found it as well, only to want to snatch it away. You couldn't snatch it away from the others and were unwilling to do so, so you spread the news. You know that our dragon clan will definitely look for it, and the celestial clan will step in as well, don't you? Bailey Junxian was surprised in his heart. This old guy is so quick to say what he's up to. Good, I do. What these people also did not think about was that Bailey Junxian would directly admit it. How dare you? Bailey Junxian mobilized the heaven and earth momentum given by the system. It directly resisted back the Dragon Clan Third Elder's pressure, and even vaguely wanted to suppress the Dragon Clan Third Elder. This revealed horror in the hearts of those present. Many people suddenly thought that Zhongli Qingmeng would leave. Could it be that you know something? The Third Elder of the Dragon race set off shocking waves in his heart. The aura became more severe. But Bailey Junxian's aura was always a shade stronger than his. It made him a little unsettled in his mind. Only, it's also just not lighthearted, which is kind of funny. Trying to stir up chaos? Or maybe there are other schemes, to deliberately drag his dragon race into the water. Who would dare do that? The third elder of the dragon clan withdrew his aura. No more words. The grand elder of the celestial race, with his eyes on the nose, and his nose on the heart. Linglong Pavilion's pavilion master didn't say anything either. This guy did him a big favor by exposing his aura instead. Look at the people who are suddenly all silent, and no further inquiries. Bailey Junxian was a bit flustered. Why is that? Why don't you ask? Something's not right. Everyone, my Linglong Pavilion still has things to do, so I'll leave first. The Linglong Pavilion master was the first to leave. If a daughter dies, she dies. I have a mess to take care of in my heavenly home, so I'll leave first. None of the three elders of the dragon clan opened their mouths. Standing up, he headed outside. There was a common thought in the mind at this point. There was something wrong with this Bailey Junxian. It couldn't have been a strong remodeling. Strong people can't be so, because a true dragon bone has brought them together here, and then also overwhelmed them with gas. With such strength, why stir up the chaos? Still care so much about the true dragon bone? These behaviors are like jokes. Plus the death of Mississippi Linglong Court. Self-righteousness. It must have been commissioned. Don't let them investigate. Otherwise, you must die. The pawn in front of you. Let's leave it here. Watch the people leave. Bailey Junxian froze in place. Well, it's not what he thought it would be. It was like these people were suddenly not interested in the true dragon bone. Why is that? Murphy did something wrong. He sat down. In his hand, he took out a voice transmission jade. Wanted to send a message to Linglong Yunyu, but I don't know what to inquire about. What are these powerful people thinking? A real keel. Ha, don't the dragons want it? Don't even care? And why didn't Linglong Yunyu come along? Murphy, only with that one move. But you can't go out now. How to get in touch with the Zhonglei family? Maybe there are more people watching him now. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. And there's nothing I can do about it. Chu Xinghe received the news that the crowd had left. Indifferent. It was as if it had been expected. The son of luck is just like a pretender. Knowing his invincible presence in the Bailey family, Chu Xinghe had expected it. Lure the clans over. What would the sons of the air do? The three forces left calmly. Then it's time for the fish to take the bait. When Ruoxue, who was laying out the groundwork for what was to come next in Xianzhou, look at the message in your hand. Interesting. It actually managed to draw out the Dragon Clan, the Celestial Clan, and the Linglong Pavilion. The three forces left, and the Bailey family was safe and sound. That's kind of funny. Rather, it's the first time I've seen your plans fall through. Warm as water disappeared. Appearing again, he had already arrived in the Yuzhou Yuanzhou, above the Bailey family. After taking a look at it, he kept pinching in his hands. Deduction doesn't work. That's funny. Bailey Junxian, who was still in deep thought. Host, someone is nudging you. Bailey Junxian resorted to the system, seeing the figure hidden in the void. After seeing Wen Ruoxue's name, vibrating instantly. How can anyone be so unlucky all the time? Wen Ruoxue was not a heaven-swallowing demon body. Zhongli Qingmeng is the one. What's more, Zhongli Qingmeng had also brought people to overthrow the power created by Wen Ruoxue. If only he could help Wen Ruoxue prove her innocence. Think about it. Bailey Junxian opened the door. It's a bit inappropriate to deduce the trail when your guest has just arrived, isn't it? Wen Ruoxue's eyes narrowed. Out of the void. You know me? Chapter 172, Fishing Plan Successful. Fish hooked. Bailey Junxian revealed a confident smile. Be calm this time. Can't be as impulsive as before. I also know that the Sacred Lord was wrongly accused, and I know the true heaven-swallowing demon body. The four words heaven-swallowing demon body came out. A flash of emotion appeared on Wen Ruoxue's calm face. No good. It's a trap. Thinking of this, Wen Ruoxue disappeared. Bailey Junxian was dumbfounded. What's the deal? Is he that scary? Is there anyone who doesn't want to prove their innocence now? Why the world was so strange to him? Bailey Junxian closed the door. System, what's going on? Host, I don't know. Bailey Junxian took a deep breath. Brainstorming begins. Chu Xinghe, who was still grilling fish with Tian Yi and Tian San, threw down the stick in his hand. Don't eat it, officer. Have people spread the word that Zhongli Qingmeng is a heaven-swallowing demon body. Hearing this, the fish in Tian Yi, Tian San's hand slipped. Wiping his mouth, he hastily asked his subordinates to spread the word. In just half an hour, the matter of Zhongli Qingmeng being a heaven-swallowing demon body became known to everyone in the Taishu heavenly realm. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the message in his hand. There was killing intent under the eyes of several old ancestors. Old ancestor, let the Zhengli clan's dark son push the envelope as well. Zhongli Cong Tian, Lai Lianshu looked at his daughter. Several old ancestors with white hair similarly looked at Zhongli Qingmeng. But the man did it? Old ancestor Zhongli had murderous intent under his eyes. Zhongli Qingmeng's lips rose. Not bad. It must be him. He did me a big favor this time. Ri Lanshu pondered for a moment. Not bad. It does do you a big favor. So that's how it is, using the true dragon bone to lure out so many forces to watch, exposing you as a heaven-swallowing demon body. How many people would believe that? Zhongli Qingmeng nodded. The Dragon Clan, the Celestial Family, and Linglong Pavilion will naturally prove it for me. Of course, we, the Zhengli clan, will have to make out some moves as well. Zhongli Qingmeng shook his neck. There was killing intent brewing in the bottom of his eyes. Several old ancestors combined the recent events. So it is. Hurriedly go down and make arrangements. Other side. The Dragon Clan, the Celestial Family, and Linglong Pavilion had always had people secretly keeping an eye on the Bailey family. After knowing that when Ruoshui had appeared, now it was revealed that Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body. That's a good calculation. There really was one Ruoshui's handiwork behind this. But the dragons now wondered if there wasn't also the handiwork of the Celestial Family in there as well. The Heavenly Family also expected this result. After all, Zhongli Qingmeng came and left. It's easy to draw attention to that. Things happen. The three forces learned that Zhongli Qingmeng had brought people to overthrow the forces that had rumored about her, showing up so bright and early. For a while, many gazes gathered on the Bailey family. This little family, it's quite capable. At this time, Bailey Junxian was lying at home. It always felt like something was wrong. You can't get any news with your eyes open. Contacted Linglong Yunyu and didn't reply. This made his heart grow anxious. No resources. Take what practice? How quickly strength increases. Not to mention the fact that things have never been resolved. How to solve the food and drink of the Bailey family. I didn't think something was wrong before, but now all of these things are pressing in together. It gave him a feeling of suffocation. On the other side, Xu Xinghe looked at the message in his hand. These messages were naturally given to him by Shi Jingfeng. Though searching for when Ruoshui had appeared in Xianzhou, Xu Xinghe's eyes narrowed. When Ruoshui found you. This fishing program is halfway there. Fish out where warm like water has appeared. Zhenju. Rather a familiar and unfamiliar place. Then Zhang Evening Yin's reincarnation should be in that place as well. These days did not appear. It should be in the Xianzhou whole moth. Tianyi looked at Xu Xinghe. Master, what's next? Xu Xinghe stretched his back. Isn't Zhongli Qingmeng overthrowing forces? Won't you guys take the opportunity to overthrow some forces? Otherwise where will the resources come from? Kill and burn gold belts. Develop which ones to grab fast. Xu Xinghe had just finished speaking. Master, we've already arranged it. Tian-San looked at each other and both laughed out loud. Let's just say it's bad luck to be targeted by them. Xu Xinghe gave a thumbs up when he heard that. Admirable. It's true that everyone has the same heart. The next step is to see if when Ruoshui will take the risk. If we wait any longer, she'll have enemies on all sides. The corners of Xu Xinghe's mouth rose. This son of Qi is really doing me a big favor. The son of luck is suspected of being an accomplice of the heaven-swallowing demon body and is being targeted by many forces. All forces that previously had a relationship of interest transfer are cut off. The son of luck's heavenly fate value drops by 200,000, and the master obtains a heavenly fate value of 20,000,000. Yo, there's still this good thing. Let's go. Next wait for that guy to actively seek death. Xu Xinghe's words fell. At this time, Long Yi came over to deliver the message. Master, someone from that Bailey family has come out to scout for news. When it tried to go back, we blocked it with a big formation. Xu Xinghe smiled. The plan came true. Good mood. Master, Xu Xinghe. Age, 20. Strength, early sage, 100 million. Physique, destiny void. Technique, void diffraction Taoist scripture. Martial arts, instantaneous movement. Heart demon guide, heaven intercepting finger. Heaven splitting hand. Heaven stepping. Weapons, demon refining pot. Purple gold gourd. East Emperor bell. Thousand illusions mask. Mount, 9 dragons chariot. Dragon 1 supreme midstage half ancestral dragon. Dragon 2 dragon 9 heavenly sacred perfection true dragon. Power, heavenly palace, for supreme beings. 12 heavenly saints. 36 great saints. 72 saints. Formation, 9 dragons refining heaven formation. Taboo growth formation. Palace, heavenly palace, self-contained formation. Unbreakable by paramount emperors. Can kill mid-supreme. Destiny value, 146133500. Backpack, sword of enlightenment. The mood is good, so let's break out and celebrate. 100 million heavenly fate values disappeared into thin air. The strength had changed from early saint stage to mid-stage. An aura returned to calm. Looking at the heavenly fate value needed for the next breakthrough, Xu Xinghe inwardly cursed. $150 million. What's the difference between that and robbery? Master, this may not be illegal. Makes sense. Don't say it. By the time Xu Xinghe arrived, look at the person in front of you. It was none other than the Bailey family. Xu Xinghe remembered. The first time we met, there was still murderous intent towards them. Xu Xinghe used the heart demon guy to control him. Cut him loose. System, Can that system of the Son of Chi be seen? I can't. The Son of Chi's heavenly destiny value has dropped, and there has been a hint of a loophole. Chu Xinghe was relieved by this. The next thing that needs to be done is to create panic. Chu Xinghe was over here trying to figure out how to deal with the Son of Chi. Zhongli Qingmeng used this opportunity to get rid of the forces that were hostile to the Zhongli family. As for warm as water, came back unsettled. In the palace, bang! The teacup was thrown on the floor by her. The shards reflected back to her. Take a deep breath and calm down. Back to his bland, calm demeanor again. Chapter 173, Chu Xinghe. You've exhausted my patience. With such a large layout, it was a deliberate attempt to lure me into appearing. Curiosity kills. She just wanted to see what kind of person could make Chu Xinghe feel tricky. Who knew to deliberately lure her in? As soon as she shows up, the crowd would think it was all her doing. The Linglong Pavilion, the Celestial Family, and the Dragon Clan would all be onto her. Chu Xinghe, you're so generous. What's the point of even letting me show up? If it wasn't for those old guys who've been watching us lately, where it would be such a hassle. Can't continue to sit on the sidelines. It's going to be proactive. Chu Xinghe, you've exhausted my patience. The ruins of the 100,000 mountains, the Bailey family. The scouts came back with the news. Numerous people from the Bailey family gathered around. Patriarch, it's bad. Now the outside world is rumoring that you are an accomplice of the heaven-swallowing demon body. When these words came out, the entire Bailey family was silent. If this was taken as an accomplice of the heaven-swallowing demon body, there would still be good days for their Bailey family. Even if the matriarch was powerful and had the means, it was impossible to resist so many powerful people, right? Their gazes simultaneously looked towards Bailey Junxian. Patriarch, what to do? Bailey Junxian took a deep breath, feeling a little dizzy. Why was it happening differently than he had expected? Who the hell is that Tengu? Why such a tactic? Any more news yet? Bailey Junxian could only learn as much as he could. Matriarch, I've only just inquired about this one and rushed back when I realized I was being watched. Bailey Junxian was speechless. I risked so much to get you out. That's all you've inquired about. Let's all be quiet for a moment and let me think carefully about how to respond. Bailey Junxian turned to leave. This single piece of news of becoming an accomplice of the heaven-swallowing demon body was already enough for him to digest. Why it was happening, he was going to have to run through it. We can't do anything rash now that the clues are unknown. Just as Bailey Junxian went back to thinking about what to do next, the prying eyes stayed the footsteps of the Bailey family. Everyone, now that it has come to a time of life and death for our Bailey clan, we can't let the patriarch be left alone to make things difficult. The matriarch's dedication these days is obvious to everyone, and now that the 100,000 mountains have disappeared, there are no more resources to utilize here. Now that it's been rumored that we're related to the heaven-swallowing demon body, others won't care about the life and death of our Bailey clan, and if we don't make a move, our Bailey clan will be heading for extinction. Quite a few people nodded. Now that the 100,000 mountains have disappeared, why doesn't the matriarch let us move and leave this place? Now that we're the only clan in the entire ruin, and we're still so conspicuous, I don't know what the patriarch thinks. The snooper hears this and chortles. Shut up. The patriarch naturally has his ideas. Only quite a few people from the Bailey family reacted. That's right. Why don't you leave and stay in this place, waiting for people to come to your door? Wouldn't it be better to leave now? Find a secluded place and redevelop? Right. Now that the aura can't be absorbed, and there are no cultivation resources, and we're still being watched everywhere, why don't we find a new place? A powerful aura of the prior suppressed the past. All of you shut up. And don't forget that it's all because of the matriarch that you've achieved success in your cultivation. The matriarch has gone back to figure out what to do, pending the matriarch's orders. The prying eyes know that things are pretty much the same. Turn around and leave. It was estimated that there should be quite a few people from the Bailey family who would want to leave. It wasn't time for him to do anything yet. He was loyal to the patriarch. The Bailey family's every move was under Bailey Junxian's surveillance. It was a scene he had expected. Taking out his jade pendant, he wanted to deliver a message, but Linglong Yunyu never returned the message. Lingerie Court looked as if it didn't treat him well. Obviously the heaven-swallowing demon body was Zhongli Qingmeng. Why did he say it was when Ruo Shui appeared? Why not prove innocence? Instead, when he heard him say heaven-swallowing demon body, he hurried away. The faces have changed. Could it be that everything was planned by Zhongli Qingmeng? Yes, it can only be her. Could that heavenly palace be someone from the Zhengli family as well? But why were they targeting their Bailey family? Murphy was eyeing Linglong Pavilion. The heaven-swallowing demon body required massive amounts of resources to grow. Lingerie Court fits the bill. So for him to cooperate with Linglong Pavilion was to run into the knife's edge. Linglong Yunyu doesn't reply to messages. Something happened to Murphy. The more Bailey Junxian thought about it, the more confused he felt. Just who was playing this game? The whole thing makes it hard for him to move an inch now. Or was it that the true dragon bones inside the 100,000 mountains had already been targeted before? They, the Bailey family, happened to be stupid enough to move here. Bailey Junxian was despondent in his heart. From what other place could the Bailey family find life? Revealing that Zhongli Qingmang was a heaven-swallowing demon would not have a chance of survival. It seems like the Tian family is also at odds with the Zhengli family. I don't know if I can utilize it, but if you go out, your life is in danger. If you don't go out, someone will come to trouble the Bailey family when the time comes. By then, more and more people would have their eyes on their Bailey family. Sooner or later, hearts will fall apart. That time was even more deadly for him. Could it really be a gamble? Retrieve your mind. He could hear quite a few murmurs from the Bailey family. The clan chief is able to fend off supreme powerhouses, so why doesn't he go out and bring us back resources? I don't know. With so many powerful people coming and the matriarch still able to talk and laugh, there shouldn't be a lack of resources. Then what does the patriarch mean by this? Having resources and not showing them? Teasing us? Why don't we go out and look for resources ourselves? There are still wives and children inside the house. The children can't cultivate yet. They always need to eat and drink. If this goes on they will all starve to death. Bailey Junxian was despondent in his heart. Immediately afterward his eyes flashed with determination. Wait until nightfall. Bailey Junxian summoned a few Bailey clan powerhouses. Now I need you all to take care of one thing. After leaving the Bailey family, each of you should not contact each other. Find a place to land and spy on all kinds of news. Contact me individually when the time comes. The Bailey clan can't leave this place yet, or they will be in great trouble. A few people nodded. Bailey Junxian could only arrange it this way for the time being. Who would have thought that it would be bankrupt before it was even developed? This whole pulling down your pants and finding out you've become a eunuch thing is so hard. Bailey Junxian was also praying. Something better not happen. It wasn't long until they were out the door. Received a message from the transmission Jade. Matriarch, it's safe for now. Hearing these words, Bailey Junxian's demeanor gradually relaxed. But there was always a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that those people have gone to find trouble with Wenruoshui? He suddenly felt something foggy unraveling. Could it be that others had mistakenly thought that he was being used as a pawn by Wenruoshui? If that was the case, perhaps their Bailey family could escape. Just as he was celebrating, outside, Chu Xinghe looked at the people of the Bailey family in front of him. The corners of his mouth turned up. Chapter 174, a wonderful program. Raise your head and look at the moon. Just know that this son of Qi can't sit still. But that son of Qi wasn't stupid. He actually left behind the person who was poking around and under his control earlier. It looks like anyone likes a loyalist. But it's better this way. Just in time for a layout. After a few people were controlled, waiting for Chu Xinghe's arrangement. Wait for dawn. It was only then that Chu Xinghe asked them to send a message to Bailey Junxian. Matriarch, right now, everyone outside is searching for Wenruoshui's trail, and no one is watching us. After Bailey Junxian received the message, there was no rush to act. Instead, they waited until after the second person, the third person, had passed the word. That's reassuring. He was going to go to Linglong Pavilion to look for Linglong Yunyu. Let's see what's going on. When you come out, arrange for someone he trusts. This man defends him at every turn. Someone who looks out for him. He also nurtured it. And, of course, the same guy who just started going out and poking around. Only being controlled by Chu Xinghe. He didn't realize it. I'm going out to run an errand and I'll be back as soon as I can. You keep watch over the clan. The man snapped to his knees. Patriarch, don't worry. I will definitely guard the Bailey family. If the Bailey family has the slightest thing happen, you take my head and ask for the crime. Bailey Junxian patted this person's shoulder. This thing can control the family grand formation, so don't have any problems. Bailey Junxian disappeared after handing it over to him. The people who were controlled watched as Bailey Junxian left, back to the drill hall. Start commanding the people of the family to cultivate. Even without aura, you can still beat up your body. All of you practice for me. Whoever doesn't exercise, expelled from the Bailey family. Now that the Bailey clan is at a time of life and death, I will kill anyone who dares to drag their feet. The people of the Bailey family lazily moved when they heard this. Without resources, where is the motivation to cultivate? Not to mention now being crowned as a heaven-swallowing demon body accomplice. The heart that was hanging in the air was finally dead. Can't even get enough to eat? Exercise my ass, and I don't know what the matriarch is considering. That's right, might as well save some energy for death. Snap, two strong winds appeared. The two men screamed and flew backwards. I will kill anyone who speaks ill of the matriarch. Don't forget that all of your current strengths were made possible by the matriarch's painstaking efforts to help you improve. And smashing your bowls after eating is better than waiting until you regret it in the future. So it's better to kill you now. The two men who had spoken earlier lay on the ground, covering their mouths and lowering their heads, not daring to continue speaking. The others bowed their heads as well. What the are you all looking at the floor for? There's writing on the floor. exercise, get moving. After saying that, he also walked down, where the people of the Bailey family had exercised incorrectly, but also went down to guide them. Seeing this scene, Bailey Junxian, who was hiding in the dark, was relieved. It's kind of a test for the guy. Rather, I hadn't expected to be so loyal to him. You can spend a little more resources on him in the future. With this guy around, the Bailey family is safe for now. Thinking of this, Bailey Junxian disappeared. Time is running out and there is no time to lose. Wait until those people come back to their senses. It was the death of his Bailey family. Just wait until he leaves. The eyes of this man he trusted flickered for a moment. About half an hour had passed. Everyone take a break. This is the spirit water I boiled with the little bit of spirit medicine I have left over. Everyone drink it. Please believe in the matriarch. He will lead us to kill us. I hear it's spiritual water. Many of the Bailey family's eyes lit up. One by one, they're going to go up. What for? Get in line. The departing Bailey Junxian saw the scene through the mirror image. Take a deep breath. This guy. It turns out there really are such loyal people. This time it was a complete relief. One who has been entrusted with a heavy burden by the son of Qi. After seeing this scene, come on, everyone, watch this. I'm going to loosen things up for you. The crowd gathered around. I'll perform one for you. Raise your head and look at the moon. When he finished, he took his head off. Blood spurted out. The Bailey family's people, their pupils dilated, looked at this scene in shock. Inside straight. What a realistic program. Oh, I didn't think that the elders still had this. Yes, this blood is as good as the real thing. Being able to take off one's head, even if one doesn't cultivate. With this blindfold, one can still get along. I want the elders to teach me the craft. It's being talked about. Quite a few people take a sniff. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's not right. It seems like real blood. Cam, really take your head off. See the body on the ground. The blood is still flowing. A number of people rushed to get closer. Many people suddenly froze in place. Pupil dilation. Poof, poof. One body after another fell. Chu Xinghe, who was not far away from the Bailey family. There was a constant system beep in his head. Thousands of deaths in the Bailey family. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi drops by 100,000, and the master gains 10 million heavenly fate values. 1,568 people of the Bailey family died. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi dropped by 300,000, and the master gained 30 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xinghe knew that the people of the Bailey family had died out. Chu Xinghe's mind fluctuated. Those few people he controlled died out. These were all powerful cultivators of the Bailey family. 6 members of the Bailey family died, and the heavenly fate value of the son of Qi dropped by 50,000, and the master gained 5 million heavenly fate values. Master, the son of Luck's heavenly fate value has been depleted too much, so I can pry open that absolute realm of his. The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. You get it open first and surprise him. Good master. The system does things. Chu Xinghe is assured. Bailey Junxian, who had just entered the city at the moment, listened to the voices of discussion around him. Feeling numb in the scalp, Goddess Yonli has already begun slaughtering the forces that questioned her being a heaven-swallowing demon body. I heard about it too. It's really chaotic. I heard that hundreds of forces were destroyed in a day, and many holy places suffered destruction strikes. Linglong Pavilion's Linglong Yunyu also died, and now our Linglong Pavilion in the Yuan continent has been disbanded. Ugh, it's a shame. I could have gotten some great stuff there before. Bailey Junxian subconsciously rolled his throat a bit. From a distance, that iconic lingerie court has been reduced to rubble. It all makes sense. Someone really used him for layouts. Thinking of this, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Nothing is going to happen to the Bailey family. If this goes wrong, his strength will seriously decline. Thinking of this, hastily take out the mirror image. The host can't detect it. It's too far away. Hear the system beep. Bailey Junxian hurried back. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Hurriedly, he sent a message to those few who had been sent out to spy. It's like a stone sinking into the sea without any movement. Suffered. The son of Qi quickly ran back. The sight of the Bailey family gate. The worry in his heart pressed down. Chapter 175, the son of fortune ascending to heaven, not even knowing who killed him. Fast forward. Push the door open and close it in one fell swoop. Turning toward the drill hall, he looked up. Pupils constricted. System, what's going on? The clansmen are dead. Why weren't they notified? What can I do if I'm too far away? Besides, as I said before, you're invincible in this field. Your cultivation relies solely on the strength of the people of your family, and now that all of your clan members are dead, your strength is lowered to the void god realm. The system advises the host to quickly marry and have children, or pull others to become your Bailey family. Bailey Junxian did not hear clearly what the system said afterward. Looking at the person who appeared in front of him, anger in the heart. The man sat in the doorway of the great hall, with two familiar men standing beside him. It was the previous heavenly palace. Why? Using the true dragon bone, plotting against the dragon race, the celestial race, killing Linglong Pavilion's Linglong Yinyu, and planting the evidence against one Ruoshui. All of them were done by you, weren't they? You are Zhongli Qingmeng's person. Zhongli Qingmeng is the heaven-swallowing demon body. Xu Xinghe sat on the chair, one hand lazily propped up his face, the other hand fanned absently. I can't understand a word you're saying. I told you before to be friends with me and you didn't agree. I'm a man who has a knack for being a friend, and if you don't agree to be my friend, then I'll just have to do you in. Bailey Junxian had killing intent brewing in the bottom of his eyes, and his body did not dare to move forward. This guy must not know that in this house he has the field of invincibility. Wait until you know what he's going to do in the end and use the invincibility field to kill him. Do you believe it or not? As long as I die, the Taishu heavenly realm will spread the word that Zhongli Qingmeng is the true heaven-swallowing demon body. Xu Xinghe smiled. This son of luck's heavenly fate value had dropped so much that he had begun to speak nonsense. Isn't it all set outside now that Zhongli Qingmeng is a heaven-swallowing demon body, exterminating hundreds of forces in a day? Tian San held back his laughter. They're not the only ones muddying the waters in the shadows. There are other forces muddying the waters. It's like everything is already starting to get messed up. Bailey Junxian was dumbfounded. Almost forgot about that. And what is your purpose? Let the Taishu heavenly realm be in chaos? Xu Xinghe stood up. You're a little full of crap. There were only a small few purposes behind Xu Xinghe's utilization of this son of Qi. The first one, draws more forces down. It's a mess now. The second one was to let it be rumored that Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body. Plugging is better than combing. The more the heaven-swallowing demon body couldn't be exposed, the more scrupulous people became. Hear it so much. Numb it, you don't particularly care. Of course, by the time they cared, it was too late by that time. The third purpose is to draw out one Ruoshui. It was supposed to bring the dragons down. Who knew that his random fake name would bring a different effect? Even the heavenly family has been pulled down. Right now, the heavenly family and Zhongli Qingmeng still had a grudge. Now Zhongli Qingmeng has finished building momentum. As long as that girl wasn't stupid, she knew to unite with the dragon clan against one Ruoshui. As for how the heavenly family would do it, it would depend on what kind of effect Zhongli Qing dreamed of. All of this is also a prelude to one of his plans for later. He also took this opportunity to expose one Ruoshui's trail, allowing her to strike early. The fourth purpose was only to kill this son of Qi. To Xu Xinghe, this son of Qi could only be ranked last. Just an important pawn, that's all. Xu Xinghe looked at the son of Qi, vaguely visible somewhere in his future chances. Obviously the destiny void body had been cultivated to a certain level of fire. Just because you see less doesn't mean you don't. Xu Xinghe secretly noted it down. Then he sent a message to Tian Air, Tian Si and the others. Looking at Tengu, who stood silent, Bailey Junxian took a deep breath. I know I'm going to die. Can you tell me your name? At least let me have it in mind when I report to Hades. Xu Xinghe swished open his fan. You're smart enough to know what's going to happen to you. Remember, who was the man who killed you? This young man is. Bailey Junxian also became excited. The moment I know your name, I'll kill you myself. Find another place. Sooner or later, it will destroy your family. This young master is your father. Bailey Junxian looked unsightly. Looking for death. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have two supreme beings? Bailey Junxian's pupils contracted. He was already in the invincible domain that the system had given him, so why couldn't he suppress Xu Xinghe? The field of invincibility was now huffing and running like a balloon showing a hole. The invincible domain is broken. The heavenly fate value of the son of Qi drops by 400,000, and the master gains 40 million heavenly fate values. The chance of the son of Qi is seized by the master's subordinate. The value of the son of Qi's heavenly destiny drops by 300,000, and the master gains 30 million heavenly destiny values. Hey. I'm going to have some fun with his system. So many holes, waiting for me to hack in. Xu Xinghe was speechless. This system cutie, started to make a demon again. But compared to other systems, my own system is a lot cuter. Sorry, your invincible field is broken. The son of Qi hears the field of invincibility. Panic showed on his face. You? Who the hell are you? Xu Xinghe had disappeared in an instant and grabbed the son of Qi by the throat. I've already told you that I'm your father and have to ask. Bailey Junxian's pupils contracted. Quick, it's just too fast. Make it unseen fast. Ha, still trying to save your host. Do you understand what you're saving? Come here, don't be afraid. I won't hit you. Look at you now. You have holes everywhere. Why are you so pathetic? I'll take you down. Blah blah blah, I'll patch you up. I'm talking to you and I don't hear you. Come here. Asterisk stuff. Disobey. Abolish you. Chu Xingha's mouth twitched as he listened to the system explode. Bailey Junxian listened to the system that could only transmit the sound of electricity. Can't talk. The mind is horrified. Like something came to mind. Wide-eyed, he looked at Chu Xingha. The Sons of Qi system is dismantled. The heavenly fate value drops by 1 million. And the master gains 20 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xingha moved his finger. There was a click. The Son of Luck dies. The heavenly fate value is zeroed out. And the master gains 30 million heavenly fate values. Chu Xingha sighed when he heard it. It wasn't as fun as the last son of Qi who took a wife. Rather, it also helped him a great deal. It was at the moment when Chu Xingha was disappointed. Electricity sounds in his head. System cutie, are you okay? Hiccup, alright, hiccup. Chu Xingha, hey, catch a good one. When Chu Xingha heard this, his heart was a bit expectant. I wonder what's in store again. Ha, broken thing, such a system. Just grabbed over 100 million heavenly destiny value, to send off the beggar. Looking forward to this for nothing. Reward the master with 200 million heavenly destiny values. Chu Xingha froze after hearing this. Catch 100 million. Reward 200 million. Isn't that 300 million? It's better than nothing. Master, when did you lose your class so much? Chapter 176. I hope we meet at the top. Hearing the system's questioning voice, Chu Xingha was stunned. The last one we caught out was the good one, but it's a bit of a shame that this guy's newbie package was opened. Master, are you satisfied with this little thing? I can't help it if I'm not satisfied, but you've done your best, so maybe I'm blessedly unlucky. Chu Xingha sighed. Master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything about you. I'm the one who is not capable of catching anything good. Kiss the master. Master, don't be angry. The corners of Chu Xingha's mouth rose. By the way, master, I have another surprise for you. Chu Xingha looked forward in his heart. The system says there's a surprise. It must not be small. Master, you look at me. When Chu Xingha heard that, he looked toward his mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chu Xingha suddenly exclaimed. Even Tian-san was startled. What's wrong, master? The two people looked at Chu Xingha worriedly. Chu Xingha shook his head. Look onward toward the mind. A pair of straight, slim, rounded legs appeared, standing with legs folded at this point. Nails are a light soft pink color. Look upwards. Nothing. Only one leg. Hey, big disappointment. What did you expect? Old colorful lot? Speak, master. Right now, people can only reveal so much, and slowly they will be able to metamorphose. Master, do you like it? Love it. It's just a little scary. I'm sorry. I'm the one who's too stupid to take form and appear by my master's side yet. Scaring him. Don't. You've always done your best to assist me. It's me who should thank you. It's just that I was so looking forward to seeing what you look like that I was in a hurry. I'm sorry. Ooh-hoo. Master, you're so nice. Don't worry. I'll grow up and love my master as well. After coaxing the system, Chu Xingha returned to his senses. Come on. It's time to leave. After Chu Xingha finished speaking, a faint demonic aura appeared on his body. Boom. The entire Bailey family disappeared. Chu Xingha disappeared with Tian-yi and Tian-san. Leave and open the system interface. Master, Chu Xingha. Age, 20. Strength, Sage Perfection, 500 million. Physique, Destiny Void. Technique, Void Diffraction Taoist Scripture. Martial Arts, Instantaneous Movement. Heart Demon Guide, Heaven Intercepting Finger. Heaven Splitting Hand. Heaven Stepping. Weapons, Demon Refining Pot. Purple Gold Gourd. East Emperor Bell. Thousand Illusions Mask. Mount, 9 Dragons Chariot. Dragon 1 Supreme Midrange Half Ancestral Dragon. Dragon 2 Dragon 9 Heavenly Sacred Perfection True Dragon. Power, Heavenly Palace, for Supreme Beings. 12 Heavenly Saints. 36 Great Saints. 72 Saints. Formation, 9 Dragons Refining Heaven Formation. Taboo Growth Formation. Palace, Heavenly Palace, Self-Contained Formation. Unbreakable by Paramount Emperors. Can kill Mid-Supreme. Destiny Value, 561333500. Backpack, Sword of Enlightenment. Looking at the 500 million worth of heavenly destiny, choose to add a breakthrough. Late Sage, 150 million heavenly fate values disappeared. Saints are consummated, and the 300 million heavenly destiny values disappear. Tian-san looked dumbfounded. Not bad for their master. Cultivation is as simple as drinking water. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to sage perfection. I guess it won't take long to break through to the great sage realm. I don't know how the master cultivated it. Master, there's still a month to go before your birthday, and there will be a nice gift for you then. A flash of warmth flashed through Chu Xingha's heart. It's nice to have someone to think about. Thank you, cutie. I'll give you a name. Good. What does the master want to call me? Let me think about it. Your lordships can comment on this. Let's see which name is good and I'll adopt it when the time comes. Oh. Ha, master. The Chitian sword seemed to move just now. Hearing this, Chu Xinghe summoned the heavenly sword of enlightenment. This was still taken from the hands of the son of Qi before. This is the sword god sect's divine sword of the sect. Chu Xinghe was a bit speechless as he watched the top flash a bright light and fall back into darkness. Brother, what are you trying to say? I don't understand. Could it be that the sword spirit has awakened? It's impossible. The sword spirit of this sword has long been broken. Master, could it be that the sword spirit is not broken, but still exists? Chu Xinghe felt that it was also possible. Still, it's safe to keep it in the system backpack. That way no one else can detect it. Chu Xinghe left and found Shi Dingfeng. Shi Dingfeng looked at Chu Xinghe, who had a calm expression. What's wrong with you? He felt that Chu Xinghe was not as calm as he seemed. What do you want to fight about when what you're plotting hasn't already been done? Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. I don't know if it was right or wrong to drag you into this. Shi Dingfeng poured Chu Xinghe a cup of tea. That's the wrong thing for you to say. I should be thanking you for this opportunity to be able to do something for you. Besides, haven't you already plotted the backroads? Chu Xinghe nodded. The backroads are plotted, but the warmth of the water is still a bit disconcerting. Hearing the worry in Chu Xinghe's tone, Shi Dingfeng thought for a moment. You're thinking about actually finding Jiang Evening Yin and how to place her, right? Chu Xinghe sipped his tea without continuing to speak. Shi Dingfeng didn't open his mouth either. There were some things that he, an outsider, couldn't very well make up his mind about. Now that Miss Zhongli should know that when Ruoshui has appeared in Xianzhou, the next step is to use Jiang Evening Yin to lure you out. So you're going to step in? Chu Xinghe glanced at the sky. The violent sunlight pierced Chu Xinghe subconsciously squinted his eyes. It's not good when the sun is so big and all the darkness fades. Shi Jingfeng's eyes suddenly narrowed. The rumor that Zhongli Qingmeng is a heaven-swallowing demon body is true. Shi Jingfeng used an affirmative tone. Chu Xinghe smiled without saying anything. Shi Jingfeng suddenly laughed. So, the sun is so big, there's nothing to hide. So what? Shi Jingfeng could already predict what Chu Xinghe was going to do. But such a thought is just crazy. It can even be dangerous. My master said that when plotting things, you should leave yourself a way out. So what is the way you left yourself? Shi Jingfeng looked at Chu Xinghe with a serious expression. Chu Xinghe turned his head. All roads are made, and roads left behind are not roads. Today I seek you out. Naturally, for one thing. Shi Dingfeng sighed. Say it. This guy knows how to change the subject. How's your celestial integration coming along? Shi Jingfeng directly entered the state of celestial unity. Chu Xinghe nodded when he saw it. Not bad. Shi Dingfeng grinned, finally hearing a compliment. You enter the state of celestial unity and leave the rest to me. Chu Xinghe finished walking behind Shi Dingfeng. One hand reached out and rested on Shi Jingfeng's shoulder. Sense carefully. Shi Dingfeng felt it. It was the power of the immortal and demon rules. You have the means to mold me into an immortal demon body. Why don't you? Shi Jingfeng suddenly spoke. You have your own path. I can let you help. I won't let you go my way. Wait until this is over and live for yourself for once. It's too tiring to always live for others. Let's cheer together. Hopefully I'll see you at the top. Bro. Chapter 177, Delegating the Death Penalty. As Chu Xinghe's words fell, his person had already disappeared. Shi Jingfeng felt the immortal demon power temporarily molded within his body. Including what was contained in the Dantian was also the power of immortal demons. It wasn't his real Dantian, just a fake one. Only even he himself couldn't tell the difference. Look at the table. The purple gold gourd, the East Emperor's bell, and a mask. Looking at these things in front of him, Shi Dingfeng laughed out loud. This guy has probably taken everything back. Those eyes hadn't retracted and looked like they were still inside when Rohu's hand. That previous holy lord was indeed a bit troublesome. It looked like this brother of his, too, didn't want to continue to test the waters with one Ruoshui. Shi Jingfeng could even predict it. Zhongli Qingmeng's madness after realizing that Chu Xinghe was him in disguise. There always needs to be some dark places in this world. Chu Xinghe left so quickly. It was because Heavenly Third subordinates had transmitted a message. From knowing that when Ruoshui had appeared in Xianzhou, Chu Xinghe's focus was then already on Xianzhou. Maybe Jiang Evening Yin had been reincarnated in that place. What became of it he did not know. The reincarnation god body may also reincarnate as an infant. It could also be an adult. These are hard to anticipate. The message Chu Xinghe got was, in Xianzhou, something strange happened in the Tianqian Holy Land. The Tianqian Holy Land was one of the big brothers of Xianzhou. The other two were the Cong Yuan Holy Land and a Truyang Holy Land. These three holy places control Xianzhou. It didn't occur to me that Tianshan was really a talent. It can penetrate so quickly. Even the Tianqian Holy Land can be infiltrated. After Chu Xinghe rushed to Xianzhou, Sky 3 appears. Master, are we going now? Chu Xinghe shook his head. At this time, I'm in the dark. It's time for a different person to handle this. Tianshan already understood what Chu Xinghe meant. Chu Xinghe had already sent a message to Tianyi. After a while, Shi Dingfeng appeared beside Chu Xinghe. He thought he could take it easy for 2 days. Just gave him the stuff, and this is dragging him to work. Started? Chu Xinghe nodded. Now Xianzhou will become the most dangerous place. Shi Dingfeng took a deep breath with determination in his eyes. I know how to do it. I deduced everything you gave me before over and over again, and I know the way to go about it. Chu Xinghe patted Shi Dingfeng's shoulder. Just at this time, Long Yi Long Jiao and the others appeared. Looking at the 9-dragon chariot, Shi Dingfeng had surprise in his eyes. These have metamorphosed into true dragons. No wonder the breath is so strong. Getting rid of Dragon 1. I'm afraid that those remaining 8 dragons would be able to ascend to the Supreme Realm in no time. What exactly did Chu Xinghe feed them? The next 9 of you follow his orders and keep him safe. Shi Dingfeng took out the 1,000 Illusions mask, turned into Chu Xinghe's appearance after wearing it. Add to this the blandness of mind of the Celestials. The entire person was no different from Chu Xinghe. This mask has a special effect that no one else can detect. Shi Dingfeng nodded. What happens next is up to you. Dragon 1, Dragon 9 and the others have been able to protect you. Chu Xinghe looked at Long Yi after arranging it. Begin to pass the word. Long Yi nodded with a grave expression after hearing this. I'll just leave. Since you analyze so many things about me, I'm sure this one, you know how to do it. Chu Xinghe left and headed to the Dark Fragrance House in Xianzhou. It's not big enough to stand up. At least it has been able to stand up. After Chu Xinghe came here, Sky 1, Sky 2, Sky 3, and Sky 4 all appeared. Now is the time to be dangerous. They have to protect the master. Master, can he do it? Chu Xinghe nodded. This guy still has talent in him. I could tell back in the Tianyan Holy Land. In the cultivation world, talent is important. And sometimes persistence is even more important. All of his previous experiences can be turned into nourishment for his growth. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. If there was no system, cultivation talent-wise, it really wasn't necessarily as high as that guy. But Chu Xinghe could predict that. This guy can come out a different way. The Zhonglei family. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the message in his hand. The above is a matter concerning the Tianxian Holy Land. After knowing Chu Xinghe's intentions last time, she secretly cooperated. It was discovered that when Ruoshui had appeared in Xianzhou. As for the ones who were chasing after when Ruoshui, it also appeared in Xianzhou. Without realizing it, Xianzhou was already so lively. At the beginning of the evening of Lai, Zhongli Songtian looked at the upturned corners of his own daughter's mouth. It felt more belabored than the two of them as a couple combined. It's full of bad ideas now. A few days ago, with the help of the overthrow, arranged for quite a few people from the Zhengli family to leave. Say a few words, conceal yourself and wait for the right moment. There were even arrangements for quite a few people to become scattered cultivators in various places. Devil cultivators. The bright side keeps overthrowing forces to attract enough attention, secretly letting the old man take a shot. Arranging means in quite a few forbidden places to hide the old ancestors of the Zhongli clan, posing as an ancestor of another power. A series of arrangements. Let them find out. Unconsciously, even though Zhongli Qingmeng exposed the heaven-swallowing demon body, there are also people from the Bell clan hidden in various places who can help at any time, especially when the couple knew. The Zhongli family's forbidden land was almost empty. The two men's scalps went numb. A few short days felt like centuries. Lai Lianchu thought of this and whacked Zhongli Cangtian. This guy just knows to nurture some of her talents, pulling her for some kind of duct cleaning. I don't know that my daughter is plotting so much without even realizing it. Looking at the two old men sitting beside Zhongli Qingmeng, the two men had respect in their eyes. Old ancestor, you guys are also accompanying this girl to fool around. The old man at the head of the group, with a pale face and eyes that were a bit cloudy, sat there in a drowsy manner. It's as if they're going to buckle the next moment. It's good to fool around. It's good to fool around. The other one did the same. Is it just because kids are messing around? Sometimes, we old guys have developed a fixed mindset that strength is united against any disaster. But sometimes it's wise to separate. Nui nui, for your unreliable parents. What do you think? Zhongli Qingmeng took a deep breath. This time Xianzhou will become a battleground. And there's a chance that when Rushui will doggedly reveal that I'm the true heaven-swallowing demon body. But by the time they were about to attack the Zhengli clan, they realized that the Zhengli clan had long since been emptied. They'll wonder where the bells are. Could it be hidden in their family? Has it climbed to the top? At that time, it was us, the Zhengli clan, in the dark and them in the light. It's okay for me to try to take action first. It's harder for them to try to take action. Even if they join forces and will find some of the Bell family, that's something that should be sacrificed. By exchanging the small for the big, with give and take, we, the Zhengli clan, will be able to put our lives on the line. Chapter 178, Traveling to Xianzhou. Hearing Zhongli Qingmeng's thoughts, the two old ancestors revealed a satisfied smile. When Zhongli Qingmeng first found them, he spoke out this idea. After some thought they agreed. Those old guys in the Forbidden Land had now been dispatched by the two of them. All will live or hide in their own way. It's an invisible deterrent. Enemies in the shadows are always much more frightening than enemies in the open. The fewer people remaining by then, the easier it would be for them Zhongli to retreat at any time. Even some of the soldiers of their Zhongli family's conquests, all have begun to disperse and hide in other dynasties, imperial dynasties. Let them slowly work their way up from the bottom soldiers. There will come a time when the words bells and whistles will appear. It will be the most dazzling surname in the Taishu heavenly realm. The great hermit is hidden in the city. The small hermit is hidden in the wild. Lai Lianshu looked at her daughter. And what do you need your untrustworthy father for? Zhongli Tsungtian. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the two men for a second. Can't use it for a while. Lai Lianshu. Zhongli Tsungtian. Xianzhou is in danger. I'm going to make a trip there too. Anything can happen to anyone but him. Zhongli Qingmeng stood up and walked towards the outside sidewalk. I've already joined forces with the Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Dao sect, notified the Tantai Clan, and the forces that previously followed me in overthrowing the Celestial Mechanic House, the Green Deer School, and Mount Sumeru to head to Xianzhou. Whoever dares to touch him dies. Zhongli Qingmeng glanced at the Haoyang outside. Finally I can see you again. This time you can't escape from me. It's still too dangerous outside. Just stay at home and keep me company. Zhongli Qingmeng murmured a sentence, the corners of her mouth rising. Lai Lianshu, Zhongli Tsungtian and the Great Hall looked at each other. Your daughter, don't you care? Is the heaven-swallowing demon body becoming too strong and twisting your mind a bit? Lai Lianshu pinches Zhongli Tsungtian. Zhongli Tsungtian swung his hands. That is also your daughter. This is too much. Want men become like this. Now the young. A day does not see like 3 autumns. I am with you every day, but also did not want you. The two old ancestors next to him looked at each other, disappeared into the great hall. Can't stand anything so meaty. If it wasn't family, give him a ceremonial. Long ago, after Zhongli Qingmeng arranged it, many forces traveled to Xianzhou, Zhenju, a hidden place. Master Tianji found Wen Ruoshui. Holy Lord, what next? Looking at Wen Ruoshui, who had a bland look on her face, he was a little anxious inside. There's always a feeling that something's not right with the situation. What exactly is this Holy Lord plotting? It's so hard to see through him. Have you done what I arranged for you? The Tianji Mansion master nodded his head. Just do it. You don't have to ask about the next thing. I've already made the arrangements. And then just wait quietly for things to ferment. When this is over, we can show up in front of people's eyes with honor, without having to be hunted down. The Tianji Mansion master raised his head. And what if things fail? When Ruoshui's eyes went cold, the Tianji Mansion master hurriedly lowered his head. The Holy Lord will not fail. When Ruoshui withdrew her eyes, if it fails, there's only one possibility. When Ruoshui didn't say the remaining words, this time it's ready for anything. So take your time and wait for those people to take the bait. The last time he plotted so much, he wanted to get information about me, to get my location, and these were meant to be wanted for him to know. I had to go along with it and satisfy him for once. The Tianji Mansion master carefully looked at Wen Ruoshui. Those old guys, who have been looking for us lately, will it affect our plans? The corners of Wen Ruoshui's mouth rose. Don't worry, the impact is not big. Play with them and take it seriously. Just do your thing. The Tianji Mansion master saluted and left. Watch his back as he leaves. When Ruoshui picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Xu Xingho, who will actually win this game? It's been so long and your tactics are still the same. You don't know how to change. Tianxian Holy Land. Meditation Peak. The heavenly Xian Holy Lord looked at the languid person reclining on the chair. There was nothing but helplessness in his eyes. Senior nephew Taixian, your master has already passed away in immortality, and you're the only disciple, so you have to branch out and not let people look down on you. This apprentice ceremony is about to begin. You must take on an apprentice or else all the other peak masters will have an opinion. Meditation Peak had your master before, and now that your master has died in an accident, you must carry on his legacy and carry Meditation Peak forward. The languid figure reclining in the chair squints a little to see where the sun is, rolling over to ignore the muttering figure. And a legacy. If his master had a legacy, wouldn't have taken him as a disciple. Not to mention he had his own plans. Who says he doesn't have disciples? It's just that it's still out in the field right now. This old man, he could whisper it in his ear 800 times a day. Looking at the Holy Lord who was going to continue to push Li Taixian rolled over. Sacred Lord Senior, I know what to do. I already have 2 disciples long ago. This time they will come over as well. Don't worry. No, 2 is too little. What's a young man lying around all the time? You must attend the apprentice ceremony 3 days from now. Li Taixian had a helpless look in his eyes. Never mind. Let's promise this old man for now. Otherwise you could really be mumbled at every day. Elder uncle, go back. I will attend. And if there is one that catches my eye, I will definitely take on a disciple. and I will carry the meditation peak forward. Hearing this, the heavenly Xian Holy Lord was relieved. Shitty is the only seedling, and he's still not fighting for his life. When the time comes, sneak in a few talented people under his tutelage. It's also a way of taking care of him. As for what Li Taixian said about already having an apprentice, he wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark. Just this master nephew. It's been lazy from the time I went up the mountain. Never practiced. For so many years, he just knew how to molest the pretty little senior sisters within the sect. Pawns don't do anything at all. Inappropriate people do a lot of things. Before, when senior brother was still around, those people didn't dare to have an opinion. Shidoshi died suddenly and didn't even know who killed him. The other peak masters then began to look for trouble with meditation peak. Li Taixian watched the Holy Lord leave, crush a jade pendant. 3 days later you will come to the Tianxian sacred land in the Xian prefecture to participate in the disciple acceptance ceremony. Just take this opportunity to test you two a bit. I'll be out there when the time comes, so don't recognize me yet, and give those old things some surprises. After the transmission is over, Li Taixian leisurely reclined on the bench. In his hand he held a bushel fan, which he gently fanned. Something was muttered inside his mouth. Why is this third disciple so hard to find? After the muttering was over, he rolled over and fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Tianxian Holy Land was completely bustling with activity. Chapter 179. Everything is ready. Even with so many big events happening in the Taishu Heavenly Realm, it still couldn't stop one from having to attend the grand ceremony of the Tianxian Holy Land. Tianxian Holy Land as the big brother of Xianzhou. This time the discipleship ceremony began. Even the Tsan Yuan Holy Land and the Trusun Holy Land sent people to congratulate them. As for whether the congratulations were sincere, or whether they had ulterior motives, this point of mind was known only to them. Earlier when they opened the disciple acceptance ceremony, the Tianxian Holy Land will also participate. When you come across a talented disciple, you will also dig in your face. The heavenly Xian Holy Land opened the apprentice ceremony as well. They also step in and dig. Even the three forces have formed a tacit agreement. It was only that they had fewer disciples poached from the Tianxian Holy Land. It was because the Tianxian Holy Land was a little stronger than them. There's nothing they can do to change that. Tianxian's elder came forward with a smile. Being in charge of the disciple acceptance ceremony was the happiest thing he had ever done. Seeing so many talented disciples joining the Tianxian Holy Land was like seeing what the Tianxian Holy Land would look like in the future when it could stand in the Taishu Heavenly Realm. I wonder when that wish will come true. I welcome all of you to the 10-yearly disciple acceptance ceremony of the Tianxian Holy Land. There are only 1,000 slots available for this grand ceremony opening. Hearing that there were only 1,000 places, many of the waiting people had surprised eyes. That's not right. Why are the numbers so low this time? Yes, the last Tianxian Holy Land's disciple acceptance ceremony enrolled 3,000 people. Why is there only 1,000 this time? Isn't it obvious? Now that the Taishu Heavenly Realm is becoming more and more chaotic, recruiting more talented disciples as much as possible, and using those resources on these 1,000 people, the strength can increase rapidly. This heaven-swallowing demon body is really abominable. Recruiting 1,000 people. There are more than 100,000 disciples who have come to participate in the examination this time, right? It can't be helped. Who wouldn't want to worship the Holy Land and cultivate? Some of the big clans are a little less powerful than the Holy Lands, and they also have to let their disciples come over to compete for these spots, so unless you have strong talent, you really don't stand a chance. Fish leaping over the Dragon Gate is just a legend. Yes, where is the class so easy to cross? One more person at the top position will have to give up some of the benefits, and who wants to give up the benefits? And just because the quota is only 1,000 doesn't mean they're really going to recruit all 1,000. They might only recruit 300. No strength, no excessive talent, can only be at ease cultivation. Towards the end of the day, over a day to tell a day, maybe one day those big brother fighting, a slap down. All of us go to Hades to report. Recruiting quota is only 1,000. Many disciples were apprehensive in their hearts. At 3,000, they had a little more certainty, but it's only 1,000, and the heart starts to get nervous. The Heavenly Xian Holy Land examination is divided into 3 levels. The first level, treading heavenly path, 999 treading heavenly steps in the back, 1 incense burner's time, over 333 steps can pass the test. Upon hearing this, the following murmured again. How is this different from 10 years ago, when 100 steps qualified before? It looks like these forces will still be affected by the emergence of chaos, and the aspect of accepting disciples has changed greatly. Let's just say it's up to you. Guess the back test will change too. However, those elders of the Tianxian Holy Land weren't idle either. In the dark, the old ancestor of the Tianxian Holy Land stared at the projection mirror. Things are a bit bad this year. Why does it feel like so many strangers have appeared with strong strength? Could it be that something big is going to happen in my Tianqian Holy Land? Several old ancestors looked at the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, nothing has happened recently, has it? The Heavenly Xian Holy Lord shook his head. The biggest thing is that when Ruoshui is a heaven-swallowing demon body, and the matter of trying to frame Zhong Li Qingmeng is making a lot of noise. But this thing happened in Yuzhou, it's just close to us, so it shouldn't affect us. And then there's the goddess of the Zhengli clan who brought quite a few people to overthrow those who wronged her. Within just a few days, thousands of forces were wiped out and blood was spilled. Hearing these words, many old ancestors snorted coldly. How could it all be done by the Zhongli family? I'm afraid some forces want to fish in troubled waters. There's even the handiwork of the heaven-swallowing demon body in here, using the Zhongli clan's affairs to secretly collect the origin. This matter has nothing to do with our Tianqian Holy Land. Even if we know about the heaven-swallowing demon body, we can't change anything. It's not even something we can meddle in. Old ancestor Tianqian said this on his lips, but his heart was still a bit beat up. How exactly did that senior brother of yours die? Old ancestor Tianqian suddenly spoke. He's much stronger than you. I don't believe that he died because he was looking for 2 herbs for his disciples. The Heavenly Xian Holy Lord took a deep breath. Senior brother's origin was plucked by someone. Senior brother's voice transmission before he died. He just said the word swallow. His tone was like he was very shocked, fearful, and scared, and by the time I went to look for it, I saw that senior brother's body had already been chewed up by the demonic beasts. The bottom of Tianqian Holy Lord's eyes carried killing intent when he thought of this. Where is that disciple of his? Old man Tianqian's heart sank. This time, I asked Tai Xian to take in a disciple. You guys should know senior brother. He wouldn't take in a disciple with no talent for no reason. Tai Xian said that he has disciples that will attend this grand ceremony. I just don't know which one. Let's wait and see. The flames of war shouldn't be able to burn our Tianqian Holy Land. Old ancestor Tianqian temporarily suppressed the fluctuations within his heart. Outside the grand ceremony had continued. With a stick of incense inserted, the disciples who participated in the examination hurriedly went to climb the heavenly ladder. A second's hesitation is one less chance. Audience. Sure, Jingfeng had already used the Thousand Illusions mask and changed into another appearance. Looking down at the people assessing below, the Heavenly Xian Holy Land's disciple acceptance ceremony was an event in Xianzhou. It's also the only place to move the pen from. And according to the news of the investigation, the Tianqian Holy Land also had 1 dead peak master and only 1 disciple. According to Chu Xingha's means of dealing with those people before, it was estimated that this one should be those special people that Chu Xingha had been killing. The eyes looked toward the high platform. On it sat a young man lazily. The model looked less than 30 years old. Looked like he's going to fall asleep at any moment. Apparently find such tests very boring. He knew that this person was Li Taixian. As for the rest of the information, he didn't know, but by the time it's over, it should be known what this person has around him, what forces converge around them. Originally, he had planned to deal with this Li Taixian directly. Thinking about it later, Chu Xingha had started with the people around these people. In case he changed his method, it might arouse the suspicion of others. As a hunter, the most important thing is patience. You can even fight the enemy. Li Taixian from above. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the 2 disciples below. One look at the leading 2 in the corner of his mouth traces an arc. Good strength, didn't let him down. However, his gaze was now on another figure. Chapter 180, the little girl holding half a bun. At this moment, below the heavenly ladder, there was a little girl with dirty clothes. Her hair was knotted and tied in 2 loose crochets, and she was holding half a white bun inside her hand. This look painted a completely different picture from the other disciples taking the test. Chronically malnourished, the little girl was very weak, wobbly on the stairs. It always feels like the next moment you're going to fall down. It's 200 floors if you stumble. An incense burner had already burned halfway through. The little girl lifted her head and whimpered her way up. The half bun inside his hand was held tightly. Big brother, are you here? I will find you. The little girl was only 4 or 5 years old and looked very young, but those behind the little girl were not calm. My hair, what the hell is this? Holding half a steamed bun and climbing to 200 floors? Could that bun have a special effect? Hearing the murmur, there was the man who was side by side with the little girl. It's being held on bitterly. Seeing the little girl, his eyes narrowed a bit, and he glanced at the bun again. Murphy has a special role. There were a few people close to the little girl. Reach out and grab it. Then push a little girl. Quite a few people saw it. Grass-fitting mother ****** her. Still have no conscience. Even robbing a little girl's things. Oh, so what if you robbed it? Don't serve come up in me? Don't talk in a grandiose way. Just now you guys also want to do it. Only you are 1 step behind her. You don't have a chance. The man who had just spoken out was stabbed in the heart and kept his head down. The person who grabbed the steamed bread looked at the steamed bread in his hand. It was just an ordinary steamed bread. Give it back to me, give it back to me. This is what I gave to Big Brother. Big Brother lost a lot of blood and was very weak. I could only ask for half a bun. Can you give it back to me? You can hit me. Can you give me back this half bun? The little girl didn't speak as clearly as she should have. Shay, what's so great about half a bun? The man who grabbed the bun snorted coldly. A stinking beggar deserves to be on the same pedestal as me. After saying that, he stomped the bun on the ground and crushed it twice. The white half of the bun turned into a pile of black mud. Want it? Go down and pick it up, said with a kick down. The little girl's eyes welled up with tears. Look at the buns rolling down. Without hesitation, he darted directly toward the bottom. For running too fast and not paying attention to my feet. Poof. Roll straight down. The blood stays on the steps. Many people cursed at this scene. The little girl didn't cry, and blood-red marks appeared on her arm. The forehead was all bumped and didn't even cry. Walk over to the trampled buns. Crouch down. Tears fell down his face at this. Big Brother, I'm sorry. I'm useless. I can't even protect the buns. You've lost a lot of blood. You must be very hungry. This steamed bun is still given to me by an old grandpa. I was so hungry that I ate half of it. If only I hadn't eaten it, surely I would still have half of it. Looking at the steamed buns that had turned into black mud, the tears couldn't help but fall again. A number of people in the audience did not show sympathy. The cultivation world is like this. The weak are the strong. Compassionate ones are easy to die for. Obviously none of them are sympathetic. However, Shi Jingfeng's gaze fell on the little girl. Could it be her? Shi Jingfeng withdrew his gaze and glanced at Li Taixian on the high platform, noticing that Li Taixian had been staring at the little girl. That's really interesting. If it's really Jiang Evening Yin's reincarnated body, now being bullied like this, that guy might do something when he finds out. Shi Jingfeng intends to intervene. Seeing the little girl stand up suddenly, rushed up the steps and continued to run. Only the state is a little off. The steamed bun in her hand that had long since turned into black mud was gripped tightly in her small hand. In no time at all, he had crawled up to the man who had robbed him of his buns. The man froze. Oh, little beggar, what do you want? The little girl looked up. The man froze. What a pair of eyes that was. Deep, like an abyss. I, too, kill, drop, you. Hearing the little girl's words, the man laughed arrogantly. You're a little beggar who hasn't even been weaned. Get back in. It occurred to the little girl that she hadn't brought back buns. When we find Big Brother may starve to death. The anger in his eyes could no longer be contained. Messy hair flew up. The two golems broke free. His hair fluttered and his tattered clothes grinned. Kill you. Rumble. A strong aura erupted. It was like Tarzan pressing towards this person. How can? Before this person could speak, his entire body was directly crushed into a meat cake by the powerful aura. The little girl slowly came forward. Place your foot on the bones of this person's corpse. Crush hard. This scene caused the scalps of those disciples who were examining below the little girl to go numb. Is this still a 4 or 5-year-old girl? It's the devil. Right. Many of the timid ones had been so frightened that their two strands trembled. Mom, I'm going home. It's too dangerous out there. The little girl's little bare feet left little black footprints on the meatloaf. When it's all stomped and dirty, kick it down. Turning his head to look at the disciples below who were participating in the examination. Are you guys going to rob my buns too? The disciples below hastily shook their heads. In looking at the little girl's smile, it felt like something was going to come out uncontrollably. After the little girl's status is restored, looking at the buns in his hands, he was torn and aggravated again. Even watery eyes. Big Brother, where are you? He said and continued to climb upwards. A lot of people followed with their hearts in their mouths. Shi Dingfeng, who was in the audience, sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. 2 seconds of silence for his brother. This little girl has to really be Jiang Evening Yin's reincarnation. Wouldn't this be a crazy batch if it grew up? I don't know if that brother of his can handle it. It's so scary. Immediately after that, his eyes glanced at Li Taixian without a second thought. You'd better stay out of it, or you'll die without knowing how to write it. Soon an incense burned out. Many people had horror in their eyes. The 3 people who looked at the 3 people who had finished walking up the heavenly ladder were all incredulous. Among them was a little girl who had just gone crazy. At 4 or 5 years old, the heavenly ladder didn't seem to affect her as if it did. Even the other 2 people who had ascended to the top were looking at the little bitty man in front of them with a shocked expression on their faces. It's not even as high as their waists, and it's amazing how easily they can reach the top. Have you seen Big Brother? The 2 men shook their heads. Even take a step back. Something felt off about this little girl. The kind of aura that emanated from her when she stomped on that bully was breathtaking. The elder in charge of the heavenly staircase examination cautiously stepped forward. Where is your lord, little doll? The little girl reacted for a long moment, like she was just reacting. Family? I'm looking for my big brother. My big brother got his eyes gouged out by a bad guy and bled a lot. A kind old grandpa gave me a steamed bun. I still have half left. I can't ask for it now. Can you give me a steamed bun? No, half. I want to bring it to my big brother. Chapter 181. Zhu Xinghe received a message. The elder took a deep breath and slowly crouched down. How old are you? Can I have half a bun? Where is your house? I'll pay you back. The elder had a helpless look on his face. If you tell me what your name is, where you live, what your family's name is, and answer one question, I'll give you a bun. The little girl put her head down and thought hard. I don't know. Big brother bleeds a lot. I want buns. Elder sighed. It's fine if you want steamed buns. You've already passed the first level of the test now. If you continue to participate in the test, I'll give you steamed buns. The elder's words had just fallen. At this time a man suddenly came forward. Little girl, are you looking for your big brother? What is your big brother's name? I can help you find him. The elder hadn't expected Li Taixian to walk over. The little girl raised her head and looked at Li Taixian. For some reason, she didn't like this guy. Subconsciously take 2 steps back. Big brother is not in this place. I'm going back. He was about to turn around and leave after saying that. Li Taixian frowned. The body moved to appear in front of the little girl. I can help you find your big brother and give you lots of buns, and even save your big brother. The little girl reacted big time for a while. That's the reaction. You can save big brother? Li Taixian nodded. Yes, as long as you become my disciple, I'll save your big brother. How about that? And give you guys endless buns, and I won't let anyone bully you. The little girl looked at the steamed bun inside her hand and then at Li Taixian, shaking her head. Li Taixian was a little bit numbclawed. The little girl pointed to the man who had been turned into mush at the bottom of the ladder. Then he looked at Li Taixian again. Li Taixian, man, kids are so smart nowadays, aren't they? It's about this guy bullying her just now. You didn't do anything? It caused her buns to be inedible. Senior nephew Li, this little girl's origin is unclear. I think it's still. The elder's words had not yet fallen. This time, the void shattered and a number of people walked out, looking at the little girl with surprise in her eyes. Ah Taixian, this little girl is unwilling to worship you as her master, so I don't think you should force yourself. Senior nephew Li, your cultivation is not up to par. I think it's better for you to go down and calm down. Li Taixuan's eyes narrowed. Haven't picked up the conversation yet. It was discovered that the men had set their sights on his 2 disciples again. What are your 2 names? And how about worshipping me? Worship me. It's better to be my apprentice. These peak masters are not cuties. Can see that all 3 are good. Let's tackle the other 2 first. Lastly, we'll arrange for this little girl. Li Taixian snorted. Why is senior nephew Li laughing? Could it be that you have thoughts about these 2 as well? Senior nephew Li, you're the only one in meditation peak. You're not even strong enough on your own. Even if you were to be given talented disciples, it would just be a mistake. Senior nephew Li, we're doing this for your own good, not cultivating all day. Loitering and molesting your senior sister will easily bring the culture down. Li Taixian wasn't annoyed after being trolled. The 6 peaks of the Tianxian Holy Land. Meditation, Shenwu, Heavenly Sword, Enlightenment, Return to Truth, White Water. Before, when Master was around, none of them dared to bare their teeth. Even if you can't see him you can only crickets behind your back. It looked like it was really looking at him. Now it's sarcasm to your face in the middle of an apprenticeship ceremony. Masters, I'm now the meditation peak master. I'm equal in status. Not to mention that we're all from the same Tianxian sacred ground. It's a little bit not too good to show outsiders that we're not in agreement with the Tianxian sacred ground in front of such an event like the apprentice acceptance ceremony, isn't it? Several peak masters' expressions changed. This kid has a smart mouth. The Whitewater peak master glanced at a few people. Senior Jingxin has just gone immortal, and you guys can't wait to watch his disciple make a fool of himself. And you're not afraid of the Holy Lord's senior brother's blame. A few people didn't look too good when they heard the words Holy Lord. Besides, this is only the first level. What's everyone in such a hurry for? The Whitewater peak master continued. Eyes fell on the little girl. If you pass the next test, you can be given steamed buns and even help you find your big brother. The little girl was a little rushed. Can I have buns if I pass and find big brother? The Whitewater peak master nodded. A smile broke out on the little girl's dirty face. I want to find big brother. I haven't seen him in a long time. The Whitewater peak master turned around. All of you go back first and see what the next test is. Li Taixian naturally agreed. A few other peak masters snorted coldly. Those who were able to directly ascend the heavenly ladder would definitely be able to pass the later examination. Now it's allowed to continue to take the test. Why on earth? Li Taixian thought about something. His eyes fell on the Whitewater peak master. Thank you, Elder Bai. Peak Master Bai nodded. Don't pay attention to those old guys. They will only rely on bullying the small with the big. In the future, you can come to Whitewater Peak if you have something to do. Li Taixian nodded. The appraisal continues. The examining elder coughed. Everyone, Tianxian's Great Hall of Disciple Acceptance. The number of participants is 130,000, and those who passed the first level of examination, 10,000. Don't be discouraged if you fail the test. 360 lines of work. It's not that your talent is not good, but the Tianxian Holy Land is not suitable for you. The second level of the test begins. Breaking into the questioning heart formation. Pass 3 levels within 1 incense stick time to qualify. The assessment continues. Audience. Beside Shi Jingfeng sat Long Yi. What do you think would happen if your master came over for the test? Long Yi didn't think twice. Directly destroy this holy land. What a grade. Also worthy of testing my master. Shi Jingfeng was stunned. Not bad for a lineage. Now that this little girl's identity is suspicious, it's time to arrange for someone to investigate. And at the same time investigate that person who just bullied this little girl. Also be on guard that this is a trap set by Manhwa. Xu Xinghe left you guys with me. You should trust your skills. Let a few of them go and investigate. Be careful. Remember one thing. Never let a few of them personally appear, but control others to investigate without thinking. Control 1 can't be 10. 10 can't be 100. Long Yi nodded and instructed Dragon 8 and Dragon 9 to investigate. Shi Jingfeng looked at the examination. He was now completely substituting himself for Xu Xinghe. Not only were they considering how to kill Li Taixian, they were also considering how to save Jiang Evening Yin's reincarnation. What's more important is being able to count on Manhwa and make him lose all his efforts. Even if you prepared everything before and looked forward to this day, when the day came, he found it so difficult. Xu Xinghe's calculations were endless. It's a bit of a brain fart. Dark Scent House. Xu Xinghe looked at the message that Tian-san had brought over. There were also the images of the Heavenly Xian Holy Land's examination recorded by the Staying Shadowstone. Looking at the calm expression, he looked at Xu Xinghe. Tensan felt like a storm was coming soon. Yeah, that's really good. Chapter 182 Threats. Same means. Xu Xinghe placed the message on the side. Tian-san looked at Xu Xinghe. Master, what's the next arrangement? Xu Xinghe shook his head. It's not time yet. Arrangements have already been made on the side of Shi Jingfeng. Tensan was a bit hesitant. Shi Jingfeng is not the owner. If things go wrong, don't worry. When I dealt with those special people before, the reason why I started with the people around them every time was just to give people the illusion that I only know these tactics. If I change it arbitrarily, the ones who will be in trouble will be us, as well as Shi Jingfeng. Now it's just for Shi Jingfeng to copy his homework. If he doesn't understand this, he's not Shi Jingfeng anymore. If it really fails, it's just a matter of lifting the table. Not to mention that girl has changed a bit. Xu Xinghe closed his eyes after saying that and quietly waited for things to fester. The second level of the assessment continues. Shi Jingfeng in the audience raised his head to look at the sky. It feels like it should be about time. You go and send someone to investigate those 2 people who ascended to the top of the test again. I suspect that they are related to Li Taixian. When those peak masters accused Li Taixian before, the 2 had killing intent under their eyes. Investigating out their backgrounds, their families, if they still have clansmen around, kidnap them and send them a message. Don't let them worship Li Taixian. It could even be a rumor about 2 people in front of so many people. Long Yi nodded. Shi Jingfeng arranged it, so he ordered people to do it. Not to mention the fact that there was also Tianyi and the others who were secretly cooperating. Investigating news can still be quick. The 10,000 disciples below entered the assessment array. A lot of people, not to mention 3 levels, are getting stuck on their first level. The status is all a bit off. Ha ha, adulterer and adulteress. Go to hell for little master. You're the one who can't. Your whole family can't. You guys talk every day about how happy my sister is married to my brother-in-law. So I'll marry my brother-in-law too. Give. Ga ga ga. Ha ha ha. Little beauty. Come on, brother. You smell so good. You know, I've coveted you for a long time, and now you can't escape me. The heavens did not give birth to me. Li Erden. The sword path for ages is like a long night. Ha ha. I, Li Erden, have become a great emperor. Dare to look down on me and dislike me for being poor. When I have cultivated and become successful, I will turn into a snake and crawl under your nest at night. Then, many of the people watching from above, many of them couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths curled up. That's interesting. That's really interesting. These people can walk through the heavenly ladder. They are still a bit powerful, but they can't do it with their hearts. Only more eyes were on the little girl, because she had broken out. Even the Tianxian Holy Land elder who had set up the formation suspected that something was wrong with the formation. Just walked out unscathed? How is that possible? If he hadn't watched the others go crazy, he would have really suspected that something was wrong with the formation. But now just walk out unscathed. What's this little girl's story? The elder who had gotten the formation looked at the little girl. You wait here. The little girl nodded. She'll just remember one sentence. If you break through, you'll get steamed buns and find your big brother. She only needs these 2. Big brother, I don't know if you're still in pain. I'll come to you soon. The little girl pinched her fingers and muttered a sentence. Not long after, when the incense was about to burn out, two men broke in at the same time. It was the two people who had climbed to the top of the heavenly ladder earlier. One was called Jiang Wufei and the other was called Yi Pingfan. The two men came out and looked at each other. Seeing the little girl who was already standing next to her pinching her fingers, the two men looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They both thought it was fast enough. It didn't occur to me that a little girl was much faster than them. Elder, how long has she been out? The elder watched as these two people barged over at the same time, and his heart was agitated. There have been disciples who have passed all the first and second levels before, but every one of them is a phoenix of existence. Growing up, all of them had already become heavenly Xian Holy Land's ancestors. Behind them, there was only the Holy Lord, and the old peak master of meditation peak who had all broken through, and then it was never seen again. He hadn't thought that this disciple acceptance ceremony would give him such a big surprise. For this kind of talented disciple, he was naturally happy to show a smiling face. The test didn't start long before she came out, and the incense hadn't even burned a third of the way through. The two men heard with frustration in their eyes. But such a talented disciple. I think Master will take it under his tutelage. Wouldn't it be a waste of qualifications to have someone else teach it? After thinking about this, the two men became eager for the little girl as well. Little sister, are you hungry? Ginger Fearless crouched down and tried to get closer to the little girl. The little girl took a step back. Thanks, I'm not hungry. I'm looking for my big brother. Yi Pingfan inquired with a frown. Do you know what your big brother looks like? The little girl pondered seriously. Can't remember. Some bad guy tried to gouge his eyes out. The two men looked at each other. It looks like this little girl had a miserable life. That big brother was supposed to be there to protect her. Could be dead. It's become her obsession now. The two could only stand there quietly. One incense stick time is up. The second level. The questioning heart formation. 2,000 people qualified. The elder is still more than satisfied. If they were placed 10 years ago, these disciples could have been recruited within the sect. This test can be much more difficult than 10 years ago. Only the heaven-swallowing demon body had appeared. They can't possibly train that many disciples. One can only reduce the number of disciples, choose the best of the best, and use all the resources on these people. Audience. Shi Jingfeng listened to the news reported by Long Yi. These two people are called Jiang Wufei and Yi Pingfan. Both are from Xianzhou and have families behind them. It's just that neither of them are popular with the family, but there are outsiders who are quite nice to them. Jiang Wufei has a marriage contract with the third princess of the Star Imperial dynasty. All of them don't look favorably on this son, and that third princess didn't choose to withdraw from the marriage and often cares about Jiang Wufei. To say he has a soft spot, I guess it's only that third princess. As for Yi Pingfan, his father was originally the patriarch of the clan. After his death he was ostracized, and he was also crippled and driven out of his family, and he was saved by the Four-Square Palace master later on, and that's how he survived. Only that his dantian was shattered and he couldn't cultivate. The Four Directions Palace Lord gave him money and even a store to allow him to catch his breath, and he was spotted by Li Taixian later on. Shi Jingfeng already had a rough plan in his mind after hearing this. That third princess as well as the palace master of the Four Directions Palace are definitely being watched. Shi Jingfeng murmured. Get them all under control and send a message to those two. Do it covertly. Make a little other commotion to draw attention to it. To secretly kidnap two people is in line with Chu Xinghe's approach. Chapter 183. When Ruoshui moved. After Shi Jingfeng arranged it, a hidden place in Xianzhou. When Ruoshui sat in the gazebo, her expression bland, like before in the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. A short while later, a man came outside and bowed. Sacred Lord, there are movements coming from the Star Imperial dynasty, and the Four Directions Palace. The corners of Wen Ruoshui's mouth rose slightly when she heard these words. You still can't help but strike. Go down. When Ruoshui picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, looking at the lake in the distance. As for other people's probing, she didn't care. Zhong Liqing Meng, the Dragon Clan, the Tantai Clan, and those forces that had been following Zhong Liqing Meng recently would all probe. The only thing she cared about was Chu Xinghe's movement. She knew that Chu Xinghe should have gone to participate in the Heavenly Xian Holy Land examination. Putting down his teacup and stretching, a void passage appeared behind him. One step forward and disappear. Just as Wen Ruoshui made a move, many people who were staring at Wen Ruoshui got the news at the same time. This time in Xianzhou, Wen Ruoshui did not hide his tracks. Quite a few people had already gotten word of where Wen Ruoshui was. Zhong Liqing Meng, who was thousands of miles away from Wen Ruoshui, listened to his subordinate's report. Miss, Wen Ruoshui has made her move. Zhong Liqing Meng had killing intent under her eyes. I know. Zhong Liqing Meng took a deep breath. It's finally that time. Warm as water, you finally pressed on. Just let me see if your intentions are actually what I think they are. You dare to touch a hair on Chuxing's head. Just don't blame me for being ruthless. Not long afterward, another man came running. Miss, the Zhang family has also made a move. Zhongli Qingmeng snorted at this news. I didn't expect them to come along for the ride. It looks like that son of his isn't satisfied with getting the origin of the reincarnation god body. To lose a great deal because of a small thing, one is also worthy of standing in this Taishu heavenly realm. This time, Zhang Yuanin will not be in trouble, so let Zhang Yuanin go and clean them up. Lives so big or old thoughts. Always think that women grow family foundation will be given to others, to have a man to inherit. Oh, that's ridiculous. Now Zhongli Qingmeng despised the Zhang family the most. If he hadn't been thinking of letting Chu Xingha or Zhang Evening do it, she had long ago exterminated all of the Zhang family just like Mount Sumeru and the Green Deer School. Not to mention that it wouldn't take much time for her. On the examination ground of the Tianxian Holy Land, the third level has begun. This level tests a person's roots. This is the most valued thing in the cultivation world. Sure, Jingfeng watched quietly from the audience. The fire should be about right. Of the disciples who participated in the examination, Jiang Wufei, Yi Pingfan and the two of them didn't look too good. Jiang Wufei looked at one of the disciples behind him. It was this disciple who had just sent him a voice message. If you want the third princess of the Star Imperial Dynasty to survive, don't worship Li Taixian. Yi Pingfan was not far from Jiang Wufei. Someone just stood and said in his ear, if you want the Sifan Palace Master to survive, don't worship Li Taixian as your master, or the next thing you'll be given will be the corpse of the Sifan Palace Master. The two men were faceless. Inside, he was getting anxious. The person who transmitted the voice, much less let him tell Li Taixian. If they dared to expose it or let Li Taixian see that something was a bit off, they would immediately die. There was no change in the two men's complexion as they accepted the adoration of the other disciples participating in the examination, but the bitterness could only be swallowed inside the stomach. They don't know what to choose. Who would have thought it would be so close to the last step and have a problem like this? Could it be that the other peak masters are messing things up? I'm afraid that's all there is. Oh master, your scheming has long been seen through by others. How do we do that? Jiang Wufei pondered for a moment. The third princess saved his life and did not leave him, and gave her back her resources. It's at the forefront of his mind, not to mention his woman. Yi Taixian was his mentor again. Teach him to be stronger. Give him feats. For him, it's as good as being made again. Could it be that he really had to kill himself? In his heart and mind, he had awakened the king's body. In the future, it might even be able to metamorphose into a sacred body. He had just seen hope, and now he was given a head start. As for Yi Pingfan's thoughts, they were even simpler. I can only apologize to Master. The Four Directions Palace Master cannot give up. Master will surely forgive him when he knows the cause and effect, right? If it wasn't for the Four Directions Palace Master, he wouldn't have met Li Taixian. The Four Directions Palace Master's favor precedes him. Master, I'm sorry. When it's all over, the apprentice is making atonement to you. It's up to you whether you kill me or not. The two men considered it well and relaxed equally. At this moment, Li Taixian on the high stage. The mind is on that little girl. This little girl is super fitting for his third apprentice position. The qualifications were even above the other two disciples. The most important thing was still the reincarnation god body. If this little girl worships him, definitely more rewards to be had. Strength will also soar. At that time, even those peak masters who looked down on him would be trampled under his feet. The disciple that was taken in had different qualifications and was given different rewards. It's not bad. He's a man favored by God. System owners. He had his heart set on that little girl. It was seeing that the little girl was a reincarnation god body. Time, space, reincarnation, life and death. As long as there was a relationship with these physiques, every one of them was not simple. Just what kind of method was used to get the little girl to worship him? Who exactly was the big brother the little girl was talking about? The system also doesn't show this little girl's name and where she came from. It would only show up the reincarnation god body. Fits the golden legend in his apprentice system. The third level of the test will now begin. The elder had someone bring over a large black rock. There were densely packed runes on it. Exudes mysterious power. Here, little doll, put your hand on it. The elder looked at the little girl and gestured for her to put her hand up. The little girl broke through the first barrier and the second barrier. And many people were expecting what kind of physique this little girl had. The little girl's dirty little hand rested on it. The stone didn't fluctuate in any way. Not even a bit of white light appeared. Quite a few people froze. Even the elder was a bit surprised. What's going on? It's a wonder of the ages. Many peak masters looked at each other. Could it be that this child is too young and simple-minded and doesn't think that much? And that's what got him through the first hurdle and the second. Some of the peak masters said tentatively, it's possible, but I didn't think there would be a time when we'd look away. The testing elder took a deep breath. Look at the unmoving stone. The softness in his eyes faded as well. You don't have a physique. stand aside for now. Jiang Wufei, you try first. Ginger Fearless stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone. The formation on top of the black stone came alive. Rumbling. A huge divine bird converged out of the sky, standing against the sky with flames wrapped around its body. Fire King body. Good. Wait a moment. Someone will rush to take you as their disciple later. Yi Pingfan, come over and try as well. Yi Pingfan took a deep breath. Hands on the black stone. A huge green bird appeared in the sky, lingering around it. Chenghuan King body. Another king body. The heavens have prospered my Tianxian Holy Land. Good. Chapter 184. When Ruoshui is here. The test continued, and after 2 king bodies appeared, only a few spirit bodies appeared for the next 1,000 or so. This was a bit of a disappointment to the elder. Looking at the little girl was also a bit upsetting. What an open door. But even if it was a spirit body, it was still a heavenly pride and a genius to be snatched up. Only compared to the 2 king bodies, the gap was a bit big. The elder was still a bit upset. Here, little doll, try it again. The little girl was also a little nervous, as if she hadn't passed the test. Is there just no buns to find Big Brother? Apprehensively, he put his little black hand on it. The black monolith still didn't move. Everyone in the audience looked over curiously. After realizing there was really no movement, many people laughed out loud instead. Even a little bit of gloating. I thought it had a powerful physique, but it turns out it's just an ordinary little girl. Then why did she burst out in terror when she killed that bully? It's probably a means someone left on her, to keep her safe. Quite a few people could only think of this outcome. Shi Jingfeng's mouth was tinged with sarcasm. What kind of physique is Zhang Evening Yin? Reincarnation god body. It is not something that can be tested by this broken stone. What an eyeful, but that Li Taixian should be able to tell. These types of people seem to have special abilities. The elder sighed as he looked at the unmoving monolith. Little doll, go back. You can't enter the Tianxian Holy Land without passing the test. After the elder finished speaking, the little doll raised her head and asked cautiously, can I have half a bun? The elder hadn't expected that the little doll would be so obsessed with the steamed buns. It wasn't like they needed to eat. They were all absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. No. The little doll lowered her head and turned away. Wait, I have buns here. At this time, Li Taixian came down from a high place. Slowly walk over to the baby doll. I have steamed buns here, but I have one condition. How about you worship me as your teacher? As long as you agree, I will give you lots of steamed buns, and you can also find your big brother. When the little doll heard these words, she raised her head and looked at Li Taixian, thinking that her big brother was bleeding. He must be very hungry, and she wasn't capable of protecting the buns. But she didn't like this guy. Big brother was still waiting for her. Either promise him first, get the buns and run. But what if big brother is not happy? I don't like you. The little wench finished and slowly moved away. Ha ha, senior nephew Li, even 4 or 5-year-old toddlers don't like you. The divine martial peak master walked up and mocked. After saying that, his eyes looked at Yi Pingfan. Jiang Wufei, these two are both king bodies. Ah, both are heavenly prides. If they were to pull in their peak, there would be a lot more resources. Yi Pingfan had a sneer in his eyes. Jiang Wufei, Yi Pingfan, how about joining me at Divine Martial Peak? Your qualifications can directly become true legends. After the Divine Martial Peak Master opened his mouth, the several Peak Masters behind him similarly opened their mouths. Even the Whitewater Peak Master didn't hold back. 2 king bodies However, she noticed that Li Taishuan's eyes were all mockery. At this moment, Li Taixian was holding the little girl in one hand, not allowing her to leave. The other Peak Masters didn't understand why they were so attached to a waist and didn't want to ask more. Jiang Wufei, Li Pingfan looked at each other with a bit of hesitation in their eyes. Not only could they not worship Li Taixian, but they also rumored about him, even in front of so many people. What they should do. Moreover, it looked like Li Taixian was not well received in this Tianxian Holy Land. Will it help them when the time comes? Looking at Jiang Wufei, who hadn't opened his mouth, Yi Pingfan, several Peak Masters were also a bit anxious. 2 king bodies they don't want to let go of. It's all about the talent that you can't find. Audience. The corners of Shi Jingfeng's mouth rose as he watched the scene. What an interesting scene. This was the despair of Chu Xinghe in the beginning, right? No wonder that guy likes to backstab people so much. This scene of counting people and watching human nature twist is quite pleasing to the eye. Immediately afterward, Shi Jingfeng frowned. The upturned corners of his mouth dropped. Oh holy lord, you have come at last. You'll have to take advantage of this surprise for you this time. Otherwise it's a waste of my brother's planning. There was an extra person in the audience in the distance, and the people around them looked like they hadn't noticed. It's as if this person has existed before. Eyes likewise looked down. Only his eyes glanced at the place where Shi Jingfeng was before. The corners of his mouth rose up a little inadvertently. Even sitting in that place, that air of transcendence and distinction still reveals itself. At this moment, Shi Gingfeng was also substituting himself into Chu Xinghe. I am Chu Xinghe, take 1 step and see 10 steps. None of these guys could get my eyeballs on them. Even on this day, I can't see it. It feels like its own compulsion is rising. Long Yi sat next to him with a frown. This guy's mind actually went up a notch. How? It's a bit interesting. It's worthy of the master's high regard. The farce continues below. Li Taixian looked at the hesitant Zhang Wufei. Yi Pingfan. I don't think you two should fight over it. What if someone else has their own ideas and can't see you? Hearing Li Taishuan's sarcasm, the remaining few peak masters snorted coldly. If you can't look at us, can you still look at you? A low for and a good for nothing. Not bad. Master Li's nephew is young and doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young. That's bad. It's easy to bring disciples down. At this moment, Zhang Wufei, Yi Pingfan looked at each other. We want to know which peak is the strongest in this Tianqian Holy Land? Zhang Wufei was the first to speak. Li Taixian looked at the two disciples with emotion in his heart. It looked like he was going to stand up for him as a master, challenging the disciple of the strongest peak. Ha ha, I can answer this question for the two young friends. The Enlightenment Peak Master stepped forward. In the Tianqian Holy Land, the strongest peak right now is of course my Enlightenment Peak. The Enlightenment Peak Master stood over the wind. His posture was skillful, and he had the appearance of an immortal. Zhang Wufei, Yi Pingfan looked at each other. Okay, then we'll. Hearing that the two disciples were about to open their mouths, Li Taixian was also about to open his. It was good to want to step up and think about him as a master, but there is indeed a pervert at Gautama Peak, only not out loud yet. Immediately afterward the color of the gods changed. The grip on the little girl's hand loosened. Ginger Fearless, Yi Pingfan. Greetings, Master. The two men knelt down towards the Enlightenment Peak Master. Li Taishuan's pupils dilated. There was incredulity in his eyes. How? The Enlightened Peak Master laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, good. When I woke up this morning, I found magpies calling, so it's congratulations on my Enlightenment Peak. The remaining few peak masters looked unsightly. Without thinking about it, consider the strongest peaks. Shallow, really shallow. Wait, Li Taixian was a bit anxious. Zhang Wufei, Yi Pingfan, what do you two mean? Playing the ungrateful thing for master? Chapter 185 so that when Ruoshui wouldn't be suspicious, right? Hearing this, the eyes of the Enlightenment Peak Master narrowed. Senior nephew Li, what do you mean? Taking food from the tiger's mouth and bullying the big with the small. It looks like you don't even have the most basic upbringing when elder brother is away. This senior uncle of mine is going to teach you a lesson, so that I don't go out in the future and lose our Tianqian Holy Land's face. Li Taixian ignored the Enlightenment Peak Master. He looked at Zhang Fearless. Yi Pingfan dodged. And apologetic eyes. Murphy was threatened by this. Oh, it's kind of fun. Don't move for now. I'll go and bring you to Big Brother when the time comes. Li Taixian placed a ban around the little girl to prevent her from leaving. He'll take this apprentice. Not even if Buddha comes. You can talk to me if you have any problems. Trust me. I can fix it. Zhang Fearless, Yi Pingfan wanted to tell Li Taixian, but the man who warned them said so. Not to mention telling Li Taixian. It would be useless to tell the heavenly Xian Holy Lord. It's better to be insulted than dead. If they really worship Li Taixian as their teacher, killing the people they cared about could also kill Li Taixian. All they can do is say sorry in their hearts. Peak Master Li, I have already worshipped Peak Master Wudao as my master. Zhang Wufei finished standing behind the Wudao Peak Master. I'm the same. Yi Pingfan spoke blandly. Master Nephew Li, do you have anything else to say? The Enlightenment Peak Master's eyes narrowed. If he keeps pestering, don't blame him for being an unkind uncle. Li Taixian pondered for a moment. Oh, it's really interesting. It took him a moment to realize that the two were in a bit of a state. Two threatened to speak. It was when Li Taixian wanted to ask behind him. At this time, Zhang Wufei gritted his teeth and took the lead to speak. Master, apprentice brother has something difficult to say. Zhang Wufei knelt down in front of the Enlightenment Peak Master. Speak, and the master will do it for you. The Enlightenment Peak Master waved his hand. Before I participated in the Heavenly Xian Holy Land's disciple acceptance ceremony, I worship Li Taixian as my master. I'm the same. Yi Pingfan similarly knelt out. The Gautama Peak Master's eyes narrowed. Tell me about it? Zhang Wufei suddenly wept bitterly. Today, when I attended the disciple acceptance ceremony, he didn't allow us to make a noise about it. So he wanted us to worship him in front of the crowd and use it to ruthlessly hit you in the face. The faces of several peak masters changed. Eyes glanced at Li Taixian. What looked bad before is even worse now. I worshipped him, and was threatened by him, threatened with the lives of those I adored. With power. If we don't agree, we destroy them. He said that he is the peak master of the Tianqian Holy Land. So there is no way for us to refuse, so we can only agree for the time being. We have come today to expose the true colors of this hypocrite. Please still make a decision for my disciple. Master, Jiang Wufei knocked his head on the ground with a thud. It didn't take long for blood to appear. The same goes for the apprentice. Using the lives of those I care about to intimidate me into worshipping him, and destroying everything the apprentice cares about if I don't. Yi Pingfan began to kowtow continuously. The enlightened peak master hurriedly helped the two disciples up. Senior nephew Li has such a big face, daring to cause trouble outside by virtue of the Tianqian Holy Land. Senior brother's matter wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? When these words came out, the faces of the remaining few peak masters similarly changed, looking at Li Taixian with wariness in his eyes. Li Taixian? Big old, confused son. The old man pulled you guys out of the abyss with a handful of. No, you guys backhandedly kicked me into the abyss. Set me up in front of all these people. This is to see that I, Li Taixian, am easy to bully. You really think I, Li Taixian, can't lift a sword? Do you guys really think that I, Li Taixian, am easy to bully? Li Taixian looked at the two. The Enlightenment Peak Master snorted coldly. A powerful aura spread out. Li Taixian stood in place, his clothes clinking, no half steps back. The expressions of the Peak Masters present changed slightly. What for? A voice rang out at this time. A middle-aged man with a star crown on his head, wearing a long robe and an immortal style appeared. Eyes like stars, having just appeared. The aura of the Enlightenment Peak Master dissolved into nothingness. This nonsense is a joke to outsiders. The Enlightenment Peak Master's aura converged. Greetings, Sovereign. Patriarch Tianxian looked at Li Taixian. This kid is really deep. It can withstand Gautama's key. Greetings, Patriarch. Please make a decision for us. Jiang Wufei, Yi Pingfan remembered. Either they left or forced Li Taixian to leave, or someone they care about dies. The things you said, this patriarch still needs some time to investigate, and will give you an explanation at that time. You can just follow the Enlightenment Peak Master to cultivate at ease. Hearing this, the two men's faces changed. If the patriarch doesn't make a decision for us, we'll withdraw from the Tianqian Holy Land and look for another place. Disciples are afraid of losing their heads while cultivating. Patriarch Tianxian's eyes narrowed. Could it be that Li Taixian really forced two people? Haven't opened my mouth yet. People from the True Sun Holy Land, Song Yuan Holy Land walked out. The two heavenly pride can consider art Song Yuan sacred ground. There is more than one sacred ground in Xianzhou. I still don't believe that certain people can really cover the sky with one hand. The elder from the True Sun Holy Land stroked his beard and spoke, his eyes a little fiery. Even they have contacted the patriarch. Two king bodies, even abducting one would be fine. My Song Yuan Holy Land is not weak to the Tianqian Holy Land either. Join us in the Song Yuan Holy Land and those you care about will be sheltered by the Holy Land. Whoever dares to move will die. Jiang Fearless, Yi Pingfan's gaze looked at the Enlightenment Peak Master. The Wudao Peak Master had planned to investigate as well. This is now being held up to the fire. Li Taishuan's eyes narrowed. There was no rush to make a statement. The Master's death was supposed to be full of strangeness. He also wanted to see how this Tianqian Holy Land would do, to really drive him away for these two disciples. He'll be unrelenting. Not to mention the fact that there was now a disciple with even more talent. As long as he succeeded in taking on a disciple, he could further his strength. Come back and punch them in the face then. Shi Jingfeng in the audience watched this scene, his expression unmoving. That way when Ruoshui shouldn't be suspicious. The scene was so familiar, played out for her. From afar, when Ruoshui looked at the scene in front of him, the look was calm, inwardly fluctuating. Interesting, is this scene for her? That's really holding a grudge. Looks like you're sure you can kill me. It's just a shame. This time, the heavenly Xian Holy Lord was in a difficult position. On the one hand, it's the master's apprentice. On the one hand, there are two talented disciples. Li Taixian was idle and didn't like to cultivate, which he also knew. Still young, too much of a baby to do things that leave a handle. Senior nephew, I can only condemn you. After this matter is resolved, I will send you away. So don't return to the Holy Land. When Li Taixian heard the Holy Lord's transmission, his expression changed slightly and his lips pursed. Sure enough, he didn't show any talent, tried to play piggyback, and was still given up. That's just as well. And we'll see who's behind it and trying to screw him over. Could it be the man who killed his master? With immediate effect, expel Li Taixian from the Tianqian Holy Land, and do not use the Tianqian Holy Land's reputation to cause trouble. Violators will be heavily punished. Chapter 186, when Ruoshui made a move. Even though the Holy Lord had informed him in advance, Li Taixian was still a bit disturbed when he heard these words. He didn't expect to drive him away for two disciples without even doing an investigation. Disappointment was thoroughly evident in his eyes. No more glances at the two apprentices. It's okay to have bitterness. It's okay to have no bitterness. From now on roads go back to roads and bridges go back to bridges. Two disciples only. He could still afford to give up. The most important thing now is to target this little girl. Jiang Wufei, Yi Pingfan looked at Li Taixian without looking at them. The heart was in agony and even wanted to argue a couple of points. But it can't be done. They also feel that this practice is ungrateful and that they have no choice. Those they choose have grace before them. There is no choice but to make this choice. Li Taixian pulled the little girl and was about to leave. Right about this time, a man suddenly stood up in the audience. Wait, you can't take her away. Li Taixian looked over. Why? This beggar killed my son. I want her to pay in blood. The man stood up with rage in his eyes. Originally, he thought that his son had provoked others before. Not to mention that this little girl's qualifications were a bit scary. Who would have thought the last hurdle didn't pass? A beggar with no qualifications can still be taken easily. Who would have thought that Li Taixian had his eye on her? Li Taixian he couldn't afford to offend. But now, Li Taixian had also been driven out of the Tianxian Holy Land. My son's revenge can be avenged. Li Taixuan's eyes narrowed. He really thinks that he, Li Taixian, is easy to bully. Shi Jingfeng in the audience looked at Long Yi. No questions, right? Long Yi nodded. Don't worry, I've already seen that this man is not right and have taken control. Let him try the man steps. Dark Scent House. Chu Xinghe heard the voice in his head. The son of Qi was expelled from the Tianxian Holy Land. The heavenly fate value dropped by 100,000, and the master gained 10 million heavenly fate values. The son of Qi gives up Zhang Wufei. Yi Pingfan, the two disciples' heavenly fate value drops by 200,000 each. The son of Qi's heavenly fate value drops by 200,000, and the master obtains a heavenly fate value of 40,000. Hearing this news, Xu Xinghe knew that Shi Jingfeng had already made his move. It looks like when Ruoshui went over there too. That place is getting pretty busy. Xu Xinghe stood up. Tian San looked at Xu Xinghe. Master, are you going over there? Xu Xinghe shook his head. I'll pass. Shi Jingfeng had already thought of ways to be able to lower the heavenly fate value of the son of Qi, and it looked like he knew to start from his side. He was relieved to know that. The reason it's in this place is that it's a little unsettling. Looking at Xu Xinghe's back as he left, Tian San had doubts in his eyes. What the hell is the Lord going to do? When Xu Xinghe came out, Tian E, Tian Air, and Tian C all followed behind him. Come on, I'll show you a couple places. Tianxian Holy Land. Li Taixian looked at the person who intercepted him in front of him, looking for death. After saying that, the aura of the God King suddenly erupted. This strength is exposed. All of the people from the Tianxian Holy Land stared blankly. Hiss, how is it possible that a person who poses every day actually has the God King realm? Even the several peak masters' bodies were shaken. A God King in his 30s. How it's done? They were all hundreds of years old before they cultivated to the Divine Emperor realm. There was no telling when he would cross over to the Saint realm. Who would have thought that with the fact that Li Taixian, whom they had always looked down upon, was actually a divine king? The heavenly Shen sage advocate opened his mouth as he felt like making a wrong decision. The eyes of the person who intercepted Li Taixian fluctuated. Humph, so what if it's a God King? After saying that, an aura that exceeded the Saint realm erupted out. The aura was like a tidal wave, covering the sky and earth towards Li Taixian. Li Taixian froze. This guy wasn't only at the God King realm. Why did he suddenly become a great sage? 6 years older than him, reacted by backing away in a hurry. The man who had intercepted it, suddenly stepped forward, fingers bent like eagle claws to crush Li Taixian. Interesting, a flat voice rang out. The body of the person who intercepted Li Taixian just now exploded. A man walks out from the audience. The face is clear and cold. Stand there and make your own world. Quite a few people saw this woman. Inwardly exclaimed. A plant. What? Warm as water. Why is he in this place? How did the heaven-swallowing demon body appear in this place? It's over. It's completely over this time. Mamma mia. Someone help me. Am I going to die here? Many people turned pale and looked at the figure in the sky with fear. An invisible grand formation suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire Tianxian Holy Land. Li Taixian watched as Wen Ruoshui suddenly looked at him. It didn't back up. You're Wen Ruoshui? Wen Ruoshui nodded. You're not afraid of me? Wen Ruoshui asked rhetorically. Li Taixian took a deep breath and slowly said, you're not a heaven-swallowing demon body. Why should I be afraid of you? Others are stupid, but I'm not. Many people froze when they heard Li Taixian's words. Now the entire Taishu heavenly realm is rumored. Wen Ruoshui was a heaven-swallowing demon body. Now it's saying it's not. Could it be that this Li Taixian and Wen Ruoshui were in cahoots? Did Li Taixian call Xu Xinghe? Wen Ruoshui didn't say anything. It even feels kind of funny. After she knew that Xu Xinghe's eyes had a special ability, she then presumed that each of the people Xu Xinghe dealt with had special abilities, and it seems that this particular type of person can easily see through other people's physiques and even their identities. This Li Taixian was indeed notorious before in his investigation. However, after taking in Yi Pingfan, Jiang Wufei, his strength had skyrocketed. She suspected that the guy could get stronger by taking excellent disciples. That kind of ability really intrigued her. She then tried it out with the help of Jiang Evening Yin's reincarnation. The Tianxian Holy Land stuff couldn't detect Jiang Evening Yin's physique. This guy can tell at a glance. All of these people carry a great deal of qi on their backs. Chu Xinghe dealt with these kinds of people. It really made her a little curious. This venture out is also an opportunity, one that clears the air. When Chu Xinghe was in danger, Zhongli Qingmeng would definitely rush over. Add her other evidence when the time comes. It would clear his name. She didn't care about being wrongly accused of becoming a heaven-swallowing demon body before. Even find it interesting. Who knew that Guy Chu Xinghe was scheming more and more? Keeps her movement impeded. One slip of the tongue, and even the Tianji house she had created would be hitched. Even Mount Sumeru and the Green Deer School were counted in. If this continued, she really wouldn't be able to mix in the Taishu heavenly realm. Even because of Chu Xinghe's scheming, she had already lost her previous blandness and had broken her defense many times. Buzz off. Right about this time, the sky shattered and a thunderbolt flashed. 3 figures dressed in black robes appeared. After seeing one Ruoshui, he is going to tackle. Wait, old men, it is not I who truly stirs up the heavens, but someone else. Chapter 187. Wen Ruoshui. One of these 3 paths he will not choose. When the 3 people heard Wen Ruoshui's words, they naturally didn't believe them. I'm right here in this place. I can't run away even if I want to, so why don't we wait and see who's stirring up the heaven? After Wen Ruoshui opened his mouth, the 3 didn't speak, just standing calmly in the void. One of them, with his palms spread out, a 3-legged tripod appeared in the center of his palm. Fly into the clouds. A golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Tianxian Holy Land. Whether it was the people from the Tianxian Holy Land or the onlookers, the color of the gods all began to change. What a powerful prohibition. Do you know why you're being counted? When Ruoshui looked at Li Taixian shook his head. I'll do you a favor, but you have to do me one too. Li Taixian nodded his head after some thought. Could be. When Ruoshui looked to another place. Aren't you coming out yet? Sure. Dingfeng watched as when Ruoshui stared at him. The heart felt interested at once. Oh, it looks like he really thinks of him as Chu Xinghe. This holy lord isn't as smart as he was before, is he? Or was he already confused by Chu Xinghe's anger and was a bit dogged? When Chu Xinghe was forced to die before, you were indifferent and calm, concerning yourself. You'll be scared, you'll break your defenses, and you'll be in a hurry, too. No wonder Chu Xinghe dared to let him replace him. So you've already thought about what you're going to do? Wen Ruoshui, you are no longer a match for my brother except for your strength. Many people followed Chu Xinghe's gaze to Shi Jingfeng. Even the 3 men in the sky were no exception. A number of people in the audience rushed to send a message. The message still goes out. It's because the 3 people in the sky aren't blocking anyone from sending messages. They set up a ban that could only go in, not out. Zhongli Qingmeng, who was on the outskirts of the Tianxian Holy Land, looked at the incoming message. Goddess. Lord Chu appeared. Zhongli Qingmeng couldn't hide her excitement in her heart when she heard Chu Xinghe appear. Inside his mouth he muttered, "Don't worry, I won't put you in danger this time. Even if I expose myself, I'll let you go unharmed." She had come over this time to be prepared for anything. Even most of the power of the entire Zhongli family had been hidden. If I can't defeat the many forces of the Taishu heavenly realm, I still won't hide. It was still a quality she'd picked up on that bad guy. Pay close attention to the situation inside. Don't let Chu Xinghe encounter danger. Zhongli Qingmeng was a bit anxious inside. If she had gone over there, the others would still be scrupulous. But those 3 old things were there, too, and things got a little dicey. She can only be outside for a while. And once it was revealed that she was a heaven-swallowing demon body, the dragons and probably all the other races would turn against them, and the alliance would instantly disintegrate. And she's still waiting. When Ruoshui couldn't have come alone, there would definitely be support. Wait a little longer. Tianxian Holy Land. Shi Dingfeng stood up and looked at Wen Ruoshui. It's been a long time. Hearing this familiar tone, Wen Ruoshui felt emotion in her heart. It's been a long time indeed. You've grown quite a bit. Stone Kingfisher didn't answer the question. I thought you would continue to play, but I didn't think that you would end this game so soon. You are a bit more fragile than I thought. It's not like you were before. I remember that the previous Holy Lord was as bland as water, with all the benefits and no competition, and didn't arbitrarily meddle in other people's paths. How is it that once I died, the Holy Lord still changed so much? When Ruoshui didn't get annoyed as she listened to these words. It's my business, and besides, haven't you already figured out why I'm doing this? Shi Dingfeng looked at Wen Ruoshui. It's nothing more than using my life to stave off a calamity for the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. But what about the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land? When Ruoshui breathed a beat slower. Earlier, he had calculated that there would be a calamity in the Holy Land of Heavenly Diffusion. Who knew that it was invisibly dissolved by Chu Xinghe? She knew that when Chu Xinghe dissolved this calamity, this calamity would fall on him. Only she chose to wait and see. Until Chu Xinghe died, everything dissipates. Who would have thought that the things that appeared later made her suspect that Chu Xinghe was not dead? So she had something else on her mind. Can you? By then, who would have thought that Chu Xinghe would grow so fast? Within a short period of 1 year, the Tianyin Holy Land was not preserved. The Tianji building was also destroyed. It even invariably counted on Mount Sumeru, the Green Deer School. She was forced to hide it, being hunted everywhere. It was even being stared at by those 3 old guys in the sky. That's what's so troubling. Give Chu Xinghe some more time. Who cares about the heaven-swallowing demon body? Just want to kill her warm as water. When Ruoshui didn't answer the question, this guy's gotten sharper. You should know that today is a trap, so why do you still go into it? When Ruoshui was a bit curious, sure Dingfeng sighed. I have no choice. I'm no match for you. If this game continues, you're the one who dies. I can't help it if you're dogged and don't play on. When Ruoshui ignored the angry scolding, fingers moving, the little girl ran straight into her hands. You should know who she is. Sure Dingfeng nodded. When he suspected the little girl, he could have had someone do it. The end result may also just be a lost cause. When Ruoshui had calculated so much, there was no way he would let them take people away so easily. Do you like her? Or do you like her? When Ruoshui looked at Shi Jingfeng and inquired, you always force people to choose in such a way, and I'm curious how you'll choose when it's your turn. When Ruoshui was even a bit smug in her heart, Li Taishuan's eyes narrowed. So it's all this guy's fault. Why can't you see who he is? Even when Ruoshui's identity could be seen. It's amazing how impenetrable this one is. What are you trying to say? When Ruoshui looked at Chu Xinghe, 2 choices. The first chooses her, the second chooses her. Shi Jingfeng had wanted to answer. The words that came to his lips were suddenly swallowed. There was no way Chu Xinghe could answer so simply. Holy Lord, you've worked so hard to force me out just for these 2 choices. Isn't there a third way? The bottom of when Ruoshui's eyes fluctuated a bit. This guy is still so smart. Of course there is a third way. Shi Dingfeng suddenly laughed. I understand that the third way is to choose you. When Ruoshui nodded. You died once for her, and secretly you've been protecting her. You shouldn't even want to give up. The third way, do you choose or not? Shi Jingfeng even wanted to reveal the identity. He knew it wasn't time yet. There is only one outcome to this situation today. That was the matter of Zhong Liqingmeng exposing the heaven-swallowing demon body. However, Chu Xinghe had said that the back way had already been prepared for Zhong Liqingmeng, so as long as she wasn't stupid, she would know how to choose. To be really foolish, it only means that the Zhengli family deserve this. Shi Jingfeng hasn't answered yet. A voice came from the distance. When Ruoshui, he won't choose any of these 3 paths. Chapter 188 Zhong Liqingmeng admits that Chu Xinghe is really dead. At this time several figures flew in the distance. When Ruoshui looked at Zhong Liqingmeng who had come over, her eyes fluctuating. However, more gazes were noticed on Li Taishuan. She noticed a shocked look flooding Li Taishuan's eyes. It was not what she expected. This Li Taishuan was the same as that Bailey Junxian. Even a strong person like her could see through it. Even the supreme beings had a hard time seeing through their strength. These people can do it easily. It's really unfair sometimes. Zhong Liqingmeng, I didn't think that you would really dare to come over. Zhong Liqingmeng looked at Wen Ruoshui with killing intent under her eyes. So what if I come over? What are you trying to say? This girl is the reincarnated body of Zhang Evening, who died with Xinghe before. Of course Xinghe cares about him. Xinghe has planned so much for me so that my heaven-swallowing demon body wasn't exposed so soon, and loves me just the same. What else do you want to express? What do you threaten him with? Where's the third way? It's just wanting to know the secret of how he came back to life, or wanting to use him as your pawn. The entire square was silent when Zhong Liqingmeng spoke out the heaven-swallowing demon body. Even the 3 mysterious people in the sky were silent. The Zhongli clan was different from the other ancient clans. It was too terrifying. It had been standing in the Taishu heavenly realm for so many years. Sure Jingfeng also didn't expect Zhong Liqingmeng to admit it just like that. Chu Xinghe, how the hell did you do that? You can make the goddess of the Zhengli family die for you, even at the expense of exposing himself. When Ruoshui applauded, worthy of being the offspring of a heaven-swallowing demon body, the same heaven-swallowing demon body. It's true that you have the courage. You have more courage than your mother. After Wen Ruoshui finished speaking, many people exclaimed, what do you mean? The offspring of the heaven-swallowing demon body. Goddess Zhongli's mother is also a heaven-swallowing demon body. Could it be that the Zhongli divine maiden's mother is the one who set off the bloody storm in the ancient times? The 3 men in the sky also exchanged words. It didn't occur to me that Zhong Liqingmeng's mother is a heaven-swallowing demon body. The heaven-swallowing demon body is terrifying, but no great emperors appeared in the ancient times. You didn't make a breakthrough even after devouring so many origins? Deliver the message back and have them investigate it carefully, not sloppily. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at Wen Ruoshui. She knew the moment it came out of her mouth. The entire Taishu heavenly realm had gone haywire. The heaven-swallowing demon body couldn't be hidden after all. But she didn't want Xinghe to be embarrassed. If it weren't for Chu Xinghe, she would have already been exposed. The eyes fell on Wen Ruoshui. Wen Ruoshui didn't look too good. Really admit it. Without any consideration for the consequences? What was the point of her threat? Why is that? Wen Ruoshui, what else do you want to ask? Wen Ruoshui took a deep breath and looked at Chu Xinghe. Even if she admits it, you don't have a choice. She can't protect herself. So what about her? Wen Ruoshui's words fell. A few people appeared in the distance. The middle-aged man at the head of the group looked at the little girl. The body became calm. After glancing at Shi Jingfeng, he frowned. This is that Chu Xinghe. That's a good one. Buzz off. The void kept shattering. A few figures appeared in the sky from time to time. His gaze fell on Zhongli Qingmeng, with killing intent under his eyes. In the ancient times, how many heavenly prides did they sacrifice? And their origin was dug up, not knowing who did it. However, they were afraid of those three people in the sky and didn't dare to make a move easily now. Wait until these three leave. Zhongli Qingmeng, the Zhongli family must be destroyed. The Tantai clan chief appeared in the distance. Endless regrets surrounded him. It turned out that the path they were glad to have chosen was actually the heaven-swallowing demon body. This is much more troublesome than a problem with the imperial scriptures. The heavenly Tao sect's patriarch appeared and stood in the distance, followed by a number of strong men. The dragon elders had appeared. Even he hadn't expected that the person he was working with would be the heaven-swallowing demon body. Muru has rushed over. Standing at a distance without speaking, the mind became apprehensive. Chu Xinghe, you're a kid who really dares to play. Now the entire Taishu heavenly realm was completely unsettled. 2 generations of heaven-swallowing demon bodies appeared in the Zhongli clan. The many forces will certainly not let it go. The eyes glanced at the 3 figures in the sky. A sigh, with a complicated look in his eyes. The 3 mysterious people in the void exchanged words. A letter came from the clan that the heavenly chance is in complete chaos and is beyond our control, telling us not to continue meddling. There's also news that the previous generation of heaven-swallowing demon bodies didn't achieve greatness and that the path to empire has been severed. One of them glanced up at the sky. Alas, after all, there is still a need for balance. The heaven-swallowing demon body emperor's path has been broken. It's not enough. It's just. The 3 men knew that it wouldn't do any good here. The heavenly mechanism was completely already in disarray, and they couldn't change anything by intervening. Eventually it will have to be reshuffled. Everyone's eyes fell on Chu Xinghe. Shi Jingfeng suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, 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 ha. Choice? The mocking laughter was uncomfortable in the mind. Where do I have any choice in the matter? After Shi Jingfeng finished speaking, he removed the mask from his face. Holy Lord, long time no see. Still recognize me? Wen Ruoshui's expression changed. Shi Jingfeng, where's Chu Xinghe? Shi Jingfeng didn't say anything. The masks keep changing, turning into Chu Xinghe's appearance. One moment it turns into the look of divine order. Zhongli Qingmeng felt something far away from her. The heartbeat kept amplifying and slowing down. The body was shaking a little. She's a little scared right now. A little terrified. She was afraid it was a dream. Shi Jingfeng looked at Wen Ruoshui mockingly. Sovereign, how is it? This mess is as you want it to be. Isn't that what you want? I said I would avenge him. Chu Xinghe was forced to die, and you didn't act and use him to stave off a calamity for the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. As for you, Zhongli Qingmeng, in vain you are the Zhongli clan goddess. You think highly of yourself. Chu Xinghe has helped you so much, but you can't even protect his life. Since you can't avenge him, I'll do it myself. Looking at Shi Jingfeng, who was acting like a madman, Wen Ruoshui's pupils kept changing. Even the 3 old men in the sky changed. Could it be that the heavenly chances are all stirred up by the sky? At this moment, Shi Jingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to personally overthrow the Jiang family. Just a few more years and I can kill all of you. Not a single one of you. Tears flowed down Zhongli Qingmeng's face, eyes lost in thought. How can that be? How can that be? Why aren't you Chu Xinghe? Shi Jingfeng couldn't bear it either, and the play had to go on. So this is a bad job. No wonder the guy didn't do it himself. Fear of exposing himself. Chu Xinghe has long since died. Where is Chu Xinghe? Ha ha, the immortal demon body has been destroyed and the immortal demon Qin has set itself on fire. What are you guys still thinking about? To come back from the dead. Wen Ruoshui, if you could do that, would you still be searching for me so hard? Your Zhongli clan has stood at the top of the Taishu heavenly realm for so long. Do you have a method to bring the dead back to life? Or do the 3 seniors standing up there have? Do you? Chapter 189, Zhongli Qingmeng who fell into madness. Don't think I don't know that quite a few of you came over this time with the purpose of wanting to know how Chu Xinghe was resurrected? Wen Ruoshui, Sacred Lord 1. What are you expecting? After Shi Jingfeng finished speaking, the immortal demon Qi in his body was exposed. Is this something you're familiar with? But unfortunately, it's all fake after all. The immortal demon body has long since become a legend. After Shi Jingfeng finished speaking, the immortal demon Qi in his body dispersed. Or did you deduce this? At Shi Jingfeng's finger, there was a red line on it. At the same time oneself enters the state of celestial unity. When Ruoshui's pupils dilated, it was the same thing she had projected. Or are you using these things to lay out and lure me out? The Eastern Emperor's bell, and the purple gold gourd appeared in his hand, when Ruoshui took a step back, incredulous. Next to him, Li Taishuan's throat rolled a little. His name is Shi Jingfeng. When Ruoshui's pupils changed. What do you mean? I have special abilities. I know that you're not a heaven-swallowing demon body, and this person in front of me, he doesn't have a physique. He's not an immortal demon body. He's Shi Jingfeng. You were tricked, probably because of that mask. When Ruoshui's heart is difficult, planning a game, in the end is actually an empty. She actually believes that people can come back from the dead, but she used those special people to test whether Chu Xinghe was alive. It's really too much like that. Too much like that. Even that person is standing right in front of me. Shi Jingfeng looked at Wen Rushui with only mockery. Sacred Lord Wen, are you still satisfied with this result? After he died, I've been searching for the means he used to deal with those people, and didn't realize it was just copied, and you couldn't even tell. Do you think that if Chu Xinghe were truly alive, you would have a chance to count on him? In his eyes, you're a piece of. As for Zhang Liqingmeng, I also hate you for not being able to save him, and even for gaining your trust and making you feel sick that he's alive and has to help you. As for Jiang Evening, dead is dead. What's the point of reincarnating? Chu Xinghe has already died for you and you're still alive. Why don't you go die? You all deserve to die. All of you. Moru's throat rolled as he watched from a distance. I'm a good boy. Apprentice, you're killing mad. Not going through with it? I'm afraid for my teacher. The heart can't take it. You tighten up. The three men in the sky looked at each other, looking at Shi Jingfeng with a strange look in his eyes. Earlier, when he was at the Cloudside Chapel, he saw that this guy could unite heaven and earth. Just think that this son is not simple. Who would have thought that would actually be the culprit driving this situation? The purpose is to avenge a dead man. Shi Jingfeng calmed down. What? Trying to kill me? Come on. Have the balls to get me killed. When Ruoshui put down Jiang Evening, she's worked so hard to plan so much. Turns out it was just made by a mole that was spared in the first place. Anger had filled his chest. Looking at Shi Jingfeng, the killing intent under his eyes was released like a flood. Looking for death. When Ruoshui made a direct strike, rumble, a powerful Dao rhythm erupted out, crushing towards Shi Jingfeng man. An emperor seal appeared in front of Shi Jingfeng, dissolving when Ruoshui's attack. This surprised Shi Jingfeng a bit. Looking at Zhong Liqingmeng who was blocking the way was a bit of a surprise. You're right, I'm the one who's incompetent, and I don't blame you for exposing me even though you plotted so much. I didn't do as well as you. Shi Jingshan, sis, don't do this. I'll feel guilty if you do. I'll walk you out. The three people in the sky saw this scene. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. The path to empire is broken, and it can't become a climate. The three men collected the three-legged tripod and disappeared. The band disappeared. Many powerful people in the dark saw this scene and withdrew their gazes. These three didn't care about the heaven-swallowing demon body. Coupled with the fact that no great emperors had appeared in the ancient era, many powerhouses were pondering. But there were also quite a few strong people converging over. Zhong Liqingmeng, it turns out that you're the one with the heaven-swallowing demon body. Even your mother is a heaven-swallowing demon body. I'll kill you today to avenge my son. That Chu Xinghe hid it for you for so long while he was alive, when it really deserved to die. Strike together, break the imperial soldier for her, and attack the Zhongli clan. The Tantai clan's powerhouse had no choice but to step forward. Miss, we'll escort you out. They realized that Zhong Liqingmeng did not answer. The eyes had turned a glazed color. What's the point of living when he's dead? Might as well let the world be buried with him. Zhong Liqingmeng's voice was low, as if it was a nightmare, as if all the spirits were wailing and crying all around. Vast demonic aura erupted from his body, and it was like a veil covering this heaven and earth. Rumbling and rumbling, the void continued to shatter, and the Dao marks were all eroded by this demonic chi, turning it into her nutrients. The bright sky was instantly black with clouds. Red thunder continued to weave from the sky. Looking at this terrifying heaven and earth anomaly, there was horror in the eyes of those powerhouses who were going to come and surround Zhong Liqingmeng. Stop her now! A saintly powerhouse exclaimed in shock. The words just fell. Above the 9 heavens, a demonic aura transformed into a chain and directly pierced through his body. It was too late to let out a scream, and the whole person had already been transformed into the chain's sustenance. Zhong Liqingmeng raised his head. His eyes had turned pure black, like an abyss gazing at you. Stop me with what? This low, depressing demonic sound caused the heartbeats of many strong people to continuously slow down. They felt like the flow of blood was slowing down. A pressure that was hard to suffocate came over me. It's like being in deep water and it's hard to breathe. When he dies, I want the world to die with him. Zhongli Qingmeng looked like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell, walking in the middle of this heaven and earth. Crimson chains of magic surrounded them. Die. As the words fell, the red magic chain around him transformed into a blood dragon and descended from the sky. Find a way to stop this devil and wait for more powerful people. The heavenly Tao sect patriarch. Tens of thousands of formation flags appeared in his hands. Seal the sky and lock the earth. Everyone, get in here and put your power into the formation. Many strong people wanted to enter the formation. I'm sorry, this world is my world then. Zhongli Qingmeng's voice murmured. Many sage powerhouses were directly devoured by the demonic dragon before they could react. The demonic clouds around Zhongli Qingmeng increased once again. In the blink of an eye it had exceeded 30,000 miles. What exactly is the strength of this devil? Kill saints like dogs. Wen Ruoshui, who was watching from afar, didn't make a move. She still didn't believe that Chu Xinghe was really dead. Looking at the completely crazy Zhongli Qingmeng, eventually, it was time to accept this. At the very least, her heaven-swallowing demon body hat removal wasn't unproductive. Rather, it was this Zhongli Qingmeng who was now completely crazy. Even if you survive today, the rest of your life will not be easy. Humph, the devil should be destroyed. Taoist voices rose up in the sky. The demonic clouds that looked like thick fog that couldn't be melted away were directly shaken away for thousands of miles. Only a middle-aged man was seen falling from the sky, holding a lotus-like object in his hand. The green-colored Tao rhythm continuously dispelled the demonic aura. Many people saw this strong man with surprise in their eyes. Taoist green lotus is here. Rumor has it that by refining an ancient green lotus into a heavenly Tao artifact, he himself is still a supreme powerhouse. And with the green lotus Taoist coming, Zhongli Qingmeng will surely die. Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes looked towards Taoist green lotus. Taoist green lotus pupils contracted. What kind of eyes are these? Eyes that look like they are destroying everything, disregarding all living things. You, match, stop, me, the voice fell. The demonic clouds in the sky continued to tighten. The whole body's aura erupted like a volcano. Supreme, is it strong? Chapter 190, Killing the Supreme Being, Chess Deceiver. As the voice fell, Zhongli Qingmeng had already disappeared. Taoist green lotus pupils contracted, sacrificing the ancient green lotus Tao artifact in his hand. Green-colored Tao rhythmic light spilled down from the sky. This time, the demonic clouds converged, constantly squeezing the green-colored Tao rhyme. In the next moment, everyone's pupils contracted. Taoist green lotus body stiffened and his pupils dilated. A pale, bloodless hand had clamped around his neck. How? There was horror and disbelief in his eyes. Being the same supreme being, how was she able to penetrate the blockade of Tao rhythms and directly approach his? You're the first supreme I've killed, not the last. As the words fell, the demonic chains around him directly pierced through Taoist green lotus. Taoist green lotus wanted to summon the ancient green lotus back to his defense. The emperor seal in the sky kept suppressing. Save me. Taoist green lotus voice was mournful. The words fell accompanied by his life. The demonic clouds converged once again. The heavenly Tao sect patriarch's throat rolled. Zhongli Qingmeng's gaze stayed fixed on him. It turned out that Zhongli Qingmeng's gaze shifted. He just breathed a sigh of relief. Snort. Demonic dragons scurried out of the void in all directions. The formation didn't have the slightest resistance and turned into pieces, dissolving between heaven and earth. A miserable voice rang out. Saints or great saints or heavenly saints, all of them were swallowed by the magic chain. The Heaven's Path Sovereign's heart was all unbelievable. How could this be? Why couldn't he stop this crazy woman? Run! Many strong people reacted with an exclamation of surprise. I'm afraid that before the strongest people came over, Zhongli Qingmeng killed them all. Just as they tore through the void trying to leave, the demonic clouds had covered this heaven and earth. They realized that they couldn't even break the void. Looking behind them, a demonic dragon approached them. Inner despair. There were screams in all directions. Zhongli Qingmeng quietly enjoyed the screams of the crowd. It's like a beautiful tune playing in your ears. When Ruoshui looked at the insane Zhongli Qingmeng with scorn in his eyes, in a short while, all the people who had rushed to try to surround Zhongli Qingmeng were all turned into nutrients. The 81 demonic chains transformed into demonic dragons and surrounded Zhongli Qingmeng. Shi Jingfeng stood back, his throat rolling. I'm a mother **********, scared the out of me. Is this how strong Zhongli Qingmeng is? No wonder I dared to come by myself. He knew that Zhongli Qingmeng should not have broken through to the supreme realm. A special approach should be used. You leave. Zhongli Qingmeng's voice was low, like a demon's whisper. Shi Jingfeng winced. It was too scary. I know. Many of the powerful people watching from afar changed their expressions. They didn't make a move just now, and they weren't sure about leaving Zhongli Qingmeng behind. Not to mention the fact that none of the strongest members of the Zhengli clan had appeared. There is only one Zhongli Qingmeng. They're waiting. The wind rattled like a knife. Moru was about to go up and take the disciple away. The man at his side shook his head at him. Wait. Moru looked at his elder brother. This was also the patriarch of the Mo family. Sure, Jingfeng hadn't reacted yet. Only the sky shattered. The 9-dragon chariot appeared in the void. Roar! Long Yi roared, and his entire body's purple light rushed up to the sky. The powerful dragon race members who were still watching from afar, their blood chi rolled over. There was a feeling of wanting to submit. Sure, Jingfeng sat in the 9-dragon chariot. Mo, who was far away, saw this scene with horror in his eyes. Could it be the ancestral dragon bloodline? The head of the Mo family nodded with a grave expression on his face. The dragon clan chief aged into streams of light and appeared beside Long Yi. You, who are you? The dragon elder's heart shook with excitement. Ancestral dragon bloodline. What heaven-swallowing demon body? What does it have to do with him? Long Yi hadn't answered yet. A huge vortex appeared in the sky. A golden hand directly lifted the 9-dragon chariot as well as Shi Jingfeng, the dragon race elder, inside and disappeared. Watching the dragons leave, many powerful people reacted. Moru looked at the departing disciples and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The head of the Mo family transmitted his voice. Good brother, you're playing quite big. The ancestral dragon bloodline has appeared. Compared to the ancestral dragon bloodline, it seems like the matter of the heaven-swallowing demon body isn't particularly important. The dragon race has always been one of the absolute overlords of the Taishu heavenly realm, and now that the ancestral dragon bloodline has appeared, it will have too much of an impact on the other overlords of the Taishu heavenly realm, even surpassing the heaven-swallowing demon body. That boy is really looking out for his woman. Moru didn't say anything. Could he say he didn't know either? He just found out about it too. Moru sidesteps the question by returning to his senses. The strongest person from the Zhengli clan hasn't appeared yet. Patriarch Mo thought for a moment. It's estimated that the strongest members of the Zhongli clan won't appear, or that the entire Zhongli clan has disappeared into thin air. The Zhongli clan is quite bold, abandoning such a large family business to hide in the Taishu heavenly realm. Moru's expression changed. When did this thing get started? The corners of the Ink family patriarch's mouth rose. What an interesting kid. Someday you invite him to the Mo family. I want to meet that kid. I'm afraid that the last time it was exposed that Zhongli Qingmeng was a heaven-swallowing demon body, the Zhongli clan overthrew the other forces with great fanfare, attracting many gazes, and invariably the Zhongli clan has retreated to the end. He understands Zhongli Qingmeng, but Zhongli Qingmeng doesn't understand him. This kid is considered to have completely disappeared from the Taishu heavenly realm. It had been a long time since the head of the Mo family had seen such an interesting junior. Big brother, so what do we do next? Moru inquired a question. Doing what? Of course rounding up Zhongli Qingmeng. That kid is thinking of one bright and one dark. Even the ancestral dragon bloodline can be straightened out. What reason is there not to cooperate? The world's winds and clouds come and go, and this kid will not be a true dragon in the future. What else could it be if not a true dragon? Moru couldn't stand this big brother of his being godly, like he was sick. It's the chess deacon. The head of the Murray family read out a few words. Moru's pupils contracted. Even the Zhengli family can't become the chess executor. Will that kid? The head of the Mo family looked into the distance, hands behind his back. You see that this heaven and earth are in complete chaos, but he hasn't shown his face yet. If it wasn't for the chaos, Zhongli Qingmeng would have died. But the chaos appeared. The ancestral dragon bloodline showed that reincarnation had already occurred, and the immortal demon body fell. This world is in chaos, and it also means that the great world is coming. When the chance to become an emperor appears again, all the clans will build up their strength and wait for that chance to become an emperor. The heaven-swallowing demon body is powerful, but it didn't achieve greatness in the ancient times. One can only say that the Zhongli clan deserves to be called the Zhongli clan, even giving up the path of a great emperor in exchange for the contempt of those people. Moru's pupils dilated. Becoming an emperor was the ultimate goal of every cultivator. Now his brother was telling him that the previous generation's heaven-swallowing demon body had given up on becoming an emperor? Don't believe me. Didn't you see those 3 old guys leave? Moru opened his mouth. I guess that brat guessed the intentions of the ancient heaven-swallowing demon body, which is why he plotted so deeply. Now that I say he can be the chess deacon, do you have a problem with that? Moru shook his head. I'm not as good as that kid. The Murray patriarch patted his brother on the shoulder. Not to mention you. Even I'm not as good as him. You made the best decision by showing me your hand that day. Let's go. The powerful have arrived. This battle is the beginning of chaos and represents a whole new era. Chapter 191 Zhongli Qingming summons 81 supreme corpses. Great Emperor's shadow emerges. Mo Ru and also Patriarch Mo appeared in the void. Beside Zhongli Qingming stood the Tantai clan. When they first took the oath of the Wei, who would have thought that the one that followed would actually be the heaven-swallowing demon body? It's so hard to eat without suffering. Why not leave Shi Jingfeng behind to help? At the very least, there was a supreme powerhouse. Relying on them alone, they were no match for these people. Old Tantai took a deep breath. How could he not understand that he was afraid that this battle would be the time for their Tantai clan to be sacrificed? Who knew that Zhongli Qingming looked like she knew what they were thinking? You guys get out of here too. This is nothing more for you. The Tantai clan now had 3 other supreme powerhouses, and when they heard this, their eyes were unbelievable. Goddess, we can escort you away. Zhongli Qingming shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with you guys. This is between me and one Rushuwei. You guys are vassals of my Zhongli clan. Now is not the time for you to sacrifice. Leave. The 3 of you are all supreme powerhouses. If you want to leave, they won't stop you. Their target is me. Tantai old ancestor pondered for a moment. Goddess, old man, I haven't fought for so many years, and my cultivation of the Emperor scriptures is not up to par. So how about wanting to try out the other supreme powerhouses of this Taishu heavenly realm? I'd like to give it a try. I'm rusty from not fighting for so many years. It hasn't been long since I broke through to supreme. And I also want to try to kill some opponents in the same realm. Zhongli Qingming's gaze shifted. I will completely resolve the issue of your Tantai clan's emperor scripture, and if I am still alive, I will send your Tantai clan a great emperor. The corners of the mouths of the 3 Tantai clan ancestors rose. 3 supreme beings for 1 great emperor. It was worth it. If Zhongli Qingming dared to say that, she could definitely do it. Which bets on dogs will always lose. This time, they, the Tantai clan, could also win the bet. Not to mention the beginning of the mess. The ancestral dragon bloodline all appeared. It was a fact that they, the Tantai clan, had problems with the Emperor's scriptures. Sooner or later, you're going to be targeted, so why not let it go? Goddess, I'm afraid that those forces that previously followed you to overthrow the Green Deer School in Mount Sumeru have already mutinied. Zhongli Qingming looked at Wen Ruoshui. No harm done, just some wallflowers. I'll have my own means when this is over. After Zhongli Qingming finished speaking, her body descended from the sky and came across to Wen Ruoshui. I said I would kill you. Zhongli Qingming looked like she was telling a truth. When Ruoshui put down Jiang Evening, knowing that Chu Xinghe was already dead and Jiang Evening was of no use to her, unwillingly so many hours of scheming turned out to be just a waste of time. A most insignificant waste of space. Plotting all this. Will you survive this battle? You haven't yet broken through to the Supreme. And you're not afraid of going off the rails by forcing the use of secret techniques and absorbing the power of so many powerful people. Zhongli Qingming mockingly looked at Wen Ruoshui. Your path. It's ridiculous. When Ruoshui's complexion changed slightly. You don't understand love. Practicing the sentient path, human or not, ghost or not, you'll end up dead as well. Or you wouldn't have been searching for Xinghe, trying to get her to fend for you again. When Ruoshui didn't say anything. Also, this is just your apparent purpose to anesthetize others. Even my mother was fooled by you. In fact, the current you, like the heaven-swallowing demon body, have become a tumor in this Taishu heavenly realm, both being foci of disease that this heaven and earth want to remove. When Ruoshui's pupils contracted. Before, you wanted to use me, but later you realized that Chu Xinghe was more suitable. And most importantly, Chu Xinghe was able to come back from the dead, and you threatened with Jiang Evening. You're a lost dog, and you deserve it? When Ruoshui's chest rose and fell, even with anger under his eyes. So what? Chu Xinghe is dead. Even if it's the same as what you said, then the first one to be gotten rid of by this heavenly Tao will be you, the Zhongli clan. Zhongli Qingming snorted. Our Zhongli clan has already gambled and won twice, and where there's one, there's two. This time I won't gamble. I'll fight hard against the heavenly Tao. Let me, Zhongli Qingming, see if this heavenly Tao is powerful, or if I, Zhongli Qingming, am powerful. He's dead. I have nothing left. I will erase everything in this world, until I can find a way to resurrect him, and if the heavenly way doesn't work, then the great way. As long as I, Zhongli Qingming, live, I will definitely be able to resurrect him. And you, I'll make you beg for your life. Zhongli Qingming's words fell. Above the sky, the firmament cracked open hundreds of Tao marks. A strong man walked out of each crack. When Ruoshui looked at Zhongli Qingming, resurrecting him, that's ridiculous. You're going to die in this battle. I'll destroy your Zhongli clan. Even your mother couldn't stop it. When Zhongli Qingming heard this, there was only mockery in her heart. When Ruoshui still thinks of her mother as a rival, but her mother had long since stopped asking about this life. Oh, that's ridiculous. Zhongli Qingming realized this. Her mother gave up the path to becoming an emperor. Along with the destruction was Wen Ruoshui's path to becoming an emperor. Zhong Liqing Meng's gaze looked at Li Taixian. Li Taixian felt his heart skip a beat. A magic light suddenly blasted over. A barrier suddenly appeared around Li Taixian. The whole thing disappeared. Surely this was the kind of person who disgusted her. Wen Ruoshui, you have so many helpers. Let's see who dies today. Zhong Liqing Meng's voice fell. The demonic clouds in the sky rolled up violently. With a movement of his body, his figure appeared in the middle of the void. The strong man who walked out of the broken Dao trace looked at Zhong Liqing Meng. The heaven-swallowing demon body should die, and the era of the Zhongli clan should end. Zhong Liqing Meng moved his fingers. The emperor seal was suspended in the void. Zhang Evening Yin's reincarnation body had already been placed in the emperor's seal by her. Even if she died, she was sure that Zhang Evening Yin would go and resurrect him. Xinghe, don't worry, I will find a way to revive you. You wait for me. Think about it. Zhong Liqing Meng made a seal with both hands. The demonic clouds tumbled up. Only 81 blood-colored bronze coffins appeared. It hovered around Zhong Liqing Meng. Those powerhouses that appeared saw this scene with horror in their eyes. What? What is this? One of the supreme powerhouses couldn't believe what appeared in front of him. Supreme corpses. All of them. How can there be so many? 81 supreme corpses. No good. Stop her. When Ruoshui's eyes were similarly horrified at the sight of this scene. This Zhong Liqing Meng is really crazy. The aura of a quasi-emperor erupted out. There was an innate Taoist rhythm condensing in the middle of his jade hand. It turned into a heavenly hand and grabbed at the blood coffin. The three supreme beings of the Tantai clan hurriedly blocked them, looking for death. When Ruohui snorted, the voice was like a floodgate. The three supreme beings of the Tantai clan backed up in unison. Each step could cause the void to shatter. The three men spat out a mouthful of blood. Look at each other. The wheel of heaven and earth. Days, ground, people. The three talents correspond. Heaven and earth respond. And the emperor emerges. The three men pointed their fingers at their hearts and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Essence blood falls in the formation. Buzz off. The sky dome collapsed and the void shattered. Endless darkness enveloped the sky above Xianzhou. Only a faint shadow appeared standing between heaven and earth, looking down on all the spirits. Chapter 192 Master, you seem to have been targeted as well. An invisible imperial might appeared as he looked at the great emperor's shadow that had appeared. Many of the supreme beings who had surrounded Zhong Liqing Meng looked at the demonic clouds that did not shake away with horror in their eyes. Even when Ruoshui was a bit incredulous at this time, with the appearance of the great emperor's shadow. At this moment in the Taishu heavenly realm, quite a few powerful people looked over. The three supreme beings of the Tantai clan had madness in their eyes. Come on, fight. Who's afraid of who? Come on, get us killed. The three supreme beings' words fell. The great emperor's shadow in the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace. The three Tantai clan supreme beings were dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you. Big brother, what's the situation? I don't know. It's never happened before. As if Zhong Liqing Meng had already anticipated this scene, she did not reveal a look of warped surprise. Even the dozens of supreme beings who had surrounded Zhong Liqing Meng were similarly dumbfounded. The great emperor's shadow dispersed. No wonder the Tantai clan is working in tandem with the Zhongli clan. So the emperor's scripture is really in trouble. The heavenly Dao sect patriarch snorted coldly. Zhong Liqing Meng looked at the three people who were not calm. The great emperor of your Tantai family has already abandoned you, so why bother remembering? Hearing this, the three men's expressions changed. It suddenly occurred to me that the imperial scriptures left behind were in trouble. Summoning the great emperor's void was no longer even helping them now. To be precise, it has indeed abandoned them. The magic chains around Zhong Liqing Meng had been inserted into the surrounding coffins. Just now, the great emperor's shadow only appeared for a split second, and it was enough to shock these supreme powerhouses. Not good. Quickly kill Zhong Liqing Meng. Numerous supreme powerhouses began to strike. One of the Buddhas. The palms of his hands transformed into a Buddha's kingdom, in which 10,000 Luohans evolved, with their hands clasped together, constantly chanting the Sutra of Duiu. The golden Sanskrit text transformed into living beings, dispelling the demonic aura around them. This Buddha supreme strikes. A supreme being next to him shouted angrily, and a purple golden battle spear that ran through the heavens and earth evolved in the sky. It descended from the sky, carrying a dragon's roar, and rushed towards Zhong Liqing Meng to kill him. There was also a supreme being evolving a huge idol, 4 heads and 8 arms, holding 4 types of Dao weapons, carrying the might of destroying heaven and earth, rushed towards Zhong Liqing Meng to kill him. There was also a supreme being who had evolved Taiku Xian Ice, and the demonic clouds in the sky had all been frozen. The 81 bronze coffins were even frozen by the Taiku Xian Ice. There were also a few supreme beings who looked at each other, standing on all sides. The forces converged, and in the sky, 7 ancient stars evolved. Each star was incomparably dazzling, radiating a Taiyin light. Light poured down and the demonic aura dissipated. Sacred Lord 1. Make a move. These supreme powerhouses looked at Ruoxue. When Ruoxue made a seal with one hand, an image of an innate deity appeared behind his back. In both hands, 2 Dao flowers coalesced. Only the Dao flower was seen floating towards Zhongli Qingmeng. The innate transformation of yin and yang. 1 cuts your cultivation. 1 decapitates you. The statue of the ascendant god radiated a dazzling light. At this moment many powerful people looked at this scene. There was no choice to intervene. A dozen supreme beings and a quasi-emperor powerhouse struck out. If even they couldn't take down Zhongli Qingmeng, even if they went over there, it would be useless. The old monsters of the Zhengli family would surely show up. It will stop them just as well when the time comes. Many of the strongest members of the family got the news. The Zhengli family had been emptied of people, and none of them existed. After the many ancient clans in Forbidden Lands received this news, there was horror in their eyes. They didn't even know when the Zhengli family was disbanded. Many ancient clans hurriedly ordered that they would not participate in the siege of Zhongli Qingmeng. The enemy in the shadows is always scarier than the enemy in the open. Zhongli Qingmeng had already exposed the heaven-swallowing demon body. Kill Zhongli Qingmeng in time. But there was still a heaven-swallowing demon body in the Zhongli clan. That one was a heaven-swallowing demon body with a fierce reputation in the ancient times. Not to mention that the ancient era was also the golden age, causing much more powerful destruction than Zhongli Qingmeng. In the end, he did not achieve greatness. This generation's heaven-swallowing demon body wasn't as strong as the previous generation. And it's not a concern. What made them care even more was the appearance of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Chu Xinghe looked at the powerhouses in the sky above Xianzhou, hands behind his back. God stood behind him 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Master, can Miss Zhongli cope with so many powerful people? Chu Xinghe didn't say anything. He had already thought that Zhongli Qingmeng was crazy. Didn't think it was possible to go crazy like this. Should we make a move? Tianyi looked at Chu Xinghe, who did not speak, and inquired. He noticed that Chu Xinghe's fingers clenched and loosened a bit every now and then, obviously a little nervous. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. You can't go out there or you're doing her a disservice. The Zhongli clan's powerhouses didn't show up and must be staring in the dark. Not to mention that the Zhongli clan's people have already disappeared into thin air. Those ancient clans don't dare to act rashly. Together with the appearance of the ancestral dragon's blood, and implicating quite a few people, this battle has, invariably, subsided a lot. Without the appearance of the ancestral dragon's blood and only the heaven-swallowing demon body, Zhongli Qingmeng would be in danger of losing her life. Not to mention the fact that among these supreme beings who struck out, there were 2 others who were not of one mind with them. Zhongli Qingmeng got out the corpses of the 81 supreme beings. He should be trying to forcefully kill Ruoxue. Tenchi shook his head when he heard that. A supreme is a supreme. A paragon is a paragon. It's hard and difficult. Chu Xinghe smiled when he heard this. Yeah, it's hard. That's the smart thing. In the ancient times, the heaven-swallowing demon body was ferocious, a nightmare for heavenly prides, and in the end, it didn't achieve greatness. In this life, the heaven-swallowing demon body absorbed 81 supreme beings and couldn't even kill a single paragon emperor. The 4 Tianyi people snapped their eyes wide open. Don't they ever wonder? The corners of Chu Xinghe's mouth rose. If I were the supreme power, I wouldn't believe what people say. I would believe what I see. Those who are watching this battle, as long as half of them believe that the heaven-swallowing demon body is nothing more than that, they have already succeeded. Chu Xinghe stopped speaking and looked at the battlefield. That's where working with smart people comes in. Zhongli Qingmeng is crazy no less, but she also has a brain. No longer like before. Now she understands showing weakness. Previously, Chu Xinghe was able to exterminate those sons of Qi with the help of her power. But in the end, they chose to start around those people. Zhongli Qingmeng saw everything, plus killing so many sons of Qi. Her Qi had grown to a terrifying boundary value. More importantly, this generation's heaven-swallowing demon body was not just a heaven-swallowing demon body. There's also the Cthulhu Buster bonus. How could it be weaker than the previous generation's heaven-swallowing demon body? However, right at this time, the system beep in Chu Xinghe's head sounded. Master, there's a not-so-friendly message. Chu Xinghe froze for a moment. Even the system was saying not-so-good news. Master, you seem to be a bit targeted as well. Chapter 193, Killing Crazy Zhongli Qingmeng, picking off 5 supreme beings with a single shot. After Chu Xinghe heard it, he didn't feel surprised, and the corners of his mouth even rose a little. Master, don't be like that. It kinda scares the system. Doesn't matter. Staring is staring. When a son of Qi killed me before, it meant that I was already being targeted. And now that I'm being targeted again, isn't that a normal thing? Also, this heavenly Tao is a bit rebellious. Why does it always focus on the master? It's really unbearable. Master, calm down, calm down. We can't do it now. Take your time. Can't slow down. It was hard for me to bring my master back to life, and my master helped me devour other systems to upgrade, bullying my master like this, and not asking me if I agree. Master, I'm going to go and get busy until I unearth those few holes in the system. Look to go to work on the system. Chu Xinghe took a deep breath. Last time, I asked my fellow readers to help name the system. One more than a yamba. Ridu Ruyan. Bereavement Biao. Thieves don't walk. Sugar. Hook Creek pupils. Look at the name. Beware of the system not dividing you in the future. And the one called Two Eggs. I'm so convinced. System. From now on you'll be called Luo Yao. Pavilion Mingxian shines. Lolo Qingyao flows. Okay, Master. People will be called Luo Yao from now on. Thank you Master for helping Luo Yao with the name. Does Master still want to see the legs? Chu Xinghe coughed. We have to ask our reader lords about that. They reward us with a meal. Brother and sister readers. Want to see Luo Yao's legs? Over the Tianxian Holy Land. The battle continues. At this time the dome of the sky suddenly cracked out with 81 huge cracks. A blood-stained demonic dragon appeared in every crack. A pair of demonic eyes looked down at the supreme powerhouses present. Zhongli Qingmeng was dressed in white and came barefoot. The 7 Taiku stars under his feet directly shattered. The emperor's seal in his hand shook a little. The Taiku Xianai sealing the coffin directly shattered. The corner of Zhongli Qingmeng's mouth was stained with blood. 81 demonic dragons hovered behind them. Just you guys are still trying to stop me. Zhongli Qingmeng lightly laughed. 81 demonic dragons pierced through space, charging at those supreme beings to strangle them. Between raised eyes, he looked at the Buddha's country. A wave of the arm. Thousands of Dao marks appeared. All those Buddhas in the Buddha's kingdom who were chanting the Sutra of Transmigration were crushed. In the blink of an eye, the entire Buddha kingdom was transformed into a sea of ghostly blood. Zhongli Qingmeng walked on top of the white jade bridge. Every time he took a step, the top of the divine bridge was engraved with a magic pattern. Looking at the sky to fall, look at the purple and gold war spear. White wrist outstretched. A demonic hand evolved and appeared, grasping the purple and gold battle spear. The magic pattern was engraved above. In the blink of an eye, the purple and gold battle spear turned black. Click, click. The purple gold war spear and the divine bridge underneath his feet all shattered. Operating the Emperor's seal, powerful Dao rhythms erupted out. The surrounding anomalies swept away. Even the 2 Dao flowers evolved by when Ruoshui were suspended in the air and had difficulty advancing an inch. Die. Magic light erupted from Zhongli Qingmeng's eyes. Not good. Retreat. A supreme powerhouse looked at Zhongli Qingmeng who had disappeared and hastily reminded. You still have time to remind people of that. This supreme powerhouse. His pupils contracted. Glancing down, a hole had appeared at the heart. Divine sense was also being worn down by the demonic energy. I'm a. 2, Zun. The voice fell and his body dissipated between heaven and earth. The pupils of the other supreme beings contracted. Zhongli Qingmeng was able to stop the attacks of so many of them, and a counter kill. This caused the other supreme beings to begin to be afraid. The rest of the supreme beings looked at each other, looking at the 2 Dao flowers floating in the sky. Even when Ruoshui's pupils changed next, Zhongli Qingmeng took the initiative to approach the 2 Dao flowers. The Tao flower enters the body. Nothing happened to Zhongli Qingmeng at all. Just by virtue of you. You also want to chop off my cultivation and my life. After saying that, a quasi-emperor's aura exploded out. Just now, he absorbed the corpses of 81 supreme beings, now completely exploding out of the quasi-emperor cultivation. The rest of the supreme beings were scared out of their wits. Kill me? In this Taishu heavenly realm, with you guys? You're also worthy of killing me. Rumble. Red thunder poured down from the 9 heavens. Zhongli Qingmeng stretched out with one hand. Thunder gathered in his hand and transformed into a long red spear. The figure disappeared. Pust. Jabla. Bang bang. Above the vault of heaven, a huge crack appeared for tens of millions of miles. Wait until Zhongli Qingmeng appeared. 5 corpses were picked on the lance in his hand. Maru, and the Mo matriarch, know that this time it's almost done. The 2 tore through space and disappeared. Zhongli Qingmeng's expression remained unchanged. She could sense it before. Those 2 are the weak spots. It even invariably helped her repair her physical wounds a bit. She took credit for this favor. The 3 supreme beings of the Tantai clan looked at Zhongli Qingmeng, who was in a great state of power. The heart breathes a sigh of relief. After killing the 6 supreme beings, they are also a lot easier. Now there are 2 other supreme beings who have escaped. Zhongli Qingmeng looked at the 3 supreme beings fighting the Tantai clan. The magic dragon drilled out of space. Pust. After appearing, the demonic dragon directly pierced through the bodies of these 3 supreme beings. Leave. You are no longer needed here. The 3 supreme beings left, knowing that Zhongli Qingmeng and Wen Ruoshui were the next to fight. When Ruoshui's eyes were no longer calm, Zhongli Qingmeng stepped into the air. Magic clouds and red thunder rolled in the sky. There was also a long spear condensed by red destructive thunder in his hand. Warm as water. Come. The corners of Zhong Liqing Meng's blood-stained mouth rose. There was madness in his eyes. Hasn't this day always been what you wanted? When Ruoshui took a deep breath. Zhong Liqing Meng, are you really crazy? Oh, I'm just mad that the world is a liability to me when he's dead. Even if I kill until the 9 heavens are overturned and all the spirits of hell wail, it won't stop me from finding him. I hate myself for being stupid and not realizing it sooner. I hate you for taking advantage of me, and I hate everything in this world. This filthy world deserves to be erased. After Zhong Liqing Meng finished speaking, the white wrist is pressed down. The red thunder in the sky was like water pouring from the 9 heavens. When Ruoshui looked unsightly, the innate Taoist body evolves. The statue of the god behind him becomes a buttress to the sky. The red thunder pouring from the sky was difficult to descend. Zhong Liqing Meng, you are but absorbing the corpse chi of those supreme powerhouses that also corrupted your body. You think you are my opponent. There was a divine light in Wen Ruoshui's eyes. Taoist rhythms erupted out. The red thunder in the sky was directly topped up. When Ruoshui even evolved a sight of heaven and earth in his palm. Heaven and earth are imprisoned. Time. Space is freezing. Zhong Liqing Meng's expression remained unchanged. A divine light lit up in the center of his brow. 81 demonic dragons suddenly surged into the body. When Ruoshui thought of something, God's color changed dramatically. Rumble. The sky suddenly exploded. A magic lotus bloomed in the void. The entire Xianzhou had become out of reach. The devil lotus bloomed and Zhong Liqing Meng sat in the center. Devilishly majestic. Open your eyes. A magic lotus petal floated down towards Wen Ruoshui. Chapter 194, Xu Xinghe saves Zhong Liqing Meng. When Ruoshui escapes. When Ruoshui made quick seals with both hands, a guard appeared. A divine light shone in the middle of his forehead, like it fit in with the surrounding Tao rhythms. Seal. The devil's lotus did not move for the time being. Zhong Liqing Meng's hand gestures changed. 3 more demonic lotus petals floated down. When Ruoshui looked at Zhong Liqing Meng, you are a madman, completely and utterly mad, madder than your mother. You actually refined the rules of heaven and earth into your body, presuming to go against the heavens. What a madman. Zhong Liqing Meng looked at Wen Ruoshui. 3 more magic lotus petals floated down. When Ruoshui took a deep breath, 10,000 formations of heaven and earth. The words fell. The surrounding heaven and earth were responding to the warmth like water. A large formation that looked like heaven and earth had been forged appeared, holding the petals of the devil's lotus against them. Just after resisting for a while, cracks appeared in the large formation. When Ruoshui's expression returned to calm, the hands kept forming seals. An ancient hole in the void appeared behind him. The body just stepped inside. The devil's lotus behind him entered with it. Pust. A mouthful of blood splattered out of the void channel. Zhong Liqing Meng sat on top of the devil lotus. Sigh. Some cracks spread out under the white coat. Lift your head. In the sky, the demonic clouds dispersed. The red thunder disappeared. At the same time, the sky looked like it was transformed into 9 colors. It looks like a normal 9-colored cloud, but carefully and vaguely sensed out, it looked like a pair of eyes again. 9-colored divine thunder fell from the sky. Not a sound. Not a sound. The places where the 9-colored divine thunder passed through were as if they had been washed by rain. Wait until the 9-colored divine thunder disappears. The void was restored as if nothing had been experienced. Only the tens of millions of miles around the Xiantian Holy Land turned into ruins, telling of what had happened before. In the void passage, blood was flowing from the corner of Xu Xinghe's mouth. There was also 9-colored divine thunder surrounding his body. In his arms, he held the pale and bloodless Zhong Liqing Meng. Xu Xinghe looked down at the woman. Not as much as the crazy batch just now. Now it's more like Sleeping Beauty. The whole thing had fallen into a coma. Feeling the injuries inside her, Xu Xinghe sighed. The chaotic qi in his body evolved pure demonic qi. It entered Zhong Liqing Meng's body and combed the chaotic demonic qi in her body for her, plus absorbing the qi of the origin of more than 80 supreme corpses. The power in his body was like a smothered fly, disorganized. Find a secluded spot. Xu Xinghe appeared from the void channel. His body went limp and he fell to one knee. The 9-colored divine lightning continuously raged within his body. Carefully, he put Zhong Liqing Meng down. Sit on your knees. The power of nothingness within his body began to devour the power of this 9-colored divine lightning. Less than half an hour. Rumble. A powerful aura spread out. Xu Xinghe had already broken through to the early great sage realm. Open your eyes. Looking at the unconscious Zhong Liqing Meng, Xu Xinghe held her in his arms. A ball of gray gas appeared in the middle of his palm and struck into Zhong Liqing Meng's body. Xu Xinghe manipulated this trace of chaotic qi, constantly combing for Zhong Liqing Meng. After a while, the demonic qi in the body was combed through. Xu Xinghe evolved the 9-colored divine thunder seed and placed it into Zhong Liqing Meng's body. Find a cave. Put her down slowly. Silly girl, don't be so silly in the future. Forgive me for not being able to recognize you now. That trace of chaotic qi, the 9-colored divine thunder seed, You should make good use of it. The heaven-swallowing demon body may not be enough for you. Then it would morph into the chaotic demon body, the physique of the ancestor of all demons. This 9-colored divine thunder refined properly will allow you to ignore any thunderbolt. Master, Tao Tai is coming over. Chu Xinghe nodded and turned to leave. Zhongli Qingmeng leaned against the wall, still unconscious. In a short while, a palm-sized black cinder block appeared. Only the aura of the Supreme Being emanated from his body. It was hard to imagine that the palm-sized little thing was actually a Supreme Being as well. What was even more terrifying was that there was also 9-colored divine thunder wrapped around his body. Tao Tai flies for a while. The body twitched and bared its teeth. Hair fry a little. There was surprise in his eyes when he saw Zhongli Qingmeng. Sniff around carefully. There was sadness in his eyes. Plopping down at the mouth of the cave, a powerful ban appeared around him. Keep a careful eye on your surroundings, but if there's a bit of a breeze, let him know what it means to be a ferocious beast. The master is gone, and he will guard the master's mother. Wait until Zhongli Qingmeng woke up leisurely, still in a bit of a trance. After a while, spiritual recovery. Found myself leaning against the cave. There was also a black furry thing the size of a palm in the doorway. Zhongli Qingmeng felt inside a frown. She knew that absorbing so many supreme origin this time would be very chaotic within her body. This battle may even be a fall. The 9-colored divine thunder descended from the sky. She could no longer suppress the backlash in her body. Didn't expect to come back from the dead. What's that gray gas in your body? Even the demonic aura was avoiding it when it saw it. There was also a 9-colored divine thunder seed in his body. Zhongli Qingmeng had the feeling of dreaming. Breaket! Zhongli Qing screamed violently. Tao Tai turned around and looked at Zhongli Qingmeng in surprise. My lord mother, you're awake. Zhongli Qingmeng stood up, her body quite a bit more relaxed than she had expected. This battle, surprisingly, did not have much after effects, and it was enough to slowly recuperate for a few days. Moreover, in this battle, absorbing numerous origins, his strength had stayed at the half-step supreme realm. As long as he stabilized his injuries, he could break through to the supreme realm. But right now, Zhongli Qingmeng was in no hurry to break through. She had already guessed what the glimmer of gas inside her was. It could be the legendary chaos breath. If she could absorb this trace of chaotic chi, her physique could see a huge metamorphosis. Moreover, she had a feeling that it wasn't as simple as chaotic chi. Has anyone been here and why am I in this place? Blackbriar shook his head. My lord mother, I don't know. I originally saw that thing strike and I went to absorb the 9-colored divine lightning, and I absorbed too much of it and directly passed out. Wait until you wake up and find the lord's mother lying here. Zhongli Qingmeng frowned. The imperial seal in his arms jumped twice at this time. Zhongli Qingmeng took it out. Could it be that you brought me here? Thank you. The imperial seal dripped around twice. Nay, the power drain was too great. Zhongli Qingmeng was no longer curious. Cinder, let's go and recover from your injuries as soon as possible. Zhongli Qingmeng walked towards the outside. A short while later, a few people appeared outside. There was scorn in his eyes when he saw Zhongli Qingmeng. Now that she's taken a serious hit, kill. Zhongli Qingmeng ignored a few people, passing them by. A few saints didn't even have the power to resist, turning into nutrients for the surrounding flowers and plants. Black Cinderella's eyes change. It feels like the main mother has gotten scarier. Is it an illusion of it? At this moment in the Dragon Clan Stone View Peak, like sitting on pins and needles, it's like a thorn in the side, like a fishbone, being stared at by so many dragon powerhouses. It would be a hell of a thing not to be afraid. More importantly, the worst of these dragon race powerhouses were supreme powerhouses. Mentally, I can only chant in silence. Dude, don't play this kind of thing next time. It's not funny. Chapter 195. I don't like being watched. Long Jio and the others were also sitting, but they were much more calm than Shi Jingfeng. The Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan looked at Shi Jingfeng and then at Long Yi. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. Take a deep breath. You want a pretty girl or not? Long Yi's complexion froze. Is that what you told him? Instantly understanding what the Dragon Emperor meant. He has the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body. The Dragon Emperor is again the boss of the Dragon Clan. The ancestral dragon bloodline suddenly appeared. The metamorphosis within him had not yet finished. Even the Dragon Emperor felt tricky. Long Yi remembered Chu Xinghe's arrangement. We are all dragons. There is no need to be so formal. Just call me Dragon One. The Dragon Emperor was relieved when he saw that Long Yi did not have a frame. The ancestral dragon bloodline was too important to their Dragon Clan. Dragon Emperor, you don't have to be formal. This is your home. The Dragon Emperor kept adjusting his breathing. This guy's bloodline felt oppressive to him. Inevitably, it made him a little nervous. Then I'll call you Dragon One for now. Long Yi nodded. This is Dragon 2, Dragon 3. We are the 9 brothers. The Dragon Emperor gave them a greeting. The Dragon Clan elders were also looking at them politely. A half-ancestor dragon bloodline is also half of their old ancestor. It can't be disrespected. The Dragon Emperor had a different status because he was shouldering the head of the Dragon clan. Long E, this bloodline of yours? Long E took a deep breath. If you had investigated you would have realized that we were following the Divine Destiny Prince. Sure, Jingfeng isn't the Heavenly Fate Prince. He's Mo-Ru's disciple. Sure, Jingfeng wanted to help Chu Xinghe take revenge. And when the Heavenly Fate Prince heard about it, he set up these plans. Only when the chaos opens and a few of us show up will we not attract as much attention. The Dragon Emperor had shock in his eyes. All of this was plotted by Lord Heaven's Destiny? Long E nodded. That when Ruoshui treated the Heaven's Destiny Duke as Chu Xinghe, which made the Heaven's Destiny Duke a bit annoyed, and originally wanted to utilize the Heaven-swallowing demon body to get rid of one Ruoshui. I wonder what's going on now. Then Ryuichi recounted everything that had happened before. The Dragon Emperor listened with a serious expression. What exactly is the origin of this Heaven's Destiny Duke? The Dragon Emperor was a bit curious. Long E looked at the Dragon Emperor. You must remember that he is not to be messed with. This bloodline of mine is still something that he helped me raise. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's eyes held horror. He even wanted to meet that Heaven's Destiny male now. Dragon Emperor, my appearance has also brought attention to the Dragon clan. What do you want to do next? The bottom of the Dragon Emperor's eyes carried killing intent. After so many years, no one has dared to easily mess with our Dragon clan. Long E didn't retort. What about the Phoenix clan, the White Tiger clan, the Vermilion Bird clan, the Koan Pang clan, and the Golden Winged Rock Bird clan? The Dragon Emperor was silent. Those were all existences not weaker than their Dragon clan. All of them were absolute overlords of the Taishu Heavenly Realm. Not to mention the powers that be? Ryuichi knew a limited amount, but their masters would be pitiful. Bah, wrong word. The meeting will know astronomy and geography. I want to meet the Heaven's Destiny Duke that you are talking about. The Dragon Emperor looked at Long Yi Shun. Long Yi thought for a moment and said, let's wait. The Gongzi should bring a gift to the Dragon clan. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor was a bit expectant. They dragons don't lack treasures. At this moment, Chu Xinghe in the dragon's mouth. He had left after the rescue of Zhongli Qingmeng was over. Zhang Nighting followed Zhongli Qingmeng, so there should be no safety issues. Take out a jade pendant. Elder, have you recovered from your injuries yet? Mo-Ru, who was drinking tea with his elder brother in the Mo family, pull out the sound transmission jade. Hearing voices inside, a mouthful of water was sprayed into the face of the big brother across the street. Patriarch Mo had a black face. This is my brother. My own brother. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what are you doing? Big brother? Brother, I'm sorry. Moru's face changed drastically. Big brother wait, that kid is coming over. Patriarch Mo snorted coldly. Organize your clothes. Go, come with me to greet the noble guest as he comes. Patriarch Mo led the way. Moru followed. There's no way around it. He's awesome and bombastic out there. It's hard to be tough in front of your big brother. That's how it's been since I was a kid. Two people came out after, looking at Chu Xinghe standing in the distance. This is little friend Chu, isn't it? I'm sorry for the delay. I'm sorry for the disrespect. Chu Xinghe clasped his fists and returned the greeting. Little friend, this way please. Matriarch Mo. It's better not to raise a crowd. Patriarch Mo nodded. By the time he appeared, he had already brought Chu Xinghe to his small courtyard. I've always heard Mo-Ru talk about you before, and today I finally meet my little friend. Matriarch Mo is polite. Patriarch Mo looked Chu Xinghe up and down. It was inconceivable that this mess was actually plotted by this guy in front of him. Look at the harmlessness of the people. The looks are also rare in the world. Now look at the Taishu Heavenly Realm, quite calm, but they know that there has been a darkening of the waters. Ancestral dragon bloodline, heaven-swallowing demon body, and the disappearance of the Zhangli family. Everything signaled that something big was about to happen. The 9-colored divine thunder that appeared in the special Shinjo. I came over today to thank the two seniors. Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Moru waved his hand. You gave me a good apprentice, and I haven't thanked you yet. Chu Xinghe, do things one size fits all? Chu Xinghe hadn't finished speaking. Patriarch Mo interrupted Chu Xinghe. A family doesn't talk about two families. As for what you said about helping Zhongli Qingmeng, that's all proper. Moru looked at his big brother incredulously. He knew what that meant. Elder, is that certain? Patriarch Mo glanced at Chu Xinghe. The Zhongli clan has stood in the Taishu Heavenly Realm for so many years. Even if the two of us don't make a move, Zhongli Qingmeng will still be safe and sound. The 81 supreme corpses are even more of a deterrent. Telling the crowd that if we can get rid of the corpses of your ancestors silently, we have a way to kill you. The appearance of those 81 corpses quieted down quite a few foolish forces. Not to mention that now that the Zhongli clan has been completely hidden, the dark is always scarier than the light. Who knows how much power the Zhangli family hides? Living too long makes you afraid of dying. Can you tell me what you boys want? If you want to build a hegemonic power, You're perfectly capable of doing it now. Chu Xinghe took a sip of tea. I'm being watched. Mo Ru and also Patriarch Mo froze. Suddenly something comes to mind. An involuntary glance at the sky. Any ideas? Patriarch Mo asked carefully. I don't like being watched. Patriarch Mo and also Mo Ru were silent. The two men sipped their tea without saying a word. After a while, Patriarch Mo looked at Chu Xinghe. That's not a good level to pass. Even those few forces can't pass it. You should have seen those three. All I can say is that we, the Mo family, bundled up, are no match for those three. Chu Xinghe snorted. A bunch of traitors. What's there to fear?